After being dumped by a toxic girl with the line "you're a nice guy," I unexpectedly awakened the ultimate nice guy system. This system not only allows me to see the wishes of the opposite sex but also rewards me for fulfilling them. Just now, staring at the message on my phone, "Let's break up, you're a nice guy, but please don't contact me anymore," along with that glaring red exclamation mark below it, I was filled with resentment, my chest tight with pain. Then, everything went black, and I passed out. I don't know how long it took, but a mechanical system notification sound woke me up. Rubbing my throbbing head, I groggily sat up in bed. What's going on? Nice guy system? Who's the nice guy? Then it suddenly hit me, I'd just been dumped by that toxic girl. But is this system even reliable? Others awaken god-tier tycoon systems or cashback systems. So why did I end up with a nice guy system? Well, something's better than nothing. System, what can you do? I asked, mimicking how others summon their systems. A prompt tone sounded. This system allows the host to see the wishes of the opposite sex. Upon fulfilling these wishes, the host will receive rewards. I was speechless. This system really was doubling down on my nice guy label. Without further questions, I got up to get some fresh air. Just as I stepped out of the dormitory building, the sight before me left me stunned. Every passing girl had a large task bubble floating above her head, displaying their current wishes. Had another fight with my roommate. I wish I had money to rent a place off campus. I don't want to live with them anymore. I have a date with my crush tonight. I hope he gets a good first impression of me. What do I do? My period hasn't come this month. I hope nothing's wrong. Reading the last wish, I silently wiped the sweat from my forehead. As a seasoned straight guy, I never imagined the inner world of girls could be so rich, though I was only seeing their wishes. In a way, this was like having mind-reading powers. Since fulfilling wishes comes with rewards, why not try an easy one first? Just then, a girl carrying a thick stack of books caught my eye. The wish above her head read, "I wish someone could help me carry these books." A confident smirk crossed my face as I walked toward her, but before I could reach her, another male student beat me to it. He asked, "Need any help, classmate?" The girl immediately refused. "Thanks, but I can manage on my own." Watching this unfold, I thought to myself, is this the legendary case where no from a girl actually means yes? Did you learn something from this video? When a girl says no, sometimes it actually means yes. So I quickly stepped forward, took the stack of books directly from the girl's hands, and asked, "Where do you need these moved?" The girl froze for a moment, her face slightly reddening as she stammered, Just to my dorm door, thanks." As she spoke, her already flushed cheeks turned even redder. Seeing the girl accept my help, I forced down a rising smirk and put on a cold expression. "Let's go," I said. At those two words, the girl gave a slight tremble and obediently followed behind me. The male classmate who just saw the scene was dumbfounded. Why does he get to do it? But I got rejected? After walking for 2.5 minutes, I realized I had underestimated the situation. The stack of books was too heavy to carry, and there was still about a 10-minute walk to the dormitory area. What should I do? Just then, a mechanical system prompt sounded in my mind, detected that the host is performing a task. During task execution, the host will receive corresponding enhancements. As soon as the voice faded, I felt as if I had taken a super strength pill, my body brimming with energy. This system is amazing, otherwise, I would have been embarrassed today. With the system's boost, my back didn't ache, my legs didn't tire, and I had more strength to carry the books. Suddenly, I quickened my pace. The girl following behind thought I was about to collapse and quickly asked with concern, "Senior, are you tired? Do you want me to take over for a while?" She had to rest several times just carrying the books a short distance and knew how heavy they were. Seeing me suddenly speed up, she thought I was about to give out. I gave a light smile, placed the entire stack of books in my left hand, casually slipped my right hand into my pocket, and said, "Not tired, it's no problem." The girl looked at me and couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior, you're amazing." On the surface, I remained expressionless, but inside, I was overjoyed. About 10 minutes later, I placed the books at the security office near the girls' dormitory entrance. The girl nodded slightly and bowed to thank me, saying, "Senior, thank you so much. My roommate will come down later to help me carry them." As she spoke, I accidentally noticed her ample curves trembling slightly. I had been pretending to be aloof the whole time and hadn't dared to look at her face properly. But now I realized she was absolutely stunning. Large, sparkling eyes, a delicate and refined oval face, and a simple ponytail that perfectly embodied the pure and kind traits of a college girl. And beneath that sweet, doll-like face was an enviable figure. I couldn't help but swallow hard. The girl took a step forward, looked at me, and said, "Senior, can I add your WeChat?" I thought to myself, people who often get asked for their WeChat in videos probably know you shouldn't agree right away. Seeing no response from me, her face flushed red, but she mustered her courage and continued, "Senior, I want to add you to thank you for helping me today and find a time to properly repay you." Only then did I calmly take out my phone and open the QR code. "Sure, You can scan mine. The girl quickly pulled out her phone to scan the code. Seeing the friend request on my phone, I immediately accepted it and said, "No need for thanks, it was just a small favor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, I turned and walked away. My retreating figure as cool as a movie protagonist vanishing after the deed, leaving no trace behind. As I walked out of the girls' dormitory, the system's notification sounded in my mind again. Host has completed a wish task. Congratulations on receiving a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Immediately after, my phone buzzed with a bank notification confirming the deposit. The next second, the system chimed again. System has automatically bound the wish task target. Click here to view bound target information. Eagerly, I tapped in, and an information panel appeared before me. Looking at the photo on the panel, I realized it was that Curvaceous Jr. from earlier. So completing a task automatically binds the girl to the system, but what's the point of that? The system immediately clarified my doubts. The host can bind to an unlimited number of targets. Through the system, even without meeting the bound targets, the host can see their latest wishes. When the progress of a bound target reaches 100%, the host permanently gains all temporary bonuses from completing that target's wish tasks during the process. No wonder the divine power disappeared after leaving the dormitory. It turns out the progress needs to reach 100% first. Now with the system, it's easy to see girls' wishes, so achieving success shouldn't be difficult. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's photo and body data on the information panel, I sighed in relief. Thankfully, the bound target is a good-looking girl. If it were someone like Xiao Biluo, that would have been a huge loss. Back in the dorm, my roommate hadn't returned yet, so I decided to explore what other features the system panel had. As soon as I opened the system panel, I noticed a red one in the upper right corner of the bound target. Xia Xiaoyu. Yi hurriedly tapped into Xia Xiaoyu's wish bar and saw a new wish. It's my birthday, and unfortunately, I'm calling mom and dad back from my part-time job this month. There's just over 100 left on the card, and it's going to last until next week before I get paid. I'm dying to try what my housemates say Western food tastes like. In all my life, I've only had one Golden Arches meal, but last time my roommate said the Golden Arches was fast food, not Western food. Western food, is it good? Forget it, I don't want to. Better be honest and go to the cafeteria to buy a bun for dinner. On the wish bar, this wish of Xia Xiaoyu's was marked in detail, and on the right side of this wish, there is a word get quest. So coincidentally, Xia Xiaoyu actually had the same birthday as Lin Coco. Maybe it's fate. Yi smiled faintly. Want to eat Western food, right? Satisfy you. Just in time to test the system. Thus, Yi decisively clicked to receive the mission. Ding! It is detected that the host is on a wish mission. Spending on eating Western food incurred during that mission will be fully reimbursed by the system. Hearing the system's beep, Yi nodded with satisfaction. This system, it's so reliable. It's really whatever you want it to be. Not only can you have a free Western dinner with your pretty schoolmates, and after this mission is completed there is also the usual mission reward of $100,000. Earned numbness. What's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? Holding down the excitement in his heart, Yi opened his cell phone and tapped into Xia Xiaoyu's chat box. After adding their friends in the afternoon, the two simply introduced each other by name. Other than that the two haven't talked about anything. What to ask her out to dinner? Yi slowly rubbed his chin and thought. A moment later, Yi sent a message to Xia Xiaoyu. Are you free tonight? Xia Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was just about to get up to go to the cafeteria, and when she saw the message alert, she immediately opened her phone. Once she saw that it was a message from Yi, for some reason, Xia Xiaoyu's heart trembled slightly. After seeing that Yi asked if she was free tonight, Xia Xiaoyu was even more involuntarily nervous. She wondered, was Yi trying to ask herself out? Senpai, I'm free tonight, what do you want? Xia Xiaoyu's white and tender fingers tapped the screen and sent Yi back. Soon, Yi's new message was sent over again. It's like this. I entered a sweepstakes online 2 days ago and drew a chance for a free Western dinner. But there's a condition for cashing in the prize. The meal must be for a man and a woman. Today is the last day to redeem my prize. And I don't have many other female friends. It just so happens that I met you today. So I was wondering if I could invite you to join me? Looking at the message Yi sent over, Xia Xiaoyu's face climbed up with 2 nice blushes. A lot of information is revealed in a few short sentences. A man and a woman, eating dinner together, and still eating Western food. The roommate in Xia Xiaoyu said that Western food is usually for boyfriends to invite their girlfriends to eat during festivals. Oftentimes, romantic confessions also begin with a bouquet of flowers and a Western dinner. Also, Yaichi stated that he didn't have many other female friends. What's that supposed to mean? Hint? Or maybe it was all meant to be? It just so happens that today is his birthday. And it just so happens that the grand prize of free Western food in Yai-1 doesn't end until today. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoyu blushed so red that she could almost pinch out water. On top of her shyness, There was a hint of panic inside her. The poor family environment had kept Xiaoxiaoyu from coming into contact with something like Western food so far. I've heard that there's a lot of etiquette to keep in mind when eating Western food. Xiaoxiaoyu simply didn't know anything about it. I had my first Western food today, again with Yi. Will ya look down on her for that? The inferiority complex engraved in her bones made Xiaoxiaoyu unavoidably a little timid. But both of them, Yi and Western food, were indeed both tempting to her again. On the other side of the cell phone, Yi saw that Xiaoxiaoyu had been in the state of the other party is typing on the chat box, so he did not slow down and sent over another sentence. I'll be downstairs in your dorm in 5 minutes. Through the short contact, Yi knew that Xiaoxiaoyu ate this. Instead of asking her and getting her opinion, be strong and just make the decision for her. He knew that Xiaoxiaoyu liked this kind of being bossy and considerate at the same time. As expected, after seeing this unrefusable message sent by Yi, Xiaoxiaoyu's body trembled minutely and imperceptibly. Then immediately he went to his locker and rummaged through his best outfit to change into it, and briefly combed his hair. Looking at her own pretty but plain face in the mirror, Xiaoxiaoyu pumped up and gently patted her full chest, as if cheering herself up. A brief practice smile in the mirror followed. After confirming that now was exactly the best state for her, Xiaoxiaoyu hurriedly ran towards the main entrance of the dormitory building. When Xiaoxiaoyu ran to the door of the dormitory building, she saw that Yi was already waiting. The dim light of the street lamp stretched Yi's shadow long. The already slender figure looked a little more depressed. Seeing Yi, Xiaoxiaoyu couldn't stop her face from blushing some more. 1 meter 86.5. Handsome broken hair, handsome face, gentle but calm eyes, and the knot in his throat that twitched slightly in the evening breeze. Yi's appearance grew almost exactly on Xiaoxiaoyu's aesthetic point. Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. Xiaoxiaoyu hurriedly apologized to Yi. Yi waved his hand in a dashing manner without the slightest change in his expression. It's okay, I just got here too. Let's go. Receiving Xiaoxiaoyu, Yi also finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's still kind of tiring to be styled all the time. If Xiaoxiaoyu didn't come out again, Yi really wouldn't be able to hold on. Chapter 5, Not a girlfriend yet. Walk out of the school and take a cab. Yi and Xiaoxiaoyu sat side by side in the back of the car, looking at each other. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. The driver of the internet car, a big brother with a beard, surveyed the duo through the rearview mirror and took the initiative to climb up. Dude, the girlfriend is pretty. I see you're locating the Pine Stream Western restaurant. Are you going on a date? You're so nice to your girlfriend. That's the most upscale Western restaurant in Binchang. Hearing the driver say this, Xiaoxiaoyu was a little flustered for a moment. Her first time eating Western food and Yi takes her to the most upscale restaurant in Binchang? A restaurant like this would have a raffle for a free meal? Is it true or not that Yi won the lottery? It can't be Yi treating himself to a meal out of his own pocket. Would it be a joke for myself? A little dirt girl from the countryside who didn't know anything, to go to such a high-class restaurant to eat. Won't embarrass Yichi. Xiaoxiaoyu nervously clenched the hem of her dress with her hands, a layer of hand sweat seeping out uneasily. These mental activities were not considered to be Xiaoxiaoyu's wish, so Yi naturally could not see it. However, he still keenly noticed Xiaoxiaoyu's discomfort. Combined with those messages seen on the wish bar, Yi could also roughly surmise the reason for Xiaoxiaoyu's nervousness. Having never eaten Western food, and now hearing the driver say that it was the most upscale Western restaurant in Binchang, it was natural to feel a certain sense of uneasiness about this unknown and mysterious thing. Once you've eaten it once and gotten rid of the charm of Western food, I'm sure you won't be so nervous about it in the future. Yi inclined his head, sidling a bit towards Xiaoxiaoyu, and softly spoke in a gentle whisper. Western food is just a different kind of cuisine. It's almost like the difference between fondue, barbecue, and stir-fry. The important thing is to get it in your stomach and eat it. The warm voice softly reached Xiaoxiaoyu's ears. Yi purposely lowered the volume, keeping it at a level that only Xiaoxiaoyu could hear, and Big Brother Driver could not hear. Hearing Yi's words, Xiaoxiaoyu gave Yi a slightly grateful look. The eyes flickered, like there were ripples of water. Xiaoxiaoyu's heart softened, and the nervousness and uneasiness she felt just now dissipated for the most part. Yi was able to guess what she was worried about, which made Xiaoxiaoyu a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. Starting from the afternoon when he domineeringly helped himself to carry the books, Yi seemed to be able to easily see through his little mind. This feeling of being seen through, of being held and at the same time being gently cared for, made Xiaoxiaoyu a little addicted. Seeing Xiaoxiaoyu's small hand that was clenched because of her nervousness finally loosened, Yi then turned his head and explained to the driver's big brother, Master, she's not my girlfriend yet. That's all there is to say. It seemed to be explaining, but it seemed to be a bit of a mouthful. What's the point of not yet a girlfriend? Certainly not the word girlfriend. It's the word yet, not yet, which means it could be in the future. Only not at the moment. Not only does it explain the duo's current relationship, but it also leaves an imaginative ending for their future. The driver understood, and through the rearview mirror past Yi, I understand expression, and said nothing more. As for Xia Xiaoyu beside Yi, her originally relaxed hands were tightly squeezed together again because of Yi's words. Hamachi University is still some distance from the downtown area of Hamachi. 50 minutes later, the car finally drove up to the entrance of the restaurant. The welcoming guest in a refined suit at the entrance of the restaurant politely came forward and helped Yi and Xia Xiaoyu open the car door. The first time she was faced with this kind of considerate and on-point service, Xia Xiaoyu was still a bit uncomfortable. One owed a thank you to the greeter who had opened the car door for her. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu's reaction like this, the welcoming guest who had long been trained as a human spirit could naturally see that this was a little girl who hadn't seen much of the world. No, he didn't dare to despise Xia Xiaoyu because of this, because besides Xia Xiaoyu, there also stood Yi who had a face that was so calm and did not show the slightest bit of stage fright just because he had come to the most upscale Western restaurant in Binzhou. Through the aura emanating from Yi, the welcome guest quickly judged that this must be a master who did not lack money. This is also true. Yi was not the least bit panicked inside at the moment. I don't care how fancy the restaurant is. The system reimburses me for all expenses for today's meal anyway. I'm just a guy who's here for a bully's dinner. What's so vain about it? It's almost like the bottom line. Okay, having money in your pocket is hardening your back. Yi nodded slightly to the welcome guest, who instantly went into work, changing into an expression that was slightly pleasing in its warmth, and guiding the duo into the store. Once seated, the waiter handed over 2 menus. After turning it over, the variety of dishes on it dazzled Xia Xiaoyu. There are more than a dozen kinds of pre-dinner breads alone. Different breads also have to be served with different sauces. But what surprised Xia Xiaoyu was not only the variety, but also the price. She saw that a glass of sparkling water on the menu cost 188. This price Xia Xiaoyu couldn't even think about. All the money she had in her body right now wouldn't add up to enough to order this glass of sparkling water. What can I get for you? The waitress tenderly half-squatted beside Xia Xiaoyu and asked. Considering the priority of ladies, the waiter then planned to let Xia Xiaoyu order first. Xia Xiaoyu subconsciously looked at Yi because this meal was Yi's treat, regardless of whether Yi's claim of winning a free meal was true or false. The understanding Xia Xiaoyu felt that she should consult Yi first when ordering food. Yi understood Xia Xiaoyu's eyes and smiled gently. Just order what you like or what you want to eat. Whatever. Looking at Yi's encouraging and secure eyes, Xia Xiaoyu braced herself and pointed to the 2 dishes on the menu, politely looking at the waitress beside her. Hello, I'll have these 2 dishes. The waitress looked at the 2 dishes Xia Xiaoyu pointed at and nodded her head gently. Yes ma'am. You ordered a French foie gras with caramelized apples and a vegetable bisque. You've already ordered the starter and soup. What about the rest of the things you'd like to see what you need? The waitress still maintained her professional smile and waited for Xia Xiaoyu to continue ordering. But Xia Xiaoyu froze. Headboard? Soup? What do you mean? Isn't this the end? Want to keep ordering? But Xia Xiaoyu didn't know what to order besides the head plate and soup. And those 2 courses combined are already over 300. That's too expensive. At a loss for words, Xia Xiaoyu could only look at Yi once again as if seeking help. Senpai. This panicked look is like a little white rabbit that has mistakenly intruded into the cold modern city from a peaceful green meadow. The newness and the unknown around her made her extremely uneasy. At the moment if there was a thick shell, Xia Xiaoyu hated to shrink the whole person into it. Yi understood, so he looked at the waiter beside Xia Xiaoyu. I'll order the rest for her. I'll have a buttery salmon for the side, and for the entree I'll have the wagyu ribeye, I think, medium rare. For salad, nice salad, and a swan red velvet cake for dessert. The tone was skillful and natural, looking like an old gourmet who frequented the place. While Yi reported, Xia Xiaoyu compared it to look for these dishes Yi said on the menu. All these dishes before and after add up to almost $1,500. Xia Xiaoyu felt her heart pounding, beating faster and faster. 1,500. Enough to feed her in the school cafeteria for 3 months if she was careful. This food, is it gold? Chapter 6, Do you really not remember me? It was also the first time for Yi to come to such an upscale Western restaurant. When he used to be in a relationship with Lin Coco, once on Valentine's Day, he treated Lin Coco to a medium-priced Western meal. That meal used up a month of Yi's living expenses. After walking into this Pine Stream restaurant today, Yi realized that the prices were even higher. Luckily, though, the system is in place to reimburse all expenses for today's meal. So yeah, a little meal doesn't even have to care about the price. Order whatever you want to eat. After helping Xia Xiaoyu order her meal, Yi also ordered a bunch of delicious food for himself. When it came time to order his entree, Yip ordered a huge tomahawk steak. Up to this point, Yi still felt that it was not enough. Today's expenses will be returned to myself after successfully raiding Xia Xiaoyu. That means the more you spend today, the more you get when the time comes, but after ordering all the meals for 2 people, it's only a little over 4,000. It's just not enough to look at. Even completing a wish quest rewards 100,000. How should I order some more? The dishes that have been ordered so far are really enough for 2 people as well. What if I can't eat it all? The system is a rule. You can't pack it in. You can't waste it. Yi thought while casually continuing to look through the menu. It wasn't until he flipped to the list of drinks attached at the end that Yi's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising a bit. Let's have another bottle of this. Yi pointed to a red wine on the wine list with a unit price of $180,000 and said to the waiter. The waiter didn't hesitate for a second after seeing this. As if he was afraid that Yi would back out, he helped Yi place the order at a fast speed. Yes sir, please wait a moment and I'll serve you both right away. After seeing the waiter leave, Xia Xiaoyu poked her body forward, covering her mouth with her right hand falsely, and asked softly, Senpai, that prize you won, is there no limit to the amount of money? Casual? Will we order? It's too expensive. Xia Xiaoyu wasn't stupid either. It would be too costly for such an upscale restaurant to have an event where the winner could order whatever they wanted and eat whatever they wanted. In the end, when Yi ordered the bottle of red wine, Xia Xiaoyu did not see exactly which one Yi ordered, but the wine list she also read. The cheapest red wine is also 7,002. Xia Xiaoyu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to earn this much even if she did a part-time job off campus for a semester. Yi, however, waved his hand in a carefree manner. Don't worry about the price. As long as you enjoy your meal, I have money. Don't worry. The gentleness and kindness shown in Yi's eyes warmed Xia Xiaoyu's heart, but she was still distressed at the thought of spending so much money on a meal. Western food is also too expensive. Senior, your money didn't come from the wind. I know how hard it is to earn money. Xia Xiaoyu raised her small mouth and muttered softly. Looking at the naive young girl in front of him, Yi couldn't help but feel some emotion. Before he and Lin Coco went out to shop and eat, Lin Coco never had the heartache of Yi money to spend more or less. It also never cared that Yi still had enough money left over for his daily life at school. But before that, Yi was still unimpressed by this. He even felt that it was because he was not capable enough. So he was often stingy when spending money on Lin Coco. It wasn't until today when he saw Xia Xiaoyu's reaction that Yi realized that there really would be girls that would put themselves in your shoes and think for you. So that's the girl with the normal 3 views. Like to spend money, like to enjoy is everyone's nature. May not be able to spend money to sympathize with each other's not easy, and therefore more consideration, careful budgeting, we have to rely on the conscience of each. At that moment, the waiter brought 2 glasses of pre-dinner apple sparkling water. Yi raised his cup and gently touched it with Xia Xiaoyu. Well, don't think about it. It's a fun day. Just enjoy it. Happy birthday. These words, Yi was not only saying to Xia Xiaoyu, but also to himself at the same time. Today was the first day of his awakening to the system. From this day forward, his life will be very different from what it was before. But Xia Xiaoyu covered her rosy little mouth in surprise. Senpai, how did you know it was my birthday? I'm sure it's just a little white rabbit who's been involved in the world for a long time. After hearing Yi wishing himself a happy birthday, Xia Xiaoyu's attention had completely shifted from the heartache of how much the meal would cost just now to the question of why Yi would know about his birthday today. Yi also had the exact same intention. Since he was going to invite Xia Xiaoyu to eat Western food, he definitely couldn't let the other party carry such a heavy psychological burden throughout. How can you have a good meal when you're always obsessing about how expensive the meal is? Eating should be a joyful thing to do. So Yi wanted to change the topic to something lighter. You guess. Yi wore a smile on his face and did not answer positively, mostly because he hadn't figured out how to answer that question. You can't say you saw it through the system. Looking at Yi's feigned mysterious expression, Xia Xiaoyu was really thinking seriously. Suddenly, it occurred to her that she had posted a friend wishing herself a happy birthday this morning. Senpai, did you see the friend circle I posted? Hearing Xia Xiaoyu send the answer to the door herself, Yi naturally went along with it. Yeah, just happened to see it when I was swiping through my friends. Yi did not change his face. Inwardly, he was relieved, afraid that Xia Xiaoyu would pursue some more questions that she didn't know how to answer. Yi decided to take the initiative of asking questions into his own hands. By the way, how did you know I was a senior? You'll call me senior when I help you carry your books today. Is it hard to believe that I really look that old? After asking these questions, Yi couldn't help but admire his own resourcefulness. I can't believe I found an angle of attack so quickly. In his scenario, Xia Xiaoyu would have been flustered and explained. Senior, you're not old. You're super handsome. I judged it by your mature and steady demeanor. You're not like those fickle-minded boys at first glance. That kind of answer would be very flattering to Yahichi. After all, being complimented by such a cute elementary school girl was something to be proud of. But the plot didn't develop the way Yi wanted it to. Xia Xiaoyu blinked a pair of big watery eyes, flickering and tilting her head to stare at Ji Gue for a while. Looking at Yi Yi made him a little weak. I have something on my face? Yi Yi asked in disbelief. Only Xia Xiaoyu sighed softly, as if she was a little disappointed. The twinkle in his eyes dimmed slightly as well. The expression also unconsciously took on a bit of aggression. A hint of a premonition that something big was not good surfaced in Yi Yi's heart. As expected, Xia Xiaoyu pouted and said softly, "Senpai, you really don't remember me." Chapter 7, Grievances. I'll buy it. Yi Yi couldn't wait to grab his hair in place and cry out in shock. Xia Xiaoyu with this expression, this tone, as if she was accusing Yi Yi of being that scummy guy who was not responsible after having sex. No, I'm straight, but I'm not a scumbag. Don't bully me for not having a good memory. Okay, when exactly did we meet? Yi Yi stared with wide eyes, his mind frantically recalling, trying to find some clues that the two had met before. But even though Yi Yi had now burned his CPU dri, he couldn't think of when exactly he had crossed paths with Xia Xiaoyu before. It can't be that Xia Xiaoyu remembered it wrong, right? Yi Yi's face was suspicious, but he was afraid to ask. His own question just now had revealed that he didn't remember having contact with Xia Xiaoyu before. If you ask any further, won't that prove your identity as a negative man even more? When it came down to it, he could only play dumb and wait for Xia Xiaoyu to say it herself. Looking at Yi Yi's expression that changed 20 times in 3 seconds, Xia Xiaoyu snorted and laughed. This smile was cute with a hint of shyness. You were at the freshman reception when I checked in on my first day of school freshman year. You helped me carry my bags to the dorm that day, and I'd been told so many things about school along the way. Speaking of which, Yi Yi remembered. Every year, he and his roommates volunteer at the freshman reception, directing newly admitted underclassmen to their appropriate dormitories. However, Yi Yi had received too many people and did not remember the number Xia Xiaoyu at all. Yi Yi scratched his head awkwardly. It shouldn't be. Xia Xiaoyu's delicate and lovely features, and such a contrasting figure. There's no reason why she doesn't have any impression at all. One more time. Ignoring Yi Yi's embarrassment, Xia Xiaoyu continued. That time I came out of the library and it suddenly started pouring. You walked down the road and saw that I didn't have an umbrella with me and offered to take me back to my dorm with it. Ha! Yi Yi was secretly surprised. So you've met twice before? And today, surprisingly, was the third time the two had met. Yi Yi's pretended high and cool expression could no longer be taught and instantly collapsed. Could it be that because he only had Lin Coco in his heart before, he wasn't impressed with any other girls? Thinking of this, Yi Yi shook his head and rejected this explanation. Maybe it was because the clothes Xia Xiaoyu wore before were in a casual and loose style, hiding her huge advantages. So Yi Yi didn't have an impression. Looking at the two small mountains in front of him that followed his figure and swayed slightly, Yi Yi unconsciously swallowed his saliva. This is simply, it's so magnificent. Senpai, you really don't even remember? Xia Xiaoyu's brittle voice pulled back Yi Yi's deserted eyes in time. Ah, remember. Of course I remember. Yi Yi tried to adjust his facial expression. His voice was unconsciously a few degrees higher. I said why you looked familiar when I saw you walking around today. I remembered it all when you reminded me. The desire to explain was a little loud, and several tables around the room looked this way. Right at this moment, not far from Yi Yi's table, a puzzled voice rang out. Leaf 1? Why are you here? The person who spoke stepped on a pair of high heels and barreled over to Yi Yi. Yi Yi looked up and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. I can't believe I ran into Lin Coco here. After seeing the youthful and beautiful Xia Xiaoyu sitting opposite Yi Yi, Lin Coco's face was extremely unhappy. Yaichi, what are you doing here? This sultry tone mixed with a hint of reproach made Yi Yi a little flustered for a moment, as if he was now a womanizer who had been caught cheating on his wife. But just after tensing up for a brief 0.1 seconds, Yi Yi recalled in time. Holy, what am I being vain about? It was clearly you, Coco Lamb, who seamlessly found the next family. What gives you the right to come and question me now? Who gave you that face? Here to eat, of course. Or what? Did you come to use the restroom? When these words were cursed out, Yi Yi always felt strange. When the mouth is fast, the brain doesn't follow much. It's as if that statement also inadvertently pulls down the class of eating here as well. Lin Coco blared at Yi Yi in a very unconvincing manner, then uncontrollably turned her gaze back to Xia Xiaoyu. Childlike, magnificent, rustic and unadorned, yet youthful, especially the features on that face. Lin Coco asked herself that if she was equally veiled, she had no advantage in front of this Xia Xiaoyu. Abominable. Lin Coco felt very upset in her heart. I'm not afraid of meeting my ex by chance, but I'm afraid of meeting my ex by chance when my ex is surrounded by a current one who is better than I am. Women are climbers, and the purpose of climbing is to win. Although Lin Coco was unwilling to admit it in her heart, but after seeing Xia Xiaoyu's sweet and lovely facial features, and the figure that the thin singlet could not cover, and which was ready to call out. A sense of frustration inexplicably grew in Lin Coco's heart. Feeling Lin Coco's hostile eyes, Xia Xiaoyu shrunk her neck and looked towards Yi. Senpai, before Yi could make a reply, Lin Coco instead wrapped her hands around her chest and spoke first with a high hand. Ex-girlfriend, okay Yi. Why didn't I realize you were so capable before? Just broke up with me and hooked up with a new one? Lin Coco was conspiratorial and her tone was very unpleasant, and the words even stole the concept. It seemed like he was the one who was dumped by Yi. Yi, on the other hand, is an unapologetic scumbag. Yi grunted and his expression began to grow a little impatient. Isn't it normal that you didn't realize it before? After all, you're blind. Offering to throw herself at someone for a measly concert ticket. Your love is cheap. In a few words, Yi threw back all the dirty water that Lin Coco had thrown over without a drop. True injury plus taunt directly broke Lin Coco's defense. Cheap? Ha! Lin Coco laughed contemptuously. Joe Boheo knows it's my birthday today and specially invited me here for a Western dinner. This is the most upscale Western restaurant in all of Binchang. You know? Hearing these words that Lin Coco wanted to use to hit herself, Yi looked at Lin Coco as if she was looking at a stupid lack. I know. Can't you see I'm here to eat too? Yi couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. What? Just because Cho Boho invited you to eat here, it means he's superior. I come here to eat and you turn a blind eye? Yi didn't know what was wrong with Lin Coco's brain circuits. Just as Lin Coco was pointing at Yi and wanted to say something, the waiter came over with the bottle of red wine Yi had just ordered. Chapter 8, No Martial Virtue. Sir, here's the drink you just ordered. To confirm with you one last time, this bottle costs $188,000. Do I need to open it for you now? The sound of Yi and Lin Coco talking just now was not loud. In public, neither of them wanted to be too embarrassed, so both deliberately lowered their volume. So the waiter didn't know what they had just said. Just think of them as acquaintances meeting and greeting. It wasn't until he approached with the wine and finished what he had just said that he realized the atmosphere seemed a little off. The waitress clearly felt that after she introduced the price of this bottle of red wine, the two women across from this man both revealed unbelievable looks. But there is also a subtle difference between these two eyes. The girl who was sitting there was incredulous with a mixture of flattered and fleshed-out god-awful emotions. The girl standing, on the other hand, had embarrassment and a hint of frustration mixed in with her incredulity. A keen sixth sense told this waitress that at this table, there was a vague smell of gunpowder coming out. No problem, drive. The wine was ordered by Yi, and the order to open the wine was naturally given by Yi. The tone was flat. Not the slightest hesitation or deliberateness could be heard. It's as if opening a bottle of $180,000 of red wine is the same as opening a bottle of iced tea with a thank you for your patronage printed on it. Holy, Richie rich. This was the comment that the waitress made to Yi at that moment. And a low-key rich kid, not a single name brand on his body. Rich kids like this who are low-key and unassuming can be too rare. A man, going out, who relies solely on his clothes to show his wealth, is ultimately too low. As a waitress at the most upscale Western restaurant in Binchang, the people you see most every day are rich people. Nowadays, these rich people like to show off their wealth in a more euphemistic way. Like, bring a good-looking woman around. The waitress glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, instantly brainstormed a scene in which the gold master's father took the adopted college girl to dinner and then was bumped into by the object of his ambiguity. While gossiping, the waitress couldn't help but envy the little girl who looked clean and simple with a hint of earthiness. I want to be adopted too. Seeing this wish that suddenly appeared on the head of the waitress, Yi's eyebrows danced uncontrollably. No, if you want to be adopted, you want to be adopted. What do you mean also wants to be adopted? Who's the other one who's been bagged? Miss, have you misunderstood something? This wish of yours, it's hard for me to be satisfied. Not that the package won't work. According to the system rules, the system would definitely give financial support once this wish quest was taken on. Maybe just like with this Western dinner, the package should be fully reimbursed. But, the hard part of this mission is the word also. Is it possible that you'll have to adopt someone else before you adopt her? There's no one else here right now. Xiaoyu? What's the point? It's already very abrupt for myself to ask someone out for Western food today. If he rashly made a more unreasonable request, he was afraid that people would shout in public that they were catching hooligans. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. Yi pressed down the small fluttering in his heart and forced himself not to collect the wish quest above the waitress's head. Ahem. Yi cleared his throat and reminded the waitress whose thoughts were still wandering. The waitress came back to her senses, a hint of unfulfilled fantasy still lingering in her eyes. It was only when he saw the wine in his hand that he remembered what he was here for. So he hastily uncorked the red wine and poured it into the wake. Please wait a moment. I'll serve you both now. Thinking of the crazy thoughts that had just sprung up uncontrollably in her heart, the waitress couldn't help but blush. The voice was also a few shades thinner. Yi skimmed his mouth. then coldly looked at Lin Coco, the uninvited guest. Lin Coco's expression was a bit complicated, but it looked as if she had no intention of leaving. No eyesight. Can't you see that you and your schoolmate are about to start eating? Still not leaving? Waiting to pick up our leftovers? When it comes to bickering, Yi has always been on fire. Only before, because he and Lin Kiki were a couple. Yi had never said half a heavy word to her, but now that you've dumped me, if I still stutter and don't even dare to fart, am I still a man? Feeling Yi's unfriendly attitude, Lin Coco was ultimately weak. Moreover, the matter of Yi's pointing out a bottle of $180,800,000 of red wine had brought her a great shock. She knew Yi, a person who couldn't even spare a few $1,000s for a concert ticket, would actually order such an astronomically priced bottle of red wine? Where did he get that kind of money? You know, there's nothing left of this red wine when you're done with it. What's the difference between that and throwing $188,000 straight into the water? Lin Coco suddenly realized at this moment that she seemed to be a bit unable to understand this man, but it's really not a good time to keep dwelling on it. Joe Boheo was still waiting for her. If we continue to spend time here, Joe Boheo should be unhappy. Humph. Lin Coco stomped her foot and turned to leave. This last stubborn but feeble hump seemed to be just to make herself look like she hadn't lost too badly. Senpai, I'd like to ask. After Lin Coco left, Yi looked back and met Xia Xiaoyu's eyes with suspicion. Although he and Xia Xiaoyu were innocent of any wrongdoing, for some reason, seeing this look in Xia Xiaoyu's eyes, Yi always felt that he needed to explain. Me and her. She's my ex-girlfriend. Just broke up today. No, to be precise, I just got dumped today. Don't think too much. I'm not trying to use you to irritate her. I didn't know she'd be here too. The more he explained, the more Yi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. What was he doing talking to Xia Xiaoyu about this? The two would have met today, and he had only invited Xia Xiaoyu to eat Western food in order to fulfill the system's wish quest. How come now it's made to look like two people are in a relationship and then unintentionally run into their exes? Ahem. No. Hearing Yi's explanation, Xia Xiaoyu also looked a little embarrassed. Hastily shaking his head, he interrupted Yi. Senpai, I meant to ask, these cutlery, how are they going to be used? By now, the appetizers were being served, and Xia Xiaoyu looked at the 3 dinner knives and 3 forks and a spoon that were placed in front of her and blushed. The only Western etiquette she had ever heard of was left fork, right knife, but so many knives and forks, how exactly should I use them? This made Xia Xiaoyu difficult. Originally, she wanted to ask Yi about it, but she didn't expect Yi to explain about him and Lin Coco to himself before she could hear her question. Yi who heard this hated to find a crack in the ground. He flashed in place and hit the wall, and a set of combos and big moves all threw him out of the air. And then you tell me you just wanted to come up and fill in? Young man, it's not martial arts. Chapter 9 Sensitive Skin. Ooh, cutlery. This is easy. Now eat X. Ah shucks. 4 appetizers. Just start with the outermost set of knives and forks. Then in order from the outside in. Use a corresponding set of utensils for each dish. Yi hastily pulled the topic back, but the pretense of being high and mighty can't be recovered. Yi casually picked up the white square dining cloth on the table and folded it into a triangle on his lap. Then reaching for his knife and fork, he demonstratively sliced off a small piece of foie gras and brought it to his mouth with his fork stuck in it. Sip and savor the rich, sweet aftertaste. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoyu also imitated Yi's appearance and lifted her knife and fork to eat in a raw manner. After just one taste, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes glowed with an undisguised light. It's delicious. What a dense texture. This was the first time Xia Xiaoyu had ever eaten something like foie gras. Originally, I thought foie gras was supposed to taste similar to pork liver, but I didn't expect it to be so amazing after just one taste. But, senpai, why do you think the foie gras is so big? My old family home raised their own chickens, ducks and geese, but our geese, the liver was probably half the size of this one. Could it be because Western food uses a different breed of goose? Xia Xiaoyu revealed the eyes of a curious baby. Yi wiped his mouth with a paper towel and patiently explained the process of making foie gras, and the dehumanizing filler feeding method. No, it should be called fill the goose, to be precise. After hearing this, Xia Xiaoyu's face showed her intolerance, whispered emotion. So cruel. Those geese are so pitiful, born and immobilized there, with nothing to do but eat desperately and wait desperately to die. After all, she is a young girl, and in her heart she always thinks that the world should be innocent and lovely, thinking that truth and beauty is the tone the world should have. However, Yi had long been clear that the weak and the strong were the only laws in this world. No one wants to live like those geese who can only eat and die every day. But how many people live even worse than these geese? To have the ability to be able to dominate your life, you must become strong enough. Mourning and sympathy, those are emotions only for the weak. Those who are strong, only keep moving forward, and only keep moving forward. especially now that he had awakened the system. Yi felt that deep down, the ambitious ambition he had buried since he was a teenager might actually be realized one day. Of course, far from it, all this is an afterthought. Yi's thoughts pulled back and he poured himself a small glass of red wine. Shaking his glass lightly, he took a small sip, to eliminate the effect of the last dish you ate on the flavor of the next. After finishing a dish, take a sip of wine to neutralize the residue of flavors in your cavity. Generally white meat goes with white wine and red meat goes with red wine. All of this knowledge was seen by Yi when he was bored and brushed the video. In his spare time, Yi loves to watch all kinds of messy videos to pass the time. It happens to be a day to live and show off. Senior, you know so much. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes gradually became somewhat worshipful as she looked at Yi. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's eyes, Yi's heart was filled with the satisfaction of successfully pretending. Xia Xiaoyu radar progress shows that it's already 49.82%. It went up almost 18% in the time it took to eat a meal. At this rate, Yi felt that he would soon be able to complete the raid mission. Here, yo, you try it too. Yi poured a shallow layer of red wine for Xia Xiaoyu as well. Hearing Yi call himself Xiaoyu, Xia Xiaoyu's face had already flushed before she even drank. The pink cheeks were written with the blush of a young girl's heart. Ever since she was a little girl, it seemed like the only people who ever called her that were from her family. After entering the university, because of the family situation, the inner some inferiority complex Xia Xiaoyu habitually and the people around to keep a distance, like a snail, always cowering in its shell, avoiding the outside world from seeing her vulnerable heart. And her classmates, even her housemates, don't deliberately seek her out. Everyone, by default, had nothing in common with this little dirt girl. Dressing up, traveling on vacation, or celebrity gossip. Xia Xiaoyu knows very little, plus because of the lack of self-confidence, so Xia Xiaoyu usually wears some loose, old style, and even has been washed to some faded white casual sportswear. The amazing body was something not even her housemates had seen much of. Therefore, in the eyes of her classmates, Xia Xiaoyu seemed to always be the one with the least presence. Just a little transparency in the crowd. So when she heard Yi call herself so intimately today, Xia Xiaoyu was a little shy for a moment. Yi is so handsome and domineering, and knows a lot about everything. Still very patient with myself. There was no looking down on myself for not having seen the world. Now she heard this man with a glittering body call herself Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu felt like there was a lively deer in her heart that gradually began to bump around. Radar progress 51.31%. With just one name call, Xia Xiaoyu's raid progress went up again. Receiving the tall glass handed by Yi, Xia Xiaoyu tilted her head and drank it all in one go. A drop of red wine flowed from the corner of Xia Xiaoyu's mouth and slid down her white neck. Wine. Xia Xiaoyu also drank for the first time in her life. I didn't expect to get such an expensive first drink. 188,000. It was only after drinking it that Xia Xiaoyu began to take stock. How many chickens, ducks, and geese would my parents have to sell in the old country to make $188,000? I'm afraid I'm going to need thousands for this bite today. For the first time in my life, I've been so extravagant. I'm afraid it's the only time I've been able to be so extravagant. Thanks to Yi, she was given this chance to have a handful of luxury. Radar progress 52.49%. Seeing the drop of wine on Xia Xiaoyu's neck, Yi took a piece of paper and reached out to help Xia Xiaoyu gently wipe it away. Slow down. Red wine has an aftertaste. You probably don't feel much of an entrance right now, but wait until the aftertaste hits you. You'll be drunk. Yi spoke in a gentle tone of concern. Then he folded the sheet of paper that he had helped Xia Xiaoyu wipe the wine with and placed it on his right-hand side. Xia Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes flowed. It was also the first time a boy had touched her neck, though separated by a thin sheet of paper. But it's also only separated by a thin sheet of paper. You can be bossy when it's time to be bossy and considerate when it's time to be considerate. This gentleman's action caused Xia Xiaoyu's body to stop trembling slightly. Radar progress 58.65%. Looking at the rising progress of the raid, Yi didn't know what to do for a moment. The rise was so fast that it was completely out of Yi's expectation. In Yi's original plan, he also wanted to artificially and deliberately lengthen the process of raiding. Use this to brush up on more wish quests to make it easier to get more rewards after a successful raid. But look at this upward trend in Xia Xiaoyu. It's just around the corner. Didn't you just wipe up her dripping wine yourself? How the favorability rating went up like a rocket. Could it be that? Sensitive skin? Chapter 10, Where to Stay the Night. After drinking and eating, Yi contentedly leaned on the back of the chair and carefully wiped his mouth. A bottle of red wine was also drunk by both of them. Yi insisted on finishing it because the system had a rule that this meal today could not be packed or wasted. And Xia Xiaoyu insisted on finishing it because the bottle was too expensive. It would be a waste to waste it. So, in the end, the two guys basically drank half a bottle each. Yi's ability to drink was not bad. Half a bottle of red wine was harmless to him, but Xia Xiaoyu, for the first time in her life, drank red wine. When he drank it, his mouth was soft, and Xia Xiaoyu still felt that it was not a big deal. Back home, she'd sneaked a drink of her dad's doppelganger. That's called spicy. Take a sip and it burns all the way from your tongue to your heart. But this red wine tastes nothing like that. This made Xia Xiaoyu think for a moment that her ability to drink should belong to the category of being naturally very good. For Yi Yi's previous admonition that the red wine has a strong aftertaste, he did not pay attention to this matter. But now, the dizziness made Xia Xiaoyu realize that she was still too young and too confident. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's groggy desire to get down and sleep, Yi Yi reached out and beckoned the waiter. Buy the bill. The waitress sniffed and handed over the consumption slip with a smile. It's a total payment of $220,000 out of pocket. There is a 15% service charge in addition to the consumption of a la carte food and drinks. Take a look, sir, and if it's okay I'll go get you the swipe machine. The waitress's tone was pleasing, and she appeared to be particularly attentive to Yi Yi's table. The waiter gets the lion's share of this extra 15% service charge. Today, Yi Yi's table made her earn more than $20,000 more. You know, she only makes $7,000 a month. The waitress wondered if she should leave Yi Yi her contact information later, although Yi Yi already had a little earth girl by his side now. But what if he gets tired of playing one day? All these rich kids must be very philandering. Maybe in the future you'll get a chance yourself. Yi Yi took the slip, gave it a cursory glance, and nodded. A text message was then received on the phone. Tap on it and it's a call from the system for money. The amount credited is exactly the same as the total amount on the bill. The system is conscientious and knows to reimburse you in advance. Yi Yi recognized the system a little more. Swipe your card and pay, all in one go, without the slightest hesitation. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Xia Xiaoyu's wish to eat Western food was accomplished, and Yi Yi got his reward as he wished. A meal of over $200,000 for nothing, and $100,000 afterward. Who says pie in the sky doesn't fall? Look at this pie, it's big and round. After paying the bill, the waitress even fawned and handed Yi Yi her business card. Sir, if you come back to dine in the future, you can ask me for a reservation in advance. After saying that, he even winked at Yi Yi. In her heart, she calculated that if Yi Yi really came back next time, she must purposely change a pair of stockings that were a bit more transparent and thinner. These are a bit thick today and don't show off their supple legs at all. But Yi Yi didn't have the heart to pay attention to that much at the moment. Xia Xiaoyu was already drunk and red in the face. Picking up Xia Xiaoyu, Yi Yi then walked towards the door. When the two of them passed by Lin Coco's table, they clearly felt Lin Coco's eyes that looked like knives thrown at them. Of course, Yi Yi glared back nonchalantly. That look seemed to be telling Lin Coco, look at your horse. Walking out of the Western restaurant, it was almost close to 9 o'clock in the evening. The gentle evening breeze blew by, and Yi Yi's wine was almost awake, but Xia Xiaoyu was still softly leaning on Yi Yi. That pair of full and elastic mountains also uncontrollably rubbed over Yi Yi's arm. It messed with Yi Yi's mind. It's so late and Xia Xiaoyu is drunk again. Radar progress is also set at 71%. 60 points would be a pass on a 100-point test, so 71% progress on the raid should count as a favorite. It had to be said that this kind of unseen and simple-minded little girl was also too easy to be raided. I'm afraid she doesn't even realize how much of a steal she'd be if she dressed herself up in a serious way. Yi Yi reached out and tenderly helped Xia Xiaoyu straighten the hair on her forehead. The little face that was reddened by the wine was extraordinarily cute. Yi Yi couldn't help it and just wanted to pinch this well-behaved face. But the drunken Xia Xiaoyu grabbed his hand. Hawk, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. The aftertaste of the red wine made Xia Xiaoyu unable to lift her eyelids now. It feels like the whole world is spinning around. If it wasn't for Yi Yi holding him up, I'm afraid he would be on the ground in the next second. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu in this drunken state, Yi Yi made a mistake. Take her back to her dorm? I can't even get into the women's dormitory. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's current appearance, it's hard to walk. 2 steps and I'm afraid I'll fall. If she bothered the hostess aunt to send her in, then the hostess aunt would have to know that Xia Xiaoyu had been drinking. The school has a rule that if a student is found to be intoxicated, he or she is to be criticized. So it seemed obvious that going back to the dormitory would not be appropriate. So, to the hotel? 2 people alone. Will it? Not so good. If Xia Xiaoyu was now awake and willing, then Yi Yi would definitely be the one to do it. Joking aside, how can a normal man, at least, run away from the battle? But now Xia Xiaoyu was in an unconscious state. Yi Yi didn't want to do anything to take advantage of people. There's no way around it. Who made him a good guy? And there's no need to rush this kind of thing. Anyway, the good sense is already so high. It's a long time coming. but to go to a hotel. Yi reached out and touched his right pants pocket. Fortunately he had the habit of carrying his ID card with him. What about Xiaoyu? Yi looked at it, and then moved gently to also touch Xiaoyu's right pants pocket. Phew, okay, looks like she's in the habit of carrying her ID around too. With a princess hug, Yi picked up the confused Xiaoyu and walked towards the nearest hotel in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, the temporary power bonus given by the system when moving books in the afternoon had disappeared. It was a slight effort to pick up Xiaoyu now. On the way to the hotel, Yi also put Xiaoyu down from her arms midway and rested 3 or 4 times. It's a good thing she's drunk and doesn't know anything. Otherwise, if you see how hard it is for me to hold her, I'd have to pretend that I was moving books this afternoon for nothing. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, after the last rest, Yi picked up Xiaoyu once again with a bang and walked into the hotel. Hello, please check us in. Yi put Xiaoyu on the sofa in the lobby and handed the 2 people's ID cards to the front desk boy. The little brother willed it and opened a king-size room at a rapid pace. Your room is on the 66th floor, 6678. ID room cards please. Our breakfast hours are from 7 to 10 in the morning. The restaurant is on the 2nd floor. Enjoy your stay, both of you. The receptionist gave Yi a "I'll watch you" expression, and then politely pointed in the direction of the elevator. Yi, however, was made to feel a bit like a thief. Picking up Xiaoyu, he walked in the direction of the elevator. Chapter 11, Being Good. Holding Xiaoyu, Yi pinched the room card and swiped it 3 or 4 times before he struggled to swipe open the door. Put your back against the door and push the room open with your body. Yi gently put Xiaoyu on the bed. This hotel is 5-star. It's 1,600 a night. Yi didn't intentionally want to stay in such an expensive hotel. It's really that this hotel is the closest to a Western restaurant. Yi couldn't really walk too far with Xiaoyu in his arms, and after completing the 2 wish quests, Yi got a total of 200,000 rewards. This reward is all gleaned from Xiaoyu. It was only right to treat Xiaoyu to a better hotel now. Consider it a customer appreciation. The motorized curtains are automatically drawn when they sense the occupants entering the house. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of the coastal city is breathtaking. The room was softly lit, quiet and cozy. Outside the window was a starry night sky, and a neon city. The Bluetooth stereo at the head of the room's bed automatically played jazz music with a soft, soothing rhythm. So this is the romance. This is the mood? With such a good time, Yi felt that if he didn't do something, he seemed to be sorry for the atmosphere. Thinking of this, Leafy looked toward the bed consciously. Xiaoyu was lying on the bed, probably sensing that she was in a warm and soft place. The features that had been screwed together because of the uncomfortable dizziness gradually unfolded. Breathing gradually steadied and he fell into a deep sleep, like a nice and sweet kitten. Yi's eyes, however, were unconsciously attracted by the pair of hills in front of Xiaoyu that rose and fell with the rhythm of her breathing. Is it that big? Is it that big even when you're lying down? I'll just sleep with her in my arms. It should be. It's okay too, mostly because she's drunk, and if she gets hard and wants to throw up in the middle of the night, I'll still be the first to take care of her. Thinking of this, Yi looked like he had finally found himself a grand excuse, so he stood up and headed for the bed. With every step, Yi felt his heart beat 1 point heavier. Right at this moment, the system beep in his head rang out in an inopportune manner. Ding! Activating temporary mission. The host can currently choose A. Sleep in the bed with Xiaoyu. You can get a reward, a fine of $200,000. B. Being a good guy and going to sleep on the couch by yourself for a night can be rewarded with a secret about the class flower. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi didn't hold back his curses. What a tie system. The reward gained was a fine of $200,000? You need to listen to what you're saying. Is this a ing reward or a punishment? You got your language from a gym teacher? I got a total of 200,000 rewards today. There was a $1,500 deducted when I paid for the room just now. Where's the money to fine you $200,000 now? Will you sell me out? Yi hated his teeth. If you have money in your pocket, bite the bullet and fine it. It's not a loss to be able to hold Xiaoyu warm and soft to sleep for a night. You'll earn it back by the time you do a few more wish quests anyway. But this system, it was obvious that it didn't want Yi to get what he wanted today. What else can I do here but pick B? Dog system, forcing me to be the good guy again. Aha! Yi was so angry that he punched and kicked the air in place. A stance of dragging the system out and beating it to death, until more than half a minute later, the energy was almost depleted, and Yi had calmed down a little. Patting himself on the chest, he took a deep breath to adjust his emotions. Alas, a good meal is not too late. There's always a chance later. Just be a good guy for today for now. Rewarding the secrets of the class flower. Class flower Jang Chui? What would knowing her secret do? Never mind. There's no choice. That's it. System, I'll go with B. These words, Yi said unwillingly. Ding, the host's mind is detected. Please ask the host to go to sleep on the couch. The reward will be issued in the morning after checking out. Good night to the host. For some reason, the system's cold mechanical tone without any emotion, at this moment in Yi's ears, but felt cheap and full of mockery. Yi hung his head down on the sofa and sighed helplessly at the ceiling. Reluctantly, he glanced sideways again at Xiaoyu, who was already asleep on the bed, then sweeping his eyes shut. The next morning, early, 7 o'clock, the rising sun spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the immaculately white king-sized bed. Last night Yi went to sleep as soon as he lay down on the sofa, and the curtains were not drawn. The bright sunlight was a bit harsh. The sleeping Xiaoyu frowned, stretched and rubbed her eyes as she climbed out of bed. With great difficulty, Xiaoyu opened her eyes, but there was some doubt in her head. Why is the dormitory sun so high today? It shouldn't be. One's bed faces west, and usually only gets direct sunlight in the afternoon. You slept through the afternoon by yourself? Not good. Overslept. We have classes in the morning. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu snapped out of it. But what came into view was a large and quiet room. Where is this? Not the dorms? Why am I here? What I did yesterday? What did I do yesterday? Evening. Western food. Drinks. Rubbing her dizzy head, Xiaoyu recalled for a while before remembering what happened last night. I seem to have drunk too much myself. I only remember Yi helping himself out of the Western restaurant. Nothing after that rings a bell at all. Could it be? This room is opened by Yi? Last night a man and a woman were alone. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's face flushed for a while and then went white. Subconsciously, he glanced down at his clothing. Neatly dressed. Didn't even take his shoes off. Xiaoyu sighed in relief. She's an adult and naturally knows what happens when a man and a woman share a room. Though several of her housemates often stayed out late because they were dating their boyfriends. But Xiaoyu was not prepared for this inside. After seeing that she hadn't been unwrapped yet for the time being, Xiaoyu was both grounded, warm, and touched inside. By the way, where's the senior? Xiaoyu looked around. Finally, he saw Yi who was lying on the sofa sleeping on all fours. Yi was sleeping soundly at this moment, and along with his breathing, there was a slight snoring sound. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu revealed a sweet smile, her eyes curving into a nice crescent shape. The soundly sleeping Yi looked extraordinarily cute to Xiaoyu, making people feel extra secure. Getting up and out of bed, Xiaoyu was ready to go to the bathroom first to brush her teeth and wash her face. But just as I stood up, I realized that the after effects of the hangover hadn't worn off. The head was still a little dizzy. Legs are also a little sore. One didn't stand still and actually fell straight at the sofa. The sleeping Yi on the sofa, on the other hand, was not the least bit aware of this impending danger. Thud! Xiaoyu's entire body fell heavily onto Yi's body. The forehead hit Yi's cheek. It hurts. Chapter 12. There is a bargain to be made. Yi was originally still dreaming. In his dream, Yi dreamt that he was an honest scholar in ancient times, who unintentionally intruded into the scene of the Marquis daughter throwing an embroidered ball to invite her to marry. The Marquis daughter's red veil covered her face and her beautiful eyes. The delicate features were hidden by the breeze. A pair of lotus root arms, white and tender, green fingers pinched the corner of the embroidery ball. Is thinking about which direction to throw, and the crowd off stage had long been restless. One hand fought its way upward, waving, trying to attract the attention of the Marquis daughter. In a trance, Yi saw that the Marquis daughter seemed to have glanced at herself. That one glance was flavorful and charming. In the next second, the embroidered ball flew over in Yi's direction. Yi reached out for it, but in the field of vision, the hydrangea suddenly began to swell. Then it gets bigger and bigger. In the end, it even manifested the appearance of that Marquis daughter. A luscious and delicate body just heavily smashed into Yi's arms. It also smashed into Yi's heart. It hurts. Yi suddenly woke up from his dream and snapped his eyes open. The real touch in his arms made Yi realize that this was not a dream. It smells so good, so soft. How come there's really someone in his arms? Sensing that Yi had woken up, Xiaoyu poked her head out of Yi's arms like a small child who had done something wrong. Senpai. Sorry, I didn't stand still. Big watery eyes just blinked. At the moment there was only a fist's worth of distance between their lips. Xiaoyu could hear Yi's breathing that suddenly became a bit rapid, and Yi could also feel Xiaoyu's steeply accelerated heartbeat. Ahem. Xiaoyu coughed twice, trying to break the awkwardness at hand. Then it was ready to climb up. With the departure of Xiaoyu's body, the piece of Yi's arms that was originally covered by Xiaoyu's warmth also rapidly turned cold. This sudden sense of withdrawal caused Yi to lose something in his heart. Yi suddenly kind of craved the feeling of being pressed down just now. If only. I wish I could hold you a little longer. An inexplicable urge surged into Yi's brain. Then Yi's arms encircled Xia Xiaoyu, who was about to get up, and he took Xia Xiaoyu back into his arms again. Hawk! Hawk! Yi's movements caught Xia Xiaoyu off guard. The panicked heart beat harder. Two pink colors couldn't help but float up on his face as well. Blushing, eyes flashing, Yi didn't explain either. Just said simply and domineeringly, "Don't move. You'll get dizzy if you get up too hard." Hearing this slightly commanding tone, Xia Xiaoyu's body couldn't stop trembling slightly, and the movements that she had originally tried to struggle because of her shyness also stopped, obediently lying on Yi's chest, like an obedient kitten. Not a single movement. Yi silently reminded in his head, "It was she who fell into my arms." Not exactly failing to comply with the options given by the system last night. I was honestly sleeping on the couch all night. It's just that this kind of cheapness that delivers itself. As the saying goes, there are bargains to be had. The unique scent of a young girl on Xia Xiaoyu's body drifted along the air, silkily drifting into Yi's nostrils. The soft and sticky body lying in Yi's arms also made Yi's heart apoplectic. Feeling the subtle changes in Yi's body, Xia Xiaoyu's red tender cheeks burned even redder. The teacher used to teach this in biology class. So, Xia Xiaoyu knew what it was like. Hawk, senpai, I'm today. There's still classes to attend. 10 a.m. It was just after 7. A long time before classes started. Yi even wondered if Xia Xiaoyu was saying this to remind himself that if he was going to do anything, then he should hurry up. But after seeing the 27% rate progress on Xia Xiaoyu's head, Yi knew that Xia Xiaoyu wasn't ready yet. It's not ready, at least not in this present moment. Forget it. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Ahem. Let's go ahead and have breakfast then. I happen to be a little hungry. Yi's old face reddened as he helped Xia Xiaoyu sit up from the sofa and reached for his shoes. And I don't know if by this hungry he means hungry, or, senior, then I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. Xia Xiaoyu, red-faced, ran into the bathroom like a smoke. The breakfast buffet at the hotel was very generous. After all, it is a 5-star hotel with a wide range of dishes. Xia Xiaoyu looked east and west in novelty. That freshness was nothing less than last night at the Western restaurant. Senpai, do you see what I've taken? First time I've seen one of these, eh? Is this a fruit? It smells delicious, but this shell is so thick. How does this eat? Xia Xiaoyu was like a little white rabbit, carrying a big plate of the dishes that had just been brought in, jumping up and down in front of Yi, talking excitedly. Yi picked up the fruit that Xia Xiaoyu was talking about, cut it with the table knife and handed it to Xia Xiaoyu. It's passion fruit. You taste it. Looking at the black and yellow seeds in the pulp, Xia Xiaoyu revealed an expression that looked like this. That's a passion fruit. I know. I've seen my roommate drink passion fruit milk tea. It does smell good. Sweet and sour. After taking a taste, Xia Xiaoyu danced with joy, her face overflowing with happiness. Yo, try this again. Yi took a small piece of Elvis Presley durian and put it in front of Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu put up her cute little nose and sniffed, then looked up with a hesitant face. Senpai, is this broken? Yi laughed. It's a durian, and durians all smell a little stinky. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. She had heard of the fruit durian, but also, I heard my roommates gossiping about it in the dorm. She had always wondered what a durian would taste like. Use chopsticks to take off a small piece and gently put it in your mouth. The features on Xia Xiaoyu's face that were originally wrinkled because of the stench gradually stretched out as the fruity aroma filled her mouth. Yummy! It was hard to hide her happiness when she ate something delicious. The young girl in front of her was really unusually easy to satisfy. Yi was a little lost in thought for a moment. He thought back to when he used to be with Lin Coco. Initially, Lin Coco was as easily satisfied as Xia Xiaoyu. A bowl of hot and spicy food in front of the school feels sweet. But gradually, Yi realized that Lin Coco's threshold for satisfaction was getting higher and higher. Started asking Yi to buy her designer clothes and take her to high-end restaurants for dinner. And take it for granted. Yi thought back to that time when he seemed to have to use all his strength to barely see Lin Coco show a smile. What's on your mind, senpai? Seeing Yi in a daze, Xia Xiaoyu handed over a slice of toast smeared with jam. Yi returned to his senses and took a bite of the bread. Sweet. The dopamine brought by the food made Yi temporarily forget those unpleasant things. Seeing Yi showing satisfaction, Xia Xiaoyu rested her cheeks with one hand and her eyes curved into a nice crescent shape. Chapter 13, Did you guys stay together last night? After breakfast, Yi took Xia Xiaoyu to the front desk to check out. After the formalities were completed, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. According to the option chosen by the host, the corresponding reward is being distributed. Reward has arrived. Please check with the host. Yi saw that the system panel showed that a video file had been received. Is this the secret of class flower Jiang Chui? What the hell is it? At this moment, Xia Xiaoyu was by his side, and Yi was not convenient to check it now. It wasn't until the two of them were in the internet car that Yi leaned against the window, closed his eyes, and pretended to doze off. Only then did he have a chance to look up the system's rewards, this time in detail in his mind. Video about class flower secrets. Sounds like it could be a bit of a thrill. Along with a loading completion beep, a picture unfolded in Yi's mind. The screen is a surveillance-like view, and what was captured was the scene in Yi's in their classroom during the final exams of the last semester. However, Yi remembered that there were only two monitors in the classroom, one at the front and the other at the back. According to this angle in the picture, this shooting position was right above Jang Chui's seat, but there were no security cameras there at all. Does the system even have God's view? This is too awesome. The students are shown with their heads down, writing hard. The invigilator, after making 2 rounds, also sat down at the podium and read the newspaper. Just then, Jang Chui, the class flower, looked left and right with a nervous expression. Seeing that the invigilator wasn't paying attention, sneakily took out a small note from his sleeve, and the note was densely written in small letters. Nice guy. Cheat sheet? Yeah, I got very good grades in my class, but it basically stabilizes at second place every year after the exam. And as for that first place, it's always class flower Jang Chui. As a result, Jang Chui was recognized as an outstanding student by the school for 3 consecutive years and became a unique goddess in the hearts of many boys. Great looks, great grades, and a great family. It is said that Jang Chui's mother is from the Binchang Cultural and Tourism Bureau, while Jang Chui's father has opened a small company on his own. In the eyes of her classmates, Jang Chui is properly a rich white beauty, but Yi did not expect that Jang Chui would cheat on the exam. Is that how she gets first place every semester? In a moment, Jang Chui's image in Yi's mind changed from a school goddess to a hypocritical thief. System, can this video file be sent to my phone? It is indeed a potent secret. Jang Chui, who had been selected as an outstanding student for 3 consecutive years at Binchang University, had gotten this honor by cheating on the exam. What will happen once the truth is released? Class flower, you don't want this to be known, do you? For some reason, these words inexplicably surfaced in Yi's mind. System, aren't you the good guy system? How come you're providing me with this kind of stuff? Stealing someone's video, not something a good person should do, right? Yi silently spat in his heart. Ding, answer the host's question. Catching others doing bad things is considered good guy behavior. Host challenge denied. Yoo-hoo, I can't believe how forced the explanation is. Alright, you're the system and you call the shots. As long as you think it's good guy behavior. Let's keep this video on hand for now. It might come in handy for something in the future. As this thought of Yi fell, a prompt system tone rang out in his head in time. Ding, the host's mind was detected, and the video file, as well as the surveillance video of the final exams of each semester from Jang Chui's point of view, have been sent to the host's cell phone. Good man, that's smart, Yi lamented. The monitoring of Jang Chui's perspective in the final exams of each semester was called out by the system. It seems that Jang Chui really does cheat on the final exam every semester. The corners of Yi's mouth unconsciously curved upwards. With these handles in hand, I'm afraid that in the future, if I let Jang Chui go east, she won't dare to go west. Outstanding student? The class president? Humph. Let's see if you can still maintain your high and mighty look in front of me then. The net car drove to the entrance of the school. Yi opened the door and Xia Xiaoyu got out of the car. The two walked into the school gate side by side, neither speaking, and the atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment. This part of the entrance is the school's parking lot, where few students come. The dappled morning light swayed with the breeze, and the rustling foliage rubbing barely covered the sound of the two men's footsteps. Xia Xiaoyu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, as if she was still reminiscing about the embrace in the morning that was mixed with some ambiguous air. Yi turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoyu and just wanted to say something. The rest of his line of sight, however, unconsciously crossed over Xia Xiaoyu and saw a freshly parked car in the parking lot. Out of the car stepped the last person he wanted to see at the moment. Lin Coco stepped on a pair of Valentino's fine heels and elegantly got out of the car. And the one who got out of the car behind Lin Coco was, without a doubt, naturally Zhou Boheo. At this hour, a man and a woman came back from off-campus together, apparently having stayed out all night last night as well. We're all adults now, and we all know with our toes what this means. But what made Yi incredulous was that after Lin Coco and Zhou Boheo opened the doors and got out of the car, the doors of the driver's seat and the passenger seat of that car also opened. Class flower Jang Chui stepped down from the passenger seat. As the breeze brushed by, Jang Chui habitually used her hand to tease the long, straight black hair that she was so proud of. Eyes clear and cold, his sight crossed over the few people in front of him, looking faintly into the distance. Under the backdrop of a white dress, the high coldness that emanated from the inside out made people afraid to approach. and getting out of the driver's seat on the other side was a boy with an extremely fawning demeanor. That was Jang Chui's #1 lickspill. Chinuan. Jang Chui. How these people mixed together? It was no surprise to Yi that the two dogmen, Chin Juga and Zhou Boheo, were getting close. They were both originally in the student council and were always on good terms. But hasn't Jang Chui always taken herself as a high and mighty goddess? How come? Is it hard to fall under the onslaught of licking dogs? Chin Zhu, a small man of 1 meter 6, and with a face full of pockmarks, Jang Chui shouldn't have thought about it in any way. Or not so much. Is it hard to believe that it's also because of money? I heard that Chin Zhu did a college student milk tea store business plan a while ago. The school leadership is very appreciated, but also to help Chin Zhu pulled the sponsorship. It was with this sponsorship money that Chin authorized the opening of his first milk tea store and took out a loan to buy a $100,000 car. But Jang Chui, her family is not bad. It doesn't make sense that she would be attracted to Chin Zhu just because of this kind of thing. Leaf rolled his eyes speechlessly. These days, all the good cabbages go to the pigs. Thinking of this, Yi unconsciously glanced back at Xia Xiaoyu by his side, and his heart was slightly more solid for some reason. It felt like a pig guarding its own good cabbage. Yo, isn't this Yi? Before Yi could speak, Lin Coco came forward with a mocking face, her gaze sweeping over Xia Xiaoyu, revealing a disdainful look. Then he turned his head to look at Yi and said in a contemptuous tone, "You two sleeping together so soon? Little sisters nowadays are really easy to fool. A Western meal is all it takes." Looking at Lin Coco's unfriendly eyes, Xia Xiaoyu subconsciously ducked behind Yi, her fingers unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. Chapter 14, Taking the Class Flower. Xia Xiaoyu was wearing a somewhat wrinkled light-colored shirt and a pair of jeans washed until they were white. Plain, indeed not as bright and shiny as what Lin Coco was wearing. However, Xia Xiaoyu's delicate features do not need too much makeup to do modification. This face to hear a swing, coupled with the proud body, it is firmly over Lin Coco head. Yi felt the faint trembling of Xia Xiaoyu coming from behind him and couldn't help but tighten his heart. Lin Coco, the money-minded cheating salvage girl, has the face to come up and fight back? By the looks of it, didn't you guys not stay back at the dorm yesterday? Lin Coco, do you think everyone is as cheap as you? Sell yourself for a measly concert ticket. Yi's line of sight shifted down and saw the new pair of Valentino's high heels that Lin Coco was wearing on her feet. Oh no, there's a new pair of shoes in addition to the concert tickets, isn't there? Together with that Western dinner yesterday, Zhou Boheo has kind of spent a small $10,000 on you. I'm sorry, then I'll correct what I just said about you. You're not cheap at all. 10,000 a night. You're so far above market price with that price. Zhou Boheo, you're confused. Aren't you blatantly inflating prices? You'll be responsible for inflation in the future. Yi was on fire and said that Lin Coco and Zhou Boheo's two faces were white and green for a while. The two were filled with displeasure, but for a moment they didn't know where to retort. Seeing that his good brother was disliked, Shinshu couldn't look past it and aggressively stepped forward and pointed at Yi and opened his mouth. Yi, can't you be a little more generous? You know yourself how much weight you have. You can't give Lin Coco the life she wants. People move up, water flows down. Lin Coco has found a better boyfriend now. Can't you, as an ex-boyfriend, wish her happiness? To love someone is to want her to be better off. Don't you understand that? Listening to these remarks, Yi coldly looked at Qinjuan like he was looking at a retard. I almost wondered what was wrong with my ears just now. I wish her happiness? On what grounds? Because I'm good? Qin Grant, do you want to hear what you're saying to yourself? Have you been a dog licker for so long that you don't even have basic judgment anymore? Or do you think that cheating is a moral thing to do these days? To love someone is to want her to have a better life, yes, but not to want her to cheat. And don't lecture me with your dog-licking values. Do you think that now that you've successfully licked Jiang Chui into your hands, those skewed 3 views of yours can be written into success studies? Yi's undifferentiated attack was full of killing power, and Qin Juan, who was still raging just now, was instantly like a deflated ball. Yi, what are you talking about? Jiang Chui, the class flower on the side, couldn't listen anymore. Please don't speculate on my relationships with other people. My family is right here in Marina City, and I did a walk-in and stayed home every night. Today I took the subway to school, and after I left the station I happened to see fellow student Qin Zhuge picking up Zhou Boheo and Lin Coco at the subway station. I was just hitching a ride. It's not what you think. Listening to their argument just now, Jiang Chui naturally understood the two pairs in front of her, both of whom had stayed out late last night. A long night, a lonely man and a lonely woman. Obviously all have stories, but she and Qin Zhu didn't have any stories. Even if it did, it would only be an accident. She just happened to run into Qin Zhu driving to pick up Zhou Boheo when she exited the subway station. As soon as Qin Zhu saw her, he strongly invited her to get into the car with him. And it just so happened that the new shoes Jiang Chui was wearing today didn't quite fit. Heel hurts a little after walking too much. so there was no pushback. That's all. There is absolutely nothing else between the two. Joking aside, how could she, a high and mighty goddess, not be open-minded enough to find a ordinary dog licker? If this got out, it would simply damage her reputation. She herself was at least ranked 5th on the list of flowers of Binchang University. If this scandal really spread, then she wouldn't be a schoolgirl, but a joke. Looking at Yi in front of her, who had just been chattering on and on, Zhang Chui still seemed to have a lingering anger in her heart. Yi, you're really unmanly. Since you and Lin Coco each have a new love, why can't you just say goodbye? Do you have to hurt each other like this? What's wrong with you being a guy and giving in to girls appropriately? Even though Lin Coco has problems, she's a girl. How can you talk so hard to a girl? It's just so ungentlemanly. This punch, 20 years of power, said Yi who froze. Because it's a girl, you can't say it? Because you're a girl, you don't have to be morally judged for cheating? Naya, a dominant body? And uncheckable? It's some kind of magic. Are you still being reasonable? Seeing this, Qin Zhuan also hastily agreed. That's right, Chui's right. Hearing Qin Zhu call herself that, Zhang Chui frowned slightly, although she felt very uncomfortable about it. This should be the time to be on the same page. So Zhang Chui didn't say anything more. In the face of the several people's anticlimactic speeches, Yi froze for a long time and turned to laugh. There was even a round of applause. Yes, great. I can't believe I'm in a school with people like you. It seems that the enrollment threshold of Binchang University is still too low. Yi shook his head and didn't say any more, silently pulling out his cell phone from his pocket. His fingertips crossed the screen and sent a video to Zhang Chui. That video was the very quest reward issued by the system this morning. The HD video about Zhang Chui cheating on the exam. Class flower. You don't want your secret to be known by others either. For some reason, these words suddenly surfaced in Yi's mind again. Ding dong. Receiving the message tone, Zhang Chui subconsciously took out her cell phone. Tapping on it, he was surprised that it was a message from Yi. Zhang Chui looked up suspiciously, just in time to meet Yi's cold and icy eyes. An ominous premonition spread in her heart. Then, curious, she clicked into the video. Having just watched for 3 seconds, Zhang Chui could already surmise what was behind the video. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The heart felt like it had instantly fallen into an ice cave. How did Yi get the video of himself cheating on the test? I'm afraid I'll be disciplined by the school if the teacher finds out about this. Then all those years of honor as an outstanding student wouldn't be. Zhang Chui, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you repeat it again? Yi looked toward the dazed Zhang Chui and said in a single word. The icy eyes were filled with the sense of a hunter toying with his prey. Seeing this look, Zhang Chui couldn't help but tremble, and the fear in her heart increased. How come I don't usually find such a sight of Yi? It's simply horrible. Like a devil who could destroy himself at any moment. Why don't you say something, little Yui? Seeing that Zhang Chui was still in a daze, Yi let out a light laugh and reminded. The expression was subtle and very playful. Hearing Yi address him as such, the number one licking dog, Qin Zhuan, became anxious. Yi, who allowed you to call Chui that? You're kind of. It's harassment, you know. Chapter 15, the class flower is on fire. Qin Shu, you shut up. Zhang Chui's voice steeply rose, carrying a few points of sharpness and panic. What Yi calls me is none of your business. Who do you think you are? She glared at Qin Zhu, her tone full of annoyance. Qin Zhu was shocked by this sudden anger, and before he had time to react, Zhang Chui continued to lash out in a series of shots. Let me ask you, on what basis did you just call me Chui? Do I know you that well? Instead of minding your own business first, you're blaming others. Do you think you're not a nuisance to me just because you hang out in front of me every day? Zhang Chui was obviously in a hurry, and her words became sharp as her emotions went out of control. Just now, he was thinking of making common cause with Qin Zhuan and the others, but after knowing that Yi had a handle on his hand that was enough to ruin her college career, Zhang Chui's entire heart was clenched together nervously. This feeling of life and death being easily held in someone else's hands is really bad. Although she was a million times more upset in her heart, she absolutely didn't dare to show any hint of displeasure towards Yi right now. After all, Yi needed to move his finger to make her, an outstanding student for 3 consecutive years, completely lose her reputation. However, Zhang Chui always had to have a vent to let off some steam. The number one licking dog, Qin Zhu, naturally became this unlucky egg, inexplicably taking on Zhang Chui's anger. This splitting scolding made Qin Zhuan almost break his defenses, but as a professional dog licker, he was mentally tough. In the face of the goddess, no matter what, you have to keep your hot face on the cold low posture. This is a licking dog necessary professional quality. In just 2 seconds, Qin Zhu adjusted his mind. Oh no, student Zhang Chui, what's wrong with you? I was abrupt and ill-considered just now, and if you don't like it, I won't even call it that from now on. Why are you suddenly in a bad mood? Is it because what Yaichi said just now made you uncomfortable? Don't worry, I'll make sure Yi apologizes to you. Having been angered for no reason at all, Shinju naturally had to find a place to vent his anger. The most suitable object for him to spread his fire at the moment was of course only Yi. Shinjuga turned to Yi, and even though he was only 6 meters tall, he still glared at Yi with a slight tilt of his head in anger. Yi, it's all you. Hurry up and apologize to Jang Chui's classmates. Yi, however, didn't even bother to look at Qin Juan, only glancing sideways at Jang Chui. The eyes were still cold, and with just one glance, Jang Chui's back was in a cold sweat. In the next second, a wish bar appeared above Jang Chui's head. I hope Yi won't publicize my cheating on the exam here. I don't want this matter to be known to them, and don't want this to be known by the teachers. Yi laughed coldly in his heart. Hi cool class flower? This is not easy to hold it. He decisively chose to accept this heart's desire quest. The reward of $100,000 upon completion of the mission is simply money for nothing. He hadn't originally intended to publicize these videos, nor did he intend to report Jang Chui for cheating on the exam. Even if Jang Chui was disciplined, it wouldn't do Yi any good at all. Instead, it would invite her to hold a grudge. Instead of that, it would be better to use this handle to hold Jang Chui, make her available to herself. Class flower, you don't want this secret to be known by others either. Yi's mind once again floated with these words. Ahem, little Yi. Yi forced down the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise, ignored the pockmarked licking dog in front of him, and walked straight to Jang Chui. I really didn't hear what you just said. Are you really not going to say it again? Yi was 20 centimeters taller than Jang Chui, standing in front of Jang Chui with a sense of oppression. Jang Chui didn't even dare to look directly into Yi's eyes and subconsciously took half a step backward. Seeing that Yi seemed to be threatening Jang Chui, Qin Juan immediately felt that his chance to heroically save her had come. If he could save Jang Chui from the fire, then this high and mighty class flower lady would definitely have a crush on him. Qin Juan took an arrow step forward and reached out to grab Yi's arm. Yi, you're away from Jang Chu. Qin Shu, you let go of him. Jang Chui yelled at Qin Zhu. She was afraid that if Qin Zhu provoked Yi again, Yi would really make everything public regardless. Looking up, seeing Yi's still somewhat teasing eyes, Jang Chui gently bit her lips, as if she had made a decision against her heart. She slapped away Qin Shu's hand that grabbed at Yi and said indignantly, just now, student Yi didn't hear what I said, so I'll repeat it to all of you now. Jang Chui took a deep breath and suddenly became righteous. I think, Lin Coco and Zhou Boheo, you two have simply gone too far. Aren't you just being so reckless because Yi liked you in the past? How could you do something so out of character? How could you bear to hurt someone who was once so good to you? Yi, how excellent Yi is. You're just going to do it for the greed of money, too, cheating. It's just disgusting. The sudden shift caught the rest of the group off guard. What happened to being teammates just now? What's with the backstabbing all of a sudden? Lin Coco turned red, crossed her arms, and stomped her feet in anger. You're sick, Jang Chui. Are you off your meds? What you clearly said just now was that Yi as a man should give way to women. Jang Chui's face also turned a little red, not knowing if it was because of nervousness or embarrassment. Nonetheless, her aura showed no signs of weakening. What's wrong with girls? Girls should be blamed for doing wrong things. You're a disgrace to us girls. The positive and negative words were all let Jang Chui finished by herself. And the Qin Juan on the side was not sure how this goddess who was usually so high and cold that she seldom said anything could be so agitated today. Student Jang Chui, how did you? Qin Shu remained undeterred. He always felt that Jang Chui was strange today. It was hard for him to feel at ease without asking questions. However, Jang Chui didn't even give him another look, only coldly throwing down a sentence. Qin Juan, just mind your own business. Mind your own business. Zhou Boheo, who was on the side, heard this but was a bit offended and subconsciously wanted to retort. How's that for meddling? Old Qin and I were originally buddies. My business is his business, and his business is my business. But as soon as Zhou Boheo finished speaking, he saw Qin Juan turn back to frantically scowl at Zhou Boheo. Qin Zhu was almost speechless. Brother, are you my brother or not? This is my goddess. How do you talk to my goddess? What if my goddess gets pissed off and turns her back on me? Chapter 16. What are you doing? Well, class is going to start in a little while. Yui, come over here. Yi lazily waved his hand, interrupting the several people who were confronting each other. Come to class with me and don't continue this nonsense here with this bunch of trash. As soon as he heard this, Qin Shui was on fire and rolled up his sleeves to have a seizure. Yi, on what basis do you want student Jang Chui to go to class with you? Did I give you face? And who are you calling trash? The corner of Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. Whoever answers me is chanting. I didn't realize trash was self-aware. Shinjuga was choked to the point that his face turned blue. His fists pinched and cackled, but he couldn't find the words to retort for a moment. Jang Chui lowered her head, her hands clenching the corner of her coat tightly, her knuckles slightly white from the force. Nervousness and anxiety were written all over her delicate face. Shin Shu stood aside, with a pleasing smile still on his face, as if he was about to say something. However, Jang Chui acted as if she didn't even notice his presence, moving her steps away and walking straight past him. Her long hair fluttered gently with the wind, the tips brushing against Shinjuga's shoulders without stopping for a moment. Shinshu's smile froze on his face, and his outstretched hand stopped awkwardly in midair. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just opened his mouth and nothing came out. Jang Chui's footsteps did not pause as she walked straight to Yi Yi's side. Yi Yi gave her a sideways glance, a few playful glances in his eyes. Jang Chui seemed to feel his gaze. Her head hung even lower, almost buried into her chest. Her fingers were unconsciously twisted together, her fingertips trembling slightly as if trying to hide her inner panic. Shinjuga was filled with doubts, his mind full of question marks. What's going on? Wasn't Jang Chui just now on a collision course with Yi Yi? How come all of a sudden you're turning enemies into friends? And, Jang Chui has never been kind to boys, but today in front of Yi Yi, why is she so obedient? Goddess, what's wrong with you? Taken over? Or were they kidnapped? If you've been kidnapped, just blink. Just as puzzled by the scene in front of her as Chin-ju was, there was also Lin Coco. As a fellow classmate, Lin Coco knew too well how high and cold Jang Chui usually was. In the face of the boy's passionate pursuit, Jang Chui always politely shook her head and refused with a smile, and that cold as ice attitude made everyone feel difficult to approach. But how is her attitude toward Yi Yi completely different today? She can't be looking at Yi Yi, can she? Lin Coco was a bit tasty in her heart. He himself had just broken up with Yi Yi yesterday, and in the blink of an eye Yi Yi was accompanied by two beautiful women today. She clenched her fists, feeling bad, as if she was the one who had been dumped. Coco, let's go too. Jo Boheo noticed the slight change in Lin Coco's expression and hurriedly grabbed her hand, turned around and left this place of wrongdoing. It wasn't until the two of them walked out some distance away that Qin Juan reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Old Zhou, you guys wait for me." Seeing the few people walking away, Yi Yi looked apologetically at Xia Xiaoyu. "Yo, I'm sorry for getting you involved. Don't take what they just said to heart." Xia Xiaoyu shook her head obediently, the ponytail behind her head following. "Senpai, I'm fine, the cleaner the better. Anyway, we haven't done anything wrong. We're not afraid of ghosts knocking on our door." After she said that, she even spat out her tongue and made a cute face mischievously. "Senior, then I'll go back to the dormitory first. I also have a class later. I have to go back to get my books." Xia Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and bounced away. Yi Yi and Zhang Chui walked all the way to the bottom of the teaching building without words. Climb up to the third floor, where the classroom for today's lesson is located. Seeing that Yi Yi was about to push open the door of the stairwell and walk out, Zhang Chui suddenly reached out and tugged on his coat corner, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Wait. Yi Yi's footsteps lurched and he turned back, looking at her with a smile. After holding it all the way, you finally couldn't resist? Zhang Chui's small face reddened, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Those videos, can you not tell the teacher? Zhang Chui has had strict tutelage since she was young, and her grades have been excellent from elementary school to high school. But when she went to college, she realized that her proud grades had fallen to the middle of the class. There is naturally no shortage of people with strong learning abilities who can enter Bincheng University. Compared to them, Zhang Chui felt frustrated for the first time, but her parents were very demanding, and middle-of-the-class grades just didn't do it for them. So, after much thought, Zhang Chui decided to take the risk. Liberal arts majors, the key books for the exams are in the books. It is not difficult to achieve a high score by simply typing up a cheat sheet and bringing it into the exam room. But Zhang Chui never thought that she had been photographed by Yi Yi every time she cheated on an exam from the beginning of her freshman year until now. Although she hadn't figured out exactly what means Yi Yi had used to capture the video from that angle, the facts were right in front of her and she couldn't afford to question them. Once this video was seen by a teacher, parents will definitely be notified. When she thought of her parents' angry and disappointed eyes, Zhang Chui's heart tightened for no reason. She must find a way to beg Yi Yi. These videos must not be known by others. Yi Yi, I beg you. If the teacher knows, I'll be finished. Zhang Chui's eyes reddened with anxiety, and her voice carried a sobbing tone. Yi Yi waved his hand, his tone relaxed. I wasn't going to make this video public either. But well, he raised an eyebrow and deliberately trailed off. I can't say what I'll do if you piss me off again before graduation. Hearing Yi Yi loosen up, Zhang Chui nodded her head repeatedly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. I will never make you angry. Today was all my fault. I promise it won't happen again. As Jang Chui's words fell, the system's mechanical beep sounded punctually in Yi's mind. It is detected that the host has completed the current Heart's Desire mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. The system has automatically bound the wish quest object. Click here to view the bound object information. Yi's mind moved, and an information panel appeared in front of him. Name Chui Jang, age, 21, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, bust, C, face value, 8 points, current emotional status, single, current strategy progress, 7%. Yi's eyes unconsciously flicked to Jang Chui's front. Usually Jang Chui wore looser clothes. Yi did not expect that the class flower's body was actually so material as well. You, do yourself a favor and just delete the video. Jang Chui grabbed Yi's wrist in a petulant manner and gently shook it, like a little girl who was pampering her boyfriend. The soft touch coming from his wrist made Yi feel a dark pleasure in his heart. I didn't realize that the high cold class flower had this side. I thought she was an ice cube face and couldn't be pampered at all. Deleting the video is fine. Yi Dong gave a pause and deliberately sold the story. But not now. Tell you what, you promise me 3 things, and when it's all done, I'll delete these videos. Jang Chui's eyes lit up, but then as if she thought of something, she hesitantly took half a step backward, a hint of caution in her voice. What do you want? Chapter 17, The First Kiss. Yi smiled gently and withdrew a small step backward. Don't worry, I won't ask anything too much of you. I'm a good guy. Jang Chui furrowed her eyebrows slightly and secretly poo-pooed it in her heart. I thought, you're the only one who's okay? Threatening someone with a video like this doesn't seem like something a good person could do in any way. But now Yi was the knife and she was the fish. It would just have to be whatever Yi said it would be. Jang Chui pondered. If Yi really made any excessive demands on her, like to become boyfriend and girlfriend with her or something, then she'll just say no. The big deal is to let Yi tell the teacher about her cheating. The big deal is that you don't want the image of a good student that you've created over the years. Thinking of this, Jang Chui's heart was slightly more solid. And at this moment, in Yi's perspective, another wish bar surfaced on Jang Chui's head. I hope Yi won't ask too much of me. The wish is very subtle. Don't go too far. Meaning it's still acceptable if it's a little over the top. In that case, Yi hemmed and hawed. Tell you what, why don't you give me a kiss on the side of my face? Yi pointed a finger at his cheek. Jang Chui's eyes widened, her hand unconsciously squeezing the corner of her coat. Kiss? Yi, can you change your request? For so many years, as the recognized high cool class flower, as well as the 5th-ranked high-value goddess on the school flower evening, Jang Chui never lacked suitors around her, but she didn't even bother to look at them. Good family background, pretty face, these are her capital. In her life plan, she had to meet a man who was good enough to move her to want a relationship. None of those rabble-rousers will ever get their hands on her feelings. So until now, Jang Chui had never even held a boy's hand, not to mention something like a kiss. This scale was already a bit hard to accept for Jang Chui. Although Yi was quite good-looking and quite tall. But, ugh, no. What a thought. Why does it feel as if he's already planning to agree to Yi's request? Thinking of this, Jang Chui's cheeks couldn't help but redden a few points. Yichi, please. Jang Chui, who had returned to her senses, looked at Yi with supplication in her eyes. Pampering is a beautiful woman's most effective weapon. She was sure that no boy could stand up to her pouting as the class president, but as a straight man of steel, Yi naturally wouldn't be moved by it. Jang Chui, think it over. Yi called Jang Chui's full name. Jang Chui's expression flinched, and her heart unconsciously became nervous. I asked you to promise me 3 things. This first one is so simple you won't even do it. And how do you expect me to believe in your sincerity? After a pause, Yi's tone slowed down a little and continued. Just a kiss on the side. Even if you've accomplished one thing, opportunities this good don't come along all the time. Is it hard to believe that you want me to make some more challenging demands? Like letting you sign up for varsity sports this year and get first place in the long-distance running race? As far as I know, your long-distance running has always been just barely passable. Right. Hearing Yi say that, Jang Chui really started to weigh it up. Compared to this request that Yi said just now, it was indeed a very simple thing to kiss the side of the face. Pad your feet, tilt your head, beak up, and you're probably done in less than a second. But, such intimate behavior. Jang Chui still had difficulty convincing herself for a moment in her heart. Yi saw Jang Chui's expression of serious consideration, and his heart was pleased. It feels like there's something going on, and so it continued to follow the path. Look, we're both in the stairwell now. The bell will be ringing soon, and the students are basically seated in their classrooms at this point. Hardly anyone passes through this stairwell anymore. Now you sneak a kiss on my side. No third person besides you and me will ever know about this. These words really spoke to Jang Chui's heart. No one else will know. And the kiss was only on the side. I think. It's okay. Think of it as if you accidentally bumped into it while walking. I hit my mouth on his face. Jang Chui had already begun to silently brainwash herself, whereas a moment ago the eyes were hesitant. At this moment they seemed to have made a decision for themselves. Seeing this, Yi slyly brought his face forward. Jang Chui, you don't want your secret to be known by others either. Hearing these words, Jang Chui shivered uncontrollably. Fists were clenched and hearts were crossed. Okay, a kiss is a kiss, but you have to close your eyes. Jang Chui was always still a bit shy. This kind of thing still takes a lot of courage for a girl, especially for a girl who is good looking and has never been in a relationship. When Yi saw Jang Chui finally let go, without any hesitation, he obediently closed his eyes and honestly stood against the wall, waiting for Jang Chui's lips to press against his cheeks, to be kissed by the flower of the class. Even if it's just on the side, it's an extraordinary experience. Yi also knew the reasoning of taking things as they came, so naturally he wouldn't ask for too much. Anyway, there are 2 more wishes. Big deal. Next time ask her for another kiss with her eyes open, with this time as a cushion. It was certain that the next time a similar request was made, Jang Chui should not refuse. Seeing that Yi was ready, Jang Chui clenched her small fists and pursed her lips, like a pep talk. Class is about to start in a minute or so. The time left for her was running out. If she waited until the bell rang and she was late with Yi, I'm afraid it would cause even more comments from her classmates. Whatever, just kiss it. It's not like there's a piece of meat missing. Jang Chui gathered her courage, stood on her tiptoes, and slowly brought her lips closer to Yi's cheeks. It had to be said that Yi was indeed quite handsome. It was the first time Jang Chui had observed a boy so closely. Handsome facial lines and a high nose, with a touch of gentleness between his eyebrows. Jang Chui felt as if her heartbeat had slightly accelerated. I don't know if it was because of what I was about to do or because of Yi as a person. However, no matter what, at least when faced with such a handsome guy, it wouldn't be a disadvantage to kiss the side of his face yourself. Jang Chui's eyes closed and her mouth continued to move closer to Yi's cheek. Just then, several sudden and abrupt sounds came from the bottom of the stairs. Old Yi, how did you? Jang Chu, wow, you too. Holy. Yi hurriedly turned his head to look at the sound. This twisting of the head, the lips were impartial, and just happened to touch Jang Chui's soft and moist lips. Jang Chui's eyes snapped open as she felt the touch was wrong. His first kiss was taken away just like that? Chapter 18, by any means necessary. Jang Chui froze, and Yi also froze. Originally, Yi really just wanted Jang Chui to just kiss his side face. I didn't expect to take away the first kiss of the class flower by mistake. This is simply, it's simply too profitable. And at this moment, those few culprits at the bottom of the stairs who had just made the noise had a look on their faces as they watched the show. That burning gaze caused Jang Chui to want to find a crack in the ground. Jang Chui didn't have the heart to blame Yi when she saw that this kind of thing was crashed by others. Red-faced, he hastily pushed open the stairwell door and dashed away. Seeing Jang Chui shyly disappear, below the stairs, Yi's 3 roommates hurriedly gossiped around. Lin Yu from bed number 1 put a hand on Yi's shoulder with a surprised look. Old Yi, you can do it. When did you get involved with the class president? Xia Ziyuan in bed number 2 had a bad smile on his face. And how you two are progressing so fast. To actually be in the stairwell in broad daylight. Du Mingyu from bed number 4 gave Yi a look that any man could understand. You two are too eager. Couldn't wait until night to go to the grove. Yi gave each of the 3 a blank stare without any good humor. Okay, I'll tell you more slowly in class. The bell will be ringing soon. This class is Devil Zhang's class. If you're late, you'll lose your usual grade. Lin Yu tapped his head. Holy, I almost forgot. Dude, what are you waiting for? It's only half a minute. Charge. At the mention of Demon Head Jang, several people were immediately like enemies, panicking as they pushed open the door of the stairwell and ran towards the classroom. The regular grade is 40% of the total final grade. It is very difficult to pass the final if you get too many demerits on your regular grade. Just after a few people rushed out of the stairwell, a forlorn figure came down the upper stairwell. Qinjuan looked in the direction Yi left with complicated eyes. He was in the stairwell just now, too, but above Yi and their lair. Today was disliked by Jang Chui for no reason at all. Qin Zhu was a little depressed in his heart, and was supposed to smoke a cigarette in the stairwell to calm down, but he didn't expect to just hear the sound of Yi and Jang Chui's conversation coming from the lower stairwell. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by Qin Zhu. Originally, Qinjuan wanted to go forward and stop it, but thinking about what Jang Chui had just said to herself in the parking lot. Yeah, who is he? A lickspittle, to meddle in the affairs of his goddess. He's nothing but a lickspittle. It's not like it's a boyfriend, who is in a position to care about her. Everything he did to her was probably just a nuisance to her. If she rushed up now, Jang Chui would definitely get angry again. Right. Chinuan gripped the staircase railing with both hands in a death grip, and anxiously and hopelessly looked at the situation in the lower stairwell. Just a kiss on the side. Luckily, the goddess's innocence is still intact, and as long as the goddess was willing to be with him, he would never mind something as trivial as her having kissed Ye's side of the face. Chin-Shu had already opened himself up in his mind. However, in the next second, when he saw Jang Chui's lips touch Yi's lips, Chin-Shu was simply furious. That was Jang Chui's first kiss. First kiss. A girl is the purest and most precious. No, it can't be considered the most precious. The most valuable should be. Whatever. It's something important anyway. Surprisingly, it was just taken away by Yi in a confused manner. Abominable. Dog thief. I'm at war with you. In Chinuan's heart, at this moment, he had already considered Yi as his biggest competitor. From the conversation between the two just now, it should be that Yi had some sort of handle on Jang Chui in his hands. That's why Jang Chui was obedient to Yi. Just now in the parking lot, Jang Chui suddenly changed her words to help Yi. It should also be because of this. Chin-Shu recalled, as if he had received a message on his cell phone before Jang Chui suddenly changed her mind. Jang Chui was the one who started to become a bit off after seeing that message. Then maybe that's what Yi was threatening her with when he sent her the handle. Yes, it must be. A thought flashed by as Chin-Shu frowned. Though I don't know how Yi managed to get a hold of Jang Chui, but apparently this handle was very deadly to Jang Chui. If one could find a way to know what this handle was, wouldn't that also make Jang Chui obedient to herself? When he thought of the image of Yi and Jang Chui kissing together just now, Chin-Shu was envious and hateful in his heart. As long as you get that handle, then when the time comes, the leading man in this kind of kissing scene with the class flower will be yourself. Chin-Shu nodded and secretly made a decision. Compelled by the fear of failing the course, Yi's few people finally rushed to their seats a few seconds before the bell. Devil Jang on the podium pushed his old black-framed presbyopes with his hand, his eyes displeased. Although slightly displeased with a few people pressing the whistle, they were not late after all, so there was a warning look in his eyes and nothing more. A few people in the seats looked at each other, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and smiled resentfully. Report, teacher, I'm late. A dozen seconds after the bell, Chin-Shu hung his head and stood in the doorway of the classroom. Obviously, he wouldn't be as lucky as Yi's few people. Devil Jang didn't even look at Chinuan. He casually picked up the roster and wrote -10 points after Chinuan's name. 10 points off your usual grade. Authorized Chin. Stand at the back of the classroom for this lesson. How dare you be late for my class? Is there any discipline left in your eyes? Demon Head Zhang tapped the podium, his serious tone sending shivers down the spines of all the students on the stage. However, Chin-Shu, who was standing at the classroom door, did not have any nervous and fearful look, but just mechanically walked towards the back of the classroom step by step. At the moment he didn't have the heart to care about anything else. Let Devil Zhang deduct points if he wants to. If you fail a class, you fail a class. Anyway, he's now opening a milk tea store that's gradually getting on track. Not surprisingly, his income may even surpass most of his classmates here in a few years. So at the words of Demon Head Zhang, Chin-Shu wasn't worried. All he wanted to do now was to figure out what that so-called Jang Chui's secret was. It was actually able to make the always high and mighty class flower put down her dignity and take the initiative to curry favor with Yi. And it's amazing that you can make that much of a sacrifice. It was a secret he had to know. As he passed by Yi, Chin-Juan glared at Yi with a threatening meaning. The implication is, you kids wait for me. Lin Yu gently poked Yi with his arm. Old Yi, this guy is class flower's #1 licker. You've picked up the class flower, and I'm afraid this guy's going to think of you as an imaginary enemy. Xia Ziyuan blocked his mouth with his hand and whispered, don't worry about that much first. Just to Chin-Juan, are we old Yi still afraid of him? Du Mingyu nodded along. Yes, old Yi, you'd better tell us what's going on between you and Jang Chui. Chapter 19, Pretending. Lin Yu came close to Yi and lowered his voice. Old Yi, we've all heard about Lin Coco and Zhou Boheo from the next class. You didn't come home all night last night. You had us worried. I'm afraid you won't be able to think about it because of your loss. Du Mingyu sighed and agreed. Yeah, we know how hard it must be for you. I was going to call you last night, but Shay wouldn't let me. He said you should want to be alone. Xia Ziyuan also leaned over and patted Yi's shoulder, laughing. You two are just fiddling. I told you nothing would happen to our old Yi. By the way, Lao Yi, you didn't go back to the dormitory last night. It won't be with Jang Chui. Yi hurriedly glared at a few people and interrupted. Don't speculate. Jang Chui and I, that's a clean and ordinary classmate relationship. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and teased. Yeah, regular classmates who cleanly kissed each other. Yi skimmed his mouth, knowing that no amount of explanation would help. These three gossip-filled roommates. I'm afraid, have already brainstormed in their minds the image of themselves spending the night with Jang Chui last night. Alright, to tell you the truth, Yi sighed helplessly. I met a schoolgirl yesterday and asked her to go out for Western food with me. There was a bit of drinking while we ate. She was drunk, and then we both found a hotel for the night. When Lin Yu heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked after him, and hooked up with a schoolgirl? Awesome. How's it look? Is there a picture? Yi sniffed and opened his cell phone. Finding Xia Xiaoyu's avatar, he clicked into her friend's circle and casually found a photo and handed it over. Here, see for yourselves. Xia Ziyuan took the phone and looked at it carefully, a bad smile on his face. Old Yi, you can do it. Isn't that much better than Coco Lamb? Sweet looking and in great shape. Old Yi, to be honest, originally I kinda looked down on you. With such a handsome face, he picked up Coco Lin after so many years of college. Now it looks like you're finally getting the hang of it. A schoolmate, a Jang Chui, TSK, you take care of yourself. Looking at the corners of the three people's mouths that rose in unison, Yi hastily added, don't you guys think too much? Nothing happened between me and that schoolgirl either. Ha, weird. Why did I add the word also? As soon as Yi's words left his mouth, he immediately felt something was wrong. Du Mingya hit Yi's thigh with his knee, looking strange. Old Yi, didn't you say that schoolgirl was drunk? Such a great temptation is before you. And you can't be no good, can you? I see that kind of small advertisement of old Chinese doctors posted on the pedestrian street of the university town. Why don't you take some time for us to accompany you to have a look? Don't worry about the money. We're all buddies. We'll find a way to cure you. Lin Yu also nodded along with a look of watching the fun. That's right. For the sake of the rest of your life and the happiness of the rest of your body, brother, we'll definitely get the money together to cure you. Yi wordlessly skimmed his mouth and cried out in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the broken system jumped out with a temporary mission last night, what normal man could resist that kind of temptation? Roll on. Yi rolled his eyes at the three of them and explained in a good-natured manner. Old man is a good man. Doesn't do that kind of thing to take advantage of people. Du Mingyu continued to pursue the question. Okay, less pretending. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it, then let's just pretend that nothing happened between you and that schoolgirl. After Yi heard this, his heart became even more stifled. How can you now sound like you've done everything but are dead set against it when you've clearly done nothing? Xia Ziyuan sneaked a glance up at Demon Head Zhang on the podium, confirming that he hadn't noticed the several people mingling before continuing. Old Yi, so what's going on with you and Zhang Chui? You two have your mouths pressed together. This is what we saw with our own eyes. You can't rely on this. Yi rubbed his nose and subconsciously glanced in Zhang Chui's direction. Zhang Chui was currently holding a pen, carefully memorizing what Devil Zhang had written on the blackboard. Sensing that someone was looking at her, Zhang Chui's line of sight turned to the side and back, right into Yi's eyes. When she thought of the scene that had just occurred in the stairwell, Zhang Chui's face instantly burned scarlet. Note-taking became messy. One didn't grip it tightly, and the pen in his hand actually slipped to the ground. She hurriedly looked down to pick it up, and when she did, she couldn't keep still enough to take notes. All I could think about was the image of when my lips had just met. Even that soft touch lingered in his mind. Lin Yu followed Yi's eyes and saw Zhang Chui's reaction and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Holy, you two are openly flirting with your eyes in class. Old Yi, you've gone too far. What are you going to make us singles do? Teach us how you coached the high-flying class flower. You started class and were absolutely serious about learning. Du Mingyu weakly raised his hand and whispered, that, you two are singles. I'm not. I'm about to have a girlfriend. Xia Ziyuan sighed lightly and shook his head. You're not even close to being 8. That girl just agreed to hang out with you. Wait until you kiss someone else on the mouth like old G, then say you're not a single dog. Lin Yu interrupted the two and gave a wink. Okay, you two don't interrupt. Old Yi, you haven't said anything about you and Zhang Chui. If there's any secret to chasing girls you can't hide it from your brothers. Yi withdrew his eyes, sat up straight, and said in a serious manner, can't help it. I'm charming. It's only human for the class flower to look at me. The tone was bland and forced. Cut. Asterisk. Vomit. The three of them compared a middle finger to Yi in unison and said in unison, and it's still loaded up for you boys. Hearing the sound of whispers in the classroom, Demon Head Zhang slapped the podium in dissatisfaction. Stopping his writing on the blackboard, he turned around and scanned the room with cold eyes. The frightened Yi and the others hurriedly shut up. Xin Zhu, who was standing at the back of the classroom, looked at Yi's several people who were laughing and joking, and the resentment in his heart became a few points heavier. Yi, how dare you defile my goddess? Lin Coco can't even look at you. How dare you presume that a toad will eat swan meat? Just you wait. When I get hold of that secret, I will definitely snatch Zhang Chui from your hands. I'm well on my way to starting a successful business now. And you, penniless, I must let Chui know that only a man as good as me is worthy of her. Chapter 20, Sorority with a Schoolgirl. After class, return to your dorm after lunch. Yi and his housemates were lying in bed bored. It's senior year and classes are very minimal. It's fine after this class this morning. No classes this afternoon or all day tomorrow. Yi idly looked through the system panel in his mind. So far a total of 3 wish quests have been completed and $300,000 have been rewarded. 2 wish objects are also bound. Xiaoyu's current strategy progress is 99%. Zhang Chui's current strategy progress is 43%. Yi Bian thought that after mistakenly kissing Zhang Chui, maybe Zhang Chui's raid progress was going to drop to 0%. After all, she usually looked like an iceberg beauty. No boy dared to be blasphemous to her, but he didn't expect that after he touched his lips with her, the progress of this high-cooled class flower's strategy had even risen. It seems there are times when you can't be too deliberate about keeping a gentleman's distance from a girl. It's hard to impress a girl when you're too much of a gentleman. It's all about testing a girl's bottom line over and over again and breaking that bottom line so that you can get inside her head. Ding! It is detected that the host has bound a Binchang University flower, triggering a hidden mission. A hidden mission? Yi was a bit curious. Anyone who has played the game knows that the rewards given by hidden quests are usually very generous. Hidden quest: bind the Binchang University school flower to evening the top 5 school flowers and increase their raid progress to 70% or more. Mission reward: rewarding Pilot Capital with 100% equity. Yi instantly brightened up. Pilot Capital. The name is not unfamiliar. It's an investment company that is as good as it gets. All walks of life have their investments. Even Hamachi University has an investment from Pilot Capital. In Yi's impression, the business plan of the milk tea store that was favored by the school leaders before Qingjuan was the business startup capital allocated by Pilot Capital. And now, as long as the progress of the 5 schoolgirls' raids was raised to over 70%, one would become the chairman of Pilot Capital? And it's also the chairman of the board who owns 100% of the shares. Nowadays, there is so much pressure on employment, and other students are very anxious as they face competition to find a job after graduation. But himself, now as long as peacefully and beautiful schoolgirls talk about love, can easily become the chairman of a well-known investment company. This is too good to be true. But, Yi turned his thoughts to a new problem. Generally the better the girl the harder it is to raid, even if one can see the girl's wishes now. But just by helping a girl fulfill her wish, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can increase the girl's raid progress to more than 70%. What if those girls treat him like an ingrate? Just like Lin Coco. After all, the motto of many girls these days is I accept your kindness. But that doesn't mean I accept you as a person. Yi frowned, feeling that to raid 5 school girls, this matter was no less difficult than finding a job. Ding! The host's mind has been detected, and the 100 secrets to holding a goddess is being distributed to the host. Claim successful. As the system beep fell, Yi felt a sense of freshness fill his mind, refreshed and clearer than ever in my thoughts. All sorts of ways of getting along between men and women instantly flooded into Yi's consciousness. So, is this the thinking of the scummy Sea King? Feeling the tips on getting girls that were spewing out of his brain, Yi felt extraordinarily energized. A lot of things that I couldn't figure out before now seem to make sense in an instant. Hey, system, aren't you the good guy system? Why are you starting to make me a scumbag now? Ding! To answer the host's question, this is not scum. This is just trying to give all the girls a home. Hearing this reply, Yi skimmed his mouth. Well, okay, you're good. You're the system. You call the shots. Old Yi, what are you laughing at? Xia Ziyuan saw Yi lying on the bed giggling and asked curiously. Lin Yu looked up in Yi's direction, then continued to bury his head in his cell phone game with a calm face. Old Xie, you don't understand this, do you? Old Yi must be chatting with the class flower or that elementary school girl. Men in love are like that. Can't you see that old Du also holds a cell phone and giggles every day? Hearing Lin Yu say this, Xia Ziyuan subconsciously looked in Du Mingyu's direction. As expected, Du Mingyu also hugged his cell phone, typing rapidly, smiling all over his face. Ugh, the sour stench of love. Xia Ziyuan shook his head and silently clicked into the mobile game. Old Lin, it's still a single dogs with the same disease. We can only rely on games to pass the time. Look at them both one by one. Their hearts have flown out of their mouths. Promise me you'll never fall in love. If you fall in love, I won't have anyone to talk to in this dorm. Lin Yu didn't even lift his head and said lazily, don't worry, woman, it only affects how fast I can draw my sword. At this time, Yi sat up from the bed and made a flying leap, jumping down from the upper bunk. Walking over to Lin Yu and Xie Ziyuan, he patted both of them on the shoulders. Okay, two bachelors, don't look so sad. I've been making a little money lately, so I'm taking everyone out for a rubdown tonight. Old do, you come along too. We're going to a seafood fondue. Hearing that there was food, Lin Yu and Xie Ziyuan both put down their cell phones and looked at Yi Yi with glowing eyes. Old Yi, are you serious? You won the lottery? I can't believe you treated us so well. Say no more, righteous Father above. Accept my worship. There is a very upscale seafood hot pot restaurant on the University City Walk. The store is full of raw seafood such as Australian dragon and king crab. Going there for a meal is basically $300 or $400 per person. As a college student, being able to go there and spend money on one meal at a time is a great luxury. So after hearing that Yi Yi was going to treat himself to a seafood hot pot tonight, Lin Yu and Xie Ziyuan couldn't wait to immediately offer Yi Yi up like a gold master. At this time, Du Mingyu, however, embarrassedly poked his head out from the upper bunk and looked at the excited few. Sorry, why don't I just skip it? I made a date with Jing yesterday, and tonight I'm going to eat Japanese food alone with her. Yi Yi waved his hand. It's fine, just yell at her to come along. Just in time for us to meet your girlfriend too. Du Mingyu looked embarrassed. My relationship with her, it's not confirmed yet, just friends for now. She doesn't know you guys very well either. I'm afraid that if I call her, she wouldn't be able to let go. Why don't we forget about it and just the three of you go eat tonight? Xie Ziyuan slapped his thigh as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. Old Du, you're stupid. If I'm afraid she won't be able to let go when she sees us, why don't you just call her roommate too? Let's have a bonding session between the two dorms. Maybe if everyone helps set things up, you two will make it tonight. Hearing that he was going to associate with the girls' dormitory, Lin Yu's eyes, who had just mouthed that he didn't want to find a girlfriend, also flamed up. Yeah, old duh, sorority, fellowship is good. This friendship has to be linked, and I heard that Zhang Yilan, who is ranked 4th in our school's school flower list, is your girlfriend's roommate, right? Chapter 21, this military counselor is not simple. Du Mingyu's old face reddened as he corrected himself. Geez, I told you it's not a girlfriend yet, but Zhou Jing does have a roommate with Kang Yirin, and they're pretty close. Xie Ziyuan was also instantly interested. How nice. Usually there's not much time to get in touch with their dance department, and I rarely even see Kang Yirin in reality, and just occasionally swiped her live on Tees. That's the star of our school's dance department. Both the looks and the body are top-notch. Tonight you talk about your love, and will use your light to admire the schoolgirl's real-life fangs. Hearing Lin Yu and Xie Ziyuan say this, Du Mingyu was also somewhat moved. He had been in contact with Zhou Jing for some time, but there was never any substantial progress. If the two dormitories bonded tonight, with the help and assistance of the brothers, they might actually be able to go further with Zhou Jing. That's not impossible. It's just that tonight is Old Yi's treat, so it's better to listen to Old Yi if you want to associate. Yi Yi nodded decisively. He was worried about how to find a chance to approach the 4 remaining schoolgirls. Now well, one just happened to be delivered to my door. How could Yi Yi miss such a good opportunity? No problem, Old Du. You send a message to your Jing Jing right now and ask her and her roommate to have dinner tonight. It's at that DUS seafood hot pot on University Walk. Getting Yi Yi's approval, Du Mingyu hurriedly sent a message to Zhou Jing. Jing Jing, are you there? There's been a change of plans tonight. We're not going to the Japanese restaurant. Is it okay if we go to another one? Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhou Jing's cell phone vibrated. Opening her cell phone and seeing the message, Zhou Jing was thinking about how to reply. At this time, Kang Yirin, who was putting on makeup and preparing to start the live broadcast, came over. Let's see. What did that little boyfriend of yours say to you again? Zhou Jing sniffed and obediently extended her cell phone to Zhang Yilan. Kang Yirin is the recognized love warlord of their dormitory, knows exactly what it takes to hold a boy's little heart. Anyway, in their dormitory, whenever someone falls in love, they all look to Kang Yirin for advice, and there's no harm done. Kang Yirin glanced at the message Du Mingyu had sent to Zhou Jing and skimmed her lips. Looks like he thought the hibachi was too expensive and wanted to switch to a cheaper one? That's not good. Jing Jing, you two aren't even together yet, and he's already so finicky with you. What if we wait until you two are together later? Definitely a penny-pinching iron fist. Relationships with boys like that are the most boring. Tell you what, I'll help you back. Kang Yirin patted the foundation on her face while typing a reply on Zhou Jing's cell phone. No problem, I'll eat anything. I also think it's a bit too expensive for Japanese food. We're still just regular friends, after all, so just eat something cheap. After Zhang Yilan's white fingers quickly tapped down these words, she immediately clicked send. A needle in a sheep's clothing, this is the highest level of the tea ceremony. Kang Yirin purposely points out Du Mingyu's small mind, and also helps Zhou Jing establish an understanding and non-competitive persona. But at the same time, they added that since the two were just ordinary friends, it would be fine to eat something cheaper. The implication is that if you really only treat yourself to a mediocre roadside meal, that's the end of our relationship. If you want to move up to just friends, then show your sincerity. Kang Yi-rim put her phone on the table and continued to concentrate on her makeup. In her opinion, it was simply easy to pin down a low-segmented little straight man like Du Mingyu. As soon as the other person saw these messages, they must have apologized profusely and changed their story to say they were still going to Japanese food tonight. As expected, on the boys' side of the dormitory, Du Mingyu was visibly flustered when he saw the message. Shizuku seems a bit upset. She was quite happy yesterday when I said I'd treat her to Japanese food. Why does it seem like the message she just sent? There seems to be an inexplicable sense of detachment. Du Mingyu held up his cell phone and looked at his 3 housemates for help. Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan hurriedly shook their heads. Don't ask us. We're both single and don't know anything about how to coax a girl. Old Yi, why don't you help old Du with a trick? You can even handle that ice cube Zhang Chui, so you must be able to handle this small matter. Yi took Du Mingyu's cell phone and took a few cursory glances at the two's previous chats. These words that Zhou Jing had just sent over. Her style of speaking was clearly very different from before. It is absolutely impossible for a person to change their style of speaking so much in a short period of time. Needless to say, there must be a military advisor behind this. After receiving the system's gift of 100 secrets to holding a goddess, Yi looked at these things as if they were open book exams. The corner of Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Lao Du, let me help you back. Du Mingyu nodded. After witnessing Yi and Zhang Chui kissing together in the stairwell this morning, Du Mingyu had already taken Yi as a master of flirting in his heart. Now since the master was willing to make a move, it couldn't be better. What's the difference between that and playing a game and hiring a great trainer? Definitely light on points. Yi thought about it briefly and figured out how to deal with it. Jing, you've misunderstood. I was going to go to the DUS seafood hot pot with you tonight. It just so happens that my roommate is treating me to bring my girlfriend along. But well, since you said you wanted something cheaper, that's fine. I respect your opinion. Over at the girls' dormitory, Zhou Jing's cell phone screen lit up for a moment, showing a new message. Back so soon. Sure enough, these boys are too easy to pin down. I can even guess what he'll come back with. Confident. Zhang Yilin opened Zhou Jing's cell phone and prepared to verify her suspicions. But after seeing the message sent from the other party in the chat box, Kang Yi-rin's makeup application action stalled, and her eyes instantly became a bit subtle. Yo, that surprises me a bit. Looks like he's got a warlord on his side. 2. Kang Yi-rim also saw the change in the other party's chatting style. These lines are also very cleverly put. It was explained that it wasn't about wanting to take Zhou Jing to something cheaper, but instead, a more expensive seafood hot pot. But if Zhou Jing wanted to eat cheaper, then she would also respect Zhou Jing's choice. What do you mean? Push the option back? Isn't this to force Zhou Jing to open her own mouth and say so I misunderstood you? Sorry in fact, I also want to go eat seafood hot pot in my heart. But wouldn't the frugal and understanding persona that he had just established for Zhou Jing crumble? This military division of the other side is not simple. Chapter 22, interesting. Not only that, but the other party added a special sentence. The seafood hot pot was a housemate's treat. The roommate told him to bring his girlfriend. In other words, if Zhou Jing really wanted to go eat seafood hot pot with Du Mingyu, she would have to do so as Du Mingyu's girlfriend. You're in a hurry to confirm your relationship first before you even have a meal in your mouth? That's one way to go back. Masters. In just a few words, it made Zhang Yilin smell the strong smell of gunpowder. Of course, this flameout was not visible to the two naive parties. It was an exchange of words between two military advisors across a cell phone. Interesting. Kang Yi-rim's desire to win came up instantly. Compare the tea ceremony, right? Compare the segment, right? Do you really think I'm a school beauty? Kang Yi-rim took her cell phone and her fingertips tapped the screen quickly. Did you tell your roommate that I'm your girlfriend? Shy face. Then if I don't go, won't you get off on it? Snickering emoji. Okay, I'll do you a favor. Mischievous expression. It's just that I don't know any of your housemates very well, so would it really be appropriate for me to go? Will it interfere with your normal party? Seeing the moves, Zhang Yilin's tea skills are indeed perfected. I didn't admit to being boyfriend and girlfriend with you. I'm just afraid you'll be embarrassed in front of your housemates, so I'm helping you out. And it's not that I had to go to a seafood fondue. Rather, it's to preserve your face so that you can put on a good show in front of your housemates and show off. In 2 short sentences, Kang Yi-rim pushed back the ball kicked by her opponent again. Not only that, Zhang Yilin also said those last 2 words for Zhou Jing in a pretentious and reserved manner. On the one hand, it is to create the persona of understanding and thoughtfulness for Zhou Jing. The other side of the coin is trying to get the other person to take the initiative and invite themselves one more time. Once the person replies, "It's okay, my roommates are very nice, you can come along," then the next step would be to follow this step and logically agree to the invitation for seafood hot pot tonight. That way, you don't look like you're being too proactive. In male-female relationships, the most taboo is to be too proactive. Once you take too much initiative, many times you lose ownership of the relationship, because the right to say no is always in the hands of the one who doesn't take the initiative. Let's see how you're going to take this now. A hint of playfulness flashed across the corners of Jang Yilan's mouth, and interest intensified in her eyes. She had traveled across the jungle for so many years, and although she hadn't fallen in love even once yet, her theoretical experience was quite rich. Almost every boy she had ever met was like a blank sheet of paper in front of her. All she needed was a glance and she could see right through the other. Even what the other party would say and do next, Kang Yi-rim could guess clearly, and because of that, she hadn't met a single guy so far who could hold her interest. People like things that are challenging. It's like a question. If you know the answer ahead of time, then you lose the interest in asking the question. But today, in the exchange of these few words, Jang Yilan realized that she had met a comparable opponent. A few times in a row, he hadn't been able to guess his opponent's moves. It made her a little curious. Curious about what kind of boy was on the other end of the phone. Perhaps this is the sympathy that belongs uniquely between military advisors. On the other side, the boys' dormitory, Yi looked at the message sent by the other party, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. If he didn't have the 100 secrets to holding a goddess given by the system, I'm afraid that he really wasn't a match for the other party's military division. This segment of the opponent is really not bad. Only, the current Yi was no longer the Yi of that year. The once straight man of steel has morphed. My roommate also considered that you'd be uncomfortable eating with us guys as a girl, so he wanted you to call out to some of your roommates to come along. A short sentence, all key points. First, he avoided the move that Kang Yi-rim had just hit him with, and did not respond positively. I won't admit that I pretended in front of my roommate that you were my girlfriend, but since you're willing to play that identity now, I won't say no. Do not initiate, do not reject, do not take responsibility, so that you can always keep yourself in a position where you can attack and retreat. Secondly, you've just half-heartedly agreed to come along for seafood hot pot. It just got in the way of reserve and wanted to hear me take the initiative and invite you one more time so you could reluctantly say yes. It appeared that you had softened your heart after I begged you, and only then did you specially reward me with this face for dinner. But I'm cutting you off from that now. I have reissued the invitation once more though, but this time with your other housemates. It's the equivalent of taking what you just said as if you'd already agreed to it. It's become a given that you'll be here tonight, and there's no need to ask you out again. In other words, it was you who took the initiative to agree to my invitation, not me who begged you to come. One more thing, seafood hot pot is very pricey and I'm not just inviting you, I'm inviting your housemates to come along too. It's more of a way of telling you that we're not bad on our side. It's also a retort to Kang Yi-rim's initial comment that we're just friends, so we'll just eat something cheap. Kang Yi-rim's expression became a bit intriguing as she watched the passage seriously, completely stopping the movements of her hands that were applying makeup. For in addition to those points of information above, she saw the final layer of meaning in the statement. It was a battle cry sent to her by the opposing warlord for offline in-person single combat. Kang Yi-rin asked as if she saw contempt in the other party's eyes. Chatting across the cell phone is so pointless. Tonight we fight in person. Do you dare to come? Good man. So he's coming for himself? In person. Everything is improvised and there is not much time to think and push. Kang Yi-rim's good-looking fingers tapped the desktop regularly as if she was thinking about something. So I've aroused your desire to win. 2. It's really getting interesting. What's wrong, Lin? Was it something he said again? It was rare for Zhou Jing to see Jang Yilan in this state of not knowing how to reply. Could it be that Du Myung-woo was an existence that even Kang Yi-rim herself couldn't handle? Kang Yi-rim turned back to her housemates and smiled softly at a few gossiping housemates. It's okay, it's your little boyfriend who asked us to join him for the evening as well. Go to the DUS Seafood Hot Pot on University Walk. The other two housemates' eyes widened in surprise at the news. Invite us along? Seafood fondue? Ha ha, Jing, then we're in your good graces today. Zhou Jing blushed, shyly and hastily changing the topic. What the 8 is not even the first step yet. Lin, will you be there tonight too? I don't think you usually participate in this kind of fellowship with the boys' dorms. The school flower naturally has a school flower's frame. Not any boy can see it if he wants to. But if Jang Yilan didn't go tonight, Zhou Jing always felt a little unsure in her heart. Going into battle without an armorer is like having less of a backbone. Kang Yi-rim ruffled her hair with her hand, looked at her delicate features in the mirror, and raised her eyebrows slightly, a face of confidence and anticipation. Tonight, I'm coming with you. Chapter 23, How will you take it? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi and his 3 housemates arrived at the seafood hot pot restaurant first. As soon as they arrived at the front of the store, the waiter enthusiastically opened the door and welcomed the 4 in. Good evening, how many dining altogether? Yi looked around. There were already quite a few people sitting in the hall at this point. It looked slightly noisy. Is there a box that seats 8? Yi asked as he approached the waiter. The waitress sniffed and nodded in polite response. Yes, but there's a minimum spending on the boxes in our store. The US seafood hot pot opened in the university city. To consume the natural is also mainly college students. The waitress knows that college students have to save up for a while before they can afford to come here for a meal. Basically all have limited budgets. So something to say up front. Don't come into the box only to find out that there is a low consumption. And then it will be a bit awkward to switch back to the lobby. Du Mingyu subconsciously pulled Yi's arm when he heard that the box had a minimum consumption. Old Yi, forget it, let's just sit in the lobby. Lin Yu nodded back. Yeah, I don't see the need for a box seat either. Yi looked at the three housemates and revealed an intriguing expression. It's Lao Du's first official date with his girlfriend. Of course we have to help him out. And the schoolgirl, Kong Yirim, is coming tonight. We can't have the schoolgirl sitting in the hall with us. What if her group of suitors see her and have to come up and hit on her? Will we be able to eat this meal properly by then? Okay, you guys don't have to worry about money. Dude has money now. From the beginning of awakening the system yesterday until now, Yi had completed a total of 3 wish quests and got a reward of $300,000. Looking at the balance on the card, Yi had a moment of peace, and we're going to meet Kong Yi Rim later. Maybe even complete 1 or 2 of Kong Yi Rim's wish quests along the way. There's still money to be had when the time comes. Old Yi, be honest, where did you get that much money? You're not secretly selling your loins behind our backs, are you? Xia Ziyuan came up with a face and stabbed Yi's waist with his elbow. Lin Yu also had a look of realization on his face when he heard this. Whoa, it's possible. No wonder nothing happened to Old Yi last night when he stayed with such a cute schoolgirl. Old Yi, you're confused. Du Mingyu also came up cheekily. It's okay, dude's got a good waist. I'll lend you one if I can't. Yi didn't have the good sense to give each of the 3 a popping chestnut. Go, 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 go. Old Du, you'd better keep yours for yourself. For the sake of your family's quiet happiness, I wouldn't dare ask for your loins. The 4 of them just laughed and joked and followed the waiter towards the box. And Du Mingyu also sent the box number to Zhou Jing. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jing brought her housemates to the store as well. Hello there. Pushing open the door of the box, Zhou Jing greeted several people with a red face. Lin Yu hurriedly slapped Du Mingyu on the back. Old Du, what are you staring at? Introduce yourself. It was only then that Du Mingyu reacted and got up in a hurry. Quiet. These 3 are my housemates. Yi, Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan stood up knowingly and greeted the girls. Du Mingyu also introduced Zhou Jing one by one. After the boys' side was introduced, Zhou Jing also began to introduce her roommate. This is Zhao Lily, and this is Wang Yao, and this one, everyone should have heard of her, the great beauty on our school flower list, Jiang Yilin. Kong Yi Rim was wearing a khaki-colored long thin trenchcoat with a pair of black patent leather knee-high boots with red soles underneath. A soft brown big wave is glamorous. Gently ruffling her hair, she waved at the boys with a mesmerizing smile. It almost seduced the souls of Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan. Everyone take your seats. Du Mingyu rushed forward to greet him. Since it was a co-ed dormitory sorority, the boys made a point of keeping their eyes open when they entered the box and took their seats just now. 8 positions in all. Yi and the others purposely sat separately, with an empty seat between each of them. It's so that you can sit interspersed with men and women when the girls arrive. And Kong Yi Rim had just entered the box when she saw this little thought of the boys. Her eyes darted over the other 3 boys besides Du Mingyu, trying to find out who that warlord is that she's been in line with today. Lin Yu, a face of geeks, at a glance, is the kind of boy who plays games and watches anime every day. Love experience must be extremely scarce. Excluded. Xia Ziyuan, who looked a little more socially savvy than Lin Yu, blushed a little after the girls entered the box, obviously shy. Also a white guy with little relationship experience. Ruled out. There's another one. Yeah. When Zhang Yilin looked at Yi, she happened to meet Yi's eyes. As the 4 eyes met, Zhang Yilin realized that Yi's eyes not only didn't dodge in any way, but instead, they were also extremely aggressive as they sized her up in reverse. Found it. So it's you. Well, it's quite good looking, and it does qualify to be my opponent. A trace of excitement of discovering prey flashed across Zhang Yilin's face as she walked towards the empty seat beside Yi. Can I sit here? Zhang Yilin walked to Yi's side and asked in a soft tone. When high-level people meet, they come up and start making moves without any warning. Kong Yi Rin purposely clamped down her voice, but the clamping was so natural that she couldn't hear a hint of artifice. It's a voice that I'm afraid any man would have his bones crunching when he hears it. Moreover, the question is one that hides a trap. Can I sit here? This was asking for Yi's permission. This type of questioning is generally used when a person of lower status asks a person of higher status. The school flower, the leading flower of the dance department, at this moment lowered herself to ask a boy if she could sit next to him, if it was a rash person. I'm afraid that just by hearing this question from Jang Yilan, he would be terrified and flattered. Then he nodded his head in agreement and invited her to sit down with a fawning plus ingratiating face. If you, a big school girl, are so humble, then how can I, a little licking dog, dare to pose higher than you? This resulted in an instant offense and defense switch. For the rest of the meal, the boy would surely try to do everything he could to please Kang Yi-rim, taking the initiative to kneel down and lower himself to a lower position than Kang Yi-rim. It's called retreating to advance. A simple question can easily pinpoint the psychology of those boys. It's a trick that Kang Yi-rim has tried time and time again, but this time, in front of Kang Yi-rim, it wasn't one of those unsophisticated and innocent schoolboys. A hint of curiosity flashed in Kang Yi-rim's star-like eyes. Yahichi, how would you take it? Chapter 24, Seen Through. The corner of Yi-Yi's mouth rose slightly as he looked sideways at Jang Yilan. The eyes were 3 parts calm, 5 parts gentle, and 2 parts gentleman. You can sit if you want. It's a simple, powerful statement that instantly nails it. It wasn't I, Yi-Yi, who took the initiative and humbled myself by inviting you to sit here. It was you, Kang Yi-rim, who wanted to sit next to me, and I'm just going along for the ride and agreeing to your request. In this way, it became Jang Yilan actively trying to get close to Yi-Yi. Originally, Jang Yilan wanted to retreat as a means of advancing, and lowered the other party's stance by lowering her own status. But I didn't expect Yi-Yi to take the trick and completely do away with Kang Yi-rin's low profile. A word, an easy kill. Jang Yilan's gaze flickered, and the light in her eyes increased. It's really a nice rivalry. Interesting. It's so funny. When are men and women most likely to get laid? Isn't that when the ambiguity pulls in? However, Kang Yi-rim's segment is too high, and any boy can be easily seen through in front of her. Being easily seen through means losing the mystery of the unknown. And when a man loses his mystique, naturally there is no pull. I can guess everything you're going to say, so what's the point of pulling? Isn't that like playing chess with yourself? Jang Yilan had been alone for so long, and today she finally met an opponent who could show her the ropes. Yi-Yi students, have you ordered yet? Knowing that it was Yi-Yi's treat today, Jang Yilan asked politely. Yi-Yi casually beckoned the waiter to bring the tablet for ordering food. Not yet. Thought I'd order it together when you guys get here. You guys go ahead and watch, and feel free to order whatever you want. After saying that, Yi-Yi handed the tablet in his hand to Du Mingyu and Zhou Jing on the other side. After all, this pair is the star of the show tonight, and this action made Jang Yilan's interest in Yi-Yi a little stronger. Usually at dinner with the boys, no matter who else is present, the boys make it a priority to ask Kang Yi-rim's opinion, but Yi-Yi didn't. This made Jang Yilan feel a little curious in her heart. Could it be that I'm not attractive enough in his eyes? Jang Yilan subconsciously glanced at Yi-Yi. Yi-Yi felt the gazes coming from the side. His head didn't even turn and asked calmly, "What are you looking at me for? Want me to take your order?" Kang Yi-rim smiled lightly and suddenly had a new idea. Good, then I'll see if your order is to my liking. The trick of making a trick out of a trick was brought to life by Kang Yi-rim. A girl's favorite thing for a guy to do is guess. Nothing is straight. Everything is a guess. Because it's far less fun to volunteer it yourself than it is to have a guy guess it. Moreover, once a guy starts guessing what a girl is thinking, then he is in a passive position and can always only be led by the nose by the girl. As soon as the girl shows that she is not satisfied with the answer the guy guessed, the guy will keep improving the remedy, constantly becoming more pleasing. But Kang Yi-rin didn't know that what was in front of her at the moment was a hung man with a system. Yi-Yi and Jang Yilan looked at each other and immediately saw a wish bar appear on Jang Yilan's head. Want salmon sashimi? Want elephant clam sashimi? Want grouper and grade 5A wagyu? It's been a month of starvation to stay in shape, and it's rare that I want an indulgent meal too, and it's all high protein and doesn't grow meat, and a cup of yogurt. Eating hot pot and drinking yogurt protects the gut a bit. I also don't know if Yi-Yi can order the dish I want to eat. Looking at the wish bar above Jang Yilan's head, Yi-Yi clicked on Receive Wish Quest without hesitation. Ding! It is detected that the host is performing a wish mission, and the system will grant a boost. This purchase at Delight Hot Pot Restaurant is fully reimbursable. Hearing the system prompt, Yi-Yi was happy. Originally thought, anyway, the pocket has earned 300,000 yuan. Take out a little to treat the housemates to a hot pot is nothing. It's a good thing the money can't be spent. That's quite a system. What a know-it-all. Spending money on a meal doesn't smell as good as not spending money on a meal. After everyone else had finished ordering, Yi-Yi took the tablet used for ordering. I'll order for you then? Yi-Yi confirmed to Kang Yi-rim. Kang Yi-rim nodded, pretending to be reserved. Don't order too much. We dancers have to stay in shape in our spare time. If I get fat and have to lose weight, losing weight is hard work. Yi Yi smiled gently and said in a gentle tone, "It's okay, you guys work so hard during the week, it's only right that you have a rare indulgent meal, and seafood is high protein. It doesn't grow meat, don't worry." Hearing Yi Yi's words, Jang Yilan's heart suddenly beat a beat faster for some reason. I didn't expect Yi Yi's thoughts to coincide with my own. That's what I just thought to myself. This man, he even heard that she was pretending to be reserved? For the first time, Kang Yi Rim had the feeling that she was being seen through by someone else. Salmon, elephant braised mussels, grouper, class 5A Wagyu. Yi Yi reported the ordered dishes to Jang Yilan while ordering. The more Kang Yi Rim listened, the wider her eyes became. Yi Yi was practically like a roundworm in her stomach. Surprisingly, the orders were all the dishes she wanted to eat. Is that such a coincidence? Or did Yi Yi know his preferences in advance? Thinking about this, Kang Yi Rim felt that this guess was a little more likely. Being the flower of Hamachi University herself, a lot of guys would take the trouble to get to know her. For example, looking at her circle of friends, teasing her voice and such, you can see some of the things she posts on a daily basis. It is also possible to infer her preferences and routine from these. If Yi Yi had come prepared today, then being able to guess his own mind so accurately would make sense. Let's order you another cup of yogurt. If you eat hot pot, drinking yogurt can effectively protect your stomach. Yi Yi finally ordered a cup of yogurt for Jang Yilan, then clicked on the order and returned the ordering tablet to the waiter. "Well, are you satisfied with what I ordered?" Yi Yi raised his eyebrows and suppressed his inner smugness with a careless expression. Jang Yilan was dumbfounded. Even if Yi Yi had come prepared, then this was too accurate a guess. Yi Yi ordered everything she wanted to eat without fail, even guessed she wanted yogurt. Not only that, but the most amazing thing was that Ye's reason for a little yogurt was exactly what she had in mind. Kang Yi Rim couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Could it be that Yi Yi's segment was really above his own? So this is what it feels like to be seen through by a. Kang Yi Rim subconsciously tugged at the collar of her trench coat, wrapping herself a little tighter. She felt as if she didn't have any secrets in front of Yi Yi. This feeling made Kang Yi Rim a little uneasy and even more shy. "Thank you, Yaichi-san. You ordered everything I love." Chapter 25, New Wishes. Ding, detected the host completing the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Bound Kang Yi Rim as a wish object. Click here for details. Name, Jang Yilan. Age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, C. Face value, 8. 8 points. Current emotional status, single. Current strategy progress, 14. 30%. 5'6". No wonder the legs are so long. Yi Yi couldn't help but glance down at Jang Yilan's beautiful legs in knee-high boots. Due to the fact that she practiced dancing for many years, Jang Yilan's limbs did not have a trace of fat, and the whole person looked very well proportioned. But just as the limbs are so thin, the bust has a proud C. Maybe it's a gift. The face value score of 8.8 was the same as the face value score of Jang Chui, the iceberg beauty who ranked 5th on the school flower list. However, the ranking of the schoolgirls of Bincheng University is voted by the students. Jang Chui usually made people feel very distant, so in terms of popularity, it would naturally be worse than Jang Yilan. Was it good? Feeling Yi Yi's gaze focusing on her slender legs, Jang Yilan was not the least bit displeased, but instead asked with a big sideways glance, because Yi Yi's eyes were very pure. Those eyes revealed a simple appreciation of beauty. That look wouldn't make Kang Yi Rim feel any discomfort. Instead, they feel a little pride in being attractive. "Your boots, dirty." Yi Yi pointed to the calf boot shaft, where there was a small spot of mud. "I don't know when it rubbed off." Kang Yi Rim blushed. Could it be that she was just making a fool of herself? Yi Yi wasn't admiring her legs because they looked good, but because her boots were dirty. "I'll wipe it for you." Without waiting for Jang Yilan to react, Yi Yi picked up a wet wipe and naturally reached out to help Jang Yilan wipe away the small muddy spots on her boots. The movements were gentle and to the point, without a hint of trying to take advantage. "There, clean. Oh yeah, forgot to answer your earlier question. Good looking," Yi Yi said in a volume that only Jang Yilan could hear. After saying that, Yi Yi took the yogurt served by the waiter like it was nothing and helped Jang Yilan pour a full cup. Kang Yi Rim, on the other hand, was still reeling from what had just happened. It all happened so quickly and so naturally. And yeah, one says it looks good. Where's the good look? Nice clean boots? Or do your own legs look good? Somehow, Kang Yi Rim inexplicably had a feeling in her heart that she was being teased. The heartbeat sped up uncontrollably by a few moments as well. So this is what it feels like to be teased. Previously, those suitors around Jang Yilan were nothing more than saying some old-fashioned earthy love words, or make a deep confession or pretend to be literary and write a love letter. All of these tactics, Kang Yi Rim felt were too deliberate, but it was Yi Yi's tenderness that revealed nature everywhere just now that gave Jang Yilan an unprecedented feeling. Damn it! Originally, I came here to compete with Yi in the offline segment. I didn't realize that so soon. I'd already fallen prey. Lin, why is your face red? Seeing that Jiang Yilin was blushing slightly, Zhou Jing was concerned. Kan Yi Rim then scrambled back to her senses. It's probably hot. After saying that, he even gave Yi Yi a sheepish look. After seeing Yi Yi's slightly mischievous expression, Jiang Yilin's face blushed a few shades redder. It was a feeling that had never been felt before. No way. Why is he so out of touch today? Where is the usual self that passes through all the trees without touching a single leaf? Jiang Yilin took a deep breath and adjusted herself so that her heartbeat gradually calmed down. Can't admit defeat so quickly. This is a contest that must be won today. For the entirety of this next meal, Jiang Yilin was actively passing words to Yi Yi, soft and hard kills, but Yi Yi always answered without a drop of water. It's not condescending, all the while with just the right amount of moderate teasing, but again, it's an extremely subtle and unobtrusive division. No one present could sense the back and forth exchange between the two except for Kan Yi Rim herself. To everyone, the duo looked like a pair of best friends who hate each other. Zhou Jing was all a bit puzzled as to why Jiang Yilin was so enthusiastic about boys today. Oh no, not passionate about boys. Instead, he was enthusiastic about Yi. To the other three boys, Kan Yi Rim didn't say a few words. It seemed as if her focus was always on Yi today. Mr. Kong, I heard that you usually live stream a teasing voice, right? Xia Ziyuan also began to strike up a conversation with Jiang Yilin. After all, the opportunity to sit down for dinner with the school's top girl was a rare one. Kan Yi Rim nodded. Usually I'll broadcast it for a while when I'm bored. I don't have a lot of fans though, and there's basically only about 100 people on the air. Barely earn some pocket money. Hearing Kan Yi Rin say that, a few boys came to be interested. Lin, you proposed. I see a lot of anchors go live when they're eating out. I think you can broadcast and try it now too. Du Mingyu followed suit. A lot of people like to watch foodcasts these days. I guess the popularity is even higher if a beautiful woman eats the broadcast. Hearing the word beauty, Zhou Jing quietly glared at Du Mingyu. Du Mingyu immediately changed his words? But well, the only beautiful woman in my heart is my Jingjing. Zhou Jing ranted. Who owns your house anymore? However, with regards to the proposal made by the few boys just now, Zhou Jing did feel that there was something feasible about it. Lin, why don't you try another style of live broadcasting just today? Kan Yi Rim considered it carefully, and the proposal did make sense. Usually, he or she is live in the dormitory. Even if someone swipes a gift, it's a small, inexpensive gift. Jiang Yilin's top one on the live broadcast had only swiped over 7,000 gifts so far. In most people's conception, female college students have not seen much of the world, so naturally, their horizons are not too high. For this kind of girl, there is no need to spend a lot of money to smash. It may just take a little swipe to impress the other person. Kan Yi Rim realized this before, but she was just broadcasting for fun, and her heart was still full of hesitation as to whether or not she wanted to go down this path in the future, whether or not she wanted to eat this bowl of rice, because she knew that there was a price she had to pay to become a big-hit anchorwoman. For example, find a way to keep a firm leash on the big brothers who swipe her gifts, might have to accompany them to dinner or even. These are things that Kan Yi Rim doesn't want to do, but well, it's a good day to test the waters. The decor in the DUS Seafood Hot Pot restaurant is very upscale. If she used this place as a backdrop for live broadcasting, then those people in the broadcast room would definitely think that she was a girl with a lot of spending power. And for a girl who doesn't have a lot of spending power, those little fiddly gifts just won't catch her eye. Hopefully, when we go live tonight, someone will break the record for list 1. A new wish appeared above Kan Yi Rim's head. Chapter 26 Yi is the strongest. Yi's eyes lit up. Yoo-hoo! New wish! It was as if he could already see the reward of $100,000 beckoning to him after the mission was completed. I have to say, the girls in the higher sections are just different. It's wish after wish. It was simply awesome. Yi looked at Jiang Yilin as if he was looking at a little golden pig that kept popping gold coins. Pick up the task. Yi didn't even think about it and clicked accept. Ding! Detected that the host is performing a wish mission, granting the host a temporary bonus. For the next half an hour, everything the host spends in Kan Yilin's live room will be fully reimbursed. There's a time limit this time? Only half an hour? Compact is a bit compact. However, you can swipe just as many gifts if you have fast hands. Thinking about this, Yi seemed to understand why the system was limiting the consumption time this time. After raising the progress of Jiang Yilin's strategy to 100%, you can get a temporary bonus to all of Jiang Yilin's wish quests. If the system didn't limit the time of consumption, in less than a month, he estimated that he would be able to swipe a few billion or more for Kan Yi Rim at teaming. In this way, as long as he succeeded in ripping off Kan Yi Rin, he would be able to directly get a huge sum of billions of dollars. Being the richest man in the world is just around the corner. Obviously, The system wouldn't allow him to have such a nice daydream. Okay, half an hour is half an hour. System, I'll show you the top hand speed of a great player. After seeing Jang Yilin open the live broadcast, Yi made an excuse to go to the bathroom at the first opportunity. You guys eat first. I'm going to. Convenience. Since we are going to fight for hand speed to swipe gifts like crazy, then naturally we can't be disturbed by anyone. Leafy wanted to find a place to concentrate on brushing. Seeing Yi suddenly leave the table, the corner of Jang Yilin's mouth hooked into a smile. Running away from the battlefield? Is it because you're afraid I'll ask you to give me a gift? Mr. Yi, it seems that treating you to this hot pot today should have emptied your savings. Jang Yilin was a bit pleased in her heart. Seeing Yi suffer defeat, she felt that she had finally won back around in front of Yi. Hello and good evening to you all. Live house. As soon as he opened the live stream, several old fans flooded into the room. Kang Yi Rim also greeted everyone skillfully. Anchor, where is this? Having dinner? It feels like a good meal. Immediately, some sharp-eyed fans in the pop-up saw the small hot pot placed in front of Kang Yi Rim. Kang Yi Rim took a sip of yogurt and patiently answered the questions raised by the pop-ups. I'm having dinner out with my classmates today. Had seafood fondue. You guys, this king crab has legs about as long as my little arm. Saying that, Kang Yi Rim raised the king crab leg and placed it with her arm to compare. Wow, the food is so good. I didn't realize the anchor was a little rich. This one meal is probably almost worth a month's salary for me. You guys, there seems to be Wagyu beef slices on the table. They say the price of that stuff is almost as high as gold. It's not that much of a stretch. I've had it before. 388. 6 slices. Geez, that expensive? Let me count. The one in front of the anchor seems to have 24 pieces. Pretty lady, do you still need a dog? The kind that helps you eat leftovers. Woof woof woof. I can do it too. The pop-ups were immediately chatty. Lin Yu, Xia Ziyuan and Du Mingyu also entered the live broadcast room. Xia Ziyuan also filled up money to send a gift of a hot air balloon worth $52. Thank you to this forever and ever brother for the hot air balloon. Kang Yi Rim made the customary outburst of thanks when she saw the gift. Xia Ziyuan, who was on the side, trembled with excitement when he heard the schoolgirl actually call him her brother. Previously, he hadn't understood why so many people were willing to brush gifts for those anchors online. Now he understood. It's like emotional value pulling full stop when you can have that experience for $50. Lin Yu and Du Mingyu knew that forever and ever was Xia Ziyuan's account, and they gave Xia Ziyuan a thumbs up. Old Xia, you're so generous. For $50, I could buy a skin in the game. Lin Yu quietly sent a private message to Xia Ziyuan. Xia Ziyuan silently blanked him after seeing it. Geek, what do you know? Game skins, which is not as fragrant as hearing the schoolgirl herself call her brother. Right at this moment, Jang Yilin's list 1 saw the message alert that Jang Yilin had opened the live broadcast and also clicked into the live broadcast room. Welcome Brother Blue. And this is called Blue List. A big brother also did not hesitate. Came up to give a gift worth 100. Wow. Thanks for the Porsche from Brother Blue. Hearing Jang Yilin's excited tone, Xia Ziyuan's heart felt a little bad. Kang Yi Rim didn't act so excited when she gave her own gift just now. Is this because you think you're giving away too little? Xia Ziyuan was already a little on top of things. The man's desire to win and lose took control of reason in an instant. Immediately after that, the screen of the live broadcast room lit up with 3 Porsche gift special effects in a row. Thanks. Thanks to brother forever and ever for the 3 Porsches. Thank you brother. Brother atmosphere. 3 Porsche is 300. Remove the platform draw. Jang Yilin himself can get a hand of 150. In just a few moments, I earned the money for a lipstick. In the live broadcast room, the fan called Blue obviously also felt Xia Ziyuan's challenge. Immediately after the Porsche effect sent by Xia Ziyuan went dark, a new one lit up again. Whoa, Brother Blue, you're so powerful today. Thanks to Brother Blue for the luxury cruise. A luxury cruise is worth 600. It's twice as expensive as the 3 Porsche gifts combined. Seeing the gift special effects of the luxury cruise ship, Xia Ziyuan was instantly somewhat deflated. He lives on 1,500 a month. Those gifts he had just given had basically used up nearly a week's worth of his expenses. The balance on his bank card was no longer enough for him to compete with the fan named Blue. Xia Ziyuan leaned back in his chair with a disheveled look on his face. No wonder he's number 1 on the list. He's really rich. Match STH. Right at this moment, Lin Yu and the others saw another familiar nickname come in during the live broadcast. A user named Wall Drunk for a Night entered the broadcast room. Isn't this Old G? Didn't Old G go to the restroom? How come there's still time to watch the live broadcast? Who knows? Probably constipated. It was a nickname the 3 of them were more than familiar with, because those 4 words, read backwards, mean Yi is the strongest. At that time, when Yi together with this name, this broken harmonic terrain was met with a unanimous blank stare from Lin Yu and the 3 of them. This one is Yaichi? Hearing several people talking, Zhang Yilin pointed to the avatar of Wall Drunk for a Night and asked Xia Ziyuan, who was sitting next to her, in a low voice. Xia Ziyuan nodded. With such an iconic name, there wouldn't be another person other than Yi. Welcome Wall Drunk 1. Zhang Yilin was just about to make a welcoming noise, but before she could finish her sentence, a carnival gift special effect lit up the broadcast room. Chapter 27, The First Ranking Changes Hands. A round of carnival gifts costs 3,000 Chinese dollars. Excluding the platform's cut, Kang Yilin got her hands on 15,000. Thank ye. Oh no. Thank you brother Wall Drunk for a Night, boss for the gift. This was the first time Kang Yi Rim had received a carnival gift on the air, and was obviously a bit flattered. Originally wanted to habitually open his mouth to call his brother, but once he thought that the person who gave the carnival gift was Yi, this brother was embarrassed to call out in any way. This Yi, why doesn't he follow the rules? It had been assumed that he had left the table to go to the bathroom because he was afraid that he would make him give a gift. But I didn't expect that not only did people take the initiative to give a gift, but they also gave such a big one right away. After seeing the carnival gift sent by Yi, the big brother Blue in the live broadcast room was not calm at once. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the way Kang Yi Rim's eyes are bubbling with little love after seeing the carnival gifts. Blue felt that his position as the big brother of List 1 was threatened. Originally, he was the number 1 gold master in Kang Yi Rim's eyes who was the most worthwhile to rely on. And now, Kang Yi Rim clearly had someone else in her eyes. So, Blue sent out a round of carnival as well. It wasn't supposed to be bad for him. It's just that he had previously seen that Kang Yi Rim was still a school student, so he thought that he shouldn't need to spend too much money if he wanted to get rid of her. When it came to swiping gifts for Kang Yi Rim, there were no expensive gifts to swipe. The main hand is a thin hand and a small hand. But now, since the status was threatened, there was no need to keep a low profile. The Blue in front of the screen licked his lips. Little beauty. Today I'm going to use these gifts to smash through your last mental defenses. Before Blue asked Kang Yi Rim for her contact information through a private message. After adding WeChat, he also tentatively wanted to ask Zhang Yilin out for dinner and a movie, but they were all rebuffed by Kang Yi Rim with various excuses. After all, the Blue at that time only spent more than 7,000 in the live broadcast. At that time, in Kang Yi Rim's heart, she was very disdainful of these behaviors of Blue. You want her for that kind of money? Kang Yi Rim thought to herself that she wasn't cheap enough for that. And even if that made Blue upset and she didn't give her any gifts in the future, she didn't care. On average, every month, Blue was only a few hundred in the live broadcast. This level of loss was still acceptable to Kang Yi Rim. But today, Blue seems to have been provoked by the live broadcast of a series of gifts to the people on the head. Wanted to go along with the trend of completely capturing Kang Yi Rim's heart by smashing money. Thank you to brother Blue for sending. Zhang Yilin just wanted to thank Blue for the carnival. But just as the words of thanks were halfway out of his mouth, another round of carnival effects lit up on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Gift-giving users are still wall drunk for a night. On the other end of the screen, Blue frowned in annoyance. What's with the wall drunk for a night? Stealing the limelight, huh? Robbing women is right. Blue tapped his finger on the screen and followed suit, sending another round of carnival. These 2 rounds of carnival tonight were almost catching up with the combined price of the gifts he had previously swiped in Kang Yi Rim's live room. But just when he thought that these 2 rounds of carnival can make the wall drunk one night no difficult to retreat, the carnival special effects in the live broadcast room lit up again. Wall Drunk for a Night actually delivers a third carnival shot without pause. The Wall Drunk overnight has been on the air for less than half a minute and hasn't said a word. There was no interaction with the anchor at all. Burying your head is brushing. Where's this coming from? Blue frowned slightly, hesitating a bit. He wondered if Kang Yi Rim had joined some guild recently, and this Wall Drunk for a Night is some big shot in this guild. There are a lot of anchors in the teaming sound that do this, letting people from her own guild swipe gifts for her in the live broadcast, as a way to tease those rich people in the broadcast room to compete and follow along. When the broadcast is over, the proceeds you get and the guild are divided according to a certain percentage. Blue's mind was a little bit confused. If that's the case, it's like playing him for an ingrate. But in the few seconds he hesitated, Yi swiped 2 more rounds of carnival. Zhang Yilin live room, Blue perennial domination of the list position, at this time has also been completely replaced by Yi. Mr. Yi, thank you for the gift. You don't have to brush anymore. There's already enough. Yi had only been in the live broadcast room for a minute and had already swiped 5 carnivals. 3,000 Chinese dollars for 1 carnival. 5 would be 15,000 Chinese dollars. For a college student to drop that kind of money has been a little scary. Kang Yi Rin has basically heard of all the rich kids in the school, but there was no Yi's name in these people. In other words, Yi's family conditions should be of the average kind. A month's living expenses are estimated to be around $1,000 to $2,000. $15,000 is almost enough to cover a year's worth of living expenses. Who in their right mind spends money like that? If Yi was a rich second generation, then naturally Jang Yilin wouldn't have any psychological burden. But Yi obviously isn't. Jang Yilin had heard many stories before about the kind of guy who was average in his own condition, but spent a lot of money chasing after a girl, and then the girl didn't say yes, and in the end, the guy retaliated against the girl in various ways. Kang Yi-rim doesn't want to get into a mess like this. Just now, when she was with Yi, she did have that momentary feeling of her heart fluttering, but that's only because Yi is better at teasing. Kang Yi-rim calmed down and asked herself that she would never fall in love with a boy with such average conditions. Her longing for a relationship, for romance and surprises, is backed up by sufficient finances. That's exactly why she's single until now, even though she's obviously surrounded by numerous suitors, because she hadn't been able to find a guy who was well qualified and interesting enough to be a heartthrob. Therefore, after thinking about all this, she felt the need to stop Yi, who was swiping gifts to his head at the moment, lest in the future, Yi realized that he couldn't chase after himself and did something drastic. But after hearing Jang Yilin's name for Yi, the blue in the live broadcast room instantly became unsettled. Classmates? You two went to school together? Turns out it wasn't the guild bigwigs. Thinking about it, Blue's heart loosened a little. There was also a general judgment of the situation at hand. This wall drunk for a night is supposed to be one of Kang Yi-rim's suitors in college. Wanted to take advantage of her live broadcast by sending gifts, such means to show good confession. Blue gave a disdainful sneer. How much money can a college student have? I'm afraid these carnival gifts have emptied the balance. Under such circumstances, he even dared to openly snatch his position as the rank 1 big brother in the live broadcast. Humph. Young man, I'll open your eyes today. I'll show you what it means to be outside of people. It makes you realize that you should never challenge a rich person's pocketbook with your entire own savings. Chapter 28, Stopping Losses in Time. User Blue sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. User Blue sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. User Blue sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. The live broadcast public screen was instantly buzzing with activity. It's always an excellent talking point when two big men are jealous of each other. The audience in the comments section followed suit. Looks like Mr. Blue's position is threatened today. Even before, I didn't expect Chief Lon to have such profound strength. It means that Mr. Blue was too low-key before. Today, when I saw that someone came to kick the bucket, Mr. Blue directly showed his cards and stopped pretending. Honestly, I've never seen a gift swipe like that. Me too. That new night god isn't simple either. He actually fought back and forth with Mr. Blue. The gods are fighting. We mortals can just watch the fun. Look guys, the anchor is dumbfounded. This kind of brush gift speed, can't even thank him. I wonder who will become the final top one today. TSK, 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 you guys don't understand this. Do you think these two big shots are just competing for the number 1 spot on the list? Ah, and what else? Brother understanding, quickly tell us, what else could they be fighting for if not for the first place on the list? Humph, these two are bidding. It looks like the final winner of this beautiful anchor will have a result tonight. Wow, so this is how rich people play? Damn, it's good to be rich. When I'm rich I'll find a beautiful college student too. Looking at the chatter in the comments section, Kang Yi-rim's brows gradually furrowed. Things were now completely out of her control. Obviously, she had misjudged the true financial strength of Yi and this Blue. I didn't think these two could get on the head brush like this. Perhaps to many passers-by, this is a good thing. Kang Yi-rim received a huge wave of gifts without doing anything, but Kang Yi-rim was thinking more long-term. Everyone in the live room saw that there were two big men willing to swipe so many gifts for her to win her favor. It was equivalent to raising the threshold of those who wanted to rely on swiping gifts to win Kang Yi-rim's favor. In the future, other people will think twice before they swipe a gift for her. As long as the swipes aren't as big as these two big boys, then you're definitely not going to get in the eyes of the anchor. Then since the anchor couldn't even look at it, there was naturally no need for them, the passers-by, to brush small gifts. So, on the surface it looks like Kang Yi-rim made a huge profit today, but in reality, it also kind of narrowed the road for Kang Yi-rim to continue to earn money from live broadcasting in the future. If Jang Yilin wants to continue to earn money from live broadcasting in the future, she will have to hold on to Blue or Yi's thighs, so that both of them can continue to patronize and take care of their live streams in the future. And looking at this trend of the two of them swiping gifts now, it must be a situation of one death and one injury today. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. There can only be one big brother in the end of the list. Then the one who lost must feel disgraced, and I'm sure he won't patronize her live room in the future. So, in reality, there is only one person who can stay in the end to give Kang Yi-rim a leg up as that gold master. Thinking about it, Kang Yi-rim's heart tightened. If Blue wins, then Kang Yi-rim will have to respond to all the requests for a meeting that he sent earlier. If you don't agree to meet, then you will completely offend this gold master, and cut off her own fortune. But if we meet, is it really as simple as a meal and a movie? Kang Yi-rim wasn't that kind of dumb and sweet, so she naturally knew what it meant for the gold master to ask for an offline meeting. However, she didn't want to be the kind of person who sacrificed herself just to make money. She didn't want to think of such things as transactions. That would make her feel cheap. Although Kang Yi-rin has a quest for money, in her heart, only the kind of man who is rich and can make her heart fall in love is worthy of her. So what if Yi-yi wins? Thinking about it, Kang Yi-rim was in a tangle again. Undeniably, Yi-yi did give her a hint of a heartbeat, but is Yi-yi's condition really good enough? If he was really well conditioned, then there was no way that she, Kang Yi-rim, had never heard of this person at school before today. Could it be that all this money he swiped on gifts today is really his entire savings? Or maybe he's swiping his parents' bank card to top up his gifts? It wouldn't wait until after the live broadcast ended for Yi-yi's parents to find themselves and say that they wanted to recover all this spending. Looking at the carnival special effects that kept flashing on the screen of the live broadcast room, Zhang Yilin's eyes were confused like never before. User Blue sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. User Blue sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. User Wall drunk for a night sent a round of carnival. On the other side of the screen, Blue's face was very ugly at the moment. He's given away almost 20 carnivals. That translates to nearly 60,000 Chinese dollars. He had thought that the user named Wall drunk for a night would be a bit more restrained, but I didn't expect the other party to brush faster and faster, and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Blue had begun to panic a little. 60,000 Chinese dollars he could afford to spend, and he could earn that back in half a month or so anyway. But the money has to be worth spending. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Until now, Kang Yi-rim hasn't agreed to his request to meet. You can't brush it off and end up with all that money down the drain. Blue's heart was already beating back. If you change a female college student's live room, I'm afraid that this 20-hair carnival has been able to ask out to meet several times. It's even managed to make those female college anchors into their own shape. After all, in the market nowadays, the price of a serious package of a female college student is only about $30,000 to $40,000 a month. 60,000 Chinese dollars, enough to cover 2 months. When he thought about it, Blue felt more and more that he had lost a lot of money. The movement of his hand to swipe the gift gradually slowed down. He admitted that Kang Yi-rim was not bad looking. He could tell that Kang Yi-rim's face value was never piled on by makeup or special effects. It was pure natural beauty. And Kang Yi-rim isn't just good looking with her facial features. Long legs, thin waist, wide hips, great buttocks, and I hear they still practice dancing. These points gathered in one person can only be described as the best on earth. That delicate waist was very soft to look at. Makes you want to cradle it in your arms and play with it. But, even if it's superb, if you can't get it, it's just empty talk after all. Only what you put in your mouth is real, and what you can't eat is nothingness. Men are so realistic sometimes. With this thought, Blue finally stopped swiping gifts, together with a few more carnival swipes when he hesitated just now. Cumulatively so far, he had swiped a total of 30 carnival swipes for Kang Yi-rin today, a total of 90,000 Chinese dollars. He wasn't going to brush it off anymore, partly because Wall drunk for a night has already swiped far more gifts than he has. On the other hand, he was worried that after swiping more gifts, he would not get Kang Yi-rim in the end. It's not a good deal to lose money. If you can't get it, stop in time. Chapter 29. Is that you? With the blue-gray slipped away from the live studio, the battle for the top of the list has also come to an end for the time being. Holy, Mr. Blue slipped up? It's admitting defeat? Indeed, Mr. Blue can't help it. So far he's swiped 30 rounds of carnival, but the night god has already swiped 58 rounds. It's almost doubled. What's the comparison? Welcome the new king to the throne. From now on, there will only be one god in this broadcast room, and that's the night god. Wait, look guys. The night god is actually still brushing. Holy, night god, you should quickly put away your divine power. Can't you see that Chief Blue has already been beaten away by you? Night god, you can stop now. You've won. You really don't treat money like money. There's no such thing as throwing money away like that. The comments section even started to feel sorry for Yi-yi's money. But Yi-yi acted as if he hadn't seen these comments and was still frantically swiping carnival gifts. No one interrupts me from swiping my money. Yi-yi in the bathroom was squatting in the cubicle of the squatting pit, his eyes staring intently at the screen, his fingers constantly repeating mechanized movements. The more he swiped today, the more rewards he could get after raiding Kang Yi-rim in the future, even though his fingers were already a bit sore now. When he thought of the joy he would feel when he got the huge sum of money in the future, Yi-yi felt that all these were not a matter. The time just went by minute by minute. In the bathroom, The people lined up at the door of Yi, the squatting cubicle, were about to curse. The people in the other cubicles had already changed several times, and Yi was the only one whose door was always locked. Inside, why aren't you done yet? Don't you take up that pit without ting? Outside the cubicle door panel came the extremely impatient voices of the people in line outside. It sounds like it's getting close to being suffocated. At this time, the cubicle next to Yi happened to be empty, so this big brother who couldn't hold it in fast enough rushed in as fast as he could. Then, Yi heard a cascade of sound, strongly enduring the smell wafting from the next cubicle. Yi pinched his nose with one hand as he continued to swipe the gift with one hand at an extremely fast speed. I'm sorry, I'm constipated. Yichi apologized to the next door in a whisper. The big brother next door has emptied his memory at the moment and has less resentment in his heart. Ugh, understand. The greatest happiness for an adult is not being constipated. You sound like you're still a college student. Young man, still need to be careful. If you squat in the pit for too long, it's easy to get hemorrhoids. The next door brother warned in the tone of a man who had been there. Immediately afterward, he lifted his pants, flushed, and then turned to leave the bathroom. Only Yi was left still squatting in the squatting pit cubicle frantically clicking on the cell phone screen. Half an hour later, as the system prompted the time to arrive, Yi followed suit and stopped his hand movements. After squatting for half an hour, Yi's legs had long been numb. At the moment, holding on to the door panel of the cubicle, he could barely stand up. Let's see how many I swiped in total. Yi couldn't care less about his physical discomfort now, and was only concerned about how much money he had swiped tonight. Clicking on the live broadcast gift list, Yi saw that he was clearly in the top 1 position of Jang Yilan's live broadcast. In half an hour's time, a total of 800 carnival gifts were swiped. Converted into Chinese currency, it totaled 2,400,000 Chinese dollars. This is rich. As long as we raid Jang Yilan, then we'll be able to get the 2,400,000 reward. $2,400,000 is enough to buy a house near Bincheng University. Ginger Yellen can be such a little fortune hunter. At that moment, inside the box, Kong Yi Rim sneezed twice. Yi's frantic gift swiping finally stopped. The live feed was in shock. 800 carnivals. Did I read that right? You guys? The night god was only a level 1 number when he came in, and now he's brushed up to 62. Geez, this must be some big shot's trumpet. Brush 800 Huazi in half an hour. Even the Wang Gongzi back then didn't dare to play like this. Alas, I hope that the night god will be a little more compassionate to our anchor when the time comes. I'm so envious. If only I were a woman. Then I'd go start a live stream to earn money. Forget it, dude. With that face, even if you were a female, people's night gods wouldn't look at you. That's right. I guess people don't want it even if it's upside down. Ha ha. Looking at everyone's words, Kong Yi Rim was still dumbfounded and hadn't returned to her senses. 800 carnivals. 2,400,000. Take away the platform's cut, and she gets $1,200,000. That's certainly an astronomical amount of money for a senior. Even those rich kids in school had never heard of anyone being able to spend so much money on a girl who hadn't even confirmed their relationship yet. Yi, is the family rich? Zhang Yilan held her tongue for half a day before finally asking this question to a few of Yi's housemates. Lin Yu, Xia Ziyuan and Du Mingyu looked at each other with 3 confused faces and shook their heads. Old Yi, his monthly living expenses are only 12,000. And his family. I heard he never met his parents growing up and has been living with his sister. Old Yi said that his sister is just an ordinary employee of an ordinary company. I suppose the income level is just average. Listening to a few people talk about Yi, Zhang Yilan's brows tightened the more she frowned. Only one sister in the family? Still just an average hitman. Then even if Yi secretly used his sister's bank card to charge gifts, he couldn't charge so much money. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had suddenly thought of a reasonable explanation. You guys, old Yi wouldn't have won the lottery recently. Xia Ziyuan nodded as well. It's possible. Otherwise why did old Yi suddenly offer to treat us to seafood hot pot today? He usually lives a stingy life. Du Mingyu whispered with emotion. But how much did old Yi win this? Surprisingly, he swiped so much money for Zhang Yilan in one go. Doesn't he know that the platform is going to take half of the cut? If he really wants to show favor through this method, why didn't he just give Kong Yi Rim money? It also cuts out the middleman making the difference. A few people were chatting when the focal point of the conversation finally moved his tingling legs and slowly walked into the box. You guys, why aren't you eating? Why are you all looking at me? Something on my face? When Yi walked to the door of the box, he saw the eyes of several people in the box staring at him in unison, and those dishes on the table were barely touched. What he was before he went to the bathroom, he's still the same when he comes back. What the hell? These people, what have they been doing for the last half hour? Zhang Yilan looked at Yi, who was playing dumb, and in her heart, her interest in this man intensified a few points. Yee, the person who just gave me a gift in the live broadcast room. It's you, isn't it? Chapter 30, where did you get so much money? Ha, a gift? What kind of gift? I don't know. It wasn't that Yee was deliberately trying to play dumb. Only just now, on the way back to the box from the bathroom, Yee suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the wish quest and receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Hearing the prompt, Yee clicked in to see the progress of Zhang Yilan's raid in passing. Yee remembered that when he had just bound Zhang Yilan, the progress of the strategy was still only 30%, but now when he clicked in to see it, it had already reached 83%. Big deal. Seeing the progress of this raid, Yee realized a very serious problem. Although he could get a generous reward of $2,400,000 after taking down Zhang Yilan, Yee did not aspire to this. A girl like Kong Yi Rim who easily swipes her wish quests, of course she has to make the most of it before she can do so. What's more, several of Kong Yi Rim's wishes so far are related to spending money. This was simply a natural money swiping holy body for Yee. Therefore, Yee wanted to deliberately slow down the speed at which Zhang Yilan's raid progress increased. Facing Yee's playing dumb, Zhang Yilan guffawed. I don't know why. Looking at Yee pretending to be stupid and not admitting it, Zhang Yilan unexpectedly felt some warmth in her heart inexplicably. Normally, if a man spends so much money for you, then the purpose must be very clear. I'm sure you can't wait for you to say something about this. The next step must be to find ways to want something to happen with you. But looking at Yee's reaction, not only did he not make some excessive demands just because of that, even thinking about hiding their identity and continuing to keep a low profile, it gives the impression that I just want to treat you unilaterally. But I hope you don't have any psychological burden because of it. You don't know? And did you know that you have a video entry on your homepage of you playing basketball earlier? I just clicked on it in passing and saw it. Are you going to tell me that the person on that video just looks like you, but isn't you? Zhang Yilan turned sideways and looked at Yee, who was sitting beside her, and snorted out a laugh. Seeing that his identity was recognized, Yee knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. Well, it looks like we'll just have to find another opportunity in the future to lower the upward trend of Kong Yi Rin's raid progress. Forgot to hide the artwork. Misstep. Yee scratched his head awkwardly. Old Yee, be honest, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Du Mingyu had a concerned look on his face, though there was an element of gossip in this question of his as well. But more than that, he was worried that his roommate and best buddy, who had spent 4 years together, would go astray in order to make money. $2,400,000 is astronomical for a college student. How can you earn so much at once in a normal way? And seeing that Yee was so generous, that meant that the $2,400,000 that was sent out was not all of his family's money. It's just so mind-numbingly suspicious. Hearing the implication of concern in Du Mingyu's words, Yi Dong gave a pause to explain. That, my old house was demolished a while ago, took a demolition payment. A few people obviously still didn't quite believe this answer from Yee. Lin Yu carefully calculated and asked, Old Yee, we're from the same place. The price of housing there, if we demolish it, I guess we'll just get about $2 million. Did you charge all the demolition money to the teaser? Xia Ziyuan also looked worried. Old Yee, you can't spend money recklessly. If your sister finds out about this, she'll skin you? Why don't you see if T's voice can request a refund? You can't spend impulsively with such a large sum of money. Kong Yi Rim nodded in agreement. Mr. Yee, that money is indeed too much for me. Why don't I also ask the teasing voice officials to see if I can get a refund? After realizing that the money was the demolition money from Yee's old house, Zhang Yilan also panicked a bit. Demolition money is usually used to buy a new house to live in, but Yee now rewarded her for all of them. What's the difference between that and selling your house to give her a gift? This kind of money felt hot to her even if she took it. It's better to give it back to Yaichi before it's too late. Ahem. No, where are you all going with this? Yee felt that a few people's brainstorming ability was just too strong. Why do I feel like a licking dog who emptied his family's pockets just to get a smile from a redhead? It's true that the demolition money is only a little over $2 million, but I took that money to speculate in stocks a while ago. Earnings doubled a couple times. Don't worry guys, I'm now very rich, Yee said with a sincere face. Now that he had the system in place, he had already earned $500,000 in the past 2 days just by completing the Heart's Desire quest. In the future, they will certainly earn more and more money, and their spending will naturally increase accordingly. In order to assuage the concerns of a few of his housemates, he did feel the need to make up a serious reason out of it. Otherwise, there might be many more oopses like today's in the future. A gift for our schoolmates reward. Think of it as me supporting her live streaming career. Just don't forget me if you become a big internet star or actress in the future. Looking at Zhang Yilan, who had not yet slowed down, Yi casually snorted. Hearing Yi's explanation, Lin Yu's several faces were incredulous. Speculation? Old Yi, when did you get into stock speculation? I can't believe I can earn so much. You're a rich man now. Several people were majoring in Chinese language and literature, and they never knew anything about finance on weekdays. But Yi now not only speculated on the stock, and even earned money or several times the principal. I'm afraid a finance professor couldn't do that. Yi humbly pressed his hand. Lay low. Actually, I just simply got lucky and happened to buy a stock with potential. And luckily I wasn't greedy and walked away from the high. If I hadn't left, I'd have lost a horse in the last 2 days. Yi understands these few roommates of his, and their family conditions are all average. It must be very enviable to see yourself earning so much money. If you have to pester yourself in the future to learn a trick or two in the stock market, won't you be exposed? So, Yi blamed everything on his good luck. Luckily, Lin Yu's few people didn't know much about this aspect, so they could be considered to have reluctantly believed Yi's set of words. No wonder you're willing to treat so many of us to seafood hot pot today. Old Yi, you can't be rich and dislike your brothers. Hearing Xie Ziyuan say this, Yi raised his eyebrows with a bad smile on his face. Don't worry, how can I dislike you guys? What father have you ever seen who dislikes his son? Lin Yu secretly spat. Bah, there you go again, boy, pretending. Come on, let's call it robbing the rich to give to the poor today. Waiter, bring the menu. Brothers and sisters, add another dish. Chapter 31, Going to the Bar. After a meal was finished, Yi consciously got up to pay the bill, but Kang Yi-rim stopped him. After receiving millions of gifts from Yi's bounty today, Zhang Yilin felt the need to show her appreciation as well. This one's on me. Consider it a thank you to the Golden Father. After saying that, Zhang Yilin even secretly winked at Yi. Hearing the schoolgirl address herself, Yi's bones crisped up a bit, but he shook his head anyway and got up to take the slip handed to him by the waiter. A deal is on me. If you want to invite me, we can have a reunion between our 2 dorms later. Anyway, the system could fully reimburse this meal today, so Yi didn't feel the need to make Zhang Yilin pay out of her own pocket. Most importantly, the system reimburses all of this money, which is considered a temporary addition to the process of completing the wish quest. After the raid was completed with Zhang Yilin, those were all rewards that Yi could get, although the price of eating less than 9,000, but a little goes a long way. Yi wouldn't let go of the money just because it was small. Being used to living in poverty, any money that could be earned, Yi would not let it go easily. Seeing that she couldn't argue, Zhang Yilin had no choice but to let Yi go. It was after 9 p.m. After the bill was paid, a few people walked out of the hot pot restaurant, ready to take a cab back to school, but Kang Yi-rim's eyes wandered, as if she was still thinking about something in her mind. Yi saw the hint in the column of bound objects in his mind, only to see that Zhang Yilin had a new wish. Don't want to go back so early. Still want to stay with Yi for a while longer. If only a few of them could go back first, leaving me and Yi and the other 2 to wander around some more. It would be best to take a trip to the bar with Yichi, have a little drink, play a little ambiguous game. Somehow, when Zhang Yilin thought of going back to school soon and separating from Yi, there was a feeling in her heart that she couldn't get enough. Zhang Yilin stole a glance at Yi's side face. His handsome jawline looked especially charming under the dim streetlight. Handsome, golden, generous, and flirtatious. Zhang Yilin suddenly had a feeling that Yi was completely her cup of tea. Her heart couldn't help but beat a few more beats faster at the thought. But how should I find an excuse to spend some time alone with Yi? Would it be too unreserved to initiate? Yi would not think that he was trying to go along with him because he took his huge reward. No. Wouldn't she become a girl in Yi's heart? Kang Yi-rim has always been able to be very rational and help others out when they are in love. But when it came to herself, she became like so many girls in love. Begin to look ahead and suffer. There was a complete lack of the previous aura of being confident and having a hand in everything. However, Zhang Yilin's this little thought now could not be hidden from Yi who had a hangover in his body. You guys go ahead and go back. Yi gave a look at a couple of his housemates. Then he turned his head and asked Kang Yi-rim, Big schoolgirl Kong, you don't have anything else to do in a while, do you? If it's okay, could you accompany me somewhere? Kang Yi-rim's cheeks reddened and she tensed up as if she had been poked in the heart. I have nothing else. Where do you want me to go with you? At this moment, Zhang Yilin felt that she was as green as a new recruit in front of Yi. When spending time with other boys, the dominance is always in Kang Yi-rim's hands, but when she was with Yi, Zhang Yilin felt like she was dominated by Yi at all times. But in her heart, Kang Yi-rim suddenly kind of liked the feeling of being dominated. Women are muqiang by nature. A man with the strength to dominate her is a man worthy of her heart. Yi didn't answer Zhang Yilin's question, but instead sold a lie. Keep it a secret. You'll find out later. Hearing Yi say this, Jang Yilin seemed to have a premonition of what would happen next, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn a few shades redder. At this time, Zhou Jing whispered a reminder. Lin, it's already past 9 o'clock, and the hostess aunt is coming to check on your bed at 10:30 p.m. So you, Zhou Jing knew Jang Yilin's usual style, a high and mighty fourth varsity flower of Hamachi University. It's a pipe dream for any guy to ask her out. However, Zhou Jing guessed that Yi had swiped so many gifts for Jang Yilin today, even if Kang Yi Rim wanted to refuse, I'm afraid she would be too embarrassed to ask. So, as a roommate and good best friend, Zhou Jing felt the need to help Jang Yilin find a step down. But right after Zhou Jing finished speaking, she saw Jang Yilin squeezing her eyebrows vigorously at her. It was hard to wait until Yi took the initiative to talk, and it looked like the two of them could go on a date as a matter of course. This time his own housemate actually stopped halfway. Kang Yi Rim was also a little embarrassed for a moment. In case Yi really loosened up and said he wouldn't go, wouldn't such a good opportunity today be wasted? So Jang Yilin frantically winked at Zhou Jing, hoping that Zhou Jing would understand her feelings. Zhou Jing was a bit confused. You're making a fool of yourself, aren't you? So you don't resent him asking you out? Reacting, Zhou Jing hurriedly looked for a remedy. I mean, I'll sign in for you if the hostess checks the dormitory. Don't you worry about having fun. Kang Yi Rim nodded and hastily picked up the conversation. Well, it's up to you then. After saying that, he also mischievously sneaked his tongue out at Zhou Jing. Yi also gave a wink to the Linyu trio, who immediately understood. Lao Yi, we'll sign in for you too. Then we'll go back first. The cab I called seems to be getting close. Let's go. Under Yi's and Jang Yilin's eye signals, the 3 men and 3 women got into 2 separate cars and left the scene very sensibly. Now you can tell me where you're taking me. Seeing that the people were gone, Kang Yi Rim became slightly more bold. Now that there were no other spectators, he could finally put down all his baggage and have a good fight with Yi. Yi gently smiled and took half a step closer to Jang Yilin, slightly leaning down, close to her ear, and softly said, I hear there's a new bar that's been hot lately. Dare, go have a drink with me? The agitation method. Ask not if you will, but if you dare. Don't you want to compete? Ms. Kong? It's not like you're going to admit defeat now. When she heard that she was going to a bar, Kang Yi Rim's heart trembled slightly. Yi's thoughts surprisingly coincided with his own again. Is this the legendary soulmate? Jang Yilin arrogantly raised her head, her beautiful eyes pouting as she looked at Yi. Humph. I'm a good drinker. I'm just afraid that some people will get drunk before I do. Avoidance. Kang Yi Rin certainly knew in her heart that it was a very ambiguous thing for a lone man and 2 adults to go to a bar at night, and also knew that Yi must have wanted to use the alcohol to try to have a further development. Although he himself had this thought, he could not say it explicitly at the moment. So, one had to blame it all on the drinking thing itself. I'll just think of it as simply going for a drink with you. As for what will happen between us, that will come in time. Chapter 32, Call Another Friend. Kang Yi Rin also deliberately added some provocation. Don't you want to drink? Then we'll compete to see who can drink better. Of course, the purpose of that statement wasn't really to compare drinks. Instead, he gave Yi a grand excuse to be able to drink more with himself. As for getting drunk, that depends on whether the mood and vibe is there at the time or not. One can get drunk anytime as long as the emotions are in place. There is a saying that if you go for a drink with a girl and realize that the girl can't drink 1,000 glasses, it only means that the girl is not interested in you. Girls can get drunk on even a small sip of wine if they meet a guy they really love. Facing the challenge sent by Jang Yilin, the corner of Yi's mouth lifted and he nodded. You understand my scheming, and I understand your refusal. Not bad. Chess is indeed a match. So, Yi immediately called a car and headed to a recently opened new bar in Binchang with Jang Yilin. Ding! It is detected that the host is performing a wish mission. The system will grant a bonus. Everything you spend at the bar tonight is fully reimbursable, and it temporarily grants the host the ability to automatically sober up, and the host will not get drunk when drinking at the bar tonight. Hearing the system beep, Yi couldn't help but secretly give the system a thumbs up in his heart. What a reliable system. Tonight I'll drink 1,000 glasses. Originally Yi was a little worried. What if Jang Yilin's drinking capacity was really good? Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if Kang Yi Rim wasn't drunk yet, but he was already drunk as a puddle? It's a good thing that there is a system in place now. This feeling of being open is really quite refreshing. Arriving at the bar, the waiter in overalls greeted him warmly. Although Kang Yi Rim was wrapped in a long khaki-colored trench coat, she still couldn't hide her slender legs, combined with fine features and big soft brown waves. This is instantly recognizable in the crowd as a superb creature. The bartender was naturally not stupid. A man who could bring a beauty of this caliber to the bar at night must be either rich or noble. Sir, do you two have an appointment? The bar was noisy with sounds and colors, so in order to avoid the sound being covered, The waiter pulled his voice close to Yi Yi's ear and asked, "The fantasy bar has just opened less than a month ago, and it's the time when business is booming. It's almost full night after night these days." Although Yi Yi and the others came quite early today, the loose tables were almost all booked out. There were only a couple of decks left, because the low consumption of the Dream Bar's card seats also starts at $100,000. People who usually come here to spend money are more inclined to book loose tables. No reservations? Is there any room available today? Yi Yi glanced at the bar. It was only 9:30 and the bar was already full of people. As far as the eye can see, you can hardly see an empty seat. After the waiter got close, he saw that Yi Yi was young and still looked like a college student, and for a moment he couldn't hold Yi Yi's spending power, so asked tentatively, "Sir, the loose tables are all booked up today. Only the card holders are left, but the minimum spending on card seats in our store, from $100,000. You see." Hearing this price, Jang Yilan, who was on the side, was simply shocked. She'd been to bars inside college towns a few times before, but it only cost $2,000 or $3,000 each time. At the time, she even thought the price was high enough. "But I didn't expect that the bar I came to today would require $100,000 in minimum consumption. Gosh, it's a shady store, isn't it? Why doesn't he just go ahead and rob it?" While the place is indeed lavishly decorated, with great lighting and acoustics, but spending $100,000 on a bar, that's outrageous. The waiter saw the long-legged beauty in the trench coat blushing, and in his mind he had a rough judgment of the duo's spending level. If it were usual, he would not have recommended such a person to open a carafe. A $100,000 minimum spend really isn't something that just anyone can afford, but today there's no way around it. The tables are all booked up and only the booths are left. Just as the waiter was thinking about how to round up the situation, Yi Yi pulled out his cell phone without the slightest hesitation. "Just have an empty seat, then open a deck for us. Where's the collection code?" Seeing Yi Yi being so bold, the waiter froze instead. "Are all college students so bossy these days? $100,000 and you don't even care? Or did he not hear what he just said? That's $100,000, not 10. Though still a bit incredulous, the waiter pulled out the bar's collection code. "Sir, sweeping here is fine." The words just fell, only to see Yi Yi scan code, pay, enter the password, all in one go. In the blink of an eye, $100,000 was paid over. When paying, Yi Yi didn't know how happy he was in his heart. That's an additional $100,000 in rewards that you can get after raiding Kong Yi Rim. Kong Yi Rim can be such a treasured little golden pig, combined with the $100,000 reward you'll get for completing the mission. This visit to the bar netted you $200,000 inside and out. Yi Yi couldn't wait to hold Jang Yilan's little face and kiss it. "Okay, take us to the card table," Yi Yi said as he looked at the waiter with a smile on his face. The waiter froze for 2 seconds as he looked at the interface of Yi Yi's successful payment, then hurriedly changed his face to a pleasing one. "Okay brother, I'll show you to the deck." The maitre d' lifted his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Hey, Xiao Wang Ah, open a card seat for me. I'm bringing guests over now. Xiao Li, help me prepare a snack and fruit plate exclusive to high-level VIPs." Then he nodded his head and led Yi Yi and Jang Yilan towards the card table. Walking into the bar, Kong Yi Rin's legs under her trench coat and red-soled knee-high boots were a turnaround killer. There were several hot glances from men at all the tables. They envied Ji Yi who was walking in front of Jang Yilan. "You see, that boy's life is too good to have such an amazing female companion. Those long legs, TSK, 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 they're killing me. Come on, don't look." "There's no way they're going to look at you. More than looking at it, I feel like she's taller than me. If I stand in front of her, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to see me." After being seated, the waiter handed Yi Yi the drink list. "Brother, see what you want to drink. Just paid the minimum spend of $100,000, which means you can order anything up to $100,000, even if you go over. It's not a big deal, you'll just have to pay again. The system reimburses you in full for spending tonight anyway. The more you spend, the more you take after successfully raiding Kong Yi Rim. However, the system has a requirement for each such fully reimbursed purchase that it should not be wasted or packaged. Can only be consumed on site. Yi Yi, we can't drink that much, even if fantasy bar drinks were more expensive. $100,000 would be a lot to order. It does seem a bit much for 2 people. Yahichi agreed. He won't get drunk tonight, but he'll hold out. It's hard to drink unlimited amounts of water all the time, even if it's plain water. However, Jang Yilan's words caused a sudden flash of light in Yi Yi's head. "Then why don't I call another friend over?" Thinking of this, Yi Yi instantly had an idea. So he took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to an avatar. Although it was getting late, he knew that the other party would definitely come. And, It just so happens that through her, she can also deliberately slow down the upward trend of Kang Yi-rim's raid progress. Chapter 33, Another Beauty. On the other end of the cell phone, Jang Chui had just arrived home. It's a house her parents bought her. Usually she lives by herself, not too far from school. It's 3 stops on the subway, because Jang Chui is usually accustomed to being alone, not only to the boys' high cold. In front of the girls is also very introverted. Jang Chui's parents also know their daughter's introverted character, in order to prevent her from living in the school dormitory feel embarrassed, so simply buy her a sweet. Just after sitting on the sofa, Jang Chui's cell phone lit up. Taking it over, it was a message from Yi. Jang Chui's heart thumped and got nervous for no reason. Now come to the fantasy bar and have a drink with me, and that will be the second thing I ask. By the way, remember to dress nice. The message was simple, but it was one that could not be denied. Jang Chui frowned slightly. Her heart unconsciously resurfaced the scene where her lips met Yi's in the stairwell today. Really? What do you take me for? Took my first kiss and wanted me to go to the bar with you all night. Yi, you bastard. Jang Chui pouted in aggravation. Although she was very dissatisfied in her heart, Jang Chui didn't dare to say the word refuse. After all, Yi had a handle on her hand that made her have to give in. And Yi didn't ask for too much. The message said that he just wanted himself to drink with him. This kind of thing is kinda acceptable. At least it's a lot more palatable than the request for a kiss this morning. If Yi really wants to make other demands tonight, then I'll just say no myself at that time. Thinking of this, Jang Chui sighed and hatefully pounded the sofa twice, like he was using the sofa as Yi, venting his inner dissatisfaction with him. I can't believe I have to dress better. What does that mean? Think I don't usually look good? Oof. Yi, you're so annoying. Complaining after complaining. After complaining, Jang Chui still got up helplessly, honestly changed her clothes, and took a taxi towards the bar. The bar was not far from where Jang Chui lived, and the online car driver drove fast, sending Jang Chui to her destination in 10 minutes. Jang Chui stepped out of the car and looked up at the signboard of the Dream Bar, probing again at the lively and noisy scene inside the bar. He suddenly winced a little inside. Jang Chui has never been to a bar. For an introvert, such a place is no different from a dragon's den. Standing in front of the bar, Jang Chui seemed to be able to hear the thumping sound of her heartbeat coming from her chest, but once she thought that her handle was still in Yi's hands, she had to force herself to gather the courage to walk in again. After all, she was more afraid of her parents finding out about her cheating on the test than going to the bar. Forget it, die early. That's the second thing I've promised him. After today, I'll promise him one more thing and I'll be free. Naive Jang Chui at this time really think he will do what he said. After he promised him 3 things, Yi will obediently delete those videos. Unbeknownst to him, Yi had already prepared a backhand. How can you delete the handle of a high-strung class president so easily? That would be a waste. Before graduating from college, by relying on these videos, he was able to keep Jang Chui obedient. Anyway, the system said that this was considered good guy behavior, so Yi wouldn't feel any guilt. Jang Chui walked to the door of the bar, and the waiter from earlier warmly greeted her again. The long-legged beauty Kang Yiren who had just gone in had already caught his eye. I didn't expect to see another beautiful woman after only 10 minutes. Only this beauty had a very different temperament than the one that had gone in before. The one before was hot and flirty, while this one was all coolness. The waiter couldn't help but look at Jang Chui twice more, thinking to himself, he was really lucky today, running into 2 such young and extremely beautiful women one after another. But this beautiful woman looks so high and mighty that she would come to the bar to hang out? It's hard. Is it possible that a beautiful woman is a smoker and a drinker in her private life? Playing with contrasts is right. Hello beautiful, alone, got an appointment? Appreciation aside, the waiter's work ethic is still on point. Instantly, he came up with a professionalized enthusiasm. Jang Chui was obviously not accustomed to a stranger being so warm to her, and subconsciously took a step backward, then shook his head. I don't have an appointment. Hearing the answer, the waiter looked regretful. It seems that today and this beautiful woman can only be destined for each other. Beauty, it's like this. Our store is booked out of loose tables today. If you don't have an appointment, I'm sorry. Speaking of which, the waiter was suddenly struck with an idea. But you can add me as a contact. Just message me ahead of time next time you want to come. I'll save you a seat when the time comes. I have to say that when it comes to hitting on the beautiful woman of your choice, a man's IQ is second only to Einstein's. Seeing the QR code of WeChat handed over by the waiter, Jang Chui continued to shake her head with a bland expression. No, my classmate. Oh no, my friend. My friend is already inside. Coming to a bar to meet a male classmate always sounds a little weird. Moreover, this morning his own first kiss had been taken away by Yi, saying that they were classmates. Jang Chui herself felt a little weak. Plus he called her to the bar again first night. Jang Chui felt in her heart that Yi should be more or less interested in her. Only now the initiative and choice was not hers, because now it seemed that Yi was more like her debtor. Until they paid off their debts, they could only be honestly held by Yi. Of course, there's no need to say any of this to a waiter. Thus, Jang Chui temporarily installed Yi as a friend. Just take me straight to it. He said he's in. Let's see. Seat V16. Jang Chui opened her cell phone and reported the seating information to the waiter to the message sent by Yi. Several expressions flashed across the waiter's face when he heard V16. First, he was surprised that this beautiful woman was also with that college student-looking man just now, and then wondered, what was the relationship between these two beautiful women and that man? Then contemplated, that man casually spends $100,000 to open a card seat, a little bit to see the heartache. I think the financial strength is not bad. Turning to wake up, it seems that having money is really the trait that best reflects a man's charisma, and two such superb beauties have been captured by him. In the end respect, there are so many rich and philandering men out there. It's a rare one that might do such an honorable job of asking two beautiful women out together at the same time. Isn't he afraid to roll over? Or has he conditioned these two beauties not to be jealous of each other? If that's the case, it's simply awesome. The waiter kept brainstorming in his mind while leading Jang Chui towards the location. Chapter 34, Self-Rating. Jang Chui's appearance similarly attracted the attention of many people in the bar. A beautiful woman like her, who looked unusually cool, was not often seen in a place like a bar. Things were rare and precious, and at this moment, Jang Chui had undoubtedly interested many men. When they saw Jang Chui walking towards seat V16, many people were even going to have envy and jealousy fire coming out of their eyes. Holy, that kid called out another extremely beautiful girl. Damn it, it's really a drought of drought and flood. Look at our vegan table, clear of all men. You losers, when are you going to ask some girls out for me? Brother Scar, calm down. I'll call a girl over for you in a moment. Oh, you boys really called it? It's true. It's true. There's a college student who owes us a ton of money, and I heard he recently got a girlfriend who's not bad looking. I'm yelling at him to bring his girlfriend along now. The yellow hair who spoke hurriedly picked up his cell phone. Hey, Joe Boheo? Yeah, Fantasy Bar. Get your ass over here now. The other side. Jang Chui walked to the front of the card seat, and only then did she see that there was another person sitting beside Yi's right side. Come on, sit down. Yi gently patted his left side, signaling Jang Chui to sit down. But Jang Chui stood in front of the table as if she hadn't heard it, and didn't move a muscle. With complicated eyes, she looked at Zhang Yilan, who was sitting on Yi's right side, and Zhang Yilan's eyes became subtle after seeing that the visitor was Jang Chui. Just now, when she heard Yi say that she wanted to call a friend to come along for a drink, Zhang Yilan thought that the one Yi called would be a boy. It seemed to her that boys were also very showy, especially when it's like being able to ask a pretty schoolgirl like her to come to the bar with you. So, Yi must have wanted to call a good buddy so that he could show off in front of him that he had asked out the schoolgirl. But I didn't expect that this friend in Ye's mouth was the 5th-ranked schoolflower on the schoolflower list. Jang Chui, what do you mean? It's not enough to have the schoolgirl as a chaperone, but you want to call another one? And, what's the relationship between Jang Chui and you? As a student of Binchang University, almost all of them knew that Jang Chui, who ranked 5th on the schoolflower list, was an extremely high and cold iceberg beauty, almost never interact with boys. But now, it's nearly 10 o'clock at night. How dare you call Jang Chui to the bar at this late hour with a casual message? Kan Yi Rim muttered straight in her heart. When did Jang Chui become such a good date? Or is Jang Chui only like that to you? Is it? Are you good to Jang Chui too? Would it be better than treating me? Thinking about the 2,400,000 sky-high huge amount of money that Yi had rewarded himself today, and then thinking about the possibly uncomplicated relationship between Yi and Jang Chui, Zhang Yilan felt like her mind was a mess. The heart was inexplicably annoyed. She couldn't tell what was bothering her. Being a veteran relationship military advisor, she couldn't even look inside herself at the moment. Is it anger? Or is there a sudden crisis? Or rather, jealous? She doesn't know herself. At the same time, Jang Chui, who had been sized up several times by Zhang Yilan's gaze, had some complications in her heart. Originally, she thought that Yi had called her over because he wanted to make a date with her alone. On the way over, Jang Chui was still thinking about dropping all the baggage of her thoughts tonight and breaking her usual introverted habits. Have a good time pampering Yichi. If Yi really had a crush on himself, he definitely couldn't resist. Maybe, in order to make himself happy, Yi would delete those videos in front of his face. However, he didn't expect that when he arrived at the scene, he saw that Yi was still sitting next to Zhang Yilan. Zhang Chui's brows slightly wrinkled, and her eyes towards Yi unconsciously took on a bit of sultriness. What's going on? What's your relationship with Kan Yi Rim? There are so many people chasing after Zhang Yilan in school, but they have never heard of Jang Yilin agreeing to go out alone with any boy. But not only did you ask her out alone, but you asked her out in the middle of the night, still at the bar. It's almost time for the dormitory doors to open, isn't it? Are you two going to stay out all night, asshole? Then why did you call me here? As a sidekick? And he made a point of telling me to look good. What? Did you make me wear something nice because Kang Yi-rim is here? In your heart, you also think that my 5th place on the school beauty list is not as good as her 4th place, right? Yi-E. You. If you already have Kang Yi-rim, then why did you do that to me again this morning? And that schoolgirl, is she having an affair with you too? Perhaps Jiang Chui herself didn't realize that after her first kiss was taken away by Yi-E, she suddenly had a trace of undetectable dependence on Yi-E in her heart. This dependence can be interpreted as good feelings or as possessiveness. Jiang Chui has always been an introvert, and since she was a child, she didn't like to share her things with others. Now that her first kiss had been given to Yi-E, somewhere in the corner of her heart, she had already defaulted that Yi-E was her own. Even if it wasn't his own, then he had to be unique here in Yi-E. But now, seeing that Yi-E even had another beautiful schoolgirl who was equal to herself beside him, Jiang Chui inexplicably felt sour in her heart. Only these thoughts. I'm afraid, she didn't realize herself. At the moment, she just felt stuffy and uncomfortable inside, while Yi-E, the initiator who was watching the delicate atmosphere between the two women from the sidelines, had a look of unconcern. Yi-E silently looked at the system's bound object interface in his mind. From the moment she entered the bar, Kang Yi-rim's radar progress had been slowly rising. It wasn't until Jiang Chui appeared just now that Jiang Yilin's rising trend was halted. It stopped at a steady 57%. Yi-E couldn't help but sigh that he was really wise to call Jiang Chui over. Otherwise, it was estimated that by the end of the day, the progress of the Jiang Yilin raiders would have surpassed Xia Xiaoyu. He didn't want to raid Kang Yi-rin so quickly. He still wanted to rely on her to brush up on more wish quests. Yi-E nodded, then opened Jiang Chui's information panel. What the hell? Raiders progressing at 93%? Holy, what is it? Wasn't it only 43% this morning? How did it go up so much in so little time? I didn't do anything to you. You're up on your ego rundown? No. Aren't you a high school girl? Where's your high spirits? Aren't you the iceberg beauty? Where's the ice? Why do you feel like your ice is melting? Yi-E wiped the cold sweat from his head. Women are truly amazing creatures. Even though he has 100 tips for holding a goddess to add to the list, it's still hard to completely guess what's going on in a girl's mind. Ahem. Sit down. Don't just stand there. Yi finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to break the subtle awkward atmosphere between the three. Chapter 35. Why did you kiss me? Hearing Yi-Yi's reminder, Jiang Chui came back to her senses and reluctantly came to sit on Yi-Yi's left-hand side. Why are you two together? Jiang Chui's tone was clear and cold, living as if she had bumped into her boyfriend cheating on her. This tone of voice made Yi-Do suddenly feel a bit weak for no reason. Our dorm is sororitying with Kang Yi-rim and her dorm tonight. Old do. Just do Mingyu from our dormitory. He's got a new girlfriend who happens to be Jiang Yilin's roommate. We were trying to set them up tonight. At this time, the ordered wine had not yet been served, and Yi picked up the iced lemonade on the table and took a big gulp. Jiang Chui turned her head sideways and looked straight into Yi's eyes, her expression still indifferent. So how come you two are the only ones here now? Obviously, Yi's explanation just now did not muddle through. Before Yi could say anything, Jiang Yilin came over. We both still don't feel too happy after dinner. One asked me if I wanted to come to the bar, and then we came. It was indeed Yi who took the initiative to open his mouth to mention it, and what Jiang Yilin said was also the truth. At the same time, these words were also telling Jiang Chui that Yi's feelings for himself were not ordinary. Jiang Chui sniffed and sighed meaningfully, taking her own glass of iced lemonade as well. Is Yachi-san's nightlife this rich every day? Last night with the schoolgirls, tonight with the schoolgirls? Although Yi has his own handle on his hand, Jiang Chui feels that he doesn't have to be obedient to Yi at all times. He had already come to drink with him as he had requested, and now it was always okay to dislike him and vent his emotions. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Chui's heart, the sour jealousy had already exceeded the fear of Yi pinching his own handle. Jiang Yilin on the side raised her eyebrows. She had heard the hints in Jiang Chui's words clearly just now. It means, don't take yourself too seriously. Yi is a womanizer and is just having fun with anyone. This did surprise Kang Yi-rim a bit. She didn't realize that besides herself and Jiang Chui, there was a schoolmate. Moreover, listening to Jiang Chui's words, last night Yi was with this schoolmate. Kang Yi-rim also picked up the iced lemonade in front of her and took a shallow sip, trying to calm the inner clutter. It's hard to come across one of your own kind, but I didn't realize it was a sea king. So what's next? Is it to draw a line in the sand with this sea king? Remain STH. To make himself the only fish in this sea king's pond? Looking into her heart, Jang Yilin was not willing to give up Yi as a quality resource. After all these years, it was hard for her to meet a boy who was handsome, rich, generous and fun. If you miss it, you don't even know if you'll come across one like it again in the future. And even if you meet someone, it doesn't ensure that they're necessarily single. In this society, quality men can be a scarce resource. A really good man is one that is hardly ever on the market. Basically, before they even left college, they were already taken down by girls with quick eyes. Thinking of this, Kang Yi-rim decisively dismissed the first thought. Then, since he wasn't going to give up the option of Yi, it was clear what he was going to do next. Even if Yi had many warblers around him, so what? The more girls who looked at Yi, the more that would prove Yi's excellence. As long as one strives to be the best fish in Yi's fish pond, that way, Yi would definitely be attracted to himself. It's not scary to have competitors, just eliminate them all. Kang Yi-rim felt her desire to win once again, but I'm afraid she herself didn't even realize that her thoughts had now turned to wanting to gain Yi's approval. Once a girl wants to get a guy's approval, that also means that this girl is within reach for this boy. A generation of top military advisors who didn't expect to turn into a love brain when they met love themselves. Ahem, I told you, nothing happened between me and Xia Xiaoyu last night. Didn't you hear Xia Xiaoyu herself say that this morning? I'm a decent guy. Yi didn't want to take such a big black pot for no reason, and hurriedly explained. Hearing Yi's explanation, Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilin had different reactions. Kang Yi-rim sighed slightly, and her expression looked like it had lightened up a bit. Zhang Chui also sighed, but her heart became even more sour. It seems like Kang Yi-rim is really important to Yi. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't have made a point of explaining it all over again with Zhang Yilin. Care about her that much? A tiny, imperceptible hint of loss flashed in Zhang Chui's eyes. With that, she spoke again in a hushed voice. You're decent? So you were in the stairwell this morning. Why kiss me? That was my first kiss. The prosecution will settle the score in the fall. After being robbed of her first kiss by Yi in the morning, Zhang Chui's mind went blank for that moment. It was not until this moment that he reacted. Wasn't it his side of the face that he promised to kiss at the time? How did it end up being mouth to mouth? Yi silently swallowed his saliva. Looking at the progress of Zhang Yilin's strategy on the system panel that had stopped rising, Yi's heart was also complicated. Though deliberately stifled the upward trend in raid progress a bit as a way to brush up on some more wish quests. But in the end, it's still a rip-off of Kang Yi-rim, because the only way to get so many wish quest bonus rewards is to raid Kang Yi-rim. And the system's hidden mission was to raise the progress of the top 5 schoolgirls on the Binchun University's school flower list to 70% or more in order to receive the reward of 100% equity stake in Pilot Capital. But right now, if Kang Yi-rim really decides that she's a scumbag who plays with her feelings, will she not even bother with herself in the future? How else can you improve the progress of the raid? Yi couldn't help but feel a layer of cold sweat rising from his back. An accident. It was an accident. Yi's explanation seemed so pale and powerless at the moment. What can I say? It was hard to say that he only wanted Zhang Chui to kiss his side face. Isn't that scummy behavior too? Zhang Chui put the iced lemonade in her hand back on the tabletop and folded her hands obediently on her knees. Alright, if you say it's an accident then it's an accident. Anyway, you're the one taking advantage, so I'm sure I'll let you talk. Zhang Chui was aggrieved. She never imagined that her first kiss would be taken in such a scribbly way. In her vision, her first kiss should be given to someone she loves from the heart and with all her heart in a romantic atmosphere under a windy sky. The other person should be fondly cupping their face and tenderly wrapping their arms around their waist. The kiss was deer in the headlights, yet heartfelt. But the reality is that at one point near the beginning of class, in the stairwell of the school building, Zhang Chui only felt like crying. It was as if that Mary Sue dream of his had been dashed. She had to keep mentally brainwashing herself and reassuring herself, constantly admonishing herself that she and Yaichi had only touched each other superficially at the time anyway, without sticking her tongue out. No tongue. I guess it's not a first kiss. Chapter 36, I'm Prey. You kissed her? Zhang Yilin also put the iced lemonade in her hand back on the table and turned her body in Yi's direction. A serious face. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. He obviously already had the 100 secrets of holding a goddess as a booster, but he still couldn't cope with this kind of unexpected situation. I said, it was an accident. Do you believe me? Yi didn't want to make too much of a sophistry. What happened then was indeed an accident. Originally, he really only wanted Zhang Chui to kiss the side of his face. I didn't expect to suddenly run into my 3 badass housemates in the stairwell. As a result, one's attention is drawn to it. One's head is deflected. And then Zhang Yilin's long eyelashes flickered, staring carefully into Yi's eyes for a while, then suddenly smiled gently. I believe everything you say. I trust you not to lie to me. In Yi's eyes, Zhang Yilin saw sincerity. That really doesn't look like a lie. Rather, It's a kind of broken helplessness. Although after knowing that Yi had kissed Chui, Jang Yilan's heart was also sour. But what can be done when it's already happened? As long as you make Yi feel more attractive than Chui in the future, isn't it fine? Strong people never complain, but prioritize thinking about solutions. Worthy of being a high-level relationship military counselor, Jang Yilan adjusted her mindset in an instant. After all, you rewarded me with over $2 million tonight. As my gold master, of course I will trust you unconditionally. When these words came out, Yi and Chui both stared wide-eyed. Yi's heart secretly said bad. Look at this situation. Jang Yilan and Chui is considered to be completely competing. Originally, he had only planned to call Chui over to slow down the rising momentum of Jang Yilan's raid progress. I didn't realize that the two girls would now start secretly competing. A lot of times girls are like that. Boys that no one wants, they won't be interested. But if someone is going to compete with them for a particular boy, then they are instantly fired up. This was out of Yi's expectation. He hadn't realized that both girls had only slightly crossed paths with him today. I can't believe I'm already fighting over myself tonight. It was an experience he had never had before. It felt like sparks were flying, but it was a pretty cool feeling. On the other hand, Chui, who was on the side, had an unbelievable look on her face. She and Yi had been classmates for almost 4 years. Although they didn't cross paths much on weekdays, they knew that Yi wasn't the kind of rich second generation that was rich and powerful. I didn't expect that Yi would give Jang Yilan a reward of more than $2 million in one breath. Over $2 million? What's that? Chui's parents bought her that small house near the university town is only $2 million out. Looking at Jang Yilan and Yi's expressions, Chui knew that this matter was true and there was no exaggeration. Yi is actually so nice to Rim. Looks like he really likes her. I didn't realize that you were quite generous. A touch of imperceptible loss hung on Chui's face. As the class flower, and the 5th-ranked school flower, Chui was the center of the boys' attention wherever she went. Today the first kiss was taken away by Yi. It was already considered to be a big advantage for Yi. If it were any other guy, I'm afraid he would have been so excited that he would have sworn to be good to her for the rest of his life. But Yi even took it so lightly. Turning her head, she went to show Rim her favor. Chui experienced frustration for the first time. Looking at Chui rate, her progress also stopped rising. Yi hurriedly looked for a remedy. I gave her a reward. It's to support her live streaming career. We're all classmates, and that money is nothing to me. I would have swiped so many gifts for you too if you had opened a livestream. Now, Yi could only tear down the east wall and mend the west wall. At least when it comes to the two girls, one has to remain neutral and not make one of them feel like they like the other one more. Only in this way can we ensure that the progress of the raid can continue to rise slowly. As expected, after listening to Yi's explanation, a glimmer of hope lit up in Chui's eyes again. Although this explanation of Yi was far-fetched, it also sounds perfunctory, but to Chui's ears, it was extraordinarily flattering. At least it shows that Yi didn't think that Rin was more important than her. That's enough. It's also a good thing you didn't pay for your first kiss by mistake. Ha? No. Why do I feel like I'm jealous? Chui's small face flushed, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could it be that? Did Yi make his heart flutter? No. No way. Yichi is an asshole who holds himself hostage. Just an asshole who took his first kiss. First kiss. Thinking of the scene in the stairwell, Chui seemed to recall the soft touch on her lips. Ah, what's with the rumination? Chui picked up the ice lemonade in front of her and forced down a large mouthful. The cool temperature spread down his throat and throughout his body, which doused the fluttering fire in his heart. At that moment, the waiter finally brought Yi a little good drink up. Mr. Yi, this is the first round of drinks you ordered. Have a great night. Yell at me again if you need me. The waiter bowed politely. Yi hurriedly picked up the wine, opened it, and poured 3 full cups. The wine has finally arrived. Finally, we can digress from all that just now. If we keep talking, Yi really felt that his brain cells were going to run out. Okay, 2 school girls, have a drink. Yi pushed the wine glasses in front of Chui and Jang Yilan respectively. Instead of taking it, Rim took off her thin khaki-colored trench coat. There's no point in drinking too much dry. Let's play some games. The trench coat slipped off, revealing a short black halter top dress underneath. The tight silhouette aptly outlines Rin's luscious curves. The proud figure was instantly revealed, and underneath the short skirt was a pair of extremely beautiful legs in red-soled boots. Rin smiled faintly, and as if nothing had happened, she put her left leg on her right leg and leaned her knees towards Yi here. These straight and well-proportioned legs were like a pair of life-threatening scissors that clipped Yi's mind. Was it good? Noticing Yi's gaze, Jang Yilan asked with a smiling face. Just now at the hot pot restaurant, Rim had asked the same question. The trench coat had not been removed at that point to reveal the inner lining. Yi was still able to stabilize his mind. It also swims with a handful of counter teas. But now, facing the near at hand, snow-white delicate big long beautiful legs, Yi can only forcefully swallow his mouth. Yi felt that he had been gullible. I never thought that Kang Yi-rim trench coat is such an eye-catching outfit inside. Looking at Zhang Yilan's unsuspecting gaze, Yi felt that he had become the prey at the moment instead. Chapter 37, Uninvited Guests. Kang Yi-rim purposely picked out this outfit before she left her dorm today, because of the thought that she would have to fight with the other boys' dormitory's military division offline tonight. Kang Yi-rim purposely left this as an afterthought. If the meeting reveals that the other person is able to interest him or her, then take off that trench coat jacket and reveal this battle dress that he or she has handpicked. Kang Yi-rim has absolute confidence in herself, and she believes that there is no man who will not be impressed after seeing her in this outfit. A short dress with a halter top that nicely outlines her slim waist and hot body. The boots also add color to their already proud and unbelievably long legs. And the best thing about this outfit is so much more than that. The best part is the empty section from the knee to the hem of the kilt. That's what's known as the absolute domain. It's also a place of deadly seduction for a woman. Now, this white flowery absolute field was placed in front of Yi. Yi had an urge in his heart to put his hand on it and touch it. Was it good? Seeing that Yi was dumbfounded, Zhang Yilan gently smiled and asked again. Yi then realized that he had been staring out at the long legs in front of him. Hastily withdrawing his gaze, he scratched his head resentfully. Good looking. Yeah, I was honest. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Girls are more interested in getting a serious compliment from a guy than getting a sneak peek. As expected, the corners of Zhang Yilan's mouth couldn't help but rise after hearing Yi's praise. Zhang Chui, who was sitting on Yi's left-hand side, silently glanced at her legs and rolled her eyes in defiance. Kang Yi-rim did have long legs, something she was ashamed of. But she's not so bad. As an existence second only to Zhang Yilan on the school flower list, Zhang Chui was also confident in herself. The rankings of the school flower list are all voted on by the students. Himself usually barely talks to anyone at school, and Kang Yi-rim is usually more outgoing at school and has a better relationship with her classmates, so it makes sense that the popularity is higher than your own. Zhang Chui put her face in front of Yi and asked unconvincingly, Yi, which one of us do you think looks good? Hearing this question, Zhang Yilan on the side also looked at Yi seriously, as if she also wanted to know Yi's answer. The fifth school flower and the fourth school flower were bound to split a win or lose today. Hearing Yi took a closer look at the faces of the two. In the system's ratings, both have a face score of 8. In terms of features alone, it was true that Zhang Chui was better. A small, straight nose, a rosy, watery mouth, and a slightly baby-faced face. It does look slightly better than Kang Yi-rim, but it can't help that Kang Yi-rim has a good body. 5'6" and almost all legs below the waist. Those legs alone would make up for that difference of a drop. It seems that the system scores the face value as a combination of scores after taking into account the features and body shape. That score is still gold. Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilan's face values are both 8, so it's really hard to tell them apart. It all looks good. Yi replied honestly. So what if you had to pick a better looking one out? Undeterred, Kang Yi-rim continued to press the issue. Looking at the eyes of the two women who had to demand an answer, Yi instantly had an idea. So be it. Drink these and I'll tell you my answer. 6 bottles of Ace of Spades of different colors were neatly placed on the table. This is today's Yi 1 Point's Great Divine Dragon set, with 6 bottles of wine costing $100,000. The fantasy bar is really expensive. Yi thought to himself, if there was no full reimbursement from the system, even if he now had a balance of $600,000 in his card, this level of consumption would be a bit heartbreaking. Okay, then I'll ask you after I drink it. Zhang Yilan picked up the wineglass in front of her and clinked it shallowly with Yi. Thank you, Daddy Gold, for today's reward. Just don't swipe so many gifts in the future. Oh, you swipe half of your gift platform draws. It's so uneconomical. With all that money, why don't you ask me out more often to see a movie and go shopping or something? After saying that, Kang Yi-rim bashfully drank it all in one go. This statement shows both that you know how to not spend a man's money. It also left enough illusions for Yi. More about watching movies and shopping. Normal college couples dating is basically the same process. What about after the movie and shopping? Kang Yi-rim didn't say it, but it was somewhat unspoken. Zhang Chui on the other side looked indifferent. Her mouth slightly nuzzled as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed back the words that came to his lips. Self-consciously, he picked up his glass, tilted his head, and poured it all down his throat. She, who usually always showed introversion, had said enough in front of Yi today. Plus she couldn't figure out what was really going on inside of her at the moment herself. Simply still shut up about it. Yi sensed that Jang Chui was in a somewhat low mood. It does get a little boring drinking like that. Didn't you just say you wanted to play a game? What are we playing? Yi hadn't been to a bar before, and didn't know what kind of trivia games were usually played in bars. But Kong Yi Rim had occasionally gone to the bar with her girlfriends before and knew a little more about it. Just as Kong Yi Rim is about to teach the duo to play a little barroom ambiguity game, a couple of uninvited guests come over from the next table. Playing games? Ladies, take us with you. Yes, in a place like this, we need a lot of people to make it lively. The man at the next table, who was called Scar, was standing in front of Yi's trio with an unsuspecting look on his face. The eyes were extremely indulgent as they surveyed Kong Yi Rim's long white legs. Before Kong Yi Rim could react, she sat on her butt next to Kong Yi Rim. Feeling the strong smell of alcohol on this uninvited guest, Jang Yilin subconsciously leaned towards Yi. Sorry, we're not interested in hanging out with you guys. As the only man, Yi naturally had to take on the task of protecting Jang Yilin and Jang Chui. These punk-looking guys are kind of hobnobbers at first glance, and each had a Thai look in their eyes, obviously wanting to come and take advantage of the situation. Yi was instantly displeased. Jang Chui and Jang Yilin could both be his targets to raid. How can anyone else get their hands on it? You kid, don't give your face away. Do you know who this is? A thin monkey-like yellow hair aggressively pointed at Yi. I'm afraid I'll scare you by saying it. This is the famous Scar. You kid, go out and ask around. In this area, who doesn't see our brother Scar respectfully? Scar is willing to play with you guys. That's to give you face. Don't blame me for not being polite if you brats don't know any better. Yellow hair stepped forward and was about to grab Yi's collar, but was blocked by Yi. Scar? Don't recognize it. But if you guys don't leave again, I don't mind letting you get to know the police uncles in the area. Yi picked up his cell phone and made a move to prepare to call the police. Chapter 38, Preparing to Strike. Seeing Yi come for real, Scar's few people grunted in displeasure. Originally thought the kid would be a softie. A little intimidation would have put his arms around these two extremely beautiful women beside him to mooch off of them. But I didn't expect this kid to call the police at the drop of a hat. The fantasy bar is new and I hear the owner behind it is a big deal. Scar didn't want to cause trouble in a bar at a time like this. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yi. Rather, he was afraid of bringing any bad influence to the fantasy bar. In case that boss behind it was in existence that he couldn't afford to mess with, then he would probably have to eat his words. Scar gave his boys a wink. The minions understood and opened their mouths to find their own way. You're lucky to be in Scar's sights. I didn't realize you guys were so insensitive. Do you know how many women want to be with Scar? Humph, you really have eyes but don't recognize MT. Ty, Scar, let's go. These two chicks don't deserve to accompany you. I'll call you two better ones later, brother. Following the steps handed by his junior brother, Scar naturally went along with the trend. Getting up, he went back to his table with a couple of his goons. Seeing the troublemaker walk away, Jang Chui still had palpitations. Yi, why don't we go? I'm feeling a bit disorganized here. In Jang Chui's heart, she originally felt that the bar was the kind of place where fish and dragons mixed together. It was only because Yi had his own handle on his hand that he had to come when Yi asked him to come. On a normal day, she would never enter a place like this. From the moment she walked through the door, Jang Chui felt a lot of unsuspecting gazes staring at her from the shadows. This gaze was very different from the way the boys at school looked at themselves. The eyes of the boys at school were clear and simple, with the kind of admiration that comes entirely from the heart. But those gazes here are like staring at a lamb to the slaughter. It felt like it was going to come rushing up and eat itself out in the next second. This feeling made Jang Chui's heart flutter. Yi could see Jang Chui's concern. He didn't really want to come to a place like this. It was only to fulfill Kong Yi Rim's wish quest. A mission rewards $100,000, and the consumption of these wines on the table reimburses another $100,000. However, the system has a rule that reimbursement is contingent on these purchases not being packaged or wasted. That means that those drinks ordered have to be consumed before they can be drunk. If the drink is not consumed, the system will automatically withdraw the reimbursement. That's $100,000. How many people don't make $100,000 a year? It's okay, I'm here. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of bully punks. You see, I just mentioned that I was going to call the police and they got scared and walked away. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare mess around. Yi was determined to finish these drinks before leaving today. After all, the temptation to drink up and get $100,000 is just too great. Jang Yilin also reminded Jang Chui from the side. Do you know how much you spent on these drinks? $100,000. It would be a waste for us to leave now. It's a rare visit, so let's have some fun. I think those people just now should also have the heart of a thief but not the guts. Don't be afraid. Looking at the understanding Jang Yilin, Yi nodded comfortably. Hearing the duo say that, Jang Chui couldn't say anything more. His own handle was on Yi one hand, and he was not qualified to refuse in the first place. Well, then, Jang Chui paused, originally wanting to ask, if there is any accident will you protect me, but on second thought, it seemed that he was not qualified or in a position to ask Yi this question, so the words came out of his mouth, but he swallowed them back. Let's keep playing then. Jang Chui organized her mood and picked up her glass of wine again, listening to Jang Yilan teach some small games that were often played in bars. An hour or so passed and the table was full of wine. The three have gotten to know each other quite well. Before, Yi didn't understand why so many people liked to drink. It seems to make some sense now. Many people only dare to let go of the masks they have usually been using to disguise themselves when they have been drinking. Be your truest self again. Also, when alcohol goes to your head, you get closer to each other quickly. Although Yi had a system boost today that rewarded him with an automatic sobering up ability. However, looking at Jang Chui and Jang Yilan who were beside him with a drunken red face and mesmerized eyes, and who were pulling themselves together to play around, Yi felt for the first time that wine was a good thing. In any other case, how could you have the chance to see this side of the iceberg beauty in the high-spirited schoolgirl? Meanwhile, not far away was Scar's table. Looking at Yi's several happy faces, a hint of gloom flashed in Scar's eyes. Yellow hair, didn't you say you could call for a girl? It's been an hour. Where is everyone? Yellow hair wiped the sweat from his forehead. He'd already made a dozen calls to rush Jo Boheo. Jo Boheo said that Lin Coco heard that she was going to the bar, so she wanted to go back to the dormitory to put on some makeup first. But I didn't expect the makeup to last for an hour. These guys are all single dogs, so naturally they haven't appreciated the efficiency of a girl's makeup. Today was an eye-opener. Brother Scar, the people are already on their way. I guess there's another 10 minutes or so before they arrive. I told his girlfriend to come dressed up and look nice for fear of spoiling your fun. I didn't think it would take that so long to put on her makeup either. Yellow hair carefully explained. Scar slapped yellow hair on the back of the head. Afraid I'll spoil the fun? No spoilers for making me wait so long? Tramp. I'm almost out of wine. Between words, Scar saw Yi's few people get up and seemed to be ready to leave. A cold light flashed in Scar's eyes as he waved at a few of his minions. The minions gathered around at once. A few heads huddled together. It looks like they're getting ready to go. As I recall, this bar is some distance from Main Street, and it's through an alley. I remember that alley. There didn't seem to be any cell phone reception. Scar raised an eyebrow. He didn't dare to cause trouble in the bar because he was afraid of offending the mysterious owner of the bar. But outside the bar, that's his world. By then, even if these two chicks screamed their throats out, no one would come to save them. After a few bottles of wine, Scar's body was now churning with hot blood, especially after seeing Jang Yilan and Jang Chui, whose posture was considered to be of the highest quality. The most primitive animal desire in his heart wailed like a trapped beast wanting to break out of his body. Looking at Scar's face with a lecherous smile, the several junior brothers instantly understood what Scar meant. Scar, then I'll take a few men and squat at the entrance to the alley first. Scar, I'll go get the car for you then. Drag someone straight to the car later. The minions volunteered you and me to come up with ideas. Having followed Scar for so long, they knew that usually when there was such a good thing, after Scar had finished his quickie, he would also grace them with his pleasure. Chapter 39, Desperate Situation. After finishing the last glass of wine, Yi took Jang Chui and Jang Yilan and prepared to leave. Going back to school at this hour is definitely out of the question. Seeing a few people stinking of alcohol, the housekeeping ants will definitely have to report it to the school when the time comes. So just now, Jang Chui proposed that a few people go to her house today to make up for the night. Anyway, her parents bought that house specifically for her to live in for school. Usually it's just her. Although there is only one bedroom, the large couch in the living room folds out. Put it down for a fluffy, comfortable bed. When the time comes, the two girls will sleep in the bedroom, and Yi will sleep on the sofa. Yeah, Yi also agrees with this program. Now that Jang Chui and Jang Yilan were both drunk, it wasn't realistic to go to a hotel room. Maybe the hotel receptionist would think of himself as one of those hooligans who intentionally get girls drunk and then plot against them. Refuse to check yourself in. Therefore, going to Jang Chui's house for a night was the best choice. Go. Yi finally picked up the bottles one by one to confirm that the drinks were all finished. Then he led the two girls towards the outside of the bar. The fantasy bar opens in the middle of a field of old buildings. The entrance is an alleyway for pedestrians only. Cars can't drive in. So, to get a cab you have to walk through this alley to Main Street. The bar owner had gone to some lengths to pick the location in the first place. This geographic location effectively prevents some of the ad hoc checks above. Since cars can't drive in, you have to walk in. Just have good people standing guard at the entrances and exits at both ends of the alley. And as soon as someone enters, immediately inform them inside. This long alley would take 10 minutes to run in, even at the speed of a normal adult. And that 10 minutes was enough time for the bar to get everything ready for the impromptu inspection. It was only these little ingenious ideas of the bar owner that Yi could not comprehend at all. At the moment this long alleyway was wearing him out. Both of the girls around me have had a lot to drink today. Two men to the left and one to the right were so drunk they were wobbling as they walked. Yi had no choice but to set them both up and slowly move towards the entrance of the alley step by step. After passing around a corner, the dim streetlight in the alley flickered. Yi looked forward, only to see several people coming out of the shadows behind the streetlights. Fixing their eyes, they were the same people who had just come to their table in the bar looking for trouble. And each one had a grim expression, an impish grin on his face, even more so than when he was at the bar just now. Seeing this stance, Yi instantly knew what these few people had in mind. Had to force me to call the police, didn't you? Yi wanted to repeat his old trick and use this move to warn a few people again, but right after he took out his cell phone, he was dumbfounded. The top right corner of the phone is bare in the signal column with not a single signal wire. Instead, the word "no service" was written in large letters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi secretly said something bad in his heart. Surrounded by old buildings, the cluttered layout blocked incoming signals from the outside world. And these people guarding this place should have known that there is no signal in this alley. This is bad. The other party plus the leader, Scar, were 7 in total, and with rust-covered steel pipes in his hands. Although Yi's physical quality was quite good, but to fight 1 against 7, or if the other party had a weapon, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Not to mention the fact that there are now 2 drunken dregs around. Not only can you not fight, but you can't escape. What can we do about this? Help! In front of the danger, Yi shouted without any regard for his image. After all, safety comes first, and Yi didn't feel that there was any shame in asking for help at this moment. At the sound of voices, an old window creaked open upstairs. A head poked out curiously, but that head flew back after seeing the punks under the streetlight with hideous expressions. Then he closed the window heavily. These punks look like they're not to be messed with. No one wants to draw fire. At times like this, it's better to be smart. Scar smiled coldly at Yi. Go ahead and yell. I'd like to see which one of these desperados dares to come to your aid. Yi's heart went cold and his back unconsciously started to break out in a cold sweat. In his heart, he was frantically thinking about how to take Zhang Yilan and Zhang Chui to escape the situation at hand. Unfortunately, it seems that everything that comes to mind doesn't work. The only way to save himself was to leave the 2 girls behind and run for his life in the opposite direction. But Yi couldn't do such a thing. Even if these 2 girls weren't the ones he was bound to, he couldn't do something so unmanly. Leaving a woman to run away on her own is not only unmanly, it's not even human. Hitching yourself up to get the wish quests $100,000. Never mind, if a beating can save them both, it's not a loss. Glancing at Zhang Yilan's hot body and Zhang Chui's moving cheeks beside her, Yi madly cheered himself up in his heart. It's not a bad idea to take a beating for 2 big beauties. Yi clenched his fists like a dead soldier and prepared himself. As long as these people moved, then one would fight them to the death. Anyway, before he fell, he would never let anyone touch Zhang Yilan and Zhang Chui. As soon as Yichi pulled his arm out of the arms of the 2 girls, he took a defensive stance. Kong Yi Rim, whose body had lost its support, instantly leaned against the wall on the other side and then crouched down limply. Zhang Chui on the other side didn't drink as much as Zhang Yilan and opened her eyes in a daze to look at Yi. Seeing Yi staring ahead with a resolute and death-defying gaze, he also curiously followed Yi's line of sight and looked forward. After seeing the group of ferocious gangsters under the streetlight, Zhang Chui had a jolt and woke up most of her wine. Yi, he, they're the ones from earlier. Yi nodded and blocked Zhang Chui behind himself. There's no signal here to call the police. You find a chance to run in the opposite direction with Kong Yi Rim or run back to the bar to get help. I'll hold them off here. Speaking of this, Yi even felt as if he was a bit sad. For the sake of these 2 girls who are not his girlfriend, I'm afraid I'm going to have to suffer old age today. Zhang Chui tightly tugged on Yi's clothes, and her body was shaking a little from fear. No, there are so many of them. Let's run together. As he spoke, he only saw a few punks under the streetlight slowly walking over with evil smiles. The rusty steel pipe in his hand scratched across the mottled and aged brick walls on either side, rubbing out a numbing, zippy sound. The leader, Scar, licked his lips and seemed to have started fantasizing about how he was going to savor these 2 extreme little beauties next. It's too late to leave. Yi anxiously pushed Zhang Chui back, blocked in front of the 2 girls with his body, trying to do my best to buy them time to get out of here. Zhang Chui looked at Yi, who stopped in the middle of the alley with open arms, and her heart was inexplicably warm. A feeling of emotion that I had never felt before came over me. Immediately afterward, a wish bar popped up above her head. Yi, don't get hurt. Chapter 40, Cracking the Cracks. Detecting that Zhang Chui had updated a wish, Yi froze slightly for a second, followed by great joy. Saved. System, receive the wish quest. Ding, it is detected that the host is on a wish mission. Gives the host a temporary bonus, fighting arts. As the system tone fell, Yi felt a warm current filled with power instantly burst through his body. The mind also inexplicably flooded with many real-world fighting experiences and techniques. At this moment, he looked again at the punks who were approaching with steel pipes. Yi's mind had automatically rehearsed countless ways to defeat them. It was as if what was coming at him at the moment was not a vicious hobnailer, but a pile of worthless rags. Yi, I can't carry Jiang Yilin. Kang Yi Rim is so drunk now that she can't stand up at all. Jiang Chui couldn't even drag her. Looking at Scar's men who were already getting closer, Jiang Chui cried out anxiously. She could even visualize how she and Kang Yi Rim would be treated if they fell into their hands. Yi, why don't you run? You're a boy. They can't catch you if you run. Better than all three of us. Jiang Chui's heart was like ashes, frozen against the wall, and seemed to have given up struggling. Maybe it was fate. Maybe she was destined for this. In Jiang Chui's despairing eyes, Yi withdrew the arms that had just blocked in front of the two people. Jiang Chui's heart went cold, and the last glimmer of light went out. It looks like Yi is really ready to slip away. Although Jiang Chui very much wanted Yi to protect herself, but she knew that it was unrealistic. 7 men on the other side, and weapons. Even if Yi stayed, it would just be one more beating. Leaving the two of them behind to escape on their own would be the most sensible choice. Only that the two weak women, herself and Jiang Yilin, faced this group of hooligans. Thinking of this, Jiang Chui's tears slid down her cheeks nonstop like little pearls on a broken string. Suddenly, Jiang Chui felt a heat on her face. A warm palm helped wipe away her tears of terror. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Hearing Yi's gentle voice, Jiang Chui felt like a person who had fallen into a turbulent river and was about to drown, and suddenly grabbed a straw that could save his life. Under the dim light of the street lamp, Yi had a gentle face, and Jiang Chui actually looked a little dumbfounded. Although it was unknown how Yi had the courage to say this, but in such a critical situation, Yi did not leave her alone without her, which already made her feel touched enough. Looking at Yi's handsome and confident face, Jiang Chui's heart moved for no reason. A voice couldn't help but appear in his head as well. Luckily her first kiss was given to Yi this morning, otherwise it would be a real shame to be spoiled by these assholes. At that moment, Scar, who was only 7 or 8 meters away from the duo, had a disdainful sneer on his face. At a time like this, still playing the hero? You don't weigh yourself either. That's it, and you still want to be a hero? I'll teach you boys a lesson today. Give it to me. The juniors under his command heard the instruction and copied the steel pipe and swung it at Yi. Jiang Chui subconsciously squatted down and covered her head, closing her eyes in fear. Boo! Pop! There was a muffled grunt, followed by the crisp sound of a steel pipe falling to the ground. How did the opponent's weapon get knocked out? Hearing the movement, Jiang Chui then bravely reopened her eyes, only to see Yi standing at the same spot with a relaxed face, while a punk had fallen under the corner of the wall covering his chest in pain. The steel pipe in his hand also fell a short distance away. Just now, at the moment when this punk rushed in front of Yi's lightning-fast sidekick viciously kicked the punk's chest. The brutal impact directly lifted the punk's entire body horizontally. It hit the wall hard, then rolled off the wall and onto the floor. The whole process took less than a second. A few other punks who had rushed forward after him froze. All they saw was a black wind flashing in front of them. It wasn't until this moment that he reacted to the fact that the black wind was the poor guy who had been kicked off. The yellow hair holding up the pole swallowed silently. I didn't expect Yi, who looked like an ordinary student, to have such demonic explosive power. With just one kick, he actually sent a 180-pound man flying. Is this still a human being? Scar. Yellow hair looked back at his boss, his eyes full of wanting to retreat. Scar was also startled by Yi's strike just now. After so many years of fighting, Scar judged at a glance. Yi just showed the kind of hands. His own a few people altogether are not his opponent. I didn't expect to kick the bucket today. Turns out this kid is a pig in a poke. Scar's mind was also budding. However, to retreat, only he could retreat, and yellow hair and the others had to top it. Only then would he have plenty of time to escape. You bunch of losers. Afraid of what? He's only one. If you guys can't handle him, don't hang out with me anymore. Scar rushed at a few of his men angrily. A few punks were momentarily in a difficult position when they heard their boss say that. Go on. Surely you can't beat it. The brother who was kicked until he was almost set into the wall was their downfall. But if they don't go on, then after today, Scar will definitely not let them go either. What to do? In and out 2 men. Ah shucks. Dilemma. Brothers, let's go together. One more person is one more pair of fists. That kid sure can't take care of it. Yellow hair weighed the steel pipe in his hand and commanded it to a few other punks. He knew in his heart that Scar was the one they couldn't afford to offend. Their group is uneducated and can only make a living by some unseemly tricks. Once Scar was dissatisfied, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to continue to make a living in Binchang in the future, the lesser of two evils. This is something Yellow Hair still knows. Through Yellow Hair's expression, the other few punks seem to have figured this out as well. A few people looked at each other and nodded before charging towards Yi once again. Seeing that his minions had rushed up, Scar didn't delay for a moment and hurriedly turned around, running towards the entrance of the alley. Boo! Dang! Clang! Aha! The sounds of blows and wailing reached Scar's ears, but Scar didn't dare to look back. Any waste of time at this juncture is fatal. Scar ran forward with his head buried in his hands. The sounds of the fight behind them rang out for less than half a minute before stopping. Sounds like his own minions are all but wiped out. Cold sweat broke out on Scar's brain. I never thought I'd mess with such a devil today. Tada! Tada! The sound of running came from behind them. Scar knew that it was the demon who had come to claim his life. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Scar couldn't stop his legs from starting to tremble in fear. At this moment, he only felt that this alley was incomparably long, and he couldn't run to the end no matter how. A gust of wind whisked by, only to see Yee stomped on the wall. The whole person flew up in the air, a flip flash, landing steadily in front of Scar. Did I tell you to run? Yee broke the joints of his fingers and looked at Scar coldly, like he was looking at a dead dog. Chapter 41, The Embarrassment of No Pajamas. It wasn't that Yee had to rush all of them. Rather, he was clear that he was at this moment because he was carrying out Zhang Chui's Heart's Desire mission. So the system had temporarily given a bonus to the fighting technique. Once the mission was completed and the system withdrew this temporary bonus, then one would change back to that ordinary college student. If he was merciful to Scar and the others now, would Scar and the others be merciful to him when he turned back into an ordinary person? Looking at the way a few punks had just gotten cocky, it was clear that this was never going to happen. Therefore, Yee could only strike first. Since you can't beat me now, I'm going to take advantage of this to completely knock you out. Take advantage of your illness. At that moment, it suddenly started raining from the sky. In the night rain, Yee's shadow was drawn long by the street lamp. Against the light, Scar could not see Yee's expression at all at this moment. One could only feel a gust of icy, piercing coldness emanating from the body of the young man in front of him. This chill is called despair. Scar's legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a plop. Big brother, I was wrong. You let me off the hook. I will definitely in the future. Scar clasped his hands together, his tone of voice 10,000% sincere. It is more pious than when you go to the temple to burn incense and worship the god of wealth on New Year's Day. He only hoped that he could beg Yee to have a moment of weakness and spare himself. But before Scar could finish his sentence, Yee's foot arrived. Scar didn't even see Yee's movements. All I felt was a sudden gust of wind next to my cheek, followed by what felt like a big speeding truck hitting the side of my face. Under the huge impact, Scar spun and flew out at 500 centimeters per second like a drifting falling leaf. After hitting the wall with a bang, he passed out completely. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. As the system beep sounded, Yee felt that the abundant power from earlier had quietly disappeared. Even the wealth of real-world experience in his head disappeared without a trace. At this moment, looking at the fainted Scar again, Yee had a pang of fear. It's a good thing I wasn't a woman earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid the situation is now going to be bipolar. Although he had taken down Scar's group, there was no guarantee that they still had any helpers in the neighborhood. This is not a place to stay for long. Yee ran back and brought along the palpitating Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilan and left the dimly lit alley. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and all three of them were drenched without umbrellas. Zhang Chui had sobered up a bit and could barely walk on her own, but Kang Yi Rim was so disoriented that she couldn't even stand up straight. Unable to do anything, Yee had to carry Zhang Yilan on his back. After feeling the warmth on Yee's back, Zhang Yilan was even more down to earth as she wrapped her arms tightly around Yee's neck and directly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Well, did you get a cab? I can't carry it anymore. Walking out of the alley and standing on the street, Zhang Chui pulled out her cell phone, which had just regained its signal, to call a taxi. Yee stood with Zhang Yilan's back, looking a bit awkward. Zhang Yilan wrapped her arms around Yee's neck and her pretty face came right up to Yee's face. The pair of slender legs that had charmed thousands of young men were also obediently clamped around Yee's waist at the moment. In order to maintain stability, Yee also wrapped his hand around the place where Kang Yi Rin's leg nest was. That one spot is the one that Kang Yi Rim's boots don't cover. Yee's palm was directly on her skin. The rain slid down his skin, and Yee could only wrap his arms tightly around those legs to make sure Kang Yi Rin didn't slip off his back. The soft touch as well as the gust of body odor coming from his back made Yee a bit apathetic. Looking at Yee's gradually reddening face, Zhang Chui let out a put laugh. For the first time, she realized that Yee had so many sides. There is the characteristic straightness of a man of steel, but also the boldness and tenderness when the hero saves the beauty. At this moment, carrying Jang Yilin, a big school girl, he unexpectedly showed the unique youthful shyness of a teenager again. In her eyes, Yi seemed to gradually become more adorable. I've got a cab. Just hang on. The chance to memorize the schoolgirl doesn't just come alone. You don't know the blessings when you're in the midst of them. Out of danger. Jiang Chui also had the heart to joke with Yi. Jiang Chui, who had always shown herself as a high-cool introvert, was still joking with boys like this for the first time. But Yi smiled sarcastically and did not respond, fearing that the scene of the two women fighting over their jealousy would be reenacted. At that moment, a car came up in the distance and flashed its lights at a few people. The car is here. Get in. You take Jiang Yilin in the back and I'll take the passenger seat. Jiang Chui took her cell phone and checked the license plate number, then pulled open the passenger door and sat up. The driver frowned in dissatisfaction when he saw the three of them drenched like soup, pulling three drunks in the middle of the night, not to mention wetting the car seat, smelling the odor of alcohol emanating from the three men. The driver bristled. Don't puke on my car. 200 on the spit car. With that said, he took a kick of the gas and headed for the order destination. Just think of sending these three troubles away as fast as you can. 10 minutes later, the master stopped at the bottom of the block with a steady kick of the brakes. Yi Shichi got out of the car and recarried Kong Yi Rin on his back again in the rain. Jiang Chui walked ahead and led Yi into the unit building. The driver master glanced at the back of the three from afar and muttered in his heart, the youngsters nowadays are really good at playing. Surprisingly, he was with two extremely beautiful women at the same time. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a brief moment of envy, the driver received another notification of a new order on his cell phone and drove back into the night with a kick of the gas. Walking into the house, Yi put down Jiang Yilin. By now Kong Yi Rim was a little more sober than when she first came out of the bar, and could barely stand on her own. Only the downpour had just drenched her all over. The short black halter dress clung to her body so tightly that the waistline of her belly was visible through her clothes. Yi also stood at the entrance hall, not daring to walk around because he was wet. Eyes subconsciously moved away to look away after seeing Kong Yi Rin's charming devilish body, but then he bumped into Jiang Chui, who was wiping her white jade neck with a tissue. The slightly turned up collar, the softness inside was hidden. Why don't you guys go to the bathroom and change your clothes? Change out of your wet clothes? I'll wash them for you later. It just so happens that the washing machine has a drying function, so you'll all be back in dry, crisp clothes in the morning. Jiang Chui took 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet for the two of them. These 2 pairs of slippers are worn sometimes when her parents come here to visit her, so exactly the right size for men. Come to think of it, it seemed like this was the first time anyone other than my own parents had come to my house. Introverted Jiang Chui usually do not have many friends, every day back home or alone. Today came Yi and Jiang Yilin, and in turn, it felt like the house wasn't as cold as usual. My pajamas are looser, so you can wear mine later, Lin. Unconsciously, Jiang Chui's name for Jiang Yilin had changed. She found a set of her loosest pajamas for Kong Yi Rim and put them in the bathroom. That's the biggest set of pajamas she's ever had in her size. I hope Kong Yi Rim doesn't feel too short when she wears it. Kong Yi Rim burped drunkenly and said thank you before diving into the bathroom. After the bathroom door closed, Jiang Chui looked at Yi with slight embarrassment. I don't have any men's pajamas in my house. What do you do? Chapter 42 Heartwarming Feelings. Yi also scratched his head awkwardly. Well, how about I just make do with what I'm wearing? Having just gotten caught in the rain, Yi was afraid that the clothes on his body at this moment could wring out a small half pot of water. It must be uncomfortable to wear it like that, and it's also easy to catch a cold or flu. Jiang Chui inclined her head in thought and suddenly had an idea. This way, why don't you change out of your wet clothes later and wrap my towel around you? Anyway, Yi was a man, so as long as he used a wide bath towel to cover up his key parts, it would be fine. Men don't just wear a pair of swim trunks when they swim in the pool in the summer. Jiang Chui patted herself on the back for her cleverness. However, in that case, doesn't mean the bath towel that I use to wipe my body every day is going to Kanzuya, 0 distance contact. At the thought of this, Jiang Chui felt her face burn. Geez, why am I being so melodramatic? Other people Yi just saved me. Big deal. The big deal is that I'll get a new towel. Jiang Chui kept psyching herself up in her mind. A few minutes later, Kong Yi Rim came out of the bathroom. I'm changed. Go change. Unconsciously, Jiang Yilin's name for Jiang Chui had changed. The two seemed to have become bosom buddies. Looking at Jiang Yilin, who walked out of the bathroom, both Yi and Jiang Chui couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Jiang Chui's short-sleeved pajamas turned into a revealing dress on Jiang Yilin. The pajama pants also turned into 9-minute pants, and the white ankles were just exposed to the air. I don't know why, but looking at you like that, you have the feeling of an adult stealing children's clothes. Ha ha, Yi pointed at Jiang Yilin and snickered. Kan Yirin rolled her eyes poutingly. Who's an adult? Are you calling me old? I'll always be 18. Okay. The alcohol hadn't completely dissipated and Kan Yirin still spoke with a drunken flavor. Seeing this, John Chui hurriedly pushed Jiang Yilin into the bedroom. Fine. You'll always be 18. Okay, go ahead and get some rest. I'll wash your clothes for you later. Jiang Yilin turned around and gave Jiang Chui a big hug. You're so good to me. You're so much better than some people are to me. Some people actually think I'm old. Ugh. You say, he thinks I'm old. Why? Why does he still swipe me so many gifts? Is he? Hiccup. People are stupid. Hiccup. A lot of money. Jiang Chui pushed the drunkenly huffing and puffing Kan Yirin while concurring. Yes, he's just stupid. Okay, you go to sleep. With much coaxing and trickery, it was not easy to get Jiang Yilin to settle down completely. Looking at Jiang Yilin lying peacefully asleep on the bed, Jiang Chui then closed the door to her room and walked out. I'll take a bath and change my clothes first. When I'm done, you'll change out of your clothes and wrap my towel around me. Without waiting for Yi to reply, Jiang Chui held her change of clothes and drilled into the bathroom. It wasn't long before the sound of water clattering from the shower came from the bathroom. Yi was still dripping water at this time, and didn't want to dirty Jiang Chui's home, so he had also been honestly standing at the entrance foyer. It was the first time he had ever been to a girl's house. Couldn't help but be curious and look around. There was a small wall next to the foyer with a few thin brown twines hanging from it. A photograph was clipped to the twine. Those were some of the life photos Jiang Chui had taken since she was a child. As you can tell from the photos, Jiang Chui has been very good looking since she was a little girl. Big watery eyes, delicate little face. It makes you want to reach up and rub and squeeze. Only all the photos showed Jiang Chui alone. That fits her introverted not many friends persona. Whether it's a high school graduation photo or a photo of a shopping trip, Jiang Chui is the only one in the picture. These photos should all be taken by Jiang Chui's parents for her. Seems like a good girl who listens to her mom and dad. No wonder I was so worried about my mom and dad finding out about my cheating on the test. This kind of handle, if it were anyone else, maybe dead pigs are not afraid of hot water also broke the pot. It was Jiang Chui, who was actually willing to promise to fulfill 3 of his demands in order to keep his parents from knowing about the mistakes he had made. Yi smiled. This high-strung class flower is really naive and somewhat adorable. Not long after, Jiang Chui finished packing and came out. You change out of your clothes. You can take a shower if you want. I have other bath towels I can bring you, but the other bath towels are smaller. Only this bath towel I always use in the bathroom can be used to wrap my body. Jiang Chui found another small clean bath towel from the cabinet. It's for when her parents come over. Yi took the bath towel, turned around and went into the bathroom. Remember to bring me my wet clothes when you come out later. I threw it in the washing machine in one piece. Jiang Chui said to the inside through the bathroom door. When she finished, she involuntarily blushed. This kind of bridge seems like something that usually happens in dramas after the hero and heroine move in together. And to think it seems like the first time I've ever helped a boy with his laundry. The first kiss was given to Yi. The first time she went to a bar was with Yi. And the first boy who came to the house was also Yi. Now the first opportunity to help the boys with their laundry has also been given to Yichi. Karma is so wonderful sometimes. For years in college, her previous encounters with Yi surprisingly didn't add up to as much as what happened in one day today. A few minutes later, Yi in the bathroom also cleaned up. I have to say boys shower just as fast. The shower was accompanied by a brief rinse with water. I've had a lot to drink tonight, and while I'm not drunk, my mouth still smells like alcohol. Yichi himself smelled bad. I feel much better after a gargle. Do you have a hair dryer? Yi asked as he opened the bathroom door a crack. Hearing Yi's voice, Jiang Chui, who was boiling water in the kitchen and preparing to cook some ginger soup, immediately put down what she was doing. Yes, I'll bring it to you. Jiang Chui wore slippers and barred her way to the bathroom. The bathroom was heavy with water vapor, and the heat from Yi's bath just now hadn't dissipated. As soon as Yi wrapped the bath towel across his waist, only his lean upper body and part of his calves were exposed. It had to be said that Yi's figure was quite good among the boys. Playing basketball all year round, coupled with being in his early 20s, is a relatively high metabolism age. Yi doesn't have much flab on his body. There was even a vague glimpse of 6 not particularly visible abs. Jiang Chui rushed headlong into the bathroom and saw the scene in front of her, her cheeks quickly leaping red in a very short period of time. After staring at Yi's abs for 2 to 3 seconds, Jiang Chui came back to her senses and hurriedly averted her eyes. Panicked, he looked around. Then handily, he pulled a hairdryer out of one of the bathroom cabinets and shoved it into Ye's hand. You blew it. I'll make you some ginger tea. Repel, drive away the cold. With that, like a frightened white rabbit, she fled out of the bathroom as fast as she could. After running back to the kitchen, Jang Chui couldn't stop her hands from shaking as she boiled water. The thumping off me heartbeat in my chest was like a deer in the headlights. Chapter 43, Jang Chui's Night Attack. When Yi came out after blow-drying his hair, he saw a small bowl of ginger tea on the table. It's still steaming, and the living room was empty. The door to Jang Chui's bedroom room was also closed. At this time, the cell phone shook and opened it to see that it was a message from Jang Chui. Lin and I will go to bed first. You have an early night too. I've already laid out the fold-out couch in the living room for you, but there's no extra comforter in the house. Just a small blanket. You'll just have to make do with what you've got. I put the clothes in the washing machine for you. You don't have to hang them after washing. They will dry automatically. Looking at Jang Chui's care, Yi felt that this high-cooled class flower seemed a little more adorable. Originally, I thought that the high-strung class flower was unearthly. I didn't realize that this iceberg beauty had such a homey side. Yi smiled and returned a goodnight expression, picking up the warm ginger tea and drinking it in one go. In the bedroom, Jang Chui lay quietly on the bed, but her ears listened carefully to the movements outside the door. Hearing Yi pick up the bowl, he heard Yi drink it and take it to the kitchen to rinse it off. Then he heard Yi walk through the living room in his slippers, turn off the lights, and gently lay down on the sofa. The couch creaked. Then again, the whole house fell into complete silence. It was so quiet that the only sound was breathing. Beside her, Kong Yi-rin, with her drink, had long since gone to sleep, but Jang Chui couldn't sleep. The man who had taken his first kiss was lying on the couch just a wall away. The same bad guy who held himself hostage was lying on the couch a wall away. The same man who had saved himself like a superhero at the hands of a couple of vicious punks was lying on the couch a wall away. It was the first time a man had tugged at his heartstrings so much. Jang Chui's mind couldn't control the flashback to the image she saw just now when she brought Yi a hairdryer. A lean physique with what appeared to be six-pack abs, unfortunately, was in too much of a hurry to look closely. Oops, what's going on? What was I thinking? It must be because of the drinking. Can't think, can't keep thinking. It's so late, it's time to go to bed. Jang Chui forced herself to close her eyes, but the image lingered in my mind. It's even becoming clearer. Half asleep, Jang Chui even saw Yi, wrapped in a bath towel, wallop himself on the wall of the stairwell of the school building, hooking his own chin, with a gentle face and a touch of playfulness. I want you to kiss me. Yi's seductive voice rang in his ears. Jang Chui had trouble distinguishing whether this was a dream or reality for a moment. In a trance, she felt a weight on her body and an arm and a leg hitch up. Opening his eyes, he then reacted to the fact that he had just been dreaming. The sleeping Kong Yi-rim was not at all restless and actually put her arms and legs on her. Jang Chui had always been a light sleeper and would wake up at the slightest impact. She moved away from Kong Yi-rim's arms and legs, but she couldn't recall all of what she had just dreamed. Just remembering that dream just now gave her a very sweet feeling. Looking at the time, it was late at night. At this point, it was expected that Yi had already fallen asleep as well. Jang Chui suddenly had a very bold idea. If he sneaks out now and deletes the video of himself cheating on the exam on Yi's cell phone, then Yi would no longer be able to threaten himself in the future. When she was playing the game at the bar today, watching Yi and Zhang Yilin verbally go toe-to-toe joking with each other made her envious. She wants that too, but as long as she thought that her handle was in Yi's hands, she always felt that she was not strong enough in front of Yi. In that case, then just delete the video of yourself cheating on the exam, and you won't have to care in front of Yi in the future. Say it and do it. It just so happens that Yi is staying here today. It was a godsend. If you let such a good opportunity go, you may never encounter it again. With that thought, Jang Chui carefully climbed up from the bed. Fearing that the slippers would make a noise, he even stepped on the floor with his bare feet. On tiptoe, he slowly walked to the door of the room. Putting his ear to the door, he listened carefully for movement outside the bedroom. The living room was quiet, and it seemed that Yi was really asleep. Jang Chui gripped the doorknob and slowly pressed the handle down with extremely subtle amplitude. After opening the door to the room, he poked his head out first and looked around. The figure on the couch didn't move a muscle. Jang Chui was overjoyed, holding her breath, not daring to utter a single breath, and step by step, like a thief, she approached towards Yi. It was still raining outside the window. The sound of raindrops hitting the window just happened to cover the faint sound of Jang Chui's movement. Walking over to the couch, he saw Yi's cell phone sitting next to his head. Jang Chui took her cell phone and opened the screen. The screen indicates that face recognition is required. Glancing at Yi who was breathing steadily, Jang Chui boldly aimed her cell phone screen at Yi's face. Recognition failure. Try again. Still prompts for recognition failure. It was only then that Jang Chui remembered that it seemed like face recognition needed to detect an open eye in order to recognize it successfully. What a way to go. Such a great opportunity. Wasted? Jang Chui put down her cell phone, and her entire body looked a bit bereft. Just then, Yi suddenly rolled over. the blanket covering his body slid smoothly to the side, revealing a firm and youthful hormonal body under the blanket. Jang Chui was too scared to utter a single breath, fearing that Yi would suddenly wake up. It's a good thing that Yichi just rolled over. After rolling over, the breathing remained long and steady. Jang Chui then breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she put down her phone and prepared to go back to the bedroom, her eyes were unconsciously attracted by Yi's exposed abs. I'm here now, so it's okay to take a look. Moreover, Yi was now asleep. He wouldn't know if he looked at it for a while. These two voices suddenly popped up in Jang Chui's heart. Then with a slightly trembling hand, he took a serious look at the few well-defined lines under the thin sebum by the faint glow of the cell phone screen. Wow, there really are 6 pieces. Jang Chui couldn't help but even want to get her hands on it to feel exactly what kind of touch it was. But he was afraid of waking up Yichi. Hands poked out and back in indecision. Probe out again. Retracted. Just think of it as me coming out to use the restroom. Saw that his blanket was uncovered and helped him recover it. Jang Chui had already made a good excuse for herself in her mind. Even if Yi woke up, he would have room for sophistry. Against the thumping heartbeat, Jang Chui gently touched it with her index finger. So that's what it feels like. Jang Chui only felt her cheeks rolling, as if she had done something unknown and bad. No, one clearly hates Yi, the bad guy who took his first kiss. How is it that I'm now treating him? It seems a little bit. Thinking of that dramatic kiss in the stairwell, Jang Chui couldn't help but come closer to look at Yi's lips. And just as Jang Chui was approaching Yi, a warm and powerful palm wrapped around the back of Jang Chui's head from behind. Before Jang Chui could react, her own mouth was pressed onto Yi's lips. Chapter 44, First Kisses in All Their Forms. Yi had indeed fallen asleep, but in his sleep, the system beeps in his head rang on and on. Yi opened the system and saw that Jang Chui's rate progress was surprisingly still rising. It's gone from 38.93% in the bar to 52.7%. The progress of this rate even surpassed Kong Yi Rim. Isn't Jang Chui asleep? How could the progress of the rate increase so dramatically after falling asleep? Is this a dream? Just as Yi was puzzled, he suddenly felt an icy cold finger skimming from the small of his back. Yi had a jolt and squinted his eyes to see that Jang Chui had squatted beside him at some point. Nice guy. Hooligans? Trying to do something while you're asleep? Damn. Is the class president's private life so contrasting? This is too. It's so exciting. But as the saying goes, you can't take advantage of a bargain that's delivered to your door. It wasn't like the system had tasked itself with having to be a good guy tonight anyway. Moreover, he himself had almost lost his life today in the alley in front of the bar for these two schoolgirls. It's only right to collect some favors now. Thus, after seeing Jang Chui's soft mouth coming closer and closer, Yi smoothly wrapped his arms around Jang Chui's head and kissed it. Well, Jang Chui, who was suddenly kissed, stared in surprise. How could she not expect that Yi would suddenly wake up? And woke up just as he was about to get a closer look at him. Jang Chui subconsciously wanted to break free, but the back of her head Yi's hand was pressed down dead, not giving her any chance to resist. That's something you put together yourself. What? Trying to molest me in the middle of the night? That's self-defense for me. Yi loosened a small distance and said softly, your bull ******* ting. Obviously you molested me. You're shameless. Jang Chui's cheeks were red and burning hot as she pouted and glared at Yi. Yi put a little more force on his hand and wrapped Jang Chui's head over some more. I molested you? So tell me, how did you get here? Didn't you go into your room to sleep? Yi saw the system panel suggesting that Jang Chui's rate progress had not dropped, but instead had slightly increased again. It's already up to 52.9%. From this, it could be seen that Jang Chui was subconsciously not resisting this kiss of her own. As long as there are no objections, that's an agreement. This is taught in 100 Secrets to Holding a Goddess. Anyways, I saved you today. Shouldn't you show it? Yi smiled badly and followed the instructions. But Jang Chui didn't follow Yi's words. Kiss you can, but that's going to count as the third thing you asked me to do. When this is done, you're going to delete those videos. Hearing Jang Chui's request, the smile on Yi's face increased. Well then, I'll tell you now what the third thing I'm going to make you do is. Looking at Yi's unsuspecting expression, Jang Chui's eyes flickered. You, don't mess around. We agreed beforehand that I can refuse if the request is too much. Yi probed up, the tip of his nose close to Jang Chui's. The third thing I want you to do is, promise me 10 more things. Jang Chui desperately shook her head. You're cheating. Say yes to 3 things. How come it's 10 things now? Yi, you tricked me. You just don't want to delete those videos. But Yi had the look of a dead pig. These videos were originally a shortcut for him to pin down Jang Chui. How hard it would have been to raid this iceberg beauty without that handle. Since the system provides this convenience, it is natural that it should be utilized. I have the video anyway, so you don't have any other choice but to say yes. Do you, little Yui? I don't think you want these things to be known by others either. Yi uttered these words again that made him feel a little evil himself. Jang Chui's delicate pink fist pounded on Yi's chest. You asshole. You bullied me. In fact, at this moment in her heart, she didn't feel particularly aggrieved. On the contrary, after knowing that Yi wanted to continue pinning herself down, Jang Chui even inexplicably had a trace of joy. Only, she couldn't tell now exactly where this elation came from. The stairwell was too rushed today, so why don't you refill one for me? Hearing Yi mention the stairwell, Jang Chui naturally understood what matter Yi was referring to. However, listening to Yi's tone, it was instead like he had suffered a loss today. What a cheap shot, Jang Chui beamed. This kind of thing, where there's a patch. But before she could finish her sentence, Yi kissed her once again, and this time it was even more overbearing than before. Well, as Jang Chui let out a cry, Yi's tongue had completely invaded inside her mouth. Now in either sense, one's first kiss, all forms of first kisses, with tongue out, without tongue out, were all given to Yi. Bastard. Eggs. Jang Chui cursed vaguely. However, the lips were honest and gradually responded to Yi's movements, even closed his eyes in intoxication. Yui, where are you? Just as the two were obliviously kissing, a radiant light bulb came through the bedroom door. Ginger Yellen drank too much today. The sudden urge to urinate came on in my sleep, but he woke up to find that Jang Chui was not around. At that moment some more subtle movement was heard from outside, so he got up and followed the sound. Hearing Jang Yillen's voice, Yi and Jang Chui hurriedly separated. In a hurry, each twisted his head to make excuses for himself. I got up to go to the toilet. I saw that Yi's blanket was uncovered. So just. Yi also nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I happened to wake up frozen. Hey, why are you up too? Kang Yi-rin rubbed her eyes in a daze. She really didn't see what happened between the two just now. Her head is still spinning. I got up to use the restroom too. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you stay with me? Jang Chui looked at Yi and saw that Yi licked his lips. Couldn't help but pout and slap him. Lin, come on. I'll go to the bathroom with you. I'm never going to cover this bad man's blanket again. Freezing him cold is best. Saying that, he took Kang Yi-rim's hand and went into the bathroom. A good passionate kiss was spoiled. Yi was a bit uninterested, but looking at the current situation, it's impossible to continue. Forget about it. It's a good meal. Sooner or later, he would have to raid Jang Chui anyway. There's also Kang Yi-rim who can't get away. Yi covered himself with the blanket and lay down again, but he couldn't help but sneeze, as if it really confirmed what Jang Chui had just said. I don't know if it was because they were afraid of seeing their abs or something else, but the two girls didn't turn on the lights the entire time. Went straight back to the bedroom after going to the bathroom in the dark. Hearing the sound of the bedroom room door closing, Yi then closed his eyes again. Chapter 45, Two big schoolgirls competing for invitation. Early the next morning, Yi was really frozen awake. The little blanket on her body slipped to the floor at some point. It seems to be a restless night's sleep and once again the blankets have been kicked off. Yi rubbed his somewhat stuffed nose and sat up. Walking out onto the balcony, he took his already dried clothes out of the washing machine and changed into them. It's over. It seems like I really have a cold. After putting on his clothes, Yi felt his throat start to hurt a bit as well. Got caught in the rain, went to bed with no clothes, no covers, and the only small blanket kicked off by itself. It's a wonder you don't catch a cold after sleeping all night in these conditions. Looking at the time, it's still early, just after 6 in the morning, and I don't know if there's a pharmacy nearby. Yi walked to the door, changed his shoes, took the key placed on the shoe cabinet, and went out the door. More than half an hour later, Jang Chui and Jang Yilin got up and washed themselves. When he opened the door of his bedroom room, he happened to see Yi, who hadn't bought the medicine, coming back from outside with his breakfast. Wake up, come and have breakfast. I see that pancake stand downstairs is doing especially well, with a huge line. I stood in line for 10 minutes to get it. Here, while it's hot, it won't be good if it gets cold later. Yaichi set the table with hot pancakes and soy milk. The two women saw this and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. It is very easy to be hungry after a hangover, especially Kang Yi-rim. I woke up in the morning to hear my stomach grumbling all the time. Yi, why do I hear your nose stuffy when you talk? Cold? Jang Chui asked while brushing her teeth. Yi nodded honestly. Well, kind of. Guess I caught a cold last night. After all, no good Samaritan is going to come back and cover me with a blanket in the latter part of the night. Jang Chui heard the implication of Yi's words. Her teeth brushing action stalled, and 2 blushes climbed on her cheeks. That kiss last night was savored for a long time after she returned to her room. For the first time, she knew that kissing between a man and a woman could feel like this. The whole thing was crunchy, like being drunk on a piece of soft cotton. Is Yi hinting at something by mentioning this matter again at this moment? Kang Yi-rim is still here. Kang Yi-rim, who was on the sidelines, didn't remember a thing about what happened last night. Silly asked. No one to cover you with a blanket in the middle of the night afterward? Why do you sound like someone covered you for the first half of the night? Yi curiously stared at Zhang Yilin for a while. You really don't remember anything? Zhang Yilin looked at Yi, then Zhang Chui, and saw that both of them were looking at themselves seriously. But she really didn't remember anything, so she shook her head. Too much to drink last night. All I remember is Yichi carrying us out of the bar. Behind. There's not much left to remember. Did I came and covered you with a blanket in the first half of the night? Hearing Kang Yi-rin's reply, Yi breathlessly slapped his hand on his forehead. How can you be drunk like that and have the strength to come and cover me with a blanket? Do you not even remember how you got back? Speaking of which, Zhang Chui talked more. Lin, you don't even know how scary last night was. You know, right after we left the bar, the same punks who tried to harass us at the bar actually blocked us in the alley. And they're holding. Zhang Chui finished brushing her teeth and told a colorful story while nibbling on a pancake. Listening to Zhang Chui's description, Yi realized that in the third-person perspective, he was actually so handsome last night. 1 against 7, and out of the blue, it's seconds. When he rated Zhang Chui in the future, the system should be able to permanently reward himself with this fighting technique. By the time he had his fighting skills, if any ungrateful people wanted to come and harass his bound subjects in the future, then he would definitely make them eat their words. Wow, Yi, you're actually so powerful. So then, you even saved me last night. Kang Yi-rim's eyes didn't seem to have any of the aftermath of knowing what happened last night. Instead, his eyes were full of curiosity and delight. After listening to the story Zhang Chui told, Zhang Yilin felt more and more that Yi was the man she was destined to meet. Handsome, rich, fun and secure. Only such a man could be worthy of himself. But, Zhang Yilin noticed that Zhang Chui's eyes had been absently looking at Yi, and there were a few intriguing things about Yi and Zhang Chui's stares at each other. Intuition told Kang Yi-rim that there must be something wrong between these two. Although last night she and Zhang Chui had also developed a certain friendship, but in the pursuit of true love, any friendship can only take a back seat. In terms of face value, Zhang Chui was not inferior to her, and Zhang Chui and Yi were still in the same class. Near the water tower first get the moon. This aspect is considered Zhang Chui occupies a certain advantage, but Kang Yi-rim wouldn't admit defeat. It's not for nothing that you've been a relationship army man for so many years. If she couldn't get Yi, what face would she have to teach others how to fall in love in the future? Yichi, I have a dance performance tomorrow night. I was invited by an event party outside of school, and it was my first dance performance outside of school. To be honest, it's kinda nerve-wracking inside. Would you like to come and help me out then? Having a familiar friend present gives me a little bit of peace of mind. Zhang Yilin took the initiative, and the words are very clever. In his words, he had already put a familiar friend hat on Yi. I'm already treating you as a friend. You won't not give me this face. The corner of Yi's mouth rose slightly, seeing that Zhang Yilin took the initiative to invite him. He was also a bit relieved. Originally, I was worried that her progress in the raid would be stalled due to her jealousy fight with Zhang Chui. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Okay, tomorrow night just so I don't have anything to do. I'll be there when the time comes. Yi answered with his mouth full. Zhang Chui, who was gnawing on a pancake on the side, stopped the movement of her hand, looked at Kang Yi-rim. It seemed to sense Kang Yi-rim's intentions. Didn't we all call each other friends yesterday? And you call me Yi affectionately. It's just like a good friend. How is it that this kind of thing where you have to call your familiar friends to go to the venue is only called Yi? It's a drunkard's ass. I knew you had something in mind for Yi. Humph. I've already given him my first kiss. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let you take him away from me. Yi, are you free tonight? I happen to have 2 tickets for the front row of the infield for the Jeju concert tonight. Would you like to come with me? Consider it my thanks for stepping in and saving me last night. I didn't realize that after the iceberg beauty broke the ice, she would take the initiative to open her mouth and ask a guy to go to a concert with her. Yi felt that the current Zhang Chui seemed to be not quite the same as the Zhang Chui he knew before. Chapter 46, it's actually Yi. Jeju's concert? Yi suddenly thought of something. Wasn't that the reason he was dumped by Lin Coco? He didn't get Lin Coco's hints and only bought her an album by Joey Jie as a birthday gift. So Lin Coco splits and finds Joe Boheo, who is willing to pay for her to go to a concert. Unexpectedly, although he had lost Lin Coco, now the cool class flower Zhang Chui had taken the initiative to invite him to the concert. That's a lot of, what's the saying? The old man lost his mare. Or to put it bluntly, if the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. However, Yi remembered that the tickets for Joey Jie's concert had just come out in less than a minute before they were snapped up. After all, it was a top stream singer in China, and the heat was not normal. I've heard that Chu Boho is all about scalping tickets by adding high prices. Jang Chui can actually have 2 tickets to the first row of the infield? How did you get 2 tickets? Yi was a bit curious. In his impression, Jang Chui usually kept to herself and didn't have many friends at school. Concert tickets are so expensive. Why would she buy 2? Jang Chui wiped her mouth that had just finished eating the pancake with a napkin. Wow. The organizers are friends with my mom. My mom knew that I liked Ejie and went straight to the organizers to buy 2 tickets in the front row. Hearing this, Yi reacted to the identity of Jang Chui's mother, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. So, Yi had almost forgotten that there was another reason why Jang Chui had few friends at school, besides her own introverted personality. It's because the family is well off. In addition to her mom being the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Jang Chui's dad also runs his own company. So Jang Chui's living conditions are more than a star better than the average classmate. You can tell by the fact that her parents were willing to buy her this suite near a college town for her convenience. So in the school, everyone thought in their hearts, consciously or unconsciously, that this kind of young princess from a good family must be unwilling to make friends with ordinary people. Subconsciously, it alienates her somewhat. How's it going, Yaichi? You don't like Joey Jia very much? Seeing that Yi didn't agree for half a day, Jang Chui was a bit anxious. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to ask a guy out. Is it hard to believe that the first invitation is going to end in failure? Yi shook his head. Yes, then let's go together tonight. I'm a big old fan of Lee Jae-jo. Been listening to him since elementary school. Lee Jae-jo is the youth of their generation. How can you not like it? Seeing Yi agree, Jang Chui looked very happy. The eyes smiled and curved into 2 nice little crescents. The concert starts at 6 p.m. My mom will drive me then. Let's just meet at the ticket gate. Today their major only has 1 class in the morning. You can go home after class. Jang Chui's mom had also agreed with her beforehand that she would drive her to the concert tonight. If my mom found out that she was going to a concert with a boy today, she would have grilled her a lot. Besides, she didn't know how to introduce Yi to her mom. Classmates? Would you, in your own character, invite a regular classmate of the opposite sex to a concert? Even if he said it himself, his mom might not believe him. A friend? Not really. In all the years of college, he had never mentioned in front of his parents that he had any friends at school. How is it possible to be on the verge of graduation and have one pop up out of nowhere? And the friend is a guy. Boyfriend? That counts even less. Although her first kiss was given to Yi, but between the two, I don't think there's any talk of an official relationship. Nope. What's on your mind? What formalized dating? I'm not even sure I like him. I also wonder what he feels about himself. The current relationship between them. It's just a relationship of holding and being held. As soon as she thought that Yi had her own handle on one hand, Jang Chui was even more afraid to let her mother know of his existence. Okay, then I'll see you tonight at the concert ticket gate. Yi didn't care too much about this. It just so happens that I have a bit of a cold today. Plus I got up early in the morning, so I can catch up on some sleep in the dorms this afternoon. Kong Yi Rim, who was on the sidelines, was sour in her heart. He had just asked Yi to see his show tomorrow night. I didn't expect Jang Chui to ask Yi to watch the concert tonight. Fine, then let's each compete fairly. Kong Yi Rim muttered in her mind. The 2 women glanced at each other and both seemed to read the other's eyes. Through the air, Yi could feel sparks surging between the 2 of them. Ahem, it's all gone. Let's go to school together after we eat. Yi hastily changed the topic. Looking at the time, it was about time to take the subway to school. Jang Chui simply cleaned up the trash on the table, and Yi and Zhang Yilin also helped clean up the house. Small blankets were folded, pajamas and bath towels thrown in the washing machine, and the fold-out couch was reset up. Change your shoes, head out the door, and the 3 of you take the subway to school together. After getting off the subway, just after leaving the station, Jang Chui saw a familiar and annoying person. Mr. Jang Chui, such a coincidence. I actually met you again today. Iceberg Beauty's #1 licking dog, Chinuan, enthusiastically went up to greet Jang Chui. Yesterday, he drove to the subway station to pick up Zhou Boheo and Lin Coco, and happened to run into Jang Chui. That's when I realized that Banana-sama also commutes by subway every day, and under his warm invitation yesterday, Jang Chui, though reluctantly, ended up getting into his car. This move certainly gives hope to this #1 lickspittle. Getting to ride in his car is a great start. It might not be long before he agrees to go on a date with him alone. Unbeknownst to him, the reason Jang Chui agreed to get into his car yesterday was purely because her new shoes were too abrasive and she really didn't want to walk. Half the time, he didn't mean to give Chinuan a chance, but in the eyes of the licking dog, he only felt that it was a great honor for the goddess to ride in his car. So early this morning, Chinju drove to the subway station and waited. just to wait for Jang Chui to exit the station and then invite her to ride in his car once again. For this moment, he took his car in for a fine wash yesterday for $80. Also bought a great smelling car aromatherapy diffuser on the recommendation of the owner of the car wash. In the morning before he left, he also thoughtfully bought Jang Chui a good breakfast. The number one lickspittle, who had everything ready, waited for more than an hour at the subway station and finally waited for his goddess to come out of the subway station. Let me give you a ride to school. My car is parked. The smile on Chinju's face froze before he finished speaking, because he saw that the one who followed Jang Chui out of the station together was actually Yi. Chapter 47, You've crossed the line. Leaf 1, how do you? Don't you live in school? As Jang Chui's number one loyal licking dog, Chinju never dared to think that Yi and Jang Chui stayed together last night. Just think of it as Yi staying out at night last night, taking the subway to school today, and coincidentally bumping into Jang Chui on the subway. Ha, right. Yi actually stayed out at night again? Is it possible that it's with that schoolgirl from yesterday again? It's really eating out of the bowl and watching the pot. He has such a cute schoolmate, but he still wants to take Chui's first kiss. Chui bumped into it today. I think, Chui must have recognized you for the scum you really are. The goddess must be very sad now, feeling that her first kiss was fed to the dog. This should be a good time to take advantage of the situation and express yourself. Just hurry up and comfort the goddess. Maybe she can feel warmth in me. The goddess must think, it's better for me. So many years of dedicated and loyal licking. Just when Chinju was planning to say something, he saw another long leg coming behind Yi. You two are walking so fast. You didn't wait for me. In the time it took Jian Yilin to tie a shoelace, when she looked up, both Yi and Jang Chui had already left the station. Quickly catching up, he realized the duo had stopped here to be talking to a short, pockmarked boy about something. It's Netflix driver? There is still a long way between the subway station and the school. Usually, after students come out of the subway station, they will choose to take a taxi or ride on the man-powered tricycle near the subway station to go to the school. Jian Yilin subconsciously thought of Chinju as an online driver, just a little curious as to how this driver even got out of the car to pick them up. Looking at the long brown big wavy hair that fluttered in the wind, Chinju stared with wide eyes. In a mere fraction of a second, he recognized the long-limbed man for what he was, the leading flower of the dance department. The bee-waisted, beautiful-legged goddess who ranked fourth on the list of flowers of Bincheng University. Jian Yilin. This is the dream girl of many boys in the school. The slender waist that was in a firm grip, the long, straight and seductive legs, and those peach blossom eyes that seemed to see through every little boy's mind. TSK, TSK, TSK. For the first time, Chinju realized that he could still fit someone else in his heart besides Jang Chui. It's just that Kang Yi Rim has too many suitors, too much competition. It's still better on Jang Chui's side. The iceberg beauty's high cooling attribute leads to few people who dare to confess to Jang Chui and start courting her head-on. In that case, it seemed that it would be better to continue to be Jang Chui's licking dog. The success rate would be higher. In just a few seconds, Chinju weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Returning to his senses, he straightened his mind and continued to honestly be Jang Chui's number one licking dog. Wait, something's not right. Seems like I just missed the point myself. Did Jian Yilin say something to Yi and Jang Chui? Why don't you wait for her? Three of them came together? Chinju felt like the sky of his inner world had instantly collapsed in half. Jang Chui and Jian Yilin usually don't seem to have much interaction at school, right? But both are goddesses on the school flower list, so it's normal for them to know each other in private. But, how did they end up with Yi? You, the three of you. Chinju's voice trembled a little as he spoke. Kang Yi Rim nodded. Yeah, there's three of us. Master, where is your car? We can go now. When these words were said, both Yi and Jang Chui did not hold back their laughter. Instead, it was Kang Yi Rim who was confused watching the duo's reaction. What's wrong? Why are you two being weird? Is it something on my face? It's your fault for talking to me all the time while I'm washing my face in the morning. It made me not even wash my face carefully. There was a small mirror on the back of Kang Yi Rim's cell phone case, and she flipped the phone over and carefully examined her delicate face inside the mirror. No, you don't have anything on your face. We're laughing because this dude isn't an internet ride master. He's in our class. Yi was still kind enough to explain for Chinju, although Chinju was growing a little bit anxious. But to treat someone as an online driver just because of this is more or less hurting their self-esteem. Yi couldn't help but think of a previous joke when he first entered the university. Classmates said that on the day Chinju reported to school, a teacher asked him, "This parent, how come your child did not come with you?" Just because of this segment, Chinju became the representative type of the classes young and old. Jang Chui also knew about this matter, so when she heard Jiang Yilin treating Qin Juan as a driver just now, she unconsciously remembered this segment as well. A wave of embarrassment washed over Kang Yi Rim's face. Embarrassed, he nodded at Chinju. Excuse me, classmate. Chinju's eyes froze. He didn't react to Kang Yi-rim's apology, because his mind was full of the words Kang Yi-rim had just said. It's your fault for talking to me all the time while I'm washing my face in the morning. What do you mean? These three together this morning? As if they were together when I washed my face in the morning. That means they stay together at night too. Lean. Chinjue felt a surge of chi and blood in his chest, and the other half of the sky in his inner world finally collapsed. There was a buzz in my head. The whole group was confused. Jang Chui, you guys last night. In his heart, Chinju still held the last glimmer of hope. Hopefully Jang Chui would answer him that the three of them weren't together at all last night. But Jang Chui's reply broke the last trace of fantasy in Chinju's heart. We went to a bar last night. Then I let them stay at my house after they got drunk. This light tone was like narrating an extremely commonplace thing. It was as if they were expressing that this sort of thing had long been commonplace for the three of them. Chinjuan's hands unconsciously clenched. His eyes reddened as he looked at Yi. Yi, how could you bring Jang Chui to a bar? You took advantage of the situation. Scum. Chin authorized that it must be Yi who used Jang Chui's handle as blackmail so that Jang Chui had to accompany him to the bar. As for going to a bar, after a few drinks, who can still retain much sanity when the alcohol goes to their head? And the three of them shared a room last night. He didn't believe that Yi, such a decent man, could manage to sit still in the face of two drunken beauties. Maybe Jang Chui and Zhang Yilin had already fallen into Yi's clutches. Thinking of this, Chinju was simply pained. The eyes that looked at Yi were covered with intense hatred. But before Yi could open his mouth, Jang Chui couldn't wait to help Yi out. Who are you to scold Yi? What's it your business if I go to the bar with Yaichi? Authorized Chin. Didn't I tell you to stay away from me and not just meddle in my affairs? I'm just a normal classmate with you. You've crossed the line. Chapter 48, then you're pretty good. Zhang Yilin gave Jang Chui a sideways glance. She found a lot of key information from what the pockmarked boy had just said. This boy saw Yi and Jang Chui together and exploded such hostility towards Yi. It was obvious that this person was Jang Chui's suitor. No, judging by the emotional state, it would be more accurate to say dog licking. A few thoughts of wanting to see a good show suddenly came to Kang Yi-rim's mind. That's a good time for this licking dog to show up. You, Jang Chui, can't even manage your own licking dog well? And now the licking dog is being unforgiving to Yi in front of you. Yi must be very upset in his heart. And this displeasure would definitely be transferred to Jang Chui. The thought that Jang Chui was about to have her points deducted in Yi's heart made Zhang Yilin feel happy. After all, she was now in a competitive relationship with Jang Chui. This student, I don't care what your relationship is with Jang Chui, but you're accusing Yi so plainly. Shouldn't you apologize to him? Zhang Yilin clearly had something in her words. It was to pull Yi's attention to the relationship between this pockmarked man and Jang Chui. Jang Chui heard Zhang Yilin's words and skimmed her lips. This Kang Yi-rim, she's really good at tea. A girl's ability to appreciate tea is innate. It's like guys can recognize which ones are scumbags playing with their feelings in minutes. These are gendered gifts. Since Zhang Yilin had taken the initiative to make a move, she, Jang Chui, naturally wouldn't sit back and wait. Authorized Chin, no matter what happens to Yi and I don't need you to worry about it. Jang Chui looked at Chinju and said coldly. In one simple sentence, he made his position clear. And that phrase no matter what happens to me and Yi seems to leave endless room for imagination. Chinju stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Those words he just accused Yi of. Wasn't it to help the two schoolgirls who were taken advantage of by Yi? Why are these two schoolgirls blaming themselves instead? And listening to Jang Chui's tone, did she want something to happen with Yi? No way. Absolutely not. Jang Chui was a famous iceberg beauty and had never looked squarely at any boy. Like a holy highland flower. How could one possibly have a mortal heart for a scum like Yi? There must be some other reason. Right. It must be Yi who threatened Jang Chui with that handle. That must be it. And the reason why Jang Chui was helping Yi right now must also be because she was afraid of angering Yi and causing him to publicize her handle. Damn it. What on earth is that? How could she make Jang Chui so obedient? If I can get a hold of that, can I ask Jang Chui to go to the bar for a drink? Thinking of this, Chin Shu's heart trembled, as if he had already fantasized about Jang Chui's obedience at his side. That scene, just thinking about it makes your blood run cold. Then why is Kang Yi-rim also so protective of Yi? Can it be that Yi has something on her? Damn it, there must be a way to get these handles that can control the goddess. That way the goddesses are all mine. Chin Grant, what are you laughing at? In the face of the accusations of the two major schoolgirls, Chin Ju actually smiled evilly. It made Jang Chui's heart a little hairy. Returning to his senses, Chin Ju wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, forced down the fantasies in his heart, and immediately changed his expression. Yi student, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. A licking dog is one that can bend. Shu had already made up his mind to get the handle from Yi that could control these two schoolgirls. Before reaching his goal, he couldn't make too much of a mess with Yi yet. It's just an apology. He's so thick-skinned. It doesn't matter. Only, this little thought of Shu's could not be hidden from Yi, who had now significantly improved his segment. It looks like this kid is trying to figure out from me how and by what means he took these two schoolgirls. Hey, pity. He'll never know in his life that the old man has a system on him. Yi raised his eyebrows and didn't put Juan on his mind at all. But this lickspittle took the initiative to send it to the door. So naturally there was no reason not to take advantage of it. Just as well. Saves the three of them having to take a cab on their own. Since you're here to pick up little Yi, let's rub a car together. Yi said and then led Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilan towards the place where Shu parked. Shui was slightly stunned. Then he hurriedly followed suit as well. After getting into the car, Yi sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilan sat in the back seat. Just as he sat down, Shu proudly introduced himself. I guess you guys don't know yet. The school leaders were very appreciative of that business plan I did earlier for the milk tea store. It also helped me pull in an investment from Pilot Capital. Their company put $500,000 in startup capital for me. After the cost of opening the store at this stage, I put a down payment on the car for the rest of the money. Sheen Grant had a proud face. Hopefully, through this incident, it would make the two schoolgirls think highly of themselves. But neither Zhang Chui nor Zhang Yilan had any obvious reaction. Zhang Chui's family was already rich. A mobility car of about 100,000 yuan, and hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in the milk tea store. She really did not think there was anything special. Although Zhang Yilan's family was average, she had just received $1 million reward from Yi last night. Compared to Yi's grand gesture of throwing thousands of gold, these by Juan did seem a bit small. So after Juan finished showing off, an awkward silence fell over the car. In the end, it was Yi who kindly broke the embarrassment. Well, you're pretty good then. Come on, do a good job. Part of this compliment did come from the heart for Yi. After raising the progress of the 5 schoolgirls' raids to 70%, he would be the boss of Pilot Capital. Thinking about it this way, Shinju was actually working for him. Pilot Capital is not a charity organization. The reason why the investment to Shinju, then wait until after the profit. Certainly also want to take a share. Thinking about this, Yi truly hoped that Juan's milk tea store would prosper. The better the business of the milk tea store, the more dividends Pilot Capital can get. Classmate, your car, there's a strange odor. Can you open the window? Sorry about that. I kinda want to throw up. Zhang Yilan is very sensitive to odors. As soon as she got in the car she smelled a bad fragrance. Now with the bumps in the road, the smell was rushing right into her sky. It made Kong Yi Rim feel a fluttering nausea in her stomach. The smug smile on Shinju's face instantly froze, and his line of sight subconsciously looked toward the car aromatherapy he had been fooled into buying yesterday by the car wash store owner's wife. Then, when no one was looking, he sneakily reached over and closed the lid of that scent. Chapter 49, 1 Move, 2 Gains. When they arrived at the school, a few people separated. Shinju went to park the car and Zhang Chui went directly to the classroom, while Yi and Zhang Yilan went back to their respective dormitories. Classes were about to start, and Yi still had to go back to the dormitory to get his books. Just after walking to the dormitory entrance, Yi saw a familiar figure, a pure and lovely face with that proud and exaggerated body. It sucked up the turnout at the entrance to the boys' dormitory building. Yo, what are you doing here? Walking up to Xia Xiaoyu, Yi realized that Xia Xiaoyu was holding a sandwich and a bottle of milk, and carefully covered in his arms, as if he was afraid of getting cold. You're here, waiting for someone? Looking at the way Xia Xiaoyu looked inside the boys' dormitory from time to time, it was obvious to guess that Xia Xiaoyu was waiting for someone here. It was only when Xia Xiaoyu saw Yi that a smile finally appeared in her eyes that had been anxiously looking around. Senpai, I came to bring you breakfast. After saying that, he shoved the sandwich and milk into Yi's hand. Feeling the body heat left on the food, Yi froze. And yet how it was not good enough to say that I had already had breakfast. You came to wait for me on purpose? Yi opened the milk and took a sip. Chocolate flavored. I remembered that day when I was having breakfast at the hotel. Yi seemed to casually mention that he loved the chocolate milk from the school kiosk. I didn't expect Xia Xiaoyu to take it to heart. This made Yi feel warm. This feeling of being treated with care by others is really soothing. Xia Xiaoyu's face was slightly red in the morning light. Charming, but also full of youthfulness. Well, I asked around and found out that your major has classes this morning. I thought you said you often slept in until class started. I'm afraid you'll go to class hungry. That's not good for the body. So I bought you breakfast and brought it to you. How is someone who has been deliberately alienated from his classmates because of his family's poverty going to find someone to ask about the course schedule for Yi's major? Yi could not even imagine how much courage Xia Xiaoyu had to muster up for this. Silly, how could I starve myself? I pass the cafeteria on my way to the school building. Just buy a random bag in your pocket and eat it on the go. Yi gently nudged the tip of Xia Xiaoyu's nose with his hand. Xia Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and gently shook her cute little head against Yi's finger. So, senpai, did you like the breakfast I bought you? Soft and sticky tone, like a good boy waiting to be praised. Xia Xiaoyu was a junior this year. During these 3 years, her classmates knew that she was a poor student, and they also knew that every semester she had to apply for a scholarship from the school. As the saying goes, college is a small community. Many students gradually awaken to the concept of money during their college years. Everyone loves to make friends with people who are rich and generous. It's naive to think that such friends wait until after graduation to become their own networking resources. As for poor students like Xia Xiaoyu, the students were afraid to avoid them. A bumpkin who has never seen anything in the world. A girl without any skincare cosmetics. If a classmate got close to someone like Xia Xiaoyu, it was going to be laughed at by the others. In these 3 years, Xia Xiaoyu had gotten used to this life of being ostracized everywhere. However, she met Yi, meets a rare ray of light in her gray life. When she reported for her freshman year, it was Yi who patiently helped her carry her luggage. Once out of the library, happened to meet the heavy rain. Is the leaf all the way through? Playing the umbrella to support her back to the dormitory. Plus the day before yesterday, when he himself was carrying a thick pile of books, it was also Yi who enthusiastically came forward to help. She was also taken to expensive Western food, an upscale hotel experience, and a 5-star hotel breakfast. Yi was different from her classmates around her, although some boys do approach her deliberately, but Xia Xiaoyu knew that those boys came for her pretty looks. Upon learning of her status as a poor student, the boys invariably show their dislike and then gradually distance themselves from her. In everyone's mind, they ultimately look down on her. Only Yichi is different. Even if you know that you have never eaten Western food, you will still be very patient and teach yourself some manners of eating Western food, and sharing a room with myself, and sitting on my ass while I was drunk and defenseless, warm, and sassy. In the past 2 days, Xia Xiaoyu was constantly thinking back to that morning, in the hotel sofa, the scene where she collapsed on top of Yi. That firm chest could no longer calm her love-struck heart, so here she is this morning. The breakfast delivery was just an excuse. The bottom line is, she wants to see him. Just seeing him made her feel a spring in her heart. Yi unwrapped the sandwich in front of Xia Xiaoyu, sent it into his mouth and took a big bite. Yummy! In fact, because of the cold, Yi didn't have a very good appetite today, but this was the first time a girl had been so sweet as to bring him breakfast. He didn't want to disappoint Xia Xiaoyu's good intentions, wiped out a sandwich in just 3 or 2 bites. The bottle of chocolate-flavored milk went down the drain for him, too. Seeing that Yi loved the breakfast he bought so much, Xia Xiaoyu was also very happy. 7 for sandwiches and 5 for chocolate milk, for a total of 12. Usually Xia Xiaoyu ate 3 meals a day and the cafeteria almost only spent this much money, but as long as Yi liked it, she didn't feel any heartache at all. Senior, then I'll bring you breakfast every day from now on. Okay. Xia Xiaoyu had an expectant look on her face. If Yi agreed, then she could see Yi every morning. Even if she could only spend a few minutes together and speak a few words, it would be enough for her to go back and secretly reminisce for a long time. A wish bar floated up above Xia Xiaoyu's head. I wish I could see Senior Yichi more often in the future. Yi looked at this simple and lovely young girl in front of him, and it was like a soft spot in his heart was struck. She obviously couldn't afford to eat anything good herself, and yet you have to come up with money to buy yourself breakfast, just to be able to see myself. Really, adorable and heartbreaking. Yichi was eager to help her, but Yi also understood that Xia Xiaoyu was still very strong deep down. If she were to offer her help rashly, I'm afraid it would irritate Xia Xiaoyu's fragile self-esteem. Her least favorite thing to do was to accept handouts from others. Squeezing the sandwich wrapper in his hand, Yi suddenly had an idea. We can eat every meal together if you want, as long as I'm at school, but there's a request. What to eat? I say so. Using the excuse of having dinner together, he disguised himself as inviting Xia Xiaoyu to dinner. Not only did it help Xia Xiaoyu reduce her burden of living, but also satisfied Xia Xiaoyu's desire to have more opportunities to stay with herself. 2 for the price of 1. Chapter 50. A different Zhang Chui. Although Xia Xiaoyu's body was very proud in key parts, but the limbs are slim, and the face doesn't look too good. This is malnutrition caused by years of not being able to spend money on food. Yi decided that he would help Xia Xiaoyu get her nutrition back up in the shortest possible time. It's puberty now, the age when a girl is budding. If you don't build up your body now, you will easily get sick in the future. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as she looked at Yi, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't notice Yi's desire to invite her to dinner. All she knew was that Yi had promised to be able to eat with her every day. there was nothing for her to be happier about. Senior, so, then are you at school at noon after class today? Xia Xiaoyu firmly memorized the keywords in Yi Yi's words just now. Yaichi said that as long as he was at school then every meal was eaten together. So, Xia Xiaoyu only needed to confirm when Yi Yi was at school. Yi Yi smiled gently. I was at school at noon today, but I don't get out of class until 11:30. Besides, our teacher in this class likes to drag her feet. Xia Xiaoyu tiptoed happily, forced down the joy of wanting to jump in place. It's okay senpai. I'll go to the cafeteria early to get a seat then. You'll come straight here after class. Yi Yi nodded. Okay, but we had a deal. You just take the seat. I'll decide what to eat when I get there. Xia Xiaoyu smiled, smiling like a child who had received a beloved gift. Okay, I'll see you at noon then. Back in the dormitory, Yi Yi just probed his head, and Xia Ziyuan came up to chatter and ask questions. Old Yi, you really didn't come back all night? Lin Yu also hurriedly rolled out of bed from the top bunk. Honestly, did you go to an internet cafe last night for a night out? Or, Du Mingyu patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Old Lin don't be ashamed. You think everyone is like you. Every day you just think about going to an internet cafe for a night. Lin Yu gave Du Mingyu a blank look. You're not much better, are you? Wait until you've taken down your Jing Jing at some point. Xia Ziyuan also chimed in. That's right. Yesterday we agreed that we were going to set you up with Zhou Jing, but it turned out that we didn't expect you. A waste of space, to not take advantage of the opportunity. I can't believe I went back to my own dorm with her after dinner. Du Mingyu's face turned slightly red, and he hastened to make a sly defense. You don't understand. We didn't want to go that fast. Lin Yu secretly poo-pooed it. You pull it down. Look at how great other people Lao Yi is. The first time he met Jiang Yilin, he was out with someone else in the springtime. As the conversation came to a close, Yi Yi hastily stopped it. Don't accuse me of anything. I didn't do anything. Just a simple drink. Not even holding hands. Okay. Yi Yi wasn't vain when he said this, though when he carried Kong Yi Rim out of the bar yesterday, he didn't miss feeling those soft and straight legs. But, touching legs is touching legs. Hands really haven't been held yet. That's kind of realistic. But what Yi Yi said, Xia Ziyuan, several people didn't even believe a single punctuation mark. Come on, who are you kidding? You say nothing happened. So tell me, where did you two stay last night? Lin Yu also revealed an impish smile. Must have gotten a room. Du Mingyu pretended to be concerned and went forward to ride over Yi Yi's shoulders. Old Yi, say you, how come every time you get a room with a beautiful woman, you don't do anything? You can't. You really can't. You've made so much money speculating on stocks. Why don't you think of finding an old Chinese doctor to take a look? Treat it while you're young and enjoy the benefits. Yi Yi rolled his eyes and rewarded several people with a popping chestnut each. Who says I went to a room last night? I stayed at Zhang Chui's place last night with Jiang Yilin. Several people cut in unison. You just blow it. Those two are in the top 5 of the schoolgirl list, and the 2 of them would still want to live with you? 3. Old Yi, you're not still awake, are you? Yi Yi picked up the textbook on the table, looked at the time, and hurriedly pushed a few of his housemates outside. Oops, I said nothing happened. It was just one night together. The old man slept on the couch. Okay, hurry up. You're going to be late for class later. Only then did Xia Ziyuan's few people react, scrambling to change their shoes to follow Yi Yi and run towards the school building. Come to the classroom. 1 minute before class starts, the students have basically all arrived. Yi Yi's 4 entered through the front door of the classroom and found that except for the front seats which were still empty, the back seats were all occupied. As we all know, what's the most important thing about college classes? The most important thing is to grab a back seat far enough away from the teacher. Only then can you sleep and chat and play on your cell phone in class without fear. Sitting in the front row, on the other hand, involves being under the teacher's watchful eye at all times and the risk of being questioned at any time. College teachers and students don't have the same close relationship as teachers and students did in middle school and high school. College teachers basically come in before class and leave after class. Other than that, there will be little to no interaction with the students. Class rosters are checked against the class roster when people are called up to answer questions in class. And most teachers basically just assign the students sitting in the front row to get up and answer the question to save them the trouble. Yi Yi and his 3 housemates looked around, and it seemed that they could no longer see any empty seats in the back row. Is it possible that you'll have to sit in the front row and listen to the lectures in this class? Just as several people were about to sit down, a white lotus root arm in the penultimate row reached out and waved at Yi Yi. Yaichi, here. Looking at the sound, it was actually Jiang Chui, the high-cool class flower. Holy, old Yi, you're awesome. The class flower herself will take your seat. What an eye-opener for me. To be able to sit in the seat Jiang Chui helped us occupy in this life. Old Yi, you wouldn't have given her some kind of mesmerizing soup. You really need to teach us how to tune this ice cube face. A few people grinned and poked Yi with their elbows in the back. Yi also didn't expect that Jang Chui would take a seat for herself. Is it possible that it's because of that kiss you gave last night? Looking at Jang Chui's 24% rate progress, Yi felt that this class flower had really become different from before. It felt like there was no longer that icy aura of being superior and rejecting people. Instead, it adds a little more cuteness. Cut the crap. Are you guys sitting down? Sit in the front row by yourselves if you don't. Yi dropped his words and walked towards Jang Chui's direction in a big way. Seeing this, Xia Ziyuan's few people immediately followed with a pleasing face. Righteous father, wait for us. Meanwhile, on the other side of the classroom, two grudging gazes stared over. Chapter 51 Purpose of Occupying a Seat. A gaze was cast by Qinju. Seeing that the goddess that he was hanging on to his heart would actually take a seat for another boy, Qinju then chimed in on behalf of the goddess. Wait, when I get the handle on Ye's hand, I'll rescue you. When the time comes, you'll be mine alone. You only have to listen to me alone. I definitely won't be like Yi. I'll hurt you and love you and spoil you to the skies. Make you the boss lady of my milk tea store. Qinju gave Yi a hateful look, his eyes full of the flames of jealousy, and the other grudging gaze came from Lin Coco's direction. Last night, Zhou Boheo suddenly asked her to go to the bar, said he'd introduce her to his friends, let Lin Coco dress up. Lin Coco was very happy. A guy who is willing to introduce himself to his friends. That means that he is serious about his feelings. And all of Zhou Boheo's friends must be a bunch of rich kids too. Maybe we'll be able to pull a lot of wool over our eyes if we hang out with them a lot in the future. So Lin Coco seriously dressed up in her dormitory for more than an hour. I was afraid that the makeup was not good enough to leave any bad impression on those rich kids. After applying makeup, and Zhou Boho took a cab to the bar. Right at the entrance of the alley in front of the bar, before she even got out of the car, Lin Coco saw Yi. Beside Yi stood Zhang Chui, with a long-legged beauty on his back. Although she couldn't see her face, just those legs were enough to make Lin Coco feel ashamed of herself. It's so late. How come Yi is with two beautiful women? Lin Coco couldn't figure it out. How is it that after she dumped this poor boy's womanhood has suddenly gotten better? But in the moment, Lin Coco didn't think much about it. All she could think about was how to behave properly when she met those rich second-generation friends of Zhou Boheo in a while. But right after entering the bar, Zhou Boheo was told that those friends of his had left first. I didn't realize that after working so hard to put on makeup for so long, I hadn't even seen the person's face. So Lin Coco casually muttered a few complaints. They are also so disrespectful. Unexpectedly, just these few casual complaints had caused Zhou Boheo to have a rare outburst of anger. Zhou Boheo blames her, saying that it's all because she's too abrasive with her makeup that her friends are losing patience waiting. Lin Coco had some bad feelings in her heart. I didn't realize that in Zhou Boheo's heart, he actually wasn't as important as his group of friends. You know that when she was with Yi in the past, Yi put her first in everything. She used to be in Yi's heart. That would always be first in line. She aggravatedly argued with Zhou Boheo twice. In the end, the two parted on bad terms and each took a cab back to their dorms. When she woke up this morning, thinking that the tickets for the evening concert were still in Zhou Boheo's hands, Lin Coco had no choice but to send a message to Zhou Boheo anyway, saying that he was in too much of a hurry last night. He hoped that Zhou Boheo would not take it to heart. Although he said that, Lin Coco didn't think she had a problem at all in her heart. It's just a matter of being verbally condescending in order to dabble with concert tickets. Arriving at the classroom, Lin Coco had just sat down not long before Yi walked into the classroom. Seeing Yi, Lin Coco was in a trance for a moment. In his mind, he inexplicably remembered the bits and pieces of Yi's own in the past. He thought to himself that if he were Yi in his place, he would not have complained about her like Zhou Boheo did last night. But next, Zhang Chui's action of waving at Yi completely pulled Lin Coco's thoughts back to reality. Although he didn't know how Yi was able to get so close to so many beautiful women recently, but Lin Coco had a vague feeling in her heart. It was this boy she had once abandoned that would never belong to her again. There seemed to be something about this boy that he hadn't even been able to find in himself at one time, and now the boy belongs to a better girl. Lin Coco didn't even understand how she suddenly came up with this thought. Right after seeing Yi relax and naturally sit next to Zhang Chui, Lin Coco felt a sudden sourness somewhere in her heart. Your ex-girlfriend is watching you. Yi didn't notice Lin Coco's eyes, but Zhang Chui saw it. Girls are always unusually perceptive in this regard. The current Zhang Chui was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Any covetous glances from others of the opposite sex would touch her. Yi sat down beside Zhang Chui with a calm face, not glancing towards Lin Coco. Then let her watch. She can't see the kiss anyway. These words caused Zhang Chui to blush again. This young girl's shy appearance made Yi's three housemates look dumbfounded. The three timidly came to sit beside Yi, faced with the seat that the high cool class flower took the initiative to occupy. A few people still felt a bit like a dream. Sister-in-law. Thanks for taking our seats. It was the understanding Xia Ziyuan who was the first to react. Tentatively, he called out to his sister-in-law. Zhang Chui and Yi Yi had both kissed in front of them. Not sure about the duo's current relationship though, but looking at Zhang Chui's seated and shy appearance, calling her sister-in-law should always not be too much of a problem. As expected, Zhang Chui didn't show any aversion or dislike towards Xia Ziyuan's name-calling. Instead, he blushed even more. You guys, don't yell. Yaichi and I aren't. Oops. Yi, you explain it to them. As the saying goes, a young girl's blush is better than all confessions of love. Zhang Chui's reaction at this moment, in the eyes of a few people, that only had the feeling of lust. Yi cleared his throat and looked at the three housemates with a serious face. That's right, don't you guys yell. I'm not in that kind of relationship with her yet. After listening to Yi's explanation, the bad smile on the three housemates' faces intensified. Zhang Chui turned her head in surprise and glared at Yi angrily. Didn't I ask you to explain? You might as well not explain it. What do you mean it's not that kind of relationship yet? What do you mean? Yet? Before Zhang Chui could speak, Xia Ziyuan's few people immediately understood and changed their words. We took the liberty just now. Then thank you future sister-in-law for taking our seats. When he said that, he even clasped his fist at Zhang Chui. Looking at these few living treasures, Zhang Chui was feeling both shy and amused. Then let me ask you a question. You will answer me honestly. Zhang Chui's voice was soft, rarely not as cold as usual. A few of the people listening shuddered. Just ask. Lord Manhwa will definitely know everything. Words without end. If you want to know, we can recite the lock screen code of old Ye's cell phone to you. Zhang Chui was amused by a few people and covered her mouth with a smile. I don't want to know his cell phone password. What I'm asking is, who did Yi have dinner with last night? Hearing this question, Yi had a jolt. No wonder they purposely took seats for themselves and their housemates. So it's waiting here. Chapter 52 Jeers in the Cafeteria. Xia Ziyuan, Lin Yu, and Du Mingyu looked at Yi with strange eyes. One by one, they squeezed their eyebrows, trying to get Yi to hint at how they should answer this question. Should I tell this future sister-in-law that Yi had dinner with Zhang Yilin last night? That's not true. Didn't Yi say that he and Zhang Yilin stayed at Zhang Chui's house last night? Then Zhang Chui is asking this question now because she wants to. Just answer truthfully. You guys? Yi glanced at a few people. Obviously Zhang Chui was a little jealous of seeing him and Zhang Yilin together when they came to the bar yesterday. And as for his explanation, Zhang Chui wasn't entirely convinced. So now it's time to get confirmation from these housemates. He, Mr. Yi, didn't do anything wrong. There is no fear that Zhang Chui will look for these few housemates of his to confront him. Xia Ziyuan patted Du Mingyu's back, signaling for Du Mingyu to explain. Du Mingyu looked at Yi who had certainty in his eyes and hesitated before choosing to tell the truth. Last night, Yi invited a few of us to eat hot pot. It just so happens that I just got a girlfriend in the dance department. Yeah, one let me call my girlfriend to join me. And then, I was afraid that my girlfriend wouldn't be able to let go of her dinner with a bunch of us boys, so I made her call her roommate along. Kan Yirim, it's her roommate. Hearing Du Mingyu's answer, Zhang Chui was still satisfied. It seems that what Yi said yesterday was indeed the truth. You guys aren't lying to me. Zhang Chui's eyes swept past a few people's faces, and some of the coolness returned to her tone. Du Mingyu's few people shook their heads in succession. No, I swear I'm telling the absolute truth. Yi approached Zhang Chui and raised his eyebrows. What? Are you jealous? Zhang Chui hummed lightly. I'm not. Who wants to be jealous of you? Don't flatter yourself. The words were stubborn, but the pink earlobes were honestly flushed with a delicate red color. The bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom. A few people didn't say any more. Honestly, play with your cell phone. Looking at Yi not paying the slightest attention to the lesson, Zhang Chui was a bit puzzled in her heart. He himself, the perennial top of the class, got there by cheating. What about Yi, the second in the class of 10,000 years? Did you get there by playing with your cell phone in class? Sensing Zhang Chui's gaze, Yi knocked down a line on his cell phone and put it in front of Zhang Chui. Don't look at me. Listen to the class and try to keep your top grade in the class. Be careful not to get passed by me. Yo! Yi's tone made Zhang Chui's teeth itch. He couldn't wait to grab Yi's arm and bite it hard. After class, Zhang Chui picked up her carry-on bag and prepared to go home. This is her daily routine. Only come to school during school hours. When she didn't have classes, she was cooped up alone. I'm going home first. See you tonight. Before leaving, Zhang Chui purposely said goodbye to Yi. And this sentence of see you at night aroused the gossiping hearts of Yi's three housemates. After seeing Zhang Chui walk away, the three of them hitched onto Yi's shoulders, one by one getting to the bottom of the matter. You two are going out tonight? You're making godly progress here. Old Yi, I am really curious. How did you ask Zhang Yilan and Jang Chui out in such a short period of time? Is it hard just because you're making money in stocks? Are girls really so gold-digging these days? But Zhang Chui's family doesn't seem to lack money either. Facing the chattering inquiries of several housemates, Yi did not answer, just smiled and gave a couple of people a look that was only meant to be a smile. Hey, old Yi, you're being unkind. Don't hide any of your pickup tricks from the brothers. Here are 2 other poor bastards single. If you don't pass on some experience, those 2 can stay single until graduation. Hearing this, Yi shrugged and spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to teach you guys. The key is that I really don't know how to pick up girls. Can't you guys see that it's the girls who are asking me out? I'm this. Purely too much personal charm. In the face of Yi's boasting, several people silently rolled their eyes. Forget it, just ask him redundantly. You might as well rush to the cafeteria early to get in line for food if you have this time. We're already 3 minutes behind everyone else in this class. If we don't run quickly, there won't be any room in the cafeteria in a while. Eating is not active. Something is wrong with your head. Dry rice is every college boy's favorite thing. Against the crowd of people in the hallways of the school building, a few people then began to frantically find gaps to weave through. Lin Yu turned around, but saw Yi still walking leisurely behind him. Old Yi, why are you still grumbling? You're not hungry? Yi rubbed his nose with his fingers, his tone understated with a slight element of bragging. Wow, I'm in no hurry. A schoolgirl already took my seat in the cafeteria. I won't be joining you guys for lunch today, huh? The 3 of them gave the middle finger in unison. It's all said and done, so you'll have to ask him redundantly. That's good. It's loaded up for him again, isn't it? Coming to the cafeteria and buying a good meal. Yi carried a tray and looked for it according to the location sent on Xia Xiaoyu's message. You've been waiting so long. You must be starving. Eat up. Yi ordered 2 trays full of food. There was fish and shrimp, meat and vegetables. Add 2 bowls of fragrant rice. Senior, why did you order it for me as well? I could have bought it myself. Xia Xiaoyu buried her head a little lower without confidence. In all the time she had been in college, she had never ordered so many dishes at once in the cafeteria. Usually when she ate alone, she ordered the cheapest vegetable with rice. Yi took the meal out of the tray and set it neatly on the table. Put the fish and shrimp in front of Xia Xiaoyu on purpose. I thought we agreed. I'm in charge of what we eat. If you don't agree, I won't eat with you from now on. Yi smiled, picked up a shrimp and put it into Xia Xiaoyu's bowl. Do as you're told and eat. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's understanding yet inferior appearance and thin wrists, Yi had a heartache, and Xia Xiaoyu didn't dwell on it. It was as if Yi's words obey had triggered some kind of switch in her. Blinking his eyes at Yi, he then peeled the shrimp and ate it. Yi was slightly stunned. It seemed as if every commanding tone of his own was a hit with Xia Xiaoyu. Nice guy. Is this born with a maid's body? Yi's eyes unconsciously looked towards the most prominent advantage of Xia Xiaoyu's body, so well developed despite being malnourished. If she gets her nutrients back, it's going to be a step up. Yi swallowed his saliva and hastily withdrew his gaze, picking up a piece of ribs and eating it as well. Right at this moment, Yi heard a burst of girls' whispered jeers from a place not far away. Look guys, that bumpkin is actually eating with a handsome guy. So many dishes. It must be more sumptuous than even the New Year's Eve dinner at Tunyu's house. What do you guys think? Did Town go buy these meals or that handsome guy? That goes without thinking. It must be our little dirt girl who is after the handsome guy, and she has paid a fortune to treat him to a meal in the cafeteria. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Chasing boys and actually treating them to dinner in the cafeteria. If I were that handsome guy, I'd leave her alone. Chapter 53, I'm a good person. Looking around, 3 girls dressed up in fancy dress were sitting not far away, half hiding their mouths and giggling. The piercing jeers were not too loud, not too small. It was just controlled to a level that both Yi and Xia Xiaoyu could hear. Xia Xiaoyu seemed to be used to this kind of ridicule. However, looking at Yi who was sitting across from her, she still looked a little embarrassed. Senpai, I'm sorry, they're my housemates. Hey, forget it. Elder, you eat. I'm full. Thanks for buying me dinner today. I'll go back to my dorm first. Xia Xiaoyu only ate a mouthful of shrimp, and the other dishes didn't even move. Having been stirred up by a couple of her housemates, she had lost her appetite. I just want to find a hole in the ground and sneak out, lest Yi be dragged down by himself and disgraced here together. Xia Xiaoyu put down her chopsticks and got up, ready to leave. Yi, however, took her hand. Sit down. Dinner. Ignore them. The commanding tone inexplicably made Xia Xiaoyu feel a little more secure in her heart. Looking at Yi's undeniable expression, Xia Xiaoyu's legs that originally wanted to leave could not move. Dutifully, he sat back down. Obediently, he picked up the chopsticks he had just put down and carefully pinched a piece of bok choy into his bowl. Is that how they usually treat you? Yi turned around and shot a glance at the 3 girls. Although dressed up in a flowery manner, the lipstick is so thick that it looks excessively tacky. Instead, it lacks the innocent spunk of a college girl. All three are extremely low-level gold-digging women, as taught in 100 Secrets to Holding a Goddess. Even the kind with a lower segment than Lin Coco. Xia Xiaoyu buried her head in front of the rice, did not even raise her head, gently must sound. She'd heard too many taunts like today's in her 3 years. Everything in her will be reduced to a weapon for them to attack her. For example, she's still using a used cell phone that's several years old, unlike the girls, who are using the latest models. For example, she had never eaten Western food, and had only eaten even foreign fast food like the Golden Arches once. Another example is that she doesn't have a single cosmetic or skincare product, compared to other girls, who are as familiar with all kinds of cosmetics. Xia Xiaoyu doesn't even know what is called air cushion cream and what is called isolation cream. In the eyes of these three housemates, Xia Xiaoyu was a bumpkin who had entered the big city for the first time and was in contact with modern society for the first time. But what Xia Xiaoyu didn't know was that there was another reason why these three housemates of hers were so malicious towards her. That was because of Xia Xiaoyu's delicate and lovely features and exaggeratedly proud figure. This thing called face value is 7 parts natural and 3 parts dress up. And Xia Xiaoyu's own innate advantages are something that these three housemates can never make up for by dressing up later in life. Right after freshman year, there were a lot of boys sending love letters to their dorms, but without exception, they were all given to Xia Xiaoyu. It was no different than a punch in the face for those three lovey-dovey housemates. So after learning about Xia Xiaoyu's status as a poor student, the jealousy that had been accumulated in their hearts for a long time seemed to have finally found a suitable vent. Public mockery has been the norm ever since. So much so that those boys who had once written love letters to Xia Xiaoyu didn't dare to give her another glance. Because in the class, Xia Xiaoyu is synonymous with dirt and disgrace. Those who were close to Xia Xiaoyu would also fall into the same category as Xia Xiaoyu, and would be the object of everyone's ridicule. No one has the courage to stand firmly by Xia Xiaoyu in the face of 1,000 accusations. Everyone was afraid to avoid it. So after hearing the unfriendly jeers of the three housemates just now, Xia Xiaoyu's first reaction was to leave. Didn't want to involve Yi. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu, who was silently picking at her food, Yi felt a pang of heartache. At a time like this, there's no point in going back at those girls. This would only make a big deal out of it in public, but it would be even more damaging to Xia Xiaoyu's self-esteem. The best solution was to help Xia Xiaoyu undergo a complete metamorphosis. Let this diamond in the rough fully reveal the luster she deserves. Makes it impossible for any of these back chewers to look her in the eye. Make her into a being that no one else could ever hope to reach. Yi was secretly glad that he had the system with him. Otherwise it's all just an unrealistic fantasy. Now that he has $700,000 in his hand, he can more or less help Xia Xiaoyu change her life. Maybe that's what the good guy system is all about. Be a good person, do good things, and help those in need. Ding! The host's heart is detected, triggering the good guy system's untimely random rewards. Any spending the host does on Xia Xiaoyu from now on can be reimbursed through the system. And when the progress of Xia Xiaoyu's strategy reaches 100%, all previous spending on Xia Xiaoyu can be doubled back. Lean. Yi had a jolt. This dog system, so smart. Blah 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 blah. Not a dog system. This is just a wonderful system. Yi could hardly control a smile floating at the corner of his mouth. Yo, do you have class this afternoon? Xia Xiaoyu swallowed the rice in her mouth, and only then did she raise her head, which had been buried low. A bit. I have the afternoon. No class. What's wrong, senpai? Is there something you need me to do for you? Yi smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. It's okay, let's eat first. I'll take you shopping after we eat. Xia Xiaoyu's big eyes blinked, looking at Yi who was full of tenderness. Her heart warmed. Yi was really different from everyone else. The boys who had previously written her love letters had all chosen to stay away after hearing a few of their housemates ridicule her in such a reckless manner, fearful of being the object of ridicule as well. But Yi, not only did he not show any embarrassment, instead, he had to ask himself to go shopping in the afternoon. Senpai, you're so nice. Xia Xiaoyu's voice was low, and her cheeks were smeared with a pink color. Yi clamped a piece of fish and put it into Xia Xiaoyu's bowl with a straight face. Well, I know, I'm a good person. Chapter 54, Encountering the Schoolgirl. After dinner, Yi took Xia Xiaoyu to Jinyue Mall by taxi, as the most upscale shopping mall in Binchang. As soon as you get off the bus, you can smell the wind with a faint aromatherapy scent blowing out from inside the mall. Xia Xiaoyu knows this place. Before that she worked part-time at a dessert store on the negative floor here. She'd wandered through a few times after work, too, driven by curiosity. The expensive prices here simply refreshed her worldview. Clothes that can easily cost thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. All kinds of expensive jewelry, and luxury goods and watches that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars for a single piece. Even a casual meal at one of those restaurants on the topmost floor of the mall would require a starting average of 400 or 500 per person. It was material she wouldn't dream of. That long list of prices made Xia Xiaoyu realize for the first time the jaggedness of the world. Senpai, are you buying something? Here, it's expensive, Xia Xiaoyu reminded in a small voice. In her opinion, there is not much difference between the clothes in those luxury stores and ordinary clothes. Again, I'll take fabric and cut it out. But put it in a luxury store and it's going to sell for dozens of times more than what it costs outside. It's a terrible deal to buy here. Yi glanced at the guide sign at the entrance of the mall and roughly determined where each of the several luxury stores were located. Then he turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoyu, his tone bland. I don't want to hear those classmates of yours laughing at you again. Xia Xiaoyu didn't understand the meaning of Yi's words and remained standing dumbfounded. Yi Dong paused and continued. I'm going to show them how beautiful and good you are. Today, we'll start with a form modification. After saying that, he took Xia Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards a barber and styling store. Senior, but this place, it's expensive. Although being suddenly held by Yi made Xia Xiaoyu's brain briefly go down for 2 seconds because of the sweetness, but the remnants of her sanity made her feel that she couldn't let Yi buy something for herself in such an expensive place. After all, Yi's money didn't come from the wind. Listen, Yi didn't explain much. Against Xia Xiaoyu, a commanding tone was the best tactic to use. As expected, after hearing Yi's mouth say the word obedient, Xia Xiaoyu obediently closed her mouth and obediently allowed Yi to lead herself into the store. An hour or so later, the two emerged from the barber and styling store. Yi looked carefully at Xia Xiaoyu's hairstyle that cost $2,888 to do and nodded with satisfaction. In the past, Xia Xiaoyu's bangs were thick, and the whole person's essence looked worse. And now, this breathy new hairstyle has just the right amount of definition to her facial contours. The already delicate and lovely features looked even more well-behaved. Yi noticed that after coming out of the barber store, Xia Xiaoyu's face value score on the system panel increased from 8.7 to 8.8. Already in a class with Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilan, the current Xia Xiaoyu could be considered a school beauty. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's thin physique due to years of malnutrition, Yi looked like he thought of something again. When nutrition catches up in the future, this girl's face value might even surpass Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilan. Senpai, does it really look good? Xia Xiaoyu looked at herself in the mirror and felt a bit stunning and unfamiliar. Yi gave her a proper pep talk. It looks good. Of course it looks good. You would have looked good. This new haircut is just the icing on the cake. Listening to Yi's appreciation and praise, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror a couple more times. As long as Yi thinks it looks good, it looks good. Okay, next you'll be taken shopping for clothes. Ha, still need to buy clothes. Senpai, all the clothes here are very. Listen, Yi took Xia Xiaoyu for more than 3 hours of shopping. It didn't stop until Yi had both hands full of shopping bags. Not bad for a Zenith Mall. In just 3 hours, Yi had spent $420,000. In addition to the clothes, a necklace and a bag were bought for Xia Xiaoyu. Yi also didn't realize until today that spending money on girls was such a dashing thing. In those luxury stores, when one swipes one's card to pay the bill, those guides in the store look straight in the eyes. It made Yi feel a secret pleasure in his heart. Together with the money for doing her hair, a total of $422,888 had been spent on Xia Xiaoyu so far. Not only was the system fully reimbursed for this money, but even when it was completely rated in the future, Xia Xiaoyu would be able to get a double return. The more you spend, the more you will earn in the future. Senpai, let me treat you to dessert downstairs at the mall. Xia Xiaoyu offered to take Yi to the dessert store where she had done part-time work before. The desserts there still taste good. It's a bit more expensive though. A dessert set costs over 100. But today Yi had spent so much money on her, she always had to show it. You can't afford the expensive ones, but you can still afford to pay for a dessert. Yi also nodded in agreement. I did get tired after all that shopping. Just in time for a break. By the way, think of what else you can buy for Xia Xiaoyu. Coming to the negative floor, Xia Xiaoyu led Yi into a dessert store decorated in a cream style. When Yi was ordering at the front desk, a waitress enthusiastically ran over to whisper hello to Xia Xiaoyu. Yo, what brings you here today? I feel like you've gotten so much prettier after not seeing you for a few days. This is, boyfriend? The waitress's voice was low, as if she was afraid of Xia Xiaoyu's shyness, and deliberately controlled the volume without letting Yi hear it. Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson and she shyly lowered her head. Hokage, don't tease me, Senpai and we don't have that kind of relationship. Oh yeah, Senior Yi is also from our university, in the same class as you. Thinking of the waitress's identity, Xia Xiaoyu pulled Yi's sleeve. Senior, let me introduce you. This is my schoolmate, from the same school as us. I met them before when I was working part-time here. Sister is so nice to me and often brings me snacks. Yi turned back and smiled as he politely greeted the waitress. Hello, Chinese department. Yi. The girl nodded politely as well. Hello, finance department. Wei Shurian. Hearing this name, Yi's expression stagnated. Just now, his mind was so focused on ordering dessert that he didn't even pay attention to the looks of the girl in front of him. Wei Shurian? Wei Shurian, the one who ranked third on the school's flower list? The legendary finance department's finest beauty. Nice guy. Was worried about getting to know the other school girls. I didn't expect to go out for a shopping trip and run into each other like this. Xia Xiaoyu is such a little blessing. As long as we can get to know each other, then things will be much easier in the future. Wei Shurian was now wearing the dessert store's uniform work clothes. The pink hair on the back of her head was in a double ponytail, but it seemed to fit the outfit perfectly. Lovely cream-colored shirt, short linen skirt, and a little white lace bib over the skirt. Further down, there was a pair of slightly translucent black silk, and a pair of black patent leather brogues. This dress was in line with Ye's usual impression of a maid. Yi student, are you from the Chinese department? So do you know Qinju? Chapter 55. Yi froze. How could Wei Shurian inquire about this lickspittle? Qinju? Can it be that Qinju has licked her before? It shouldn't. Qinjuan was known throughout the school as a lickspittle though, but it was known that he only licked Jiang Chui, a very dedicated licking dog, commonly known as a loyal dog. And even Qinju had secretly been a licking dog for Wei Shurian in private. And how did Wei Shurian know that Qinju was a Chinese major? With Wei Shurian's popularity in school, there are 98 suitors if not 100. How is it that Qinju is the only one who remembers him? Yi scratched his head. It felt as if Wei Shurian and Qinju had some sort of connection, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask at this moment. I know Qin Grant. He's in our class. Yi replied honestly. Upon hearing this answer, the polite smile that had just hung on Wei Shurian's face visibly hesitated for a moment. You were in the same class? Jiang Chui seems to be in your class too, right? Answered one question, came another. Yi didn't even know what Wei Shurian was trying to know. How come it's like a household check when you come up? Do you want to change your major to my class? Well, Jiang Chui is also in our class. Yi continued to answer matter-of-factly. Wei Shurian's lips pursed slightly and hesitated for a moment before asking another question. So, are you close to him? Her intention was to ask if Yi and Qinju had a good relationship. If Yi and Qinju were not on good terms, then maybe Yi would be willing to help with this favor of his own. But if Yi and Qinjuan were on good terms, then there was no need to say the next words. But Yi had misinterpreted the meaning. Wei Shurian's last question was asking about Jiang Chui, so Yi rightfully felt that this next question she asked was also about her relationship with Jiang Chui. After all, you can't tell a he from a she just by listening. I'm pretty close to her. We're both still scheduled to go to a concert together tonight. What's wrong? If it were anyone else, they would not have voluntarily mentioned their relationship with another member of the opposite sex in the face of their future soon-to-be rapist, lest you give the impression that you are a womanizer. However, Yi felt that it was better to give the other party a precaution beforehand for this kind of thing. It was much more honest than if she found out later that she had gotten too close to other members of the opposite sex and then came back to her with a guilt trip. See a concert? You and him? Then it does seem like you guys are pretty close. Wei Shurian's heart thumped. I thought to myself, I'm glad I asked ahead of time. To be able to get so close and have such a good relationship with Qinjuan. It seems that this Yi is not a good person either. As the leading actress of the finance department, Wei Shurian not only has outstanding appearance, but also has very good grades. In her life plan, there has always been an entrepreneurial dream. Just last semester, Wei Shurian and her roommate made a proposal to start a milk tea store business. They put a lot of thought into this program. They are also confident that if the school leaders see this entrepreneurial program, they will strongly support it, maybe even offer to help them get sponsorships. As long as this program runs smoothly, then this first step is a solid one. Later on, relying on the milk tea store's constant income and growing fame, she can then consider recruiting franchises. Then there is an adequate source of funding. Then, she can build on that to continue other aspects of her business venture. But just after Wei Shurian's roommate handed over this entrepreneurial program, there was a delay in waiting for the school leaders to call. Just when the two thought that this full of their heart and soul of the entrepreneurial program was rejected by the school leadership, but suddenly heard that the Chinese department, a boy named Qinjuan, relying on the support of the school leadership, got the pilot capital sponsorship funds. And the greatly praised entrepreneurial program that Qin authorized was actually the milk tea store entrepreneurial program that they had stayed up for several all-nighters to make out in the first place. The fruits of one's labor had been stolen by Qinju? Wei Shurian immediately found the school leader with her roommate. After explaining the ins and outs to the school leaders also agreed to let Wei Shiyan and the girls go to the security room to retrieve the surveillance. Surveillance footage shows that when Wei Shiyan's housemates arrived at the school director's office, the office was empty. Wei Shiyan's roommate left the entrepreneurial program on the table and left. After a short while, Shinju came in. Shinju picked up the stack of papers on the table and flipped through them for a while. Then he tucked them in his arms and left as well. But because of the angle and clarity of the problem, the monitor cannot clearly see Wei Shiyan housemates placed on the table of the stack of paper in the NW. Wrote what content? There's no direct evidence that that's the milk tea store startup program. This makes it difficult for school leaders as well. Although it was known that Shinju's behavior was indeed suspicious, but there's not enough evidence. Wei Shiyan and the girls don't have a backup of the entrepreneurial program there either. In this case, how can we prove that the entrepreneurial program that Chin authorized was written by them? Moreover, the school has now stepped in to help Shinju pull in sponsorship funds from Pilot Capital. It would be a disgrace to the school if something were to happen at this juncture. So, the matter had to be left unsettled in the end. Wei Shiyan and her roommate just silently ate their words. When I met Yi today, I heard him say that he was also from the Chinese department. Wei Shiyan subconsciously thought of Qin Zhuan. If Yi and Qinju were not on good terms, it might be possible for Yi to help out by approaching Qinju on weekdays on the side to see if he could obtain any evidence to prove that he had stolen the entrepreneurial program in the first place. But now, it seems that Yi and Qinjuan's relationship is not generally good. Two grown men actually going to a concert together. That's a good look for a buddy. Why? What exactly do you want to ask? Looking at the stammering Wei Shiyan, Yi really couldn't hold back his inner curiosity. One moment, he asked Qinju. And the next moment, he asked Zhang Chui. Moreover, why did he make a point of asking if he and Zhang Chui had a good relationship? What does this big finance major want to know? Wei Shiyan bit her lip and gently shook the nice pink double ponytail behind her head. Forget it, it's nothing. You guys eat slowly. I've got things to do, so I'm going to go ahead and get busy. Wow, right. Sayu, you, girls still need to learn to protect themselves. After deducing that Yi and Qinjuan were iron buddies, Wei Shiyan had silently categorized Yi as scum. Out of the goodness of her heart, she felt that she should still remind Xiaoxiao, lest this simple-minded girl be sold without even realizing it. But in front of Yi, she couldn't say too much, only to the point. After saying this, she made an excuse and went back to her busy schedule, leaving Xiaoxiao and Yi to look at each other in dismay. Yo, she's always been so nonsensical? Xiaoxiao looked at the direction Wei Shiyan left and cocked her head, her round eyes greatly puzzled. No, sister was quite normal before. Chapter 56, The Heart of a Young Girl. Yi was like a monk in 2 feet, thinking to myself, why does this Wei Shiyan feel godly? Asking a bunch of questions, but not knowing exactly what she wanted to know. It always felt like there was something she wasn't saying. And to top it off, she's slipping away too quickly. Haven't popped a wish quest out yet. Without completing the mission, Yi couldn't even bind her. Hey, never mind. I'll find another chance next time. Consider it a good thing. Yi sighed and went back to the front desk to order. After eating and drinking, Yi felt that his legs, which were tired of shopping just now, were revitalized. It was time to continue taking Xiaoyu upstairs for some shopping. Yi was very self-conscious and called the waiter to pay the bill. After all, everything spent on Xiaoyu could be reimbursed through the system. It's money you don't use for nothing. Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped it. Senpai, it was agreed that this dessert would be on me. Yi pressed the payment code interface opened by Xiaoyu. It's the same for both of us. No way. Senpai, you bought me so many things today. Well, I'll pay when I say I'll pay. Good boy, do as you're told. In order to avoid continuing the argument, Yi had no choice but to take out the killer. As expected, when she heard Yi say the word obedient, Xiaoyu obediently closed her mouth. Well, let's get on with the shopping. Yi waved his hand in a gesture of pointing. Xiaoyu looked at the large shopping bag on Ye's hand and asked weakly, Senpai, don't buy it, so much stuff, can't even lift it. Hearing this, Yi looked at the large and small bags in his hands. Yeah, just patronized it. So many things, even if Xiaoyu carries them back to the dormitory, it's not good to put them there. Each person in the school dormitory had only one of 2 small cabinets. There are many household items to put in addition to your clothes. There's not much room at all. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but remember the incident last night when he stayed over at Zhang Chui's house. Thinking to himself, no wonder Zhang Chui wanted to live outside. I'm afraid that in addition to being withdrawn, I probably also found the school dormitory accommodations to be too basic. After all, Zhang Chui's family is in such good condition that her parents don't want their daughter to suffer. Suddenly, Yi had a flash of light in his head. Yeah, how come I didn't think of it earlier? You can buy Xia Xiaoyu a suite outside the school, instead of working your ass off to buy something here and spending less than a fraction of what you'd spend on a suite. A suite is at least $2 million. Double cashback after the raid on Xia Xiaoyu. That's $4 million. Holy crap, that's awesome. You know, in this day and age, how many people can't even earn $4 million in a lifetime of hard work? Yi was instantly excited, like finding a shortcut to riches. Only, Yi felt that with Xia Xiaoyu's character, she would definitely not be willing to accept such an expensive thing. But then again, the system has rules that must be spent on Xia Xiaoyu to be reimbursed, and only the money spent on Xia Xiaoyu will get a cashback after raiding her in the future. If Xia Xiaoyu is dead set against wanting this house, then everything is just empty talk. Yi made a mistake. In the past, it was all about the fear of giving a girl a gift that was too cheap or too inexpensive to make her upset. This is the first time I've been overwhelmed by an overly expensive gift. Yo, you and your roommate aren't on very good terms, are you? After thinking about it, Yi decided to brainwash Xia Xiaoyu. Sure enough, the moment this question was asked, it instantly opened Xia Xiaoyu's box. It was as if there was finally someone to talk to about all the grievances suffered over the years. Xia Xiaoyu pouted aggrievely and told Yi one by one about the 3 housemates mocking her and isolating her in school. Listening to Yi, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken for this innocent and cute silly girl in front of him. So have you thought about moving out of the dorm? Since they're bullying you so much, why don't you just keep them at a distance? Yi followed the advice. Xia Xiaoyu pinched her hair with her fingertips and fiddled with it down. I guess so. I've talked to my teacher before about wanting to change dorms, but the teacher said that there are no empty beds in the other dormitories at the moment. So where can I move to? Just have to keep holding back. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi tentatively mentioned, you don't really have to live inside the school. You might also consider living off campus. Like there was a girl in my class whose parents bought her a suite near a college town. She's home by herself every day except for class. She's more of an introvert, like you, and doesn't have a friend in class. Living off campus also saved her a lot of trouble. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes blinked, and inwardly, she did also yearn for this kind of life that Yi was talking about. But, things like buying a house. Senior, you probably don't know that I usually earn my own living expenses by going out and doing part-time jobs. Even I have to send some of the money I earn back. My mom and dad are both farmers, and it wasn't easy to pay for me to go to middle school and high school in the past. I can't burden them anymore. Buying a house. Forget it, it's too unrealistic. In school, in front of the other students, Xia Xiaoyu had always been strong, but facing Yi, she felt there was nothing to hide. Anything can be said in a big way. Yi was different from those people and wouldn't dislike himself. Hearing Xia Xiaoyu's worry, Yi hurriedly explained, No, you don't have to worry about buying a house. I happen to be looking to buy a suite recently. Housing prices in Binchang have been rising in the past 2 years, so I'm going to buy a set, just as an investment. Stay over then, if you want. Only, Yi Dong gave a pause, intending to see Xia Xiaoyu's reaction first. Only Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks turned from pink to red, and then from red to fiery red. His head hung low, almost buried in his chest. Then a wish bar appeared overhead. If I could live with Senior Yaichi, I'd be willing to move out. I'm willing to agree to whatever Hokage asks. As the saying goes, what teenager isn't affectionate and what girl isn't pregnant? Since the last morning, on the hotel sofa, the moment she fell into Yi's arms, Xia Xiaoyu then recalled the warmth of Yi's chest from time to time. That warmth could sweep away all the unpleasantness from her mind, could give her a firm sense of security and courage to face life. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't wait to have the opportunity to be able to spend time with Yi every day. Looking at the wish bar on Xia Xiaoyu's head, Yi's eyes rolled. He originally just wanted to buy Xia Xiaoyu a suite for Xia Xiaoyu to live in. I didn't realize that Xia Xiaoyu's wish was to live with him. This mission, do you want to take it or not? If he picks it up, will I be able to hold it? But if you don't answer it, well, at least there's a $100,000 reward for one mission. It's not a small amount of money either. Well, that's right, living together or not doesn't really matter much on its own. It's mostly about trying to earn the $100,000. Right. Yi crowned himself. System, get the mission. Chapter 57 Money comes with the wind. Ding, it is detected that the host is on a wish mission, giving the host a temporary bonus. A house bought for Xia Xiaoyu this time can be fully reimbursed. This add-on was a duplicate of the previous one that gave Xia Xiaoyu reimbursement for any spending, but Yi keenly discovered yet another key point. This time, buying a house is also considered Xia Xiaoyu's wish mission. When the time comes to make Xia Xiaoyu's raid successful, not only can you take a lump sum for the double cashback, but you can also take another lump sum for the wish quest. That means the money spent on the suite will be tripled back when the time comes. Earn numbness. Really earn hemp. I was expecting to make only $4 million. I didn't realize that it flipped right into 6 million. Or just play big and buy a villa directly for Xiaoxiaoyu. That's hundreds of millions of dollars in cashback when it comes down to it. Eat, drink and be merry for the rest of your life. Yi Yi's mind moved and he began to think about it. Ding! The system prompts the host that if the bound object Xiaoxiaoyu is unwilling to accept the property bought by the host, the purchase cost cannot be reimbursed. The system's cold beeps pulled Yi Yi's thoughts back to reality. Dog system, you just can't let me have a good time, can you? Yi Yi secretly cursed. Buying a house of more than 100 square feet, maybe neglecting Xiaoxiaoyu can still agree to accept it. If you buy a multi-million-dollar villa, with Xiaoxiaoyu's nature you will never want it. Yi Yi knew the stubborn and strong girl too well. Never mind, better not take the risk then. Senior, you're not done yet. You said you were going to buy a suite, and then what? Xiaoxiaoyu saw that Yi Yi had sold out and didn't say anything, so she hurriedly pursued the question. Yeah, I gave a pause. Ahem, here's the thing, because of some, special reasons, this house, I can't put my own name on it. Would you like to do me a favor? The suite will be put in your name when the time comes. You can move in during the week. It's obviously a gift, but it's made to look like you're asking for a favor. Yi Yi realized at this point how practical those arts of gift-giving taught online really were. Whose name is written? What difference does it make? These things Xiaoxiaoyu does not understand. A little girl from the countryside. Where does she understand this? She also didn't know that the house was her property even if her name was written on it, so it wasn't overly pushy. She only knew that Yi Yi needed this favor from herself. Moreover, Yi Yi would definitely not harm himself. Since Yi Yi said to write her name, let's write her name. These were not her primary concerns. There was only one issue she cared about. Senpai, so you'll live? Xiaoxiaoyu's shy chin was already poking into her chest. Asking the question made her feel as if she was being a little too obvious in her purpose. Yi Yi smiled. As long as Xiaoxiaoyu agreed to take the suite, then everything else was negotiable. I'll come over and stay when I can. As you know, senior year is going to be internships and stuff, so it might be busy. Yi Yi didn't dare to say too much. After all, his main quest right now was still to raise the progress of the 5 schoolgirls' raids to over 70% as soon as possible. There was no way that the temptation to reward 100% of Pilot Capital's shares was too great. That's why he couldn't put all his thoughts on Xiaoxiaoyu. It's a good thing Xiaoxiaoyu wouldn't ask for that much. Yi Yi's promise to go over and stay when she was free already made her happy. Okay, senpai, I promise. Xiaoxiaoyu smiled sweetly, a smile sweeter than the dessert the two had just eaten. There was no time to lose, and since Xiaoxiaoyu had agreed, then Yi Yi didn't want to delay any longer. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hold on tight. You might even be able to get your house before the concert starts. Yi Yi thought that the neighborhood where Jang Chui lived was quite good. It is close to the subway station and the neighborhood is quiet and elegant. The neighborhood is also full of shopping malls and supermarkets. Yi Yi carried a large shopping bag and took a taxi with Xiaoxiaoyu to a housing agency near that neighborhood. Hello, do you have a room? Pushing open the door, Yi Yi rushed to a few sales and asked. A couple of sales are bored and are killing time waiting for the end of the day, smoking cigarettes, spinning pens, and one soaking goji berries. Several people were clearly not taking it seriously when they saw a ruffian come in. With that stance, those who didn't know thought the young man had entered the lobby of that hotel to get a room. Who buys a house by asking this? You think buying a house is like buying groceries? Give me the best set. Yi Yi ignored the expressions of the several people and continued on his own. Come on, a set of the best. A set of what? A sweet or a set of pancakes? The middle-aged male salesman who was soaking goji berries politely came forward and invited Yi Yi and Xiaoxiaoyu to sit down. Are you two looking at a room? Do you want a short or long-term rental? Do you want to rent alone or share with someone else? Look at the two or the appearance of college students. Although the hand carrying a high-end shopping bag looks quite, but the first feeling of the middle-aged sales still think that the two are just to rent a room. Yi Yi shook his head and pointed to the advertisement sheet pasted on the agency's entrance. I don't rent, I buy. Buy a set. Would you look at the best house you have in this neighborhood? Price is not an issue. I can sign now. Yi Yi wanted to hurry up and put the matter of buying a house in place, and even skipped the step of looking at houses. Fear of a long night. Now Xiaoxiaoyu is agreeable. But what if the purchase drags on and she backs out? Then his own duck in the mouth will not fly. The middle-aged sales took a closer look at Yi Yi's expression and it didn't look like he was joking. Professionalism compels him to take every customer who comes to his door seriously. After all, he gets a good commission on every sale. Yes, sir, let me show you first. I happen to have one of the newest listings in this neighborhood on hand. 180 square feet. Well furnished. The previous owner didn't live in it a day after he bought it. Now because he needs the money to turn around, he's decided to take the plunge. He priced it at $3,200,000. You might be able to get that price down a bit if you can pay it all at once. The middle-aged sales put a tablet in front of Yi Yi. There are photos of the set above. After hearing the price, Yi didn't even look at it and directly nodded. Originally, I thought a suite would only cost a little over $2 million. I didn't realize it was actually $2 million. That's a lot more money to be made. After rating Xiaoxiaoyu, you can directly get a reward of nearly $10 million. No need to haggle. It's $3,200,000. I'll pay now. The house is in her name. Yi pointed at Xiaoxiaoyu beside him. The last time he went to a hotel room after getting drunk on Western food, Yi learned that Xiaoxiaoyu had the habit of carrying her ID card with her. I have to say, this habit is a real time saver. The middle-aged sales froze and looked at Yi and Xiaoxiaoyu for a long time before coming back to his senses. Which young master is this? So rich and powerful? I can't believe it doesn't hurt at all to give a student girl a suite. And the cuts aren't even cut. No. Did you get your money from the wind? Chapter 58, Living in a New Home. I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. Can you grab me and let me pay for it? Yi waved his hand at the dazed middle-aged sales in front of him and urged up, afraid that Xiaoxiaoyu would back out in a moment. Pop! The black pen slipped to the floor in the hands of the salesman who was spinning it next to him. The other salesman who smoked a cigarette didn't even react when his cigarette burned down to the butt. The ashes of the cigarette also landed on the outside of the disposable paper cup in front of him. This housing agency has been here for years. It was the first time several people had seen such a customer. Usually they are the ones rushing guests to hurry up and sign the order. Then the guest excuses himself again and again, saying he wants to see and compare again. After all, buying a home is a big deal. But this young man in front of him, from the time he entered the door until now, had only said 2 or 3 sentences of work. No site visits or haggling. There was even a rush to sign and pay by credit card. Sir, are you sure? Instead, the middle-aged sales don't get confident. It was the first time he was faced with an impending deal, and his heart wasn't excited at all. Instead, it was all doubt and unease. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Only the middle-aged sales couldn't figure out what this demon would be out of for a moment. Could it be that this young man had gotten some inside information that the property prices in Binchang were about to rise dramatically? It can't be. Even if there is such news, it shouldn't be such a college student who knows about it first. They haven't heard anything like this in all the time they've been in the business. Especially in the last few years, home prices have hardly fluctuated much. If the young man had been patient and waited a little longer, maybe the owner of the suite would have lowered the price of the house to $3 million in 2 or 3 months. Sir, the original owner of this suite is in a hurry to get rid of the house now, but he was buying at a time when prices were high. Considering the cost, that's why he priced it kind of high. If you're willing to wait a little longer or talk to him about it, maybe there's quite a bit of room for that price to come down. The middle-aged sales thought twice, but still kindly reminded. Who knew that Yi had instead become more anxious after hearing these words? Price reduction? Who wants him to lower his price? To be overpriced? No, no, no. Hurry up and swipe and sign. I'm really in a hurry. If you're not going to sign, then I'm going to look at another agent. A house is certainly not listed for sale with just one agent. Usually look for a few. As soon as the middle-aged man heard Yi say that he wanted to switch to another agency, he also got anxious with him. He was kindly trying to help Yi save some money. I didn't realize that not only did Yi not appreciate it, but he wanted a different agency. You don't see sales in other agencies where he's so kind-hearted that he'll actively think about his clients. How can you give away the fat meat in your mouth for no reason? Sign. I'll sign it for you. Just a moment. Middle-aged sales business ability is still very skillful. Put down the hand-soaked in goji berries thermos, with the fastest speed out of a stack of contracts. It's a contract for intermediation in the sale of a house, so you can sign it and pay by credit card. I'll help you get all the subsequent paperwork in place. Looking at the contract handed over by sales, Yi briefly looked at it for a few moments. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he took it to Xiaoxiaoyu for signature. After signing, swipe your card to pay for the $3,200,000 in one lump sum. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. The middle-aged salesman was in a trance as he looked at the list that came out of the swipe machine. The most expensive house for sale in the Peach Orchard neighborhood was sold by him just like that? He gets a 2% brokerage fee on this suite. 2% of $3,200,000. That's $64,000. That's a lot of money for the kids' cram school. It's a great way to get a little gift for your wife. 2. My wife has been eyeing a gold necklace for a long time. Over $6,000. It had been too expensive to buy before. Why don't you just sneak back and buy it after work in a while and give your wife a surprise? The wife will be happy to see it. Maybe. The middle-aged salesman gulped down the goji tea in his thermos. Tonight might be a sleepless night. On the other hand, the other two sales were drooling with envy. It's amazing how easy it is to get a 60,000 plus commission. How is it that you are not so lucky? Who says pie doesn't fall from the sky? Well, today a piece of it did. Just didn't pick it up myself. After paying the money, the middle-aged sales politely sent Yi and Xia Xiaoyu to the door. Mr. Yi, Ms. Xia, this is the key to that house. The owner of the house is not in Hamachi, and he has not lived in this suite. The house is clean as we've arranged for it to be cleaned regularly before. It's basically fully furnished except for the household items. There are still some process paperwork outstanding, but you are ready to move in. The middle-aged sales respectfully handed over the key to Yi's hand, and then reluctantly said goodbye to the two of them. At the moment, Yi was a shining gold master in his eyes. Take care, you too, come again sometime. The middle-aged salesman looked at the direction the duo was heading away from and waved his hand and shouted, like an ancient practitioner in the land of smoke and willows, waiting for the next visit of the honored guest. It was only until Yi and Xia Xiaoyu's figures completely disappeared from sight that the middle-aged sales straightened his waist that had been slightly bent. Following the door number, Yi led Xia Xiaoyu to the new house he had just bought. Pushing the door in, a faint aroma of wood flavoring wafted through the air. The decor is a modern, light and luxurious style with plain colors. The entire house is airy and open, with an open kitchen, a study, a storage room, and 2 bedrooms. Both bedrooms also have ensuite bathrooms. Between the 2 bedrooms is the spacious living room with huge gray velvet sofas that just look so soft and comfortable. It was more than twice as big as the sofa he had slept on that day at Zhang Chui's house, and connected to the living room is a long living balcony. The balcony glass is a full floor-to-ceiling window with a great view. The house was located on the 20th floor, looking out into the dim sunset that was just visible at this moment. Not to mention Xia Xiaoyu, even Yi was the first time he entered such a grand flat. Since he was a child, Yi had never seen his parents, and it had always been his sister who took care of him. Yi-san thought that when he had money in the future, he must buy a set for his sister, so that she could follow him to enjoy the blessings. Xiaoyu, I have something to do in a while, so go back to your dormitory and pack up and move over by yourself. I'll transfer some money to you. You can go to the nearby supermarket to purchase some necessities after dinner. It just so happens that the completion of the mission wish just now rewarded 100,000. Yi took out his cell phone and directly called Xia Xiaoyu 100,000. Chapter 59. Senpai, you can't use this much to buy necessities. Seeing the money Yi transferred, Xia Xiaoyu counted it several times before she dared to confirm the amount. A long string of zeros. Xia Xiaoyu was afraid that she had counted wrongly. Then you pick the good ones and the expensive ones. I'm going to let all those people who used to laugh at you know that you're going to live a life in the future that they'll never be able to envy for the rest of their lives. Looking at Yi's serious expression, Xia Xiaoyu's heart warmed. Yi coughed lightly. When he transferred money to Xia Xiaoyu just now, he deliberately paid attention and found that he didn't trigger the system's reimbursement. It seems transfers don't count as spending. It must be Xia Xiaoyu who spends the money before Yi can get the reimbursement. Now Xia Xiaoyu is his pot of gold. This girl was used to being stingy. She had to be made bold to spend money. By the way, yo, do you know how to cook? Yi saw Xia Xiaoyu's thin wrist again. Xia Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, at home I cook for my parents all the time. Yi looked at Xia Xiaoyu with satisfaction. In his mind, he instantly thought of how to fool this little girl into eating well every day. Tell you what, you stop by and get some pots and pans. There's a grocery store right near this neighborhood and it's easy to buy groceries. I don't really like the school cafeteria food. If you're free, go to the grocery store every day and buy some fish, shrimp, meat, eggs, and vegetables, and come back and cook for yourself. When the time comes, I'll come and try your handiwork. Grocery shopping is also an expense. It's not much, but it should be pretty substantial when accumulated. When the time comes, you can get more cash back and improve Xia Xiaoyu's quality of life. 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, Yi knew that Xia Xiaoyu would definitely not buy too simple food every day after knowing that she would come to eat with her. This way, the nutritional aspect is not a concern. As soon as he thought of nutrition, Yi couldn't help but take another look at Xia Xiaoyu's good figure that couldn't even be covered by her loose casual clothes. Thinking to myself, I wonder how much more this girl will have to transform when the meat, eggs, and milk nutrients keep up. You can spend this 100,000 first, and I'll transfer it to you next month. Yi now hated to see Xia Xiaoyu spend as much as possible, let alone 100,000 a month. 100,000 a day is too slow for him. Xia Xiaoyu waved her hand back and forth. No, senpai, that's plenty, that's a lot of money, it's enough for a couple years. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's cute face, Yi didn't resist reaching out and pinching it. Look at you skinny, it's cuter when it's raised white and chubby. It's not just about good food, clothing and shelter, but the standard of the other 3 items should follow. Don't you get psycho? I have lots and lots of money. Money you can't spend any way you want. Good boy, behave. After saying this, Yi realized that men could really be so handsome when they said random flowers to women. Yi was beginning to understand those gold-digging women a little bit. It's a charm that's really hard to resist. I have things to do, so I won't be moving with you. Why don't you start by moving some of the things you normally use? I'll help you move the other stuff together when I get to school tomorrow night. Looking at the time, there was less than an hour before the concert started. Yi handed the key to Xia Xiaoyu and hurried out the door. After the door closed, Xia Xiaoyu looked at the spacious big house and was in a bit of a trance. This all feels like a dream. Sister, are you there? Let me ask you something. Xia Xiaoyu took out her cell phone and sent a message to Wei Shiyan. At school, Xia Xiaoyu had almost no friends. Other than Yi, only the senior sister Wei Shiyan, who she met during her part-time job, was nice to her. Now Xia Xiaoyu was in a complicated mood. Thinking about it, these things can only be said with Wei Shiyan's senior sister. After receiving Wei Shiyan's affirmative reply, Xia Xiaoyu told her all about herself and Yi. Hokage, I feel as if I've fallen a little bit in love with Senior Yi. He's the first person who's ever been that nice to me. Do you think I should confess to him? What do you think he means to me? Does he like me? Will he reject me if I confess? Xia Xiaoyu's first love for those things between men and women do not know anything. In a hurry to help Wei Shiyan. Wei Shiyan on the other end of the cell phone looked at the pile of messages sent over by Xia Xiaoyu, but gradually frowned. Watching Yi and Xia Xiaoyu shopping and buying things together in the afternoon, Wei Shiyan thought that the two were boyfriend and girlfriend. It's just that Xia Xiaoyu was ashamed to admit it, but now it does seem like it's not what you think it is. Another house to buy and money to give away, and $100,000 a month. What kind of person falls in love like that? It's rather more like bags. Thinking of this, Wei Shiyan finally came back to her senses. Let's just say how it feels weird for Yi to be in this mode with Xia Xiaoyu. It all makes sense now. This scum of his must be trying to make Xia Xiaoyu willingly be hidden in his golden house through these means. While 100,000 a month is indeed a lot, but the simple-minded Xia Xiaoyu is obviously running to fall in love. In the end lost his body, but could not get Yi's heart. Then how sad Xia Xiaoyu should be. Is this kind of sadness something that can be remedied by simply giving money? Yo, listen to me. Wei Shiyan felt that it was necessary for her to let Xia Xiaoyu, who was indulging in fantasies, come to her senses and recognize the true face of Yi's scummy scum. I think that this Yi is trying to adopt you. Immediately after that, Wei Shiyan specifically stated her analysis, well-reasoned and pontificated. It made Xia Xiaoyu on the other end of the cell phone look blank. Baojiu? Xia Xiaoyu had lived for so long, and for the first time, she associated this word with herself. Is it worth Yi to spend $100,000 a month to keep himself a dirtbag who can't get on the stage in other people's mouths? Sister, if you're adopted, what do I have to do? Having only heard of this word before, Xia Xiaoyu didn't quite understand the deeper meaning of it. So Wei Shiyan patiently explained to Xia Xiaoyu again what was meant by underwriting, and how hateful the mouths of men who offer to beg them are. But Xia Xiaoyu's sanity at the moment had been completely taken over by her love brain. In the back of her mind, she kept going back and forth on one thing. Senior is willing to adopt me. Does that mean he likes me too? Chapter 60, A Dog's Eye View of a Man. On the other end of the phone, Wei Shiyan was still harping on Xia Xiaoyu, and Xia Xiaoyu could no longer hear anything else. Full of nothing but GE. Okay, schoolteacher, I know. I'll take care of it. Looking at the message sent by Xia Xiaoyu, Wei Shiyan was relieved. I'm sure Xia Xiaoyu has already recognized Yi's face. It's really not true at all that things come in small packages. Those who have a good relationship with Qin Shu must also be beasts. Xia Xiaoyu put down her cell phone with a shy face. The explanations Wei Shiyan had just said about the package kept hitting her inside. So, Senpai is staying with me because he wants to. Senior is so kind to me. There's no reason for me to refuse. Right. I like Senpai anyway. No wonder the Hokage is giving me so much money. I'm going to go buy some nice pajamas later. I'm sure Senpai doesn't want to be dealing with a little dirt chick as soon as he gets back. Taking stock of the night's events, Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks were getting redder and redder as well. When she thought of Yi's slightly overbearing commanding tone, Xia Xiaoyu involuntarily trembled and her eyes gradually became mesmerized. It was as if he had become intoxicated with fantasy. On the other hand, Yi, the good guy model who was falsely accused of being a scum and beast, had just arrived outside the concert venue at the moment. Achoo! Yeah, sneezed twice in a row. After an afternoon of shopping, my already cold body seems to have gotten worse. He was afraid of infecting Chui, so on his way here, he even bought a mask. It was half an hour before the concert started. Yi came to the ticket checkpoint that he had agreed with Chui, but he did not find Chui's figure. Yi, my mom's car is blocking this road in front of the concert stadium. Just give me a few minutes, huh? Chui sent a timely message. There's no rush. I just got here too. Yi was indifferent. He had long been mentally prepared for this. When you go on a date with a girl, the girl is bound to not be on time. This was something he had learned profoundly from Lin Coco before. Lin Coco often made Yi wait for basically an hour to start because of her makeup, or other things. Jiang Chui, as a high-cooled class flower and iceberg beauty, only letting him wait for a few more minutes was already considered a good performance. It's good to know that the ticket gates in the infield are separate from the rest of the seating area. The ticket gates in the infield are dedicated VIP lanes. There was hardly a line. In a moment, as long as Jiang Chui arrived, they would soon be able to go in. Yi, why are you here? Just then, a voice that Yi least wanted to hear came from behind him. Even though Yi was wearing a mask, Lin Coco instantly recognized this ex-boyfriend that she had been talking to for several years. To be honest with her conscience, Lin Coco also knew that in terms of appearance, Yi was indeed considered a handsome man, tall and upright, with sunny and handsome features. This was also the reason why Lin Coco was willing to accept Yi's pursuit at that time. But with more and more contact with people and things, Lin Coco realized that Yi's handsomeness could no longer satisfy her needs. What she wanted, Yi couldn't give, like designer bags, like diamond jewelry. Yi, a poor boy, couldn't even afford to pay for the concert tickets. In Lin Coco's twisted three views, she only felt that when a man and a woman fell in love, the boy should unconditionally spend money to satisfy the woman's every request. It never occurred to her that she would have to earn her own money to get what she wanted. When she and Yi were still dating, Jo Boheo would often show her kindness and send her exquisite but not too expensive trinkets. But Lin Kiki is a person who doesn't see a rabbit without a hawk, and she won't make a decision until she sees a benefit that will impress her. Until Jo Boheo appeared in front of her with 2 concert tickets. She then breaks up with Yichi off a cliff and then seamlessly follows through. Lin Coco didn't think there was anything wrong with what she had done, because in the bottom of her heart she felt that Yi was not worthy of her. As her thoughts retracted, Lin Coco saw that Yi was looking at herself with an extremely impatient look. What for? Coco Lin was a little disgruntled. In her impression, Yi was always pleasant to her. Now the change in attitude was so drastic that she couldn't accept it for a moment. What for? I was wondering if you were out of your mind, and asking me why I'm here. You already asked that stupid question once the other day at the Western restaurant. What could I be doing in a Western restaurant? Eating Western food, of course. What am I doing outside a concert venue? Waiting to get in to see the concert, of course. Is it hard to believe that I'm here specifically to block you and then say good luck to you both? Leaf rolled his eyes speechlessly, thinking to himself, how did he not realize that Lin Coco was such an idiot before? Being bombarded by this barrage of Yi, Lin Coco was a bit confused. Jo Boheo, who was beside him, knew that this was the time for him to perform. Who says you have to be outside a concert venue to come to a concert? Yi, open your eyes and take a look. There are a lot of people here who can't afford the tickets and want to dabble outside the arena. Who knows if you're like those people? Besides, do you know how expensive a ticket to a Jeju concert is? The most expensive infield tickets have been speculated to 30,000 to 40,000 apiece. Both of these grandstand tickets I bought cost 7,000 or 8,000 apiece. You can afford it? Don't think I don't know how much you weigh. If you had that kind of money, would Coco have dumped you? After being scolded by Yi in the school parking lot last time, Jo Boheo had asked both Lin Coco and Qin Zhuan about Yi separately. These two men were highly consistent in their evaluation of Yi. He said that Yi was just a poor man with a good-looking skin. Yi, don't disgrace yourself here. Do you realize what you're standing on? This is the VIP check-in lane. You have to buy an infield ticket to get in through here. You don't want to get in anyone's way. Seeing that Yi didn't say anything, Jo Boheo thought that he had hit the nail on the head, so he became even more unforgiving. Yi frowned. What's your dog's name? I'm the VIP. No? Hearing this, Jo Boheo, however, laughed as if he had heard a joke. You, VIP? Yi, you should talk about the basic law even if you brag. I told you all earlier. Infield tickets cost $30,000 to $40,000 apiece. How much do you live on a month? Even if you're $1,500 a month, you'd have to save for over 2 years without eating or drinking to get enough. Stop pretending here and get the hell out of here. Holding 2 tickets for the grandstand section in his hand, Jo Boheo felt his waist was extraordinarily hard. It was as if he had completely recovered the field he had lost that day by being scolded by Yi. Jo Boheo, you're sick. What do you care if I'm a VIP? You have tickets, you guys can't just go in and see for yourselves. All this bickering here, did I step on your tail? Yi endured his sore throat from the cold and disliked a few words back in displeasure. Originally, he hadn't wanted to meet these two people in general. I didn't expect Jo Boheo to stomp on his nose. With 30,000 to 40,000 tickets, even without Jiang Chui Street, he, Yi, could completely afford it now. What's an infield ticket? You just bought the suite yourself. Really? A Dog's Eye View. Chapter 61. Yee, you said you're a VIP, so where's your ticket? You don't want to waste any more time with us. Why don't you check your ticket and go in? You're not trying to sneak in when the ticket inspectors aren't looking, are you? Joe Boheo concluded that Yee couldn't get tickets for the infield, crossing his arms and pulling his voice high to attract the attention of passers-by. A look of waiting to see Yee lose his face. Yee hadn't crossed paths with Joe Boheo before this. All that is known is that he was very close to Chinju. Now it seems. I'm sure it's true that things come in small packages. What kind of good person could it be to play with Chinjuan? It's a complete and utter pussyfooting around. What's the hurry? The one I'm waiting for hasn't come yet. If you guys are in a hurry, you can just go in first. As the saying goes, you don't argue with a fool. Already the people watching were gradually gathering around. If you keep arguing at this point, you'll lose face with yourself. But Yee's words sounded more like he was looking for a step down from himself to Joe Boheo. Joe Boheo didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. There are contrasts to show how good you are. Letting Lin Coco's ex lose face in public would make Lin Coco follow him even more to death. Only then would it be more conducive for him to carry out that plan of using Lin Coco as a scapegoat for himself next. An infield ticket costs tens of thousands of dollars apiece. And you're telling me you're asking someone else to join you? Just like you. You couldn't afford 2 tickets even if you were sold. Yaichi, I'll be right here watching. If you can get in through this VIP passage today, I'll eat this entire ticket gate. Joe Boheo had a sneer on his face and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, a cool voice sounded behind the several people. Then you eat. Jang Chui appeared behind a few people wearing a white bustier dress, all white like a little angel with a holy glow. There was also a small white lace-trimmed collar tied around her neck, a white butterfly ornament on the collar shaking slightly against the wind. Yee's eyes lit up. Jang Chui's outfit was completely different from her usual style, adds a bit of cuteness to the cool demeanor. Joe Boheo also looked at the sound, only to see Jang Chui glaring at himself with a displeased face. Jang Chui had just seen a few people gathered around here as if they were watching. It was only when he got closer that he realized it was Yee, along with Lin Coco and Joe Boheo. In the classroom, that sultry look Lin Coco gave to Yee had already caused some jealousy in Jang Chui's heart. He didn't expect that now Joe Boheo would want to bring Yee down in front of so many people. What's this couple of dogs up to? Obviously they were in the wrong first. Why did they turn around and be unforgiving to Yee? Watch out for the tickets. 2 of them. Be a man and you'll keep your word. Don't make me look down on you. Jang Chui pointed her chin in the direction of the ticket gate, signaling that Joe Boheo was true to his word. Didn't you just say you wanted to eat? Eat. I'd like to see who can't get off this stage today. The brightly shining 2 tickets for the infield were pinched by Jang Chui and waved twice in front of Joe Boheo. Joe Boheo saw it clearly. Not only were they tickets for the infield, they were front row of the infield. But, how come Jang Chui came to the concert with Yee? Chinjuan has been a licking dog for so many years. Jang Chui has not even looked at him in the eye. In just a day or two's work, it was actually chased by Yee? No, it's not even that simple. These 2 tickets were in Jang Chui's hands, so that meant that Jang Chui had bought the tickets. Jang Chui invited Yee to the concert? Holy, she's chasing Yee backwards? Joe Boheo felt like his worldview had been refreshed. Compared to the cool and moving Jang Chui, Lin Coco by her side instantly didn't smell good. But envy is envy. Now at this juncture the momentum cannot be lost. Joe Boheo quickly thought of a comeback. Yee, I didn't expect you're actually a soft eater. Just claimed to be a VIP. But I didn't realize it was just rubbing off on Jang Chui. Humph, you're really good at it too. If I were you, I'd have found a hole in the ground. Seeing Joe Boheo's roguish face, Jang Chui was instantly displeased. Who are you calling a soft touch? Do you think Yee lacks this amount of money? Do you know how much he rewarded Kong Yi Rim on teas last night? Oh, $2,400,000. Someone who can casually come up with so much money would care about this measly 2-ticket money? Joe Boheo, don't compare yourself to Yee. You're not worthy. This was the first time Jang Chui had gotten so angry in public. Somehow, she just couldn't see Joe Boheo say anything bad about Yee. It seemed like from that kiss in the stairwell, she had inexplicably developed an indescribable possessiveness towards Yee. The man she kissed, that was hers. No one else is allowed to think about it or hurt it. Yee, let's go in. Don't waste your time with these 2. Jang Chui poked out her white lotus root arm and tenderly held Yee's arm. Then he glanced at Lin Coco with his afterglow, as if swearing sovereignty. The movement was extremely natural, as if it had been secretly rehearsed in his mind. Yee almost didn't even react. I didn't expect the contrast to be so great after the iceberg beauty moved. Aha. Yee nodded, letting Jang Chui hold his arm, leaving aside Joe Boheo and Lin Coco behind him, and walked straight to the VIP passage. Lin Coco's eyes widened, her mind constantly repeating the words that Jang Chui had just said. Yi gave Jang Yilin a reward of $2,400,000. $2,400,000 what? It can't be 2,400,000 joy beans. It's hard to be rewarded with gifts worth $2,400,000? Where did Yi get so much money? Not to mention selling him. Even if you pack up his 3 roommates and sell them together, it's impossible to exchange them for so much money. It's hard to believe that. Yi is actually an invisible rich kid? But why had he been with himself for so long without revealing anything at all? To test yourself? Thinking of this, Lin Coco's heart went cold. Obviously failed the test himself. Then after being cheated on, Yi learns the hard way and decides not to pretend. No more getting along with everyone as a normal person. No wonder so many extremely beautiful women surrounded Yi recently. Turns out everything is in order. Lin Coco's face was bitter. Only now did she realize what a treasure she had personally given up. Handsome and rich, gentle and considerate. There's no other man like him in the world. You dumped him for a mere 2 concert tickets? Lin Coco only wanted to slap herself hard twice now. Now looking at Joe Boheo beside him again, he also felt that it didn't smell good anymore. Other people, Yi had taken the VIP channel and sat in the front row of seats in the infield, and he himself had just been here with Joe Boheo taunting people. Looking at the eyes of the surrounding spectators who were watching, Lin Coco only felt groundless. Chapter 62, The Lucky Audience of Pentatonics. After passing through the ticket gate, Jang Chui silently withdrew her arm holding Yi. The reason for doing so just now was to declare her sovereignty to Lin Coco, so that she wouldn't continue to hold unrealistic fantasies about Yi. But now Lin Coco is no longer around. If she took the initiative to hold Yi like this again, it seemed a bit. After all, the two aren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Yi noticed the lighter weight on his arm and looked sideways at Jang Chui beside him, only to see that Jang Chui's face had been covered with a nice pink color. The characteristic shyness of a young girl was on display at the moment. Thank you for earlier. I didn't realize you had such a valiant side. Normally, you don't see that at all. Hearing Yi's words, Jang Chui raised her head proudly. A proud face. That's true. There's a lot you don't know. Usually that's just me keeping a low profile and not showing it on purpose. In fact, Jang Chui's character can't be considered completely introverted or sociopathic. She's just too slow to warm up. Through the past few days with Yi, Jang Chui had at least treated Yi as a good friend. So in front of Yi, it was much more lively than in front of others. This contrast also made Yi feel extra cute. And dressed up for the afternoon? Yi noticed that Jang Chui still had light makeup on her face, so asked jokingly, is it for me, or for Ejie Zhou? Jang Chui's pretty face was so red that she could almost pinch out water, eyes on her toes, slightly sheepishly. Dang, of course it's for Zhou Ejie. I'm a big fan of his. I've been listening to him since elementary school. Sitting in the front row again today. Maybe he'll even see me. I've got to look beautiful to do that. Looking at Jang Chui's lustful appearance, Yi gently smiled. Well, he'll definitely see you, because you're beautiful today. Hearing Yi praising herself for her beauty, Jang Chui seemed to be able to hear her heart beating bang bang. You really think I'm pretty? Any woman can be a little unsure inside when faced with a man who makes her heart sing. Jang Chui, who had never dealt much with others, was naturally not as segmented as Jang Yilin. If it were Kang Yi-rim, I'm afraid she would have asked, what, do I only look good today? Don't I usually look good? But Jang Chui only wanted to confirm if Yi had meant what he had just said. Yi looked seriously at Jang Chui, took off his mask, and came closer. His mouth came up to Jang Chui's ear, and Jang Chui didn't dodge. You are, today, especially good looking. Yi's voice was soft. The wind brought out by speaking softly blew across Jang Chui's white neck. The tingling sensation made Jang Chui's heart flutter again. Oops, stop it. The concert is about to start. Jang Chui's body trembled minutely and imperceptibly. Her eyes fluttered, and for a moment she didn't know where to look. Both hands squeezed the hem of the skirt tightly. The nice knuckles were white from the nervous exertion. Well, at that moment, Ejie Zhou took the stage. The attention of both men was logically drawn to the stage. Just Jang Chui's heart was aroused by the throbbing, but how can not dissipate? As a superstar in the Chinese music scene, Zhou Ejie has a high level of influence. Everyone was waving their glow sticks vigorously, and the inside of the arena was a sea of blue and purple fluorescent light. Every song, a classic. Jang Chui also sang along obliviously. It was the first time Yi heard Jang Chui sing. I didn't think it would sound good. Yi is also a big fan of Zhou Ejie though, but his pentatonic singing voice should not be brought out to embarrass him at this moment. What if Jang Chui heard it, causing the progress of the strategy to drop? Luckily, I have a cold today and I'm wearing a mask. There can be a legitimate excuse that you don't want to sing because you have a sore throat. 2 hours passed quickly in song after song. Next up was the concert's regular jukebox session. Ejie Zhou will randomly select a lucky audience member on the spot. and then this lucky audience member will order a song and sing along with Ijie Zhou. Zhou Yijie took the microphone and walked to the front of the stage, looking carefully at each person on stage, ready to pick one from among them. That handsome guy with the mask, come on, introduce yourself and tell us what song you'd like to order. Unbiasedly, Zhou Yijie pointed in Yi Yi's direction. Yi Yi incredulously pointed at himself. As a fan of Ijie Zhou, it's a great honor to be chosen at a time like this, but Yi Yi was a bit embarrassed that he sang out of tune. Yeah, that's you. Zhou Yijie didn't give Yi Yi a chance to refuse and directly asked the staff to pass the microphone to Yi Yi. Getting the microphone, Yi Yi felt envious gazes from the people around him. If they hear him sing out of tune, they'll drown him with a mouthful of spit. Ahem, I'm a student at Hamachi University. Yi Yi briefly introduced himself. In order to keep a low profile, actually, to not lose too much weight when I lose face later, I purposely didn't give my name. No one would recognize him after the concert with the mask on anyway. Right at this moment, Yi Yi's remaining light saw a wish bar suddenly appear above Jiang Chui's head. I want to hear Zhou Yijie's 7 Miles. If only Yi Yi could order that song. Looking at this wish, Yi Yi was struck by an idea. Yes, although he sang out of tune, but there is still a system. That wish could not have come at a better time. Yi Yi suddenly thought that when he faced those punks in the alley that day, it was also Jiang Chui's sudden brush of wishes that saved a life. Now that's a real treasure girl. Yi Yi all wanted to hold Jiang Chui's face and give her a good kiss. System, get the mission. Ding, it is detected that the host is on a wish mission. Gives the host a temporary bonus to singing proficiency. In just a moment, Yi Yi felt as if his entire brain had been whisked by a cool wind, and various singing techniques were drilled into his memory in a rush. The song I'd like to order is 7 Miles. The moment Yi Yi reported the name of the song, the excitement on Jiang Chui's face overflowed. This song is one of Ijie Zhou's most iconic songs. It's also Jiang Chui's favorite song. Unexpectedly, today to listen to Zhou Yijie's concert, Zhou Yijie just happened to pick Yi Yi to become the lucky audience who can sing with him, and Yi 1 song happens to be 7 Mile again. Favorite idol, favorite song, and surrounded by this, the man who makes his heart sing. Is this, in fact, the legendary destiny? Jiang Chui felt that if Yi Yi took a ring and got down on one knee to propose to her at this time, she might even agree. Chapter 63, My Girlfriend Says No. As the music intro started, Zhou Yijie made a gesture of invitation to Yi Yi. Gesture Yi Yi to sing first. With the support of the system, Yi Yi was confident beyond measure at the moment. Pick up the microphone and speak softly to the notes. Sparrows in the window, talkative on the poles. It's very summery of you to say that one. The felicitous singing seemed to instantly bring images of early summer to life. Not only the audience under the stage, but even Zhou Yijie on the stage brightened up. This timbre, this singing ability, looking at the entire Chinese music scene can be considered the top. It's tactful, but not pretentious, like storytelling, and extremely natural. It makes you feel good when you hear it, like a warm breeze blowing from ear to ear. There was once an analogy about a bottle of Coke being $5, but that first sip in your hand is worth $4.09. After Yi Yi sang the first line, Zhou Yijie had this feeling, pencil in hand, back and forth on paper. I describe who you are to me in a few lines. The ignorance of love when young and green is well interpreted by Yi Yi in these 2 lines of the song. As he sang, Yi Yi also turned his head to look at Jiang Chui beside him, as if hinting to Jiang Chui. These 2 lines were deliberately sung to her. Jiang Chui blushed, while the other girls around her cast envious gazes. What a great boyfriend. He sings well and is willing to show his love in a high-profile way on such occasions. If you don't get married now, when will you? Even some girls who were dressed alluringly were ready to secretly leave a contact information for Yi Yi in a while. Such an attractive man. Even if you can't be his long-term girlfriend, you can be his girlfriend for a day, or a night. It rained all night. My love overflowed like rain. Singing to the climax, the emotion in Yi Yi's voice became even stronger. Zhou Yijie's face showed appreciation. It was supposed to be a double chorus, but Zhou Yijie was very proactive and sang the harmonies for Yi Yi. The whole song seems to have turned into a solo show for Yi Yi. The diva himself harmonizes, a treat not everyone gets. Watching this scene, Lin Coco in the distance stands frowned, her heart not feeling good. She and Yi Yi had gone to KTV a few times before. She knew very well how pentatonic Yi Yi's singing was. In the past, she hadn't rarely mocked Yi Yi because of this. I didn't expect that today. When Yi Yi showed off his singing voice, he would not be inferior to the heavenly kings and superstars. Is this still Yi Yi? Or maybe this is the real Yi Yi? In the past when they were in love, how many things did Yi Yi hide from her? Lin Coco pouted gamely. She thought to herself, if she had known that Yi Yi had so many merits, she would not have said anything to break up with Yi Yi. With a boyfriend like that, you'll look good everywhere you go. Looking at Jiang Chui, who was shyly waving a fluorescent stick beside Yi Yi to help him support with the rhythm, Lin Coco was jealous. The person who was originally by Yi Yi's side should have been her, Lin Coco. After the song, the concert venue erupted in thunderous applause. Joey Jie also heartily applauded Yi Yi on stage. He even joked that if Yi Yi had been born a dozen years earlier, there would probably be nothing left of him. Joey Jie, in the Chinese music scene. Of course everyone could hear that it was a joke, but the fact that Joey Jie could say that also proved how outstanding Yi Yi had just performed. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Come to a concert for free and not only do you make a splash, you make $100,000. Yi Yi was happy in his heart. Only after the quest was completed, the system took back the singing proficiency skill that had just been rewarded. Yi Yi reverted back to the pentatonic singing white guy. Joey Jie seemed a bit unfulfilled and asked Yi Yi if he wanted to sing another song. Yi Yi politely shook his head and pointed to the mask he was wearing. I've got a bit of a cold today and my voice isn't too good, so I'll leave the next opportunity to the other lucky fans and friends in the audience. Understated, introspective, non-competitive, and carrying off the pretense just right. Singing so well, you say at this moment that your voice is not good. Well, how well you'd have to sing if you didn't have a cold. Some of the surrounding girls were looking at Yi Yi with a little love in their eyes. Sensing the gazes of the other girls, Jang Chui took Yi Yi's arm again. When you get over your cold, sing it to me again. Will you? Jang Chui deliberately raised her voice a bit, just so that everyone around her could hear it. Yi Yi felt the warmth coming from his arm and lowered his head to rely on Jang Chu. Okay, I'll sing for you whenever you want to hear it. It sounded gentle and romantic, but the meaning in the words was known only to Yi Yi himself. He can sing so well because of the system. In the absence of a wish quest, he is no different from an ordinary person. That's why Yi Yi purposely emphasized it, saying that he would sing as long as Jang Chui wanted to hear it. If Jang Chui wanted to hear it, then there would be a wish quest. Only then could he sing at the level he does today. The concert continues. The few lucky viewers picked in the follow-up were mediocre. Plus, with Yi Yi as the pearl in front of him, the performances of the others were even more tedious. Handsome, you're from Hamachi University? We're alumni. I graduated from Hamachi University too. May I get acquainted? A girl leaned over, patted Yi Yi's shoulder and struck up a conversation. The girl's face was covered in thick makeup, very typical of Netflix. Yi Yi was skeptical that what she said was true. It was probably just to strike up a conversation to find a topic of conversation. So I purposely said that I was a graduate of Hamachi University. No. Before Yi Yi could reply, Jang Chui blocked in front of Yi Yi at once, like a protective little hen. But that girl didn't put Jang Chui's reaction in her eyes and continued to look at Yi Yi, waiting for his reply. Yi Yi smiled gently and shook his head, wrapping his arm around Jang Chui's waist and taking it into his arms, then looked at the girl who came to accost him. Sorry, my girlfriend said no. Since Jang Chui had taken such initiative, there was nothing wrong with taking advantage of her at this moment, right? Jang Chui just obediently allowed Yi Yi to embrace herself until the girl left. Only then did she break free from Yi Yi's arms with a blushing face. Shame on you. Who's your girlfriend now? Yi Yi hemmed and hawed. I don't know. I didn't say who my girlfriend was. Do you like me if you're so eager to be right? Jang Chui hummed softly, but her face was pressed into a smile. I'm not. Don't flatter yourself. Two nice blushes on her cheeks. Shy and cute. The blush of a young girl is better than any confession in the world. Chapter 64, Leaving the Stage in Anger. The concert continues. After the lucky audience spotting session, the atmosphere was thoroughly mobilized. For every song Joey Jie sang next, the chorus of fans on stage was louder than before. Joey Jie sang several small sweet songs in a row, and the upbeat tunes made it sound like he was bathing in the warm sun of love. And the live guide was good at his job, arranging for the cameraman to randomly point the camera at the couple's friends on the set. Couples captured by the cameraman's lens are projected directly onto the big screen. Watching the image of the couple to appear on the big screen of the stage, the audience on the stage will be together with a loud coaxing kiss. There are a lot of people who want to be captured by the guide's camera lens. Of course, there were many who secretly came to the concert behind the back of the main house, with their juniors, not wishing that they would get the chance to throw their weight around. The cameraman knows his stuff too. When you see those who bury their heads down, you know those are the ones who are thieves. For the sake of individual family harmony, the cameramen don't intentionally look for things. Usually only the ones that are outwardly attractive or the ones where the two of them look particularly in love. Soon, the cameraman saw Jang Chui in a white bustier dress on camera, sitting in the front row of the infield like a holy little angel. This face, this temperament, 1 in a million. The cameraman focused the camera on Jang Chui. At the same time, the figures of Jang Chui and Yi appeared on the big screen on the stage. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The audience on stage was instantly up in arms. This pair is a match made in heaven at first glance. The girl looks so beautiful. The boy was wearing a black mask, but just from his eyebrows, he could tell that this was a handsome man. In front of so many people, Jang Chui's social fear flared up a bit. Subconsciously, he wanted to find a place to hide and block his face. Some of the girls recognized the guy in the mask on the screen as the one who had just sung so beautifully. Once they saw that the two were not willing to kiss in the picture, many girls were relieved. Luckily, it looks like that girl isn't that handsome guy's girlfriend. So, I still have a chance? Why don't I come over there? I'd kiss this handsome guy. The girls nowadays are really getting bolder and bolder. After seeing Yi Yi's charm, they all want to jump up one by one. The not-so-small and not-so-small murmurs reached Jang Chui's ears. Jang Chui frowned slightly. These girls, too, are so indiscreet. Yi Yi was hers, not to be missed by any of them. Thinking of this, Jang Chui's heart crossed. A kiss is a kiss. It's not like you haven't kissed before anyway. As soon as she yanked off Yi Yi's mask, Jang Chui wrapped her arms around Yi Yi's neck and kissed him. The soft little tongue followed the gap in Yi Yi's lips inward. The cameraman's eyes went wide. Usually people just touch their lips like a dragonfly and that's it. This beautiful woman actually, playing so big? TSK, 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 TSK. Girlfriend is beautiful and active. Simply the best on earth. With such a great picture. Of course the cameraman wanted to share it with all his friends in the audience. The camera adjusted its focus and captured all of the long kiss on the big screen. Frame by frame, in the face of Jang Chui's sudden, active and fierce offense, Yi Yi in turn became the one who responded passively. Holy, when did she become so proactive? So many people. Isn't she an introvert? Isn't sociopathic? Looking at the system panel, Jang Chui's progress of the strategy had risen, and it had already exceeded 70%. Yi Yi also remembered that the hidden mission of the system was to increase the progress of the strategy of the top 5 schoolgirls on the list of the schoolgirls of Bincheng University to more than 70%. I didn't realize that it's only been a few days and I've already taken care of one. Jang Chui's final rate progress stopped at 71.9%, second only to Xia Xiaoyu, who is currently at 79.28%. Jang Chui moved to ask Yi Yi for a kiss, and her breathing quickened. I don't know if it was because of the accelerated heartbeat or the lack of oxygen in the brain due to rapid breathing. Jang Chui felt that her entire body was limp, like being drained of strength. He could only rely on a pair of arms and hang his weight completely on Yi Yi's neck. Feeling Jang Chui's change, Yi Yi reached out and wrapped his arm around Jang Chui's back waist, while his other hand supported her back. Well, go home and kiss again. Yi Yi's mouth pulled back 2 or 3 centimeters and whispered. A hint of crystallized saliva was pulled out as their lips parted. Jang Chui's face burned fiery red, feeling hot all over. The whole person hid in Yi Yi's arms like a kitten, pressing her cute little face tightly against Yi Yi's chest. At Zhou Yijie's concert, in front of so many people, even in front of his idol, he actually kissed his beloved boy so actively. Yes, just now when she kissed up, Jang Chui saw what was really going on inside her heart. She was fond of Yi Yi. That's why she would be so impatient to determine her position in Yi Yi's heart in this way after seeing that other people had their hearts set on Yi Yi. By the way, tell everyone that Yi Yi is hers. Who wants to go home with you? No more kisses for you. Jang Chui poked Yi Yi's chest with her finger in a petulant manner. The sweet look drew a roar of cheers from the surrounding audience. Even Zhou Yijie stopped singing and said to the duo, "Gu, not bad." From the distant stands, Lin Coco's back teeth gnashed when she saw this scene. Why should Jang Chui be able to see the truest and best side of Yi Yi? And she had been in a relationship with Yi for so long, but she hadn't even touched the tip of the iceberg. Why did she plant a tree for so long? And in the end it was Jang Chui who came to take advantage of it. No more watching. Go away. Lin Coco huffed and puffed as she got up, and with a heart full of displeasure, she threw down a sentence and walked towards the outside of the arena. The sweet look of Yi Yi and Jang Chui on the big screen of the stage, as well as the surrounding uproarious audience, and even Zhou Yijie who sent his blessing on the stage. All of them pierced Lin Coco's fragile nerves. Lin Coco felt as if the whole world was laughing at her for not recognizing a pearl and giving up on such a good boyfriend. Originally, the girl beside Yi Yi, who was in the limelight today, should have been her. Coco Lin, where are you going? I'm warning you, if you leave you'll never contact me again. Zhou Boheo was even more upset at the moment. The girl he had managed to pick up with great difficulty was actually going to throw herself away in public for her ex-boyfriend. Where does that leave him? I don't know why. Zhou Boheo's heart suddenly recalled a sentence. Wind and water turn. Out of the mix always have to return. At the moment he seemed to be able to share his love with Yi, who had been broken up precipitously at the time. Chapter 65 The Conch Girl. At the end of the concert, Jang Chui sent a message to her mom, saying that she didn't need to drive to pick her up. she could just take the subway back by herself. During the rush hour, the entrance to the venue is jammed, driving instead of taking the subway fast. Moreover, if you take the subway, you can spend more time with Yi. Ever since that kiss at the concert, Jang Chui's hand had been held by Yi. The two men said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Jang Chui also didn't have any intention of pulling her hand out. Feeling the warmth coming from Yi's palm, Jang Chui only felt a very solid feeling. Squeezing onto the subway, the car was full of people who had just finished watching the concert. Yi and Jang Chui had to stand close to each other near the handrail. The crowd kept crowding and pushing and shoving. The cramped space was waterlogged. Yi smoothly took Jang Chui into his arms and used his sturdy body to block the passing people for her. Jang Chui obediently crouched in Yi's arms, smelling the good smell of gold spinning on Yi's clothes. Fragrant, as if still warm from the sun. When the subway arrived at the Peach Garden neighborhood, Yi took Jang Chui's hand and got off the car together. You, not going back to school? Jang Chui asked. At this point in time, the dorms are not gated. It should be too late for Yi to rush back now. I'll take you back first. Yi looked at the Peach Garden neighborhood and thought, just go and see how Xia Xiaoyu has put her home back in order. I shouted at this little ninny to go buy some good living things, and I don't know if she did. Still counting on her to spend more money for herself. Hearing that Yi wanted to send herself back, Jang Chui's hand held by Yi subconsciously shrunk back. Yi, this is too. Jang Chui had seen a lot of this kind of bridge, whether it was in TV dramas or novels. Men and women go out on dates, and the boys take the girls home at night. After arriving at the girl's house downstairs, usually boys at this time will make excuses to say, thirsty, want to go up to drink a cup of water, or want to go up and borrow the restroom. But the next thing you know, if you do let the boys upstairs into the house and out again, it's the next morning. Jang Chui's heart tensed up. She felt that right now the two were just, isn't it a bit too fast? But it seems like guys take that kind of thing more seriously. Would Yi be angry if he rejected him? Jang Chui's inner heavenly being warred up. As a perennial social terrorism contestant, interpersonal relationships are not easy for her, let alone a relationship between a man and a woman. Walking to the entrance of the neighborhood, Jang Chui stopped and finally gathered the courage to look at Yi. Yi, why don't you send me here today? I'll just go upstairs myself. You're early, go back to the dormitory, or the dorms will be gated. The two walked from the subway out to the entrance of the neighborhood. Yi said nothing. Jang Chui was also a bit confused about Yi's meaning for a moment. Isn't it time for a guy to initiate something at a time like this? Is it hard to expect her, a girl who usually doesn't even talk much, to assume the role of initiator at this point? Is Yi serious or not? Or is it just for fun? I've heard that a lot of guys are 100% considerate when it comes to chasing girls. The purpose is to do that kind of thing. When you get it, you don't appreciate it. Jang Chui didn't want to be the kind of little girl who was mercilessly abandoned afterward. Therefore, before determining Yi's feelings, she didn't want to give herself away so quickly. In her mind, both the first kiss and the first, as soon as it's given to a person, it's identified with him. After Jang Chui finished speaking, without waiting for Yi to reply, she hurriedly turned around and flashed into the neighborhood, disappearing into the night. Running so fast, he didn't know if he was afraid that Yi would stop him or that he would be shaken inside. Looking at Jang Chui's distant back, Yi gently shook his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Why, are you still afraid I'll eat you? Jang Chui now this 71.9% of the progress of the raid. Yi felt that even if he had just insisted on sending her into the house, she would have agreed after hesitating for a while. But a strong twisted melon is not sweet, and one is not in a hurry at this moment. Sooner or later, it will be your own anyway. It's better to see how Xia Xiaoyu is doing first. After Jang Chui had completely walked away, Yi packed a few fried dishes in the small restaurant at the entrance of the neighborhood before walking into the neighborhood towards the building where Xia Xiaoyu lived. Arriving at the door of the house, Yi found that the locks of the house had been changed. What was a key lock has been replaced with a brand new fingerprint combination lock. This girl getting the hang of it? This fingerprint combination lock is not cheap at first glance. Xia Xiaoyu finally willing to spend money. But, how come you changed the combination lock without telling yourself? Well, at least tell yourself what the password is. Yi picked up his cell phone and called Xia Xiaoyu. Yo, I'm at the door. Open it for me. On the other end of the phone, Yi seemed to hear the sound of a hairdryer. Immediately afterward, there was a shuffling sound from behind the door. Click. The door opened and Xia Xiaoyu's hair was still wet on her head. Looks like he just got out of the shower. And, in a new cartoon fluffy robe, the proud curves were hidden just inside the furry dress, the few buttons straining hard to barely stop the deadly seductive spring color. The robe was long and covered all the way down to her calves. Pink feet stepped into a pair of slippers painted with a bunny pattern, picking uneasily at the floor. Senior, you're back. come on in. Noticing what Yi was carrying on his hand, Xiaoyu hurried to the kitchen to bring out the dishes that were placed in the warming box. Senpai, I made dinner. Have you not eaten yet? I purposely saved it for your return. I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. Xiaoyu nimbly went back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room, bringing out the prepared dishes one by one. Steamed a fish, made a cassoulet of prawns, sautéed a plate of broccoli, and made a chicken stew. After the dishes were all served, Xiaoyu hurriedly gave Yi another big bowl of rice. Then he obediently stood by the dining table and waited for Yi's critique. Yi didn't expect that this little girl was actually so virtuous. In a few short hours, not only did I buy pots and pans and pajamas, but I also changed the locks on the door and made a meal. Even showered and waiting for him to come back. Yi was also worried that Xiaoyu was too busy purchasing household items to cook and eat, so he purposely packed a few fried vegetables at the entrance of the neighborhood. Now it seems to be completely overthought. Awesome. I'm going to go wash my hands and come back later to try your handiwork. Yi put down the packed dishes in his hand and walked towards the bathroom inside his bedroom. After buying the house, he and Xiaoyu allocated their respective bedrooms. Yi lived in the one on the east side, and Xiaoyu lived in the one on the west side. Pushing open the bedroom room door and turning on the light, Yi was startled by what he saw in front of him. This is my bedroom? Holy, I'm not going the wrong way. Chapter 66 How to Show Love. A lighted white-scented candle sat on the nightstand. The bed was covered with nice dark brown sheets and a comforter. A set of men's pajamas lay neatly folded on the quilt. Next to the pajamas was a wide, soothing bath towel. Yi has been a straight man of steel for so many years, every day living a brown man general life. In the dormitory are how casual how to come. The first time he saw such an exquisitely organized bedroom, Yi couldn't believe that this was his own room. Yo, you don't really need to deliberately prepare me. Enjoying the feeling of being served for the first time, Yi was still a bit unaccustomed. It's always weird. He bought this house originally just to enhance Xiaoyu's quality of life. How is it that it's now become about improving his own quality of life? It feels like having a little maid. Don't you like it, senpai? I didn't know how to set up your room. I learned all this from searching on skits. The little girl from the countryside was living in such a grand house for the first time. Although Yi had asked her to go shopping for necessities, she didn't know a thing about it. She didn't have any idea what the life that people in the city usually lead should be like. But she felt that since Yi had adopted her, she had to obey and serve Yi well. So she had the bright idea that there were a lot of skits on the internet and that she could learn by following the display arrangement on top of the skit. A skit? What skit are you looking for? Yi was surprised at Xiaoyu's brain circuit. Why is she following the skit when she was told to go shopping? Xiaoyu inclined her head in thought. It seems to be called, The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me from the Countryside. Yi skimmed his mouth. This little girl, what's going on in her head? What can you learn by following such unrealistic skits? Rather than reading godhawk novels online, at least for fun. Looking at Yi's reaction, Xiaoyu worried if she had said something wrong. Senior, it's my first time to be adopted. I don't know what to do. I just googled it, and then it searched for this skit. Hearing this, Yi almost choked on his own saliva. Ahem. No, what package? And you googled it? What keywords did you look up? Xiaoyu innocently jabbed her chin with her finger, her eyes slowly looking towards the ceiling with a serious face as she recalled. The keywords I lost were, the do's and don'ts of a rural girl being adopted. Yi hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Wait a minute, when did you get bagged? Xiaoyu looked around, then showed Yi her newly bought cartoon robe, spun around in place with arms spread wide. Senpai, you've given me so much, again with the house and the money. I asked Sister Wei Shurian, and she said that this is called underwriting. Senior, don't worry, I'm willing to be adopted by you, as long as I get to see you often. I'm just happy. After talking to Wei Shurian today, Xiaoyu made a decision in her mind. Yi gave her a house to live in and a huge sum of money from the sky. Other than his parents, Yi was the best person for him. Although Yi didn't even ask for a return when he did these things. But one can't be so unintelligent. Ever since I was a kid, my dad taught me not to take things from others for nothing. Xiaoyu looked at herself, as if there was nothing else she could give to Yi other than this body. A penniless little dirt chick with a 3-digit bank balance. Even if he wanted to give Yi something else, Yi might not look at it. Therefore, Xiaoyu decided that she would give herself to Yi completely and utterly. She believed that Yi would be good to her, even if it was like what Sister Wei Shurian said. Yi was trying to keep her as a canary in this 180 square feet cage, and she's willing. In Xiaoyu's heart, she didn't feel that she could meet a better boy than Yi in her own life. Senior, if you don't mind, Xiaoyu said as she gently tugged the sash around the waist of the cartoon robe with her hand. the dress is lightly unraveled, and spring is in the air. Accompanied by her still slightly wet hair, Xia Xiaoyu slowly laid down on the bed in front of Yi. Her legs were slightly bent, her face was delicately flushed, and her eyes were tightly closed. The body involuntarily trembled a little from nervousness. You, what are you doing? Yi's reaction seemed to be even more drastic than Xia Xiaoyu's. With one hand covering his eyes, the other hand hurriedly pulled over the wide bath towel on the bed to cover Xia Xiaoyu's body. Yo, I bought you a house so you could live here. It's not that. You misunderstand me. I was trying to. I just want to be able to make your life a little better in the future. I don't want you to be subjected to the cynicism of those classmates and housemates at school every day. Yi felt his face redden. Somehow, seeing that scene just now, Yi's mind suddenly came up with the phrase rice on the table. I'm in bed. Originally, when I saw Xia Xiaoyu change the combination lock to buy high-quality daily necessities, I thought she finally got the hang of spending money. I didn't realize that the trick was going in the wrong direction. I just want you to spend more money for me. Why are you still trying to figure out my body? Senpai, is it that you don't like me? I'm sorry, I thought. Xia Xiaoyu had an innocent face as she cupped the bath towel with her hand and blocked it in front of herself, like a child who had done something wrong. However, the words Yi had just said had moved her greatly. She really wasn't wrong about Yi's character. Yi did these things to her, not scheming, but really from the heart want to be good to her, want to let her live a better life. However, judging from Yi's reaction, he himself was lying on the bed like this, and Yi was actually still unmoved. Xia Xiaoyu had also read romance novels and knew that usually at times like this, as long as the girl hinted a little, the next process should be initiated by the boy. But Yi actually took a bath towel and covered himself with it. Xia Xiaoyu inwardly, besides being touched, she was also a bit lost. Senpai. Xia Xiaoyu pouted her little mouth in aggravation and carefully went to pull Yi's hand, fearing that Yi would be unhappy. Yi sighed and tapped Xia Xiaoyu's forehead with his hand. Is that what I am to you? Xia Xiaoyu desperately shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. I just like you so much, because I like you. I want to be nice to you too, but I have nothing but only this body to give you. The low self-esteem instantly came back to the forefront. How Xia Xiaoyu envied the girls in school who had superior families. If one is like those girls, then there are totally other ways to show one's love. For example, buying a gift for Yi, inviting Yi to go on a trip together, or something like that. But one has nothing. Even the money for groceries was given by Yi. How can one express love with such a self? Chapter 67, Power Outage. Yi rubbed the hair on Xia Xiaoyu's forehead. This new haircut I took her to today is really nice. The hair, now not fully blow-dried, was just silky and natural on his head in a different way, like a flower just out of the water and ready to bloom. Silly, you don't have to give me anything. You've done me the greatest favor by raising yourself fat and happy. Yi reached out and pulled over Xia Xiaoyu's robe, tying the sash around her waist for Xia Xiaoyu. Although that image just now brought a strong shock to his heart, Xia Xiaoyu's figure was indeed too astonishing. However, Yi still forced down the restlessness in his heart. On the one hand, it was because Yi felt that if he really couldn't hold it, he was suspected of taking advantage of the situation. Xia Xiaoyu's actions just now, at first glance, were out of gratitude, not entirely out of fondness. Anyway, Xia Xiaoyu's raid progress has been steadily increasing. It's not too late to wait until it will come to the point where the two people are in love with each other. On the other hand, Yi was worried that after his spring night with Xia Xiaoyu's raid progress would skyrocket and even reach 100%. This was what Yi did not want at the moment. It's so hard for the system to give a reward before the raid on Xia Xiaoyu. Any spending on Xia Xiaoyu can be fully reimbursed and cumulatively doubled back. Once you've raided Xia Xiaoyu, it's the equivalent of a direct settlement. How does this work? Haven't brushed enough? It feels like a big loss if you settle now. Between women and money, Yi chose the latter without hesitation. Anyway, this woman is already a duck in the mouth. It's all up to you whether you eat it or not. But money is different. That says fly away, but it really does fly away. Okay, let's eat. Yi hurriedly pushed Xia Xiaoyu out of the bedroom. Xia Xiaoyu beamed and didn't say anything more. Seeing those fried dishes that Yi packed and brought back on the dining table, Xia Xiaoyu seemed to suddenly think of something. Senpai was worried that I didn't have time to cook, so he packed this much food on purpose. And the schoolmaster has often looked after me, and told me to nurse myself a little better, and to be white and fat. Could it be? Does senior think I'm too skinny now? Xia Xiaoyu looked down, and from her own first viewpoint, she could barely see her toes. It's pretty big. Senpai wants me to grow bigger? Well, it must be. No wonder the Hokage won't touch me. I'll be a good boy from now on, eat more, and make myself fat. I'll make sure to turn myself into what Hokage likes. Xiao Xiaoyu went to the kitchen and added another large spoonful of rice to her bowl. Then he returned to the table with his bowl of rice in both hands, picked up the food on the table and began to frantically pick at it. Fish, shrimp, chicken thighs, all meats are not spared. There was also the braised pork that Yi packed back, and Xiao Xiaoyu ate 4 or 5 pieces in one sitting. Eat slowly, don't choke. Next time you make dinner don't wait for me. You eat first, just save me a bite. Looking at the way Xiao Xiaoyu wolfed down her food, Yi thought it was because this girl was starving. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded her head to show that she had heard, but the speed of the hand paddling the rice didn't slow down at all. Only when a large bowl full of rice was eaten, Xiao Xiaoyu stopped and burped. Hiccup, senpai, it's late, why don't you go take a shower first? I'll just clean up here. Xiao Xiaoyu has been doing these chores at home since she was a little girl, and she's gotten good at them all, and this one has a dishwasher in the house, so all she has to do is simply rinse the dirty dishes and put them in the dishwasher. Yi Benben wanted to get up and help clean up together, but Xiao Xiaoyu was dead set against it. Xiao Xiaoyu said that being adopted should have the appearance of being adopted, and these jobs should never be touched by Yi. Otherwise he felt that he owed Yi even more. Saying that, Yi had no choice but to let her go. Walking to the bathroom, Yi was just about to take a shower when he suddenly saw his cell phone light up. It was Jang Chui who called. The corner of Yi's mouth curled slightly. Hey, Yui, you missed me so soon. But on the other end of the phone, Jang Chui's anxious and uneasy voice came. Yi, my house suddenly lost power, but when I looked from my balcony, the power supply was normal in other people's homes in the neighborhood. And, it seems like there's been someone hovering outside my house. Jang Chui pressed her cell phone against the door, and Yi did hear the sound of clothes rubbing slightly at the door through the phone. Are you already in the school dormitory? If you go back to your dorm then forget it. It shouldn't be anything. I can't really do that. I'll send a message to the property and have the property arrange for a security guard to come up and take a look for me. The first moment she heard a movement at the door, Jang Chui thought of calling Yi. For some reason, in the face of possible danger, Jang Chui felt that only Yi could give her a sense of security. The stranger at the door, perhaps hearing the commotion in the house, fell silent. It's okay, Yaichi, that guy at the door seems to have left. I hear no more movement outside the door. Jang Chui bravely leaned over to the cat's eye of the doorway and looked out through the cat's eyeglasses, and on the other side of the cat's eyeglasses, one eye was pressed against the top looking inward. Ah, Yi, someone, there's really someone, that man is looking at me. Jang Chui was so frightened that she lost her color and exclaimed in shock. Don't be afraid, I'll be right there. You hide in your room, lock the door, and don't open it until I get there. Yi flew out of the bathroom and changed his shoes. Yo, I have to go out for something. There's no need to leave the door open for me at night. I may not be back tonight. You stay home by yourself and lock the door and be safe. Call me anytime you need anything. After explaining to Xiao Xiaoyu, Yi dashed towards the building where Jang Chui lived with the fastest speed. The system panel showed that Jang Chui had updated a new wish quest. So scared. Ooh, I wish so much that Yi could be by my side right now to protect me. When Jang Chui encountered this kind of thing at home alone in the middle of the night, her guts were scared out of her wits. The heart was beyond remorseful. If she had let Yi accompany her home, maybe none of this would have happened. Why did he let Yi go back to school himself? One clearly likes him and would like to be with him. What's the point of being so reserved? I wonder how long it will take Yi to get here from school. There's no telling if that stranger outside the door will pry his way in before then. Woo, Yi, come quickly. I'll never be separated from you again. Jang Chui hid in the corner of the bedroom, covering herself tightly with the quilt, unable to stop the tears of fear from slipping from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 68. System, get the mission. Ding, claimed successfully. Detecting that the host is performing a wish mission, granting the host a temporary bonus, the host receives a physical enhancement that lasts until tomorrow morning. Feeling the abundant strength in his body, Yi's heart was solid for a while. With this addition, even if you run into any unforeseen circumstances in a while, you don't have to worry about it. Definitely gets the other guy's ass. In just 3 minutes, Yi arrived at Jang Chui's doorstep. When Yi arrived, there was no one at the door. It was probably scared away when they heard Jang Chui's alarmed cry. Yi, I'm here. Knocking on the door, Yi shouted at the inside. There was a click and the door opened. The teary-eyed Jang Chui jumped into Yi's arms at once. Yi, I was scared to death just now. Ooh-hoo. Yi wrapped his arms around Jang Chui and walked into the room, closing the door and patting her back tenderly. No fear, I'm here. I'll protect you. Hearing Yi's comforting words, Jang Chui's shocked heart was then slightly more solid. Yi turned on the flashlight function of his cell phone and glanced at the distribution box. It's fine, it just tripped. pushed the main gate up and the house immediately returned to brightness. The power outage just now should just be an accident. It's possible that the circuits are old or something. In order to make Chui stop worrying too much, Yi made up a random excuse. The stranger at the door just now didn't know if he happened to be passing by or if he had something else in mind. Yi intended to investigate on his own. How did you get here so fast? It's 3 subway stops from the school to the Peach Orchard neighborhood. It takes at least 20 minutes just to get from the dorm to the subway station. But Yi arrived in about 3 minutes. Chui couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even if you take a taxi directly from the dormitory entrance, it's not that fast. I didn't go back to school. I've been around the neighborhood. Yi didn't say anything about helping Xiaoyu also buy a house in the Peach Garden neighborhood. When he thought of the way Xiaoyu's luo clothes had just been completely dismantled, Yi inevitably felt weak. Just now, he was facing Xiaoyu's proud carcass, and now he was facing Zhang Chui's throwing herself at him. Yi realized for the first time that if he really wanted to be a scumbag, he had to be mentally tough. Otherwise it's too easy to get caught up in self-moral internalization. You've been around the neighborhood? Zhang Chui looked at Yi with heartache. I didn't go back to school early to rest when I was obviously not feeling well with a cold. It's been in front of the neighborhood. What does that tell you? Doesn't this show how Yi feels about himself? Zhang Chui probed Yi's forehead with the back of her hand. Fortunately, there was no fever. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You could have come to my house to rest. Zhang Chui released her hand from Yi's arms and hurriedly turned into the kitchen to pour a cup of warm water, then took out a packet of cold granules from the medicine box. Unwrap it, pour it into a cup and stir it with a spoon. Drink up. Zhang Chui handed the cup to Yi. After catching a cold for a whole day, Yi was still thinking of staying up and relying on his body's self-healing. I didn't expect to end up on the pill, but this cup. Yi remembered watching Zhang Chui use this cup last night when she stayed here. There's also a not-so-subtle lip mark on the lip of the cup. To that lip print, Yi pressed his mouth to it and gulped it down in one gulp. Well, warm and fuzzy. With these words, he didn't know if he was talking about the medicine or Zhang Chui who had just been cradled in his arms. Ding! Wish quest completion detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Counting this 100,000, Yi had already earned $1 million in the past few days just from the wish quest, and that's not counting those spending reimbursement add-ons. There will also be nearly 10 million bonus rewards added when the raid is done with these current bound objects. Well, the power is back on in the house, so Yi pretended to turn around to leave, but in his heart, he was silently counting down, waiting for Zhang Chui to say those words. He knew that Zhang Chui would definitely say something after receiving such a shock today. Don't go, you today. Stay with me, okay? Zhang Chui lowered her head and gripped Yi's coat corner tightly with her hands. A few moments ago, when the house was dark and she was hiding in the corner of her bedroom, facing the panic of the unknown outside her door, she was fond of Yi, though Yi was an asshole for holding himself hostage, but never did anything to hurt himself. Even that day in front of the bar, facing that group of punks, Yi didn't leave himself alone to run for his life. Moreover, Yi had struck so handsomely that he had cleaned up all those people in 3 punches and 2 kicks. With Yi by her side, Zhang Chui felt a sense of security inside. Please, Zhang Chui pouted her little mouth in aggravation. Obviously, Yi is also interested in himself. Why else would he be at the entrance to the neighborhood so long without leaving? But why is it suddenly decent now? If he hadn't stopped him, he would have walked downstairs by now. Zhang Chui mentally pinched a Yi look-alike baby doll in her hands. Can't you take the initiative? Badass. You were so proactive when you took advantage of me before. But today, what? Even if you want to kiss me again, I won't refuse. Looking at Zhang Chui's charming appearance, Yi knew that his plan had succeeded. I have to thank 100 Secrets to Holding a Goddess for the theoretical support provided here. He knew that as long as he pretended to leave, Zhang Chui would definitely retain him. It's called retreating to advance. It looks like a twist, but it's a take. Since Zhang Chui had taken the initiative to open her mouth, the next plan was much more logical. Okay, then I'll stay with you. But, where am I going to sleep tonight? I slept on the couch yesterday and today I have a cold. Sleeping on the couch again. I wonder if I'll get a fever. Yi faked a frown and looked embarrassed. Zhang Chui blushed and looked at the bedroom, then at Yi. Well, why don't you sleep in the bedroom then? I'll sleep on the couch for the night. Yi shook his head. How about that? How embarrassing for me then. This was supposed to be your house. Besides, didn't you say you only had one quilt in your house? It's late fall, the nights are cold, and it's easy to catch a cold without a blanket. Yi was sincerely glad that Zhang Chui only had one quilt at home. This is a godsend. Just now at home, Xiaoyu had already made his blood boil, only considering that Xiaoyu herself hadn't thought it through yet. she forced herself to hold back. But now, Jang Chui here is completely you and me. Say what you will and take advantage of it. Chapter 69, Watching a Ghost Movie. So, we're under one blanket? Jang Chui asked tentatively. Yi nodded decisively. It seems that's all there is to it. Then we'll make do with this for one night. I'm going to take a shower first. When he finished, he turned and went into the bathroom. Then there was the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. Hooligans. Rascal. You're so quick to say yes now. Thinking about those things. Jang Chui outside the bathroom stomped her foot with a red face. The pajamas are hanging on the bathroom door for you, so remember to wear them when you come out. Jang Chui had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she went to the nearby shopping mall, saw a store that sells pajamas. The ghost walked in. Inexplicably, he thought of how Yi had no pajamas to wear at her house and could only wrap himself in a bath towel, then came back with a set of men's pajamas. I didn't think it would actually come in handy at night. They both showered and lay side by side on the bed. There were all kinds of cartoon dolls in Jang Chui's bedroom. I didn't realize that the class flower, who usually looked high and cold, was so girlish in private. The whole bedroom smelled good. Even the comforter has a light creamy scent. When Yi thought about it, this was the kind of smell that normally emanated from Jang Chui. Is this the legendary body odor? Shall we watch a little TV? The first time she shared a room with a boy, or lying on the bed together, Jang Chui was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Had to offer to watch TV as a distraction. Yeah, let's watch a ghost movie then. Yi took out his cell phone, so he was ready to find a scary horror movie to cast on the TV. Jang Chui shook her head vigorously. No ghost movies. I chickened out. Jang Chui has been timid since childhood, afraid of ghosts, the dark and strangers. I have to sleep with a nightlight on every night to get to sleep. It's the middle of the night, and if you watch a ghost movie, you'll probably be too scared to sleep all night. Just watch ghost movies. Don't forget, little Yui, I still have your handle. Listen, seeing Jang Chui's scared look, Yi was even more determined to watch a ghost movie. How to get closer to each other quickly when you're alone. That, of course, would be watching ghost movies, making the girls scared, and then giving a warm embrace yourself at the right time. Who'd be bored to watch a ghost movie if it were normal? Hearing Yi use that handle as blackmail again, Jang Chui glared angrily. You just know how to bully me. Yi hemmed and hawed, pinched Jang Chui's little face, and then found a very classic ghost movie on his cell phone. After casting the screen onto the TV, Yi also purposely turned off the lights. The sense of horror atmosphere is instantly drawn out. Jang Chui unconsciously leaned towards Yi. Yi didn't let go of this opportunity either, and reached over Jang Chui's shoulder. Don't you look at me. Look at the TV. Looking at Yi's face that was getting closer and closer, Jang Chui pressed her fingers against it and pushed back. However, there was no resistance to Yi's move to put his arm around her. Feeling the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Yi's heart apoplectic up. While watching horror movie images, all that comes to mind are rom-com scenes. Of course, that kind of romance can be categorized as an action movie, but Yi balked in his mind that it was a rom-com. Although Yi was already thinking about it, Jang Chui was really watching the movie honestly. The step-by-step tension of the horror movie had her heart in her throat. As a veteran viewer of horror movies, Yi knew that usually at times like this, a loud sound would instantly follow, along with an extremely horrifying image appearing at the same time. As expected, the television boom instantly appeared an extremely hideous ghost face. Jang Chui let out a cry of surprise and subconsciously leaned towards Yi. Yi obediently turned his body sideways, picked up Jang Chui's chin, and kissed him without warning. Well, Jang Chui, who had just been frightened, had her mouth suddenly blocked by Yi at this moment, and subconsciously put her hand against Yi's chest. The heart that was already beating violently due to the nervous excitement was beating even harder at the moment. That deer in the headlights popped out of my throat like a jumping candy. You were so into kissing me at the concert. Why are you shy now? I told you I'd wait until I got home tonight to take my time kissing. Yi pulled over the quilt and completely covered himself and Jang Chui into it. Beyond the covers was the darkened bedroom with the horror movie playing. Under the covers were two people who were warm and soft and tenderly looking at each other in all directions. Badass. Mouth is getting swollen from your kisses. Jang Chui pouted in a small voice, but the hand that was against Yi's front was very honest and gently rested on Yi's waist. Then the two were entwined again. Lips and teeth met. Feeling the gradual rise in body temperature, Jang Chui felt that her body was getting softer and softer, as if her strength had been drained away by Yi. The whole thing was crunchy and at the mercy of the crowd, and the breathing of the two men grew rapid. Wait. Relying on the last vestiges of his remaining sanity, Jang Chu juggled a box of small umbrellas from under his pillow. Use this. Yi grabbed Jang Chui's wrist. How did you get this in your house? Jang Chui lowered her head, Her breathing was still rapid, her graceful body lines all rose and fell with her breathing. While you were in the shower, I called for takeout to be delivered. Yi guffawed. It turned out that Jang Chui had long been prepared. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Baby, I love you. Ah, I also love you. The system provides a stamina bonus that lasts until the next morning. I don't know if this is intentional on the part of the system. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night anyway. Next door to Jang Chui lives a single mom. Had already put my daughter to bed. Still, the violent commotion woke the little girl. Mom, is there a fight next door? The single mom blushed slightly as she explained. No, it wasn't a fight. The little girl rubbed her eyes with an innocent look on her face. Then why is that sister screaming so loud? The single mom listened sideways, recalling how intense it seemed to be when she was in love for the first time. Sister's voice is loud because it's too much fun. Single moms don't know how to explain such things to little girls at this point. But the little girl looked as if she didn't understand. Happy? Then why did I hear that sister say something about it going bad? Mom, are we going to help her fix it? The single mom hurriedly plugged the little girl's ears and lulled her back to sleep. Good boy, we don't need to care. Go to sleep. With her mom's soothing presence, the little girl finally drifted off to sleep. Seeing her daughter asleep, the single mom went back to her room and couldn't wait to open the nightstand drawer. In the drawer are little electric toys that stay with her day and night. Listening to the voices next door, she had long since pressed on. And so, tonight, there was one more person who couldn't sleep. Chapter 70, Dark Eye Circles. The first rays of morning sunlight poured through the bedroom window and onto the bed. The bed was cluttered, but it was empty. Neither one was lying in bed. The quilt was thrown haphazardly in a corner somewhere. Pillows are also cluttering the pile. One is at the end of the bed and the other is right in the center of the bed. There was a commotion from the bathroom. Then the door opened and two freshly showered men stepped out. Jang Chui could be seen to be walking at a feeble pace, relying on Yi Yi's support to barely stand still. It was now 6 in the morning and the two had literally been up all night. In addition to the still fading redness on his face, the two dark circles under his eyes were also extraordinarily visible. The moment he came out of the bathroom, Yi Yi felt that the temporary power bonus on his body was withdrawn by the system. It looks like it's time for a temporary add-on. In the time that it was effective, though, he'd utilized the bonus to its fullest extent. The box of small umbrellas that Jang Chui had bought last night had unexpectedly all been used up. Looking at Jang Chui in this state right now, one could tell how intense the battle was. But last night, Jang Chui's play was also a bit out of Yi Yi's expectation. This iceberg beauty, it turns out, only shows her true side to those closest to her. Although the first half was slightly green because it had just been unwrapped, but that wildly thirsty look in the second half gave Yi Yi a great contrasting shock. Hey, I still have to go to morning 8 today. I'm afraid of dozing off in class. Why don't we take a vacation? Jang Chui fell limply onto the bed, not wanting to move a muscle. Even had thoughts of skipping class. Yi Yi, on the contrary, was still barely maintaining his spirit. Before often go to the internet cafe to stay up late to play games, have long been accustomed to. Not to mention the temporary physical bonus he had during the fight last night. It didn't quite hurt him at all. That was Devil Zhang's class this morning. It's better to go on honestly. I'll come back with you to rest when class is over. Yi Yi lay beside Jang Chui and tenderly smoothed the hair in front of her forehead. Looking at the cheeks of this high and mighty class flower in front of him, Yi Yi couldn't help but kiss it again. Well, you hate. The bedroom door slammed shut, and the inside of the bedroom was in an uproar again. At 7 o'clock, the duo packed up and left the house on time. You can still get to school at this hour in time for breakfast. Opened the door to the house and the single mom across the street happened to open the door as well. High heels, black silk, wraparound skirt, white shirt, a workplace look-alike outfit. It looked like she was taking her daughter to kindergarten and then going to work. Sister, what were you guys fixing last night? Seeing that Jang Chui and Yi Yi both happened to go out as well, the little girl asked with an innocent face. The single mom hurriedly covered her child's mouth with an awkwardly contained smile. I'm sorry, kids don't know any better. Baby, didn't mommy tell you not to say anything you shouldn't? Yi Yi and Jang Chui then reacted. It seemed that the duo had moved too much last night. Jang Chui hid behind Yi Yi with a red face, so shy that she didn't even dare to look at that single mom. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground. Yi Yi nodded in embarrassment. I'm sorry if I disturbed your rest last night. We'll take care of that in the future. Hearing that there was still later, Jang Chui gently pinched Yi Yi's waist behind him. Her face turned even redder with shame. The single mom, however, waved her hand graciously. It's fine. You young people have good energy. This is fine. I'll just put the kids to bed early from now on. Looking at Yi Yi and Jang Chui, who are young and energetic, and are in love with each other, the single mother's heart is full of envy. Thinking to myself, it's good to be young. Yi Yi's afterglow glimpsed that this single mom was also wearing 2 dark circles under her eyes. It seems that the soundproofing effect of this house is not very good, and the sound of last night's exciting battle with Jang Chui did seriously disturb people's rest. I do need to pay attention to this in the future. Both parties gave each other a slightly awkward nod of their heads and then descended the stairs together. Yi Yi and Jang Chui took the subway to the school. After walking out of the subway station, Chin-ju didn't wait around today. Why is your little lickspittle absent from work today? Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that his goddess needs a ride the most today, because his goddess doesn't even have the strength to walk now. Yi Yi snickered, seeing Yi Yi's cheap but still good behavior. Jang Chui pinched Yi Yi's waist again with one hand. That's not all for you to bully. Poof. As soon as the words left his mouth, a car pulled up not far from the duo. Chu, student Jang Chui, I'll walk you, take you to school. Speak of the devil, Chin-ju had come after all. However, Chin-ju did look a lot more vicissitudes today, stubble all over his face, and it was also covered with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. This kid, did he lose sleep last night too? Yi Yi suspiciously glanced at Chin-juan. Chin-ju, however, did not have any eye contact with the two of them, and kept his eyes forward, as if he had something on his mind. Then thank you, Boss Chin. Yi Yi jokingly called out to Boss Chin. After all, people had started their own business now, so calling out to Boss Chin wasn't pompous. Then he naturally held Jang Chui's hand and got into the car. Sitting in the back row, Chin-ju in the driver's seat saw the scene of the two holding hands through the rearview mirror. His mouth pushed hard, but not a word came out. Student Jang Chui, I bought you breakfast. As he drove, Chin-ju took a packed sandwich from the passenger side and handed it over. Jang Chui politely shook her head. Thank you, fellow Chin authorized. You can eat this yourself. I'll eat in the cafeteria with Yi Yi later. Although being rejected by Jang Chui had become the norm, but after Jang Chui refused to accept his breakfast today, it was as if a piece of Chin-ju's heart had been emptied. Trembling, he withdrew the hand that had handed out the breakfast, and Chin-ju did not say anything else. After driving to the school and parking the car, looking at the distant backs of Jang Chui and Yi Yi, Chin-ju silently lit a cigarette for himself. It was a bite that tore at his heart and soul, and not far away, there was a pair of eyes that saw the scene just now when Yi Yi and Jang Chui came down from the car of Chin-juan. Wei Shiyan wiggled her signature twin ponytails and frowned. It seems like Yi Yi and Chin-juan are really close. They even drove to school together in the morning. But who is that girl beside Yi Yi? Jang Chui? Sure enough, he's a scumbag, showing affection to Xia Xiaoyu while getting so close to Jang Chui. And that day at the dessert store, looking at me like I had something else in mind. Humph. I'll make sure Xia Xiaoyu recognizes your true colors soon. Thinking of this, Wei Shiyan took her cell phone and quickly followed, and secretly turned on the video recording function. Chapter 71, Undercover Protection. In school, Yi Yi and Jang Chui still kept a relatively low profile, though the duo walked into the cafeteria side by side to sit down for breakfast, but there was no physical contact during that time. Didn't even hold hands. Wei Shiyan didn't manage to shoot anything substantial even after following the duo. Jang Chui was because she was used to being an iceberg beauty in her own day. It's still a little hard to let go of so many strange or very strange students at school. Yi Yi, on the other hand, was considering that if he acted too close to Jang Chui now, it might not be conducive to the subsequent rating of other schoolgirls. Yi Yi glanced at the system panel, the current 3 bound objects. Xia Xiaoyu's strategy progress is 83, 11%. Jang Chui's strategy progress is 99, 99%, completely realizing the reverse. During the first half of yesterday's night, Jang Chui's raid progress was only 80-something%. The rise was very slow, especially in the period just after opening. But by the latter part of the night, that raider progress, rubbed off. Can't even stop it. Yi Yi silently gave the system a nod in his heart. Thanks to the temporary fitness bonus provided by the system last night, Jang Chui rose so delightfully. It looks like it is full. As for Kong Yiren, the progress of the strategy has reached 37%. Even though she wasn't contacted yesterday, her progress on the raid continues to steadily increase. Seeing that 70% of the target is already getting closer, it seemed like the aftermath of the 2 million or so bounty he had given her was slowly showing. Tonight, Kang Yi-rim also asked herself to go to a dance performance that she participated in outside of school. Maybe find a chance to bump up Kang Yi-rim's raid progress a bit more. Are you going to see Kang Yi-rim's dance performance again tonight? Jang Chui, who was drinking kanji, coldly ventured out. Yi Yi suddenly had the feeling that he had been seen through. Is it possible that there's really such a thing as being able to communicate with each other after merging? Yes. After all, she was promised yesterday. Shall we go together? Yi Yi asked a tentative question, trying to reduce Jang Chui's jealousy in this way, but Jang Chui shook her head. You're on your own. I don't like crowds. I'll wait for you at home. After what happened yesterday, I'm afraid that man will come back tonight. I'll be a lot more grounded with you in my heart. Jang Chui didn't even lift her head and continued to drink the porridge. Although Jang Chui didn't have much experience in relationships, the level of holding a man's mind wasn't as deep as Jang Yilan. But she knew one thing for sure: men can't be managed by management. The more you control, the more you only push men away. There are times when it's better to give a man some proper space. Give him enough freedom. And Jang Chui's last words were also considered a wake-up call for Yi Ting. The implication is that you can't put my safety at risk just to date Kang Yi Rim. If Yi really went home obediently at night, then Jang Chui would have nothing to be jealous about. It's just a dance show. It's not like I'm spending the night with Kang Yi Rim. There's nothing to be jealous of. Yi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. In just one night, it feels like Jang Chui's segment has also improved. It may seem like a no contest, but it's a dead giveaway. Okay, meet me at home tonight. By the way, I ran out of that box of little umbrellas yesterday. Should I buy another one today? Only after hearing this did Jang Chui put down the bowl of kanji in her hand. A box? Buy a couple more boxes. Let's get you to turn in all your homework so you don't go out and flake out, Jang Chui said while poking the tea egg in front of her with her hand. Yi winced. Buy more boxes? Turn in all your homework? I see you're waiting here. That's really getting to the root of the problem. Looking at the frozen Yi, Jang Chui peeled the tea eggs and put them in front of Yi. Give you a tonic. Protein. Eat up. Class is in a few minutes. After Devil Zhang's class, there will be no class today. After class, Yi planned to accompany Jang Chui home to rest and relax. The two had been up all night last night, and had just been bracing themselves to stay awake during class. Even Yi's three housemates could see that something was wrong with the duo. But Yi bit the bullet and said it was too late to watch the concert last night. For a few housemates' verbal speculation, Yi deadpan denial. I'll go back by myself. You just rest in your dorm. Walking to the bottom of the school building, Jang Chui stopped Yi who wanted to accompany her home. The reason given also made it impossible for Yi to refuse. Jang Chui said that she didn't have the heart to rest properly with Yi lying next to her. Yi thought about it, and it did seem to be the case. Not only did Jang Chui not have the heart to rest properly, I'm afraid that he himself didn't have the heart to rest properly either. I'm afraid I'll have to empty my body by then. For the sake of long-term sustainability, it's better for each of them to rest first, recover their strength and build up their strength. After all, tonight, there might be a bad battle to be fought. The thought of Jang Chui saying she wanted to buy a few boxes of small umbrellas made Yi's legs and stomach go weak. Returning to the dormitory, Yi threw himself headfirst on his own bed. Plan to sleep through the night before you do. Before I went to bed, I pulled out my phone and swiped through the teaser for a while. Accidentally found himself in a video of himself singing at a J-Cho concert last night, accidentally bursting into flames. So many retweets and the heat is well pretty high. Luckily Yi was wearing a mask when he sang last night, so he didn't blow himself up over it. With the system in place, it's better to act in a lower profile. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous. If he really became popular by accident, I'm afraid there would be a lot more trouble for no reason at all. Even personal freedom is slightly restricted. Of course, some good people also sent out the video of themselves and Jang Chui kissing at the concert last night, but I don't know if the platform is thinking about the privacy protection aspect. But any video where Yi's five senses appeared had surprisingly been mosaic without exception. This was somewhat surprising to Yi. Other people's kissing videos are available for upload in HD. How come the video of himself and Jang Chui was coded? Is this someone deliberately protecting themselves? Yeah, I don't know either. But at this point he didn't want to know about such irrelevant issues. Sleep was the big thing for him right now. Unless there's an earthquake or a fire. You guys don't wake me up. Yi gave an explanation to a few of his housemates and then fell into a deep sleep. Half a minute later, the hue and cry was earth-shattering. What do you guys say? Did old Ji and our class flower lady last night? Du Mingyu secretly leaned over to Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan and whispered. Xia Ziyuan nodded meaningfully. Definitely. You guys see how tired old Ji is like this? I don't usually see him this tired when he comes back from a night out at the internet cafe. You guys take another look at the way Jang Chui was groggy during class today as well. Looks like the two were. Last night, it was intense. At this point, Lin Yu obediently fished out $5 from his pocket and gave it to Xia Ziyuan. When Du Mingyu saw this, as if he remembered something, he also fished out $5 from his pocket and gave it to Xia Ziyuan. Chapter 72, The Schoolgirl Peels Shrimp. It turns out the three had made a bet earlier. The bet was on which girl Yu would be taken down first. Lin Yu's guess was the schoolmate who had eaten with Yi in the cafeteria that day. Seeing Yi taking the initiative to hit the meal again and again, he was giving that schoolmate food, just like a close look. Du Myung-woo's guess was Kang Yi-rim, because his girlfriend, Zhou Jing, told him that Jang Yilan had been talking about Yi in front of a few of their roommates after she returned to the dormitory. and there are symptoms of love in the eyes when you say it. Xia Ziyuan. On the other hand, guessed Jang Chui. Nothing else, just from the fact that Jang Chui, this iceberg beauty's attitude towards Yi was very different from her attitude towards the bystanders. One would know how special Yi was to her. The three agreed to bet $5. I didn't realize that it was only last night that the three of them had agreed to this bet, and the mystery was revealed this morning. Looking at the two of them, Yi and Jang Chui, the answer to that went without saying that everyone knew. Taking the money that Lin Yu and Du Mingyu reached over, Xia Ziyuan had a smug look on his face. How about that? Or buddy, I'm a good judge of character. Du Mingyu skimmed his lips. Humph, don't get too cocky. Let's just keep betting. Bet on who's next. Xia Ziyuan came to his senses and first put $10 into his pocket, then looked at the duo with a serious face. Okay, bet on it, but don't back out. Just like that, Yi was sent to the gambling table for the second time without his knowledge. Ye made an alarm for 4:30 p.m. When the alarm clock went off, Yi looked like he hadn't slept enough. I got out of class at 10 a.m. and slept in, which is just over 6 hours of catching up. Compared to last night's consumption, it's just not enough to make ends meet. But there was still Kong Yi-rin's show to go to in the evening, so Yi had no choice but to get up. After simply fixing his hair and changing his clothes, he took a taxi and rushed to the address sent by Zhang Yilin. Today is the opening of a shopping street in Hamachi. The organizers have prepared an opening show to pull in the crowds. Singing, dancing, magic, all kinds of programs. By the time Yi arrived at the scene, Zhang Yilin was already backstage putting on her makeup. I'm here, just relax don't be too nervous, you'll be fine. Yi sent a message over to Zhang Yilin. Soon after, Kang Yi-rim came back with a mischievous emoticon. There was still almost an hour or so before the show officially started, and Kang Yi-rim's program was relatively late. There's plenty of time at the moment. Yi simply strolled around this newly opened shopping street. It's some distance from the city center and is considered a slightly out-of-the-way district. Took a cab from school and drove 40 minutes or so without any traffic on the elevated. Perhaps it is also because of the remote location that land prices are relatively cheap. This developer has taken a large parcel of land here. It has created a mega commercial area for eating, drinking and entertainment. Yi just had breakfast today and went back to the dormitory to catch up on his sleep after class in the morning. Now that I've wandered around, I suddenly feel a little hungry. So they were ready to find a place to eat. Why don't we make do with a Sandy Town snack? No, it's too unchallenging. Anyway, now that the balance in the card was already $1 million, Yi felt that he had to treat himself a little better as well. Especially since he might have to continue sparring with Zhang Chui at night. Why don't you have a seafood dinner to make up for it? Just in time, Yi saw a seafood buffet labeled 1888 ahead with unlimited small green dragon king crabs. Played it. Walking into the store, Yi asked for a private room. The waiter brought the tablet for ordering and handed it to Yi. Sir, we have 588, 688, 888, 1288 and 1888 stalls here. Which one do you think you need? Yi didn't even think about it and pointed to the most expensive class. I'll take the 1888. By the way, do you have a shrimp peeling service here? Yi saw that there were black tiger shrimps, sweet shrimps, crayfish, small green dragons, peppy shrimps and the like on the menu. Shrimp is high protein. Peeling shrimp is a skilled job though, especially crayfish and peeps. The shell is thick and hard. And zingers. If you peel your own shrimp, it will greatly affect the efficiency of your meal. The waiter nodded respectfully. Yiwan's was the highest priced one. Naturally it should be matched with the best service. Yes, I'll call a colleague to come in a while and help you peel the shrimp specifically in your box. Hearing that there was a shrimp peeling service, Yi did not hesitate and immediately ordered 50 crayfish and many other dishes. It was probably because there was a stamina bonus last night, so Yi consumed a huge amount. Today he felt as if he had an extraordinarily good appetite. After ordering the meal, Yi sat down and waited for the food to be served. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, the first wave of dishes was served. Hello sir, is it you who needs the shrimp peeling service here? A tender voice sounded in the doorway. Then the compartment door opened and a girl walked in. Wei Shurian? Yi saw the iconic pink hair and double ponytails and immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. There's no way around it. The look is just too recognizable. Wei Shurian also froze when she entered the door. After seeing clearly that it was Yi sitting in the box, he subconsciously wanted to leave. This scum of a man who was the same as Qin Zhu. She was not willing to serve. Why are you here? Seeing Wei Shurian turn around and about to leave, Yi hurriedly asked. Somehow, this finance department schoolgirl seemed to have an innate hostility towards him all the time. That was true at the dessert store. And it was true again today. Well, at least give a chance to brush up on your wish quest bindings before you say anything. I work here part-time. Considering that her current identity was a waitress, while Yi was a guest who came to the store to spend money, Wei Shiyan wasn't in a good position to just throw her face off. Yi was a bit curious. Don't you have a part-time job at the sweet store? Wei Shiyan silently rolled her eyes. Big brother, part-time, do you know what part-time means? It's where business is good, where there's a shortage of people, where there's not enough regular workers on hand, so they recruit those of us who work as part-timers to cover the shifts. Definitely wherever there's money to be made I go. Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you very short of money? This question Yi asked this intentionally. He had originally wanted to guide Wei Shiyan a bit, saying something like she did want to earn money. If along the way you can pop a similar wish quest, that's a big money maker. Not only can you bind Wei Shiyan, but you can also swipe a fortune on wish quests. But after waiting for half a day, the wish bar above Wei Shiyan's head was still empty. She didn't answer the question and sighed as if she had something on her mind. Seeing Wei Shiyan like this, Yi couldn't continue to pursue the matter. The two just fell into a short, awkward silence. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Wei Shiyan was the first to speak. Forget it, just consider me unlucky. I'm going to serve you shrimp on my first day of part-time work here today. Wei Shiyan took the large plate of crayfish in front of Yi and peeled it seriously. Chapter 73, Not Trying to Return the Favor. Yi scratched the back of his head and fought back carefully. Looking towards Wei Shiyan, he asked seriously, I don't usually have any trouble with you at school, do I? Wei Shiyan's hands were busy peeling the shrimp without lifting her head. First day on the job here and obviously not skilled in the business yet. The crayfish shells in particular were thick and hard, and she didn't find any tricks for a while. No, Wei Shiyan's answer was quite certain. The person she had a problem with was Chinju. The person she hated was also Chinju. As for Yi, that was purely because Wei Shiyan felt that he was on good terms with Chinjuan. If you love the house, you certainly hate the house. Yi moved his position a bit closer to Wei Shiyan. Then why are you so hostile to me? Peeling my shrimp is bad luck for you? Since Wei Shiyan is here to work, then these are her part. It wasn't like Yi was bullying her by letting her peel shrimp. What's so unlucky about that? Wei Shiyan didn't say anything and continued to peel the shrimp vigorously with her head down. The edges of the crayfish shells have sharp spines, so be very careful when peeling them. Otherwise it's easy to puncture your fingers. Wei Shiyan had only been able to peel out one in its entirety even after working her ass off until now. Looking at the 49 crayfish still remaining in front of her, her eyes became lifeless. And that's just the first round of Yi 1 point. What if Yi orders 50 more crayfish when he's done with these? Then one's hand will be ruined today. If only I had someone to teach me the art of peeling crayfish. A wish bar finally appeared above Wei Shiyan's head. Come to work. The corner of Yi's mouth lifted and he immediately chose to receive the wish quest. Ding! Detected that the host is performing a wish quest, granting a temporary bonus to food cooking and processing skills. Yi used his chopsticks to pick up the crayfish that Wei Shiyan had just peeled, dipped it in mustard and soy sauce, and then brought it to his mouth. Wei Shiyan had painstakingly peeled it for almost a minute, and Yi ate it in a couple or 3 seconds. You can't do this. It's too slow. The yellow flowers will be cold by the time you're done peeling them. Hearing Yi's sardonic tone, Wei Shiyan blankly glanced at him without any good reason. Don't worry, we don't have yellow cauliflower in the store. Yi put down his chopsticks and pretended to be displeased. But your store has a mealtime limit. At the rate you're going, you won't be able to finish peeling this plate of shrimp by the time my mealtime rolls around. You're seriously interfering with my dining experience. I'm going to complain to your manager. In the service industry, the biggest fear is complaints. Hearing that Yi wanted to find the manager, Wei Shiyan subconsciously became nervous. She's here on a part-time basis, with daily pay. You don't get paid until you close for the night. What if the manager deducts money after Yichi complains? So today was a wasted day, wasn't it? It's my first day here today. There was also no standardized training before going to work. You, just understand me. Wei Shiyan's face was aggravated, and the speed of peeling shrimp in her hand increased. When faced with the thick shrimp shells, she couldn't wait to get right up in her mouth and bite them. Yi snickered at the sight, then immediately returned to a serious expression. I understand you, so who will understand me? I spent all this money, and it turns out I'm not getting enough to eat because you're slow at peeling shrimp. Then who am I going to talk to about it? I'll give you a few more minutes, and if you're still peeling so slowly, I'll get your manager to get me a new shrimp peeling waitress. Let's just say you're not proficient enough in your business skills and need to go back and practice more. Hearing Yi say this, Wei Shiyan became even more anxious. Fingers were almost poking through the shrimp shells. I want to hurry up too, but I really won't. Seeing as the atmosphere has been set here, the time is almost right. Yichi came closer again. So here's the deal. I can show you how to peel it, but you have to answer me a question first. Wei Shiyan finally raised her head at this time, blinking her big innocent eyes. What's the problem? Yi Dong asked after a pause. Would you mind telling me why you hate me so much? Wei Shiyan sucked in a breath in some surprise. How can you tell I hate you? Yi Yi's face was filled with black lines and his white eyes almost rolled up to the sky. How can I tell? You're on the verge of having the words hate me written all over your face. Okay, you think I'm an idiot. Wei Shiyan smiled awkwardly. Did I make it so obvious? It's not as dramatic as you make it out to be. Yaichi knocked on the table with his knuckles. Well, don't interrupt. Answer my question. Now that you've said that, I don't have any beef with you. Then why do you hate me so much? There was no way. Yi Yi had to figure out the answer to this question. After all, Wei Shiyan was the third-ranked schoolflower. It was one of the things he had to raid. If he didn't know where Wei Shiyan's dislike for himself came from, then it would become very troublesome to subsequently push the progress of the strategy. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. Yi Yi never fought unprepared battles. Wei Shiyan pursed her lips tightly, as if she wasn't very willing to answer this question. Yi Yi had no choice but to take out his killer weapon once again. If you won't tell me, then I'll have to call your manager? At those words, Wei Shiyan's eyebrows twitched in a fine, imperceptible manner. This seafood buffet restaurant was just opened. The treatment given was very good. It's nearly more than twice as much as any other part-time job. A part-time job this good doesn't just happen. Wei Shiyan cherished this opportunity. If Yi Yi really went to the manager to complain, I'm afraid that it might cause him to lose this part-time job. Fine. I'll say it. I'll just say it. Wei Shiyan put down the half-peeled shrimp in her hand and sighed softly. It's because you cheated on Sayo's feelings. Though you're being generous to Yui, and she's told me about all the things you've bought her, gave her a lot of money too. But from what I understand, Sayo isn't the kind of girl who's all about profit. She's willing to accept these arrangements you've made for her because she really likes you. But you, and what do you take her for? Simply as a package deal. As a plaything, is it? Have a little fun when you want to, and toss it aside when you're tired of it. And I saw you come to school with Jang Chui this morning with my own eyes. Yo would be so sad if she knew. Yi Yi raised his eyebrows, not expecting the reason Wei Shiyan said was this? Then this is a big misunderstanding. Ahem. Let me interrupt. Yi Yi extended his palm and pressed it, making a pause gesture. When did I say I was going to adopt Xiaoxiaoyu? Can't I just simply be nice to her without expecting anything in return? Chapter 74 Oolong. Wei Shiyan was a bit confused. This answer from Yi Yi seemed to be out of her cognizance. Without trying to return the favor? What are you doing here for charity? You even bought her a house, and you don't expect anything in return? What do you want? Contribute to GDP growth? Seeing Wei Shiyan's disbelieving face, Yi Yi continued. Did Xiaoxiaoyu ever tell you that I asked anything of her? No, I don't think so. Whether it was buying her a house or transferring money to her, I never said I would do that after she agreed to something first. Have you ever seen anyone who's wrapped up like that? At those words, Wei Shiyan thought carefully for a moment, then gently shook her head. The pink double ponytail behind her head bobbed along. Hearing Yi Yi say that, it seemed like he had really wronged him. She understands that the gold masters who make requests for adoption usually buy things for the women only after they have gotten their hands on them. Everyone is not a cutie these days, especially those who are rich. Every one of them is smart. Then why are you being so nice to Yo? Don't you really have any thoughts about her at all? It looked like Wei Shiyan still couldn't be completely convinced. Hearing Wei Shiyan ask this, Yi Yi was also a little weak. Thinking of Xiaoxiaoyu's delectable appearance as she undid her robe and lay on the bed last night, to say that there were no thoughts would definitely be a lie. Yi Yi was at least a normal man, but at this moment, he definitely couldn't admit it in front of Wei Shiyan. Otherwise, wouldn't that explanation he just gave be a fart? I'm being nice to Yo because I want to help her improve her living conditions. Since Sayo considers you a friend, you must know something about her usual isolation from her classmates at school. I couldn't stand to see her being bullied like that, so I wanted to help her. Wei Shiyan had more or less heard about Xiaoxiaoyu's affairs at school. As a girl, she knew that the reason why Xiaoxiaoyu's roommate was treating her like this was purely because of jealousy. They were just jealous of Xiaoxiaoyu's cute appearance and proud figure. But even though Wei Shiyan knew it, she couldn't do anything about it. It's hard to change anything on her own. If what Yi Yi said was true, then this practice of Yi Yi could really save Xiaoxiaoyu from the fire. Having a suite off campus means you don't have to be in contact with those pesky roommates during the week. And Yi Yi also gave her a large sum of money, enough to give Xiaoxiaoyu a very good life. At that time, those people who suspected Xiaoxiaoyu of not having seen the world behind her back would only be envious. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Not expecting to misunderstand Yi Yi's good intentions, Wei Shiyan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed that preconceived notions had influenced her view of Yi Yi as a person. Subconsciously, she felt that all of authorized Qin's friends must be beasts as well. Now it seems that it is possible for saints to come out of beasts. But Yi Yi frowned as if he had thought of something. Wait, it doesn't seem right. I remember you showing some nastiness towards me when I met you at the dessert store. At that time, I hadn't bought a house for Xiaoxiao yet. I don't suppose the real reason you hate me is the one you just said, either? After owning the 100 secrets to holding a goddess gifted by the system, Yi changed his previous nature of a straight man of steel. The mind is also much more delicate. Upon careful recollection, he realized that things weren't as simple as Wei Shiyan had made them out to be. Seeing Wei Shiyan's current stuttering appearance, Yi was even more convinced that he had guessed correctly. There must be something else going on here. If you won't tell me, then I'll go to your manager? You don't want your manager to know about your unskilled business. This set of words Yi now opened his mouth. It's already flexible, and it's tried and true. Upon hearing this, Wei Shiyan really did fall for the trap. Hey, count me as scared of you. Okay, it's okay to tell you. Wei Shiyan thought about it, and it wasn't like she was at a disadvantage in the matter of Qin Zhu stealing her milk tea store business plan. There's nothing to worry about no matter who you say it to. It was originally what Qin Zhu did that was wrong. I was with my roommate before, doing a business proposal about a milk tea store. Wei Shiyan told that incident from beginning to end. The whole thing is matter of fact, and there's not a lot of personal subjective emotion mixed in. Considering that Yi and Qin Zhuan were very close, Wei Shiyan subconsciously felt that Yi must be unable to empathize with her. One might even feel that he was completely slandering Qin Zhu. After listening to Wei Shiyan, Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. It turns out that the entrepreneurial program that Qin Zhuan was rewarded by the school leaders was actually stolen. No wonder. Usually, Qin Zhu didn't look like he had much of a brain, and before that, he had always been curious about how he had suddenly gotten the hang of it and made such an excellent entrepreneurial program. It's all coming together now. But, what does Qin Grant stealing your startup program have to do with you hating me? Yi returned to this question after sorting everything out. It's not like he stole that business proposal from Qin Zhuan. Is it because he's in the same class as Qin Zhu? Not really. In all honesty, the class is basically normal except for Qin Zhuan. Don't be so sure. Wei Shiyan inclined her head and her eyes towards Yi became a little surprised. After hearing himself say all of this, Yi actually didn't help his friend Qin Zhuan do anything to defend himself? At the dessert store, didn't I ask you how your relationship with Qin Grant was? You said you were close. Since you guys are friends, then of course just by the way, I hate you too. Yi came to a realization, but then was filled with doubt. No, when did I say that I was on good terms with Qin Grant? At the dessert store, didn't you ask if Jiang Chui and I were on good terms? I never said I am on good terms with that grandson Qin Zhu. Seeing Yi hastily clearing his relationship with Qin Zhuan, Wei Shiyan would be skeptical. But I clearly saw you riding to school with Professor Qin this morning. Yi slapped his forehead. That happened to be at the subway station this morning. He came specially to pick up Jiang Chui. I just stopped by to hobble a car. It's a free ride. It's not worth it. Wei Shiyan turned around and reconfirmed with a serious expression. Really? Then Jiang Chui and Qin Zhu. Yi hurriedly interrupted. She's just rubbing it in. 2. Authorized Qin is Jiang Chui's #1 lickspittle. You should have heard of that. Wei Shiyan nodded. It's basically all over campus. Yi continued to add. The two of them are a goddess and a lickspittle. That's all. Jiang Chui and I, neither of us have a good relationship with Qin Zhuan. This Ouroboros was finally clarified at this point, and Wei Shiyan then reacted. It seems I was mistaken before. Then, Yi, in that case, are you willing to do me a favor? Chapter 75, Befriending Wei Shiyan. Wei Shiyan looked like she saw hope. Since Yi and Qin Zhu were not on good terms, then maybe Yi would be willing to help himself to get close to Qin Zhu, and then find the evidence that Qin Zhu had stolen his entrepreneurial program. When the time comes, you can take the evidence to the school's leaders and ask for your own startup investment back. However, after Wei Shiyan finished her plan with Yi shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I think you're taking things too literally. Yi seriously helped Wei Shiyan analyze it. First of all, I don't know Qin Grant well, and I can even say that we have a very bad relationship. It's hard for me to get close enough to him to then extract his words, because he'll be wary of me from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Wei Shiyan suddenly had a flash of insight. But aren't you on good terms with Jiang Chui? Should we let Jiang Chui help? Authorized Qin likes her so much, surely he won't be defensive about her. Yi waved his hand and continued. That's the second point I'm going to make next. It's useless even if we get the words out of Qin Zhuan and can prove that he stole your startup program. Wei Shiyan didn't understand. How could it not work? Yi Dong paused, patiently explaining. Because it's not enough for you to try to use that as evidence. When it gets to the school leaders, Professor Qin can totally say that he said all those things off the top of his head. When the time comes to retract your confession on the spot and you can't come up with any other substantial evidence, what do you think the school leaders will do? And, now this startup program has gotten an investment from Pilot Capital. As an investment program, Pilot Capital is counting on taking dividends when this venture succeeds. If there is some stigma attached to this entrepreneurial program because of the revelation, it affects the profit gains. The face of the school goes with it. It's going to be a lot harder for other entrepreneurial programs in the school to get another investment from Pilot Capital in the future. The school leaders are not going to let that happen. So, even if everyone knows in their hearts that this business plan was stolen by Chinuan, everyone won't allow this matter to be flipped into the open. It will just find a way to make a big deal out of a small deal. Facing Yi-Yi's reasoned analysis, Wei Shiyan fell into silence. She was clear that what Yi-Yi said was not unreasonable. Reality is so cruel. Everyone is looking at the benefits. Like her, who would really care if an obscure college student suffered a little? Well, I'd be willing to do you that favor if there was a way to do it. Now, let me teach you how to peel shrimp first. Yi-Yi pointed to the plate of AO shrimp in front of him that hadn't moved much. The two of them had been chatting away for half a day, and he hadn't even eaten yet. Anymore, he paid to come in and spend money. We can talk about anything when he's finished eating. Only then did Wei Shiyan come back to her senses and remember her current duty. Although she was still upset about the theft of her entrepreneurial program, she also understood that the matter was basically a done deal. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, get your act together sooner rather than later. Take on a few more part-time jobs on your own to save up more startup capital. When you graduate, start your own business. Okay, then teach me. This shrimp shell is so thick I don't really know how to get at it. Yi-Yi smiled, casually picked up a crayfish, pinched both sides of the shrimp body, gently squeezed, then twisted left and right, and a complete piece of shrimp meat was dragged out in this way. See, it's easy. With Yi-Yi's demonstration, Wei Shiyan looked like she had suddenly gotten the hang of it. It was so easy to get on and peel it. So it is. Ding, wish quest completion detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. The system has automatically bound the wish object. Name Wei Shiyan. Age, 21. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Bust, B. Face value, 8. 9 points. Current emotional status, single. Current strategy progress, 11. 92%. Not bad for the third highest ranked school flower on the school flower list. The face value score is indeed slightly higher than Kong Yirin and Zhang Chui, who are ranked 4th and 5th. Although her bust was no match for the two, Wei Shiyan's good little lowly looks and that cute pink double ponytail really added to her color. Looking at the gently swaying twin ponytails, Yi-Yi always had a thought in his heart, like trying to see what it would feel like to grab those twin ponytails in his hands and play with them. It feels like you're obsessed with making money, and going around part-time and planning to start a business. Yi-Yi chatted with Wei Shiyan while eating the shrimp she peeled. It feels as natural as going to a foot wash and talking to the technician who pinches your feet. When people are enjoying the services of others, they always think of finding something to talk about in order to avoid the awkwardness that comes with long silences. Wei Shiyan had also completely put down her prejudice against Yi-Yi now, seeing as Yi-Yi had just put herself in her shoes to help her analyze the problem. Wei Shiyan's also truthfully spoke about things about herself. I have, at home, a real brother. My parents, they basically gave all their love to my brother. Growing up, they never treated me like a girl who needed to be pampered. It's like I was born to be a tool person to take care of my brother. In their opinion, I can't have my own personality, I can't have my own preferences, and I have to go along with my brother in everything. Even they thought that there was no need for me to go to college after high school and that I should just get a job and earn money for my brother's future marriage. But my high school teachers told me I was a good reader. She said that when I went to college and was exposed to the wider world, I would realize how wrong my parents' ideas were. Then, against my parents' objections, I ran away to Hamachi to attend college. I haven't spent a dime of my family's money during my years in college. I earned both my living expenses and tuition from my own part-time job. Wei Shiyan stroked her cute double ponytail, her eyes seeming to be a little touched. It was only after I was able to earn my own money that I started dressing like a girl, instead of the tool man who takes care of his brother every day. My hair, too, was colored after I earned it. As she spoke, Wei Shiyan's voice couldn't help but choke a little, but the choking reveals a stubbornness and tenacity. That home, I don't want to go back to, and I don't want any more contact with anyone in that family. So, I'm going to stay in Hamachi on my own, make money, buy a house, to live a happy life of my own. It's amazing that such a tough heart is hidden underneath the appearance of a cute lowly. Yi-Yi was also somewhat moved. I can give you financial support for your startup. Chapter 76, Candid Camera. Yi-Yi spoke seriously. After all, he had awakened the good guy system. It's still a good idea to do something good once in a while. As for the business proposal that was stolen by Qin Zhu, it was harmless at all. After he finished raiding the 5 schoolgirls and got the share rewards from Pilot Capital, he could just directly use his chairman's rights to shut down this project of Qin authorization. However, The fact that this entrepreneurial proposal could be seen by the group of professional investors from Pilot Capital showed that Wei Shiyan did have talent in this area. When he ran Pilot Capital himself in the future, he would also need talents like Wei Shiyan. At the table, Wei Shiyan stopped the action of peeling shrimp in her hand and looked at Yi Yi's eyes. Realizing that Yi Yi didn't look like he was casually talking, she had heard about Yi Yi's financial strength. You can tell by buying Xia Xiaoyu a house. If Yi Yi said that he was going to provide her with financial support for her business venture, then he must really be able to come up with a large sum of money. But Wei Shiyan didn't want to take this favor from Yi Yi right now. She believed that there was no such thing as unmerited kindness in the world. No one's money comes from the wind. Even if Yi Yi said it nicely, saying that he was spending money on Xia Xiaoyu just to improve Xia Xiaoyu's quality of life. But Wei Shiyan always felt that there was love in it. And now Yi Yi is planning to give her a sum of money. Can't it be that Yi Yi has something in mind for her too? It wasn't that Wei Shiyan had to make a fool of herself. The main reason is that the schoolflower has been the schoolflower for a long time and is used to being chased by people. So when faced with someone's gesture of goodwill, the first reaction is that the other person wants to pursue them. Thank you, that's very kind of you. But, I still want to be on my own. Wei Shiyan knew that rejecting Yi Yi's offer at this moment would most likely be equivalent to giving up a shortcut. But it's a shortcut that she's not comfortable taking, even if she does. Instead of doing that, it's better to rely on yourself to take one step at a time and climb slowly and steadily. She believed that she would make it one day. Looking at Wei Shiyan's stubborn expression, Yi Yi also understood her mind. In that case, a twisted melon is not sweet. When Wei Shiyan has any trouble in the future, she can help her herself. Okay, I respect that. Then since the misunderstanding between us is cleared up, it's always okay for us to be friends, right? Yi Yi opened his WeChat QR code and stretched the screen in front of Wei Shiyan. No matter what, the two were Xia Xiaoyu's friends. And friends of friends, naturally, can be friends. Wei Shiyan gently nodded, wiped her hands, took out her own cell phone and Yi Yi added a friend to each other. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just ask me. I'm a good person. Yi Yi sold himself a wave. Wei Shiyan also finally enjoyed herself. Ha ha, this is the first time I've seen myself give myself a good guy card. Well, eat up, we've been talking for so long, it's delaying you from eating back. Yi Yi picked up the plate of shrimps that Wei Shiyan peeled in front of him, drizzled them with soy sauce, and brought them into his mouth one by one. It's fine, no delay, I can dry rice fast. After the meal, Yi Yi even praised Wei Shiyan's service by name to the restaurant manager. Behind her manager's back, Wei Shiyan also secretly squeezed out a playful and cute face to Yi Yi. Walking out of the restaurant, Yi Yi looked at the time, as if it was going to be Kong Yi Rin's turn in the program in a while. Now that I've eaten and drank enough, I can go to the show in peace. Arriving at the performance venue, the place was already crowded with circle after circle of spectators. Because it was an open-air performance and the stage was improvised, there were no seats by the stage. Everyone spontaneously stood in a line of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. One by one, they stretched their necks to watch the performance on stage. Yi Yi squeezed slightly and squeezed into a more centered position. With his height advantage, he stood just enough to see the performance on stage. At that moment, all the lights on the stage suddenly dimmed. Only a chasing light was left behind. Kong Yi Rin took the stage in her hot performance outfit guided by this chasing light. A little waist-bearing halter top and cool hot pants underneath. Those long, slender and well-proportioned legs were simply eye-catching at the moment. As the MC's curtain call ended and the accompanying music started, Kong Yi Rin also began her dance performance. Yeah, I have little to no knowledge of dance. The only exposure I usually get is the kind of hot dancing I see in the teaming sound from the rubbing female anchors. Kong Yi Rin danced on stage. Her movements were similar to those of the female anchors though, but the hands and feet are less pretentious, replaced by a clean beauty. Many of the people around them spontaneously picked up their cell phones and took pictures of Jang Yilin on the stage. The leading lady of the dance department at Hamachi University is really living up to her name. Everywhere you go, you're the center of attention. Suddenly, Yi Yi noticed that a middle-aged man with a beer belly in front of him on the left was frantically pulling the focus of his cell phone camera closer, aimed at the bottom corner of Kong Yi Rim's hot pants. With the dance moves, it's inevitable that the pants will rise and fall and shake a bit with them. It was as if the man was waiting for the moment when Kong Yi Rim got naked and recorded it. Hey, isn't it too much to shoot like that? Yi Yi stopped the beer-bellied man's lewd behavior in time by covering his cell phone lens. The beer-bellied man glared back at Yi Yi with extreme displeasure, shook off Yi Yi's hand, and continued to pull the focus closer on himself, aiming at Zhang Yilin on the stage to record. Where'd you come from? Dangling hair, asking you to mind your own business here. That's not your girlfriend on stage. Yichi saw this and pressed his cell phone once more. That's my girlfriend on stage. The beer-bellied man sneered. I didn't realize you were more intentional than I was. Ha, After saying that, he tried to break away from Yi-Yi's hand to continue shooting, but in the midst of the struggle, his hand accidentally touched the album by mistake. Yeo pointedly discovered that this man's cell phone album was full of sneak peeks from various angles. Looking at the picture, there were less than a dozen girls who were secretly photographed. A number of them were even taken at this very spot. Taking advantage of the crowd, seeing the album exposed, the beer-bellied man's face flashed a trace of weakness, hurriedly pressed out the cell phone screen, intending to disappear. But Yi-Yi was quick on his feet and snatched his cell phone. I'm going to hand you over to the police. Performances like today's are usually reported. There will be police on duty. Yi-Yi held up the beer-bellied man's cell phone with one hand, and with the other hand, he yanked the beer-bellied man's collar and walked towards the police uncle on duty. Seeing Yi-Yi's stance, the beer-bellied man immediately frantically tried to tear away Yi-Yi's hand that was tugging at him. He couldn't have known better what was in his cell phone albums. If these are seen by the police, then he is expected to go in and squat for a few days as light. But Yi-Yi's hand tugged at his collar so hard that he couldn't break it. In the heat of the moment, he hastily pulled out a butterfly knife from his waist and swung it towards Yi-Yi. Chapter 77, Heroic Injuries. Facing the beer-belly man's sudden attack, Yi-Yi's heart alarm bells rang loudly. At this moment, without the temporary addition of the wish quest, Yi-Yi's physical quality was just that of a normal male college student. Yi-Yi's body instinctively retreated backward as fast as possible after seeing the beer-belly man's action of pulling out his pocket knife. But the crowded crowd limited Yi-Yi's space to dodge. Yi-Yi's chest was still shallowly cut open by this knife. A cool breeze burrowed down the slit in his scratched shirt. Cool. It was then that Yi-Yi noticed a stabbing pain. Thin blood oozed down the wound. It wasn't until then that the surrounding crowd realized what was happening. Hurriedly, they scattered with a shriek. The police officers on duty in the distance saw the commotion here and also hurriedly rushed towards Yi-Yi's place. Seeing this, the beer-bellied man subconsciously prepared to blend into the crowd and flee the scene. Yi-Yi covered the wound on his chest that was already shallowly oozing blood and hesitated to go forward to stop him. Without the temporary bonus provided by the wish quest, Yi-Yi didn't have enough in his heart. It was at this time that Yi-Yi noticed a woman in the crowd who seemed somewhat familiar. As for where he had seen it, Yi-Yi couldn't think of it for a moment. However, the wish bar on this woman's head was exactly what Yi-Yi needed right now. The wish column clearly states the woman's wish. We can't let this troublemaking man get away. Pick up the task. Ding. Detected that the host is performing a wish mission, granting the host a temporary bonus. Fighting proficiency. Last time when he faced the punks in front of the bar, Yi-Yi had realized the power of fighting mastery. At the moment it's completely easy to navigate. With an arrow step forward, Yi-Yi yanked the beer-belly man's arm. Then a smooth, sharp over-the-shoulder drop. Boo! The beer-bellied man's entire body was thrown off the ground by Yi-Yi, and then slammed heavily on the ground again. Aha! The beer-bellied man let out a muffled grunt of pain. After this, the beer-bellied man also completely lost his ability to resist. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. The wish object has been automatically bound. Name Chen Meijia. Age, 32. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Bust, D. Face value, 8. 8 points. Current emotional status, divorced. Current strategy progress, 1. 2%. It was only then that Yi-Yi recalled that this Chen Meijia, wasn't she the neighbor who lived across the street from Jang Chui's house that he met this morning? Emotional state divorced. I didn't realize it was a single mom. It's you? You're hurt. Chen Meijia hurried forward. She also recognized Yi-Yi. And at this moment, Yi-Yi's clothes had all been colored by the oozing blood. That's when the police on duty arrived. Chen Meijia very ably described the scene to the police. Officers, I'm the site manager for this show today. This man who fell to the ground was armed with a knife and this young man was supposed to have acted as a vigilante. I'll contact the ambulance first now. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed the emergency center. After this fiasco, the show was interrupted. Kang Yi-rin on the stage saw the man on the stage who was covering his chest and had a figure that looked like Yi-Yi. So she rushed over. Yi-Yi, are you hurt? What's going on? Is it serious? Facing the police, as well as Chen Meijia and Zhang Yilin's concerned eyes, Yi-Yi shook his head in a pretense of relaxation. It's okay, a little scratch. Then, Yi-Yi handed over the beer-bellied man's cell phone to the police. I just saw this man snooping around. Go up and stop it. I didn't realize he actually had a knife with him. Careless, no flash. The police officer sniffed, took the phone, and opened the album, flipping up and down. I didn't expect to find anything but sneak peek photos. Without saying a word, he cuffed the beer-bellied man, who had collapsed to the ground, with both hands. This little brother, we'll take this person back to the police station first, and you hurry to the hospital to treat your wounds. When the time comes, We'll have one of our other co-workers meet you at the hospital to take a brief statement. Yi knew that this was a routine process and nodded, saying that he would cooperate with the relevant work. Then the police took the beer-bellied man and left the scene. Not long after, the ambulance arrived as well. There wasn't much room in the car, and after the paramedics helped Yi into the car, there was only room for one more person to sit in the car. But Jiang Yilin and Chen Meijiao both apparently wanted to follow along. It's better if I tag along. Chen Meijiao considered for a moment and looked at Jiang Yilin and said, I am, after all, the person in charge of the scene today, and it is only right that I should make good after something like this. Make contingency plans for any event. This is Chen Meijiao's job. Yi, who got into the ambulance at this time, also comforted Kang Yi-rim. It's okay, Lin, don't worry. I'm just going to the hospital for a simple bandage. You'll have to change into your show clothes or something later. So don't follow. Wrap up early and go back to school for the rest of the day. Yi wasn't seriously injured, but the wound was long though not deep. Combined with the oozing blood, it looked just a little scary. Yi himself knew very well that a simple sterilized bandage for this kind of small injury would be enough, and he didn't even need to be stitched up. After going to the hospital, I still have to go to John Chui's place. It would be really inconvenient for Kang Yi-rim to follow. Seeing that both of them had said so, Kang Yi-rim had no choice but to agree. Well, then feel free to contact me anytime. I'll go with you if you have to be hospitalized. Yi nodded, and then the paramedics closed the door of the ambulance and drove towards the hospital. Coming to the hospital, the doctor simply treated Yi's wound. As expected of Yi, this injury was not in the way, because he had dodged in time. He had only scratched some flesh. Keep it for a few days and it will heal. But Chen Meijiao still insisted on having Yi do a full body checkup to make sure there was no other damage. For one thing, it's about upholding a serious and responsible attitude. Yi was injured at the event, and no matter what, the event organizers were responsible for the security failure. Get a full body checkup for complete peace of mind. Secondly, it was also worried that Yi would come back to them, the event organizers, to claim compensation in the future if he found out that there were other damages. I'm afraid we'll have to pull the plug then. It's hard to tell exactly when this injury was sustained, so it's in everyone's best interest to check it out today. Yi couldn't argue and had to agree to Chen Meijiao's proposal. Have the ER doctor do a complete and thorough examination of the whole body. Even an EKG and CT were done. The CT report from the emergency room won't be available for over an hour. Yi and Chen Meijiao waited in the hospital lobby and chatted idly. Your daughter is quite good. How old is she? Chapter 78, listening to single mothers talk about the past. At the mention of her daughter, Chen Meijiao's face then revealed a trace of a smile. My Xin is 3 years old and will be in kindergarten all next year. Seeing that Chen Meijiao had opened her words, Yi went along and continued the conversation. After all, Chen Meijiao was already her own bound raider. It's always right to draw a little closer, regardless of whether or not you can raid in the future. It would be nice to at least brush up on some wish quests. I see the child is quite well behaved, and must usually be a great relief to you. Chen Meijiao brushed the strand of hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, and a trace of bitterness flashed across her face. Xinshin is very safe, but I'm usually too busy working. I work during the day, so I had to take her to my mom's so she could watch her for me. I'll get the kids back to myself when I get off work at night. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not exactly a very good mom. Too little time with the kids. Yi skimmed his mouth in his heart, thinking, you're already competent enough as a mom, better than the old man's parents. Yi had been thrown into an orphanage since he was born. Then it was as if his own parents had evaporated without a word. It was not until Yi was old enough to go to elementary school that a person who claimed to be Yi's sister picked him up from the orphanage. But about her own parents, this sister is also asking questions. It's not easy for you either. It's really hard to juggle work and family. To provide a good life for your children, you have to work hard to earn money. But working hard, in turn, leads to a lack of parenting for one's children. It's really hard to balance the relationships. What Yi said, every word was in Chen Meijiao's heart. That was indeed the dilemma she was now facing. As a single mom, the burden of raising a child is all on her shoulders alone. The mortgage, daily expenses, and future schooling costs for the children add up to an astronomical amount. And the employment situation is so tough now. Everyone was working their asses off on the enroll. If you are a little slack in your approach to your work, there is a good chance that you will be replaced by someone else. She was not going to lose this job no matter what. She, and Xin, are counting on this paycheck to get by. But every time she saw her child's red eyes and said she wanted to stay home with her more, Chen Meijiao's heart felt like the whole thing was pulled up. And why wouldn't she want to be able to be by her daughter's side every day and watch her grow up happily? But cold reality did not allow her that luxury. Hey, I can't help it. I can only hope that in the future, when my job and income stabilize, I will take the time to make up for my children more. Seeing Chen Meijiao's difficulty, Yi continued to ask very naturally, what about your husband? One of you can be responsible for working outside to earn money, while the other focuses on staying home with the kids. It's always better to have one parent with you. Although Yi could see through the system information that Chen Meijiao was now divorced, but Chen Meijiao hadn't said this to Yi yet. In order to prevent leakage of words in the future, as well as to push the progress of the raid to a better level, Yi felt the need to guide Chen Meijiao to tell these circumstances herself. After Yi asked this question, the bitterness on Chen Meijiao's face seemed to intensify a bit. The baby's father. Hey, he actually has a family, but I didn't know that at the time. After learning that I was pregnant, his wife came to my door with a strong attitude and tried to get me to abort the baby in my womb. A hint of self-deprecation flashed across Chen Meijiao's face. It's as if I think I was so ridiculous back then, to be so gullible as to trust a man who was so full of lies, to actually believe that he was the one who would take care of him for the rest of his life. Chen Meijiao's family education is still relatively traditional. She wasn't willing to have sex with that man before marriage either, but the man could not be cajoled by all kinds of flowery words, plus both of them had been drinking a bit that day, taking advantage of the alcohol on the head. I did not realize that just that one time, I was pregnant with XIN. Then it wasn't long before the man's real wife came to the door. Chen Meijiao still remembers the humiliating image of being slapped and called a mistress that day, though I felt disheartened for a while after learning the truth. But I think the child is innocent. She's in my belly, and she's a little life after all. I can't be hard on this. So I secretly left that original city alone and went back to Hamachi to join my parents. But my dad, after finding out I was unmarried and pregnant, he thought I was a disgrace. I didn't want to be gossiped about by him every day. So I bit the bullet and took all my savings out for a down payment and took out a loan to buy the current suite. It's a good thing that after XIN was born, my parents looked at this girl as being really pleasing to the eye, and that's when their attitude changed a bit. Hearing Chen Meijiao finish, Yi was secretly staggered in his heart. These days, all the good cabbages really do go to the pigs. No wonder I've always read online before that you must hold on to the good and right ones when you meet them during your college years, because you don't realize until you get to the community that everyone has their own experiences and stories in one way or another. It's going to be hard to find another one as simple as the ones in college. However, Yi still had a little doubt about what Chen Meijiao had just said. The system panel shows that Chen Meijiao's emotional status is divorced, but from her description, she and the man weren't married either, were they? So where is the divorce? Could it be that? So you didn't think about finding another one back there? Yi thought about it and thought that perhaps there were other stories on Chen Meijiao. Only Chen Meijiao sighed softly. Who would want someone like me in my early 30s with a baby? My parents did open one up for me earlier. It's the son of my dad's friend. At the time, I thought my parents had already briefed each other on my situation. So after just meeting for a coffee, I saw that I could still talk. And then I went and got my license. But after the license, I brought him home. And he flipped out right then and there when he saw XIN. Call me a liar. Call our family liars. That's when I realized that my parents hadn't mentioned XIN to him. That afternoon, we followed that up with a divorce. Chen Meijiao tilted her head and looked at the white ceiling of the hospital, her eyes confused but helpless. That's the one thing I realized after that time. Dependent mountains will fall. Dependent people will run. I can't always count on finding someone to commit me to for life. Now that I'd become a mom, it's up to me to create a bright future for me and XIN by my own efforts. Chapter 79, Bad Taste. After experiencing so many things, Chen Meijiao had seen through it long ago. No one in this world, not even one's parents, can be completely dependent on one. Only you, yourself, can give yourself security. Today was the first time since she joined the company that she was independently responsible for such a large-scale live performance. I didn't expect such an accident. However, it was good that the man causing trouble was stopped by Yi and handed over to the police, and Yi's injuries weren't too serious. It allowed her to be accountable to the company as well. When something like this happens, the company executives will definitely find someone to take responsibility for the sake of social impact. Now, however, having taken care of all the aftermath on his own, he thought that the company's leaders should not be so unsympathetic. I didn't realize you were quite so heroic. Subdued that bad guy in a heartbeat. Chen Meijiao pulled the topic from herself to Yi. Thinking about today, Yi smashed that beer belly man into unconsciousness with just a dashing over the shoulder drop. And to think that last night, Yi tossed around with that girl next door all night. Chen Meijiao somehow had a sudden imperceptible flutter in her heart. The mind made a deep and special impression on the young man. This was probably why she was willing to talk to Yi so much. Yi hemmed and hawed. A touch of embarrassment appeared on his face as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It's okay, I didn't think much of it at the time. If it wasn't for Chen Meijiao popping up in time for that wish quest today, I'm afraid Yi wouldn't have been able to be this hero. 053, your report is in. That's when the ER doctor shouted. Yi looked at the list in his hand, and he himself was number 053. Getting up, he walked into the emergency room, only to see the doctor taking a look at Yi's CT report. Well, it's healthy, no problems, just go back and nurse the chest wound. Hearing that Yi did not have any other problems, Chen Meijiao's hanging heart was then completely relaxed. The doctor glanced at the two men and continued, take care for the next 2 days, and try not to touch the wound with water. This is your girlfriend, right? You're not going to take a shower for the next 2 days. Just have your girlfriend help you with a towel. If you find an infection in the wound, come back to the hospital then. With that, the doctor rang the call bell and called for the next patient to come in. Neither of them gave the Yi and Chen Meijiao duo a chance to defend themselves. Talk to your girlfriend yourself when you get back. Chen Meijiao blushed slightly. Yiqi nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he saw 2 police officers approaching not far away. Outside the emergency room, 2 police officers briefly gave Yi a statement. After making a statement, there was nothing left for Yi and Chen Meijiao. As for the beer belly man, in the end what more serious things in the cell phone. Considering the case confidentiality, the police also did not reveal anything to Yi. Walking out of the hospital, Yi took out his cell phone and prepared to call a taxi. Chun, Manager Chen, do you still have to go back to the show, or going home? Chen Meijiao looked at the time and then looked at the chat in the WeChat work group. There are other co-workers closing the show, so there's nothing for me to do. Go home. My mom already sent XIN home. I have to get home to the kids, otherwise XIN will be scared at home alone. Considering that the two lived right across the street from each other, Yi suggested, Manager Chen, then why don't we go back together? Just as well I got a cab. The cell phone shows the Netflix is a minute away. At this point, it's easy to hail a cab in front of the hospital. Chen Meijiao nodded. Good. That. You don't have to call me Manager Chen. I'm not much of a manager. I'm older than you, so call me sis. Yi smiled and immediately changed his words. Then I'll call you Sister Meijiao. Hearing Yi call her sister, Chen Meijiao, for some reason, suddenly felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. After sitting in the car, Yi suddenly remembered the incident of a stranger hovering in front of Zhang Chui's house last night. When he went out this morning, Yi noticed that Chen Meijiao's front door had a visual electronic doorbell installed. Sister Meijiao, does that visual electronic doorbell on your door have a video recording function? Well, there is. Anytime someone passes by the door, it's recorded. Before, I was worried that man's wife would come to the door, and I was afraid that she would do something to XIN, so I pretended on purpose. Why? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Yi carefully talked to Chen Meijiao about what happened last night. After hearing this, Chen Meijiao immediately took out her cell phone and opened a software. I've come to see the video recordings from last night. Evening. Oh, found it. Look. According to the point of time described by Yi, Chen Meijiao saw that the visual electronic doorbell installed on her door did indeed record a man hovering outside Zhang Chui's house for a long time. Let's add a WeChat and I'll send you this video. Do we need to call the police? Yi opened the video sent by Chen Meijiao and watched it carefully. Not yet. I'll see who this guy is first. From the video, the man was facing the front door of Zhang Chui's house, with his back to the entrance of Chen Meijiao's house, so you can't see the front face for now. But this back, it always gave Yi a familiar feeling. It feels like someone you know from your normal life. From the video footage, it could be seen that the man stayed in front of Zhang Chui's house for a long time, but there was no sign of trying to pry the door open to get in, or do anything else to the circuits, so it seems that the tripping of the gate at Zhang Chui's house last night was really just an accident. The video footage was recorded for 10 minutes. A scream suddenly came from Zhang Chui's house in the back. Yi remembered that it was the grunt that Zhang Chui made when she was on the phone with herself. Upon hearing the scream, the man at the door visibly panicked. Hands and feet spun around a few times, then ran into the hallway stairwell. Just as the man turned around and came over, Yi clearly saw that face. That pockmarked face. Holy? Qinju? How did he even find Zhang Chui's house? Just as Yi was puzzled, Chen Meijiao sent another video. Yi, take a look at this video. It was late at night at 1 or 2 o'clock. That man has shown up on your doorstep again. When Chen Meijiao just watched the surveillance video, she realized that after the night was late, the visual doorbell had recorded several more videos of someone at the opposite doorway. Judging by the figure, it was the same person as the one before, so he rushed to send it to Yi. Yi looked at Qin Zhuan on the video and revealed an intriguing expression. Late last night, it was the time when he and Zhang Chui were lingering. I didn't expect that my own movements inside the house would actually be heard by Qin Zhu picking at the wall. What kind of bad taste is this? Chapter 80, Carved Dog Licking into Your Bones. After yesterday's class, Shu overheard Jang Chui and Yi saying something about seeing each other at night. Learning that the two were actually going on a date for the evening, Shu's heart was in turmoil. The goddess he had worked so hard to lick for so long had never looked at him squarely. But now it was actually taken care of by Yi in just a few days. Could it be because Yi has something on Jang Chui? No way. Shui thought to himself that he must rush to intercept Yi before he completely took Jang Chui. One must also find a way to know what Jang Chui's handle is. So that day, Shu secretly followed Jang Chui, who was going home after class. Just followed it all the way until Jang Chui arrived at the Peach Garden neighborhood and returned home. After Jang Chui entered the door, Shu began to lie down at the door and eavesdrop, expecting to hear Jang Chui tell her secrets in this way. As far as he knew, a lot of girls talked to themselves when they were alone in the house. Maybe Jang Chui is the same, but after waiting all afternoon, Jang Chui was quiet at home. Shu heard nothing. Later, when Jang Chui went out, Shu hid in the stairwell alone, waiting for Jang Chui to come back. As he waited, he fell asleep sitting directly behind him against the wall of the stairwell. When I woke up, it was after 10 p.m. Shu saw the lights on in Jang Chui's house. Looks like Jang Chui is back. And judging by the silhouettes cast by the light on the curtains, there was only one person in Jang Chui's house. Shu was slightly relieved in his heart. It seems that Jang Chui didn't take Yi home after his date with him. Luckily, that means Yi hasn't gotten it yet. There's still a chance for yourself, too. But just as Shu was lying on the door of Jang Chui's house, ready to listen to the movement inside, a scream from Jang Chui suddenly came from the house, yelling something about someone at the door. Shu panicked at that moment, fearing that Jang Chui would know that the person at the door was herself and call the police to arrest her as a pervert. Then his image in Jang Chui's heart would no longer have any room for redemption. So Shu hurriedly ducked back into the stairwell. Just a few minutes later, Shu, who was hiding in the stairwell, heard Yi's voice actually coming from Jang Chui's door. Damn it, what's Yi doing here at this hour? It's the middle of the night, a lone man and a woman, and you know with your toes what's going to happen. Can't let this happen. But before Juan could run out to stop it, Jang Chui had already opened the door, crying with pearly blossoms, before being carried into the house by Yi. Shu, who had just poked his head out of the stairwell, saw the scene of Yi with one arm around Jang Chui and closing the door of his house with the other hand. Over. Juan's heart was like ashes. He kept kowtowing in the stairwell and praying to the heavens, praying that Yi would not stay at Jang Chui's house for the night. As long as Yi could still come out tonight, there was still a chance of a turnaround. Time passed minute by minute, and the sense of despair in Juan's heart grew stronger and stronger, until late at night, Juan, who was leaning against the wall with a disheveled face, vaguely heard Jang Chui's voice. Listening to that voice, she and Yi were already in. Shu's heart was dripping blood. It was a moment that seemed like a million arrows piercing the heart, like 1,000 cuts. The woman he loved the most in his life so far, at this moment, became someone else's woman. Yi dog thief. I don't share the same fate as you. Damn it. Ooh-hoo. My Jang Chui. Yi, I beg you, please be gentle. I'm afraid Chui is in pain. In this way, Yi and Jang Chui inside the house didn't sleep all night, and Juan squatted in the stairwell with red eyes, also didn't sleep all night. Pack after pack of cigarettes were smoked and cigarette butts were thrown all over the stairwell floor. Overnight, Shu's beard had grown quite a bit. The face is also much more vicissitudinous. For a man, there are times when growing up is a matter of moments, but no one knew what price Shu had paid for this growth. Until this morning, Shu thought that he still had to go to the early 8 this morning, so he hurriedly took a taxi and rushed back to the school before Yi and Jang Chui left the door. It's not that he's afraid he'll be late for class. Rather, he was going back to school to drive to the subway station to pick up Jang Chui. He knew that his beloved goddess would not be able to walk today. Today was the day that Jang Chui needed to ride in the car the most. Although his heart had been broken into crumbs, Shu decided to burn himself out for Jang Chui. After so many years of being a licking dog, the skill of licking has long been engraved into the bones. As long as he could see Jang Chui show a hint of a smile, Shu's heart, which was riddled with holes, could be bathed in warm sunlight. But after looking at the sweet and loving appearance of Yi and Jang Chui sitting in the back seat, Shu's heart still felt like it had been hit hard by a hammer. In a moment. Another. The conversation is in 2 parts, so let's get back to the point. Yi and Chen Meijia took a taxi back to the Peach Garden neighborhood. If there's anything I can do for you, you just talk to me. If you want to call the police, I can give them all the videos captured by the recent surveillance. Chen Meijia is also distraught after learning that a man has been loitering in front of her house lately. Though from the security footage, it looks like the man's main target was the opposite door. But who can say about such things? Perverted mental activity cannot be surmised by common sense. It's okay, Meijia-san, I can handle this. This man is a classmate from our school. In order to avoid Chen Meijiao from worrying too much, Yi Yi told the truth. After learning that the stranger in the surveillance footage knew Yi Yi and the others, Chen Meijiao was relieved. Sister Meijiao. Then I go back first, ha. Good night. Arriving at the door, Yi Yi stuck his finger on Zhang Chui's door handle. This morning, Zhang Chui purposely helped Yi Yi to enter the fingerprint lock authority as well. In the future, Yi Yi would be able to open the door of Zhang Chui's house with his own fingers. There was a drop and the door opened. Chen Meijiao also opened the door to her house. Okay, good night. Get well. Don't toss it too much. This last sentence seems to mean something else. Yi Yi, who understood the implication, hemmed and hawed and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Hearing that Yi Yi had returned, Zhang Chui, who was wearing furry pajamas, greeted her from the bedroom. The little mouth pouted, her tone slightly disgruntled. See for yourself what time it is, and you know to come back. I thought you got your soul seduced by Kong Yi Rim tonight. By the way, was that the voice of the pretty sister across the street at the door just now? You came back with her? Honestly, when did you and her hook up again? Since the deep exchange with Yi Yi, Zhang Chui felt more and more in her heart that she could not leave Yi Yi. Seeing that good-looking girls always appeared around Yi Yi, he couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. But at this moment, Zhang Chui's gaze suddenly fell on the gauze wrapped around Yi Yi's chest. Are you hurt? Chapter 81, the first 100%. After seeing Yi Yi's injury, where did Zhang Chui have the heart to continue blaming? Hurriedly tearing away Yi Yi's clothes, he wanted to see how the injury was. Seeing this, Yi Yi also went along with feigning pain. Gently, it hurts. Seeing justice today, and ended up getting slashed by the guy. I happened to run into that sister next door who called for an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Yi Yi briefly spoke to Zhang Chui about the things he encountered this evening. Zhang Chui couldn't help but feel a pang of fear after learning that the other party was armed with a knife. Don't you ever do anything so dangerous again, just have to be the hero? In the future, when you come across something like this, you must first ensure your own safety first. Thinking that Yi Yi had encountered such a dangerous thing today, Zhang Chui panicked and almost cried out. The cut was all the way in the chest. What if it doesn't happen to be so good that it cuts your neck? Only yesterday, she had given herself to Yi Yi in one piece, and she almost had to be widowed today. If you get hurt again, I'll just ignore you. Looking at Zhang Chui's tearful appearance, Yi Yi's heart warmed. Pulling over Zhang Chui's hand, he wrapped it into his arms. Okay, I was wrong. I'll be careful from now on. Shouldn't have worried you so much. Why don't I make it up to you? As soon as Yi said that, his hands became restless. Zhang Chui felt Yi Yi's gradually ragged breathing and blushed delicately. You're hurt. Don't. Yi Yi, however, was full of concern and picked Zhang Chui up in a princess hug. This little injury is nothing. Didn't you bleed yesterday? Zhang Chui was slightly stunned before she reacted to what Yi Yi meant by that. Nasty. Rascal. At this time, she had already been carried into the bedroom by Yi Yi. Turning off the lights, Zhang Chui tenderly wrapped her arms around Yi Yi's neck. Then you, make it up to me a few more times. I think about you all the time when I'm home alone. The next morning, when Yi Yi woke up, his body was empty. Rubbing my eyes to get up, I heard what sounded like gas being turned on from the kitchen. Yi Yi stepped out of his room with slippers, only to see Zhang Chui cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Wake up, go brush your teeth. I cooked noodles. We'll go to school together after we eat later. This virtuous look is like a homey little Stepford wife. Yi Yi hugged Zhang Chui from behind and gave a deep good morning kiss. The sun shone through the kitchen window on the hot vapor. Noodles tumbling in the pot, hands clasped in front of his body. The fire of the world. The mountains and rivers are far and wide. All of them can't compare to the kitchen and love of this moment. Ding! Detected that the bound object Zhang Chui's raid progress has reached 100%. A permanent plus bonus is being issued. Congratulations to the host for gaining fighting arts, singing proficiency, and physical strength enhancement. So far, a total of 4 Zhang Chui wish quests have been completed. One was to promise Zhang Chui not to send the cheating video to the teacher. This mission only has a reward of $100,000 with no other additions. The second one was when he faced the group of punks in front of the bar. That bonus was none other than fighting arts. The third wish quest is the concert scene. When one is chosen to sing, the bonus is singing proficiency. Now that Zhang Chui's raid progress had reached 100%, the 3 once temporary bonuses of fighting arts and singing proficiency and physical enhancement were now converted into permanent bonuses. Feeling the abundant power in his body, as well as the rich fighting skills in his mind, Yi Yi's heart was solid for a while. Injuries like last night should be greatly avoided in the future. With the fighting technique in hand, even if the other party had a dozen people, I'm afraid they wouldn't be a match for him. Ding! The host has rated a bound object and can receive an additional asset doubling reward. As the system's metallic tone fell, Yi Yi's cell phone received a text message. The card's balance of $1,200,000 or so had turned directly into $2,400,000. Yi Yi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise after he had successfully raided the bound object. The original $1,200,000 was the reward saved from doing the wish quest. Now it's straight up fully doubled. Then wouldn't it continue to double if he succeeded in raiding others next? 2,400,000 becomes 4,800,000. 4,800,000 becomes 9,600,000. Then there's 19. 2 million. 38,400,000. 76,800,000. And then the next thing you know, you'll break $1 billion. In the face of such a high rate of return, I'm afraid the stock gods would feel like rookies. What are you laughing at? Jang Chui in her arms couldn't help but be a little curious when she saw Yi Yi showing a smile. It was just a deep kiss. Why does it feel like I've suddenly won the lottery at this moment? Yi Yi, let's buy a car. It will also make it much easier to go to school later. No more catching the subway. When you have money in your pocket, you talk tough. Over $2 million is more than enough for a college student to buy a nice car. Since taking the driver's license test, Yi Yi hasn't had much opportunity to drive, not to mention buying a car, as if that were a distant thing. But I didn't realize that I was actually going to have a car of my own so close to graduation. It's a feeling that just doesn't get any better. Jang Chui nodded as she listened to Yi Yi's words. Buying a car. Line. My dad promised me before to help me buy a car, but since I'm usually used to taking the subway by now, I just didn't want it for a while. But since you want a car, then I'll call my dad later and ask him to buy the car for me. Jang Chui's family conditions were already relatively good, and she's an only child. Naturally, her parents don't treat her badly. Yi Yi, on the other hand, was a bit surprised by this answer from Jang Chui. No, that's not what I meant. Why does it feel like I'm on a limp? I was trying to buy my own car. Although it's great to have a car to drive without spending any money, but Yi Yi always felt that this kind of thing, it is better to spend money on your own heart more solid. He's not short of money right now anyway. Buy a mobility scooter and drive it first, then let the assets multiply a couple times after you've raided a few more bindings. Then you buy supercars and such. For every man, supercars are always on the dream list. That's not what I meant. I mean, let's go buy a car. I'll take it. Anyway, there's no class this afternoon, so we'll go after our morning class. After having a car, he might even be able to unlock some fresh tricks with Jang Chui. Thinking of this, Yi Yi revealed a meaningful smile. As soon as Jang Chui looked at Yi Yi's expression, she knew what was going through his mind. After the two had exchanged in depth, Jang Chui felt that she already had a bit of an interconnected feeling with Yi Yi. Look at you in a hurry. You're still hurt. Chapter 82. Since he decided to buy a car, Yi Yi had another idea in his mind all of a sudden. You can still have a treasure girl Xia Xiaoyu by your side. Buying a car is a great opportunity to brush up on your money. The system not only reimburses the full amount of spending on Xia Xiaoyu, but after the raid on Xia Xiaoyu, these spending will be doubled back. People pay for their cars. The old man buys cars not only for free, but also get money. What's not to like? Yi Yi took advantage of Jang Chui's good mood last night and also talked to her about Xia Xiaoyu, including the fact that he had bought a house for Xia Xiaoyu. He had also told the truth. You can't hide this kind of thing if you want to. Instead of waiting for Jang Chui behind himself to discover the explosion, it is better to take a precaution in advance. It's a good thing Jang Chui's ears are soft. After learning about Xia Xiaoyu's isolated encounter at school, not only is there no jealousy in his heart, but he is also filled with sympathy for Xia Xiaoyu. I'd like to call you along when we buy the car this afternoon. The car will be in her name when the time comes, Yi Yi said tentatively while eating the noodles cooked by Jang Chui. Jang Chui was also taking small bites of noodles, not even raising her head. Whatever, it's your own money anyway. It was as if Jang Chui didn't have any displeasure about this idea of Yi Yi. After being classmates with Yi Yi for so many years, Jang Chui didn't know that Yi Yi was rich until recently. But as for how much Yi Yi actually had, Jang Chui didn't know and didn't care. She didn't like Yi Yi because of money. Her own family isn't bad if you're talking about finances alone. That's why Jang Chui didn't place much importance on this aspect. Yi Yi's own money, how he wants to spend it. Of course. Anyway, a few of Yi Yi's recent big spending sprees had already made Jang Chui accustomed to these things. Another reward of more than $2 million for Zhang Yilin, and another suite for Xia Xiaoyu. On top of those two things, buying a car seems to pale into insignificance. Seeing Jang Chui nod her head in agreement, Yi Yi's heart burst with joy. He came over to Jang Chui's side and kissed her on the side of her face. Oops, your mouth is so oily. You didn't wipe it off first. Jang Chui snapped, but did not push Yi Yi away. Instead, he smiled a sweet smile, like a little newlywed stepford wife. After breakfast, take the subway to school. dog-licking Chin authorized still drove to the subway station to pick up Jang Chui and Yi. Last day to ride in his car. And ride and cherish. Yi joked in a whisper at a volume that only Jang Chui could hear. Jang Chui, on the other hand, gently patted Yi's arm with a red face. Chin Zhu, who was sitting in front and driving, knew nothing about this. There are 2 classes this morning. Yi sat in the back row of the classroom and slept for 2 periods with his roommate helping to put the wind in his sails and cover up. I've been tossing and turning a bit hard lately, and when I get to class I'm groggy. Jang Chui sat next to her, looking at Yi who was sleeping and almost drooling. Her heart was also muttering. I can't understand how Yi, with this attitude towards learning, can secure the 2nd place in the class every time he takes an exam. Is it hard to believe that someone can really learn without listening in class? Maybe it's a gift. Can't envy it. By the time the class was over, it was lunchtime. Yi came to the cafeteria with Jang Chui to look for Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu, who had gone ahead to occupy the seats, had already helped both Yi and Jang Chui order their meals. According to Yi's request for her, there were fish and shrimp, and not a lot of meat. Together with the vegetables, the various nutrients are very well balanced. In the past 2 days, Xia Xiaoyu also used her spare time to search the internet for a lot of knowledge about nutritional matching, in order to be able to raise himself to Yi's liking soon. Looking at Yi's side Jang Chui's skin like gelatin, Xia Xiaoyu was envious. He thought to himself, if he also grew up like that, perhaps in Yi's heart, he would also have a place of his own. Yi, how are you hurt? That worried me last night. Yi had just sat down in the cafeteria when Zhang Yilin appeared out of nowhere and naturally sat next to Xia Xiaoyu. A small cafeteria table with a total of just 4 seats was fully occupied. Yi and Jang Chui sat on one side, while Zhang Yilin and Xia Xiaoyu sat on the other side. These 4 people sat together and undoubtedly became the table with the highest overall face value in the cafeteria today. Minor injury? Nothing. Yi patted his chest to show that he wasn't in any serious trouble. At the same time that Zhang Chui's raid progress reached 100% this morning, Yi felt that his entire body was infused with a very refreshing energy. The wound on his chest was also healing at a rate that the body itself could detect. Maybe it's a little perk for when the raid progresses to 100%. Senpai, are you hurt? Xia Xiaoyu, who was concentrating on eating fish, raised her head with a worried face when she heard that Yi was injured. It was surprising that she didn't know about something as big as Yi's injury. Luckily, Yi was still so nice to her. Xia Xiaoyu blamed herself a bit in her heart. It's okay, he was at my house last night and I checked his wounds. Small problem. Before Yi could speak, Zhang Chui answered for him, and Zhang Chui didn't even lift her head when she spoke, drinking the rib soup in front of her self-consciously. It was said lightly, as if everything was as natural as eating and drinking, but this nature is subtly revealed in a public declaration of sovereignty. Zhang Yilin raised her eyebrows, clearly understanding Zhang Chui's words. The movement of the food in his hand followed with a slight lull, but just a second later, Kang Yi Rim was back to normal. Zhang Chui, this was a formal declaration of war. Then naturally, she wouldn't sit around and wait for it to happen. So what if Zhang Chui made the first move? As a high-level relationship military counselor, Kang Yi Rim is confident that she can do it later. Yi, thanks to you yesterday, I was nervous until I went on stage, and my heart just got a little easier after I saw the message you sent me. By the way, didn't you reward me more than $2 million in teasing voice the other day? I got my hands on almost $1,200,000. I'm going to rent a house near the school as well. I'll probably be picking up a lot of off-campus events next. It would be easier to live out here. After saying that, Zhang Yilin winked at Yi. It's obvious that it's directly telling Yi in public that in the future, I'll live off-campus as well. If you get a chance, you can come and sit at my house too. Zhang Chui sensed the flavor of gunpowder in Zhang Yilin's words and casually clipped a chicken leg into Yi's bowl. It's been a hard 2 days. Make up for it. A simple sentence, but it kills. Hard work? What hard work? We're all adults. Can't we still guess? Kang Yi Rim bristled. I didn't expect Zhang Chui, the rumored iceberg beauty, to actually take the initiative to make the first move. Humph, but she wasn't going to give up on that either. Just losing the lead doesn't mean she's lost. Chapter 83, The Music Department's Royalty. Both Zhang Yilin and Xia Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic when they heard Zhang Chui's words. Neither of them backed down from it, though their minds were divided. Zhang Yilin was born to love challenging things. If Yi was really at her fingertips, she would feel bored instead. Now there was Zhang Chui as a competitor, just in time, and Xia Xiaoyu was not willing to back down. In her heart, if Yi was good to her, she would be good to Yi as well. It was only because he was chronically malnourished, so perhaps Yi therefore felt that he wasn't good looking enough. It didn't matter. She was willing to be anything as long as Yichi liked it. Looking at Zhang Chui and Zhang Yilin's collagen-filled, blown-out skin, Xia Xiaoyu chucked another piece of fish into her bowl. Well, you can always make up for all those years of missing nutrients by eating more. On the other side of the cafeteria, Xia Xiaoyu's 3 housemates muttered again. Who were those guys sitting with that little dirt chick? I know that long-legged one. She's Kong Yirim from the dance department. I've heard that she's earned a few $1 million in the past few days from teasing the sound live. As expected of a schoolgirl, she can really eat off her face. The other girl seems to be Jang Chui, who's 5th on the school flower list. Holy, 2 schoolgirls? What's with the little earth girl sitting with them? Look, all 3 of them are looking at that boy as they talk. Could it be that they are all here for him? Is Xia Xiaoyu chasing him or is he chasing Xia Xiaoyu? Nonsense. How could such a tall and handsome guy look at Xia Xiaoyu? It must be this dirt chick chasing after someone else. But if that handsome guy isn't interested in Xia Xiaoyu, why does he eat with her in the cafeteria every day at noon? Right. Why? No way. What's so great about this dirt chick? Right in the middle of these 3 low-grade gold-digging women's puzzled gazes, they only saw that the 4 people at Xia Xiaoyu's table had already finished their meals, packed up their plates, and walked out of the cafeteria together. Porsche 4S store. Hamachi. Since he wanted to swipe the cash back, Yi decisively brought Zhang Yilan along. Hello, 4 parameters, all in her name, full payment now. Yi asked Xia Xiaoyu for her ID card and handed it directly to the sale. The sale just after lunch was originally on a lunch break. When he saw a few student-looking people, he didn't even bother to get up to greet them. There are countless people who come to the Porsche 4S store every day to take pictures and pretend to be a Porsche. This group of sales has long been accustomed to it, but after hearing Yi's words, that sales rolled and crawled and hurriedly jumped up from the lunch break sofa. A fawning face greeted him. A pretender would never say something so overbearing to a sale. 4 palmers, still fully paid. There is only one kind of person who can say that. Rich people. You guys sit down first, I'll bring you the contract. The sales nodded and invited Yi and the others to sit down in the VIP room, and also presented a fine fruit plate and small snacks. Just go with the best for the configuration. And for the color, you guys pick your own. Yi waved his hand. Buying a car sounded like buying clothes. The 3 didn't push back. Zhang Chui feels that he has completely handed himself over to Yi. Yi before the Zhang Yilan brush gift can brush more than 2 million. To buy a car for himself that even if the past is not to blame. And Zhang Yilan felt that Yi was trying to win her favor in this way. As a high level of emotional armorer, naturally understand that in the face of the man's initiative to release the good intentions, cannot be rejected. Sometimes being open about it makes a man happier instead. As for Xia Xiaoyu, she had long since gotten used to seeing Yi do this. The house was bought for her. What do you care about this one car? Only she doesn't have a driver's license yet. Looks like it's time to grab a driving school and learn how to drive. Within moments, several people had each chosen their own car. Yi chose black, Zhang Chui chose pink, Zhang Yilan chose red, and Xia Xiaoyu chose white. Sign the contract, swipe your card and pay, all in one go. It doesn't even leave room for any shock sales. Various expenses added up. Yi paid a total of 10 million out of the money. Of course, they are fully reimbursed by the system. Didn't let Yi take a penny out of his own wallet. And because the 4 cars were written in Xia Xiaoyu's name, they were considered spending money for Xia Xiaoyu. After raiding Xia Xiaoyu in the future, Yi would be able to get a cashback reward of over $20 million, combined with the special bonus of doubling one's assets for every object raided. This $20 million could go up to $100 million with just a few doublings. Realizing wealth freedom is just around the corner. For Palameras, no current cars in the store. Yi left an address for the staff, and the staff said that when the car arrived, it would be delivered to the door according to the address. Walking out of the 4S store, a few people separated for the time being. Ginger Yellen is going to look at properties and is going to rent a house as soon as possible. Zhang Chui, on the other hand, received a call from her mom asking her to come home. Xia Xiaoyu, on the other hand, thought about finding a driving school to enroll in first. After the 3 women each took a taxi and left, only Yi was left alone. Yi scratched his head, inexplicably having the feeling of being a left-behind child. Ugh, busy. It's good to be busy. So what am I going to do? Thinking about it, Yi planned to do something serious. The system's hidden quest to raise the progress of the 5 schoolgirls raids to over 70%. So far, he's only bound 3 schoolgirls. There are 2 other schoolgirls who haven't even been touched yet. You can't just wait for someone's schoolgirl to come to your door on her own for no reason. In order to complete the mission early, Yi decided to take the initiative. Then the next target is the second on the school flower list, the music department royalty, Su Xingmian. Yi remembered the recent announcement on the campus website that the school was going to organize a campus singer competition. Today is the first day of the auditions. As a music student, I'm sure Su Xingmian would have been there. Go to the site. Maybe you'll run into it. Yi called an online car and hurried toward the school. Binduong University, Auditorium. The venue for today's campus singer auditions is set here. Su Xingnian was backstage applying makeup at this time, preparing for the stage. While putting on her makeup, Su Xingnian's phone was playing the online video of the day of Zhou Yijie's concert. Ji Susu, how many times have you watched this video? You like Yijie Zhou so much? A girl from the music department came over and asked. The other girls snickered and snickered. What do you know? Susu likes the mysterious person who sang with Zhou Yijie at the concert site. That mystery man sings top-notch, almost overshadowing Zhou Yijie. And to hear him introduce himself before he sang, he's a student at our school too. Chapter 84, 3 Become a Tiger. Su Xingnian blushed slightly and slapped the girl who had just snickered. Oops, nonsense. Where did I? The girl laughed and ducked, continuing to poke and say no. Just from the time you just started your makeup until now, you've seen it 7 or 8 times. I didn't expect our little fairy Susu to finally move her mortal heart. While several people were laughing and joking, there was a sudden knock on the door of the dressing room. The girl who had been joking earlier got up and went to open the door. The wooden door opened and a large bouquet of flowers appeared in front of several people. Bright red roses with a thin layer of tiny water droplets covering the petals. It looks like it was just carried from the florist. Su, good luck with the show later. A man stuck his head out to show his face from behind this large bouquet of roses. Senior Li Xiaofeng? Oh, you're here to see Sister Susu, aren't you? Li Xiaofeng is recognized as the Prince of Piano in the music department, also an avid suitor of Su Xingnian. Unlike Zhang Chui's #1 lickspittle, Xin Zhu, this Li Xiaofeng was quite a handful in terms of both looks and height. 5'8" in height and with relatively decent features. More crucially, the family is well off. The parents are the owners of a chain of hot pot restaurants in Hamachi. When Li Xiaofeng was very young, Li Xiaofeng's parents invited a professional piano teacher to their home to give Li Xiaofeng one-on-one lessons. Although after so many years of study, Li Xiaofeng's piano level has not reached the point of perfection. But compared to the average person, it's very good. It is reasonable to say that it would be a handful for such a boy to chase a girl, but it was Li Xiaofeng who hit a wall with Su Xingnian. From the time he met Su Xingnian in his freshman year of college, Li Xiaofeng has been pursuing her. No less than 20 formal confessions were made over the course of several years. Formal confessions are made almost once a month, but every time, without exception, they would be rejected by Su Xingnian. But Li Xiaofeng was not discouraged. The battle is still being fought and lost. And Su Xingnian's reason for rejecting Li Xiaofeng was simple. In her opinion, Li Xiaofeng's talent hadn't reached the point where it could impress her. As the recognized flower of the music department, Su Xingnian was more than just a vain vase. Before she went to college, Su Xingnian was already a little famous, having participated in many music competitions and gotten notable results. The ethereal and clear voice coupled with pure singing skills is Su Xingnian's greatest advantage, plus an imperial-level appearance. 5'7" with a thin waist and wide hips, a classic hourglass figure, and those wineglass legs that you can't take your eyes off of at all. It's as if the knitted brows of a smile can take the heart of a person. Such an outstanding girl will naturally not be impressed by Li Xiaofeng. In Su Xingnian's eyes, Li Xiaofeng was a fly with no sense of boundaries. Take back the flowers. I don't want them. And what do you mean? Wish us a good show? Su Xingnian's hand makeup movement did not stop, patting the loose powder on her face, not even looking at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng licked his face and squeezed into the dressing room, placed the large bouquet of exactly 99 red roses on an empty seat. Su, you don't know yet, do you? But Mr. Zhou, who was scheduled to help you play the piano accompaniment on stage, is sick today. She's temporarily entrusted me to take her place. Li Xiaofeng pulled over a chair and sat beside Su Xingnian in a very self-conscious manner. Su Xingnian frowned unhappily and subconsciously moved his body to the other side. He did receive a message on his cell phone from Teacher Zhou, but Su Xingnian was just putting on makeup and didn't click on it. Tapping the dialog box, I found that Teacher Zhou had sent a special message stating that she suddenly had some fever today and had entrusted Li Xiaofeng to play on stage in her place. It seemed that what Li Xiaofeng had said was indeed the truth. How many times have I told you not to call me Susu? I don't know you that well. Thanks. Even if Mr. Zhou can't come today, I can find someone else. Just don't bother. Su Xingnian smeared her lipstick in the mirror and then pursed her lips to make the color distribution on her lips more even, which was considered to be the final step of makeup. Li Xiaofeng was not annoyed when he heard Su Xingnian's nonchalant tone. It was a situation he had long since grown accustomed to. Su Xingnian had always had this attitude towards him for so many years, but that didn't stop him from liking Su Xingnian. It's all too normal for a girl this good to have a bit of a rack. Star sleep. It's almost time to go on stage. Where else are you going to find someone to play piano accompaniment for you? The song you're going to sing, Suzhou Creek. I've practiced it for a long time before. After I found out that Ms. Zhou helped you with the adaptation, I specifically asked her for the sheet music. For the sake of the performance effect, Su Xingnian deliberately thought of using a combination of live playing and accompaniment for the performance, and she specially invited Mr. Zhou, who is in charge of teaching piano in the music department, to help her with the rearranging and playing. The show would definitely be much less effective if we couldn't find someone to cover it because of a temporary situation. It's not a hard song to find someone who can play it. The music department is a dime a dozen. But the key was that what Su Xingnian wanted was not the original accompaniment, but the accompaniment that Mr. Zhou had adapted. Now this sheet music is only in the hands of Li Xiaofeng. That's nothing for you to worry about. I'll figure it out. Su Xingnian thought twice, but still resisted performing on the same stage as Li Xiaofeng. From what she knew about Li Xiaofeng, if she agreed to work with him on a performance, Li Xiaofeng would definitely take this as a sign that she was loosening her attitude towards him. I'm sure I'll be even more aggressive with my various pursuits in the future. After saying that, Su Xingnian turned around and left the dressing room. Li Xiaofeng didn't make any reservations either. He knew that Su Xingnian was trying to find a way to move help, but Teacher Zhou's adapted zither score was in his hands, and Su Xingnian didn't have any other option but to look for him. Ugh, just let you go. You'll still come back good anyway when you look around and realize you can't find anyone. Li Xiaofeng's face was confident. Before coming to Su Xingnian, Li Xiaofeng had made some follow-up arrangements. By the time he and Su Xingnian went on stage to perform, there would be a team of rabid fans holding up banners under the stage. The banners will say something like Lang Lang. Of course, this team of rabid fans was paid for by Li Xiaofeng. By then the other uninformed students on stage will surely follow suit. In this case, Li Xiaofeng smoothly came on stage to make a deep confession. I'm sure it will be able to strike Su Xingnian's heart. Moreover, Li Xiaofeng had calculated that with Su Xingnian's kind character, even if she didn't agree, in front of so many people, she would definitely not be the bad guy. As long as Su Xingnian didn't reject it on the spot, he could use it as an article later on, and find people on campus to spread the gossip that he and Su Xingnian were already together. 3 men make a tiger, and if more people say it, it might as well be true. Chapter 85, Little Fangirl. Su Xingnian walked out of the dressing room and came outside the auditorium, anxiously calling Mr. Zhou. I would like to ask Mr. Zhou if he has any extra sheet music. If so, just find another student from the music department who is skilled in piano technique to help. You just need to familiarize yourself with the tunes 2 more times before you go on stage, and you're sure to get through the show. Even if the end result will be a little less than ideal, there's no way around it. But the answer given by Ms. Zhou was that she only had 1 copy of that adapted sheet music, and it's already been given to Li Xiaofeng. What to do? Is it hard to only go to Li Xiaofeng? Ugh. If only there was someone other than Xiaofeng Li who could help me with today's piano accompaniment. A wish bar silently appeared above Su Xingnian's head. This scene was seen by Yi from a long distance away. Su Xingnian, the goddess of the music department, is highly recognizable in the crowd with her trademark wine glass legs and waist-length black straightness. Yi didn't even think about it and immediately clicked to receive the wish. It's better to be early than never. Just met and popped a wish quest. Ding! Detecting that the host is performing a wish quest, granting the host a temporary bonus, piano playing proficiency. In an instant, a wealth of music theory knowledge and playing experience flooded into Yi's brain. Everything is in place. Now it's just a matter of opportunity. How should I strike up a conversation with Su Xingnian and fulfill her wish? If you go up to me and say, "Hello beautiful, can I help you play on stage?" I'm afraid I'll be directly treated as a dog licker or a psychopath by Su Xingnian. It would be best to have Su Xingnian make this request herself, so that he could logically agree to do her this favor. Yi thought about it and decided that it was better to adopt a roundabout tactic. Find a way to strike up a conversation with Su Xingnian before saying anything. Hello student, may I ask if the audition for the campus singers competition is here today? I came to see the show. Yi walked forward and asked politely. At this time, Su Xingnian was worriedly thinking about the performance in a while, and nodded extremely perfunctorily, pointing to the entrance of the auditorium. Here. Yi skimmed his lips, failing to strike up a conversation, just asking for directions. Su Xingnian was so impatient. If he said a few more words, I'm afraid Su Xingnian was going to blow up straight away. Yi turned around and walked past Su Xingnian towards the auditorium. This strike misses, so we'll have to find another opportunity. But just as Yi had just taken 2 or 3 steps out, Su Xingnian's voice came from behind him. Wait, that student, please wait. Su Xingnian had just been annoyed about the performance, but the moment Yi brushed past, Su Xingnian suddenly felt that Yi's voice, and those eyes, seemed like she had seen them somewhere. After calling out to Yi, Su Xingnian took 2 or 3 quick steps to walk in front of Yi. At that moment, it was like she finally remembered something. Hurriedly, he raised his palm and blocked Yi's nose and mouth. Gosh, those eyes. Isn't this the same boy who was chosen for the EJ concert scene last week in the video? You're the mystery man with the mask, aren't you? It's the one from the concert. Su Xingmian was a bit incoherent for a moment. Yi on the video wore a black mask covering half of his face and could only see his eyes clearly. At this moment, after blocking half of Ye's face with his palm, Su Xingmian suddenly realized that the eyebrows of this person in front of him were too similar to that mysterious person on the video. Excuse me, sorry. Seemingly realizing that he had acted a bit out of character, Su Xingmian hastily apologized. For some reason, after sensing that the boy in front of him was most likely the mysterious man wearing a mask at the concert, Su Xingmian suddenly had a feeling of having met his idol in his heart. Su Xingmian herself possessed an uncommon level of singing, so she knew more than anyone else how excellent the singing of the mysterious man wearing a mask at the concert was. Without any hesitation, the performance circulated on the video. The mysterious man's singing standard even vaguely suppressed the Heavenly King superstar Joijia head-to-head, and that mystery man had said he was from Hamachi University when he introduced himself at the beginning. There weren't many people in the music department of Binchang University, and Su Xingmian basically sort of knew them all. There is absolutely no such person. In other words, this mystery man is not from the music department. Non-professional counterparts can actually have such feats. This amazing talent can almost be described as a demon. So after learning that the handsome-looking boy in front of him was most likely the mysterious man at the concert, Su Xingmian inevitably felt some excitement in her heart. I was wondering how I was going to find out about this person, but I didn't think I'd just stumble upon him today. It's fate, I guess. Why did he come to the auditorium too? Are you going to audition for the school singer competition as well? According to his strength, it looks like he's going to win this one. For a while, Su Xingmian thought of many things in his heart. Originally, she was very confident about this school singer competition. Just going by her experience in those off-campus singing competitions, it wouldn't be hard for her to win this time. But now this mystery man has appeared. If he's in it too. Su Xingmian was well aware of how much of a gap there was between himself and the other party. Yi smiled, and Su Xingmian's inner tension was visible to him. Originally, I thought that it would be difficult to raid this imperial schoolgirl whose tone was a bit impatient at the first meeting. Didn't expect that. I didn't realize that the other person was my little fangirl? Then everything will be easier. It's really thanks to the wish quest that Jang Chui popped out at the concert site that day. Otherwise Yi would still be a singing pentatonic until now. Ahem. Yes, I was singing a song at the EJ Chow concert. I didn't expect to be recognized by you. Yi slightly ended up a bit. It's natural to pretend a little bit when you're dealing with your own little fangirl. This is a better way to inspire the other person to adore them. Seeing Yi admit it, Su Xingmian covered her mouth in excitement. Elation sparkled in his eyes. Although he had just roughly guessed the identity of the boy in front of him, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when he heard the other party admit it in person. Hello, my name is Su Xingmian. I'm from the music department. Are you here for today's school singer competition too? Yi nodded politely, his tone calm as usual. Hello, my name is Yi, from the Chinese department. I didn't sign up for today's audition. I just came to check it out. Although there was a singing proficiency skill rewarded by the system, Yi had full certainty in his heart that if he participated in this kind of competition, he would be able to win the championship easily. But Yi didn't want to make a spectacle of this. After all, it's not like there's a prize for the winner of the school singer competition. Might as well brush up on your wish quests more often if you have the time. Moreover, Yi didn't want to disturb the true rankings of those students who went to the competition through their own efforts through this kind of opening. That would be so unfair to others. He was only here to raid the schoolgirl, Su Xingmian, and that was his top priority. Su Xingmian student, just now I saw that you were worried here. Why? Is there something bothering you? The bait is cast and the next thing you know, you're waiting for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 86, So he's so handsome. In the face of Yi's concern, Su Xingmian felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told him his current predicament, including the reason why he didn't want to perform with that Li Xiaofeng on the same stage was also told to Yi. Facing this boy who made her heart admire her, Su Xingmian naturally had an inexplicable sense of trust towards Yi. After listening to Su Xingmian, Yi pretended to be thoughtful, then gently nodded. Actually, I play the piano too. Why don't I accompany you on stage? Yi spoke very low, but Su Xingmian heard a different meaning in it. Could someone who was so talented in singing be just as talented in piano? It's hard to believe that someone is really an all-around genius. Thank you, Yaichi-san. But the song accompaniment I submitted up was adapted. A live, equally adapted piano accompaniment is needed to complement it. Su Xingmian didn't make it obvious, but she believed that with Yi's knowledge of music theory, she would be able to understand the meaning. It's not hard to play this piece on the piano. The hard part is matching it with an adapted accompaniment, and that adapted sheet music is in the hands of Li Xiaofeng. with Li Xiaofeng's character, he would never hand over this zither score. That's not hard. I assume you have a backup of the adapted song accompaniment you submitted up here? Su Xingnian nodded at his words. This one does. Yi revealed a confident smile. That's easy. You send me a backup of that song accompaniment to listen to. I can adapt it for you on the spot and then go on stage and play the piano accompaniment for you. Su Xingnian looked at Yi's eyes somewhat incredulously, realizing that Yi did not look like he was joking. Ad hoc adaptations on the spot? There wasn't any time to prepare ahead of time, and there was only about half an hour from now until she went on stage. Yi not only had to adapt the piano accompaniment during this time, but he also had to play it on stage. It may not even be a chance to practice. It can only be done on a clinical basis. If Yi could really do all this, then this talent is simply more terrifying than a demon. Student Yi, are you serious? Yi nodded with certainty. Well, that wasn't too hard for me. Don't worry about leaving it to me. The words were very easy to say, but the pretentious tone between the words was directly pulled full. Not too hard. That's not too hard? It is important to know that Mr. Zhou, who has been immersed in piano skills for so many years in the music department, spent almost a week to adapt this piano accompaniment, and in order to practice this accompaniment so as to achieve the best fit with the musical accompaniment, Mr. Zhou practiced for another week. A teacher with perfect piano skills needs 2 weeks. You, Yi, are actually confident that you can do it in just less than half an hour? And you still don't think it's difficult? If it wasn't for Yi's amazing performance at the concert, Su Xingnian would have thought that Yi was pretending when he said those words. Okay, I'll send you the musical accompaniment to listen to. Then, I'll leave it to you then, Yaichi-san. After briefly thinking for a moment, Su Xingnian still decided to trust Yi. Yi's confident look didn't seem like he was lying. Maybe he really is extremely talented at playing the piano, too. Besides, in the current situation, Su Xingnian couldn't find any other more suitable candidates. Even if Yi played poorly and affected the final presentation of the song, it was still much better than having Li Xiaofeng on stage. Well, at least, Yi could be considered his idol now. Thinking of this, Su Xingnian's delicate face couldn't help but redden a few points. After adding Yi's WeChat, Su Xingnian sent the musical accompaniment over. Yi student, we're going to be on stage in a while. Gotta go backstage and get ready now. Let's listen as we walk. Su Xingnian looked at the time. The audition had already started now. In the order in which they went up, 8 more would be her turn. Yi nodded and opened the accompaniment sent by Su Xingnian while walking towards the backstage with Su Xingnian. The auditorium, backstage. Li Xiaofeng waited confidently. He expected Su Xingnian to have absolutely no way to move to the rescue. As long as he waited here, Su Xingnian would definitely agree to let him go on stage to help with the piano accompaniment in the end. But I didn't expect that. I actually waited until Su Xingnian walked over with a tall and handsome boy. Star Sleep, who is he? Seeing Yi standing beside Su Xingnian, Li Xiaofeng immediately felt a wave of hostility towards Yi in his heart. His intuition told him that this tall and handsome boy would be a rival with him for Su Xingnian in the future. This is the student I asked to accompany me on the piano. Li Xiaofeng, you don't have to wait here. This is backstage. It's not like you're in the audition. Do not disturb us in our final preparations. Su Xingnian said it without ceremony. There wasn't a hint of trying to save Li Xiaofeng's face. Li Xiaofeng was a bit anxious. I didn't expect Su Xingnian to actually find help. How can this be? He's already paid for a specialized atmosphere crew. By the time he and Su Xingnian performed on the same stage, the atmosphere group would lead the way and raise a ruckus below. Everything was in place, and it looked like the last step was just a matter of executing this carefully planned confession on his own. Star Sleep, him? I don't think he's in our music department. Yi looked at Li Xiaofeng, then at Su Xingnian's reaction, and immediately understood the relationship between the two. Got it. Another lickspittle and goddess story. Now that it was nearing the time to go on stage, Yi didn't want to spend his energy on fighting with this licking dog. Don't worry about what department I'm in. All you need to know is one thing. She invited me up on stage to help her with her piano accompaniment. Not you. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. You'll only embarrass yourself if you dwell on it. And I don't want to hear anything about you questioning whether I can play the piano or anything like that. I'm even less interested in pretending to be a pig in front of you and having to show my hand and punch you in the face to prove my strength. This plot is a little too cheesy. If you really want to see this hilarity, then you go sit in the front audience. But now please leave us alone. Yi deliberately emphasized the word we. Su Xingnian inclined his head and looked at Yi's side face as he spoke. Previously, her understanding of Yi was limited to that video from the concert. I only know that Yi sings beautifully. Unexpectedly, Yi's private character was actually so domineering. This is really, it's so handsome. It's only natural that someone with talent should have that kind of arrogance. That's what really attracts her to a man. Chapter 87, Hall of Fame Masters. After hearing these words from Yi, Li Xiaofeng subconsciously looked at Su Xingnian, wondering if these words were authorized by Su Xingnian, or if the boy thought he was saying them. If it was the latter, then I'm sure Su Xingnian's heart would be slightly revolted after hearing these words, because Su Xingnian was usually a relatively kind and gentle person, though each time he would deny himself gravely, none of them would take the words too far. This boy, however, was just invited by Su Xingnian to work together once. Li Xiaofeng was familiar with the circle of those classmates and friends around Su Xingnian, and there was no such person at all. This shows that the two men did not know each other well. Since you don't know each other well, in what capacity are you saying these things? And we with a straight face, does Su Xingnian want to be we with you? That's hilarious. Thinking of this, Li Xiaofeng felt that if Su Xingnian's face showed displeasure, he would be able to take advantage of the situation to disassociate Su Xingnian and that boy. This opportunity to go on stage and play piano accompaniment just might be worth fighting for again. But looking at him staring at Su Xingnian for a full 3 seconds, he didn't see a single hint of unhappiness on Su Xingnian's face. Instead, there was still some admiration and appreciation in her eyes as she looked at the tall, handsome boy. Holy, what's going on here? Why are you admiring him? You're a talented girl in the music department. I've won awards for singing competitions, big and small. You don't usually look at your teachers with such adoring eyes, do you? Li Xiaofeng muttered in his heart. Su Xingnian's posture at this moment was living like a little fangirl. The goddess who was so high in her own heart was surprisingly very different in front of this boy. This huge discrepancy made Li Xiaofeng feel bad in his heart. Li Xiaofeng, please leave. Don't interrupt us doing our final preparations before we go on stage. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's delayed response, Su Xingnian spoke out to remind him. She didn't want Li Xiaofeng to disrupt Yi's rhythm. It's now about 20 minutes before we hit the field. If he wasted any more time, even if Yi had the most top-notch talent, he wouldn't be able to complete this clinical performance. Star sleep. Li Xiaofeng wanted to say something else, but Su Xingnian and Yi didn't have the intention of wanting to listen at all. The two of them walked to the side and listened to the accompaniment on their own. Seeing this situation, Li Xiaofeng could only obediently shut up. He knew that for Su Xingnian, finishing this performance in the best possible condition was the #1 priority. Okay, well, let's wait until after the show. If this boy made a fool of himself on stage and dragged Su Xingnian down, then he would definitely do everything he could to nail this boy to the pillar of shame. Seeing that this annoying fly finally went away, Yi could also finally calm down and do his business properly. Tapping on the backing track, Yichi brought his cell phone speaker up to his ear. This accompaniment has been adapted to give it a more acrostic and mournful flavor than the original. As the notes entered Yi's ears one by one, the corresponding piano accompaniment was automatically generated in Yi's mind. After hearing it just once, Yi knew how to use the piano to match this accompaniment. On the side, Su Xingnian watched Yi's confident and serious appearance with unblinking eyes, and his heart was flooded with peach blossoms. They say that serious men are the most handsome, and it seems to be true. At this time, a girl who had previously played and laughed with Su Xingnian quietly came to Su Xingnian's side and gossiped in a low voice. Sister Susu, this boy, why does he look so familiar? It feels as if it looks a bit like the boy on top of the video you saw earlier. Su Xingnian gently nodded and lowered his voice, trying not to disturb Yi who was seriously arranging the song. Yes, that's him. I was just in front of the auditorium just as he came to me for directions. I saw those eyes of his and reacted instantly. The girl whispered, "Oh wow, it's fate. You liked him so much, and then he just appeared out of nowhere. By the way, how did you convince him to accompany you on stage? He'll actually play the piano?" Su Xingnian blushed with shame and subconsciously was about to cover the girl's mouth. "No, I just like to hear him sing. Don't you talk nonsense." Su Xingnian glanced at Yi and realized that Yi hadn't noticed the movement on this side, and only then did he feel slightly more at ease. In front of the auditorium, he could tell I had something on my mind. I just told him about Mr. Chow's temporary illness that prevented him from accompanying me today. Then he offered that he could help me. To be honest, I don't know if he can play the piano. Not to mention I don't know if he really knows how to arrange music. But, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like there's in my heart for him, a wonderful sense of trust. My gut tells me he's going to surprise me. Looking at the other side of the backstage, with his hands half hanging in the air, seemingly simulating practicing the piano, Su Xingnian's heart inexplicably produced a flutter. Sister Susu, then I wish you be able to consummate The girl smirked and snickered. Su Xingnian pouted and chided in a small voice, making a gesture to raise her palm. Stinky girl, what are you talking about? The girl deftly dodged and ran in the direction of the dressing room, explained with a bad smile as he ran. Sister Susu, I meant to wish you a successful performance. Did you get it wrong yourself? Watching the girls run away without a trace, Su Xingnian's beautiful eyes flowed and she stomped her feet in place. Damn girl, I won't spare you when I'm done with the show. As the host chimed in, Yi and Su Xingnian walked onto the stage side by side. Are you nervous? Su Xingnian asked in a small voice. Yeah, I have sung in concerts though, but that's ultimately different from a race. It is inevitable that people will be nervous when they are in a race situation. Su Xingnian had gotten used to it a long time ago due to his rich experience in this kind of thing. But Su Xingnian was worried that he would play badly because of his nervousness. However, Yi was incomparably calm at the moment. With the moment, the system temporarily added the piano playing proficiency. In addition to the theoretical knowledge, the rich performance experience also entered Yi's mind together. At this moment, Yi could undoubtedly be compared to a Hall of Fame piano master. Don't worry, I'll bring you the best accompaniment. The lights on the stage seemed like a long-lost old friend to Yi. The moment he walked on stage, he knew what angle to present himself to the audience. With this familiar stage style, it's hard to believe that this is Yi's first serious performance on stage. Going to sit down in front of the piano, Yi hovered his hands over the keys. Then he nodded slightly in Su Xingnian's direction. Su Xingnian also gently nodded. She knew that Yi had already made preparations. Chapter 88, Together. The lights dimmed, leaving only two trailing beams of light on the stage. The musical intro plays. In the sound of the accompaniment, Yi's hand hanging in midair fell lightly and flipped up on the keys. The voice that sounded like flowing water instantly grabbed people's heartstrings. A light sadness also seeped into people's hearts along with the notes. The moment he heard the sound of the piano, it was as if a certain place in Su Xingnian's soul was suddenly struck. She had heard the piano accompaniment after Mr. Zhou had adapted it earlier. A little more melancholy than the original. But this version that Yi adapted on the fly contains surprisingly stronger emotions. How did he make it up in such a short time? Listening to Yi's zither, Su Xingnian seemed to see a picture in front of his eyes. Man and woman love heart and soul, but finally because of some force majeure can only choose to separate. The two miss each other immensely again when they are apart. Days and nights are trapped in the memories of what once was. Thinking about it is like madness. So this is what it feels like to be in love but not in love. Su Xingnian, who had never been in love, for the first time had a deeper sense of love. And this kind of realization was surprisingly brought to her by Yi's zither, just by the sound of the piano alone. That's awesome. Genius. Yi is really a genius. Looking at Yi, who was sitting in front of the piano and fully engaged, Su Xingnian suddenly had a thought in his heart. This song, she's going to sing it for Yi. Su Xingnian under the spotlight slowly raised the microphone in her hand accompanied by the gentle sound of the piano. Vermilion lips flicked out. I'm just the fishing fire. You're the bubble. The rise and fall on the canal stirs up smoke. Su Xingnian's soulful voice narrated as if she was telling a story to everyone. The story begins with the two men meeting in passing. But karma is just so magical. With just one look, the two fell in love at first sight, and then fall deeply in love. I was young and thought that love could win against all odds, thinking that as long as two people are truly dependent on each other, they will never be separated. But gradually, reality and life taught them a hard lesson. Love, it turns out, really isn't something you can walk away from by wishful thinking. The more Su Xingnian sang, the more he got into it, and the picture he created in his mind became clearer and clearer. Love is just love, and great love is just love in the end. When she sang this line, tears even slipped from the corner of Su Xingnian's eyes. Yi's piano is so infectious. The emotions that the song was intended to convey were sent into the hearts of everyone in the room in its entirety. And in that love story created in Su Xingnian's mind, the face of the male protagonist gradually turned into Yi's face. The heroine's face then fades into her own. Su Xingnian seemed to feel as if he had known and loved Yi. But in the end, he had to separate. The heartbreaking feeling brought about by a lost love was also perfectly portrayed by Su Xingnian in song. Off stage, the students were quiet. Everyone's thoughts were deeply moved by these two people on the stage. As if mesmerized, he watched the pair as if they were lovers. Who is this boy? And how come I haven't seen him before in the school-organized music competition? I originally thought Su Xingnian was already strong enough, but I didn't expect this boy to play the piano even more brilliantly. You guys, this is what you call a talented man and a beautiful woman. I heard that Su Xingnian has never been in love since her freshman year. I wonder if it's true. People who have never been in love actually have so much emotion in their songs? You don't understand. It's called talent. I'll testify. I'm from the music department. Su Xingnian really has never had a conversation because she has an extremely high vision. Unless any boy can convince her with his talent. Even our department's piano prince Li Xiaofeng had trouble getting into Su Xingnian's eyes. Come on. Bull asterisk 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 piano prince. After hearing this level of piano playing on stage today, I think this piano prince title can also be replaced. Look. Su Xingnian looked into the eyes of the piano playing boy. Wow. He's got a lot of love in his eyes. Do you guys think the two of them will? I don't know, eh? One of you get a chance to gossip. Some curious students on stage were already whispering. At that moment, a dozen people suddenly walked in from the corner of the auditorium. The dozen or so people walked to a position not far from the stage and sat down. Then Swish unfolded a banner. The banner simply repeats the words together. Together. It was only in the moment when this banner was opened that Li Xiaofeng, who was sitting in the audience, realized that something was wrong. Finished. I forgot to explain that the Atmosphere team didn't have to come over. Just now, he was just sitting there guessing what Su Xingmian's relationship was with the boy playing the piano. Totally forgot about the fact that I had invited the Atmosphere crew to get a rise out of it. Originally, he was thinking that he and Su Xingmian would perform on the same stage, when the show is at its height. Arrange for the Atmosphere group to come and hold up a banner calling on the rest of the class to follow suit. Then you can logically come to a public confession yourself at everyone's urging. Even if Su Xingmian didn't say yes on the spot, then this confession that was witnessed by the students would become the talk of the town after dinner. As the saying goes, three's a crowd, and there are so many rumors going around that they may become true. But now, the one performing with Su Xingmian on stage, it's not myself. Isn't this a favor to someone else? Li Xiaofeng hurriedly stood up and shook his hand in panic at the dozen or so people in the Atmosphere group. Signal them to hurry up and put the banner away and get out of here. But there was no light in the auditorium audience, and the group from the Atmosphere group could not see that the person waving at them was Li Xiaofeng. Thought it was one of the students who saw the scene and wanted to get up in arms with him. So those in the Atmosphere group waved their banners even more violently, even let a shout out. Together, together. On stage, Su Xingmian's singing happened to be coming to an end as well. The students under the stage were still immersed in the emotions created by Su Xingmian and Yi Yi for a long time. At the sound of the uproar, everyone looked back, seeing the banner that said together. The students' heartstrings seemed to be touched. We all hope that the pair on stage can make up for the regret of not being able to love each other as expressed in the song. Together. Gradually, everyone shouted along, until Su Xingmian finished singing and the musical coda ended. The students were still obliviously cooing under the stage. Ding! It has been detected that the host has completed the Heart's Desire mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. The wish object has been automatically bound. Name Su Xingmian. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Bust, D. Face value, 9. 0 points. Current emotional status, single. Current strategy progress, 53. 7%. Hearing the system prompt that he had bound Su Xingmian, Yi Yi got up from his seat with satisfaction and walked over to Su Xingmian's side intending to join her in giving thanks. Chapter 89, Being Confessed in Public. Yi Yi walked to Su Xingmian's side, and only then did he hear what the students under the stage were shouting in unison. I can't blame him for being hard of hearing, mostly because it was just filled with the sound of a piano accompaniment. Everyone, this is kicking our CP? Yi Yi jokingly whispered to Su Xingmian. Su Xingmian blushed slightly and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yaichi, did you really improvise the accompaniment just now? For the talent Yi Yi had displayed, Su Xingmian simply adored it. This man, not only was his singing skills far above hers, but even his piano skills were so out of this world. Looking at the entire Binchang University, Su Xingmian dared to guarantee that even those teachers responsible for teaching piano in the music department would find it difficult to look up to them. I'm afraid that such an outstanding musical talent, when looking at the entire Chinese music scene, can be described as a once-in-a-century occurrence. Right at the moment when Yahichi's piano sounded during the performance just now, Su Xingmian could then feel an unspeakable sentiment slowly fermenting within himself. It was a feeling she'd never had before. Perhaps that's what a heartbeat feels like. The uproar of the students under the stage at the moment did not make Su Xingmian feel any displeasure. Even she felt that these uproarious students were cheering her on. It's so rare to find a boy as good as Yi Yi. Always take advantage of this opportunity. Once you miss it, I'm afraid it's hard to meet someone who can make your heart sing like that. Thinking of this, Su Xingmian took a deep breath to ease her nervousness, and then raised the microphone in her hand once again. Yi Yi-san, I like you. Perhaps many girls feel that initiating a chase after a guy is a very degrading thing to do. It seems that when two people are in a relationship, the man should initiate everything, and the woman just needs to play the role of the superior one who accepts the guy's unconditional advances. It seems that this is the way to show your value and importance, but Su Xingmian didn't think so. In her opinion, a boy who could make her like him had to be even better than her. How could someone better than himself in turn lower himself to make overtures to himself? This is clearly unreasonable. So, in Su Xingmian's view of love, when faced with a boy who makes her heart flutter, it's up to her to take the initiative. She didn't think it was a drop in the bucket at all. A girl's worth shouldn't be defined by whether she initiates or not. In the face of Su Xingmian's sudden confession, Li Xiaofeng's eyes on the stage were about to spit fire with jealousy. The opportunity to go on stage and work with Su Xingnian was taken away. The uproarious vibe hyped up by the paid atmosphere crew was robbed. Even Su Xingnian has been robbed now. And Su Xingnian is the second highest ranked school flower on Bincheng University's school flower list. This face, this status, taking the initiative to confess to an unknown boy in front of so many people? What's so great about this boy? Can't you just play the piano? He, Li Xiaofeng, can do it too. Why hadn't he attracted Su Xingnian after playing the piano for so many years? And the boy had merely taken the stage and played a tune. Is Su Xingnian in love with you? At this time, the other students under the stage saw the scene of Su Xingnian taking the initiative to confess his love. And they couldn't hold down their excited gossiping hearts even more. The schoolgirl took the initiative to confess her love. And in public. This stance is unheard of. Promise her. Promise her. The students immediately changed their words and shouted at Yi Yi, who had not yet made a response on the stage. Yi Yi frowned slightly, his face expression a little stiff for a moment. Su Xingnian had just been bound, and the progress of the raid was as high as 53.7%, which was indeed a good thing. It shows that it will be very easy to boost to 70%. Even if Su Xingnian took the initiative to confess, Yi Yi felt it was reasonable. But the point is, Su Xingnian is now confessing in front of so many students in the auditorium. If he said yes now, what should those schoolgirls who hadn't been raided yet do? Jiang Yilan, Wei Shurian. If the two of them knew that they had agreed to Su Xingnian's confession, would they not allow themselves to raid? And Jiang Chui, hell, I don't know if this raider progress will fall from 100% again? Even with the support of the 100 secrets to holding a goddess, Yi Yi was in trouble at this time. Now Yi Yi realized that the scum is not so good. If you want to be the king of the sea, the most crucial thing is to balance the relationship between various forces. One party cannot be made too powerful. This is not conducive to the development of other forces. But now this practice of Su Xingnian confessing in public really made it difficult for him to ride the tiger. Turn it down. Surely not. It's not good to say yes. What to do? Yi Yi's mind worked frantically, but he didn't come up with a perfect solution either. Seeing that Yi Yi did not make a reply, Su Xingnian was the first to react. She had seen many scenes of guys confessing their love to girls in public before, including herself who has been confessed to by Li Xiaofeng in public several times. The person being confessed to is likely to be resistant in their mind if they don't like such a high-profile scene. Su Xingnian felt some remorse in her heart. Just got impulsive in the heat of the moment. Wasn't he doing this in front of so many people to force Yi Yi to hurry up and make a decision? You can't rush something like a relationship. Student Yi Yi, don't think too much. I didn't ask you to answer me anything. It's not like you have to confirm what kind of relationship you have with me right now. I just wanted to tell you what I think. As long as you know I like you, that's all that matters. I'm telling you this today, perhaps on impulse. We just met and you don't know me very well, but my liking for you is genuine. I hope you'll forgive my presumption. At the same time, I hope you'll give me a chance to woo you. In front of hundreds of classmates, Su Xingnian greatly spoke his inner thoughts. Dare to think and act. This was something that Yi Yi greatly appreciated. That's the quality a sincere girl should have. There's not that much bending over backwards to say what you think. Yaichi nodded. It's an honor to be liked by you. We can be friends first. What's the key to the phrase be a friend first? Certainly not friends. It's first. We'll start off as friends. And no one can make a decision this early on as to where we can go from there. Yi Yi's implication was also equivalent to giving Su Xingnian a chance. As expected, after hearing Yi Yi's answer, a light of hope lit up in Su Xingnian's eyes. Yi Yi did not refuse. That means, she has a chance. After rejoicing, Su Xingnian then reacted to the curtain call. So he hastily bowed to the stage and followed Yi Yi to the stage in the gazes of his classmates filled with envy and blessings. Student Yi Yi, do you have any plans for later? Just after arriving at the stage, Su Xingnian stopped Yi Yi, who was ready to leave. Chapter 90, Chosen to Fight Workers. Student Yi Yi, if you're free tonight, I'd like to invite you to dinner. For one thing, it's kind of my way of thanking you for saving my ass today. Thanks to your piano accompaniment, I've added a lot of color to this performance. And secondly, I want to get in touch with you and learn more. Su Xingnian fell to speaking his mind. There's no point in covering it up. Since the target of the raid was so proactive, Yi Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. Maybe there's a chance to brush up on some wish quests. Good. I have no other plans tonight. You'll be the one to decide where to eat. Yi Yi first took a few girls to buy a car this afternoon, and then came to school to help Su Xingnian with her accompaniment. It was almost close to 5 o'clock at this moment, and Yi Yi happened to feel a little hungry as well. Seeing Yi Yi agree so readily, Su Xingnian's eyes curved and smiled. Let's go eat hot pot. I saw a new hot pot restaurant in Hamachi on Tees the other day. It seems like a Netflix store. This time this one is the first store to open in Hamachi. As we all know, The so-called Netflix restaurants are usually expensive, with average taste, and then the queue is still very long. But girls seem to be keen on going to such online stores to take photos and then post them on their friends' circles. The Chinese woman who has to make a movie in her life is no more than that. Even an imperial schoolgirl like Su Xingmian was no exception. Yi Yi was indifferent. It makes little difference to the boys what they eat, just as long as you can eat. Anyway, Su Xingmian was treating the guests, so naturally, he let Su Xingmian make the arrangements. Su Xingmian had to remove her makeup and change out of her performance clothes, so Yi Yi waited at the entrance of the auditorium. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a white and slender hand patted Yi Yi's shoulder. "Hey, I kept you waiting." Su Xingmian turned to Yi Yi with a playful face. After removing the heavy makeup from the last show, Su Xingmian also simply made up a light makeup. The clothes on the body were changed to an everyday ensemble. A champagne-colored dress with a light brown scarf draped over it as a shawl. The shapely figure was outlined in a dress that was very flattering, but was held back a bit by the scarf. There is a hidden beauty. Waist-length hair was spread casually over her shoulders and behind her back, and the deep black color of her hair set off her neck ever whiter. Was it good? Su Xingmian asked a question that girls ask on dates. Even though she was the second-ranked school beauty of Binchang University, even though there are countless suitors, compliments fill the air around them every day. When facing the person she liked, Su Xingmian still subconsciously wanted to know if she was pretty enough in Yi Yi's eyes, and Yi Yi's reaction was impeccable. The eyes were gentlemanly and polite as they took a serious look at Su Xingmian's overall outfit. Then he nodded slightly, showing 3 parts surprise and 7 parts appreciation. Good looking. It's pretty. This kind of heartfelt appreciation is very flattering for any girl. As expected, Su Xingmian's face smiled all the more after hearing Yi Yi's answer. Walking out of the school side by side, the two of them took a cab. 40 to 50 minutes later came the destination, Manhwa Street. After getting off the bus, Yi Yi froze when he saw the familiar commercial neighborhood. The injury he suffered from watching Kang Yi Rim perform here last night hasn't healed yet, and he didn't expect to come back today. Su Xingmian pointed to the signboard of the hot pot restaurant not far away. I heard that this commercial neighborhood is new, and it seems like there was an opening show yesterday. It's my first time, too. Look, it's that hot pot restaurant. It's hot online. There's a line every day. It's a good thing I just took the number on my cell phone while I was removing my makeup at school. Now in front of us, there are 6 more tables. Let's go straight over there and wait. The duo arrived in front of the hot pot restaurant and waited a few minutes for their number. The store was doing well, and every table was basically full of girls who had ordered the Netflix desserts taking selfies into their cell phone lenses. Yi Yi and Su Xingmian came to sit down in an empty seat against the corner, and a waiter came over to greet them. Both of you, just scan the QR code on the table to order. Leaf 1? Pink hair and a double ponytail. A hot pot restaurant's work clothes but dressed like a JK uniform. Yi Yi's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Wei Shurian? You, don't you work seafood buffet as a part-time job? Being driven? It shouldn't be. Didn't I praise you with the restaurant manager yesterday? I really can't blame Yi Yi for making a fuss. Yi Yi felt that this Wei Shurian was on the verge of becoming a fixed refresh NPC. How one spends money at whatever store she goes to, and she works part-time at that store. What kind of chosen hitman physique is this? Could it be that she had awakened some kind of part-time job system in her? Wei Shurian spat out her tongue and hemmed and hawed. I'm working the early shift at that store today, and I'm off after the noon rush. I thought I had nothing to do at night, so I came here to get another job. 4th year of college coursework is not much. Wei Shurian think idle is idle. Why not earn more money? Early realization of their entrepreneurial dreams. And of all the part-time jobs, waitressing is the best to find. You don't need to do any excessive training. You can just come in and order the food without having to do anything too much. And the income is quite substantial. 102 a day. That's 240 a day if you work 2 jobs. That's 200 a month. At this rate, save up until you graduate from college, and you'll be able to open a small store or rent a small stall. Yi Yi admired from the bottom of his heart people like this who had clear goals and worked very hard. One has to offer her entrepreneurial support. She doesn't want it. Prefer to build up little by little on your own. Just this heart is already something that many people don't have. You're Su Xingmian, right? How did you two? The list of schoolgirls is public and every schoolgirl's photo is above. Wei Shurian and Su Xingmian naturally knew about each other. It was just that Wei Shurian was a bit curious. How come Yi Yi is related to so many schoolgirls? I went to school with Zhang Chui that day. I heard Xia Xiaoyu say that he also rewarded Jiang Yilan and bought a car. Then yesterday there was talk of funding your own business. I came to eat hot pot with Su Xingmian again today. Of the 5 schoolgirls on the schoolgirl list, 4 are related to him. This is a scumbag? That's not right. Yi Yi doesn't seem to have any purpose in doing this. If it was scum, it wouldn't be made to look like charity. You're Wei Shurian, Right, you know Yi Yi's classmate as well? You guys are. Su Xingnian saw the way Yi Yi had just talked to Wei Shiyan, and it was obvious that the two had not just met. Wei Shiyan was also considered to be a beauty known throughout Binchang University. Yi Yi and her looked so familiar. Could it be that? Do the two have any special relationship? Chapter 91, Blind Date. Oh, we're friends. Wei Shiyan naturally took over Su Xingnian's words. She and Xia Xiaoyu were friends, and Yi Yi and Xia Xiaoyu were so close. According to the logic that a friend of a friend was also a friend, Yi Yi was indeed his friend. As Wei Shiyan spoke, the twin ponytails behind her head swung around in a playful and cute manner. Su Xingnian looked at Wei Shiyan, then at Yi Yi. There was a sudden intuition in his heart. This intuition told her that Wei Shiyan might also have a crush on Yi Yi. As far as looks were concerned, she and Wei Shiyan each had their own unique characteristics. Wei Shiyan was known throughout the school for her cuteness, a baby face with a solid pink double ponytail. With those looks, it's easy to stir up a boy's protectiveness. There was also a set of photos of Wei Shiyan working at the Golden Arches circulating on the campus network before. That was taken by a couple of boys who took a picture of Wei Shiyan when they met her by chance at the Golden Arches. Pink double ponytail, pink overalls, black skirt with black stockings, live a kawaii girl. At that time, after that set of photos circulated, many boys rushed to that Golden Arches, for the sake of being able to take a look at Wei Shiyan in her Golden Arches overalls. This kind of little girl next door style girl is really appealing to boys. Thinking of this, Su Xingnian straightened her proud chest, as if she was giving herself a pep talk. Compared to Wei Shiyan, you're not so bad yourself. Well, at least the school flower list ranked herself one place ahead of her. Wei Shiyan inclined her head and put her index finger to her mouth with a curious expression. Yi Yi, I didn't expect you and Su Xingnian to know each other as well. I remember. Su Xingnian seems to be from the music department. How did Yi Yi, a Chinese major, cross paths with the music department schoolgirl? Well, just met today. Yi Yi briefly talked about the process of meeting Su Xingnian today. Oh, so that's it. So Starsleep, you're thanking Yi Yi, so you invited him over for hot pot, right? After learning that Yi Yi and Su Xingnian were just normal classmates, Wei Shiyan somehow felt a sudden sigh of relief in her heart. I don't know if it was loosened for Xia Xiaoyu or for myself. Su Xingnian frowned slightly when he saw Wei Shiyan's relieved movements. It seems his instincts were right. A boy as good as Yi Yi is really easy to make a girl's heart flutter. Wei Shiyan was no exception. Actually, I didn't just invite Yi Yi-san for hot pot today to express my gratitude. I like him and want to officially pursue him. Su Xingnian didn't like all that bending. If you like a guy, you should play straight ball. Even if Wei Shiyan also had a crush on Yi Yi. So what? Big deal. Everyone plays fair. Old Yi, I didn't think you were quite attractive to girls. Well, order up and see what you guys want. Wei Shiyan smiled and did not appear to be jealous as Su Xingnian expected her to appear after learning that she liked Yi Yi. What's going on? Is it possible to make a mistake in judgment? Thinking of this, Su Xingnian couldn't help but blush a few points. Ahem. Ordering. Yi Yi, look what you're going to eat. The best way to ease the awkwardness is to change the subject. By the way, Yi Yi, can you eat spicy food? Can. Okay, let's order the all-spicy pot then. Do you eat tripe? Aha. Where's the yellow throat? Eat. Pig brain? Eat too. A short while later, the dishes that the two had ordered were served. Wei Shiyan was responsible for the service of 6 tables of guests by herself, and after helping Yi Yi and the others start the fire, she went to the other tables to get busy first. I'll take a picture first, ha. Su Xingnian set the dishes together and picked up his cell phone to take a beautiful picture. He also picked up the drink in front of him and put it to his mouth for a nice selfie. This seems to be a uniform process for every girl to eat at so-called Netflix restaurants. With the exquisite plating on the table, Yi Yi thought that he could simply take a picture and send it to his friends as well. Well, at least it's a Netflix store. Send a circle to load up a wave yourself. Click. The shutter was pressed and Yi Yi nodded in satisfaction at the picture he had taken. Then open your friend's circle and click upload. Just 5 seconds after the friend's circle was sent, Yi Yi received a message from Jang Chui. You're at Juji Hot Pot Restaurant too? Yi Yi was startled and subconsciously looked around. After all, Jang Chui was the first one whose raid progress had reached 100%, and at this moment, it was inevitable that she had a feeling that she had been caught in the act of adultery. Then, Jang Chui sent a few more messages. What table are you at? Come and help me. My mom yelled at me to come home today and said she was meeting a friend for the evening and was bringing me along for dinner. I didn't realize until I came that I was being set up on a blind date. What should I do? Why don't I just lay it on the line with my mom and tell her I already have a boyfriend? Honey, what do you say? Originally, Yi Yi was still thinking that he had come with Su Xingnian today. It's really not convenient to step in under these circumstances. Not only Jang Chui's side can't explain, Jang Chui's mom can't even say anything. future son-in-law is having dinner with another girl. That's obviously a demerit. Anyway, Yi understood that Jang Chui only liked herself in her heart, no matter how the blind date was arranged. Yi was confident that Jang Chui would never do anything to betray him. The system's 100% rate progress, that's no joke. However, Jang Chui's last sentence, husband, called Yi with a jolt. The whole heart was tingly. The most primitive desire for protection and possessiveness in his heart was also completely aroused by this husband. Husband has shouted on, when the husband cannot see death to save it. Star sleep, wait for me, I'm going to rescue someone, I'll be right back. After saying that, he left behind Su Xingmian, who had a puzzled look on her face, and rushed over towards the location sent by Jang Chui. The hot pot restaurant is on 2 floors. The first floor is a lobby with loose seats and the second floor is a private room. Jang Chui's mom deliberately booked a private room here in advance. The other parent and Jang Chui's father are working together on this blind date she arranged today. We've had good friendships over the years, and we've gotten to know each other quite well. As a parent, you always want your child to find someone who knows what they are looking for in the future. This way the future of the marriage is secured. As for feelings can be cultivated later. Jang Chui's mother knew Jang Chui's nature. If she knew that tonight's meal was for a blind date, then she would never have come, so had to make up some random excuse. It wasn't until just now, when the man entered, that Jang Chui realized the truth about today's blind date. It was too late to leave again. You can't just throw your mom under the bus in public. Jang Chui, who had been a good girl since she was a child, couldn't do such a thing. Well, when I was just bored and secretly brushing my friend circle, I saw that Yi was actually eating here as well. Great. With Yi there, Jang Chui felt much more solid in her heart. Chapter 92, Overseas Licking Dogs. Xiao Lua. Our Yi has been relatively introverted since she was a child. In the words of you young people nowadays, this is called slow to warm up. Yeah, slow burn. Why don't you guys add WeChat first? Maybe in the future when you guys talk more and get in touch more, you'll realize the truest form of REE. Chen Yakin saw that her precious daughter was like a log. Not only did she not say a word from the time the man sat down until now, there wasn't even the bare minimum of eye contact. Today's blind date is one that I had a hard time arranging. The boy's name is Lu Yang. He came back from studying abroad. A veritable stay-at-home. Good grades, a good look, and the parents at home have known each other very well for many years. This kind of quality man, put in the dating market, that is very sought after. Returnee, second generation rich. These 2 titles are concentrated in one person. Do not know how many middle-aged women rush to want to marry their daughters to him. Fortunately, Chen Yakin had the foresight to immediately arrange this dinner today after learning that Lu Yang had just returned to China yesterday. Say whatever you want to let Jang Chui and Lu Yang meet. Sister Chui, let's add a WeChat then. Lu Yang put on a sunny and confident expression, opened his QR code and stretched it out in front of Jang Chui. The culture abroad is more open than at home. When he was abroad, Lu Yang didn't know how many girlfriends he had changed due to his favorable family conditions. Dealing with girls was as easy as drinking water for him. In his eyes, no girl could resist his active pursuit. All it takes is a slight display of your financial resources and the creation of a sunny, cheerful and honest big boy persona. Then it's a date and a movie and a room all in one. It's a trick he's tried time and time again. Originally, he had agreed to tag along today just to deal with mom and dad, but after entering the box and seeing Jang Chui for the first time, Lu Yang felt a light in his eyes. Jang Chui's cool temperament is completely different from those warm and spirited girls abroad. Coupled with her pretty face, it instantly made Lu Yang's heart pound. This kind of flower of the high ridge made Lu Yang want to conquer her. As long as Jang Chui added his WeChat, he was confident that he could step into her heart through the usual bits and pieces of care. Looking at Jang Chui in front of him, Lu Yang could imagine what it would be like to hold her in his arms in the future. I'm sorry, I don't want to add. Jang Chui gently shook her head and took a small sip of the sour plum soup in front of her. Then he put down his glass and said solemnly, my boyfriend doesn't allow me to add random people on WeChat. Jang Chui spoke in a tone as light as usual, as if she was telling something that was well known. The bright sunshine-like smile that was deliberately put on Lu Yang's face instantly stiffened. Got a boyfriend? No WeChat? Even if he had a boyfriend, he had met many girls with boyfriends abroad, but those girls invariably ended up in his pocket, because in the eyes of those girls, they are far superior to their boyfriends. A lot of girls are like that, will always be attracted to better men. Of course, so do a lot of boys. It's human nature. People just always want better. If one is not interested in the new person who appears in front of them, then there is only one explanation. It means she already has someone who is good enough and so good that no one else is worth a damn in her eyes. For the battle-hardened Lu Yang, this was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation where he had died before he was ready. Before he even started to power up, his opponent had already blocked all his paths. Chen Yakin could see Lu Yang's embarrassment and hurriedly rounded off the situation. What are you talking about? Don't think mom doesn't know how you can even have a boyfriend after all these years when you don't even have any friends. Mom admits that it was a bit abrupt to let you come and meet with Xiao Lu today without talking to you beforehand. But mom is doing it for your own good. How can you make up a boyfriend and lie to people? Xiao Lu is a good boy. We all know each other. People like him and you in a relationship. Mom is relieved. Chen Yakin said bitterly. Hearing these words, Lu Yang and Lu Yang's mom's faces only slightly improved. Gee, it's okay. It's normal for girls to be a little shy when they meet for the first time. I think when my husband and I first met, I stammered for half a day and couldn't get a word out. Lu Yang's mom also immediately picked up the conversation. Our family Yang Yang has spent a lot of time abroad, so he's influenced by the culture over there, so he might look a little more open. You shouldn't feel embarrassed. Anyway, Yang Yang isn't a few years older than you. It's always okay for you guys to be friends first. Seeing the way her son had just looked at Zhang Chui, Lu Yang's mom knew that Lu Yang had moved on to Zhang Chui. In that case, of course one should find a way to help. With an assist from the two moms, Lu Yang rearranged his expression. For a mere fraction of a second, that sunny face was back. Chui, I usually don't bother you, but I've just returned home and I don't have many friends in the country. I've heard that our country of China has grown so fast in the past few years that I may have gotten off track in many places. If I can make friends with you, maybe I can ask you any questions in the future. Lu Yang retreats to advance. His posture has been set so low. In front of the two mothers, Zhang Chui must not be able to refuse anymore. If the words are still rejected at this point, it would seem that Zhang Chui is a bit unintelligent. Zhang Chui frowned slightly. Doesn't Lu Yang's stalker-like appearance look exactly the same to her as Qinjuan in school? I didn't realize that after studying abroad for so many years, there's no difference between the boys who come out of domestic universities. I'm sorry, I was just telling the truth. I'm afraid my boyfriend will get jealous and angry. That's why you usually keep a deliberate distance from the opposite sex. Why don't I tweak my boyfriend to you? It's just as well you ask him about anything you don't understand when you come across it later in the country. Zhang Chui was even more desperate. Didn't you say you just wanted to make friends and ask about some things about life in the country right now? Then I'll push Yaichi straight to you. It's the same thing to ask anyone about this kind of thing anyway. If you can't do any better, you can go online and buy do yourself. Tease the sound, small a certain book, or ask the AI. Chen Yakin was a little angry. This was the first time Zhang Chui didn't give her face as her mom. Zhang Chui shrugged her shoulders with an innocent expression. Mom, I really do have a boyfriend. He's downstairs eating. I've called him up. Chapter 93 Shabu Shabu and Showing Off. Chen Yakin carefully stared at her baby girl's expression for a few seconds. From the tone and demeanor in which Zhang Chui spoke, it didn't seem like she was lying. Be honest with mommy. When did you have a boyfriend? Do you know anything about him? What's his family situation? Do you know everything about what his parents do? Don't blame mom for being talkative. You have to be careful about things like relationships, especially since you, as a girl, are at a disadvantage in that regard. I understand that you're at an age where you're in love right now, and there's a good chance that you've heard some guy's mouth off some flowery words to you and you've got your heart set on them. But it's not enough for two people to spend their lives together just by talking about it. Has he ever come up with any action against you? Look at Xiao Lu. When she heard that she was going to meet with you this time, she even bought you a pair of Kadia's earrings. Lu Yang saw the hint in Chen Yakin's eyes and immediately pushed the wrapped gift box in front of Zhang Chui. Afraid that Zhang Chui wouldn't understand, Chen Yakin paused and continued to persuade in a different way. You're still young and don't know how complicated this society is. Our family conditions, although we can't be considered rich, I guess, we are already better off than a lot of people. You've been in school for so many years. Surely your classmates must know more or less all this about you. In case, mom means just in case some boys with ulterior motives approach you just to see our family. Zhang Chui listened to Chen Yakin's words while she chucked a piece of tripe into her bowl. As the tripe was pulled out of the pot and crossed over to the gift box, a drop of red oil dripped impartially onto the box. It quickly solidified into a wax-like consistency. This piece of tripe she'd had in the pot for a while. It was thrown down from the moment mom said her first words. According to the principle of hot tripe 7 on 8, this piece of tripe are already a little old. Dipping the oil dish, Zhang Chui gently brought the tripe into her mouth. When you eat hot pot, the first bite is of course the tripe. The aroma mixed with the heat instantly filled the mouth. Only then did Zhang Chui's face show some satisfaction. Mom, he bought me a Paramera this afternoon. Full payment. After swallowing the maw in her mouth, Zhang Chui picked up another duck intestine and put it into the already tumbling hot pot. As he spoke, his eyes didn't leave the duck sausage held on his chopsticks the entire time. It seemed to be just recounting something very small and commonplace. Something as everyday as peeling an apple or cooking a bowl of pasta. There's no hint of trying to deliberately show off. It was even as if this matter was not as important as this duck sausage held on the chopsticks in front of him. After all, when you throw something like duck sausage into a pot, it's hard to find it again, only hot with chopsticks, and like tripe, it gets old easily after being hot for a long time. That's why Chui kept her eyes on it, and when she saw the duck intestines curling up, she clipped them up and put them in the oil dish. On the side, Lu Yang's mom frowned slightly. In her opinion, Chui's move is undoubtedly that she can't see the earrings bought by her son Lu Yang chanting, "You don't like the poor, you like the rich?" Although for this kind of behavior Lu Yang's mother inwardly disapproved, but at this moment, considering her son was there, she didn't want her son to be shorter in front of Chui for no reason. Primera doesn't cost much, does it? It just so happens that now that Yang has returned to China, our family is still preparing to recently buy him a Primera to drive around the country as well. Xiao Jiang, your boyfriend's family's condition should be quite okay, but I think, young people, they should fight for themselves. What's the point of spending the family's money? Our family, Yang, has already found a job in Binchang that pays $100,000 a month on his own. You're also facing graduation soon, so you should know how amazing it is for a recent graduate to find a job that pays $100,000 a month. The implication is to show that her son Lu Yang is the best, and the so-called boyfriend in Zhang Chui's mouth is just a dude who only spends his family's money. Get your boyfriend to get a job that pays that well if you can. Hearing his mom say that, Lu Yang's face also reset back to that sunny and proud expression. For a man, the most important thing out there is face, but Zhang Chui didn't seem to have Lu Yang in her sights, both in and out of her words just now. This made Lu Yang's heart instead want to show his excellence in front of Zhang Chui even more. Zhang Chui silently swished the duck sausage in the oil dish and brought it to her mouth. Then another roll of fatty beef was chucked in and scalded into the hot pot. I'm not sure how his family is doing, but he earned the money to buy the car, and he paid full price for 4 of them this afternoon. All top of the line. For what? For top of the line Primeras? No, you think this car is an old man's joy, and you're buying it 4x4. The 4 top of the line Primeras are almost $10 million or so combined. A college student can make that much money on his own? Are you telling the truth? Chen Yakin knew this daughter of hers too well. This cloudy look is not at all like a joke. Then if what Zhang Chui said is true, this boy, he's really something. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, and he's already earned $10 million on his own. This ability, when looking at the entire country of China, could be considered the best. If such a person becomes one's future son-in-law, it doesn't seem to be impossible, though Lu Yan was indeed excellent as well. But a job that pays $100,000 a month is obviously a bit underwhelming compared to making $10 million without graduating from college. Then how come you never told mom and dad that you have a boyfriend? It's not like falling in love is something to be ashamed of. You can bring him back for a sit-down sometime too. At this moment, Chen Yakin did not care that Lu Yang and Lu Yang's mom were still present. In the end, the two families are just business partners anyway. Now that I think about it, it doesn't have to be in-laws. His own baby girl is so good, she deserves to find someone even better. As for Lu Yang, consider today as a treat for him, to welcome him back to China. It has to be said that often parents are far more realistic than their children. After learning of her future son-in-law's strength, Chen Yakin's stance instantly shifted. Zhang Chui picked up the wet towel in her hand and wiped the corners of her mouth. Mom, he and I just talked for less than a week. Zhang Chui was also telling the truth. Starting from Yi bullying himself with his own handle, to his complete and utter love for this man. It's only been a few days. Sometimes love is just so magical. It feels right, and everything falls into place. But upon hearing this, the other 3 people present stared in surprise. Less than a week into the conversation and you're giving away a Paramera? What? Is Paramila a specialty of his hometown? Chapter 94, Future Son-in-Law. As if Chen Yakin suddenly remembered something, she hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, the day of the concert you said you invited a classmate to join you. Is that him? As a mother, Chen Yakin's reaction was indeed a bit of an afterthought. At the time, I just assumed that my daughter had finally made a friend at school and didn't think about it that way. Even on the way to the concert, Chen Yakin asked a mouthful to pick up that classmate along with her. But what Zhang Chui said at the time was that student would go there by himself and didn't need to be picked up. Now that I think about it, I think it was 2 young couples who had just started talking and were still too embarrassed to meet their parents. When you think about it, it all makes sense. Seeing that her mother had guessed, Zhang Chui felt that there was no need to hide it anymore. Well, he was the one I saw the concert with the other day. He's also the mysterious guy in the mask who sang so well at that concert segment that's been making the rounds on the internet lately. Hearing her daughter talk about the mysterious man with the mask, Chen Yakin remembered. Recently, I did brush up on a lot of videos about a boy in a mask who claimed to be a student of Chang University on the night of the concert being chosen by Joey Jie as a lucky audience member. And that vocals are amazing. The moment they open their mouths they are a sight to behold. But, Chen Yakin suddenly thought of something else. Another one of the videos that have been circulating a lot lately is the one where the female companion who went to the concert with the mysterious man with the mask initiated a passionate kiss on the mysterious man with the mask. If the mysterious man in the mask was his daughter's boyfriend, the female companion on that video also mosaicked, "Is that your own daughter?" Chen Yakin couldn't help but blush in her old face. "I didn't realize that my daughter, who was usually so introverted that she didn't want to say more than a word to anyone, had such a proactive side. It does seem that true love can make a person break all their chains." For many years, Chen Yakin had hoped that this daughter of hers would become more cheerful, don't be cooped up all the time and don't like to be around people. But to change the character that Jang Chui had consistently maintained since childhood was a difficult thing to do. But I didn't think that being in love would make this difficult thing possible. Thinking about this, Chen Yakin became more and more curious about this boyfriend that her daughter was talking about. What kind of a boy could charm his own daughter like that? Knock knock. There was a knock on the compartment door. The waiter rushed to open the door. A face that Jang Chui most wanted to see at the moment appeared at the door of the box. This handsome features and handsome facial lines. How to look at it is much stronger than this Lu Yang in front of him. Old. Jang Chui hurriedly got up and walked to the door to take Yi's arm. Ben wanted to pout and call out for his husband, but thinking of her own mother being present, Jang Chui was still shy. "Yi, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my mom." Yi politely nodded at Chen Yakin. After seeing Chen Yakin's proper face, Yi superbly put on an expression of 3 parts surprise and 7 parts astonishment. "Today I finally realized why Yi is so beautiful. So it's because it looks like Auntie." A skillful horse's ass, neither abrupt nor to the point, made Chen Yakin very popular. "Yeah right, you're a good kid. Auntie is a handful of years old, but it's true that many people used to say that my Yi looked exactly like me when I was young. Ha ha. There is no woman who doesn't want to be complimented on her beauty. This trick works for women of any age." Chen Yakin signaled the waiter to add another place. Let Yi sit between her and Jang Chui. She wanted to consider how this future son-in-law was doing. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. That does make sense. Yi's first impression of Chen Yakin from the moment he entered was good. Drop-dead gorgeous and emotionally intelligent. And the looks are out of this world. The man seemed to be a little more than half a head taller than Lu Yang. "Little Yi, let me introduce you first. This aunt and her husband are our family's business partners and friends of Yi's father and me. This is her son, Lu Yang. Xiao Lu studied abroad before and just returned yesterday. This meal today is a special treat for him." After seeing Yi, Chen Yakin also changed her mouth. What started out as a matchmaking bureau shifted into a wind-catching bureau. Anyway, the purpose of today's meal was not explicitly stated to Lu Yang and the others beforehand. It's just an unspoken word between both parents. There's nothing wrong with calling it a wind-catching game now. These words of Chen Yakin made Lu Yang and Lu Yang's mom, who had originally gotten up and wanted to leave, have to continue to stay for dinner with a thick skin. Originally, when they saw Yi come in, they thought to themselves, what's the point of staying here when someone's mother-in-law and future son-in-law are meeting? Isn't that asking for trouble? Lu Yang even felt that it was a bit of a self-inflicted insult. But now Chen Yakin said that the meal was just to pick me up. If she and her mom turned away at this point, it would be unintelligent and ungrateful on her end. Lu Yang, this is my boyfriend. Didn't you just say that you don't have any friends in the country and you want to find someone to understand the problems of daily life in the country right now? Why don't you add him on WeChat? Jang Chui had a harmless human face. Yi raised his eyebrows, obviously guessing what kind of conversation had just happened from Jang Chui's words. Lu Yang, who was sitting opposite the two, smiled awkwardly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thinking to myself, why are you still chasing and killing? No, I was just kidding. Probably sensing her son's awkward situation, Lu Yang's mom hurriedly changed the topic. Yi, just now Yi said you bought her a Primera. What does your family do? The conditions should also be good. Obviously, Lu Yang's mom didn't really believe Jang Chui when she said that Yi's money to buy a car was all earned through her own efforts. These days, how many young people are able to completely detach themselves from their families and rely purely on their own struggles to reach such a level that is difficult for ordinary people to attain? Even Lu Yang's job, the boss of the other unit, is more or less in the face of Lu Yang's father to provide this opportunity. Hearing Lu Yang's mother's slightly purposeful question, Chen Yakin's face showed slight displeasure. This was her future son-in-law, and she hadn't even chatted much about it yet, but she was cross-examining her instead. What kind of person asks about someone's family as soon as they meet for the first time? That's too presumptuous. Yi didn't put much thought into this question. The tone of voice replied as usual. I haven't seen my parents since I was born. My sister brought me up. Sister is just a regular white-collar worker. Chapter 95, A Woman's Sixth Sense. Hearing Yi Yi's reply, Chen Yakin's face became even more unpleasant. Even glared at Lu Yang's mom with a grumbling look. Yi Yi has such a family situation. Isn't this a pot calling the kettle black? However, he didn't expect that Yi Yi would be able to earn so much money on his own at such a young age without his family as a booster. Although Chen Yakin doesn't feel that earning power is the most important factor in considering a person. However, an earning ability as astonishing as Yi Yi's was enough to reflect how excellent and rare a talent Yi Yi was. In Chen Yakin's heart, her evaluation of Yi Yi was a few points higher, and Lu Yang's mom's face was embarrassed after hearing Yi Yi's life. Never seen my parents since I was a kid. What a poor baby. So many years with my sister. I wonder how much I've suffered to get where I am today. No, I'll be damned. How can you ask such a question? Thinking of this, Lu Yang's mom couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps in her heart. Looking at Yi Yi's flat as usual expression when he said these words, he knew how difficult this child had lived before. Probably how many days and nights were spent in tears. It's what led to him being so open about his origins now. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. Auntie didn't know. Don't take it personally. Lu Yang's mom wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was going on. Since he had taken the liberty first, it was only right to apologize. Ahem, Sayaka. Chen Yakin hurriedly took over the topic. If you don't mind, you'll join us for a casual dinner today? I'll just have the waiter add another set of utensils. Yi Yi smiled politely and gently shook his head. No, Auntie, I'm here with a friend today. My friend is still waiting for me down there. I was hearing from Yui that you guys happen to be here as well, so thought I'd come up and say hello. Speech and behavior are not humble and generous. Chen Yakin is more and more satisfied with Yi Yi. Good, then Auntie won't bother you to gather with your friends. You're welcome to visit our home sometime in the future. Our Yi Yi usually lives alone, and I'm also afraid that she'll be too cold to be bored alone at home. Little Yi, take Yi Yi out more often if you're free. Hearing her mother's words, Jang Chui's face turned red with a swish. Mom still doesn't know about the fact that she's already living with Yi Yi. Probably thought they were a young couple who were just starting to get in touch and hadn't made much substantial progress yet. In fact, the two have long since done everything that needs to be done. Oops. Mom, just stay out of the way. Jang Chui buried her head low, not daring to look at Yi Yi, much less Chen Yakin. Seeing her daughter in this state, Chen Yakin pursed her lips and thought, knowing your daughter is like being a mother. Jang Chui's petulant look simply put everything on her face. By the looks of it, the two should have been, but Chen Yakin wasn't that kind of old codger. Young people are in love and all this is normal. He himself had gone through the same thing with Jang Chui's father in the beginning. Chen Yakin doted on Jang Chui's head. Well, you go with Sayaka. I don't think you have the heart to eat with us either. Receiving her mother's approval, Jang Chui couldn't stop the smile on her face. Mom's the best. Mooah. Jang Chui, like a little white rabbit, gave Chen Yakin a quick peck on the side of her face, then happily pulled Yi Yi's hand out of the box. Walking out of the box, Jang Chui intimately held Yi Yi's arm, just like a sweet couple. Who did you come with today? Your housemates and them? Hearing this question, Yi Yi's heart slightly flashed with a trace of panic, but after a brief fraction of a second, the panic subsided. What are you afraid of if you have a clear conscience? Anyway, it was Su Xingmian who took the initiative to ask him out. He just didn't say no. It's like this. When I got back to school this afternoon. Anyway, Jang Chui was going to see Su Xingmian in a while. There's nothing to hide about this kind of thing. So Yi Yi simply told Jang Chui everything about the campus singer competition. However, for the part where Su Xingmian took the initiative to confess, it was selectively concealed. But Jang Chui's keen sixth sense told her that things were not that simple after hearing Yi Yi's words. Su Xingmian shouldn't like you, right? At those words, Yi Yi's body shook. No wonder they say a woman's sixth sense is accurate. This sixth sense, it's so accurate it doesn't make sense. He himself had just talked to her about helping Su Xingmian's piano accompaniment in the afternoon. How did she sense that Su Xingmian was interested in him? Like me? I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't even crossed paths with her before. Yi Yi had a thick skin and acted like he was surprised. Looking at Yi Yi's appearance, Jang Chui snorted and laughed out loud. Well, don't pretend. The matter of Su Xingmian confessing to you in public has long been rumored. It's not like I don't have internet access. Go check out the school forum. It's full of posts about her confessing to you today. Jang Chui smiled and poked Yi Yi's disguise, not looking like she was reacting with jealousy. Yi Yi scratched his head awkwardly. I can't help it. I didn't realize I was so attractive on my own. Jang Chui's hand holding Yi Yi's arm gently pinched Yi Yi's waist. Less narcissistic. In fact, when she saw Yi Yi's circle of friends who ate hot pot, Jang Chui had the feeling that Yi Yi should have come to eat with Su Xingmian. This is because guys are usually not very interested in online stores like this one. which require advance reservations and have a low cost-performance ratio, especially since it's also far from the school. Boys certainly wouldn't pick a place like this for a party. Thinking about it, the most probable was Su Xingmian asking Yi to come. Therefore, when Zhang Chui sent a message to Yi, there was also a hint of testing in it. If Yi found any excuse not to come up to her, then she would be really jealous. But now, Yi came up without saying a word after learning that she was upstairs on a blind date. It was proof enough of how important he was in his heart. There's such a thing as a heartbeat, and no one can control it. Zhang Chui couldn't get the other girls to never make a move on Yi. After all, Yi's excellence was right here. Even an ice cube like himself would fall, let alone anyone else. But as long as in Yi's heart, he was the most important, that was enough. Jingle bells. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Yi picked it up and saw that it was a voice call from his next-door neighbor, Chen Meijiao. Just as soon as it was connected, Chen Meijiao's anxious voice came from the other end. Yi, it's not good. Chapter 96, Lamborghini Poison. Yi, Xin. Xin was taken away. Chen Meijiao on the other end of the phone sounded extraordinarily anxious with her crying voice. A child is always the heart of every mother. And when it comes to Xin, Chen Meijiao instantly messed up. The electronic doorbell monitoring screen in front of the house showed that in the evening, Chen Meijiao's mother sent Xin back to Chen Meijiao's place and then left. Then after more than half an hour, a man appeared in front of Chen Meijiao's house. This man was none other than what Chen Meijiao never wanted to see again in her life, Xin's real father. The scummy Ren Hong who had deliberately concealed his marital history in the first place. Ren Hong didn't know where he had learned Chen Meijiao's address, and it accurately mapped out the time Chen Meijiao went to work each day, and the time the child was home alone. After Ren Hong knocked on the front door, Xin asked in a milky voice who the person at the door was. Ren Hong says he's her real father. Chen Meijiao hadn't said anything about Ren Hong to Xin. Xin was still too young now. And Chen Meijiao just wanted her to have a happy childhood and not know these things that would make her unhappy too early. Even if Xin often asked why other children had a father. But she didn't. Chen Meijiao would always just answer with a kind lie, saying that her father had gone far, far away. Now that this dad, who had gone far, far away, suddenly appeared at the door of the house, Xin opened it without hesitation. Wanted to see what his dad was really like. Then Ren Hong carried Xin away. Chen Meijiao only realized something was wrong when she couldn't get through to her home on the phone more than an hour after it happened. As per the past habit, every night Xin would call her from the home landline and ask her when she got off work and when she would be home. But today Xin hadn't called at all. Quite unusually, Chen Meijiao then called home, but after a long wait, no one connected. Chen Meijiao suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, so she opened the cell phone software of the electronic doorbell. That's what led to the scene where Ren Hong carried Xin away. Chen Meijiao found the police, but the police also made difficulties after knowing that the other party is the biological father of the child. As Xin's biological father, Ren Hong would have had the right to visit the child. There is no way to determine what kind of danger the child is in simply because he took the child. Therefore, this matter could only be classified as a private matter between the two of them, Chen Meijiao and Ren Hong. But Chen Meijiao knew it would never be that simple. When she first befriended Ren Hong, he had an elite white-collar look about him. It's a department head with dozens of people under his command. Young, attractive, good-looking, and gentle. Soon Chen Meijiao falls in love with Ren Hong's advances, but it wasn't until after she was pregnant with Xin that Chen Meijiao slowly realized Ren Hong's true nature. When Ren Hong learns that Chen Meijiao is pregnant, his first reaction is to want Chen Meijiao to abort the baby. Naturally, Chen Meijiao would not agree. Ever since she felt a new life in her belly, Chen Meijiao wanted to give her the best of everything she could. Seeing that Chen Meijiao did not agree to abort the child, Ren Hong instantly looked like a different person. Pulled black Chen Meijiao all contact information. The whole person nearly evaporated. Chen Meijiao has no choice but to approach Ren Hong's company, hoping to force Ren Hong to show up through this method. But in the end, the one who appeared in front of Chen Meijiao turned out to be Ren Hong's original wife. Chen Meijiao then realized that Ren Hong had a family long ago. Not only that, but Ren Hong is a total softie. Ren Hong's wife is the daughter of the chairman of his company, and that's what Ren Hong relied on to get promoted so quickly. That day, Chen Meijiao was humiliated badly, slapped in public, called a mistress, a vixen. She had almost forgotten how she had left the scene that day. Later, I heard that Ren Hong's wife had given Ren Hong an ultimatum that if he wanted to keep the marriage without a divorce, the only condition was for him to convince Chen Meijiao to abort the child in her belly. Softies naturally know the difference between one and the other, so he went crazy looking for trouble with Chen Meijiao. In order to protect the child in her belly, Chen Meijiao had to give up her original job and secretly leave that sad city alone. Returning to Binchang. Originally, Everything was slowly moving in the right direction, but I didn't expect Ren Hong to find the door. Even to the point of just carrying Xin away this evening, Chen Meijiao didn't dare to think about what Ren Hong would do to Xin. In order to seek his wife's forgiveness, in order to be able to continue to hold on to this thigh, this heartless scum may do anything. The priority now was to find out where Ren Hong had taken Xin, and find a way to take Xin back from him. After looking for the police to no avail, Chen Meijiao became more and more uneasy in her heart. Just as she was at a loss for words, Chen Meijiao's mind suddenly recalled the scene of Yi subduing the knife-wielding robber with his bare hands last night. That reliable body made Chen Meijiao feel secure. Then the ghost called Yi. After listening to Chen Meijiao on the other end of the phone make things clear, Yi opened the system panel in his mind. As expected, the system showed that Chen Meijiao had updated a new wish quest. I hope we can find Xin quickly and bring her back. System, get the mission. Ding. Detected that the host is performing a wish quest, granting the host a temporary bonus. Tracer. As long as the host is seriously thinking about a certain person in his mind, he will be able to obtain that person's real-time location. Holy, good stuff. Yi's eyes lit up, but now was not the time to lament. Business was important. Yi closed his eyes and carefully recalled Xin's appearance in his mind. In the next second, a virtual localization appeared in Yi's mind. I'm going to run some errands. Say sorry to Su Xingnian for me, and tell her that I'll buy her dinner next time instead. Yi hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the hot pot restaurant after dropping 2 words. Zhang Chui could guess from the look on Yi's face when he just answered the phone that it must be something very important. That's why Yi was so nervous. Slow down. You're still hurt. Looking at Yi's departing figure, Zhang Chui raised her voice and shouted. Coming to the entrance of the hot pot, Yi made a mistake. It's rush hour and you can't get a cab at all. And this is a 40 to 50 minute drive from that virtual locus in your head. What to do? Ding! An obstruction was detected during the host's wish mission. The system grants temporary help. Lamborghini poison. Driving proficiency. As the system prompt fell, a car key appeared out of thin air on Ye's hand. Chapter 97, A Good Man. The moment the car key appeared, a route guide map appeared in Yi's mind. Follow the guide to the parking lot, only to see a brand new Lamborghini Poison parked quietly in one of the most inconspicuous corners of the parking lot. With its silver body and streamlined styling, every hint of line shows wildness and speed. Opened the car door and sat on it, holding the steering wheel. Yi, who possessed driving proficiency, was as familiar as touching his own hand at the moment. A foot on the gas and an instant low rumble from the engine. A silver lightning bolt was activated. Driving on the elevated, Yi frantically weaved in and out of the traffic with his superb driving skills. The surrounding cars, upon seeing this supercar that exuded the aura of a king, also gave up a certain distance in order to avoid unnecessary collisions. I know where Xin is. Go home and wait. I will help you bring Xin back safe and sound. In between driving, Yi didn't forget to send a voice message to Chen Meijia, but unfortunately, just after sending the message the phone ran out of battery and turned itself off. What Chen Meijia said back later, Yi didn't see it at all. Looks like I'll need a car charger after all. Hey, system, can you temporarily send me a rechargeable battery or car charger now? My cell phone is out of battery. Ding, irrelevant to the mission. Unavailable. The system replied coldly. Leaf skimmed his mouth breathlessly. The system. It's so rigid. Can't you be a little flexible? What's the point of getting a car charger when you're giving away the car? What's the difference between this and the nefarious vendors who don't give out charging heads when you buy a phone? Since you're the good guy system, why don't you just be the good guy to the end? But no matter how much Yi spat in his head, the system was unmoved. Yi had no choice but to leave it at that. Forget it, let's just get Xin back first. The virtual localization in her head showed that the place where Xin was currently located was an industrial park in the suburbs. That area used to be the center of Hamachi's textile industry, but it's been abandoned for a long time now. The original factory has largely moved away, leaving only a few abandoned warehouses. Taking a kid to a deserted place like this at night is a sure sign of bad things to come. Thinking of this, Yi gradually increased the strength of his foot on the gas pedal. After 20 minutes or so, Yi braked sharply and stopped in front of an old factory building. Originally a 40 to 50 minute drive, Yi arrived in half the time. One has to marvel at the fact that the combination of Lamborghini and driving mastery is simply a blessing in disguise. As soon as Yi got out of the car, he entered the plant quietly with a cat's back. The virtual positioning in his mind showed that Xin was now less than 300 meters away from himself. Suddenly, the door on the other side of the plant was opened and 2 pickup trucks drove in. As soon as he realized it, Yi Xia ducked behind a pillar, blocking his form. A group of people got out of the pickup truck. With his colorfully dyed hair, he looked like he was coming from a bad place. The man at the head of the group lit up a cigarette. and his hostile features could be vaguely seen under the somber firelight. Within moments, a man holding a child came out of the shadows. Ren Hong looked at the line of people in front of him with fear and trepidation, nodding his head. That's that kid of mine. Now over to you. Before coming to Bin Chang, Ren Hong's wife had arranged all this. Have Ren Hong come to the door and carry Xin out and hand her over to the gang. Then the gang would do as she asked and sell Xin to a place where no one would ever find her in this lifetime. They say jealous women are the worst. Indeed. Originally, at that time, Chen Meizhou walked away, and the matter was over. But in all the years since then, Ren Hong's wife has not been able to conceive a child, so she blamed it all on the fact that Chen Meizhou had given birth to a daughter. It wasn't that she loved Ren Hong so much that she grew to hate him out of love and subsequently became jealous. Rather, a person of her status and position could not accept someone else getting their hands on someone or something that originally belonged only to her. If she sees it, then it must be hers. Ren Hong could only belong to her, and Ren Hong's child could only belong to her. So naturally she felt that Chen Meizhou's child was like a thorn that would always be stuck in her heart. It has to be plucked for it to hurt. After inquiring about Chen Meizhou's current address, Ren Hong's wife gave Ren Hong an ultimatum. Either you clean up and go back to being that poor guy, or you sneak up to the door and carry Xin out. As for the follow-up, there was no need for Ren Hong to ask. She would arrange for others to do it. Ren Hong certainly didn't want to lose what he had now. Between his selfish desires and his own daughter, he chose the former without hesitation. But when he really handed Xinshin over to the hands of those people at that moment, looking at the terrified Xinshin who kept struggling, Ren Hong's heart still felt being severely seized. You guys, where would you take the baby? The last vestige of humanity that remained made Ren Hong ask the question. But what answered him was a hard slap from the man at the head of the group. Is this something you should be in charge of? Your job is done. You can get out. Taking people's money and taking their lives. The man at the head of the group did this very well. This is a professional gang engaged in cross-border human trafficking. Ren Hong's wife gave them a considerable sum to sell Xin abroad, to any place where no one could find her. Since she didn't have a child, she didn't allow Chen Meizhou to have one either. Why had she not been able to conceive a child for so many years while Chen Meizhou could live sweetly and happily with her own child? At this time, Xin had 2 thick layers of tape wrapped around her mouth, struggling desperately but unable to say a word. How could a young child know about these grudges of the previous generation? Originally opened the door happily wanting to greet his father. But I did not expect the so-called father to be a person in human skin. Tears continued to flow down Xin's tender face, and her large eyes looked at the group of fierce strangers in horror. Cynthia couldn't figure out why her dad had to tape her mouth shut and tie her hands. More than that, he couldn't figure out why dad would give himself to these people who just seemed to be bad people. Mommy, I want mommy. Cynthia's slurred voice couldn't penetrate the thick tape at all. The man at the head of the group was tired of hearing this and raised his palm to slap Xin's cheek. Please, don't hit the baby. Ren Hong stepped forward and took the man's hand. Looking at poor Xin, he could never be completely hard-hearted. But the man in charge showed no mercy and kicked Ren Hong to the ground. You got a problem with that? Get out of here. Seeing that those people were about to take Xin onto the car, Yi, who was hiding behind a pillar, finally stepped out. Gaining the physical fitness bonus in fighting arts always comes in handy. Let go of the girl. Yi pointed at a few people. His voice was as strong as a bell in his mental voice. The man in the lead rubbed his head, the displeasure in his eyes gradually changing to a murderous aura. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from to meddle? Facing the man's question, Yi grinned. The laugh was open and unrestrained. I'm a good person. Chapter 98, Another Color. Feeling the abundant power in his body, as well as the rich fighting skills in his mind, Yi realized for the first time that being a hero was such a cool thing. This feeling of being able to feel secure in yourself and being able to feel secure in others is much better than buying something and being looked down upon, then pulling out a bunch of money and slapping the sale in the face in public. At this moment, the group of people with colorful hair were holding steel pipes, machetes, and other kinds of weapons and glaring at Yi angrily, and in Yi's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of one-hit breakers. The man in the lead obviously didn't put Yi, who was overflowing with a confident smile, in his eyes either. To him, this lean young man was like an ant that could be crushed by them at any time. Where's the cutie pie? Kung, go and take this kid along in a sack, then fill it with cement and sink it in the river. The man at the head of the group instructed one of his minions at his side. There can be no witnesses left to what they did today. They were already heavily involved in the case, so if their whereabouts were exposed, it would be a big trouble for them. If you want to blame it on this young man for not going to heaven when there is a way to heaven, and breaking into hell when there is no door to go through. The little brother with a head of red hair, who was called Ah Chang, after hearing his big brother's command, flung the machete in his hand and walked towards Yi. The moonlight spilled through the dilapidated factory building onto the blade of the knife, spreading a chilly, cold light. The blade was dotted with spots, like those once unwashable bloodstains. The rest of the boys and the man in charge turned around and got ready to get in the car. They've seen this kind of scene too many times. In a moment, just wait for Chang to come over dragging Yi, who was drenched in blood like a dead dog, and they could leave. Aha! The moment the man in the lead opened the car door, a silhouette flew from a short distance away at an extremely fast speed. It hit the front windshield of the pickup truck hard. The front windshield shattered on impact, and the man who had been smashed against the glass had his upper body smashed into the compartment and his lower body sprawled on the hood. After a muffled grunt, he didn't move a muscle. The man called Kung was murderous 1 second, but he didn't expect to be a car pendant so soon. The man in the lead subconsciously looked back, only to see Yi slowly retracting his foot that was lingering in midair. Continue to put back that confident to the point of being a bit arrogant expression. I'm sorry, it's my first time hitting someone. I didn't use my strength. Excuse me, haha. It wasn't that Yi was pretending. This was indeed the first time he had struck out since he had the physical plus in fighting arts. The last time I fought those punks in front of the bar, I had fighting skills on my side, but no physical bonus. Yi also didn't expect that the combination of the two would be so powerful. A mere kick sent a grown man flying so far, even smashed up people's cars. Looking at the horrible dent in the car, the group realized the magnitude of the problem. They have taken up their weapons and are standing by. Yi took a look at the standings of several people, and in his head, he had already simulated hundreds of means to kill the opposite side in seconds. Other than the man in charge who was carrying XAN in his hand, the others were not enough for Yi to worry about. It's okay, you guys take it easy. Yi waved his hand at a few people with a peaceful face. Just bear with me. I'll be quick. It wasn't until the words were spoken that Yi realized that he had said the words in a strange way. It seems to be prone to ambiguity. After that group of people heard this, they also looked at each other, not knowing what Yi meant by saying this all of a sudden. Yi skimmed his mouth. Forget it, don't bother explaining. After taking a deep breath, Yi's body moved. Under the moonlight, it was like a ghost with an ethereal figure. A punch, a kick, a slap, an elbow, and several people by the pickup truck fell to the ground in response. The speed was so fast and the force was so brutal that the several people didn't even have the slightest room to fight back. It was as if he had just seen Yi's figure flashing in front of him, and the next second he fainted in a blackout. Now only the man at the head of the group was left alone. The man in the lead looked at the minions around him who had fainted like dead dogs into a field, knowing that he was definitely in for a rough day. However, since we take people's money, we have to do things right for them. They criminal gangs also have professional ethics. So the man looked at Xin, who was still struggling as he was lifted in his hands, and with a gaze, he took the knife in his hand and slashed at the child's tender neck. When it was too late, Yi dashed forward and grabbed Xin into his arms. Then a turn, in a backside 1-2 position, toppled the man in charge by a body length. The man in the lead was hit by this bump from Yi, and his original grip on Xin instantly loosened, but the knife still slashed down impartially. In order to protect Xin in his arms, Yi had to use his physical body to carry it hard. Then came a ripping pain in his back. Hanging up again. Yi angrily cursed. Yesterday it hurt the front, today it hurts the back. It's kind of symmetrical. Although I could feel that the wound was not deep, the pain was still real. Seeing that Yi was injured by himself, the man in the lead looked like he saw hope and continued to raise his knife, slashing towards Yi. Sensing the movement behind him, Yi didn't even think about it and reflexively kicked backward. Boo! Dang! Dang! The speed of the kick was faster than the speed of the man in the lead swinging his sword. The results naturally speak for themselves. The man flew backwards and smashed into a pillar not far away. The machete in his hand fell to the ground with a sound, while the man in charge fainted. Yi put down Xin in his arms and went up to confirm that a few people were no longer able to fight back. Confirmation was as simple as giving everyone a couple kicks in the calves. Click! Crisp sounds rang out, and several people's lower leg bones cracked in response. With these kicks, there will be 6 more people in the world who can't walk upright after this. You guys mustn't blame me. It's always hard for me not to mend my heart. While kicking, Yi murmured under his breath, like a merciful god of war who shoots and kills indiscriminately while chanting Amitba. As for Rin Hong, who had long since pissed himself in fear on the side, Yi dealt with it in a very simple way. With one slap, he knocked the inhuman scum out. After doing all this, Yi fished out his cell phone from Rin Hong's body and called the police. I can't help it. My own cell phone is dead and turned off. I'll just have to borrow Rin Hong's for now. I'm sure Rin Hong won't blame him for this little thing when he wakes up. After briefly explaining the situation to the operator and reporting his current location, Yi pulled over the stunned Xin, Gently, he helped the child remove the tape stuck to his mouth and gently soothed him. XIN is good. It's okay. Uncle will take you home to find mommy later. Okay. Chapter 99, High-Color Policewoman. Under Yi-Yi's patient pacification, XIN gradually detached herself from the panic she had just experienced. A pair of small hands tightly tugged at the corner of Yi-Yi's coat, as if they were afraid that danger would return if they left Yi-Yi. Shortly afterward, several police cars pulled up to the entrance of the plant. Hello, may I ask if you were the one who just called the police? A female police officer walked up to Yi-Yi and XIN and asked. Yi-Chi nodded. The policewoman looked around at the several people who had fallen to the ground with their legs broken, and a trace of incredulity flashed across her face. You alone against so many of them? And beat them up? From the figures of the several people on the ground and the weapons held in their hands, it was obvious that these people were all ruthless characters. The firm muscles and some aged scars on their bodies are a reflection of their past. But these few people, they were actually put down by this lean young man in front of them alone? Not only did he put it down, but he was so badly injured. This young man's skill, he's too good, isn't he? Is it convenient for the party to ask what you do for a living? The policewoman pressed her curiosity. Yi-Yi answered honestly. I'm just a regular college student, from Hamachi University. Upon hearing Hamachi University, the policewoman froze slightly. What's your name? Leaf 1. The policewoman's voice was very nice, and by the light of the moon, Yi-Yi saw that this policewoman's looks and figure were also good. It should be considered police grade. In the face of a beautiful woman's question, Yi-Yi naturally said whatever he had. After getting Yi-Yi's answer, the policewoman immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to a person. There's a Yi-Yi at your university. Do you know him? Seeing that the pretty police flower still had the heart to be sending messages, Yi-Yi lightly coughed. This officer, I'm still wounded. Why don't you take me to the hospital to get bandaged up first? After saving XIN, the system ruled that Chen Meijiao's wish mission was considered complete, and the Lamborghini car keys on Ye's hand disappeared out of thin air. Yi-Yi had to trouble the police to take himself to the hospital. It was only then that the policewoman noticed that Yi-Yi's back had been slashed open. Whoa, okay, I'm taking you to the hospital. The policewoman put Yi-Yi's arm on her shoulder and helped Yi-Yi up from the ground, smelling the iffy hair fragrance wafting out from the police flower beside him. Yi-Yi instantly had an impulse in his heart to hope that this police flower would hurry up and burst out with a wish mission so that he could hurry up and bind himself. Although the wound on Yi-Yi's back was not deep, a lot of blood seeped out, stained a large part of his shirt red. Yi-Yi's eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. Ouch! It hurts. Officer, do you think I'll die? Yi-Yi had a pained face and looked extremely weak, combined with the large bright red patch on his back. It does look creepy. It's okay, just hang in there. I'm taking you to the hospital. The policewoman was anxious when she saw the cold sweat seeping from Yi-Yi's forehead. I was just so focused on asking about the scene that I forgot to check to see if the brave young man was hurt. Think about it, one person against so many people. That group of people, hands and machete and steel pipe. How can not be injured? He was so careless. It would be bad if this young man had any serious consequences because he was not taken to the hospital in time. I hope he holds up and is okay. A wish bar appeared on the policewoman's head as Yi-Yi had wished. Yi-Yi snickered in his heart and tapped to receive the quest. Ding! It is detected that the host is on a wish mission. Since the host was already lightly injured, the wish quest is directly judged as complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Yi-Yi frowned and shouted the system out in his mind. No, Tatsuko, what do you mean by that? People's wishes that I don't have to be okay. Can't you just give me some kind of healing spell or something like that as a temporary bonus so that my wounds can't heal straight away? Who wants your measly $100,000? After hearing Yi-Yi's whining, the system gave a reply at the first opportunity. Ding! The other party's wish is for the host to be okay, not for the host to be healed immediately. Please don't make such unreasonable requests. Host, if the host does not want the 100,000 yuan reward money, the system will take it back. You wait. Who said no? Want. I want it. Yi-Yi mentally rolled his eyes numerous times at the system. The system. It's really strict. A board that doesn't know how to be accommodating. As for the $100,000 reward, a mosquito's leg is still meat. It can't be that now that times are better. $100,000 isn't even on the table. Yi-Yi knew the truth of accumulating small amounts into many, and gathering sand into a tower. How can you not want the money that comes to your door for nothing? Ding! It has detected that the host has completed the wish quest and has automatically bound the wish object for the host. Name, Zhou Yutnian. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Bust, D. Face value, 9. 1 points. Current emotional status, single. Current strategy progress, 3. 84%. That's a good value score. not bad for a policewoman. This was the highest face value score among the many wish objects that Yi was currently bound to. Unfortunately, it was nighttime and there was not enough light to get a closer look at the other person's features. Just then, Xiao Yunyan's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, did you see the message that was just sent to you? You recognize it, don't you? It's okay, I asked. Well, it's in my car now. He's hurt, I'm taking him to the hospital now. It should be pretty serious. Well, I'm driving, so I won't talk to you much for now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yunyan stepped on the car's gas pedal and sped off in the direction of the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, the emergency doctor recognized Yi at once. Isn't this the young man who came yesterday to dress his wounds? Why did you get hurt again today? Hey doc, long time no see. I'm here again today. Yi smiled and snorted. The doctor helped Yi cut open his clothes and took a serious look at the wound on his back. The wound is deeper today than it was yesterday. It needs stitches. The doctor's cold tone made Yi's heart tense up. That would anesthetic? The word so sounds like it hurts like hell. Yi's mood at the moment was 10,000 times more tense than just facing those vicious thugs. The doctor shook his head and signaled Yi to lie down on the bed next to him, and he himself would come and stitch him up now. Leafy had to do as he was told and lie down. Help! Can someone make a wish so I don't hurt, please? Yi silently pleaded in his heart, watching the doctor take out the needle and thread. Yi's heart was in his throat. It felt like I was going to hurt like hell the next second. Uncle, don't be afraid. Xan can hold back her tears even when she's getting an injection. You'll definitely be able to do the same. Uncle, Cynthia was soothing in a milky voice, but comforting as it is. There's no wish quest popping out of your head. Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Okay, Uncle won't cry. Just then, a figure hurriedly pushed open the door to the emergency room. Yi, you're hurt. Chapter 100, Su Xingmian's Self-Raider. Yi finally took a long breath of relief when he saw the visitor. It should be saved. Star Sleep, what brings you here? Yi was still a bit surprised by Su Xingmian's arrival. How did Su Xingmian know he was injured in the hospital? His own cell phone had long since died and turned itself off, and not a single person had been contacted. Su Xingmian pointed to Qiu Yunyan, the police flower on the side. She's my cousin. She messaged me asking if I recognized you. I had a sudden bad feeling in my heart and then I called her back. She's the one who told me you were here. Tonight at the hot pot restaurant. Yi left without saying goodbye. It was Zhang Chui who came to tell Su Xingmian that Yi had received a call temporarily, as if there was an emergency. At that time, Su Xingmian was a little uneasy in his heart. Later on, when she saw the message sent by her cousin Qiu Yunyan, asking her if she knew Yi, Su Xingmian's mind even brainstormed what the police called out to her to identify the victim. It almost scared her. You can't just confess your love and have the person you confessed it to miserably suffer. So Su Xingmian immediately called Qiu Yunyan to ask what was going on. After learning that Yi was injured and was coming to the hospital, Qiu Yunyan also immediately took a taxi and rushed over. Yi looked towards Qiu Yunyan, then at Su Xingmian. Mooney, Star Sleep. So these two are cousins. This is too much of a coincidence. One is a schoolgirl and the other is a policewoman. Looks like the family genes are excellent. Star Sleep, I'm a little hurt and the doctor is going to stitch me up now. I don't want you to see me lose my mind over the pain. So why don't you get out first? Yi pretended to be petulant, retreating in order to advance. Su Xingmian's current rate progress was as high as 53.7%, and there was no way he would sit back and do nothing to himself. As expected, after hearing Yi say this, Su Xingmian went up and squatted down, squatting in front of Yi who was lying on the hospital bed, then tenderly held Yi's hand. It's okay, I'm here with you. Subsequently, a wish bar appeared above Su Xingmian's head. I hope the doctor and so on will be a little gentler and not make Yaichi too sore. Seeing this wish, Yi was so excited that he almost cried on the spot. It's still Su Xingmian who is reliable when it matters. System, hurry up. I'll collect the mission. Ding, it is detected that the host is performing a wish task. Local anesthesia is given to the host. The host will not feel any pain during this suturing process. As the system beep sounded, Yi felt that all the wounds on his back instantly stopped hurting. Unico, you've finally done something human. Yi didn't utter a single word during the doctor's stitching process that followed. Even with a relaxed face, he was taking in Qiu Yunyan's inquiries. From what the doctor just said, you were hurt yesterday too, weren't you? Yi nodded and told the same thing about catching the pervert yesterday. I didn't expect Qiu Yunyan's mouth to open wide in surprise after hearing this. You were the one who caught that guy yesterday, too. Seeing Qiu Yunyan's reaction, Yi froze. Just catching a pervert? Not so emotional. Qiu Yunyan saw that Yi didn't know what was going on and made an appropriate explanation. That man yesterday, after he was taken back to the station, we found out that he was actually a member of a criminal gang. He had a lot of information on his cell phone about human trafficking. It's still up in the air, but I think the odds are that he's in cahoots with these guys you caught today. Hearing Qiu Yunyan's words, Yi Yi's expression suddenly enriched. I didn't realize I just smashed a criminal gang without even thinking about it. One is worthy of being the host of the good guy system. Ah, punishing evil and promoting good. Isn't this the best good guy? Well, go home and recuperate. And don't touch the wound to water. The doctor put away the stitches and signaled that Yi Yi could get up. Ding! Wish quest completion detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. With the mission complete, the local anesthesia the system had just provided wore off. The gusts of pain from the wounds made Yi Yi secretly feel in his heart that this good guy was not really good. It seems that fighting arts and physical fitness bonuses alone aren't nearly enough to achieve invincibility. I still need to brush up on my wish quests and raid more bound objects if I don't want to get hurt like this in the future. Just now, while Yi Yi was receiving stitches, Xiao Yunyan arranged for her colleague to bring Yi Yi a clean shirt again. The previous one had been cut by a knife and stained with blood, so it was no longer wearable. Let me help you put it on. Seeing that Yi Yi had just finished sewing up the wound, his arm couldn't make any big movements, and a simple lift of his hand would pull the wound. Xiao Yunyan then wanted to help Yi Yi put on his clothes. Sis, let me help him put it on. Su Xingmian volunteered to take the clean clothes from Xiao Yunyan's hands. Seeing this, Yi Yi could only cooperate obediently. First into the head, then into the arms. Su Xingmian moved gently, afraid of hurting Yi Yi. After seeing Yi Yi's lean body and the perfect lines of his abdomen, Su Xingmian couldn't help but blush slightly. It was originally thought that Yi Yi was gifted in music. I didn't expect to just listen to my sister Qiu Yunyan and find out that Yi Yi was still a big hero who destroyed a criminal gang single-handedly. Since ancient times, beautiful women loved heroes, and Su Xingmian was naturally no exception, especially when she got close to this extremely testosterone body when dressing Yi Yi. Su Xingmian felt that her heartbeat was out of her control, although she and Yi Yi had only known each other for less than a short day. However, Yi Yi really brought her too many surprises. First, there was the video of Yi Yi at the concert circulating online. Then there was this afternoon's clinical help with my own piano accompaniment, which was amazingly skillful. Then at night a tiger fights a pack of wolves and saves an innocent little girl from the hands of thugs. Such a man was simply the benchmark for the most perfect man in her mind. What's more, Yi Yi's looks and body are still online. It was as if the man was perfect and couldn't be picked out. Su Xingmian blushed more and more, from his neck all the way to the roots of his ears. So many guys have chased her before and she's not impressed, for the day she meets a man that she admires in every way. And now, at last, she had met Yi Yi, perhaps, is her true destiny. Ding, detected that the bound object Su Xingmian's strategy progress has broken through 70%. The system beep sounded. Yi Yi glanced at the information panel of the bound object. Su Xingmian's strategy progress had reached 71.7% at this moment. Another schoolgirl reaches 70%. Now, of the top 5 school flowers on the Binchang University school flower list, Su Xingmian and Zhang Chui had both reached the mark. Nice. One step closer to completing the hidden quest. Yi Yi, let me send you back. Are you going back to school or? Qiu Yunyan helped Yi Yi, who was dressed up from the bed. Just now the transcript she has already done for Yi Yi. Next, Yi Yi just need to rest and recuperate well. Yi Yi, however, shook his head. No, my wound is nothing serious. I'll just take a cab myself. I promised Xin's mom I'd bring it back to her. Chapter 101, Stay at our house tonight. Seeing that Yi Yi insisted on asking for his own taxi to go back, Qiu Yunyan couldn't force herself any further. Originally, she wanted to find a chance to get more in touch with lifting Yi Yi, and probe into the secret of his being so good with his hands. Like tonight, a man with his bare hands, beating 6 vicious and armed thugs to death. This is by no means something an ordinary person can do. Even those who have received special training in the army are not guaranteed to be able to do this level of work for everyone. And the dent in the front hood of the pickup truck at the scene from the horrific impact was even more striking. As a police officer, Qiu Yunyan's first reaction was to be suspicious of Yi Yi's identity. It was too unbelievable for such a good body to appear in such an ordinary college student. Is it hard to be a trained spy? But then she dismissed the idea herself. Spies have to hide their identities and never act in such a high-profile manner. For this reason, she even purposely asked her colleagues to look up Yi Yi's information. Judging from his past life, this is just a teenager with a miserable life. There's nothing special about it. Qiu Yunyan could only stop there. Is it possible that someone is really gifted and born with such a good body? Thinking about it, there is only one explanation. Thinking about this, Qiu Yunyan couldn't help but be interested in Yi Yi as a person. He was even thinking of finding an opportunity to let Yi Yi teach himself a move in the future. But it's clear that you can't make such unreasonable demands now. People have just been injured and still need to recuperate. But fortunately, His cousin Su Xingmian was familiar with Yi. Moreover, looking at Su Xingmian's blushing and shy appearance just now, it was obvious that she was secretly in love with other people's Yi. If Yi could become his future brother-in-law, then it would be much easier to find him to spar and discuss at that time. Alright Starsleep, then let's not delay Yichi from going back to rest early. It's so late, you shouldn't be able to go back to your dormitory. I just happen to be going back to the police station, so I'll give you a ride home to stay on the way. Now the night is already late. The dormitory has a gate. Su Xingmian really can't go back, so he has to go home to stay for the night. Although she couldn't bear to part with Yi, she also knew that she had to let Yi go back to rest earlier. After saying goodbye to Yi, Su Xingmian reluctantly got into Chiu Yunyan's car. Yi, on the other hand, took Xian's small hand and walked to the hospital entrance to call a car. Come on Xin. Uncle will take you home to your mom. Peach Court neighborhood. 3 buildings, 9th floor. Both homes had their lights on. It's so late, yet both families are still awake. One family was Zhang Chui, and the other was Chen Meijiao across the street. Yi knocked on the door of Chen Meijiao's house. In less than 3 seconds, both doors opened at the same time. Zhang Chui in her pajamas and Chen Meijiao, who still had tear stains on her face, appeared at their respective doorways. Xin, Mom, honey. Now that Mom and Dad were not around, Zhang Chui called out the word husband to Yi without any concealment, worrying for Yi for the whole night. Seeing that this man who made himself attached to his heart finally came back, Zhang Chui immediately pounced on him and hugged Yi tightly. Hiss, ouch, tearing the wound on his back. Yi grimaced for a while. Honey, are you hurt again? Seeing Yi's reaction, Zhang Chui immediately pulled away Yi's clothes. Seeing the bandages wrapped around her back, Zhang Chui's eyes instantly turned red. Why are you so careless? Doesn't it hurt? Seeing Zhang Chui's reaction, Chen Meijiao hurriedly put down Xinxin in her arms and walked forward with a concerned face. Injured? Well, is it badly hurt? Did Ran Hong hurt you? Yi could be considered to have done Chen Meijiao a great favor today. As a single mom, her daughter is everything to her. After seeing that Yi had brought Xin back safely and securely, Chen Meijiao couldn't mention how grateful she was to Yi in her heart. Even the progress of the raid has sprung up to 90% at once. After realizing that Yi was injured, his heart became even more guilty. Today Yi could have been injured to save Xin. In this way, Yi was simply the savior of their mothers and fathers. This injury was a heavenly favor to Chen Meijiao. It can never be repaid with a flippant thank you. Thinking about it, the progress of the raid has increased by another 5%. I'm fine, the doctor already stitched me up. Just nurse it for a few days. Don't you guys worry. Facing the concern of the beauties, Yi had to put on a cloudy face even if it hurt. What the hell happened tonight? Ran Hong, what did he want to do to Xin? Chen Meijiao's eyes were filled with tears. She also didn't expect things to be this serious. It was obvious from the fact that Yi was injured. There must have been a fierce struggle between the two sides. Yi's hands. Chen Meijiao had also seen it before. Subdued the creepy guy at the show yesterday with just an over-the-shoulder drop. With her understanding of Ran Hong was definitely not capable of injuring Yi, unless Ran Hong called someone else. Originally, he thought that Ran Hong was just trying to snatch Xin away from himself, but now it seemed that Ran Hong should be trying to do something bad to Xin. If it wasn't for Yichi, what the consequences would be. Chen Meijiao didn't even dare to think about it further. It's okay, it's all in the past. I've already handed them over to the police, so I don't think he should have the chance to come and hurt Xin in the future. Don't worry. Yi didn't want Chen Meijiao to worry excessively. Just the fact that the other side brought in a criminal gang to try to abduct Xin away is enough for the police to put them in jail. Thinking about it this way, they really won't have any chance to jeopardize the innocent child in the future. Since this was the case, there was naturally no need to say too much to Chen Meijiao, so as not to overstress her. Well, I'm going back to rest. Xin is in shock today. You guys should rest early too. Yi tenderly patted Xin's little head, then wrapped his arm around Zhang Chui and prepared to turn around and enter the door. But Xin's tender little hands clutched Yi's coat. Uncle, don't go. Okay. Xin is scared. Tears glistened in Xin's eyes. Facing so many bad guys today, calling the shots, it was the gallant uncle in front of him who took care of all the bad guys in 3 tries. In Xin's heart, Yi represented enough security. At this moment, seeing that Yi was about to leave, Xin couldn't help but feel scared again in her heart. Fear of where another wave of bad guys will pop up out of the cold. Xin, uncle is injured and needs to go home and rest. Xin is good. It's just as well that mommy stays with you. Chen Meijiao stepped forward and patiently pulled over Xin's small hand. but Xin still had a death grip on Yi Yi's clothes. I don't. I want uncle to stay at our house today. Xin is scared. I want my uncle to protect me. Chapter 102, for Lamborghini Poison. A tender child had this happen to him today. I'm lucky if I'm not scared out of my wits. Looking at Xin's frightened appearance, Chen Meijiao realized that the child must have suffered a very serious shock. Xin, mommy will protect you too. Let Uncle Yi go back to rest early. Uncle is injured and needs to recuperate. Xinshin obeys. Chen Meijiao continued to patiently work on Xin's mind. Yi had done such a great favor today. He couldn't disturb people's rest anymore. But I didn't expect Xin to cry when she heard this. Ooh, don't. I want uncle. Uncle will drive away the bad people. If uncle isn't here, Xin is going to be kidnapped by the bad guys. Xin is scared. Cynthia huffed and sobbed louder and louder. At this moment it was already late at night, and for fear of alarming the surrounding neighbors, Yi had to bend down and coax. Xin, be good. Uncle is right across the street. If there is danger, uncle will come over to protect you. Xinshin is not afraid, but Xin was still stubbornly holding onto Yi Yi's coat corner and refusing to let go. The tears at the corners of her eyes were like broken pearls sliding down her cheeks one by one. Honey, why don't you stay with Xin tonight? Although Jiang Chui didn't know what exactly happened tonight, but look at Xin's reaction, and Yi Yi's injury. Jiang Chui guessed that the situation they encountered tonight must have been even more sinister than that day in the alleyway in front of the bar. That day in the bar alley, facing those punks with steel pipes, Yi were able to swim without any harm, but today, Yi was actually cut open. Putting herself in her place, Jiang Chui felt that if she had encountered such a thing, she would definitely have palpitations as well. Not to mention that Xin is still so young. Looking at Xin, who was constantly sobbing, Jiang Chui felt a heartache well up in her heart. Chen Meijiao looked embarrassed, looking a little embarrassed. Of course it would be great for Yi to be able to come over and stay for a night. Not only can Xin feel safe, but she herself will be much more secure in her heart. But, Yi and Jiang Chui were a young couple after all. Would it be, to keep them apart like this? Not good. As if she could see what was on Chen Meijiao's mind, Jiang Chui softly said, Sister Meijiao, it's fine, let Yi accompany Xin. It's not a good idea for the baby to cry so much all the time. Not only does Yi need to rest early, Xin definitely needs to rest early after being so frightened. It's decided. Honey, I'll make you breakfast tomorrow morning and you remember to come back for it. I'm going back to bed first, It's so late and I'm kinda sleepy. After saying that, without waiting for a few people to react, Jiang Chui turned around and went home, smoothly bringing the door with her, leaving Yi and Chen Meijiao in the corridor looking at each other. Sister Meijiao, then I'll disturb you tonight. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Chen Meijiao smiled gently and pushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her white neck, then took Xin's little hand. Alright, little devil, Uncle Yi promised to accompany you today. Don't thank Uncle yet. Seeing that Yi was willing to stay, Xin then stopped sobbing. The big eyes that still contained tears curved up in a smile. Crisp cried out, Thank you, Uncle. After changing her shoes, Chen Meijiao made a cup of tea for Yi, then coaxed Xin to take a bath first. Yi held a warm cup of tea and briefly scanned the layout of Chen Meijiao's home. There are 2 bedrooms in the house, both open at the moment. One was where Xin lived, and it held a princess-style pink crib. The bed was also surrounded by a circle of lace curtains, just enough for the kid to sleep alone. And the other bedroom was Chen Meijiao's. The comforter set with cartoon prints shows that this single mom has a girly heart as well. But next, Yi was in trouble. These are the only 2 bedrooms in Chen Meijiao's house, so where do I sleep tonight? The living room sofa is also 2 separate single sofas. You can only sit and lean. You can't lie down at all. It's hard to believe that. I'm going to sleep on the floor tonight? I can't. I've got a back injury. If you sleep on the floor, I'm afraid it won't be good for wound recovery. Xin's bed was too small again. It could only sleep Xin alone, and it was impossible to let Chen Meijiao go and sleep with Xin. So, you sleep in the same bed with Chen Meijiao? Looking at the progress of Chen Meijiao's strategy in his mind, which was as high as 95%, Yi stroked his chin, hesitating on the matter of whether or not to become a chow thief. If when the bar, people live across the street from Jiang Chui's house, just in case something goes wrong one day. But if you don't, then Lamborghini Poison won't be able to claim it. Lamborghini Poison is a temporary addition to Chen Meijiao's wish mission execution. You can't get it until after you've completely raided Chen Meijiao. It was only on for a bit today though, but that powerful pushback made Yahichi fall in love with it. With the Lamborghini Poison pearl in front of it, the Primera and everything else instantly doesn't smell good. Never mind, for the sake of Lamborghini poison. Whatever. Yi gritted his teeth and tilted his head to drink the tea in the cup. Not long after, Chen Meijia came out after helping Xan take a shower. Chen Meijia carried Xan into the bedroom, tucking Cynthia in and coaxing her eyes to close. Before closing her eyes, Xan also purposely poked her head up to confirm that Yi was at home and hadn't left. Mom, Xan be good and sleep. You tell Uncle Yi not to go, Cynthia said in a milky voice. Chen Meijia tenderly stroked Xan's forehead, her eyes full of a mother's love for her child. Okay, Mommy promises. Under Chen Meijiao's soothing presence, Xan quickly entered dreamland. Chen Meijiao gently turned off the light and walked out of the bedroom, bringing the door with her in the process. Ring ring ring. At this time, Chen Meijiao's cell phone suddenly rang. When it was answered, a female voice came from the other side. Hey, Chen Meijiao right. This is the Pingjiang police station. I'm police officer Chiu Yunyan. We have some information to confirm with you about tonight. Is it convenient for you to answer the phone right now, please? Hearing that it was the police calling, Chen Meijiao knew that it must be about Ren Hong taking Xan away today. Convenient, you say? Then, Chiu Yunyan roughly talked to Chen Meijiao about what happened tonight. Then it confirmed Ren Hong's relationship with her, and Xin. Chen Meijiao also carefully recounted her previous conflicts with Ren Hong. Okay, the situation is generally clear to me. I'll contact you again if there's anything you need to cooperate with the investigation in the aftermath. Xiu Yunyan hung up after asking the questions that needed to be asked. Hearing the beep sound of hanging up from the other end of the phone, Chen Meijiao has not yet returned to her senses. She never thought that this night would be so treacherous. Ran Hong's wife, surprisingly, found a criminal gang of human trafficking. If it wasn't for Yi, I'm afraid I would never see Xin again in my life. Chapter 103, The Long Night. Just now Chiu Yunyan said clearly on the phone that there were 6 people on the other side. All of them are vicious. Live off human trafficking. Chen Meijiao had seen many similar things on the news. There are many black industries associated with human trafficking. If Xin was really taken away by those people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, he thought that Ren Hong just wanted to snatch Xin away from himself. I didn't realize he and his wife could be such humane things. Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. Chen Meijiao's voice choked a little. In such a menacing situation, Yi fought to save Xin. It could be said that this matter originally had nothing to do with Yi, but just because he had requested Yi's help, it led to Yi being in such danger as well. Chen Meijiao had a bad taste in her heart. At the same time, an inexplicable sentiment spread wildly in her heart. As a single mother, what she longs for most is to have someone around who can give her and Xin plenty of security. It was just that he didn't expect that this person would be Yi who only had a few encounters with himself. No need to thank me. It's a show of hands. Don't take it to heart. Yi was sprightly. It just so happens that through today's events, I also tested the effectiveness of the fighting arts and physical fitness bonuses. Sort of a general judgment of his current stature. Later on, you'll know what scenes you can handle and what scenes you can't. Sister Meijiao, tonight, where do I sleep? After holding his tongue for half a day, Yi asked the question he was most concerned about. Chen Meijiao then realized that she didn't seem to have any extra places in her house where she could sleep. You sleep in my bed. I'll make a bunk. Chen Meijiao blushed, and somehow, her mind uncontrollably recalled that day when she was lying on the wall, listening to Yi and Zhang Chui going crazy next door for the whole night. Yi didn't say much after hearing Chen Meijiao's arrangement. After all, at a time like this, it's impossible to expect a woman to offer to sleep together. Okay, I'll go ahead and take a shower then. Today was a day of wounds, blood, and sweat. Yi was a little sticky. I'm sure I won't sleep well at night without a shower. Hearing the word bath, Chen Meijiao, however, seemed to suddenly think of something. Wait a minute, didn't the doctor shut down yesterday that you can't touch water to your wounds? Yi was also injured yesterday when he subdued the lecherous man at the show. It was still Chen Meijiao who accompanied him to the hospital. Chen Meijiao remembers that the doctor specifically mentioned that the wound should not touch water or it would easily become inflamed. What's more, Yi had suffered a much heavier injury today. Definitely even less water to touch. Oh yeah, it seems like that's what's going on. It was only at this moment that Yi remembered that the doctor did seem to have taken such care. But now I stink of sweat, and it's always a little hard not to take a shower. Seeing Yi's difficulty, Chen Meijiao blushed and asked tentatively, how about, I'll get some hot water and use a towel to wipe your body down. This will prevent the wound from touching the water. It also makes you feel a little more refreshed. Yi couldn't do anything too big at the moment. Lift your arm a little higher and you'll pull on the wound in your back. If he really had to fetch hot water to wipe his body, he could indeed only let Chen Meijiao do it for him. Alright, Sister Meijiao, then I'll trouble you. Seeing Yi's promise, Chen Meijiao immediately got up to get a basin to receive hot water. Gee, no trouble. You are now our family's savior. What's the point of doing this little thing for you? While the faucet was running, Chen Meijiao helped Yi carefully remove his clothes. After seeing the wound with stitches on her back, Chen Meijiao's heart seemed to be gripped hard. This wound. Yi must be in a lot of pain. Chen Meijiao's icy fingers gently touched the edge of the wound and carefully blew on it with her mouth. Does it still hurt? Yi, however, grinned widely. To say it doesn't hurt would be a lie, but as long as it's not tugging, it's okay. When the basin was full of water, Chen Meijiao turned off the faucet, wet the towel, and proceeded to wring it out, carefully helping Yi wipe up his body. When she rubbed herself in front of Yi and saw the fine six-pack abs, Chen Meijiao's face unconsciously reddened again. Such a young and perfect body seemed to bring out the restlessness that had been repressed in her soul for so long. Meijiao-san, why is your face red? Yi asked knowingly. At times like this, it's better to just point it out, instead of making the other person look straight into their inner thoughts. Chen Meijiao hurriedly returned to her senses and hastily moved her wandering eyes away from Yi's abs. The face burned a few shades redder. Probably hot. The bathroom. It's so stuffy. Chen Meijiao's excuse was so poor that she didn't even believe it herself when she said it. Soon, Chen Meijiao helped Yi wipe his body clean. Looking at Yi's pants, Chen Meijiao's face showed a touch of difficulty. Yi, are your legs going to? Yi smiled and took the already wrung-out towel from Chen Meijiao. I can just wipe my own legs. With that, he made a move to undo his pants. Chen Meijiao got up in a hurry and turned around with a red face and ran out of the bathroom. I'll go ahead and make the bed. In a short while, Yi cleaned up and came out. Chen Meijiao also spread a quilt on the floor as her bed for the night. Sister Meijiao, this pillow is for you. There was only one pillow in Chen Meijiao's bedroom. It's what she usually sleeps with. There was an extra person in the house today and no extra pillows. Yi looked at Chen Meijiao's hard floor. Maybe a pillow would be more comfortable. So he took the pillow on the bed and wanted to hand it to Chen Meijiao. But after picking up the pillow, what was underneath it sent both men in the room into a state of embarrassment. That night, Yi and Zhang Chui were going crazy next door. A wall of ears. Chen Meijiao listened to the movements of the two. Her heart was like a cat's claw scratching. So out came the little motorized toy she had bought and never really used. Sort of fill her empty, lonely heart. But after using it that day, for the sake of convenience, I just tucked it under my pillow. It wasn't until Yi had just lifted the pillow that Chen Meijiao reacted. Yikes! Chen Meijiao let out a cry of alarm and pounced up with a flash, putting away the little electric toy with great speed. But even if she was fast, Yi had already seen it clearly. That shape, that silhouette, it's a match for your own. I didn't realize that's how all the long nights of single motherhood went. It's really not easy. Chapter 104, The Taste of Passivity. Looking at Yi's playful eyes, Chen Meijiao was ashamed and annoyed in her heart at the moment. The shame is that I was trying to be convenient, and I just shoved this thing under my pillow after I washed and dried it. The original thought was that it would be easier to get it out from under the pillow temporarily if I had to use it next night, but never thought that Yi would come to the house today, and Yi is going to sleep in this bed of his. What was even more unexpected was that Yi crookedly lifted the pillow. How could Chen Meijiao not be ashamed when her boudoir secrets were discovered by Yi just like this? What annoyed her, on the other hand, was Yi's direct gaze. Knowing full well what it was, he had fought so hard to grab it and try to hide it, but Yi was still staring with unblinking eyes. The look in his eyes seemed to have brainstormed the charming images of that night in this bedroom. Don't you look, you close your eyes. This rebuke from Chen Meijiao instead seemed a bit here and there. Yi shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands with an innocent face. Meijiao-san, I didn't know that you would have it under your pillow. I really didn't mean to, but seeing it all, closing my eyes now doesn't seem. It's not much use anymore. Chen Meijiao hid the little electric toy behind her back, a heart pounding. It was as if it was going to jump out of his throat the next second. This little secret of her own was so brightly displayed in front of Yi. Chen Meijiao had an indescribable feeling in her heart. There was no denying that this man, with whom she had only met a few times, had birthed an unspeakable feeling in her heart. But Chen Meijiao knew her situation. Single mom, on her own with her daughter. There was also a very hasty marriage license with a man once before. All of these might seem like places that would make Yi look at her lightly in Chen Meijiao's opinion. Plus just now, this little motorized toy that was discovered by Yi. Perhaps in Yi's heart, he would think that she was a very casual, very shameless woman. Thinking about this, Chen Meijiao felt bad in her heart. Even if it was not possible for her and Yi, she did not want to be such an image in Yi's heart. What's wrong? Seeing that Chen Meijiao was unhappy, Yi asked tentatively. A normal person's first reaction to something like this should be shyness or embarrassment. But Chen Meijiao was clearly not either of those emotions. Yi glanced at the system panel. Chen Meijiao's raid progress that was still slowly rising at the moment. It's now up to 98.31%. So that's it. With the addition of the 100 secrets to holding a goddess, Yi guessed the reason why Chen Meijiao was unhappy after a careful thought. Yi, would you think I'm a very frivolous person? Hesitating again and again, Chen Meijiao still asked the question she was most concerned about. Yi's opinion of her is very important to her. After a few seconds of silence, Yi gently shook his head. I don't know why you're asking. I think those are pretty normal things. You're usually alone and busy with work and xin. Again, you have to deal with the stress of work and some other gossip. You've lived such a tiring life. It's only natural to relax once in a while. I don't find you frivolous at all. Yi said sincerely, his eyes gently and frankly looking straight at Chen Meijiao who was sitting on the ground in front of him, somewhat at a loss for words. After getting Yi's answer, Chen Meijiao felt that her heart, which was originally like a pool of stagnant water, unexpectedly set off waves. This man, not only can he give her plenty of security, the bottom line was that he really understood her. It even hurt her a little. For so many years, Chen Meijiao had longed for this kind of heartache too much, but even her own biological parents, upon learning that she was unmarried and pregnant, would often put a face on her, think she's misbehaving and spoiling the family's reputation. Chen Meijiao felt like her soul was always adrift. No one would take her in for a moment, give her a touch of warmth and comfort. Until just now, Yi said those words. I don't know if it was out of being moved or something else. The corners of Chen Meijiao's eyes were actually a little moist. Yichi, thank you. Chen Meijiao said thank you for no reason. Perhaps it was because Yi had saved xin. Or perhaps it was because Yi had allowed himself to experience a long-lost warmth. Yi tenderly reached out his hand and gently helped Chen Meijiao wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't you cry. I'm the worst at coaxing girls. Yi's low and magnetic voice completely penetrated the last line of defense within Chen Meijiao. An inexplicable urge surged through Chen Meijiao's brain. She raised her hand and slowly took hold of Yi's hand that was helping her wipe her tears. Yi could feel that Chen Meijiao's hands were covered with a thin layer of hand sweat. Yi, I'm sorry. I had just finished saying thank you and now I was apologizing for no reason. Yi also couldn't figure out what Chen Meijiao meant, but just before Yi could react, Chen Meijiao suddenly probed up and kissed Yi's lips straight on. Now, Yi realized why Chen Meijiao had apologized. In Chen Meijiao's opinion, he and Jang Chui were boyfriend and girlfriend, and now she had done this to herself. It's not sensible, and it's not moral, but Chen Meijiao did it anyway, because she couldn't control the feelings in her heart for Yi. She was even prepared for Yi to push her away angrily in a moment and then reprimand her. But until Chen Meijiao kissed for half a minute, Yi still didn't make any clear indication. There was no pandering, yet no resistance either, just peacefully accepting this kiss from Chen Meijiao. Yi, do you think I'm old? Age is something that every woman cares about, especially if Yi was more petite than Chen Mei. But let's be honest, 32 is a woman's most beautiful age. The youthfulness of a young girl has faded, but it has not yet been fully colored with the flavor of a mature woman. In Chen Meijiao's case, both qualities are present. There is both the tenderness and initiative that a mature woman should have, as well as the shyness and helplessness. Yi shook his head decisively. So, do you think I look good? Chen Meijiao then pursued. By the warm yellow light of the bedroom, Chen Meijiao's facial contours looked especially soft. Under the outline of the pajamas, the luscious figure seemed to be calling out at all times. Yi nodded honestly. The fact that the system was able to give Chen Meijiao a face value score of 8 is proof of Chen Meijiao's beauty. After receiving Yi's answers to these two questions, Chen Meijiao finally revealed a smile. Reaching out, he turned off the bedroom light, and the entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Sister Meijiao. Sensing Chen Meijiao's movements, Yi shouted out to her consciously. This was the first time Yi had enjoyed being passive. Chapter 105, All Good Things Come in One Day. The next day, when Yi opened his eyes, Chen Meijiao was already awake, but Chen Meijiao never moved, maintaining that position of holding Yichi. Afraid of waking up Yi, recalling last night's craziness, Yi rubbed his head somewhat awkwardly. Meijiao. Unconsciously, the name was also changed, and the word sis after the name was omitted by Yi quite naturally. Chen Meijiao had a gentle face. Nothing needs to be said. I'm not going to intrude on your life. As long as you come visit me when you can, I'll be content. It had to be said that a woman of Chen Meijiao's age just knew what she was doing. See things more thoroughly than young girls. Chen Meijiao knew that there was no way that she and Yi could ever be together. Yi was so outstanding and young, he would never look for a woman who had given birth to a child. Therefore, Chen Meijiao will not ask for any name. Even she knew that what happened like that last night was actually more about her taking advantage of Yi. She didn't want to possess Yi, and she knew she didn't deserve to possess Yi. As long as Yi had a place for her in his heart, she would be completely satisfied. Yi didn't say anything, just nodded gently. It's all in the words. Ding! Detected that the progress of the bound object Chen Meijiao Raider has reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the appropriate rewards. Fighting Arts, Level 2. Tracking, limited to 1 use per day. 1 Lamborghini Poison. Driving Proficiency. With the two of them being open and honest, the progress of Chen Meijiao's raid reached 100% as a matter of course. Looking at the system's reward this time, Yi raised his eyebrows. The bonus item, Fighting Arts, was a bonus from the wish quest that Chen Meijiao had swiped out when she ran into that lewd man that night. After raiding Jiang Chui, the system had already rewarded Yi with the fighting technique. And now, with the duplication of this reward for Fighting Arts, the original Fighting Arts become Level 2 Fighting Arts. Yi seems to have grasped the pattern. The bonuses given by the system turned out to have a hierarchy. If a reward is duplicated from a previous reward, then the level of that reward is raised. A second level fighting technique is definitely different from the one you possessed before. In Yi's mind, it was as if those fighting experiences had refined a bit more. And in addition to the fighting skills, the tracking skills used last night while searching for Xin were a very nice bonus. Just think of someone in your head and you can get her precise location. It's limited to 1 use per day, but it's enough to solve a lot of problems. Can you help me see where my dad is who I've never met? Thinking of his own life, Yi consciously wanted to try using the tracer technique. Ding! The prerequisite for the use of the trace finding technique. The host must think of the face of the person they are looking for in their mind. Tracing techniques can't be effective on objects that you can't visualize what they look like. The system's cold beeps pulled Yi back to reality. Well, it looks like I was overthinking it, but it's okay, I didn't have much hope. I was just trying it out in passing. Yi continued to click to receive the subsequent rewards. 1 Lamborghini Poison. Aha! The corner of Yi's mouth involuntarily hooked upwards. This godly car is one that he is haunted by and loves. I didn't realize that last night I was wondering when I would get this reward in my hands, and today I did it. As the rewards arrived, a guide map appeared in Yi's mind. The guide map showed that Lamborghini Poison was parked in one of the most inconspicuous corners of the parking lot of the Bincheng University School at the moment. There are 4 gates to Hamachi University. The one near the parking lot, the school gate, is in a more remote location. There are no dormitories or academic buildings around either. Other than the students and staff who drive, very few students usually go. So the Lamborghini Poison is parked there, and it's not like any of the students will necessarily notice it anytime soon. What's more, the goddamned car was now parked in a 1-car parking space blocked by a strip of flower beds. You can't even notice until you get closer. Leafy thought to himself, I'll get this car back when I'm done with my classes today. As for the black Panamera that he originally wanted to buy for himself, then he would give it to Su Xingmian. Ding! Detected that the host has raided another bound object, rewarding the host with doubled assets. As the system tone fell, the money in Yi's card doubled again. If it doubles once more, then one's assets will cross the $10 million mark. Well, I won't keep you. Jiang Chui is still waiting for you to go back for breakfast. Chen Meijiao urged Yi to get up. When she let Yi stay over last night, Jiang Chui had made a point of emphasizing that she wanted Yi to go home in the morning to have breakfast. Thinking of this, Yi glanced at the time and scrambled to put on his clothes. Before leaving, he didn't forget to drop a kiss on Chen Meijiao's forehead. Geez, get going, don't keep people waiting. Chen Meijiao blushed scarlet and pushed Yi out of the room. After breakfast, Yi and Jiang Chui went to school together. Jiang Chui didn't want to see Qin Zhu at the subway station again, so today the two of them took a taxi from the Peach Garden neighborhood to the school. On the way, Yi received a call from the Porsche 4S store sales. It said that the 4 cars that Yi had ordered yesterday had been shipped overnight in the direction of Bincheng. It'll probably be there by noon. Considering that Yi was a big customer, the efficiency of sales was also mentioned as high as possible. In order to leave a good impression on Yi, in the future, maybe Yi will be in a good mood and buy a few more cars. Yi sent sales the location of Bincheng University and asked sales to send the car directly to the school later. Today Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Yilan also have classes to go to school, so it's a good time to pick up the new car together. Good things really do come in one day. 4 Panameras plus a Lamborghini Poison. The parking lot at Hampton University is going to be a hive of activity today. Arriving at the classroom, Jiang Chui followed behind Yi and entered the door. The shock seemed to have faded a bit, although the students' eyes were already full of wanting to gossip. It was as if everyone had already unanimously acquiesced to the fact that this iceberg beauty had been taken down by Yi. The class bell rang, and Qin Grant arrived late. It looks like he drove to the subway station to wait for Jiang Chui again. Only today, after waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Zhu's eyes were almost pierced through, but did not wait for Jiang Chui's figure to appear at the exit of the subway station. It was near the beginning of the class that Qin Zhu hurried back from the subway station. The teacher glared at Qin Zhuan and said that next time, if you enter the classroom with such extreme pressure on the bell, you will be treated as late. Qin Chui nodded coyly and sat down in his seat with his head hanging down. Zhang Chui poked her head up and scanned around the classroom. Then he gently poked Yi with his arm. Why didn't your ex-girlfriend come to class today? Chapter 106 The Strongest Lineup in the Cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Yi also subconsciously raised his head and scanned the circle. There was indeed no Lin Coco in the classroom. It does seem a bit counterintuitive. Basically, no one purposely skips class in order to mix it up in terms of their usual grades. You can sneak down there and sleep on your cell phone during class anyway, as long as people come. Moreover, as far as Yi's understanding of Lin Coco was concerned, she wasn't the type of person who would skip class. What? Concerned about her? Should I call her and ask? Zhang Chui had a light smile on her face, but her tone sounded somewhat like she was digging a hole for Yi. Yi naturally wouldn't fall for the trap. Calmly, he shook his head. It's none of my business if she doesn't show up for class. It's not like I have anything to do with her. After uttering these words, Yi himself couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. A few days ago, he or she was a pure lickspill who didn't know anything about the world, didn't know how to be romantic, and didn't have much money. Nothing but relatively good academic performance and handsome appearance. So much so that he was disliked by Lin Coco and then cheated on. Of course, many students will feel that what Lin Coco did was seamless at best and not considered splitting. But, in all fairness, is that really the case? In the next second after proposing a breakup, Yi saw a photo of Lin Coco and Zhou Boheo posting hand in hand in his circle of friends, and regardless of when this photo was taken, as far as this progress of the two of them is concerned, how does it not look like the ambiguity started only after they broke up with Yi? Maybe Lin Coco was already having an affair with Zhou Boheo during her relationship with Yi. However, as things stood, Yi did not want to pursue this any further. Now one has the system in place. If used wisely, one can have unpredictable wealth in this lifetime. And he himself is now surrounded by beautiful women. In addition to the 4 schoolgirls already bound, there was also the pure and proud Xia Xiaoyu, the considerate wife Chen Meizhou and the policewoman Qiu Yunyan. Your own handful of the 100 secrets to holding a goddess, plus the ability to open up and see their desires. It's only a matter of time before they are raided. Compared to these few beauties, Lin Coco was somewhat worthless. Only at this moment did Yi deeply understand that sentence. As long as the new love is found well, there is no old love that cannot be forgotten. Originally, Yi also thought that he might be stuck in the shadow of lost love for a long time, but after awakening the system, it was realized that the world was so beautiful, lost love and all that is long behind us. After class, Yi and Zhang Chui went to the cafeteria for lunch together. As usual, Xia Xiaoyu had already taken her place. The teaching building where Xia Xiaoyu and her majors attend classes is closer to the cafeteria, so it's more convenient to rush there after class. In the case of getting out of class at the same time, Xia Xiaoyu was definitely in the cafeteria before Yi and the others. Senior, this way. Xia Xiaoyu waved at Yi and Zhang Chui. The dishes she had already beaten: fish, shrimp, meat, eggs and a variety of vegetables. It's all about a nutritional balance. Through these few days of tonic, one could clearly notice that Xia Xiaoyu's face was more toned than before. Even the complexion was a little fairer. After Yi and Zhang Chui had just sat down, Su Xingmian also walked over with his dinner plate. This imperial goddess of the music department was wearing a pale pink dress today. The near-perfect waist-crotch ratio was outlined and trimmed just right by the dress. Walking up to Yi and seeing that there were 2 girls besides Yi, Su Xingmian's eyes shot a wary glance at the duo. Zhang Chui had met her last night at the hot pot restaurant, and Su Xingmian knew that she and Yi were in the same class. Although Zhang Chui had the title of iceberg beauty in school, but looking at this situation, it seemed that she had a great relationship with Yi. There was another girl who looked innocent and cute, but the fullness under her clothes felt like it was calling out at all times. Looks like another strong competitor. And it could be seen that both of these people had an earlier friendship with Yi than themselves. Su Xingmian couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. Just then, another voice rang out. What a coincidence. All of them. Zhang Yilin's dress today is still sexy and hot. A little short sleeve with an exposed navel at the top and ripped jeans at the bottom. The most eye-catching thing is that through the holes in the jeans, you can see that Kong Yi Rim is also wearing a pair of black silk underneath. Is this the legendary must-have trick for teasing men? Silk in pants? Kong Yi Rim was very self-conscious as she carried her own dinner plate and sat down next to a few people's seats. Naturally, he used his chopsticks to pick up a shrimp and put it in Yi's bowl. Eat? Why are you looking at me, silly? Do you think I'm especially pretty today? After saying that, he flashed a mesmerizing smile at Yi. This titillating segment is really a notch above several others. Yi gulped and didn't say anything. silently picking up the rice in the bowl. Originally, he was just thinking of having a lunch date with Xia Xiaoyu in the cafeteria every day at noon. Give this girl some extra good food to replenish her nutrients. I didn't realize. This dinner party is getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Chui, Jiang Yilan, Su Xingmian, 3 out of the top 5 on the school flower list are here. This lineup would be a great turnout in the cafeteria. Yi Yi, Xiao Yao, you're all here. Just as Yi Yi was burying his head in his food, another figure walked over. Sweet looks and that signature pink double ponytail. Before Yi Yi could see the face, he knew who the visitor was. How come you didn't go to your part-time job today? Leafy asked as soon as he realized it. Wei Shurian, the heavenly chosen part-time worker's sacred body. Recently Yi Yi could meet her at her part-time job wherever he went to eat. How come I ran into her at lunch in the cafeteria today too? Is it hard to believe that she still works in the cafeteria? Wei Shurian sat beside Xia Xiaoyu with her dinner plate and playfully rolled her eyes at Yi Yi. You just can't see me resting, can you? I can't be out there 24 hours a day working part-time. I happen to have a class this morning and I'm not going to work until after lunch this afternoon. The top 5 on the school's flower list, 4 of them arrived today. Yi Yi felt that the boys in the entire cafeteria were looking at him with envy and jealousy. If eyes could kill, then Yi Yi would be full of holes at this moment. Ahem, eat, you all eat. Yi Yi's eyes swept past a few girls extremely quickly. Aside from Wei Shurian, the other few girls were each looking at each other with wary eyes. Only Wei Shurian was mindlessly eating her meal, especially Su Xingmian. She had already taken the initiative to confess to Yi Yi in public yesterday. Originally, he thought that a big beauty like her, who was ranked second on the school flower list, Yi Yi should be moved. But now Su Xingmian realized that things were far from that simple. Yi Yi was surrounded by beautiful women. Right, Yi Yi, how is your injury? My cousin surprised me yesterday when she called me. Chapter 107, Investment Fraud. Hearing Su Xingmian finish, the few girls were obviously taken aback. Yi Yi, are you injured again? Zhang Yilan grabbed Yi Yi's arm and flipped through it. Where does it hurt? Is it serious? Xia Xiaoyu was also concerned. What's going on, senpai? Does it hurt? Wei Shurian put down the bowl she was carrying in her hand and blinked. Seeing as you're still able to come to class and eat today, there shouldn't be any major problems. Should there? Only Jiang Chui stared at Su Xingmian's eyes with a suspicious face. How did you know Yi Yi was injured? Seeing the concerned and puzzled eyes of a few girls, Yi Yi then told the events of last night in a detailed and appropriate manner. Of course, Yi Yi didn't describe much about that menacing scene. The story that comes out in Ye's mouth is that a group of traffickers kidnapped an innocent child, and he himself just saw the right thing to do. I heard my cousin say that there might even be a bravery award for you then. Although the police do not advocate the practice of people going up alone and risking their lives like Yi Yi, knowing that it is dangerous, but Yi Yi did save the little girl, cracked down on the criminal gang, and got hurt for it. Something should be said about this anyhow. Ahem. Well, enough chit-chat. Let's eat everyone. Yi Yi awkwardly pressed his hand. At the moment he just hoped that a few of the girls in the audience wouldn't keep focusing on him. He could feel the vibe of a few people fighting with jealousy. Yaichi thought about everyone quickly finishing their meal and dispersing. A few women looked at each other and didn't say anything more. It was just that Jiang Chui secretly pinched the flesh around Yi Yi's waist when everyone wasn't paying attention. The scene of the 4 major schoolgirls gathering together really attracted the attention of many passerby students, especially after seeing that these few schoolgirls were all chatting with Yi Yi from time to time. They even cast envious and jealous gazes at Yi Yi. But at this moment, somewhere in the corner of the cafeteria, there was a person silently burying his head and eating his meal, not the least bit impressed by this scene of 4 schoolgirls gathered together. It wasn't that Lin Coco didn't gossip, it was just that she simply didn't have the heart for it at the moment. Anxiety and restlessness had completely taken over her. Even now, when she eats, she just mechanically brings the food into her mouth. Can't even taste the food. Just this morning, she received a message. It's a message from the loan company urging repayment. A few days ago, Zhou Boheo inadvertently revealed to Lin Coco that he had an inside information. As long as you follow the investment, you can get as much as 20% return. Put in 10,000 to make 2,000. Put in $100,000 to make 20,000. $20,000 was all enough for Lin Coco to buy the bag that she had loved for a long time. After being with Zhou Boheo had only treated Lin Coco to a Western dinner and a concert. Zhou Boheo had never responded positively to Lin Coco's request of wanting to buy a bag. Lin Coco knew that for this kind of rich second generation, one should never look too gold digging. Otherwise, it will be offensive to the other person. So after hearing Zhou Boheo say that he had a reliable investment channel, Lin Coco's heart was moved. Who says you can only spend rich kids' money when you fall in love with them? It wouldn't be so bad if I could rely on rich kids to make myself some money. And according to Chao Boho, this investment cycle is very short. It only takes 3 days to get 20%. Lin Coco's eyes were glowing after hearing that. However, there was another most critical issue, and that was that she had no startup capital. Since college, she had always spent as much as she had, and was not in the habit of saving money at all. Perhaps Joe Boheo saw Lin Coco's dilemma? He even pretended to be kind and introduced Lin Coco to a way to borrow a large amount of money in a short period of time. Then Joe Boheo pushed those people from Scar to Lin Coco. As a female college student with no assets and no repayment ability, it is natural that if you want to borrow money, you have to come up with something as a guarantee. So, Lin Coco, under the urging of the gang, turned to the camera, held up her ID card, and took some indecent photos as they requested. When taking pictures, Lin Coco had hesitations within herself. But when she thought of the 20% gain Joe Boheo said she would get in 3 days, she still had a brainwave and sent the photos to the gang. The group of people were also true to their word, and $100,000 was immediately credited to Lin Coco's card. After receiving the money, Lin Coco didn't have the slightest delay and directly transferred the money to Joe Boheo. Joe Boheo confidently stated that he would just have Lin Coco wait for the money 3 days later. But as each day passes, there was no movement on Joe Boheo's side. Scar's side, however, had already sent a message urging repayment to Lin Coco's cell phone. Lin Coco borrowed money at that time, and it was marked on the agreement that it was only borrowed for 3 days, because one more day of delay will require one more day of interest payments. So Lin Coco wasn't willing to borrow it for too long. But looking at today is the last day. Tomorrow will be the repayment. But Joe Boheo does not answer Lin Coco's phone. A wave of uneasiness immediately took over Lin Coco's mind. Lost money on your investment? Or, the money was taken by Chow Boho? Coco Lam doesn't know. But either outcome was more than she could bear. $100,000. Her parents at home can't necessarily save $100,000 a year that they earn, excluding daily expenses. If the money did end up being hers to pay back, how could she afford it? Thinking about this, Lin Coco was like an ant on a hot pan, and was anxious in the dormitory for the whole morning. Didn't even have the heart to go to class. After casually stuffing a few mouthfuls of rice, Lin Coco took out her cell phone and called a girl in Joe Boheo's class. This girl and Lin Co were in the same club, and were considered to have some friendship. The call was quickly answered. Hey, little man, it's Coco Lin. I'd like to ask, did Joe Boheo come to class today? What? He didn't come? He hasn't been to class in 2 days? Oh, well, do you guys know where he went? You guys don't know either, do you? Well, no, it's okay. After hearing Xiaowen say that Joe Boheo hadn't come to school for the last 2 days, the uneasiness in Lin Coco's heart grew a few points heavier. A woman's sixth sense told her that Joe Boheo had most likely taken the money and disappeared. What to do? Should I tell my teacher about this? No way. The indecent photos of myself are in those people's hands. If things get out of hand, then I'm afraid she won't have the face to continue in the school in the future. Hey, Scar, it's Coco Lin. I'd like to ask if I can be relieved of the money I owe for a few. Forced to do so, Lin Coco had to call the group of people who had lent her money. Hopefully, the other party will give her a few days of grace. As long as she could find Joe Boheo, perhaps there was still a chance for everything to turn around. Chapter 108, The Truth About Borrowing Money. Imagination is always good, but reality is always cruel. How could Scar's men be softened by Lin Coco's pleas for mercy? They were supposed to be earning a living from this gray industry. What's more, they knew the truth behind Lin Coco's loan this time better than anyone else. It was Joe Boheo who first approached them on his own initiative. That time, Joe Boheo borrowed $10,000 in order to get a new cell phone. This $10,000, Joe Boheo with interest paid back nearly a year to finish. After that, Joe Boheo was out of control with this kind of overspending and face-filling behavior. After waiting for a little more than half a year, Joe Boheo asked them to borrow another $80,000. $80,000 is a lot of money for a college student. Travel around the city, eat at fancy restaurants, and then take pictures and post them on your friends to pretend. Joe Boheo thus packaged himself as a rich kid. Unknown classmates naturally and really thought that Joe Boheo's family was superior. But borrowed money has to be paid back eventually. In addition to the principal, Joe Boheo will have to pay back $20,000 in interest. That's $100,000 with interest. How much fun it is to spend money, and how much of a pain in the ass it is to pay it back. Originally, Joe Boheo thought, his good buddy Chin taught Milk Tea Store business program to get investment, he do it together. Then move a portion of the investment money first to pay back Scar and the others, but never thought, Chin authorization in the investment money. In addition to the Milk Tea Store startup funds, the rest of the take to pay the down payment to buy a car. This disrupted Joe Boheo's plan. With no other choice, Joe Boheo had no choice but to set his sights on Lin Coco. Lin Kiki is a typical gold-digging woman. At that time Joe Boheo knew that Lin Coco had a boyfriend, but every time Jo Boheo sent out a friend circle that was used to pretend, Lin Coco would always like it. And Lin Coco often took the initiative to send messages to Jo Boheo late at night, saying she couldn't sleep, as long as it wasn't a cutie. All could see the implication that Lin Coco was hinting at. Later, Jo Boheo and Lin Coco talked a few times. It's surprising to find out that this gold-digging woman is still stupid. No heart at all. She believed whatever she herself said without a shred of doubt. A perfect plan immediately surfaced in Jo Boheo's mind. So he pretended to confess his love to Lin Coco and offered to take her to Western food and a concert. As expected, Lin Coco immediately broke up with her then boyfriend Yi after seeing the invitation. Turning around, he threw himself into Jo Boheo's arms. After only a few days of contact, he has 100% trust in Jo Boheo. So, Jo Boheo carried out the final step of his plan on Lin Coco. In the name of investment, urged Lin Coco to borrow money. When Lin Coco borrowed the money, Jo Boheo took all the 100,000 and returned it to Scar, lending for debt conversion. Now that he, Jo Boheo, was debt-free, the pressure to pay back the money would be left to Lin Coco, the gold-digging girl, who made her greedy and stupid. One can only say it was deserved. Scar, I beg you, just give me a few days of grace. I'll be honest with you. I took this money and invested it for my boyfriend. He's got the inside track on making 20% interest in just a few days this time. But lately today I don't know what happened to him and I can't reach him. I promise you, if you'll just give me a few days grace, I'll pay him back as soon as I can get in touch with him. Lin Coco spoke very sincerely to the other end of the phone. It was close to kneeling in place, but on the other end of the phone, Scar smiled contemptuously and coldly hummed. Okay, look at how sincere you are. Then I'll tell you the truth too. That boyfriend of yours, he owes me $100,000. After you lent him the money, he paid me back. Just don't expect him to pay you out of pocket. Now you're the debtor, and I have a picture of you in my hand. I'd advise you to figure out how to pay this money back as soon as possible. If it's not returned, I don't mind letting your entire school see these pictures of you. After that, he casually hung up the phone. Lin Coco froze in place, the hand holding up the cell phone stagnantly pressed to her ear, her eyes empty, as if her soul had been emptied. What do you mean? Chao Boho takes the money borrowed with her indecent photos and pays off his own debt? Isn't he a rich kid? Didn't he say he was taking this money for investment? Didn't he also say he could get a 20% return on his investment? Are they all lies? Lin Coco felt her heart steeply gripped. Breathing seemed to stop for a moment. Fake. Turns out it was all fake. The investment was fake. And so was the identity of the rich kid. From beginning to end, Jo Boheo was for this matter. Sorting out the causes and consequences, Lin Coco crumpled into a chair in the cafeteria. People were coming and going around, and students were laughing and chatting about school gossip. Lin Coco was the only one, shrinking in this unknown corner as if she was abandoned by the world. Lin Coco felt her ears buzzing, and the noisy sounds all seemed to be automatically blocked out of her ears. There was only one thought in her mind. She's going down. $100,000 was astronomical for her. A college girl with no savings. How could she possibly pay it back on her own? But if she can't pay back the money, her picture is going to be exposed. The whole school will probably see it then. Then what face would she have to continue to stay in the school from now on? It was worse than killing her. Get mom and dad to help you pay for it? Lin Coco hesitated. Her family was already in average condition. Although she wasn't sure how much savings her parents had, what she could ascertain was that $100,000 would be a lot of money for their family. No. Mom and dad would yell at her if they knew she took out so many loans. After a short period of agonizing, Lin Coco dismissed the idea. Jo Boheo might have laughed out loud if he had seen this scene in front of him. Lin Coco was really a greedy and stupid woman. Frightened by a few words from Scar, all she could think about now was how to figure out how to pay this money back on her own. For Jo Boheo, the instigator, Lin Coco actually didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to pursue the blame. Of course, it couldn't all be blamed on Coco Lin's stupidity. Truly her mind was in turmoil right now. The only thing on his mind was how to keep his picture from being publicized. As for the rest, she really didn't have the heart or the energy for it. Just then, the unknown student in the cafeteria let a startled cry. Holy, you guys, look, Paramila. The students eating in the cafeteria looked over at the sound of the voice, only to see 4 vans loaded with Paramera slowly parked on the curb in front of the cafeteria. The 4 differently colored Parameras were extremely eye-catching in the sunlight. Where have college students ever seen such a battle? In their minds, the Paramera would have been considered a great luxury car, and it's amazing to see 4 such luxury cars at once today. I want to take a picture and send it to my friends. Several boys and girls hurriedly put down the dishes in their hands and rushed outside the cafeteria with their cell phones raised. It's too good an opportunity to pass up. Chapter 109, Chase Faster. The 4 Parameras had just been unloaded from the van when they were swarmed and surrounded by curious students. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. I have to say that Porsche sales are still very efficient. Not only was the car shipped overnight, but the licensing and other paperwork was done. Now these cars, get the keys and drive away. Wow, that's the first time I've seen 4 Pan-Americans put together at the same time. Look, you guys, this red one is so pretty. That pink is the best color. It feels so girly. Here, let me stand in front of these cars and take a picture for me. Send a friend circle in a while to open the eyes of all those classmates of mine. Xiaoxiaoyu's several housemates also mixed in the crowd, looking at the 4 cars in front of them, chattering. In the cafeteria, Yi Yi's few people had almost eaten, wiped his mouth and looked out at the crowd of people. Come on, let's go pick up the car. Yi Yi led a few people towards the car. The lineup of the 4 schoolgirls plus Xiaoxiaoyu instantly attracted a lot of attention as well. As the saying goes, a beautiful car with a beautiful woman. These girls walked together to give people the degree of shock is not in the least inferior to those 4 cars. Lin Coco didn't know what came to her mind when she saw Yi Yi walking with these girls. Ghost followed suit. Yi Yi took the lead, pushed through the heavy crowd and squeezed his way to the front with great difficulty. Onlookers were displeased with this queue-jumping behavior. I thought to myself, if you want to take pictures and pretend to be a bully, you have to be careful about what comes first. However, after seeing the school beauties following Yi Yi, the dissatisfaction in his heart was instantly forced down again. Yo, the bumpkin came to see the car too. Can you read? Ha ha ha, aren't you asking knowingly? She probably hasn't even heard of the brand name Porsche. A few of Xiaoxiaoyu's roommates were scratching their heads and taking pictures by the side of the car at the moment. Seeing Xiaoxiaoyu squeezing over along with Yi Yi's few people, he subconsciously spoke out in mockery. It was as if mocking Xiaoxiaoyu was already an entertainment item engraved in their bones. Hearing this extremely offensive voice, Wei Shiyan subconsciously wanted to speak for Xiaoxiaoyu. However, Yi Yi passed Wei Shiyan a look, signaling her to stay calm. Yi Yi had previously taught Xiaoxiaoyu what she should do if she encountered this situation next time. The lost face, the trampled dignity, must find back on their own. That is the most powerful retaliation. Yi Yi looked at Xiaoxiaoyu and nodded slightly. Xiaoxiaoyu understood and took a deep breath, as if she had summoned up great courage. I'm not here to see the car. I'm here to pick up the car. Please get out of the side of my car. Hearing Xiaoxiaoyu's words, it was as if these 3 housemates had heard some joke of the century. Hilarious, pompous, pretentious, claptrap is on display in these 3. Your car? Do you know how much this car cost? You couldn't afford it even if you sold your whole family. When did you learn to talk big, dirtbag? I used to think you were dirt, but at least you have the advantage of being honest. Now it seems that this last advantage is gone. Come on, since you say it's your car, point it out to us. Which one is yours? The 3 roommates are not relenting. They have to make Xiaoxiaoyu make a fool of herself in public before they can be satisfied. Seeing the commotion over here, the Porsche staff came over with the pickup paperwork. Before Xiaoxiaoyu could answer the 3 housemates, the staff handed the car pickup procedure sheet to Xiaoxiaoyu. You must be Ms. Xiaoxiaoyu. These 4 cars of yours have been shipped to you. Take a look at it, and if there's nothing wrong with it, sign this pickup paperwork form and you can take the car. At that time when he bought the car, Yi Yi wrote all 4 cars under Xiaoxiaoyu's name, so nominally, Xiaoxiaoyu is the owner of these 4 cars. Seeing the Porsche staff's respectful attitude, Xiaoxiaoyu's 3 housemates were instantly dumbfounded. What's the situation? Is this car really Xiaoyu's? And, all 4 of these are hers? You guys, is it a mistake? Xiaoxiaoyu, how could? One of the housemates, undeterred, still wanted to check with the Porsche staff. The staff took out the license plates of the 4 cars and compared them. The owner's name is Xiaoxiaoyu is correct. Please don't doubt our professionalism. The 3 housemates turned green in the face when they saw the names of the owners on the 4 licenses. Eyes full of disbelief, incredulity. Well, to be surprised bother going to the side and being surprised slowly. Don't bother us with the car. By the way, if you guys still want to take pictures of Seo's car to pretend in the future, you should at least consult her in advance. After all, the car is hers. Yi Yi impatiently drove these 3 lowly gold worshippers aside. He didn't have time to be here to watch them keep raising all sorts of questions. After a brief walk around the car to check it out, there really wasn't anything wrong with it. After Xiaoxiaoyu signed, the staff handed over the key to her, and then Xiaoxiaoyu distributed the key to several people in Yi Yi. In the envious eyes of her classmates, Zhang Chui opened the door of the pink car and sat in. Kang Yi-rim opened the door of the red car and got in. Xiaoxiaoyu hadn't gotten her driver's license yet, so she sat on the passenger side, with Wei Shiyan to help her drive. By the way, Star Sleep, this car is yours to drive. Yi Yi gave Su Xingmian the car keys to his black car. Now with Lamborghini poison, Yi Yi already felt that Primera didn't smell good anymore. Su Xingmian pointed at himself, with a look that he was still outside the situation. I bought it. One for each. They all do. Don't you want it? I want it. As soon as she heard that Zhang Chui's several people's cars were also sent by Yi, Su Xingnian immediately became unwilling to show her weakness. They all had. And naturally she couldn't be left behind. Only she didn't expect Yi to be so rich in addition to being talented. I'm afraid these 4 cars together would cost tens of millions of dollars? A college student who casually gives away his hand is surprisingly expensive. So, how can I thank you? Su Xingnian hadn't returned to his senses for a moment. It was clearly her who took the initiative to pursue Yi, but she hadn't even given Yi a gift yet, and instead Yi had given her such a big expensive gift. Yi smiled and shook his head. I'm not much of a chaser, I guess. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up, so I'm sending you a car so you can catch up faster. Yi casually made a joke, and Su Xingnian instantly blushed when she heard it. Chase faster. Is Yi hinting at something? Chapter 110, 9 oxen and 1 hare. The 4 Primaras roared on their throttles and took off. Yi got into Su Xingnian's one and gestured for her to drive to the school parking lot to put herself down. Although Su Xingnian's home was also in Binchang, she usually lived in school, so naturally it would be more convenient for the car to be parked in the school parking lot. Wei Shiyan helped Xia Xiaoyu drive the car home. Zhang Chui was also on her way with them. Kong Yi Rim, on the other hand, parks her car and goes to the house she just rented yesterday. Watching Yi's black Primera fade away, Lin Coco's eyes flickered and after hesitating for a while, she silently chased after him. The car drove to the parking lot and Yi opened the door and walked down. Right, Yi, my cousin said. She wants to ask you out for dinner sometime. On the way home from sending Su Xingnian home last night, Xiao Yunyan asked some side questions about Yi. What came out of Su Xingnian's mouth was all praise for Yi. Xiao Yunyan knew this cousin of hers too well, and had always been very discerning because of her own excellence. Easily won't compliment a boy. It's a first in life to be full of compliments for a guy like this. This also made Xiao Yunyan even more curious about Yi as a person. Amazing musical talent, strong hands. It doesn't look like an ordinary college student by any stretch of the imagination. Although from the family background investigated, there is nothing wrong with it. But Xiao Yunyan always felt in her heart that Yi should have some kind of secret on her. Out of the professionalism of a police officer, and even more out of the curiosity of wanting to learn Yi's skills, Xiao Yunyan asked Su Xingmian to make an appointment for him if it was convenient. Faced with an invitation, Yi naturally would not refuse. After all, Xiao Yunyan was now also his own bonded object, and it's also the binding with the highest face score so far. Only when he thought of the relationship between Xiao Yunyan and Su Xingmian's cousins, Yi's heart always still felt a little guilty. Our music club has an event in a while, so I'll be off then, haha. Seeing that Yi had agreed, Su Xingmian did not dwell on it any longer. This meal in the cafeteria at noon today, together with the matter of picking up the car later on, let Su Xingmian know that Yi was surrounded by many beautiful women. Not only are 4 of the top 5 schoolgirls on the schoolgirl list familiar with him, there was even an elementary schoolgirl whose face and body did not lose to several of them. This time Su Xingmian understood why that day he confessed in public Yi did not immediately agree. With so many outstanding beauties, Yi should not know which one to choose for a moment. Su Xingmian didn't think there was anything wrong with this attitude of Yi. Many a times, good-looking girls also face this situation. There are all sorts of suitors around who show their affection, and all sorts of boos and hollers every day. Often girls don't immediately decide who to choose as their boyfriend in this either. You usually have to examine them for a while and pick the one among them that is most to your liking before you can do so. Now that the genders have changed, the reasoning is still the same. In Su Xingmian's concept, the better the suitor was, that meant that Yi was also better. Now all one has to do is stand out among these few suitors, although that had not been in love. But to how to chase boys, Su Xingmian still understands some. They say men are like cats, they can't control too much. The more you control, the more distant you will become. So Su Xingmian wouldn't stick to Yi all the time. After all, distance creates beauty. After Su Xingmian walked away, Yi then walked towards an inconspicuous corner of the parking lot. The school parking lot spaces are separated by trees and greenbelts. In one of the innermost spots of the parking lot, the weeds were overgrown and looked like they hadn't been tended to in years. But in this very spot, in this parking space hidden by weeds and trees, there was a Lamborghini Poison parked quietly. Silver and black streamlined body with powerful tail fins and lights. It looks and feels like a beast of power. Yi scrutinized it for a long time. He hadn't even had a chance to take a good look at the car last night because he was in a hurry to save Xin. Now it seems that this legendary car of God is indeed extraordinary. Loving cars is probably in the nature of every man's bones. Leaf One tenderly stroked from the front of the car to the rearview mirror, then opened the car door and got in. Fasten your seatbelts and start. The engine let out a low rumble. Such an eye-catching car may not be a bit too high-profile if it's parked in the Peach Orchard neighborhood. Yi didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble at that time. Perhaps it's also time to buy a house you live in. After being picked up from the orphanage by my sister when I was a child, I've been living out of my home, renting around and moving around a lot. Later, when he went to junior high school, Yi lived in school. Until now. Now that he had the system, it was time to give himself and his sister a decent home. And not only do they have to be decent, they have to be worthy of their own Lamborghini poison. Yi carefully thought about it. Bincheng's most familiar high-end villa area, when the south of the city's Yunqi famous villa. I've seen it before when I was brushing the teaser. A lot of rich people in Hamachi have bought houses here, except that he only has $6 million in his hand right now. If you buy a villa, by the way, there's still Xiaoyu. Any money spent on Xiaoyu is now fully reimbursed until the raid is successful. Not only that, but you'll get double cashback when the time comes. Yi felt more and more that he had made a wise decision not to completely rip off Xiaoyu that day. Hey, yo, wait for me at the entrance of the neighborhood later. I'll take you somewhere. Oh yeah, bring ID. After hanging up the phone, Yi hummed a little song, stepped on the gas, and drove toward the outside of the school. Outside the parking lot, Coco Lin ran all the way to follow here. Just as he arrived, he saw Yi get into a high-class sports car and drive away from the school. Lin Coco couldn't read the model, but that Lamborghini badge on the front of the car she knew. Just now at the entrance of the cafeteria, Yi said when he handed over the car keys to Su Xingmian that the 4 Primera were all bought by him. Lin Coco heard every word of this, and now, seeing Yi himself driving such a luxurious sports car, Lin Coco felt like her worldview had been shattered. The poor boy who was abandoned by himself is actually a stealthy tycoon, and the rich boyfriend he got himself is actually a poor guy who tricked himself into helping him pay off his loans. Oh, is this fate? Is this retribution? Lin Coco wanted to cry. At the moment she just felt like a clown. If he had been less short-sighted then, shouldn't he be the one sitting in the passenger side of the Lamborghini right now? But the reality is that $100,000 of debt is weighing you down right now. By the way, Yi might be willing to help me. Lin Coco's eyes suddenly lit up. These cars of his add up to tens of millions of dollars, so asking him to take $100,000 out to help me out should only be a drop in the bucket for him. Chapter 111, doing one thing at a time. Yi car didn't drive very fast. This just gave Lin Coco a chance. After seeing Yi drive away from the school, Lin Coco casually beckoned a cab on the side of the road and asked the driver master to follow Yi. The driver's master took a look at the Lamborghini sports car that the girl had asked him to follow. At that moment, he took out all of his skills. All sorts of lane changes and congestion. All sorts of slamming on the gas and brake. Only barely keeping up with Yi who had driving proficiency, drove a Lamborghini poison, and thought he wasn't driving very fast. After arriving at the Peach Garden community, Xiaoyu was already waiting at the entrance of the community as promised. Yi thoughtfully stepped out of the car and opened the passenger side scissor door. Get in the car. Seeing that Yi drove what was actually a sports car, Xiaoyu did not flash a very surprised look under her eyes. In her opinion, anything that happened to Yi was not surprising. Yo, let me help you put your seatbelt on. Yi probed over and reached out to help Xiaoyu fasten her seatbelt. The black seatbelt strung in front of Xiaoyu's body, outlining a deep gully. Leafy gulped in realization. No wonder they say seatbelts and shoulder bags are the greatest inventions of our time. It was only now that Yi deeply understood the words. With the tonic in the past few days, Yi felt that Xiaoyu's size had a hidden tendency to expand even more. So this is what's called a talent monster. Senior, are you taking me to a room? Xiaoyu blinked a pair of big eyes and asked these words frankly and naturally. Wei Shiyan was by her side just now when Yi called her. Wei Shiyan hears Yi deliberately care for Xiaoyu to bring her ID card, so she tells Xiaoyu about her speculation. Adults, who are usually only faced with getting a room, make a point of emphasizing the need to bring ID. Wei Shiyan originally wanted to remind Xiaoyu to pay attention, but Xiaoyu felt that since she had been adopted by Yi, she should do her part. Yi is so nice to her. He bought a house and a car. Moreover, from the very beginning of their acquaintance, Yi had not looked down on her for a single moment, even looking out for her in every way. That time the two drunkenly stayed in the hotel, a whole night. Yi surprisingly autumn no offense. This further convinced Xiaoyu that Yi was different. All this money, all these favors, she couldn't pay them back in several lifetimes. The only thing she could do was to obediently listen to Yi. She did whatever Yi told her to do. She knew that no matter what, Yi would not harm her. But while Xiaoyu was frank and natural, Yi almost sprayed his saliva out when he heard this. Why would you ask that? Yi couldn't help but wonder what kind of image he had in Xiaoyu's heart. The last time she offered to throw herself at the house, and this time she suspects she's going to take her to a room? Is it hard to believe that she really thinks she's underwriting her? Yi skimmed his mouth. In fact, according to the actual situation, it should be Xia Xiaoyu who had adopted him. His own first bucket of money was swiped by Xia Xiaoyu's wish quest. Now it's also about relying on the reimbursable quality of any spending on Xia Xiaoyu to buy a big villa. Without Xia Xiaoyu, he didn't know how long he would have to save up enough money to buy a villa. Senpai, you don't really need to go outside on purpose. I cleaned and tidied up the house every day. We'll be at home. No need to waste money on a room. Xia Xiaoyu was still looking out for Yi. Born in a poor family, she understands that every meal is hard to come by. It was only when Yi heard this that he hurriedly explained. The idea of taking Xia Xiaoyu to buy another villa was voiced. Xia Xiaoyu slightly lowered her head. When she heard that Yi was going to buy another big villa and put it in her name, she didn't feel a bit happy in her heart. Instead, there is just disbelief and loss. She wondered what was so good about her that it was worth Yi spending so much money for her. Xia Xiaoyu had talked to Wei Shiyan about all these things. Wei Shiyan said, from a legal point of view, the car house written in the name of who is owned by who. This behavior of Yi was no different from a gift. Xia Xiaoyu stole a glance at Yi. Only Yi was driving the car seriously. Senpai gave me so many things, why didn't he ask for anything from me at all? He doesn't want to touch me? Is it that you don't think I'm as good looking as those girls around him? That's right, Sister Jiang Chui and the others are all schoolgirls. I'm nothing, but I really wish I could be with Senpai forever. Even if he's only free to spend time with me once in a while, I'm content. Inferiority complexes that run deep in your bones are not so easily transformed. Xia Xiaoyu was never able to be as confident as Yi demanded. Yi, who was driving, suddenly saw a wish bar appear on Xia Xiaoyu's head at this moment. I hope Senpai wants me today. Ahem. Yi coughed violently. I thought to myself, what is in this girl's head every day? This kind of words, can they be taken as wishes? Well, if that's what people think. Being a nice guy himself, he can't go against the wishes of women. Pick up the assignment. Ding. It is detected that the host is performing a wish mission. The system grants the host a temporary bonus. By tomorrow morning, the host will have gained the ability to stand. Seeing this addition, a hint of playfulness flashed through Yi's eyes. Stand tall. Is this ability decent? If you're not serious, then one is simply like a tiger with wings. What's the most important thing about being a man? Is it money? Is it right? Neither. It's the line. And it's a dry line. A line. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's current rate progress of up to 99%, Yi decided that even if it was just for the sake of being able to permanently obtain this bonus, he himself would fulfill Xia Xiaoyu's wish today. The car drove to the sales office of Yunshi Famous Villas. The imposing classical decoration style makes the sales office all look as luxurious as a royal palace. And from the same time Yi's Lamborghini Poison drove in, the security guard at the entrance used the intercom to notify the sales inside that a big customer had come. Those who work as security guards here have been practicing for a long time. A car like Lamborghini Poison is something the security guard has seen on the internet. Not to mention Binchang, I'm afraid it's hard to find another one in the whole of China. A client like that has to be taken care of. Right after Yi parked his car, the security guard came over with a fawning face to help him and Xia Xiaoyu open the car door. Then a team of sales in work uniforms with black silk greeted them not far away. Good noon to you both, sir and ma'am. Welcome to our Cloud Creek Villa. Inside please. A VIP reception room has been prepared for the two of you. Let's go inside and talk. As Yi and Xia Xiaoyu were welcomed into the sales office, a cab stopped at the entrance. Lin Coco got out of the car and was unsurprisingly stopped by the sales office security. Hello, we can't just come in here. It's necessary to make an appointment and get a capital inspection in advance to see the property. Chapter 112, The King of Buildings. I don't know what a capital check is. I'm with the two that just went in. Lin Coco was in a hurry and pointed to the direction where Yi and Xia Xiaoyu left and said to the security guard. The security guard gave Lin Coco a suspicious look. Then his face showed contempt. You act like it too. You're together, then why did the two of them come in a sports car and you took a cab by yourself? Don't tell me it's because there are only 2 seats in the sports car that don't fit. You said you were together, so why did they not have to wait for you at all? Alright, don't be sophomoric. I've seen a lot of gold-digging women like you. When you see someone driving a Lamborghini Poison wants to stick it to them, you don't even look at your own posture. I can't tell you how much better looking that girl who just got out of the car was. Don't you get ahead of yourself. The security guard chattered and forcefully stopped Lin Coco at the door. As the most upscale villa area in Binchang, Yunshi Famous Villas naturally enjoys unique dignity. Not just anyone can get in. You usually have to make an appointment in advance and pass a capital inspection before you can see the property. And as for why Yahichi was able to go straight in, that's crap. People drive Lamborghini Poison. It is limited to 14 units worldwide, and 2 of them are also test cars and museum collection cars. That means there are only 12 of them available on the market. The security guards certainly won't stop a luxury car of this caliber. Not only would he not stop it, but he was the first to communicate the news over the intercom with the staff at the sales office. Please, just let me in. I really do know him. He's my ex-boyfriend. I have urgent business with him. Seeing the security guard's tough attitude, Lin Coco had no choice but to tell the truth about her relationship with Yi. But the security guard was still impatient. Ex-boyfriend? So why don't you just call him if you have an emergency? Since he's your ex-boyfriend, you can't even remember his cell phone number. These words poked hard at Lin Coco's heart. Since Yi mentioned the breakup, in order to avoid Yi to continue to entangle her, she directly pulled Yi microblogging black. The contacts section of my cell phone's address book was also deleted. After talking to Yi for so long, Lin Coco realized for the first time that she really couldn't memorize Yi's phone number. Just remember, it seems to start with 135. The back. What's the number on the back? Damn. I didn't think I was the one who dropped the ball when it mattered. Lin Coco could not cry, so she could only find a shady place in the doorway to stand and wait, pinning his hopes on the fact that when Yi comes out in a while, he stops his car and tells him about his current situation. Lin Coco thought, once Yi was so sincere to himself, he must not see death to save it. Not to mention that the district of 100,000 should be casually available for the current Yi. Maybe, Yi on the basis of the two of them knowing each other for a while. This money in the end does not even need her to pay back. If so, that would be great. Thinking about it, the light of hope gradually resurfaced in Lin Coco's eyes. At this moment, inside the sales office, VIP reception room, it's a room like a movie theater. 12 sofa chairs with a large screen in front. Yi and Xiaoyu sat in the very center of the first row. A slew of sales sat next to the two. Fruit drinks and various snacks and desserts were pushed in by the staff on trolleys. Sir, we have a total of 28 villas in Yunchi famous villas. In addition to the 20 sets that have already been sold, there are currently 8 sets available for sale. See, here's the internal diagram. Sales pressed a remote button and the large screen at the front of the room lit up. Pictures of a set of villas as well as videos were projected on it. The 28 villas of Yunchi famous villas are all built around Yunchi Lake in the center. That's how the neighborhood got its name. Each set is designed by a different famous architect. Styles and layouts vary. Rather than a villa, this is more appropriately a work of art. Each villa comes with its own small dock in the backyard. There was a yacht anchored at the dock. You can also spend your free time on a yacht to see the scenery of Lake Yunchi. As the sales showed all the pictures and videos of the remaining 8 villas for sale, Yi had a rough idea in his heart. Let's take the one with the largest square footage. Don't buy the right one, only the expensive one. This was the purpose of what Yi was doing now. After all, with Xiaoyu in the picture, this spending will still get a cashback when the time comes. The more you spend, the more you earn. Are you just here to buy a house yourself? Of course not. One is here to earn money. Moreover, Yi considered that he now had so many bound objects, in case we all have to live together in the future. Then of course the house has to be spacious, otherwise it would be embarrassing not to be able to live there. Sales looked at the supervisor, and after receiving the supervisor's eye gesture, he patiently introduced himself to Yi. You have a great eye, sir. This set is our king of the floor. It's the largest of all our villas with the best view. But the price. Sales paused, because Yahichi came straight in. There was no capital inspection. So sales didn't know exactly how much money Yi had. Just know he has a Lamborghini poison. But the money for this villa, it's worth 3 or 4 Lamborghini poisons. How much? Yi asked smoothly. The price can be related to how much cashback he ends up getting. Whether or not you can get rich yourself depends on this wave. Sales held out 3 fingers. Sir, the total price of this villa is $300 million. Of course, if you don't think that price is right, we have other villas available. Yi waved his hand, not wanting to waste time. Just this set, full payment, in her name. Thanks to the fact that those present were all sales of Yunchi famous villas, they had usually seen rich people and experienced big scenes. Although he was shocked at Yi's broadside, he didn't show it excessively. In a short while, the purchase contract and other formalities are all ready, waiting for Xiaoyu to sign. After signing, the sale brought the card machine. At this moment, a system beep sounded in Yi's head. The $300 million for the purchase of the villa has been reimbursed to the account in advance. Yichi swiped his card and paid, all in one go. Congratulations to both of you on becoming our owners. Sales brought 2 glasses of non-alcoholic sparkling water and politely clinked glasses with Yi and Xiaoyu. We have a special shuttle bus at the sales office, so now take the 2 of you to your new home. Yi nodded and took Xiaoyu to follow the sales on the specialized shuttle bus. The shuttle bus pulled out of the sales office, and Lin Coco saw it from afar and hurried over. Yi, I have something to tell you. Lin Coco shouted. The sales sitting in the front row looked back at Yi. Mr. Yi, this. Yi shook his head. No need to park. I don't know her well. Chapter 113, One Night's Riches. The shuttle bus brushed past Lin Coco without slowing down or stopping. Lin Coco saw Yi sitting with that pretty schoolgirl in the car and clenched her fists in indignation. If he hadn't chosen to break up with Yi in a moment of confusion, whose turn would it have been for this schoolgirl to take advantage of the situation? Yaichi, wait for me then. In order to find Yi to borrow money to repay the debt, Lin Coco could not care about her image at this moment. Rushing to the shuttle car while chasing and shouting. It wasn't until the shuttle bus pulled into the neighborhood that Lin Coco was stopped by neighborhood security. Can any cat or dog be put in a high-class neighborhood like Yunchi famous villas? Any Lin Coco said through his lips. The neighborhood security guards are not moved. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Coco could only continue to wait at the door. In the neighborhood, in front of Villa 8, the shuttle bus stopped and Yi and Xiaoxiao walked down. Looking at this grand house, Yi nodded with satisfaction. 3 floors underground and 4 above ground. Extraordinary amount of space throughout the house. Gym, recreation room, private theater, wine cellar, swimming pool, sky garden and much more. And the property will arrange special people to take care of the hygiene and cleaning. And even arrange chefs to come to the house to cook according to the needs of the owners. Mr. Yi, MS. Xia, then I won't bother you two anymore. You guys can just call me directly if you need anything. The sale bowed politely, then exited the house, and closed the door thoughtfully behind him. How's it going? Yo, what do you think of the house? Yi was also full of novelty now. For the first time, he knew that the original rich man's life was like this. Xiaoxiao looked at the view of Yunchi Lake outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and nodded along. Beautiful. Yi walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine and 2 more highball glasses. No classes this afternoon anyway. A drink to celebrate? Yi poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao took the glass of wine, but her mind recalled the day when she and Yi had just met and had Western food. The two also drank a bottle of red wine that day. Then he himself was not able to win the wine and was taken to the hotel by Yi. He woke up in the morning, still dizzy from his hangover, and collapsed on top of Yaichi. Come to think of it, that seemed to be the closest contact one had with Yi. When she thought of this, a layer of redness floated up on Xiaoxiao's cheeks. It was as if the wine was already slightly drunk before it was even drunk. Come on, let's take a tour together. Grabbing red wine glasses, the two of them took small sips of wine while strolling around the villa. The guest rooms are mainly located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. On the 4th floor is a master bedroom and sky garden. The master bedroom is a huge ensuite with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. Lighting and views are top-notch. On top of that, the bed in this master bedroom is, surprisingly, a king-size bed. Yi secretly sighed in his heart. I'm afraid the size of this bed is more than enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down. Xiaoxiao saw Yi's eyes as he tended to the bed and bit her lip, as if she had suddenly made a decision about something. Picking up the wine glass and tilting her head, Xiaoxiao drank the wine in the glass in one go. Yo, slow down. You forgot that red wine has a strong aftertaste. Yi reminded, but just after the words were said, only to see Xiaoxiao's face reddened, not knowing if it was because of the wine or something else. Then, he jumped into Yi's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around Yi's waist. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yi's lips. The youthful yet passionate kiss made Yi's heart flutter. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Xiaoxiao who took the initiative. Yo, do you mind if there are other girls around me? There were some things that Yi felt it was better to say up front. Xiaoxiao was simple-minded. If she didn't think about it, Yi was worried that she would get hurt later. But Xiaoxiao shook her head. Senpai, I don't mind. I'm yours. That's enough. Looking at the understanding Xiaoxiao, Yi tenderly touched her head. Be good. I'll be good to you. Hearing the word good, Xiaoxiao's body trembled imperceptibly. It was as if an ineffable sentiment within had been activated. Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head, her eyes gradually getting lost. Lord, I want to. Before the words were finished, Yi picked up Xiaoxiao in a hug. Motorized curtains in front of the 3 floor-to-ceiling windows close automatically. The shading is very good. The sunlight outside couldn't shine in, and the charm inside couldn't flow out. In the garden of the air, a freshly bloomed flower trembles gently against the breeze. On the petals, a single dewdrop followed, landing in the dirt at her feet. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I pulled back the curtains again, it was almost dark and there was a light drizzle in the sky. Xiaoxiao fell limp in Yi's arms, gasping for air. The bangs on his forehead had also become wet with sweat. Master, will you let me stay by your side forever? Yi tenderly dropped a kiss on Xiaoxiao's forehead. Good. Ding, It has been detected that the wish quest has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Ding! Detected that the progress of the bound object Xia Xiaoyu Raider has reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical ability bonus. Current physical ability bonus level 2. Congratulations to the host on his ability to stand. Hearing the system's beep, Yi Yi's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. It's a real treat to be left standing. Just now, Yi Yi had already realized that he was not what he used to be by merely experiencing the temporary bonus of standing. It looks like you won't have to worry about being hollowed out in the future. Sure enough, it feels good to be open. Ding! It is detected that the bound object Xia Xiaoyu Raider mission has been completed and is being automatically settled for cashback. Congratulations to the host. A total of $627,768,800,000. The host's assets total $633,378,800,000. The host has rated another bonded object and is rewarded with doubled assets. Current assets are $1,267,576,000. Looking at the balance on the system panel that kept turning over and over, Yi Yi couldn't help but feel some emotion. So this is what it feels like to be rich overnight? There was only 1 million on the original card. Now it's gone straight to 2 billion. Not only that, but he used to have a big villa and a top-of-the-line sports car himself. Thinking of this, Yi Yi smoothly took his cell phone, wanting to check the balance on his bank card and double-check that he wasn't dreaming. I opened the screen, only to see hundreds of missed calls. Coco Lamb? What's she calling me for? And hit a couple hundred more. Xia Xiaoyu came over to look at it and said knowingly, Master, why don't you ask her back? Maybe it's something urgent. While this was happening, another call came in from Coco Lin. Yi Yi thought about it and pressed connect. Coco Lin, you have something to say. Don't bother me with nothing. Yi Yi's tone was extremely impatient. Chapter 114, Helpfulness. It's pattering outside now. Lin Coco didn't bring an umbrella. It's not like there's anything in front of the neighborhood to keep the rain out. Lin Coco's body was still drenched even though she was hiding under a tree. In order to avoid that she wouldn't miss it when Yi Yi went out in a while, so Lin Coco didn't dare to take a step. From the time Yi Yi and Xia Xiaoyu both went in they waited until now. After 5 hours of waiting, it was all a bit too much to stand. In the meantime, Lin Coco was certainly not idle. After asking his classmates, he finally asked for Yi Yi's contact information. Then he dialed Yi Yi in a hurry, but Yi Yi never answered. Lin Coco thought to herself, Yi Yi must be holding a grudge because she dumped him in the first place. As long as he persisted and kept continuing to call him, he would sooner or later be touched by his sincerity. As expected, just when Lin Coco's cell phone was about to run out of battery, Yi Yi finally picked up the phone. Hey, Yaichi, great you're finally willing to take my call. I was wrong. It was all my fault before. I shouldn't have mentioned breaking up with you. I believe you still have me in your heart. Let's start over, shall we? Listening to Lin Coco's raucous voice on the other end of the phone, it seemed to be mixed with the sound of whistling wind and rain. Yi Yi lay down on the warm and soft bed and hugged the soft as water Xia Xiaoyu a little tighter into his arms. Didn't I tell you? Something's up. Don't bend the rules. If that's all you want to say, then I'm hanging up. Yi Yi knew Lin Coco too well. If she hadn't run into some kind of trouble and wanted to let herself help her out, she would never have been willing to lower her stance so much. Hearing Yi Yi's impatient tone, Lin Coco, however, still thought of pretending a little more. Yi Yi, what do you mean by this? Can't I come to you because I have lingering feelings for you? Actually, in my heart, I've always felt. Hearing Lin Coco get more and more excited, Yi Yi spoke out to interrupt. I'll give you one last chance. Don't waste my time if you don't. Yi Yi really didn't have the heart to listen to Lin Coco pull this right now. With this time, he might as well warm up with Xia Xiaoyu. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's face flushed pink and lying on his chest like a kitten, the more Yi Yi looked at him, the more he liked it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Coco heard Yi Yi's tone. If he didn't reveal his true purpose, Yi Yi might really hang up the phone. Okay, I'll say, I've been tricked by Chobaho. Borrowed $100,000 to take to him as an investment, not realizing he'd get the money and disappear. Now the creditors have found me and want me to pay. So, I was going to ask if you could. This last sentence Lin Coco purposely didn't finish. She was wanting Yi Yi to give her $100,000 directly. But it's not good to say such things directly. It appears to be too much food. But if she said that she wanted Yi Yi to lend her $100,000, she was afraid that when the time came, Yi Yi would really want to repay the money herself. So, whether to borrow or give it away, Lin Coco herself didn't mention it, leaving it to Yi Yi to decide. Oh, trying to get me to borrow money to pay off your debt are you? Lin Coco, you're quite confident. What makes you think I would do that? Yi rubbed Xia Xiaoyu's fragrant shoulder with one hand, obviously not using all his mind on the phone call, but Lin Coco was in a hurry. Now, Yi was her only saving grace. It's her last hope. Today is the last day to borrow money, and you have to pay it back after 12 o'clock at night. Scar made it clear that if the money wasn't paid back, then those pictures of her would definitely be made public. Yi, it was me who had the eyes to not recognize the mountain before. I didn't know that you've been hiding the fact that you're a rich man, but I've seen it all now. You bought 4 Primeras and you drove a Lamborghini out of school. Came back this afternoon to buy the villa at Cloud Creek Villa. I saw it all. Yi, for the sake of us having loved each other for a while, please help me. I only want $100,000. You spent so much on their cars, $100,000 should be insignificant to you. Just help me. Consider it a favor I owe you. Hearing Lin Coco's words, it almost made Yi laugh. Lin Coco, you're taking yourself too seriously. Your favor, it's worth $100,000? Do you really think I've got all the money in the world? Speaking of this, Yi suddenly thought of the fact that his account balance had skyrocketed from $1 million to $2 billion today. There was a pause and a subconscious change of tone. Even if all my money came from the wind, what does that have to do with you? We're just two people who don't care about each other right now. Don't think about my money. Figure it out yourself. For Lin Coco, Yi was really unwilling to do her this favor. We are all adults and deserve to be held accountable for our actions. Deserve to pay for all the consequences of their actions. The breakup was Lin Coco's choice. Being with Joe Boheo was also Lin Coco's own choice. It was also Lin Coco's own choice to lend money to Joe Boheo to take for investment. So why should she end up coming to him, her ex-boyfriend, to cover her ass when she realizes she's been duped? Isn't it because you see that you have money and want to make yourself the wrongdoer? It's ridiculous. Yi dared to make a guarantee that if what Joe Boheo said about the investment was true, Lin Coco had really made money from it. Then she would never think of taking that money and sharing it with her ex. Then since you won't think of me if you have a favor, don't come to me if you have a problem now. Yahichi saw no problem with what he was doing. Yi, you are so cruel. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you in front of the neighborhood? It's still raining outside. I'm drenched. And you don't worry about whether I'll catch a cold. You've changed. You've really changed. I didn't think you'd do this to me. Lin Coco sobbed on the other end of the phone as she spoke. Yi was speechless. At the same time mentally slapped myself hard. Why were you so blind when you fell for Lin Coco? Lin Coco's incessant complaints on the phone made Yi so upset that he hung up directly. But after a second thought, Yi still opened PayPal, found Lin Coco's avatar, and transferred $2 to her. Also included is a quote. Don't say I won't help you. For the sake of knowing each other, take these $2 and rent a shared bike to ride back to school. On the other end of the phone, Lin Coco heard the sound of PayPal's arrival reminder. Subconsciously, he opened his cell phone, seeing that it was Yi who initiated a transfer. Yi, you really do still care about me. I knew you were being tongue-in-cheek. Lin Coco was touched and her eyes became a little moist. But when she saw the amount of money transferred, her eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck the sky and smashed her on the outside. Chapter 115, Lin Coco's Game. Lin Coco felt a suffocation in her chest. $2? What about the beggars? You Yi obviously have so much money. This moment are living in the most luxurious villa area in Binchang, and driving such a fancy sports car. And yet, he won't even take out $100,000 for himself. His ex-girlfriend. Yi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Okay, humiliate me with those $2, huh? If you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Yi in the villa suddenly sneezed, as if sensing someone behind him cursing himself. If he knew these thoughts of Lin Coco's, he would probably roll his eyes to the sky. Cheated her money Joe Boheo she does not go to find. His own this kindly gave her $2 so that she can well sweep a shared bicycle to ride back to school ex-boyfriend. She instead still do not know how to be grateful. It has to be said that very often a person's perception determines his fate. Coco Lamb is a good example. It's okay. Xia Xiaoyu obediently lay down in Yi's arms. Seeing Yi put down his cell phone, Yaichi nodded and reached over to turn off the bedroom light again. It's okay, let's continue. The rain outside got heavier and heavier, gradually turning from a drizzle to a downpour. Listening to the rain and wind outside the window, but being in a warm and soothing large villa, is a wonderful experience that is hard to describe. After a good night's sleep, Yi wrapped his arms around Xia Xiaoyu and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, at the entrance of Binchang University, Lin Coco rushed back to the school in the rain. Cloud Creek Villa is too far away from Penn State University. Lin Coco was too distressed to take a taxi. Once I gritted my teeth, I really spent $2 to rent a shared bicycle and rode back to school. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, Lin Coco sat down in front of her desk with a disheveled face. It was soaking wet and kept dripping. The housemates could see she was in a bad mood and no one came forward to care. For this outlook is not correct and very vain gold-worshipping roommate. We all respect far away. Lin Coco took her cell phone out of her pocket. When riding a bike for fear that the rain is too big phone into the water, Lin Coco deliberately went to the convenience store to ask for a plastic bag, put the phone in it. At this point the phone had run out of battery and turned itself off. Lin Coco plugged in the charger and waited for 2 or 3 minutes before her phone turned back on. As soon as she turned on the computer, Lin Coco couldn't wait to open PayPal. Yi never followed up after transferring those $2. Lin Coco gritted her teeth, putting everything that happened to him tonight, everything he was upset about, all of it was attributed to Yi. If it wasn't because of Yi's pettiness, then he wouldn't have experienced so many bad things. If it wasn't for Yi hiding his identity as a rich man when he was with himself before, then there was no way he would have gotten together with Joe Boheo. That's right, it's all because of Yichi. Everything was caused by Yi. Lin Coco picked up her 10% charged cell phone and hurriedly walked out of the dormitory and into the hallway. Didn't even bother to change out of the wet clothes on his body. Hey, Scar? It's Coco Lin. That. You listen to me first. Yes. I know I have to pay it back after 12 tonight. I can tell you one thing. When the time comes, you'll definitely get more than $100,000. Here's the thing. I have an ex-boyfriend. After one call, Lin Coco's cell phone was almost dead again. She told Scar some news about Yi. Wanted Scar and the others to ask Yi for money directly. Yi might as well spend money to eliminate this disaster if he wanted to put things to rest and avoid trouble. Day 2. Yi Ting had an early morning, contacting the property to arrange for a chef to come to the door. He made a hearty breakfast and then thoughtfully served it to the master bedroom, waiting for Xia Xiaoyu to wake up. After laboring for so long yesterday, Yi had a level 2 stamina bonus and recovered quickly, but Xia Xiaoyu was really tired. It was a deep, solid sleep for her. Finally handing herself over to Yi intact as she wished, Xia Xiaoyu's heart was full of sweetness, and Yi promised her that he would keep her by his side forever. This allowed Xia Xiaoyu to no longer have any worries. Yi waited until 9 o'clock. Xia Xiaoyu still did not wake up. Xia Xiaoyu didn't have any classes all day today, so she could rest at home, but Yahichi has a class at 10 o'clock in the morning, although now he has become a billionaire and can say that he will eat and drink for the rest of his life. However, Yi felt that schooling still needed to be completed. It's already my senior year, so after this half of the semester, I just have to prepare for my senior thesis in the second half of the semester. You can't let laziness and skipping classes affect your graduation when the time comes. Yi tenderly kissed Xia Xiaoyu, who was still asleep, and left her a message before changing into his clothes and going out. It rained last night and stopped this morning. The air is exceptionally crisp today. Yi glanced at his Lamborghini Poison and thought about it, but decided to take a taxi to school. After all, schools are crowded and it's better to keep a low profile. Just after arriving at the school gate, Yi received a text message from Lin Coco. Come to the back alley. Jang Chui is here, Lin Coco said without a clue. Yi was also unsure. What's going on with Coco Lin? Couldn't it be that he had told Zhang Chui about his purchase of the villa with Xia Xiaoyu yesterday? According to Zhang Chui's easily jealous character, I'm afraid I'll have to coax her for a while. When he thought about it, Yi had a headache. Out of weakness, it was not good for him to contact Zhang Chui directly. He had to rush over to the address Lin Coco had given him. Back alley is an alleyway at the south entrance of the school. Next to the south gate is an abandoned construction site. Few students usually walk there. When Yi arrived, he found that Lin Coco was the only one there. Where's Yui? Yi frowned, feeling as if he had been set up by Lin Coco. Lin Coco sneered. Zhang Chui should be in the classroom at this moment. I knew you'd come if I just mentioned her. There was no place for me in your heart a long time ago. Yi's face was filled with black lines and he was speechless for a while. If you know, why did you call me here? Classes are about to start, so I'll go first. Seeing Yi turn around and about to leave, Lin Coco shouted, do you think you'll be able to leave today? I'm in debt, and you'll help if you want to, and you'll help if you don't. I told them, you have money, lots and lots of money. $100,000 is insignificant to you. Do you think that you can get out of here today without leaving something behind? As if to confirm that what Lin Coco said was true. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so burly punks drilled out from a corner. The leading Scar flossed his teeth while looking in Yi's direction. The expression was extremely arrogant, but after seeing Yi's face, the expression on Scar's face froze. Chapter 116, this is the beginning of a feud. It's you? Yi also recognized the person in front of him. Wasn't this the same gang of punks that he had beaten up like a dead dog in the alley in front of the bar that night after he had gained a temporary bonus to his fighting skills? Quite a coincidence. Ha, you guys, are you here to help her with her debt? Hearing this, Lin Coco on the side was a bit confused. The plot. It's not right. Why don't you follow the script? Shouldn't Yi be trembling in fear at the sight of so many vicious gangsters? How is it that you can't see a single bit of tension from Yi's face right now? And speaking as if he still knew Scar. The gang leader? An acquaintance? A friend? If it's a friend. Seems good too. Maybe they were willing to forgive themselves the $100,000 debt for Yi's sake. Scar, he's my ex-boyfriend. I didn't realize you guys knew each other. This is really a case of a family not recognizing a family. Even though I broke up with him, we still have feelings for each other. It's still friends now. 2. Brother Scar, why don't you look at him for his sake? And the money I owe you will be. Lin Coco immediately fawned. But before she could finish her sentence, Scar's slap landed on her face. Pop. This crisp sound made Yi want to shout a good fight. Friends, right? Okay, then let me ask you. This friend of yours injured a few of my men last time. How does that count? Can you pay this medical bill for him? Scar's eyes widened in anger. However, the words deliberately hid the fact that he was also beaten by Yi without any power last time. Scar was also a practiced fighter before. Plus he had thick skin. I recovered after 2 days of recuperation at home after the last incident. But his unlucky little brothers weren't so lucky. 2 of them can't get out of bed right now. I didn't expect to see Yi, the culprit, again today. Enemies are not as good as each other. If he just ate this loss silently, where would he put Scar's face? What qualifications do you have to hang around in Binjo City in the future? Scar looked Yi up and down. From what Lin Coco said, this kid is still a rich man. Drive a sports car, live in a villa, with money in good hands. I'm sure the background is not simple, but he basically knew all those rich young masters in Binchang. There was absolutely no such character as Yi. Is it hard to believe that it's a big family from out of town? Humph. So what if you have a background? A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Scar wasn't very worried about Yi's background. After all, he himself had the Bin Han family behind him. With the Han family's position in Bin City, they might not be afraid of these out-of-town forces. Even if Yi was a dragon, then he had to obediently coil. It's a tiger, and it has to lie down. Thinking of this, Scar's heart gained a little more confidence. And today he had a full dozen minions with him, twice as much as last time at the bar. No matter what, this time, we must get back the face we once lost. It's really not an enemy. I didn't think so, but you caught me again today. Kid, I'm telling you, it's not over from last time. You can either be a good boy and come up with $500,000 in medical bills. Either that. Humph. Hearing Scar's tone, the surrounding juniors had the good sense to surround towards Yi. As he approached, he also drew the small knife at his waist and flaunted it to play with it. Don't blame me for not warning you guys just now. I told you I'm in a hurry for class. Yi looked at the time on his cell phone. 10 minutes to class. It takes about 6 or 7 minutes to run from the south school gate to the school building. That means these people need to be taken care of in less than 3 minutes. Okay, I take it back. I'm not rushing. There's plenty of time. With level 2 fighting arts and level 2 physical edition in hand, where does it take 3 minutes? As soon as the words fell, Yi's figure moved. Before those punks could react, Yi had already rushed in front of them. After following Scar for so long, where had they ever seen such a stance? Usually they take out their pocket knives to intimidate people, who are forced to kneel and apologize or compromise. What kind of a man has the guts to come up here alone? You want to die? Just as this group of punks froze, Yi attacked with a lightning-like side kick. A small punk flew out backwards in place like a falling leaf in autumn. And then, boom! It hit the ground with a heavy thud. Before the remaining few people had time to be surprised, they received heavy punches from Yi on their stomachs as well. As these punches went down, the few punks only felt their abdomens flip. Then he fell to his knees with a pained expression. Seeing this, the few remaining punks swarmed up, trying to subdue Yi by virtue of being outnumbered. However, they had clearly underestimated the strength of Yi, who had a hangover on him. 3 punches and 2 kicks, and the remaining punks, including Scar, fell to the ground like dead dogs. Looking at the time, Yi nodded with satisfaction. It's only been half a minute. Okay, no more playing with you guys. I'm going to class. By the way, there's a right to be wronged, and whoever owes you money you go to whoever wants it. If it bothers me again in the future, I won't go so easy on you. After leaving these few words, Yi hurriedly ran towards the teaching building. While Lin Coco was surprised, she subconsciously wanted to take this opportunity to hurry and slip away. But just as he takes a step out, he suddenly remembers that Scar still has indecent photos of himself on his cell phone. It's the only thing that threatens her anymore. Just delete those photos. Then she'll be dead set on owing the money. The big deal is that when the time comes, he will play disappear like Joe Boheo. But just as Lin Coco reached for Scar's cell phone, Scar forced himself to endure the pain and grabbed Lin Coco's wrist tightly. All because of you. You're not going anywhere. Took a second loss today on Yes firsthand. Scar just couldn't swallow it. He wanted Lin Coco to tell everything she knew about Yi. Then, Scar is going to tell the Han family behind him about it. As a powerful henchman of the Han family himself, Yi's repeated behavior had already been considered a slap in the face of the Han family, as the Han family, which is involved in both the black and white worlds of Bin Chang, naturally won't sit idly by and do nothing. Yi, we'll see. This beam is completely knotted today. Scar looked at the direction Yi left with hatred and spat unwillingly, and the school entrance, not far from a few people, behind a large tree, a figure was silently watching all this. Hurrying slowly, Yi sat in the classroom when there were still 2 minutes to go before the class started. Zhang Chui has now gotten used to helping Yi take a seat in the back row of the classroom every time class starts. Seeing Yi sitting down beside her, Zhang Chui's eyes narrowed. There was a hint of the old coolness in his tone. Last night, where did you stay? Chapter 117, The Young Master of the Han Family. Yi looked as usual. His face did not change and his heart did not skip a beat. I spent last night, went home to stay. Although the villa was written in Xia Xiaoyu's name, it was really bought by Yi to prepare for himself. It's okay to say you're going home. Zhang Chui stared at Yi for a while, and from his expression, he couldn't tell that Yi looked like he was lying. Going home? You still have a house in Hamachi. Ha, how come I wasn't even told about it? Yi's life Zhang Chui knew. Apparently this home that Yi was talking about was the house he had bought for himself. Yaichi nodded. Well, over at Cloud Creek Villa. It's a bit far, so I don't usually go back. Zhang Chui was also aware of the reputation of Yunchi famous villa. It can be considered the most luxurious villa area in Bin Chang. It is said that the entire neighborhood is built on the lake and there are only 28 villas in total. Each set costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Thinking of this, Zhang Chui was more or less shaken inside. I knew that Yi was rich before, but I didn't expect Yi to be so rich. No wonder the last time he gave Jiang Yilin a reward of more than 2 million appeared to be on cloud 9. It seemed that the money really didn't mean anything to Yi. Zhang Chui's own family was in business, and knew more than anyone else how hard it was to earn this volume of money. How did Yi earn so much money as a student, with no help from his family? Curiosity was curiosity, but Zhang Chui wouldn't ask Yi. This kind of thing was also considered private. If Yi was willing to talk about it, he would have already talked to her. Since Yi didn't take the initiative to say it, it was meaningless even if he asked. Okay, so are you going to live at home from now on? Or come to live with me? After breaking through that relationship with Yi, Zhang Chui became more and more clingy. A day without seeing him, he missed Yi extraordinarily. If she could, she wanted to stay with Yi every day. But she was also clear that since Yi could earn so much money, he must usually have a lot of his own things to do. Zhang Chui didn't want to hold Yi back, nor do they want to delay Yi from earning money because of their clinginess. Yi did not immediately make a reply. What Zhang Chui had in mind, he could also guess one or two. True as Zhang Chui thought, he usually did have to earn money. Only this method of earning. Do not speak to outsiders. Depends, I'll come and stay with you when I can. After saying this, Yi even felt like a scumbag. He doesn't get overly caught up in introspection. Though, after all, completing the system's hidden quests was the current top priority. Thinking of this, Yi opened the system panel in his mind. The progress of Su Xingnian's strategy has broken through 70%, so he can put it aside for now. Wei Shurian Raider progress is pitifully low, only 19.43%, and there is no hurry for a while. But Kong Yiren's raid progress had been stuck at 69.99% for days. It's just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. Why don't you ask her to hang out after class today? Thinking of this, Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Yilin. Faced with Yi's invitation, Jiang Yilin was also happy to agree, saying that he happened to have some things he wanted to talk to Yi about. The boring morning class finally got through in Yi's seemingly endless snoring. After lunch, there was one more class in the afternoon. Today Xia Xiaoyu was resting at home and no one came to the cafeteria to take a seat. Yi was too lazy to line up, and invited a few roommates and Zhang Chui to eat at a small restaurant in front of the school. The matter of four Primera has long been spread in the school, and a few housemates know that Yi is not what he used to be. But although Yi is suddenly rich, the brotherly bond with his housemates hasn't changed at all. A few housemates were still laughing and joking in front of Yi, as usual. Only, the way a few people addressed Zhang Chui changed. She's gone from being the class flower to being the sister-in-law. Listening to Xie Ziyuan's several people in a serious manner. Sister-in-law and sister-in-law calling out. Zhang Chui's face flashed a hint of redness, but did not prohibit it. It looked like the title was very flattering to her. Even though Yi was now rich, when faced with Yi's treat, several housemates tried their best to think of helping Yi save money when ordering food. 5 people ordered 4 plates of stir-fry with rice, also eat extraordinarily flavorful. After dinner, there was still over an hour before class. Jang Chui went to the library to read a book, while Yi and a few roommates planned to go back to the dormitory to sleep for a while. Bid farewell to Jang Chui back to the dormitory. As soon as the door was closed, a few roommates gossiped around to the front of Yi's bed. Old Yi, tell me, how's it going with that schoolgirl? Xia Ziyuan had a bad smile on his face. Du Mingyu also rushed to express his concern. And what about Kong Yi Rim? I heard from my family Jing that Zhang Yilan often praises you in front of them. Faced with questions from several of his housemates, Yaichi leaned back with his pillow up. Yo, it's your family Jing already? So how far have you gotten? Honestly, did you take it? Yi still remembered that he met Zhang Yilan at that time because he wanted to set up Du Mingyu and Zhou Jing. As it turned out, I didn't expect that their two military advisors would actually see eye to eye as well. Afterwards, for the matter of setting up Du Mingyu and Zhou Jing, these two military advisors instead did not care anymore. Du Mingyu heatedly smiled and naively scratched the back of his head. Not yet. I don't know how to open up and mention it to her. I'm going to ask her out on a trip when I take my mini vacation in a while. I think, when the time comes, it should just be a matter of course. Hey, looking at Du Mingyu's sweet and happy face, Yi's few people were also happy for him. The lovers are finally reunited, and Du Mingyu can finally get rid of the boy's identity and become a real man. Lin Yu coughed, pulling back a few people's conversation. Are we getting off topic? Old Yi, just asked about you and that pretty schoolgirl. Don't you interrupt. Beforehand, Lin Yu, Du Mingyu, and Xia Ziyuan had made a private bet on which girl Yi would take next to him first. Lin Yu guessed Xia Xiaoyu, Du Mingyu guessed Zhang Yilan, and Xia Ziyuan guessed Zhang Chui. After seeing the intimate look of Yi and Zhang Chui in class every day, Lin Yu and Du Mingyu were willing to gamble and gave Xia Ziyuan $5 each. And after that, a few people made a bet. Bet on who Ya will take down next. Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan both bet on Xia Xiaoyu, while Du Mingyu still guessed Zhang Yilan. It can't be helped. Kong Yi Rim is her girlfriend's housemate after all. Through what Zhou Jing said about Zhang Yilan's attitude towards Yi, Du Mingyu believed that it was only a matter of time before Yi and Zhang Yilan came together. Yi skimmed his mouth. There was nothing he could do in the face of the gossip of a few housemates. Me and that schoolgirl. That's all. Lin Yu didn't die and continued to pursue. So you guys, do you live together? After seeing Yi's nodding response, Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan looked proud and turned back to Du Mingyu in unison. And Du Mingyu had to silently pay them both $5 each. Meanwhile, Bin Chang, the Han family. Scar made a call to the young master of the Han family, Han Xian's cell phone. After hearing what happened, Han Xian's face instantly sank. Who's so bold that bullies actually bully me? Chapter 118, wait for me for 10 years. Jean, you squat him at Hamachi University. If he's going to leave the school you get someone to follow. I'll bring someone by later. Han Xian instructed Scar on the other end of the phone. Scar's original name was Jean Ba. I got the name because I was the 8th oldest in the family, but he didn't like the name, because he knew that there was a dog with that name. Of course, he didn't like being called Buster either, because he knew that there was a bird with that name. So, fighting on the strength of having been cut in the face in a fight when I was young led to a scar on the side of my face that has always been hard to get rid of. Jinpachi had his boys call him Scar. However, in the face of Han Xian, who was a dozen years younger than him, calling him Jean, Jinbei had no displeasure in his heart. He even felt that it was because the young master of the Han family was close to him and treated him as a brother. So he called him that. When you come out, the most important thing is background and connections. A punk like Jinpachi will never make it on his own. Luckily, by a stroke of luck, he hooked up with the young master of the Han family, Han Xian. Many rich people need to utilize tactics that cannot be blatantly put on the table to eliminate competitors or to achieve their own ulterior motives. The Han family is naturally no exception. That time, Han Xian needed to find a group of people to help him collect a debt. The other party is an old rascal. Han Xian all kinds of means have been exhausted, but still cannot ask for money. So Han Xian thought of going to the kind of punks who specialize in violent collection. Someone recommended Jinpachi to him, and Jinbei didn't let Han Xian down. In just 3 days, the old man paid a portion of the money and promised to pay the rest on time and in installments. Since then, Jinbei had become one of Han Xian's most capable henchmen. Now that he learned that Jin Ba was being bullied, he, young Master Han, naturally wouldn't sit back and do nothing. If he couldn't even protect his own men, where would he put his young Master Han's face? Yi, go, check the background of this Yi from Binchang University. Han Xian instructed his assistant at his side. He's not a cutie pie, won't do anything unprepared. If Yi's backstage was hard enough, then Han Xian would consider a different way to help Jin Ba to get his face back. But if Yi doesn't have a backstage, then he'll be in for a rude awakening. The words are split. Hamachi University. Yi was bored and playing with his cell phone at the back of the classroom. Everything the teacher taught in class was in the books. Yi had long ago read through all of them when the textbooks were first issued. It really wasn't that Yi was bragging. He basically understood almost all of these contents after reading them once, so classes were nothing more than a way to pass the time for him. After he swiped through countless teaser videos, the bell finally rang. Ring ring ring. After the bell rang, the teacher hadn't finished, but there was no intention of dragging the class. Close the book and tell the class to continue the rest of the lesson next class, then rushed out of the classroom faster than the students. The school arranged a uniform shuttle for the staff to take them back to the city. If you can't catch the shuttle, you'll have to take the subway or a taxi back on your own. The teacher doesn't want to spend this extra money, so as soon as the bell rang, I rushed to catch the shuttle. After the teacher left, the students took their books and went back to their dormitories. Honey, my mom called me home for dinner tonight. I can't keep you company. Jang Chui didn't avoid the fact that Yi's several roommates were still beside her, and still addressed Yi with her husband. Hearing this, Dominggu's 3 people were very sensible and left first, unwilling to stay as a light bulb. Yi pinched Jang Chui's high little nose and asked with a bad smile on his face, "Your mom's not going to set you up on a blind date again, is she?" Thinking back to the last time he was inexplicably set up on a blind date and then called out to Yi to save the day. As a result, it was so confusing that Yi met with his own mother. Jang Chui couldn't help but blush. "How come? My mom knows I have a boyfriend. It's just that she and my dad are curious about you. Wanted to meet you officially sometime." When it came to officially meeting her parents, Jang Chui looked as if she was even more nervous than Yi. Hands were unconsciously squeezing the corners of his coat. Yi thought about it. He and Jang Chui had already progressed to this point. Perhaps it was time to formally meet her parents once. What parent in heaven wouldn't treasure their daughter? Especially a good girl like Jang Chui who had been obedient since childhood. Her parents must be worried that their daughter will be abducted by a yellow-haired guy on a ghost fire. It's good to see her, to put her parents' minds at ease. Only, now is not the time to meet. Jang Chui's parents must be wondering why they were so generous in buying Jang Chui a car. Also be sure to ask yourself what you do for a living and where all this money comes from. Yi thought that it would be better to wait until he had completed the system hidden quest first. By the time he became the owner of Pilot Capital, all of this could be explained. "I've been a little busy lately, so when I'm done for a while, I'll accompany you home to meet your parents," Yi promised sincerely. Hearing that Yi was willing to go home with her to meet her parents, Jang Chui's heart was sweet. Husbands are the best. After saying that, he barked and dropped a kiss on the side of Yi's face. Not far away, Chinju watched the scene of the two people being in love, as if he had already become immune to it. Although his eyes were still filled with envy and jealousy, there was not much change in his expression. Now Yi bought Jang Chui a car. Chinju never had the chance to pick up his goddess at the subway station again. This only bit of way to intersect with Jang Chui was just snuffed out. Moreover, after learning that Yi had bought a Paramera for Jang Chui, Chinjuan was even more in a state of powerless despair. Originally, he thought that he relied on the milk tea store entrepreneurial program, got the investment money of the Pilot Capital, and also took out a loan to buy a car of more than 100,000 yuan, has been the best among his classmates. But his $100,000 plus car was ridiculously like a toy in front of the pink Paramera that Jang Chui was now driving. He didn't even dare to park his car too close to Jang Chui's car, fearful of showing his incompetence in this comparison. "Chui, you waited for me for 5 years. No, 10 years. 10 years from now, I'll make the milk tea store a sizable one, and I'll be able to afford a Paramera for you by then." Chinjue swore in his heart. When Yi walked to the school entrance, Zhang Yilan had already parked her car at the curb and was waiting. Yi, here, still dressed in trench coat and black silk boots, plus the red Paramera beside her. Kang Yi Rim stood here and earned a lot of turnaround. Today, Yi finally took the initiative to invite, which made Zhang Yilan feel a little excited in her heart. The makeup was applied early in the morning and the ensemble was carefully chosen. From the way Yaichi looked at her, he could sense that the outfit was the right choice. The two of them got in the car and sailed away to the gossiping eyes of their fellow passers-by. Not far away, Jin Bachi saw this situation and also instructed his little brother to drive and follow. And behind Jin Ba, a mysterious figure followed. Chapter 119, Mountaineering. "Where are we going?" Kang Yi Rim asked as she drove. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. He just wanted to ask Kang Yi Rim out to see if he could have a chance to raise his favorability by another 0.1% to break through the 70% mark. But I forgot about arranging where the two would go. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Yi threw the question back to Kang Yi Rim. Hearing these words, Zhang Yilan also understood that Yi hadn't thought about where he wanted to go. "Okay, then I'll take you to a nice place." Kang Yi Rin sold the idea and drove towards the outskirts of the city with a kick of the gas. The car drove for about 50 minutes or so to the foot of Falling Maple Mountain. Falling Maple Mountain is a small mountain on the outskirts of Hamachi, because it is far away from the downtown area. the air is relatively fresh, and many people choose to come here on weekends to climb the mountain, inhale the oxygen, and change the mood. After parking the car, Jang Yilin bought some snacks and drinks at the convenience store at the foot of the mountain. Come on, let's climb. If you ask what sports are better at bringing men and women closer together, then mountain climbing is definitely on the list. Climbing upwards side by side. When a girl can't go any further, a boy can give a gentlemanly hand, and once this hand is pulled on, if the girl doesn't object, she doesn't have to let go. Jang Yilin was previously suggesting that her roommate, Zhou Jing, find an opportunity to ask Du Mingyu to come and climb the mountain, but I didn't expect to use this trick on myself and Yi first. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon at this point. It takes about an hour or so to climb to the top, just in time to wait for the sunset. Sunsets on Falling Maple Mountain are a thing of beauty. There's a viewing platform at the top of the hill from which you can see most of Hamachi. Yi had always wanted to come and take a look before, but he had never had the chance, and today was kind of a good day for it. Okay, let's go. Yi naturally took the bag carried in Jang Yilin's hand. As a boy, it's natural to help a girl share some of the weight, not to mention that Yi had a second-level physical ability bonus at this time. Lifting this bit of stuff was no effort at all for him. The duo followed the stone steps step by step towards the mountain. Because it was a weekday, not many people came to Falling Maple Mountain. Yi and Jang Yilin walked for 10 minutes without encountering a single person. Let me tell you a story. Yi suddenly got excited and told Jang Yilin a story while climbing the mountain. In the old days, there was a hiking team of 9 men and women who went hiking together. They set out from the base of the mountain early in the morning, and when they got halfway up the mountain, one of the girls in the group became physically exhausted, and suggested that she may camp halfway up the mountain to rest and let the others continue to the top. And here she is waiting for them to return. There was a man on the climbing team who was this woman's boyfriend. He originally wanted to stay and take care of the women, but women don't want to hold back their boyfriend's chances of making it to the top when they could have, because of themselves. Yi spoke colorfully, and Jang Yilin listened intently. And then what? Then well, the woman stayed alone halfway up the mountain, set up a tent and waited for the others to return after summiting. The other 8 set off together toward the summit. The women waited at the tent until it was dark and didn't see a few people come down. The woman took out her cell phone and called several people, none of whom answered either. Just as the woman was worried that something had happened to a few people, she saw her boyfriend coming down the trail from a distance. The woman rushed to meet them, but just as I got closer, I saw my boyfriend's face covered in bruises. The woman asked with concern what was going on and why he was the only one back, but the boyfriend had a stony expression on his face and was silent for a long time before he told what happened at the top of the mountain. Said they had just climbed close to the top of the mountain when they hit a landslide. Huge rocks rolled down the mountain, and there was nowhere for the crowd to hide. Except for him, all the other teammates were buried forever by the rocks on the mountain. Hearing this, the woman couldn't hold back her tears, aching for those teammates who were killed. But just then, the woman's cell phone suddenly rang. Open it up and it's a call from a teammate. The woman thought this teammate had gotten away with it too and rushed to pick up the phone. But the caller, on the other end of the line, told the woman a different version of the story. The preceding is more or less the same. A few people hiking up a mountain and running into a mountain collapse. But the huge boulder only killed one person. The other 7 teammates are fine. I never got a call from the woman just now because there was no signal. Now they were coming halfway up the mountain, so the signal was restored, and so the first call was made back to the woman. The woman hastened to ask who it was that was stoned. The teammate on the other end of the line stammered for half a day before revealing that the victim was none other than the woman's boyfriend. Hearing this, the woman's heart suddenly went cold. Then a cold hand suddenly came from behind and rested on the woman's shoulder. The woman looked back and saw that her boyfriend's face had turned into a hideous, ghastly ghostly face. Speaking here, Yi made a bad move to sneak his hand around the other side of Jang Yilin from behind and then patted Jang Yilin's shoulder on the other side. Jang Yilin was originally listening to the story very carefully, without any mental preparation. I heard the scary place, and it happened that I was tapped on the shoulder by something as well. In an instant, Kang Yirin cried out in shock, then obediently ducked into Yi's arms. The corner of Yi's mouth hooked up with a smirk if anything. Sure enough, telling ghost stories and watching ghost movies are always the most effective means of getting closer to a girl. Looking at Jang Yilin who threw herself at him, Yi naturally wrapped her arms around him, then gently patted Kang Yirin's back, gently reassuring. Okay, it's okay, it all just scared you. There are no ghosts in this world. Don't be afraid. Hearing Yi's warm voice, Jang Yilin gradually came back to her senses, also reacting to the fact that the person who just tapped her shoulder was also Yi. Nasty. You did it on purpose. Jang Yilin pouted and punched Yi's chest with her pink fist, then made a gesture that she was going to leave Yi behind to continue climbing the mountain by herself. But he just took 2 steps out, looked at the empty mountain path around him, and then associated it with the ghost story Yi had just told. Ultimately the heart is still afraid. So, he honestly retreated back and held Yi's arm tightly. No more scaring me. Let's hurry up or we won't make it in time to see the sunset. Yi nodded, feeling the soft touch coming from his arm, and led Zhang Yilin to continue toward the top of the mountain. And at this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Jinba sent the location to Han Xian. Han Xian immediately called on a few bodyguards with extraordinary skills and set off. Chapter 120. By the time Yi and Zhang Yilin climbed to the top of the mountain, it was just as the sun was setting. The orange sunset colored the clouds in the sky. Wow! I didn't think I'd ever see a fire cloud. Kang Yi Rim clapped her hands excitedly, as if the fatigue from just hiking had been swept away. Here, stand still and I'll take your picture. Yi knowingly raised his cell phone and aimed it at Zhang Yilin to adjust the angle. As the saying goes, Chinese women, all their lives, are either out of the movie or on their way to it. There's no girl who doesn't want to take more pictures of her beauty and then post them to her friends for compliments. And it just so happened that the 100 secrets to holding a goddess that the system gifted to Yi contained techniques for taking pictures of girls. Click a few times later, without even looking at it, Yi Gue held out the taken picture to Kang Yi Rim, obviously quite confident in their photographic skills. When Kang Yi Rim saw it, she also looked surprised. These photos, both in composition and angle, are taken just right. Not only does it capture her delicate facial contours perfectly, but it also incorporates the setting sun and flaming clouds behind her. It appears to have a unique sense of atmosphere. Yi, you're so great at taking pictures. There have been a number of suitors who have taken pictures of Kang Yi Rim in the past. A few of them were even from the school's photography club. But all those photos were not as good as these ones that Yi had casually taken today. Zhang Yilin suddenly thought of a quote she had read on the internet. A guy takes a picture of a girl, and the better that girl looks to the guy, then the better the guy's picture will look accordingly. Looking at Yi's photos of herself that were full of ambience and comparable to art photos, Zhang Yilin was in a state of mind. So, was she so good looking in Yi's heart? Yi looked at the system panel where Zhang Yilin had now reached 29% of the strategy progress, and the corner of his mouth curved upwards. Another schoolgirl taken care of. One step closer to the completion of the hidden quest. Now all that was missing was Wei Shiyan, and the number 1 ranked school flower on the school flower list who hadn't yet reached the mark. Thinking about the number 1 school flower on the school flower list, Sure Bebe, Yi stroked his chin. It seemed that he would have to find a chance to have a chance encounter with Sure Bebe next. I just heard that Sure Bebe is quite mysterious, and a bit of an eccentric personality. However, with the 100 secrets to holding a goddess in his hand, plus the system's ability to see heart's desires, Yi was still confident. What's so funny? Zhang Yilin looked at Yi, whose eyes were glowing and whose expression was smiling, and asked curiously. Yi returned to his senses and hastily snorted. Nothing, a bit of a surprise to see such a beautiful view. Oh yeah, didn't you say you had exactly what you wanted to talk to me about? Tell me about it. Yi recalled that when he had asked Zhang Yilin out, Zhang Yilin had said that she happened to want to talk to him. Kang Yi Rim paused, then sighed. Ugh, I don't know what to say. I feel a little lost as I approach graduation. Kang Yi Rim is recently anxious because she doesn't know which path to choose for her future. And that's when she remembered Yi. Yi had said that he had made a lot of money on his own by investing. So Zhang Yilin subconsciously felt that Yi was a person with vision and ability. Perhaps Yi could give himself some constructive advice on what to do. As you know, with our major, when I graduate in the future, I'll either be a dance teacher, either that or join a professional dance company and become a professional dancer, or go out to one of those organizations that teach dance and become a personal dance instructor. Either of these options will not be very well paid. You can only simply make ends meet, unless one is exceptionally good and can become a top presence in the industry. But Kang Yi Rim understood her own strength. Despite her outstanding looks and body, her professional ability, in fact, was not much better than her classmates in the same major, not to mention comparing it to other, better dancers in the community. Don't laugh at me. I'm a cheesy person. I think work is all about making money, make lots and lots of money. But if you look at the average income level in our industry, I don't think it's going to meet my mental expectations for a while. Kang Yi Rim laughed helplessly and smoothed her flying hair behind her ear against the wind. Or, I have another way to go. It's just continuing to be an anchor on teas. Usually dance and earn bounty money. But this is an option that Kang Yi Rim honestly doesn't like very much either. The live streaming industry is in the wind right now. Many people have made fortunes that many people would never reach in a lifetime by being internet celebrities, by having great looks or a funny style. But that's just an example. More anchors, guarding a live room with only a few people in it every day, repeated those words of welcome and thanks, repeatedly answering those questions on the pop-up. Like what? How old is the anchor? Where is the anchor from? Does the anchor have a boyfriend or something like that? As soon as the show starts every day, it's going to be an unlimited repetition of answers to these topics that have been talked about for a long time. In the long run, it can be said that it does not help in personal growth. Once the day comes when you don't want to be an anchor anymore and you want to get a serious class, this experience as an anchor won't help you get a job in the future. In other words, if you can't make money as an anchor, then it's a waste of time. Kang Yi-rim is well aware of this herself. She's been televising live at Tea's Voice since she entered college, but after so many years, excluding the huge gift that Yi had rewarded her with, she hadn't been able to earn much money in total. The income may not be ideal if you do plan to be a full-time anchor after graduation. This is exactly the kind of thing that Kang Yi-rim has been feeling anxious about lately. As we approach graduation, students are thinking about what kind of job they will be looking for in the future. But Kang Yi-rim felt an inexplicable loss in her heart when she thought that she didn't even have the ability to keep herself clothed and fed after graduation. Both her parents are ordinary workers and her family is average. When she went to school, Jang Yilin didn't get very good grades. However, because of her outstanding figure and looks, she was suggested by her teacher that she could take dance lessons. My parents were supportive when they found out. Took out a lot of savings to pay for Kang Yi-rim's dance lessons. Jang Yilin felt that if she couldn't earn a lot of money on her own after graduation, it would be a waste of so much of what her parents had given to her. Of course, Jang Yilin was also clear that with Yi's financial power, if she herself fell for him and became his woman, she would not have to worry about the pressure of life at all. But she didn't want to do that. She liked Yi because Yi was excellent and interesting, because Yi was different from those other men that she could see through at a glance. It was because Yi made her feel mysterious and challenging. She didn't want her feelings for Yi to be mixed with something else that wasn't pure. After saying this, Jang Yilin looked at Yi with a calm gaze. Hopefully the man in front of him would answer the confusion in his mind. For the future, where does she really go from here? Chapter 121, The First School Flowersher Bebe. Looking at Jang Yilin's expression of help, Yi also probably understood her confusion, but Yi didn't know how to enlighten her, much less how to show her a clear path. If he didn't have the system, Yi would just be a poor boy. Where's the beyond the ordinary vision and business acumen? Right at this moment, the system's voice rang in Yi's mind at the right time. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the next stage of the hidden quest. Task content: inject capital to open 5 companies for the top 5 schoolgirls on the schoolgirl list. Become the boss yourself, and leave the companies in the hands of the 5 schoolgirls. Requirement: the 5 companies must be involved in 5 different industries, and they must also take into account the qualities and abilities of each of the 5 schoolgirls. Mission reward: $50 billion in dedicated investment money. Note: earmarked investment monies may only be used for the day-to-day investment practices of pilot capital. Hearing this reward, Yi's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing as a good thing? That's a pretty simple and brutal reward, though the $50 billion doesn't end up going straight into his wallet, but pilot capital will be his by then. With the right investment decisions, you can make a steady stream of profits from that $50 billion. A book. Ahem. Yi had an idea in his heart and looked at Jang Yilin with confidence. Lin, have you ever thought about starting your own business? Hearing Yi say this, Jang Yilin froze. In her mindset, there was only the idea of getting a job and making money, never thinking of starting her own business. Could it be that this was the difference in thinking between her and Yi? How can I afford to start a business? I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't had any ideas about saving money before, and now my savings are all thanks to the reward you gave me last time. I've heard that you have to invest a lot up front in any business. I don't feel like I can do it right. If on how to engage in ambiguity and pull feelings, Kang Yi-rin, a high-level military division, is confident, but when it comes to entrepreneurship, she can say she knows nothing. She didn't even know what she was going to do, let alone start a business. Yi, however, was full of concern and waved his hand to comfort. No one is born knowing anything. Everyone is slowly figuring it out, slowly learning, slowly growing through constant trial and error. Tell you what, I happen to be planning to start a company, trying to make a platform for live streaming in short videos, like the teasing voice. Will you come and help me? Hearing Yi issue an invitation to himself, Jang Yilin subconsciously wanted to refuse. It wasn't that she wasn't willing, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to do the job and would disappoint Yi instead. As if he could see Jang Yilin's concern, Yi continued, I need a lot of people who have had similar work experience, anchor or not, programmer on a technical level. I want it all, and the more the merrier. You've been live before for so many years. You should know some anchors like you. You believe me, as long as you can find me anchors whose face value or talent is over the top, I'll have a way to make them a hit. Yi usually swipes the teaser to watch live broadcasts himself. There are a lot of small anchors that have little fame or fans, but have decent looks and bodies. It's just less of a capital boost and less of an opportunity to become famous. Yi thought that since he was going to do it, he would try to make it bigger. Having the system on your own is the equivalent of having a strong financial backing. Such a unique advantage. If you don't make good use of it, it's a waste of your system. At the beginning of the company's startup, without fame and influence, it was almost impossible to recruit some of the most popular and big anchors. He himself has not yet received this reward from Pilot Capital, and he has only the current $12 billion. Even if you try to cut corners by throwing money at them, you can't do it. In that case, the only place to start is with these little anchors. Looking at Yi's serious and full of fighting spirit, Zhang Yilin was also inspired. She believed in Yi, in his vision and ability. What Yi wanted to do, he could definitely do it. And now, Yi needed her help. Well, I know a few of my little sisters, and we usually link up to play PKs and such. Although, like me, they are not very popular. I can guarantee that their face value is definitely online, and they should have other friends they know that they can introduce in when the time comes. Yichi nodded. Although there is only a preliminary idea now, and have not yet thought about how to follow up to expand the size and influence of their business. But in this day and age, there's nothing that can't be done if you're willing to throw money at it and can throw tons of it at it. It's late. It's almost dark. Let's go down the mountain. The anxiety in her heart was finally resolved, and Kang Yi Rim regained her vigor. By now the sun had set and the afterglow in the sky was fading. The two just came up the mountain road, although there are street lamps, but this is the middle of nowhere, sparsely populated. Too late to go down the mountain if Zhang Yilin heart is also afraid. Yi unscrewed the drink in his hand and finished the last sip, throwing the bottles and cans and other trash into the trash can. He took Kang Yi Rim's hand and walked down the hill. They say it's easy to go up the mountain and hard to come down. After walking for half an hour, Zhang Yilin deeply understood the words. Sore knees made it difficult for Kang Yi Rim to take every step. There was a vague feeling that he was going to fall down when his feet gave out. Yi sensed that Zhang Yilin's pace had slowed down and knew that Zhang Yilin was losing her stamina. Simply squatting down in front of Zhang Yilin, he signaled for Zhang Yilin to come up and carry her down the mountain himself. It's not good. Zhang Yilin was a little hesitant. On one hand, she was shy. On the other hand, she was worried that carrying herself would be too much of a burden for Yi. Yi smiled. Don't mention it. It's not like I haven't carried you before. That time in the bar drink too much. Zhang Yilin cannot stand. It is Yi. Zhang Yilin back away. Thinking back to this incident, Kang Yi Rim blushed even more. However, his hands honestly wrapped around Yi's neck, and then his entire body fell onto Yi's back. Go, down the hill. Yi got up, pawed, and carried Zhang Yilin a little more securely. Zhang Yilin's straight and slender thighs were also held in Yi's hands. Through the thin stockings, I could still feel the softness of my legs. It's not bad for a practicing dancer. Not an ounce of fat, just the right amount of evenness. The two had been walking like this for about 10 minutes when suddenly, a girl appeared under a streetlight not far away. Long dark hair with bangs and a black jean jacket. By the light of the street lamp, it was just enough to make out the girl's face. Beautiful and delicate features, small and perky nose, fair, pink skin, and a rosy, full mouth. Sure Bei? It was Kang Yi Rim who was the first to recognize it. Isn't this Sure Bei, who was ranked No. 1 on the list of Binchang University's flowers? How did she, alone in the middle of nowhere at this hour? Chapter 122 Strange Sure Bei. Seeing Yi walking down from the mountain with Zhang Yilin on his back, Sure Bei greeted them towards the duo. Brother Yi. Without any reason, Sure Bei suddenly shouted at Yi like this. Yi was frozen in place. He didn't have any interactions with this No. 1 school flower of Binchang University. Never even met before. But with this attitude of Sure Bei towards herself, why did it seem as if the two had known each other for a long time? Is it possible that you have lost your memory? Kang Yi Rin on her back was also a bit jealous and asked sourly. I didn't realize you two knew each other already. Are there any schoolgirls on the schoolgirl list that you don't recognize? Yi looked embarrassed and coughed twice. Ahem, that. Would you believe me if I said I saw her for the first time today? Kang Yi Rim rolled her eyes and asked rhetorically. Do you think I believe that? As she spoke, Sure Bei also walked up to the duo. A gray sweatshirt and a pair of skinny jeans. It looks full of youthful energy and a bit quirky. It was hard to see how the figure was due to the bodysuit covering it and the darkness, but just based on this face, Yi knew that the title of the No. 1 school flower of Binchang University was by no means a vain one. Ms. Sure Bei, I don't think we know each other. Yahichi wants to prove his innocence, but Sure Bei sniffed but let out a pfft laugh. Brother Yi, look at how nervous you are. You said you don't know, so let's pretend we don't know each other. Sure Bei got darker and darker, explaining but not fully explaining. Yi felt that he was completely unable to say anything this time. So how did you know my name? Sure Bei was on the list. and it made sense that Yi and Zhang Yilin would recognize her. But the school doesn't have a schoolboy list. Yi usually didn't participate much in student union and club activities. Before awakening the system, he was almost a transparent person at school. Under such circumstances, how did Sherbei know him? Sherbei covered her mouth with one hand, still with a smile. Ha ha, I've specially come to find Brother Yi today. It seems that Brother Yi feels surprised to see me? This time, Yi was confused instead. I always felt that Sherbei was full of weirdness. It gave the impression as if she had noticed herself long ago. I'm certainly surprised. Did you come to me specifically for something? Yi thought to himself that he had just thought about finding some opportunity to get to know the number one school flower. I didn't realize that this number one schoolgirl was looking for herself as well, but the two of them usually have no interaction, and she came to find herself. It doesn't make sense. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Yi had a few more points of vigilance in his heart. Sherbei ruffled her long, straight black hair and shook it out, putting on an innocent expression. Brother Yi, do you think I look good? Hearing this question, Yi's doubts became heavier in his heart. No. One schoolgirl, running to the middle of nowhere just to ask herself this question? As if, how did she know she was here? It was important to know that he and Zhang Yilin hadn't encountered any of their acquaintances or classmates after driving all the way here after exiting the school gates. The two also didn't send friends. There was only one possibility that Sherbei could know her whereabouts. That's what she's been following since she got herself out of school. You followed me? Yi also didn't answer Sherbei's question. Instead, he looked at the seemingly harmless girl in front of him with a scrutinizing meaning. Intuition told Yi that this Sherbei was not simple. Sherbei smiled cheekily, not at all nervous after being broken up. Yeah, I followed you guys all the way, but I'm lazy and don't want to climb, so here you are. Brother Yi, you answer my question first. Do you think I look good? Yi suspiciously looked around and did not find anyone else. For the time being, I didn't know what kind of medicine Sherbei was selling, so I could only take one step at a time. I think you're okay. Yi replied extremely perfunctorily. It didn't even meet Sherbei's eyes. For Yi's answer, Sherbei did not show any dissatisfaction. Still smiling, it's okay? Then why don't you dare to look me in the eyes? Brother Yi, is it shy? That's not good. Sister Kong Yi Rim is still on your back. Aren't you afraid that Sister Kong Yi Rim will be jealous? Sherbei is a junior this year, one term lower than Yi at Zhang Yilin. It's reasonable to call a brother or sister. Yi's head was spinning for a while, feeling that Sherbei was just like an evil little witch, saying one thing to the east and one thing to the west, not knowing exactly what she intended to do. What's the matter with you? You just say it. Yi lost some of his patience and even wanted to turn around and leave, but once he thought of the system's hidden mission, he still forced himself to hold back. Sherbei heard Yi's impatient tone, but she remained unhurried. I came to you to ask, when are you going to chase me? Yi was puzzled. When did I say I was after you? One could only see a glint in Sherbei's eyes, and there was an extremely brief moment when her expression changed from harmless to sophisticated. Brother Yi, I think you want to take the top 5 school flowers on the school flower list. From Jiang Chui in 5th place, to Zhang Yilin on your back, and Wei Shurian, Su Xingmian. These 4 schoolgirls seem to be on good terms with you. I heard you also bought them each a Primera. What? It's hard not to be interested in me, the top-ranked schoolgirl. Instead? That's a shame. I was thinking about when Brother Yi would buy me a car too. He. Hearing Sherbei's words, Yi's heart tightened. He approached those 4 schoolgirls with a purpose though, but there is no shortage of many chance encounters, and one has never initiated an active pursuit of them. How did Sherbei see her true purpose? Out of the ordinary. This girl is indeed something. If you just want a car, I'll turn around and get you one. Before Yi could finish his words, he saw a line of people from afar, aggressively walking towards this place. It looks like it's coming from a bad place, and when Sherbei saw that line of people, a bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then wave and shout, Han Xian, come and save me. Yi, he's going to bully me. Hearing Sherbei's voice, Han Xian visibly froze for a moment. Then the dim streetlight, squinting carefully in Sherbei's direction. After seeing this face clearly, Han Xian's expression became a bit terrified. Sure, Missy, why are you here? Chapter 123, The Little Witch. Although the Han family is important in Binchang, but initially, the Han family was just a small, insignificant player in Magic City. Because of messing with a big shot, the Han family was nearly wiped out in Mordor at that time. It was good to get a helping hand from that big man's hostile forces. That's how he managed to escape from the Magic City and came to Binchang to develop. And that man who had saved the Han family in the first place was Sherbei's father. The Shi family, Sherbei's father Shi Shang, is recognized as the leading underground leader in Magic City. Legend has it that with just one word from Shi Shang, there are thousands of minions willing to fight to the death for him. After the Han family fled to Bin City, it was also Shi Shang who found a way to help them quickly gain a foothold in Bin City. It could be said that without the Shi family, there would be no Han family today. Therefore, when facing Shi Shang, Han Xian and his father, Han Deming, both addressed him as boss, and the boss's daughter, Shi Beibei, is naturally the first lady. Han Xian was surprised to meet Shi Beibei in this deserted place. He knew that Shi Beibei was attending university in Binchang, because Shi Shang had specially taken care of it, asking them to usually take more care of this baby daughter who didn't know how to do things. But Han Xian didn't understand why Shi Beibei was here at night. Can it be that? Is it possible that Yi Yi tricked her into coming here? Must be. It must be that Yi Yi fell in love with Shi Beipei's beauty and wanted to bring it to this place in the middle of nowhere to do something untoward. Thinking of this, Han Xian fiercely slapped Jean Beck, who was beside him, in the face. How do you do things? Why didn't anyone tell me about something as big as Missy being brought here? What did I raise you for? Jinpachi covered the side of his face that was gradually swelling up, innocence written in his eyes. Missy? But I've never heard you, young Master Han, say that you have a great lady of any kind. What's more, Yi Yi saw clearly for himself when he left the school gate. There was only Yi Yi and another girl in the car, and that girl, at that moment, was on Yi Yi's back. Who knows where this Missy came from? But in this case, Jean Ba understood that this black pot had to be taken by himself. It can't be helped. Who made himself Han Xian's henchman? Watching Jean Beck lower his head and acquiesce to his dereliction of duty, Han Xian was slightly more at ease. Turning his head to look at Yi Yi, he saw that Yi Yi hadn't done anything to Shi Beibei for the time being. You guys, go get Missy. Han Xian hurriedly instructed the three bodyguards around him. These three were Han Xian's inner circle, all practiced. Once when Han Xian's father, Han Deming, was in danger, these three men faced a pack of more than 50 people and killed their way out. After Han Xian grew up, these three men were put in charge of protecting Han Xian's personal safety. Originally, Han Xian hadn't wanted to let his three bodyguards go out today, and he had brought other minions with him. He came to Yi Yi also just to take it out on Jean Ba. I hope Yi Yi won't be too arrogant in Binchang. You have to look at the master to beat the dog. But things are different now. Shi Beibei, the eldest miss of the Shi family, was on one hand of Yi. If Shi Beibei lost a hair, then he and his father, Han Deming, would have to go on their knees to make amends to Shi Shang. Therefore, Han Xian directly let these three bodyguards of his with explosive combat strength make their move. Make sure to save Shi Beibei safely in the shortest possible time. Young master, what about that man? The bodyguard asked with a cold face and without the slightest emotion. Han Xian didn't even think about it and answered a few people directly. Just don't kill it. Hearing Han Xian's order, several bodyguards immediately rushed towards Yi Yi. Yi Yi hurriedly put down Zhang Yilin on his back and prepared to meet the battle. But right at this moment, the afterglow suddenly glimpsed a wish bar appearing above Shi Beipei's head. I hope brother Yi Yi can cleanly solve these people. Yi Yi became more and more puzzled. Obviously, it was Shi Beipei who started the trouble, making the other party mistakenly think that she wanted to hurt her, and by the tone of voice, the other party called Shi Beibei Big Miss, obviously someone under her. Again, you want to draw out the battle and hope you can beat her men to the punch? What's that supposed to mean? Just during Yi Yi's hesitation, the three bodyguards had already rushed to Yi Yi's front. A sandbag-sized fist rushed straight at Yi Yi's face. The speed was so fast that Yi Yi was astonished. Even with the level 2 fighting art in his body, Yi Yi was only able to dodge the blow, pick up the task. Seeing this situation, Yi Yi didn't dare to be arrogant. Hang on, no more pretending with you guys. The old man is straight on. Ding, detecting that the host is performing a wish mission, granting the host a temporary bonus to the third level of fighting arts. In just an instant, Yi Yi felt a warm current welling up inside his body. Then the men's movement suddenly slowed down in his eyes. Facing the incoming punch of one of the men, Yi Yi threw a powerful whip kick towards the opponent's waist. Dang! The man felt as if he had been hit sideways by a speeding truck. Then the whole thing flew out. The speed was so fast that the remaining two didn't even react before their companions fell. After seeing Yi Yi's skill, the remaining two looked at each other and nodded, then drew their daggers from their waists. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another knife. The old man can't get hurt every day. Hey, dog system, will you give it today? Ding, the host's heart is detected. And since the wish quest is for the host to cleanly resolve the other three, the system will moderately adjust the strength of the temporary bonus. As the system tone fell, Yi Yi felt the power in his body flourish again. The movements of the two bodyguards across the street holding up their daggers to attack were no different from slow motion in Yi Yi's eyes at the moment. A handsome side kick, plus a dashing over the shoulder drop. In just 2 moves, these 2 remaining bodyguards also fell. Looking at the 3 people who had fallen to the ground and moaned in agony, Han Xian's head was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't be more clear about how the battle prowess of these 3 bodyguards was. He was able to have a fight against a siege of more than 50 people. But now, it was instantly killed by Yi? What kind of demon is this? Quick, call my dad and tell him to get his men here. You guys, get up there and stall. Keep Onii-chan safe no matter what. Han Xian panicked, fearing that Sure Bei might have made a mistake. However, looking at the 3 bodyguards who had fallen to the ground, Sure Bei smiled and shook her hand at Han Xian. Okay, I'm fine. I was just teasing you. Yi is my boyfriend. Don't make things difficult for him. I'll hit you with $3 million later, and $1 million for each of these 3 bodyguards. Give it to them for medical expenses. Looking at Sure Bei's harmless expression, Yi's heart was filled with a vicious chill. What kind of bad taste is this? Is it hard to just enjoy watching yourself fight? Han Xian on the opposite side of the room was also dumbfounded for a moment when he heard this. Seeing this, the smile on Sure Bei's face withdrew a bit, and her tone sank a bit. Han Xian, didn't you understand me when I spoke? Now my boyfriend and I are going back to school. Get out of our way. Chapter 124, When did you meet? Han Xian and Jin Ba, as well as the dozen or so juniors under his command, after hearing Sure Bei's slightly chilling tone, their tiger's bodies shook and subconsciously gave way. Sure Bei just passed through a group of pugilists with Yi and Jian Yilan like they were nothing. Looking at Sure Bei's faraway back, Jin Beiji's few juniors were envious for a while. You get $1 million each in medical bills for a beating. That's a real windfall. The next time you come across this opportunity to earn money from a beating, make sure you take advantage of it. Just a few steps out, the system beep in Yi's head also sounded as expected. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Ding! The wish object has been automatically bound. Name, Bei Sure. Age, 20 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Bust, C. Face value, 9. 3 points. Current emotional status, single. Current strategy progress, 43. 11%. Worthy of being the #1 ranked school flower of Bincheng University. That face value rating is a cliff lead. It was even higher than police flower Chiu Yunyan's face value score. And the system's raid progress doesn't lie. This raider progress of Sure Bei at least shows that there is indeed a good feeling towards himself. However, Yi was still a bit puzzled. Why did Sure Bei tell Han Xian that she was his boyfriend? Also, why did Sure Bei force herself to injure her own men? Brother Yi, are you unable to figure it out? Seeing that Yi was dumbfounded, Sure Bei still had the same smiling and harmless expression and came over to Yi. Then you let Sister Kong Yi Rim go back by herself and you take my car. I'll explain it to you on the way. Falling Maple Mountain parking lot. Yi let Jiang Yilan drive away first. He himself got into Sure Bei's car. You drive a Maserati and you want me to buy you a Panamera? Seeing as how you just casually offered $3 million, you're not short on money for a Panamera. Yi fastened his seatbelt and began to cross-examine. Sure Bei smiled and turned on the headlights, slowly pulling out of the parking lot. Are you curious about me? Curious about who I am? Curious how I know you? Curious as to why I just did that? Also curious, why did I say you were my boyfriend? Sure Bei was not slow to speak out all the doubts in Yi's heart. Yichi nodded. Yes, so explain. Sure Bei drove the car onto the elevated road and headed in the direction of the school. My family is from Mordor. My dad was a, gang leader. Ha. Sure Bei casually joked. She was probably the only one who dared to refer to Sure Shang, the emperor of the Magic City's underworld, as the head of the gangsters. And Yi knew that Sure Bei's remark was just a joke. That man is obviously the boss of the so-called Scar, and Sure Bei's dad is the boss of that man. What is Sure Bei's real identity and status is obvious at a glance. Brother Yi, knowing that my house is in such a situation and still staying alone with me, are you afraid? Yi skimmed his mouth with a disinterested expression. You saw me strike just now. You're the one who should be more afraid of being alone with you, aren't you? Hearing this, Sure Bei giggled again. Brother Yi, you're so cute. You know, if it had just been me who had taken the shot, taking care of those 3 won't be any slower than you. Born in the Sure family, Sure Bei grew up with those things. Sure Shang also found Sure Bei a very good teacher to teach her fighting arts. On the one hand, it is considered that Sure Bei likes it. On the other hand, she felt that she had the ability to be able to defend herself after learning this. With the Sure family's style of behavior, they had made countless enemies in Magic City. Inevitably, there will be times when there is danger. Although there was still a gap between Sure Bei's stance and what Yi had just shown, but Sure Bei still has a weapon with her. So, she wasn't exaggerating when she said that. If she had been the one to make the move just now, those few bodyguards might have fallen faster. As for when I met you, Brother Yi, why don't you take a guess? Listening to Sure Bei's question, Yi narrowed his eyes and recalled. Since that Scar is also considered Sure Beipei's henchman, perhaps, it was when he first got into an argument with Scar's group that Sure Beipei knew about it. Was that the time at the bar? Yi asked tentatively. Sure Beipei's face showed surprise and her hands left the steering wheel to applaud. It's worthy of being the Yi brother I've been eyeing. So smart. Good. It's the time at the bar. The owner behind the dream bar was none other than Sure Beipei herself. Sure Shang didn't want his daughter to be caught up in the many strife in the Magic City in the future. So arrangements were made for Sure Beipei to come to Bingcheng for school. And I hope that Sure Beipei has the ability to gain a foothold in Bingcheng. Don't come back to the Magic City in the future if at all possible. And Sure Beipei had her own little plan in mind. So make a request to your own daughter slave attribute dad. That is to ask Sure Shang to help her set up a property in Bingcheng that can earn money. So, Sure Shang helped Sure Beipei open that dream bar. Only that Jin Ba and others who went to the bar at the time to spend money knew nothing about it. It was only by chance that he heard Han Xian mention that the owner of the dream bar was a big shot and told them not to mess with him. Everything that happened in the alley in front of the bar that day was clearly captured by the bar's surveillance cameras in the shadows. When her men reported back to Sure Beipei couldn't help but be interested in the boy on the surveillance screen. Relying on the consumption records, Sure Beipei easily found out Yi's identity, bringing 2 of the top 5 schoolgirls on the Hamachi University schoolgirl list for a drink on a big night, going out on a limb and ordering the low-cost $100,000 deck straight away. And when it comes to punks looking for trouble, it comes out clean, one against many, not the least bit disadvantaged. All these details together made Sure Beipei want to get to know this Yi. After returning to school, Sure Beipei often secretly observed Yi. Later on, he found out that when Yi ate in the cafeteria at noon, he was accompanied by 5 beautiful women. Wei Shiyan from the finance department and Su Xingmian from the music department were actually among them. There was also a girl with a face and body that was not inferior to several others. This made Sure Beipei's interest even stronger. Then later on, it was Yi who bought Primera for a couple of girls. Even when Yi secretly went to the parking lot to drive away that Lamborghini Poison, Sure Beipei watched. After having her men investigate, Sure Beipei discovered something even more interesting. Yi's 4 Parameras surprisingly all had Xia Xiaoyu's name written on them. Even the set of houses he bought in Peach Garden and the King of the Building Villa in Yunqi famous villa were written in Xia Xiaoyu's name. Rich, generous, but the way you spend your money, it really makes me guess a little bit. A hint of cunning flashed in Sure Beipei's eyes. Chapter 125, Sure Beipei's Cooperation. And what are you up to today with this? Yi didn't answer Sure Beipei. Instead, he digressed. Seeing that Yi didn't want to talk about it, Sure Beipei didn't force her. Everyone has their secrets. Yet wants to spend money how he wants, it's his freedom. I didn't set these people up today. You had a confrontation with them in front of the school in the morning and they thought to teach you a lesson. So yell for someone to follow you. Not coincidentally, just in time for me to hear it. So I came along for the ride. I happen to want to see it. If you're skilled enough to deal with those people Han Xian called out, then you're qualified to be my partner. Conversely, then I might lose interest in you. The smile on Sure Beipei's face suddenly tightened and became more serious. Cooperation? Yi raised his eyebrows. It seemed like Sure Beipei was getting to the point. He knew that this all-around weird Bincheng University's #1 schoolgirl had come over to him and definitely had a purpose. Sure Beipei let out a light laugh and nodded. My dad made me come to school in Hamachi. He has his agenda and I have mine. He wants me to leave Mordor to avoid me getting caught up in some unnecessary trouble. And I, too, want to establish my own power in a place where I'm not under his influence. Of course, I'm not talking about the kind of forces that fight and kill. Han Xian's kind of unorthodox do-gooding is not what I want. What I want is the kind of power that can be laid out completely in the sun. A business, company or group. Start with Hamachi and then influence the Magic City. Listening to Sure Beipei, Yi seemed to have figured out something. Are you trying to, take your dad's place? Seeing that Yi had guessed it, Sure Beipei was filled with joy. Brother Yi is so smart. Yes, I do think so. My dad, that do-gooder, made too many enemies, ate his way out, and ultimately ended up on the wrong end of the stick. I just want to be able to retire from that position in peace and get well. How easy is it for a handful of underground forces in Magic City to step down from that position unharmed? The best way to do that would be to have another, stronger force behind him. Before going to college, Sure Beipei had this idea in her mind. Only for all this, Sure Shang did not know. So, you want to work with me, but you're actually looking at my money? Yi knew that with a situation like Sure Beipei's, it wasn't difficult to investigate his current financial resources. Buying a car and a house and all that, she should already know. And he's rich, and he's good, and he's close to the schoolgirls on the schoolgirl list. Indeed, it is the perfect candidate to be picked by Sure Beipei. However, Sure Beipei's idea coincided with Yi. The new hidden quest that the system had just unlocked required Yi to customize 5 different companies for the 5 schoolgirls. He's rich, but he doesn't know anything about starting a company or anything like that. It just so happened that a $1,000 lady like Sherbei should be able to find help in this area. The most important thing you need to start a business is adequate capital. You can rest assured of that. I have plenty of money, but since it's a partnership, I can't be the only one to contribute. Yi tentatively passed the words, wanting to see Sherbei's sincerity. Sherbei gave Yi a sideways glance and smiled cheekily. Don't worry, I'll have my dad set me up with some professionals. Put them in charge of the specifics of starting a company. All you have to do is take care of paying for it, and I'll make sure that you're left in peace as a shill. Hearing these words, Yi couldn't help but think highly of Sherbei again. He hadn't even said anything himself, but Sherbei had actually guessed it. It's really icy. So, that leaves one last question. Yi looked toward Sherbei, paused, and continued. Why did you tell those people just now that I was your boyfriend? Those people will surely report it secretly to your father when they find out about this. If I'm not mistaken, you should be trying to let your father know through this method on purpose. But, why do you need me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Hearing Yi's question, Sherbei gently shook her head. Brother Yi, when did I say I'd let you fake it? How do you know I don't really like you? Maybe I really want you to be my boyfriend? Yi hummed lightly. The data on the system panel did not lie. Sherbei's current radar progress is 43.11%, and at this level, it can only be considered as having a good feeling. It's still a small distance away from liking it. I can tell if I really like it or not, at least for now. You just want me to pretend to be your boyfriend. Seeing Yi speak with such certainty, Sherbei smiled resentfully. It seemed that his own little mind was completely guessed by Yi. Well, I do want to use that identity as a shield. In case you didn't know, my dad is a daughter slave, worrying every day that I'll be lied to and bullied by someone else. If he knew I was partnering with a boy to start a company, then he would do everything he could to get you out of my world. Because as far as he was concerned, any boy who approached me was scheming. But if he knows you're the boyfriend I've decided you are, then he must have considered that it would upset me if he touched you. He's always been afraid I'd be upset. So, I'm asking you to pretend to be my boyfriend for your personal safety as well. This will ensure that the cooperation between us can go on smoothly. After Sherbei finished speaking, Yi felt that things were not so simple. If that's really her dad's personality, then, the explicit dilemma might be avoided, but a secret tryst might still be in order. Maybe that was why Sherbei wanted to see if she was good enough. A handful of underground forces in the Magic City. If they were to send someone to test the waters, they wouldn't be generalized. I'm sure. I know. Don't worry. I think I'm still capable of defending myself. Yi leaned back in his seat, his gaze drifting out of the car window. What was going through his mind at the moment was something else. According to the system's settings, as long as there was a suitable wish quest, such as today's wish quest where Sherbei wanted to make herself quickly hit those 3 bodyguards, that would ensure that you are invincible to a certain extent. So, as long as you always have a girl with you who doesn't want you to get hurt, no matter what kind of unforeseen circumstances you encounter, you will really never be hurt in any way. Is this an intentional bug jam? No, that would be considered a rational use of the mechanism. So here's the question again. If a bound object like Chui, whose raid progress had already reached 100%, generated another wish quest, would he still be able to receive it? Is there still a temporary bonus after I collect it? And does this temporary bonus translate into a permanent bonus? Yi intended to find an opportunity to test it out. Chapter 126 Assistant to Yi. Sherbei sent Yi to the entrance of Yunchi famous villa neighborhood and left. Yi also did not be polite to invite the other party to go home and sit down. The two hadn't gotten that far. Now it's just partners. What's more, there's Xiaoyu at home. When he walked to the door of his house and pushed it open, Yi smelled a pungent aroma of rice. Lauren, master, you're back. Xiaoyu pocketed her apron, wiped her hands, walked out of the kitchen, and went to the entrance hall to get a pair of slippers for Yi. Crouching down and placing himself in front of Yi, he then reached out and tried to help Yi take off the pair of shoes he was now wearing on his feet. Leafy took a half step backward with a realization. Subconsciously, Yi was not ready to mentally prepare himself to accept this kind of maid-like service. I'll just do it myself. Yi took off his shoes and stepped into the slippers. Xiaoyu naturally folded her hands in front of her body and stood slightly indebted. Yi couldn't help but think of the time when he bought that house in Peach Garden and asked Xiaoyu to go and add some things for the house. Turns out this silly girl didn't know what to buy and found a bully skit to follow. Thinking about this, Yi couldn't help but smile. And what skit did you see this routine on? Leaf asked as he made his way towards the table. After the climb and the fight, I'm really hungry now. Xiaoyu obediently followed behind Yi, blinking her eyes in surprise. Master, How did you know I went to school with skits? Yi stood still and turned back to gently tap his finger on Xiaoxiao's forehead. How could I not know you? By the way, from now on, it's better to call me senior, or call me Yi. Master sounds weird. Hearing Xiaoxiao call herself that when the two of them were entwined was a different kind of fun, but on weekdays, when he heard Xiaoxiao call it that, Yi always had the feeling that he was a slave master, and lined Xiaoxiao as if she was very destined. Xiaoxiao nodded. Okay senpai, I'll keep that in mind, then I'll only call you master from now on. Call you master at night, okay. What this evening refers to is self-evident. Yi also understood this particular pet peeve of Xiaoxiao's. Then she was left to her own devices, sitting at the table and looking at a large table full of dishes. Yi asked curiously, so many dishes, are we going to have more guests at home today? Xiaoxiao shook her head and helped Yi with a big bowl of rice. I saw you message me that you'd be back for dinner tonight and went to get it on purpose. Don't worry senior, it won't go to waste. Usually I'm home alone and I do a lot of cooking. The amount of food today is only 2 dishes more than usual. Xiaoxiao had previously thought that Yi had asked her to eat more because he resented her for not being plump enough. That's why Xiaoxiao would eat her stomach full every day. Plus, before she met Yi, she really hadn't eaten much properly in order to save money. So now when faced with such an opportunity to eat properly, she cherished it extraordinarily. Yi sniffed, his eyes swept around and counted. Stewed beef brisket with tomato, chicken soup, braised crushing carp, braised prawns, sautéed broccoli, lettuce in oyster sauce. 6 dishes in all. There were only 2 more dishes than usual, and that meant Xiaoxiao could usually finish 4 dishes by herself. While each dish wasn't a huge amount of food, it added up to as much as a grown man could eat in a day. No wonder I've seen Xiaoxiao's chi improve quickly in all aspects lately. The original tonic was so spot on. Taking a look at the data on the system panel, Xiaoxiao's face value rating had all reached 8.9 points. When it was first bound, Xiaoxiao's face rating was still only 8.7. Sure enough, the women are big. Xiaoxiao's bottom was already good. It was only delayed by malnutrition before. After patching it up, slowly the true face value is revealed. Yi looked at Xiaoxiao, who was eating with a big mouthful, and revealed a pleased smile. It looks like it won't be long before Bincheng University will have another school flower. Yui is so good. It's a relief to see you taking such good care of yourself. Never be heartbroken about money. Get whatever you want. Yi took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer another sum of money to Xiaoxiao, but on a sudden turn of mind, that seemed like too much trouble. Might as well give Xiaoxiao a steady source of income. It's just as well that I'm not going to start my own company. Yo, I got you an internship. I wonder if you'd like to. Before Yi finished his words, Xiaoxiao put down the dishes in her hand and nodded repeatedly. It doesn't seem to be considered at all. In her heart, she only knew that whatever Yi asked her to do, she would try to do it well. Senpai, I do. I just don't know if I can handle it. What kind of work is it? Say yes first, then think about asking for specifics about the job. Looking at Xiaoxiao trusting herself so much, Yi favorably rubbed her head. I'm going to start a couple companies. Wanted you to be my assistant. The specifics of the job were still unclear even to Yi himself. It was only to arrange a position for Xiaoxiao, so that it would be convenient to pay her salary on time. But Xiaoxiao listened in her heart. But she got serious. It's as serious as if it were a college entrance exam. She decided that, starting tonight, she would go online and search for some relevant experiences to share on what it takes to be a good assistant. Okay, don't worry senior. I won't let you down. Looking at Xiaoxiao's serious appearance, Yi waved his hand. Take it easy, eat first, eat first. After dinner, Xiaoxiao cleaned up the dining table and the kitchen with very nimble hands and feet. And Yi took the time to take a shower while Xiaoxiao was cleaning up. After a tiring day, coupled with the fact that he had just eaten a full meal, Yi's sleepy eyes were somewhat unable to open. Blow-drying his hair and lying down on the bed, listening to the sound of the lake outside the window lapping against the shore under the breeze, Yi gradually fell asleep. In a daze, Yi felt a person slowly drilling in from the end of the bed by lifting the comforter. Master, hiss, Sayu, you, where did you learn all this? Do you like it, master? Like, master likes it, so good. Under Xiaoxiao's offense, Yi was sleepy. As soon as he lifted the covers, he blazed in response. The two tossed and turned until late at night before falling into a deep sleep holding each other. Slept until dawn. At night, Yi also had a dream that he became the richest man in the world and has been on the peak of his life ever since. Early the next morning, a sharp ringing of the phone yanked Yi from dreamland back to reality. Pressing the call button, the voice of that little witch Shi Beipei came from the other end of the phone. Brother Yi, was he woken up by me? Chapter 127, Wei Shiyan's character. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu beside him still sleeping soundly, she didn't seem to be disturbed by the ringing of the phone. Yi Yi lightly got up, got out of bed, and half hidden his cell phone to hide in the bathroom, afraid of disturbing Xia Xiaoyu's good dreams. It's okay, I'll wake up if you wake me up. Say, what is it? Yi Yi didn't have a wake-up call, so naturally he wouldn't be upset by being woken up by Shi Beipei. On the other end of the phone, Shi Beipei giggled. He, brother Yi Yi, have you forgotten what I promised you last night? I said I'd leave you in peace to be a handful. I've asked my dad to arrange for someone to come over. She's got about half an hour or so to get to Hamachi. We're going to meet together? Yi Yi also did not expect Shi Beipei to be so efficient. What was just agreed upon last night was put into place this morning. It seems like you're pretty anxious about starting this business, too. Okay, you send me the location and I'll be over in a few minutes. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yi then simply washed up. Looking at the location sent by Shi Beipei, Yi Yi thought about it and decided to take a taxi over. The Lamborghini Poison is good, but it's too flashy. It's in the early stages of business, and being overly high profile may raise eyebrows. Yi Yi thought that perhaps it was better to buy himself a slightly lower profile car as a substitute. More than half an hour later, Yi Yi arrived at the place where Shi Beipei had located, a cafe located on Kamhwa Street. As soon as he came to this place on Jinhua Street, Yi Yi had an inexplicable feeling. That time I ran into Wei Shiyan at the seafood buffet here. Later, when he and Su Xingnian ate hot pot here, they also ran into Wei Shiyan. Today, I'm having coffee with Bei Shi. We can't run into her again, can we? Pushing open the door of the coffee shop, the wind chime on the door followed with a crisp sound, alerting the clerks that a customer had arrived. Lao Yi, come for coffee early in the morning? Who else could it be with that iconic pink double ponytail? Yi Yi wondered if he had run into a ghostly wall. How come whenever you come to eat at Jinhua Street, you always run into Wei Shiyan working part-time? Why are you moonlighting early in the morning? Shi Beipei hadn't arrived yet, so Yi Yi casually found a seat by the window and sat down. Wei Shiyan followed and handed over the coffee order, waiting for Yi Yi to order. To make money, you have to get up early in the morning and work late at night. As a part-timer, Wei Shiyan is known for her hard work. Whenever she sees a new part-time job posted in a part-time job group, she is the first to contact the person. This grabbed work hand speed, even faster than many elderly people in the New Year's Eve in the group of loving family to grab red envelopes. 3 hazelnut lattes. Yi Yi looked around and ordered a random one. He also strongly agreed with Wei Shiyan's words. When he was with Lin Coco before, in order to be able to afford Lin Coco's daily expenses, Yi Yi also went out to do part-time jobs. Back then, it was also a matter of getting up early and working hard, and hating to work 3 jobs a day. And today, he came so early, not also to discuss the matter of opening a company to earn money. Wei Shiyan shook the cute pair of ponytails and took the coffee order from Yi's hand. Okay, hold on, are you meeting a friend here? It can't be any schoolgirl again. Girls were born to gossip, and Wei Shiyan was no exception. Don't say anything yet, let me guess. Jang Chui is so familiar with you. You shouldn't have asked her to come so far away from the school so early. Kang Yi Rim is so forward with you. Surely you won't be the one to come here and wait for her. Could it be Su Xingnian again? That again is very precise. The last time Yi Yi and Su Xingnian ate hot pot, they also happened to be bumped into by Wei Shiyan. Yi Yi, however, shook his head pretentiously. A schoolgirl indeed. I don't think you'll be able to guess who it is. Though, Yi Yi said this, which in turn aroused Wei Shiyan's curiosity. Only the top 5 on the school flower list are called school flowers by everyone. The range was so small that Yi Yi actually decided he couldn't guess? It can't be. It's me, isn't it? Wei Shiyan pointed at herself, her expression a bit natural. It was hard to believe that Yi Yi had specially come to find himself today. One is indeed a schoolgirl. But, Yi Yi shouldn't know that he's doing a part-time job here today, right? Hearing Wei Shiyan's answer, Yi Yi forced a smile. He realized today that the part-time fiend was still quite cute. Nerdy. Another hazelnut latte? Then, I'll buy you a drink. That would barely qualify as a good guess on your part. Wei Shiyan blushed. I didn't realize I was making a fool of myself. But since Yi Yi wanted to invite her for coffee, she wouldn't push back. It's a bit of a sleepless night to get up early in the morning and come over for a part-time job. A cup of coffee would be nice. Thanks then. I'll buy you dinner later. Wei Shiyan turned her head and ordered 4 hazelnut lattes on the screen where she placed her order. It didn't take long for 4 still steaming hazelnut lattes to be served. I won't sit and drink, haha. Still at work. Wei Shiyan took one of the cups away and brought it over to the workbench where she was standing. At this moment, there were no other customers in the store besides Yi Yi. Wei Shiyan saw that she had nothing to do, so she picked up her latte and took a big satisfying sip. Hey, new guy, what's your name? Who gave you permission to drink coffee during work hours? Wei Shurian's hand holding the cup didn't even have time to put it down before a piercing voice rang out. Then, a man who looked around 30 stood in front of Wei Shurian. A part-timer actually has such unclean hands, stealing coffee from the store while there's not much business there. Do you have any idea how much that one drink you drank off cost? The man's tone was very unpleasant. He's the owner of the cafe. This store specializes in vintage style with ambience. All the cup trays were hand-picked by him at a high price. And naturally, the unit price of each cup of coffee is jacked up in order to make a profit. For example, a hazelnut latte, this one costs $108. And Wei Shurian's part-time job here pays only $100 a day. The man thought that even if he deducted her paycheck, she would still be $8 short of her own. This coffee shop has just opened. Originally the man thought he would attract a lot of customers with this style of decoration. However, since opening, the high prices have caused many people to come in and look around and leave. This also leads to increasing irritation in men. Store rent, utilities, and labor costs are not insignificant. If they don't turn a profit, all the money they've invested will go down the drain. But right at this juncture, I actually ran into a part-time employee who was stealing coffee from the store. She's unlucky to be in the wrong place, so let's take it out on her. Without waiting for Wei Shurian to explain, the man pulled out his cell phone impatiently and dialed the number of the part-time agency on one side while continuing to educate Wei Shurian. I'm so unlucky to run into someone like you. Look at you. You're so white. How come you're doing something so unseemly? As he spoke, the call was answered. The man questioned in a tone of voice. How did you guys find me a part-time job? Don't you check each other's character beforehand? Chapter 128. The middle-aged man ranted and raved to the part-time agent on the other end of the line. There was not the slightest desire to listen to Wei Shurian's explanation. I'm telling you, if the next part-time job you get me is still of this quality, I won't be recruiting through you again, and you have the nerve to ask me for an agency fee. No, you're going to have to refund me the thousands of dollars I gave you for the agency fee. Men take advantage of the situation and smoothly try to save back a cost. It didn't help that there hasn't been much business since opening. You can't just watch the savings in your pocket go down the drain bit by bit. Many people open a store because their family has money and they don't want to be idle with nothing to do. So opening a store is equivalent to arranging something for themselves to do. As for being profitable or not, it doesn't matter. But not this middle-aged man. He just lost his job a while ago. I wanted to capitalize on this wave of new openings on Kamwa Street and open a coffee shop here myself. Maybe it can be hyped as a Netflix store too. When the time comes, there will be a steady stream of customers every day, and all he has to do is sit back and collect the money. 108 for a latte. That's pretty profitable. I'm sure it won't take long to get your money back, but the ideal is rich. The reality is very bony. The man's position on this coffee shop may have been wrong to begin with. A modest store with only a few tables. Even if there were customers, there wouldn't be many people sitting in that store. And drinking coffee isn't like eating fast food for dinner where you can just flip the table afterward. A lot of coffee drinkers just want to pass the time. Drinking coffee while swiping your phone and reading a novel. You may sit for half a day at a time. What's the point of figuring out how to bring in traffic when you can't even increase your turnover rate? And to pack up and take away or take out, the restaurant is overpriced. Customers are not cuties. And naturally, they will also consider value for money. So business has been slow for the cafe since it opened. The money we earn every day is enough to pay our employees' salaries and daily utility expenses. Men have been anxious about this very thing lately. He invested all of his savings in this store and is now down to a few tens of thousands of dollars. The tens of thousands will keep the store afloat for a few more months at most. If it doesn't take off by then and he can't start making a profit, he'll really be out of pocket. When he thinks about this, the man can't sleep at night. He was worried about it all night yesterday. When I arrived at the store this morning, I was even more annoyed to see the still slow business. And there has to be an outlet for all this negativity. It just so happened that Wei Shurian and the part-time agent on the other end of the phone became this unlucky punching bag. I didn't steal your coffee. This is what my friend paid for and bought me to drink. I keep trying to explain and you keep interrupting me. How dare you just jump to conclusions about me when you don't even know the facts? You're insulting my character. Listening to the man's non-stop demeaning words, Wei Shurian no longer endured it. $100 a day for a part-time job. Big deal. It's not enough to put yourself through this kind of aggravation for a mere $100. Yi, who was sitting not far away, heard the commotion on Wei Shurian's side and hurriedly came forward as well. What's wrong? Yi was just looking at his cell phone and didn't pay attention to the conversation between the two. However, he could see the middle-aged man's unfriendly eyes towards Wei Shurian, so he subconsciously blocked in front of Wei Shurian. With emotion, Wei Shurian heavily placed her coffee cup back on the table, then talked to Yi about what had just happened. Here's my payment history. See, didn't drink your coffee for nothing. I paid for it. Yi opened the payment record interface of his cell phone and reached out to the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his expression became awkward for a moment. Originally, I wanted to go along with the situation to get out the anger that had been bottled up in my heart for the past few days. I didn't realize there was a misunderstanding. This is awkward, but as the boss, he really felt in his heart that he couldn't pull the face to admit his mistake in front of a part-time employee. Had to keep talking tough, even if it's paid for? It's the middle of the workday and how can she drink coffee? Wei Shiyan pointed to the half-uneaten sandwich that the boss was grabbing in his hand. So what you're saying is that you can have the sandwich and I can't have the coffee, is that it? If you think you can't eat or drink during work hours, then why don't you set an example yourself? And the agent told me about your requirements before I came to work part-time. First, you can't come to work late and leave early. Second, no cell phones during work hours. Third, maintain a good service attitude and do not get into arguments with customers. There are 3 requirements. May I ask which one I have violated? Wei Shiyan spoke with reason, causing the middle-aged man in front of her to be speechless for a moment. Well, that's how you talk to the boss, isn't it? Young people nowadays are really too ungrateful. I see that your generation just lacks the social beatings. The middle-aged man was very upset. People like them in their time. When they came out to work, they were obsequious to their bosses, to their superiors. Even if you cannot do flattery or obedience, then at least face can still maintain a polite and respectful attitude. But I didn't realize that young people nowadays have such distinctive personalities. It was so hard for him to be the boss now, and the employee under his hand actually contradicted himself in public like this. Then where can I put my face as a boss? Wei Shiyan let out a cold laugh. Hearing the middle-aged man say that, she didn't even have the desire to retort. This is the kind of person who clearly has a problem with his 3 views. You don't admit that you're wrong, and you're just trying to save face and keep your mouth shut. There's no point in arguing with him anymore. At this moment, Yi saw a wish bar appear on Wei Shiyan's head. I really don't know how this kind of person is good enough to open a store and be the boss. A coffee shop business is so bad. Don't think of reflecting on their own problems, and take all the anger on my head. One day, I'm going to open a store like this, so that he'll have a good idea of what a suitable marketing strategy and product positioning for this kind of store should be. When it comes to entrepreneurship, Wei Shiyan does have her own unique insights. She just came in for her first day of part-time work today and found out which areas of the store were hardwired for poor business. Originally, she was thinking of giving this boss some pertinent advice out of the goodness of her heart when her part-time job was done. Now looking at his face, Wei Shiyan was too lazy to say anything. Deserves poor business. Deserves to make no money. Yi's eyes rolled when he saw the wish bar on Wei Shiyan's head. It just so happens that he or she is going to start a company for these schoolgirls, since Wei Shiyan also had the exact same intention. So, system, I want to receive a quest. Chapter 129 Transfer. Ding, it is detected that the host is on a wish mission. Ding, the system will reimburse the host in full for the money he spent to buy this coffee shop. Full reimbursement. It's like picking up a coffee shop for nothing. The corner of Yi's mouth revealed a smirk. It then interrupted the middle-aged man's chattering complaints. Well, you don't have to worry about how our young people's personalities are. And don't think that just because you're the boss that you should let other people treat you like an emperor. The job is a two-way street and pays both ways. You pay for it, the employee pays for it, and you have an equal relationship. This job is not a gift or a handout that you give to your employees. After fighting for Wei Shiyan for a few moments, Yi turned his words around. However, I see that business is so bad in your store. I guess it's not much fun for you to be the boss. Why don't you tell me? I happen to be a little interested in the store, and if the price is right, I can take over and buy it from you. Hearing Yi's words, a light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. It seemed like a life full of darkness and anxiety was finally seeing a little hope. He didn't doubt Yi's strength just because he looked like a student. Nowadays, in this society, rich kids who can casually come up with hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars abound. Are you serious? The middle-aged man asked tentatively. Yichi nodded and looked around the room. Manhwa Street has just opened and it's the time when the most people are there. Business is so bad in your store under these circumstances. I think it's going to be hard for you to hold on to it. 2. The middle-aged man looked skeptical. So you were willing to buy it knowing that business was bad? Yi shrugged his shoulders with a cloudy face. That's naturally because I'm confident I can run this place better. How's that for decisive? Are you willing to sell? Seeing that Yi really wanted to take over, the man hurriedly nodded his head. The consequences of a failed business are not something he can afford. He had sold his old house and came to buy this store. If it all goes down the drain, how will he live in the future? Do you start from scratch? From the beginning? Now that someone is willing to take over his store, it couldn't be better. It's equivalent to helping him stop the damage. The store plus renovations cost a total of $2 million. If you're willing, then I won't raise the price. I'll sell it to you for $2 million. Hearing the man's words, Yi smiled. No price increase? It's not a question of whether he'll raise the price or not. The bargaining power is in Yi's hands. Although the system can reimburse the full amount, and this reimbursement can be returned in full in the future after the raider Wei Shiyan. But Yi didn't want to cheapen this man for nothing, especially since he had just indiscriminately scolded Wei Shiyan. One should help Wei Shiyan out anyways. Anyway, with over $1 billion on his card, it's not much of a problem to make $100,000 or a few $100,000 less. 1,800,000. If you don't want to, then forget it. Yi returned the price down by 200,000 in one go. He didn't cut the price too hard either. If the price he offered was too low, the man might think about selling the store to someone else. This $200,000 was enough as a punishment for the way the man had just treated Wei Shiyan so well. The man pursed his lips and pondered for a long time when he heard Yi's offer. Kamwa Street has just opened and there are a lot of people who want to come here to buy stores. This coffee shop of his, though, is in an unassuming corner location on the block, and the store is small. Very few people will look at him here. If you really want to sell it, it's not going to be available for a while. By the time you can't afford the daily costs with the money you have on hand, and the store isn't making a profit, you're really at the end of your rope. The man gritted his teeth at the thought. Okay, 1,800,000 is 1,800,000. A little loss is a little loss. There's no such thing as a business that doesn't lose money. Consider it a lesson learned. At least he got 90% of his principal back. It's still acceptable. At that moment, the door to the coffee shop was pushed open. Bebe walked into the store with a big weighty beauty in a black trench coat. Long time waiting, brother Yi. Bebe was wearing a cartoon patterned short-sleeved outfit today and had a cute pill head tied up. Just by looking at the exterior, it's hard to think that this is a little devil with a belly. As soon as she saw Yi, Bebe naturally took Yi's arm. It seemed to be done on purpose for the black trench coat big weighty beauty that accompanied it. Sister Fifi, this is my boyfriend Yi. Brother Yi, this is Sister Yufei, a very powerful lawyer in Magic City. While introducing, Bebe held Yi a little tighter, afraid that Yufei could not see that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Yi's heart was clear, since this Yufei was sent by Bebe's father, Shang. He must have probed the relationship between the two. Find out if you're really Bebe's boyfriend, and by doing so, Bebe was equivalent to wanting to sit in front of Yufei. Old Yi, when are you going to? Wei Shiyan's eyes widened incredulously. In the past, she also thought Yi was too philandering and wanted Xiaoyu to stay away from him. But slowly, Wei Shiyan realized that it seemed like many pretty girls were willing to move towards Yi. That day at the cafeteria for lunch, even including himself, among the top 5 school flowers on the school flower list, 4 of them were at Yi's table. Today, even Bebe, the No. 1 ranked school flower and recognized by the whole school as the flower of Binda, took Yi's arm and said that Yi was her boyfriend. What exactly is the magic of Yahichi? Wei Shiyan couldn't help but get curious. Yi was afraid that Wei Shiyan would slip up and say something she shouldn't in front of Yufei. If Shang knew that his daughter's boyfriend was a womanizer surrounded by warblers, he might really kill her. Help your own daughter get rid of the scum once and for all. Ahem, come on, let me introduce you. Wei Shiyan, my friend, she's working part-time here today, and I met her after I came here. This one, Bebe, our school's #1 school beauty. This is where I have an appointment with her today. Yi gave an introduction to both sides. Bebe naturally knew the relationship between Wei Shiyan and Yi. She had investigated the relationship between those girls around Yi and him long before. You sure know how to pick a place. This cafe is going out of business and we may be the only customers today. Anyway, he had already discussed with the owner to buy this store, so Yi didn't care so much when he spoke. Bebe smiled cheekily, because I think the name of this coffee shop is good. One Roast Coffee, which harmonizes with both of our names. It was then that Yi noticed the name of the coffee shop. It turned out that it was because of this reason that Bebe chose this place. Sometimes it was hard to keep up with this little witch's brain. Well, let's get down to business. Just now, I made a deal with the owner of this coffee shop to buy the store for $1,800,000. Lawyer Yu, please help us draw up a transfer contract. Chapter 130, Chinese Coffee. Bebe didn't say much about Yi's decision. Anyway, she knew Yi had money. The money spent on this one coffee shop was less than 1% of what he paid for the villa. Sister Fifi, then I'll trouble you. Just arrived and there's work to be done. I'll get my boyfriend to give you a raise when the time comes, huh? Bebe smiled faintly at Yufei. Yufei nodded gently and sat down at the table, pulling out the laptop she had brought with her. A form contract was then found and then partially modified for the specific situation. At this time, Bebe explained to Yi from the side. Sister Fifi will be ours from now on. My dad told her to stay in Hamachi and help us from now on. I'm going to make her our legal counselor. Wages. I'm counting on you to pay it. Looking at Yu Fei's professional demeanor, Yi also praised her in his heart. Starting a business and opening a company does involve a lot of legal aspects. The lawyer that Shi Shang had helped his baby girl find must have had superior professional strength. Moreover, Yi took a closer look. This Yu Fei was quite good looking. The professional dress with black silk makes her whole body look like a different kind of elite female in the workplace. Such a woman is eye candy to look at. Paying a little salary is not a problem for Yi. Hearing that Shi Bebe and Yi were chatting about wages, Yu Fei's head instantly floated up to a wish bar. Hopefully he'll offer me a higher salary than I had before in Mordor. Yo, popping wishes so soon. Yi rather liked this kind of physique that was prone to wishes. Receive a wish quest. Ding. Detecting that the host is performing a wish mission, granting the host a bonus, and the system can reimburse the host's salary paid to Yu Fei in full. That's great. And the paycheck doesn't have to come out of your own pocket. Not only that, but if you rip off this beautiful lawyer, you can return that money to your own pocket. But Yu Fei was sent here by Shi Shang. If you want to raid, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Once you don't have a good grasp of the situation, there's a good chance that the chicken and the egg will come home to roost. But luckily I have 100 tips for holding a goddess to add to the list. Lawyer Yu, how are you treated in Magic City? To be honest, Yi doesn't know much about the profession of lawyers, and he doesn't know how much the specific standard is in Yu Fei's wish that the salary can be higher now than when he was in Magic City. So Yi felt that it was better to ask beforehand. Yu Fei didn't sell the story either, and got straight to the point. In Magic City, I'm Mr. Shi's permanent legal advisor, and my annual salary is $500,000. This $500,000 was just the basic base salary, and if there was a specific case for Yu Fei to take over, there were additional attorney's fees to be taken. And the Shi family has quite a lot of industries and has hired a lot of legal counsel. Yu Fei is just one of them. Shi Shang had arranged for Yu Fei to come over because she was a female and young, thinking that it should be easier to get along with her own precious daughter. Yu Fei was originally reluctant, because Shi Shang said that after she came over, her salary would be taken care of by the two of them, Shi Bebe and Yi. After realizing that both of them were still just college students, Yu Fei didn't have much hope for the salary package. However, considering the Shi family's position in the Magic City, Yu Fei could not refuse, so she had to rush to Bin Chang. Ahem, so here's the deal. Yi cleared his throat and continued, because we're still in the early stages of our business, things are going to be a little more involved and a little more mixed. When the time comes, I'm sure we'll have to work hard for you to take the trouble to run more for us, so your workload should be heavy. With that in mind, that's why I've decided that I'll pay you that amount per year. Yi stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000? A trace of very obvious disappointment flashed in Yu Fei's eyes, but considering Shi Beipei's status, she couldn't say anything more. The frustration on his expression, though, was plain to see. Yi smiled and shook his head. No, not 50,000. I mean, 5 million. I'm going to start 5 companies. Every company hires you as legal counsel. Considering the workload must be greater with you coming to us than it was in Mordor. So I'll give you a consulting fee for each company at double your original annual salary. That's $1 million. So 5 companies is $5 million. Hearing Yi's offer, everyone present, except Shi Beipei, froze. $5 million a year. That's pretty generous. The company hasn't even opened yet, and we don't even know how profitable it is yet. And they have the audacity to offer such a high salary package to legal counsel. Either that or they're just really rich and don't care that much. Either that or he has some kind of vendetta against money. The coffee shop owner, in particular, had his jaw slammed on the table in shock. When he had just said he wanted to buy this store, Yi had bargained and cut $200,000. As a result, he turned around and offered the woman in front of him, whom he had obviously met for the first time, an astronomical salary of $5 million a year. That, little brother, are you still hiring? You see what I can do. Convinced by Yi's bravado, the coffee shop owner wanted to get a job under Yi. What's the point of creating a business if you can follow a boss like that? Entrepreneurship which is not as fragrant as part-time work. What will you do? Yi didn't make any pretense either. In the early days of the business, it was the time to use people. In addition to capital, employees are also a critical point in the success of a business. The middle-aged man thought hard. I was a salesman before. Then after deciding to open a coffee shop, went and learned a lot about coffee. You can drink it. I developed the recipe for this hazelnut latte myself. At those words, Wei Shiyan nodded. This one does. I just tasted it and the flavor is pretty good. Yi and Shi Beipei also picked up and took a sip. Well, the flavors are certainly unique. There seems to be a scent other than hazelnut and coffee bean. Yi closed his eyes and carefully felt this somewhat familiar flavor. It's the smell of tea. Seeing Yi tasted it, the middle-aged man proudly introduced it. Yes, it's the smell of tea. The coffee beans I use are not from abroad, but from our own production in China. I think you should also know that there are a lot of people who grow coffee beans in the Shannon province of our country, and that land, before that, was planted with pu'er. That's why the coffee beans grown there are born with a light tea flavor. This light tea aroma is just enough to neutralize the original burnt bitterness of the coffee. The middle-aged man had really put in a lot of effort to open this coffee shop. Just for selecting raw materials, he had practically traveled to all the places in China where coffee beans were grown on a large scale. Only, he missed the mark when it came to the store's business strategy, resulting in such a subtle coffee that not many people have tasted. Chapter 131, Wei Shiyan's rating progress soars. Talking about this topic, the middle-aged man's eyes all of a sudden put on light, spouting off about his original ideals. There are so many coffee shops on the market now, but they're basically all foreign brands. But coffee is not unique to foreign countries. We have our own coffee growing industry in China. Then why can't we in China have our own brand of coffee? What I had in mind was to attract as many customers as possible by relying on the store's vintage-inspired decor, and then let people spread the word by word of mouth and take their time to get good word of mouth. Then broaden the market and promote our own coffee in China. But I didn't realize. Ideals are plump. Reality is bone dry. It's been open for so many days and there's no business at all. If you hadn't offered to take over the store today, I might not really have lasted long enough to close up store. Hearing the middle-aged man say that, Wei Shiyan couldn't help but open her mouth. Because you have a problem with the positioning of this store. If you want to open up the market by people's word of mouth, then you need to figure out how to make your coffee a FMCG product, like a milkshake store. After the order is taken, someone else gets it and they can go. But you're putting all your money and energy into renovating the store. How many people can sit in such a small store, even if it's full? What's the turnover rate going to be for those customers who sit in the store and drink if they won't leave right away? These are the questions that should be considered. After all, there had been entrepreneurial experience, and although the program had been stolen by Qin Zhu, Wei Shiyan's thoughts in this regard were still very clear. Yi also couldn't help but nod his head. Well, let's put it this way. In a moment the transfer contract is drawn up. We sign and transfer the money, and this store is mine. Yun, I want you to be the store manager of this store. All marketing strategies and decorating arrangements can be set up the way you want. It's not a problem how much money you have to invest up front. Just let go and do it. And you, by the way, I don't know what your name is yet. Yi looked toward the middle-aged man. Wow, my name is Lubo. Yi continued. Lubo, if you want, you can also continue to work in this store. I appreciate your idea of wanting to be a local coffee brand in China. Well, your salary, I'll give you a cut based on profitability. All people want to start a business for two purposes. One is trying to make money. The other is the desire to realize one's worth. As soon as he heard that Yi was willing to continue on the path of building a local coffee brand in China, Lu Bo also became exuberant. And just now Yi himself said that it was not a problem to invest as much money up front. He knew that Yi wasn't making things up, casually taking out $1.8 million to buy this store, and casually offering an astronomical salary of $5 million a year to a female lawyer whom he met for the first time. Such a wealthy and generous speech made Lubo see the hope that his dream will be realized. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will definitely do a good job. Wei, shopkeeper Wei, just now. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Your Honor, please take care of me in the future. A great man can bend and stretch. After being convinced by Yi's strength and Wei Shiyan's remarks, Lubo profoundly realized that he is really not the material for entrepreneurship. Since this was the case, he would play his role under Yi and Wei Shiyan. The upfront capital investment has basically paid for itself anyway. In the future, as long as you work hard to help Yi and Wei Shiyan to make the coffee brand up, you can rely on the profit dividends to become rich and go to the peak of life. Wei Shiyan froze. She hadn't reacted from the words Yi had just said. Lubo's apology wasn't very important to her either. There was only one thing on her mind at the moment. Yi even asked her to be the store manager? Why are you? Wei Shiyan knew that she and Yi had only met a few times. Even before, he had misunderstood Yi, thinking that Yi and that Qin Zhuan who had stolen his entrepreneurial plan were one and the same. Strictly speaking, her relationship with Yi was at best an ordinary friend. Part of this was still because both of them were on better terms with Xia Xiaoyu. If that's the case, why did Yi treat her so well? Let her be the store manager and still have the decor and marketing all her way. Even saying such things as how much money you have to put into it. Don't ask why, because I believe you. I know you were upset when the entrepreneurial program was stolen from you. Now is a great opportunity to be able to prove yourself all over again. Authorized Qin has investments and has also earned the name of entrepreneurial genius in the school. Now I'm investing in you too. Let go and do it. I'm going to show everyone that you're the entrepreneurial genius in our school. Yi's words struck the softest part of Wei Shiyan's heart. She gets up early and works part-time every day to save more money so that one day she can have enough capital to start her own business. She always had an entrepreneurial dream in her heart. She wants to succeed. She wanted to succeed beyond measure. Only then would she be able to justify leaving the family of origin that didn't treat her well, and have the strength to stay in Hamachi on her own. Old Yi. Thank you. From this instant onwards, Wei Shiyan seemed to understand why so many girls were willing to get so close to Yi. Yi's charm. Indeed, it's hard to describe. It's a magic that gives hope and energy. Looking at Wei Shiyan's rate progress, which had risen to 67.68%, Yi also revealed a satisfied smile. It was important to know that previously Wei Shiyan's rate progress had never broken through 20%. Now that it has skyrocketed so much at once, it can be considered a rapid improvement. It's getting closer to the 70% required by the system. I've already drawn up the transfer contract. Mr. Yi, take a look at it. At this time, Yufei pushed the computer screen in front of Yi. Yi took a cursory look. Yeah, no problem. Then, Yufei found a print store and typed out the contract, signed by Yi and Lubo. Then it hid $1,800,000 into Lubo's card. Ding! Wish quest completion detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Wei Shiyan's wish had been granted. So next up was Yufei. Lawyer Yu, give me your card number. I'll pay your salary for 3 years up front. $5 million a year for 3 years is $15 million. That's not a small amount of money. Yufei was feeling a bit terrified. Inexplicably, there was a feeling of pie in the sky. There's no rush. Mr. Yi, why don't you tell me what kind of 5 companies you plan to open first? In case I'm not up to it, I might as well tell you in advance. Chapter 132. This boss is too humane. $15 million. Even if Yufei stayed in Magic City to work, according to the annual salary of $500,000 offered by Shi Shang, it would take 30 years to save without eating or drinking. But now Yi met for the first time and didn't talk about anything yet. Yeah, without knowing her business capabilities. Just looking at a transfer contract that she just drew up on the spot. Just willing to hit 15 million straight up? Doesn't that make her wealth-free straight away? A lifetime's worth of money in one fell swoop. Yufei still remembered that before she was on her way to Mordor, Shi Shang had made a point of caring for her. Let her come to Bincheng to get in touch with Yi, to be his gatekeeper and keep an eye on him. Let's see how this boyfriend that Shi Beipei has found really is. But now that Yi's $15 million was directly smashed down, Yufei had an urge to defect to the enemy. Mr. Yi, no merit, no reward. I think we'd better talk specifically first. Wouldn't I be failing you in case I'm not up to the job? Although he knew that Yi was younger than himself, but people could casually take out so much money, Yufei felt that it was only right to lower her stance a bit. Okay, so let's talk first. The three of them, Yi and Shi Beipei and Yufei, sat down formally. Wei Shiyan and Lubo had the good sense to go about their business. Mr. Yi, you said you want to open 5 companies, right? Yufei got straight to the point. Yi nodded. Well, that's the plan for now. I want to start a catering company, a live video streaming company, a music company, and a media company. After Yi finished speaking, Yufei counted on her fingers. Mr. Yi, aren't these 4? Then there is another one that is. Yi sniffed and looked at Shi Beipei. That would be something to ask Bibi. Bibi, what kind of company do you want to start? I'll hear what you have to say. Since we have agreed to cooperate with Shi Beipei, then of course we should also refer to Shi Beipei's ideas. In the early stages of the establishment of these companies, apart from Yufei, the lawyer, there was definitely a need for a lot of other talents in other areas. All of this will definitely still require the help of the Shi family. Recruiting talent can be more than just having money. There are some high-end talents, and he also depends on the company's growth prospects. When faced with a fledgling company, the average person doesn't put much faith in it. So, it's definitely necessary to use the influence of the Shi family to help. Yi asking Shi Beipei what kind of company she wanted to open now was equivalent to sending her a huge favor. It's the same as plainly telling you, what do you want to do? Just say, I give you money, give you the bottom. With this favor, it would be more reasonable to take advantage of the Shi family's facilities in the future. Shi Beipei listened to Yi's words and thought about the 4 companies that Yi had just mentioned. The key point was instantly recognized. Catering company, as Wei Shiyan usually worked part-time at various catering outlets and was now the store manager of the coffee shop. The short video live streaming company is because Zhang Yilin usually live streams at T's Voice. Music company, because Su Xingnian was hellbent on becoming a great singer. Media company, that's because of Zhang Chui's status as a liberal arts student. It seemed that Yi was trying to create a customized company for each schoolgirl. What is the purpose of doing so? Simply to pick up girls? Or is it just for fun? Shi Beipei couldn't guess for a moment. However, in her opinion, the more elusive Yi was, the more appealing he was to her. Brother Yi, can I do whatever I want? Sure Bebe blinked a pair of big seductive eyes and looked at Yi with an ambiguous air in her eyes. Yi Benben thought that Sure Bebe was pretending and making a show in front of Yufei, but when he saw the system panel, Sure Bebe rose to 19% of the raid progress. He realized that it was a true love story. This little witch is still elusive. Yesterday, she agreed to cooperate herself, and her raid progress didn't go up instead. Today all of a sudden it's up more than 10%. Even though he had 100 secrets to holding a goddess in his hand, Yi could not completely guess Sure Bei's thoughts. Well, whatever you want to do. Yi really didn't know much about Sure Bei, and I don't know what she likes to do. The system requires that the 5 companies created take into account the traits and abilities of each of the 5 schoolgirls, so Yi had to let Sure Bei speak for herself. Sure Bei narrowed her eyes and smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. She seemed to have a plan for what she was going to do. I want to start a travel company and develop resorts. It says it's a tourism company, but developing resorts also involves the real estate aspect. As soon as I heard that, I knew that the upfront investment must be quite a lot. This little witch, she's really good at asking for money, but Yi wasn't worried. As long as these 5 companies were established, they would get the system's $50 billion reward. It's just a shame that the $50 billion is hitting pilot capital. It seems that he still needs to catch up with the progress of these 5 schoolgirls' raids to 70% or more before these 5 companies are established. In this way, one can have the right to dispose of the $50 billion investment money. Currently, Jiang Chui, Zhang Yilan and Su Xingmian have all reached the standard, just missing Wei Shiyan with 68% raid progress and Sure Bei with 19% raid progress. No problem, it's up to you then, Counselor Yu. These are my initial ideas. I'll leave the formalities of setting up these 5 companies to you. That shouldn't be too hard for you. To start a company, to put it bluntly, Yufei only needs to run errands and do paperwork. How to run these 5 companies up, that's what Yi should consider. Yufei nodded. No problem, please don't worry Mr. Yi, I will definitely help you get the business licenses for these 5 companies as soon as possible. Yi reached out and interrupted Yufei's words. It doesn't have to be soon. You just arrived in Hamachi. Let's find you a place to stay first, and then rest and recuperate. Let's start officially working on these again next week. There were still 2 schoolgirls whose raiders' progress hadn't reached the target, so they couldn't open up 5 companies so quickly. By the time the $50 billion in rewards hit Pilot Capital's books, he had yet to take over Pilot Capital. What about those guys at Pilot Capital who took that money and invested it in something else? Although when he took over the Pilot Capital, everything before the investment income Yi can also enjoy. However, Yi was still a bit selfish in this regard. He still wants to make these 5 companies he founded scale and become industry leaders. Small fights don't fit his character. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it right. There's really no rush. Ever. At my pace. Yi was afraid that Yufei would think he was being polite, so he emphasized it again. Yufei nodded dully. It was the first time she had seen such a boss. This is also, it's too humane. Chapter 133, Invitation from a Female Policewoman. Lawyer Yu, let me first call you the 3 years' salary that I just agreed to pay you in advance. Give me the card number. Yi still wanted to hurry up and finish Yufei's wish quest first. Yufei couldn't afford to push back and respectfully handed over her bank card number. Yi took out his cell phone, and the system had already reimbursed the $15 million in place. Enter the card number, enter the amount, and click transfer. Drop. Yufei's cell phone rang. Opening it up, the card instantly had an extra $15 million on it. In this instant, Yufei felt her breath nearly stop. It was the first time she had gotten so much money, and it's a one-time thing, so this is what it feels like to be stoned by money. In Yufei's mind, she had already thought about how she was going to answer when Shi Shang asked her how Yi was doing at that time. Handsome and generous with lots of money, ideal, driven and capable. In short, it's an absolute perfect match for the Shi family's eldest daughter. People's positions are so unsteady sometimes. Yi didn't even take care of Yufei for anything, and Yufei was already dead set on following this generous boss for a lifetime of work. As for Shi Shang, that's just a former client. Not familiar haha. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Yi's head. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the wish quest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100,000. Ding, has automatically bound the wish object for the host. Name, Yufei. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Bust, C. Face value, 8. 8 points. Current emotional status, unmarried. Current strategy progress, 99%. Seeing the information on the system panel, Yi raised his eyebrows. It's the first time I've seen unmarried as an emotional state. Previously, Those like Sherbei Jang Chui were shown as single. It means no boyfriend. So unmarried means you have a boyfriend, but you're not married, right? No wonder the rate progress is at 49.99%. From Yi's past experience, once the progress of the strategy reaches and breaks through 50%, it means that the other party likes him. And when it reaches 70%, that means the other person is completely in love with them. As for 100%, it means that no matter what happens, the other person has already been inseparable from himself. For example, a little jealous girl like Jang Chui, even after seeing Yi and the other girls walking close to each other as well, even though jealousy was flying in her heart, she obediently continued to stay by Yi's side. This also made Yi realize a most important truth: how to make these bound objects work harmoniously with each other. That would be to jack up all of their raid progress to 100%. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Lawyer Yu, I happen to have a house on hand that is vacant. Or you could live there. Yi thought of the large flat he had previously bought for Xiaoyu in the Peach Garden neighborhood. Now that Xiaoyu had moved into Yunqi's famous villa with herself, that large flat was naturally empty. Instead of sitting idle, it's better to give Yufei a place to live. It's also a way to help Yufei save money. Yufei nodded in agreement and thanked him again. After the business chat, a few people left the coffee shop. Yi drove Sherbei's car and led Yufei to see the house she was going to live in next. After coming to the Peach Garden community, pushing open the door and seeing such a luxurious 180 square feet big house, Yufei was even more shocked beyond words. A boss as good as Yi is really rare in this world. He himself had traveled from Mordor to Binchang to work, and he didn't get off the high-speed train until 8:30 in the morning. It's 10:30 now, but only 2 hours have passed, and one has gotten $15 million and lives in a large flat with an excellent view and location. Is this a dream? Mr. Yi, you really, I'll be honest with you, this time, Mr. Sure sent me over, but actually, as the saying goes, anyone has a price. If anyone disagrees with this view, it only means that the price tag isn't high enough. In the face of Yi so generously sent so many benefits, Yufei directly a brain in front of Yi and Sherbei face Sheng accounted for her to Binchang secretly prying Yi's bottom line of things and disclose. Sister Fifi, then, you should know what to do back to my dad when the time comes. Sherbei held Yi's arm and showed a meaningful smile at Yufei. Yufei nodded repeatedly. I know, don't worry guys, I know what to say. After settling Yufei down, Yi didn't want to disturb him too much. Then he led Sherbei away. Walking downstairs, Sherbei was still holding Yi's arm tightly. This made Yi a little weak for a moment. Peach Garden District. Jang Chui still lives here, in case you are seen. Although Jang Chui would not leave herself because of this, it was inevitable that she would have to be coaxed with great effort for a while before she would be well. Ahem, Yufei is no longer here. Do you still want to pretend to be a couple with me? As soon as Leaf realized it, he tried to pull his arm out, but Sherbei held on a little tighter. Brother Yi, you can't take this lightly. With my dad's style, he definitely arranged for more than just Yufei. Most likely, around us, his people are everywhere. Sherbei made a joke, wanting to intentionally scare Yi. Yi scanned around, didn't notice anyone watching them here. Then you can't be like this with me all the time. Pretending in school too? What if people really think we're boyfriend and girlfriend after a while? You, the #1 schoolgirl, will be in for a scandal by then. Sherbei smiled cheekily, her face full of sweetness. Who said it was gossip? People might just want to fall in love with brother Yi. Looking at the 19% raid progress on Sherbei's information panel, Yi knew that Sherbei did have a good feeling about herself now. However, regarding Sherbei's words, Yi consciously kept a few doubts. Who knows what kind of drugs this little witch is selling in her gourd? After all, she was an existence that couldn't even hold the 100 secrets to holding a goddess. Brother Yi, why do you look so resistant? Don't you like me? Sherbei came up to Yi like a little fox and carefully stared at Yi's eyes. It was as if he was going to see through Yi in the next second. Like, how could I not like it when I'm such a womanizer? Yi also joked along. At least you're the #1 school flower on our university's flower list. How dignified for me to bring it with me. Even though our school doesn't have a list of schoolboys, just for the fact that you want to be my girlfriend, I think I'm qualified to be a schoolboy anyways. Just as the two of them were laughing and joking, Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. When he opened it, it was Su Xingmian calling. Hey, Yi, do you have time for lunch today? My cousin would like to invite you to dinner. Chapter 134 Special Training. Su Xingmian's cousin Xiao Yunyan. That could also be a special physique that could easily explode wish quests. Plus the other party was a high-color policewoman. Yi really had no reason to refuse. After asking for Su Xingmian's noon appointment location, he hung up the phone. What's up Yichi brother? Are you going out with another pretty girl at noon? Sherbei was beside Yi just now, and the voice on the other end of the phone must have heard her. Yi didn't have the intention to hide it from her and directly told Shi Beibei about Su Xingnian's cousin's invitation. Compared to the several other bound objects around her, Shi Beibei should be considered the person who knows Yi the most. Before she and Yi were formally acquainted, Shi Beibei understood Yi thoroughly. This includes what he grew up with, including the peaches around him. Therefore, in front of Shi Beibei, Yi instead did not have to deliberately worry about her being jealous. This little witch knows everything anyway. Alright then, brother Yi. You go then. I won't be accompanying you. Her sister is a policewoman. I don't want to be on her radar. As the little princess of the Shi family, Shi Beibei was not willing to get into this kind of trouble. Yi took a taxi to the agreed place, a private house. The location is rather secluded, but the decor is classy. Pushing open the door of the box, Xiao Yunyan was already waiting here. Seeing Yi enter, Xiao Yunyan rose to greet him. Yi, you're here. Sit down. Sit down. The table was small, a small round table that could seat four. Yi sat down directly opposite Xiao Yunyan. After seeing Yi sit down, Xiao Yunyan gave the waiter a look, signaling that he could start the dishes. Why isn't Starsleep here? Yi couldn't see Su Xingnian's figure on the left and right and casually asked. After all, the call to ask him to dinner was from Su Xingnian. Yi Zika consciously thought that Su Xingnian would also come at noon today. However, seeing that there were only 2 chairs in this box, Yi understood that he and Xiao Yunyan should be the only 2 people at this lunch today. Xiao Yunyan took the initiative to go forward and pour Yi a drink. I was the one who asked Starsleep to ask you out to lunch for me today. Actually, I have a bit of personal business I want to ask you for a favor. Starsleep knows it too, so he didn't bother. The policewoman did not beat around the bush, and came up and opened the door to show her intentions. Can you teach me fighting? Better step up and help me with special training in the next few days. After Yi defeated the group of tough guys last time, Xiao Yunyan and her colleagues raided the interrogation overnight. A few people confessed to what they had committed, which was nothing to sneeze at. But what interested Xiao Yunyan was the image of a few humongous bandits describing Yi's coup. A few people were very consistent in their statements, saying that Yi had struck extremely swiftly, and before he could react, he was knocked out. Especially the one who was kicked until he smashed the front windshield of the car. It's still lying in the hospital. This unlucky man stated that he was kicked off by a kick. Just this kick is so powerful. Xiao Yunyan had observed the scene. The front windshield of that pickup truck was slightly thicker than a normal windshield. Even with a hammer, a normal adult would have to hit it several times with all his strength to make it look like that at the scene. But Yi merely used a kick, and the kick wasn't even directly on this front windshield. Or was it kicked to the person first and then crashed by the person? It also unloaded some of the force after the punch. If Yi had kicked directly on this front windshield, I'm afraid it would have caused even more horrific damage. All of these details, including the group's confessions, proved Yi's superb skill. Keep in mind that the bruisers were all still armed at the time, and Yi suffered a knife cut for protecting the little girl. Other than that, there were no other injuries. It was evident that Yi did not give his opponent a chance to entangle himself during the fight. Out of the box is seconds. With a body like this, Xiao Yunyan had never seen it before. It was during the interrogation of that group of tough guys that the police also got a shocking news. This group of internationally circulating tough guys didn't come to Binchang just to kidnap an innocent little girl. Their real purpose is to kidnap a female biology professor named Zheng Tong. Under the Great Memory Recovery Technique, the group of humongous bandits explained what happened. It was rumored that Zheng Tong had developed a potion that could strengthen the human body. It's still in the experimental stage though, but it's enough to make some of the people who heard the rumors stupid. That's what this group of toughs is here for. As for kidnapping Xin, that was just to make another extra buck on the side. What I didn't realize was that it was because of this greedy decision that led to the total destruction of their group. They had failed in this operation, but the people behind them would surely send someone again. However, that employer behind it was extremely mysterious, and the gang of tough guys didn't know the other party's true identity. In order to bring out the person behind it completely, the police decided that when the time came, Xiao Yunyan would pretend to be Zheng Tong and take the initiative to expose the target. Pretend to be kidnapped and follow the kidnappers to find the man behind it. This operation, if successful, will wipe out the other side. But at the same time, there are huge risks. Once she fell into the hands of those kidnappers, Xiao Yunyan didn't know what she would face. In order to have the ability to save her own life when the time came to deal with an unexpected situation, Xiao Yunyan suddenly thought of Yi. If one's hands could be as good as Yi's, then one could definitely complete the mission successfully. So, she asked her cousin Su Xingnian to help her ask Yi out today. The purpose was to get Yi to agree to give her a surprise special training in the next few days, teach her some awesome fighting skills. However, after hearing Xiao Yunyan's request, Yi was in trouble. Let yourself give her special training? He can only hit but not teach. The bonus given by the system for the second-level fighting technique was completely imprinted in Yi's head. When faced with a fight, that's a complete reflex based on physical instinct. At this moment, Qiu Yunyan asked herself to give her special training, in case she couldn't teach her well. Wouldn't that be a mistake? At that time, if Qiu Yunyan got into trouble, then Yi would be guilty. Officer Qiu, I won't lie to you. It's a gift. I'm unschooled and haven't studied and trained in a systematic way. I don't really know what to teach you. Yi said the most pretentious words in the most understated tone. Although it was the big truth, to Qiu Yunyan it sounded like Yi was not willing to teach him everything. But that's normal. After all, people don't have that obligation. It's okay, and I'm not forcing it. Qiu Yunyan waved her hand. Just at that moment the waiter also served the first course. Come on, let's eat first and talk while we eat. As he spoke, a wish bar gradually appeared on Qiu Yu's thoughts. Chapter 135 Unrelated Sisters. Yi's remaining light looked at a wish quest displayed on Qiu Yunyan's head. Ugh, I so wish I could finish this mission successfully. It would have been better if I hadn't gotten hurt. Qiu Yunyan was only 23 years old after all. Still a little girl who hasn't been out of school long. She was faced with such a daunting task right away, and she was carrying a lot of pressure in her heart. Seeing this wish quest, Yi raised his eyebrows. This wish of Qiu Yunyan's is directed at herself. What kind of temporary bonus will the system give if I collect it? Is it hard to just give Qiu Yunyan a bonus to fighting skills or something like that? That's just too weird. If such a thing happened, this policewoman was afraid that she would be shocked herself. Still, Yi decided to give it a try. Many of the system's features are not exhaustively explained. The only way to figure it out is to keep trying. Pick up the task. Ding! It is detected that the host is on a wish mission, giving the host a temporary bonus. During the time the bound object Qiu Yunyan is on a mission, the host can gain a bonus to the flexible level fighting technique if he is by his side. Flex rating? It was the first time Yi had seen this argument. Unico, what is the meaning of this flexible level of fighting technique? Ding! In answer to the host, a resilience level is, based on the difficulty the host is currently experiencing, a level of fighting arts that can resolve that difficulty. For example, if the system detects that killing the opponent in seconds requires level 2 fighting arts, it will provide a level 2 fighting arts bonus. If the system detects that killing the opponent in seconds requires a level 4 fighting technique, then a level 4 fighting technique bonus will be provided at that time. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi then understood. It also meant that the stronger the enemy was when the time came, the stronger he himself would be. As long as one is within the duration of the mission, one is invincible. But I didn't realize that this addition to the system was still offered to myself. Then it seems that the only way to protect Qiu Yunyan is to accompany her on a mission by herself. Officer Qiu, I can't teach you though. But, Yi Dong gave a pause, his mind racing, thinking about how to convince Qiu Yunyan to let himself join them. Does the Zhang Tong you're pretending to be have a boyfriend? Yi asked without a clue. Qiu Yunyan froze, then nodded. Well, there is. What? You don't want to chase? Hearing this strange question from Yi, Qiu Yunyan somehow had a sudden feeling in her heart. There was a feeling that Yi wanted to pursue Zhang Tong. Yi hastily shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. I was going to say that since you're pretending to be her, could I also pretend to be her boyfriend? We'll be together when the time comes, and we'll be able to take care of each other. Although I can't give you special training, with my skill, I can definitely keep you safe with you. It can also assist you in your mission. Qiu Yunyan had just not clearly explained the content of the mission to Yi, only briefly, but this kind of thing, Yi had read too much on online novels and guessed it with a little guess. You're going on a mission with me? For Yi's proposal? It would be a lie for Qiu Yunyan to say that she was not moved, but after all, Yi's identity was just an ordinary college student. He can't be put in danger for no reason. Just as Qiu Yunyan wanted to open her mouth to reject Yi's kindness, Qiu Yunyan's phone suddenly rang. It's the chief calling. Qiu Yunyan got up and walked out of the box, finding a quiet place before she pressed the call button. Hey chief, I'm eating out right now. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yes, I'm with the boy who saw me last time. How did you know? Yes, okay, I understand. Wait, what? Wait, what did you say? You said to let him join us on the mission? This is an arrangement from above? Well, I'll take him back to the station with me later. After hanging up the phone, Qiu Yunyan's entire body was half in a daze. The director actually asked Yi by name to join him in this operation, and it says it's an arrangement from above. What's going on here? Isn't Yi just an ordinary college student? Hardly. He has another identity? Meanwhile, at the police station, in the chief's office, Director Joanne used an encrypted intercom to call a mysterious number. Hello, this is Joe Amin. I've done what you said. Are you sure you want to do this? Can I know what the cause is? In the middle of the day, a nice female voice came from the other end of the phone. Commissioner Joe, I believe you should understand what you should ask and what you shouldn't. When it's time for you to know, you'll know naturally. The female voice was high and cold, revealing a hint of dominance everywhere that made it unquestionable. After 2 brief sentences, he hung up. After hanging up the phone, the woman stepped on her heels and walked slowly to the window. Fishing a lollipop out of his pocket, he unwrapped it and popped the candy into his mouth. Looking out the window at the traffic, the woman sighed slowly. My baby brother, I hope all goes well for you on this mission. After learning that he was allowed to participate in the mission, Yi also looked a bit surprised. I didn't expect everything to go so well. Could it be because the police chief saw that he was a good guy? Alas, let's not worry about that for now. Yi didn't have the time to think that much either. He is mainly there to protect the safety of the bound object, Chiu Yunyan. After all, she was a policewoman, and she hadn't even raided yet, so she couldn't afford any accidents. After eating, Yi got into Chiu Yunyan's car and drove towards the police station. There was a mission coming up in a few days, and there were some things that had to be explained to Yi. Yi also understands and knows that he must cooperate well with the police. After all, Chiu Yunyan's wish was to be able to complete this mission successfully. On the way to the police station, Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. Yanan? Seeing the name on the caller ID, the corner of Yi's mouth hooked into a smile. The sister who adopted him from the orphanage, who was only 3 years older than him and had no blood relation, could be said to be the only family he had at the moment. A while ago Yinan said he was going on a business trip abroad and was too busy to return Yi's messages. After awakening the system, Yi hadn't contacted this sister of his yet. Hey, Nan, you're back in the country? Ever since he was a child, Yi was not used to calling her sister. Yinan also didn't like Yi calling her sister. On the other end of the line, a nice female voice gave a soft laugh, as if the sound of a lollipop being chewed in her mouth could still be heard. What's the matter, brat? Aren't you glad to hear I'm back in the country? I told you, my plane lands in Hamachi tonight. You pick me up at the airport. Chapter 136, Teaching Yi. Yi and Chiu Yunyan came to the police station together. Director Qiao Anmin took a close look at Yi, and yet, he really couldn't see what was so special about this boy other than being good with his hands. Just such a college student had actually alarmed the mysterious woman codenamed Night Lord to specially call and demand by name that Yi must participate in this operation. Is it possible that this kid has some kind of background? You know, this mission is very important. Zheng Tong's research and development of human function enhancement potions had already been known by the mysterious department of the state of China. This mission was ordered by this mysterious department to their Binchang Public Security Bureau, and in order for Chiu Yunyan to better impersonate Zheng Tong, the woman in charge of cybersecurity in the mysterious department, the one codenamed Night Lord, took matters into her own hands. All the photos of all the information about Zheng Tong that could be found on the internet were changed to photos of Chiu Yunyan. At the same time, the Night Lord also gave a directive to Qiao Anmin, the director of the Binchang Public Security Bureau. For this mission, it was important to have Yi, the male college student who had seen the last time, along with him, and let Yi and Chiu Yunyan pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. The Night Lord's rank is above Qiao Anmin's, and in the face of the Night Lord's orders, Qiao Anmin can only follow them despite his incomprehension. Come on, let's go over the specifics of this mission from the beginning. Qiao Anmin called Yi and Chiu Yunyan into his office and pulled the blinds shut. Exhaustively, the task was cared for again to the duo. The day after tomorrow, the government will host a dinner. Zheng Tong will also be invited to attend. Of course, this was a setup against the people who secretly wanted to kidnap Zheng Tong. At the dinner party, Chiu Yunyan appears in the guise of Zheng Tong, and Yi pretended to be her boyfriend. On weekdays Zheng Tong was basically at the institute and rarely went out, and the institute was guarded by armed police, so if anyone wanted to make a move on Zheng Tong, they could only look for an opportunity for Zheng Tong to go out. So Qiao Anmin concluded that the gang would never let go of such a good opportunity this time. Considering that Yi was not a police officer, Qiao Anmin purposely cared that Yi must withdraw in time if he encountered any danger that he could not handle. Yi nodded in agreement. The heart is confident. He himself had received Chiu Yunyan's wish quest. A wishful task is one that you want to complete successfully. That being the case, it is unlikely that he will encounter unmanageable dangers during his mission. That's how powerful the system is. Simply a conceptual god. For the duration of the mission, one is invincible. From the police station, it was close to the point of time for dinner. Yi looked at the time on his cell phone and estimated that Yinan's plane should have landed. So he hurriedly called a cab and headed for the airport. Arriving at the airport and waiting at the international arrivals exit, Yi stretched his neck to look in, carefully searching for Yinan's figure. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time. Since Yi was in high school, Yinan had gone to the capital to work. The two places are so far apart that Yanan said she wouldn't come back in order to save on traveling expenses. Even on New Year's holidays, just give Yi a call to care about the recent situation. In addition to the monthly living expenses that hit Yi's card on time, the two rarely have other exchanges. After Yi went to college, Yinan didn't visit him either. The two are only in touch on WeChat. So today, when he learned that Yinan's plane arrived in Binchang, Yi was still very excited in his heart. This sister, who was not related to him in any way, was the only family he had left in the world. If Yinan hadn't taken him out of the orphanage at that time, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the life he had now. In Yi's impression, Yinan was a very strong person, only 3 years older than Yide, yet he took good care of Yi. Yi had just started high school at the age when Yinan was supposed to go to college. But Yinan said to Yi that she didn't want to go to college anymore and wanted to get a job directly to earn money for Yi's education. Then he went to the capital alone. In order to live up to Yinan's good intentions, and in order to make Yinan's life better through his own efforts in the future, Yi studied hard. He also ended up attending Hamachi University with honors. After so many years, I can finally see Yinan again. Yi's palms were oozing a thin layer of sweat from excitement. Now with the system in place, it was already enough for Yi to raise Yinan for the rest of his life. Only, Yi had to think of a better excuse on how to explain to Yinan the source of so much of his funds. While Yi was lost in thought, a white lotus root arm suddenly appeared in front of Yi and shook it vigorously. Brat, what are you gawking at? Aren't you here to pick me up? How come you didn't react at all when you saw me? What? Thinking of some girl? As good as I look? A nice female voice rang in Yi's ears. Yinan ruffled the big light brown waves, her face full of smiles like a blooming rose. Nan, I was just geeking out and didn't see you. You, how did you, turned out like this? In Yi's impression, Yinan's looks were still stuck in his teens. The leafy Nan hadn't grown yet then. And now, alive and well, a bright, shining, big, beautiful woman. No wonder they say a woman is a woman. That's a lot of changes. Brat, so tell me, have I gotten better looking? The corner of Yinan's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Yichi nodded. Well, it's gotten better looking. As soon as the words fell, Yinan's hand cupped Yi's ear. It was followed by a slight forceful upward lift. Brat, what do you mean? Are you saying I wasn't good looking before? Humph, so incapable of talking. I can see you haven't found a girlfriend yet. Better let me tune you up more when I'm free. Where else would any girl look at you? Upon hearing Yinan's words, Yi skimmed his mouth unconvincingly. You don't underestimate me. There are plenty of people who have their eyes on me, and all of them are schoolgirls. Yinan's face was an uncontrollable smile, but the hand pinching Yi's ear was a little harder. Well, brat, every one of them is a schoolgirl? Tell me instead, how many are there? You can do it now, can't you? Let's see what I can do to you. The duo, who hadn't seen each other for a long time and were not family but were more like family, were fighting like no one else at the airport. In front of Yinan, it was as if Yi could finally completely drop all the guards in his heart. Be your truest self through and through. Okay, enough messing with you, let's eat. I'm hungry after such a long flight. Yi called a car and entered Yunchi famous villa as his destination. Didn't you get airplane food on the plane? Yinan shook his head. It's not good enough to eat. After so many days abroad, I still miss domestic food. Chapter 137, Xia Xiaoyu meets her parents. Nan, I have something to tell you. After getting into the car, Yi planned to confess to Yinan about the fact that he already had assets of over $100 million. By investing, made some money. Oh no, not a little, a lot, lots and lots. You won't have to work so hard later. I have enough money to support you for the rest of your life. Hearing Yi take the initiative to explain, Yinan's expression became a little subtle. As the top hacker in China, Yinan had long ago found out about the large amount of money that had been deposited into Yi's account. Only to her surprise, she was unable to trace the source of those funds. All that could be traced was that it was wired from an offshore mystery account. But about that mystery account, it's like the moon reflected in the water. It's never touched. There is no way to identify the true identity of the other party. This interested Yinan. Mind you, she showed an amazing talent for hacking at the age of 17. At that time, she breached the security systems of several overseas countries by herself, and extremely arrogantly left a sign that the Night Lords had come here. For a while, in the hackers' circle, this mysterious man, codenamed Night Lord, became famous. It could be said that if she said she was the second best hacker in the world, then no one would dare to recognize the first. But it was in this case that she actually couldn't find out the source of those funds on Yi's card. There is only one possibility, and that is that the remittance side is extremely powerful, large enough to be completely invisible on the internet. That's why she came to Hamachi this time. She wanted to make sure that her brother, who was not related by blood, had not been bribed by forces outside the country. You made money off your investments? Invest in what? Yinan put on an expression of slight surprise and surprise. Yi scratched his head and said casually, speculation. Earned from speculation. And then also now are planning to start a business. Already in the pipeline to open 5 companies. Gee, don't ask so many questions. For so many years it was you who worked hard outside to earn money for me to go to school. In the future it will be my turn to support you. You have such a busy schedule. If you don't want to work, you won't be able to later. If you can't, you can come work for my company. It just so happens that I'm in the early stages of starting my business and it's a time when I'm short of people. Yi's words all came from his heart. In Yi's opinion, Yinan had been so busy with her work in the past few years that the two of them hadn't even been able to see each other. She was the only family she had now. Of course I want to see it every day. Okay, I'll think about it then. It's not impossible to work at your company. Yinan agreed so decisively, which made Yi somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the sister of mine to believe it after hearing these 3 words of hers. As he spoke, the car stopped at the entrance of the Yunchi famous villa neighborhood. Opening the car door, Yi led Yinan inside. What did you lead me here for? It seems to be all villas here. Although Yinan had long known about Yi's purchase of the house through her own means, but now in front of Yi, it was still necessary to put on an act. Only Yi's expression was a little proud, smug with a hint of bragging rights, like a child who wants to ask his sister for praise. Nan, this will be our home from now on. I bought a villa here. You'll stay here. You shouldn't go back to the capital side. I can really afford you. No kidding you. Seeing Yi's sincere and cute appearance, Yinan's heart warmed. In fact, it wasn't just Yi who could be completely true to himself in front of Yinan. Yinan could also let go of those defenses she usually had against others outside in front of Yi. Pushing open the front door of the villa, the smell of the meal hit his nose. Yi had long ago told Xiaoyu about Yinan's coming tonight. After learning that Yinan is Yi's sister, Xiaoyu makes all the effort to cook a table of specialty dishes. Xiaoyu has heard that Yi has not seen his parents since he was a child, and he is dependent on this sister who has no blood relationship. Since Yinan is here today, isn't that the same as meeting the parents? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu naturally tried to perform well. Nan, this is Xiaoyu. Yo, this is Yinan. Yi gave the first-time duo a brief introduction. After seeing Xiaoyu's porcelain doll-like cute features, as well as her dimpled, callow figure, Yinan secretly stabbed Yi's waist with her elbow. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brat, you can. This girl looks good to me." Xiaoyu's well-behaved and capable demeanor greatly appreciated Yinan, especially after sitting down and tasting Xiaoyu's handiwork. Yinan even exclaimed that Yi had hit the jackpot and actually found such a virtuous girlfriend. Xiaoyu, however, explained for Yi with a red face. No, it was my luck that I met the senior. Senior has given so much to me. I'm just doing what I can. Yinan raised his eyebrows and asked smoothly, "What did he give to you? Tell me about it." Looking at Yinan's gossipy expression, Xiaoyu then very exhaustively told all the good things Yi had done for her since she and Yi had met. "Yo, I didn't realize that you, this brat, are quite nice to girls." The corner of Yi's mouth curved. "That's natural. I'm a good guy, a great guy." Seeing that Yi was about to start bragging about himself again, Yinan hurriedly interrupted. Well, I'll hear you boast some other time. I'm exhausted from the long flight today. Which bedroom do I have? I'm going to take a shower and go to bed first. Xiaoyu had long ago helped Yinan pack out a bedroom, and when she heard Yinan say so, she led her upstairs. "Sis, there's a bathroom in the bedroom and hot water when the faucet is turned on. I left your pajamas by the bed for you." Yinan touched Xiaoyu's head and was full of smiles. "Thank you, but no need to prepare this for me in the future. I'll just do it myself." "Well, you guys get some early rest too." Knowing that Yinan was going to take a bath and go to bed, Xiaoyu wisely exited the room and helped Yinan close the door. After Xiaoyu left, Yinan walked into the bathroom and turned the water on the faucet to the maximum. With the sound of rushing water, Yinan carefully checked the bathroom and bedroom to make sure that there were no surveillance or eavesdropping devices. It can't be helped. It's normal to have occupational diseases after being in this business for a long time. Then, Yinan opened his carry-on bag and took out a satellite phone. Then a number was dialed. It rang a few times before the caller picked up. "Godfather, godmother, I arrived in Binchang today. I saw Koichi too. He's grown up and is much more handsome than he used to be. Well, a little more like a godmother. Everything else is fine. Don't you worry. Our earlier fears should have been redundant." Chapter 138, I'm blind to the fact that I don't recognize MT. Tai. For some special reason, even though it's an encrypted satellite phone, you can't talk for too long. Just as Yinan's side was about to hang up the phone, a low male voice came from the opposite side of the phone. Let that brat Yi have a good experience. It's for his own good. We and he, after all, are connected by blood, and there are things that he will always have to face in the future. If there's any trouble that can't be solved, you go to the capital to find old Li. Yi Nan knew who this old Li was that the man was talking about. Li Bershan, Minister of Defense of the State of China. That really belonged to the kind of existence where the entire country of China would tremble 3 times if they said a word. With this bottom card, Yi Nan was a little more assured about Yi Yi's participation in the operation this time. Okay, godparents, don't worry. I'll take care of little one and won't let anything happen to him. At that moment, another clear female voice came from the other end of the line. Nan, you know, your Uncle Yi and I have never treated you as our own daughter. That brat is old enough to not need you to take care of him. He has his own path to follow. It's not easy for you either. And the most important thing you should take care of is yourself. Your mom and dad in heaven. Ugh, no more. Knowing that saying more was going to stir up Yi Nan's sadness again, the woman hurriedly stopped. Godmother, I know it all. I'll take care of myself too. You guys take care of everything over there. It's about time. Any more of this call and we're at risk of being traced. Yi Nan hung up the phone at the same time as the other end of the phone with a very tacit understanding after he finished speaking. The bathroom faucet was still rushing. The hot vapor was so dense and foggy that the mirror was covered in white. Yanan rubbed a clean area on the mirror with his hand. Looking at my own face in the mirror, it was as if I saw my own parents who had long since passed away. If Yi Yi's parents hadn't come to her rescue at that time, even she might not have survived. With this favor in mind, she would not let anything happen to Yi Yi no matter what. For the sake of Yi Yi and her godparents, Yi Nan was even willing to give her life. Early the next morning, when Yi Yi woke up, Xiaoxiaoyu was still sleeping beside him in a daze. The two tossed and turned again last night until the latter part of the night. Yi Yi painfully touched the forehead of the sleeping Xiaoxiaoyu. Then he got up gently and wanted to go downstairs to make breakfast for Xiaoxiaoyu and Yi Nan. But when Yi Yi put on his pajamas and walked downstairs, he found that Yi Nan had already prepared breakfast. A pot of skinny congee with eggs and a bag of fries that were steaming hot. I just went out for my morning run and saw that the breakfast place in front of my neighborhood sells donuts, so I stopped by and bought some. Yi Nan chewed on a donut and served a bowl of congee to herself and Yi Yi alone. Where's Yo? Not up yet? Seeing that Yi Yi was going downstairs alone, Yi Nan asked in passing. Yi Yi shrugged. She's still asleep. Leave a bowl of porridge for her too later. Yi Nan looked at Yi Yi's expression as if he had guessed something, and then had a bad smile on his face. Bastard. Doesn't know the slightest thing about compassion? Hearing Yi Nan poking fun at himself, Yi Yi rarely blushed. Hands were busy grabbing the fries and shoving them into his mouth. Oops, not talking to you. I have to go to school after eating. Qiu Yunyan's assignment was tomorrow night, and Yi Yi still had to go to school for the next 2 days. Earnings are earnings, tasks are tasks, and schoolwork still needs to be done. It can't be rumored later that the world's richest man, Yi Yi's education is a college dropout. That doesn't sound too good either. Today Xiaoxiaoyu also had a class. Yi Yi saw that it was almost time, so he went upstairs and woke up Xiaoxiaoyu. After changing her clothes, Xiaoxiaoyu finished her breakfast as fast as she could and then went out the door with Yi Yi, driving toward the school in the white Primera. Right after Yi Yi and Xiaoxiaoyu left, Yi Nan took out the accompanying backpack in case, took out a lot of miniature surveillance cameras. Looking at the layout of the villa, Yi Nan installed surveillance in several important locations. These cameras are the most cutting-edge technology in China, and are extremely secretive when installed, so ordinary people can't see them at all. Through these surveillance cameras, Yi Nan helped Yi Yi create a tight security system for this villa. As long as someone was detected approaching or invading, Yi Nan would receive the first alert on his cell phone. After doing so, Yi Nan nodded with satisfaction. With this security system in place, Yi Yi's personal safety would be a little more secure in the future. Came to the school and just parked the car. Yi Yi then saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the parking lot. Wasn't that Scar, who had been beaten up twice by himself? What's going on again? Can it be that you're here for a fight again? He doesn't have a special fetish, does he? Is it possible to beat him up? With a puzzled look on his face, Yi Yi told Xiaoxiaoyu to go to class and greeted Jinba by himself. Seeing Yi Yi, Jinba immediately greeted him with quick steps, his face full of smiles, looking extremely flattering. Mr. Yi, I finally waited for you. I waited here all day yesterday and you didn't show up. Jinba nodded his head and made Yi Yi uncomfortable. He still preferred the untamed look that Jinpachi had before. Have a fart. I have class later. Yi Yi had no time for him. He thought with his heels and knew why Jinpachi was here today. Must have come to beg for forgiveness after learning he was the boyfriend of his boss's daughter. Although he hadn't done anything to Yi Yi before. But when it was all said and done, the two had always had their differences. A great man can bend and bend. Now that he knew that Yi was in existence that he could not afford to mess with, of course he had to come over and admit his mistake and beg for peace. Mr. Yi, it was my eyes that failed to recognize and tie before. You're a generous man. Don't be so familiar with a dog like me, ha. After saying that, Jinba also slapped himself hard twice. The crisp voice made Yi's eyebrows twitch as he listened to it. Mr. Yi, I really didn't know you were Missy's boyfriend before. It's really a case of a family not recognizing a family. Facing Jinba's initiative to get close, Yi waved his hand. Alright, I won't go and say anything more on Sherbei's side, and I don't think she'll take the initiative to make things difficult for you guys either. In fact, from a certain perspective, Yi also had to thank Jinba, that time in front of the bar. If it wasn't for him, then he wouldn't have been able to claim that wish quest that rewarded fighting skills. Hearing that Yi was willing to raise his hand, Jinba was grateful. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Don't worry, if there's anything you want to do in the future, just tell me. On the Mountain of Swords and in the Sea of Fire, I, Jinba, will never frown. Oh yeah, and the money your ex-girlfriend owes us is also written off. We won't look for her again, Jinba said sincerely, but Yi was not happy. A write-off? Who told you to write yourself off? Chapter 139, Living Together. Yi frowned with a frown on his face. How did you let Lin Coco get her own light for no reason? You should know the truth of the injustice. Yi looked at Jinba and said righteously. Besides, it's only right to pay what you owe. If everyone was like her and owed money, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Looking at Yi's expression, Jinba couldn't catch Yi's mind at the time, not knowing if he was deliberately saying the opposite. But Mr. Yi, this Lin Ku is not your. Jinpachi was not smart in the head and always felt a little more comfortable asking for clarification. Yi skimmed his lips and put one hand on Jinba's shoulder. Coco Lin, she's just my ex-girlfriend, and Sherbei is my current girlfriend. Technically, the former and the current should be incompatible. You know what to do, don't you? Yi didn't want to just let Lin Coco take advantage of the situation for nothing. Now that you're an adult, you have to have the awareness to pay for your own behavior, and since the two had already broken up, Yi didn't want to help her clean up this mess. Hearing Yi say this, Jinba finally understood what Yi meant. Lin Coco and Sherbei are incompatible, and Sherbei was in existence that even her own boss feared. Then, naturally, one should help Sherbei. Okay, thanks for the pointer, Mr. Yi, I understand. Seeing that Jinba had gotten it, Yi nodded and headed towards the school building. As soon as Yi left, Jinbachi hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his underlings. Hey, you guys, keep going to that Coco Lin to collect the debt today. If she doesn't pay back the money, she'll be put on a bit of a leash. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Of course I asked. That's what Mr. Yi meant. Coming to the classroom, Yi still sat in the last row. It was still Jiang Chui who took the seat for him. Speak for yourself. You haven't been with me in days? As soon as Yi sat down, Jiang Chui leaned over with a sultry face, like a little whiny whose own husband doesn't come home. Where's a bit of the iceberg beauty from before? Yi swallowed his saliva and said with a cheeky sophistry, I've spent the last 2 days busy, and since my sister came to Hamachi last night, I naturally had to keep her company. It's been a long time since I've even seen her. Moving Yi Nan out as a shield, Jiang Chui naturally couldn't afford to be unreasonable, but Jiang Chui still pouted in aggravation. Well, you should have told me. I couldn't sleep well these past 2 days without you by my side, missing you again and having to worry if you'll get hurt again. Looking at Jiang Chui's pathetic appearance, Yi made a bold decision. Jiang Chui radar progress has reached 100%. Or, why don't we just have her move to the villa as well? Anyway, the place is big and has lots of rooms. Ahem, Yi, why don't you move in with me? Hearing Yi's words, Jiang Chui's eyes popped up with a glimmer of light. She had actually intended to. However, as a girl, she always felt that she should be a bit more reserved and could not take the initiative to make this kind of request with Yi. But since Yi took the initiative to mention it now, then of course she sloped down. Yeah, I'll move in tonight then. I don't have a lot of clothes or daily necessities anyway, so one trip with my car should be enough. Seeing that Jiang Chui agreed decisively, Yi gave her a precaution in advance. I don't live alone, though. My sister lives with me. And Xia Xiaoyu too. Hearing the 3 words Xia Xiaoyu, Jiang Chui's face really showed a jealous expression. Immediately after, a slender jade hand pinched a piece of meat around Yi's waist, and there was a hidden tendency to rotate 360 degrees. Humph, heartless. I can't believe you're still dicking around when you have me. After saying this, Jiang Chui seemed to realize that something was wrong. Xia Xiaoyu has been living in Yi's house for a long time. Strictly speaking, then, he himself was the one who had gotten into the flowers and grass outside of Yi. Thinking of this, Jang Chui actually had some feelings of weakness. Do you like me or not? After thinking for half a day, Jang Chui asked the question that her heart wanted to ask the most. It was only recently when she counted her heart towards Yi. At that time, Yi used her cheating video as blackmail and unreasonably took away her first kiss. It was then that she developed a different affection for the man who had taken her first kiss. It was not until later that it was gradually discovered that there were some flashes of light that Yi was usually not aware of. And it is these flashes of light that allowed Jang Chui to gradually fall until she can't help herself. But she wasn't the only one who found these flashes of Yi. As far as she knew, 4 of the top 5 schoolgirls on the school flower list were close to Yi. Although Jang Chui had completely handed herself over to Yi, the thought that she still had so many competitors inevitably caused a sense of crisis in her heart. She was afraid that Yi would, one day, fall deeply in love with someone else, completely not wanting her and ignoring her. Jang Chui couldn't accept such a thing happening. She couldn't accept the absence of Yi in her world. Therefore, she desperately needed to ask Yi for an answer. As long as Yi said it himself, no matter what was said, no matter if it was sincere or not, Jang Chui would believe it. Yi looked at Jang Chui's eyes that were gradually flooded with a layer of water mist with a serious face. I like you, very much so. I want you to be around me forever, but I don't want to keep it from you either. Beside me, there may still be. Speaking here, Jang Chui reached out her hand to block Yi's lips. Well, no need to say it. I know. As long as you like me, that's enough. I want to be with you all the time too. Never separate. Will this request be granted to me? Yi nodded solemnly. Okay, I promise. Never separate. After getting Yi's answer, Jang Chui's hand tightly held with Yi. On the other side, Yi's 3 housemates also heard the content of the duo's conversation. The heart was shocked beyond words. Jang Chui, this iceberg beauty, could actually humble herself to such an extent for Yi? How in the world did Yi condition people to be like this? This is just, it's awesome. That's a lot more interesting than what the teacher taught in class. Soon enough, 1 class period passed. The bell rang and Yi held Jang Chui's hand and walked towards the back door of the classroom. At that moment, a commotion came from the hallway outside the classroom. It was as if I could faintly hear the surprised cries of my classmates. It seems as if some extraordinary person has come. Not long after, a playful face appeared at the back entrance of Yi's class. Sure Bebe had a smile on her face as she looked at Yi and Jang Chui who were holding hands. Brother Yi, did you miss me?